Chapter 1, Rice Barrel? Gluttony. Lu Chen, F-level talent, Rice Barrel. The voice of the teaching director was flat, as if reading a piece of waste. The crowd below fell silent for a moment, then burst into a sharp round of laughter. Rice Barrel? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I've heard of talents that enhance strength, speed, but this is the first time I've seen one that enhances appetite. What a great talent. You could work at a pig farm, especially to get pigs' appetites going, definitely in high demand. In the center of the crowd, Zhao Tai, dressed in a custom school uniform, laughed the loudest. He patted the fiery lion beside him, its mane blazing, and mocked, Lu Chen, for the sake of our classmate bond, my family's farm needs a manure cleaner. If you're willing to come, I'll give you double the salary, after all, you're its specialized talent. Lu Chen stood on the podium, hands in his pockets, his face expressionless. He looked at the so-called F-level assessment, and the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. In his retina, a line of blood-red tiny characters, visible only to him, was rapidly flashing. S-level talent Gluttony, ignores all toxins and rejection reactions, forcibly digests all things, with a 100% conversion rate. Note, the more toxic, the more it replenishes. Go down. Class teacher Mr. Wang sighed, shoved the awakening report into Lu Chen's hands, and looked at him like he was a rotten piece of wood. Although you're a beast master too, with this talent, you can't even afford a battle pet. Take my advice, go to the logistics department, cut meat for the pets. It's dirty and tiring, but at least you'll survive. You still have a sister to take care of, don't aim too high. Lu Chen took the report, said nothing, and offered no explanation. He turned and walked away, his back straight and decisive. Behind him, Zhao Tai's mocking laughter grew even more rampant, and the fiery lion roared like a display of dominance. Lu Chen didn't look back. How could a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Though right now, this swan was so poor it didn't have a single feather left. Once he stepped outside the school gates, the noisy sounds were blocked behind him. Lu Chen turned into a dark, damp alley. This was the back of the city, the air filled with the smell of dead rats and spoiled garbage. Beat it to death. Dare to glare at me? I'll kill you, you animal. Ahead, a group of skipping middle schoolers surrounded a trash bin, bricks falling like rain in their hands. In the corner, a black lump was curled up. It was a dog. Or rather, a skeleton that could still breathe. Its fur had almost all fallen off, revealing its gray-blue skin, covered in sores and scabs. One of its back legs was twisted at a strange 90-degree angle, clearly broken. Yellow pus oozed from the wound, emitting a disgusting stench. Facing the falling bricks, it didn't whimper or dodge. It only fiercely protected the half-moldy, rotten piece of bread beneath it, glaring at the group of bullies with its one remaining eye, filled with hatred. There was no pleading in its gaze, only deep-seated hatred. Like a wolf. More like an unformed evil spirit. Bang! Lu Chen kicked a nearby metal trash bin, and the loud sound echoed through the narrow alley, freezing the bullies in their tracks. Who's there? Looking for death? The lead buzzcut boy turned around, swearing and still holding a bloody brick. But when he saw who it was, his arrogance immediately shrank. Lu Chen was thin but tall, towering over the group of bullies by more than a head. He didn't say anything, simply bent down, picked up a half-rusted steel pipe from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and then walked toward them with a cold, emotionless expression. The steel pipe dragged across the cement ground, creating a tooth-grinding screech. What do you want? The buzzcut boy stammered, his voice fierce but his body trembling. We're just beating a stray dog, what's it to you? Lu Chen stopped in front of him, looking down at him with eyes as cold as staring at a dead man. He raised the steel pipe, pointed it at the buzzcut boy, and in an eerily calm tone, said, You're just an ordinary person. If I split your head open right here? Even if it's just excessive defense, do you believe it? In this world, even the lowest-ranking beast masters have privileges when facing ordinary people. The buzzcut boy looked at the rusty steel pipe in Lu Chen's hand, then glanced at Lu Chen's eyes that showed no emotional change. His Adam's apple moved up and down. He was really scared. This person looked like a madman. Sicko. Let's go. The buzzcut boy threw the brick to the ground with a fierce snap, his mouth still cursing, but his feet never stopped. He ran away with his companions, cursing all the way. The alley finally quieted down, with only the buzzing of flies remaining. Lu Chen tossed aside the steel pipe and squatted in front of the pile of filthy flesh and blood. Gore! The dying stray dog let out a low growl, like the sound of a broken windbox, its last warning. It tried to bare its teeth, but half of them had already been broken, and its mouth was full of blood and foam. Lu Chen didn't move. Deep within his pupils, golden streams of data exploded in an instant. Eye of Truth, activated. Buzz. The previously nauseating scene vanished. Instead, there was a gorgeous, almost eerie data panel floating above the stray dog's head. Race, stray black dog, mutated species. Status, dying, internal organs ruptured, bones fractured, severe infection. Hidden bloodline, hellhound, thin. Lu Chen's gaze skipped over the mundane black wind dog and iron bone dog evolution paths, landing directly at the bottom. There, a tree-like graph as black as ink and emanating an ominous aura appeared. Forbidden evolution path, biochemical demon dog. Evolution success rate, 0.01%, can be increased to 100% with the talent Gluttony. Required materials. High concentration industrial sulfuric acid, 500 milliliters, corrode the mortal body and recast poisonous bones. Rotten corpseflower extract, 3 drops, replace necrotic blood. Evaluation, this isn't evolution, it's the creation of disaster. It will become a walking biochemical weapon, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Sulfuric acid. Rotten corpse water. Zombie crystals. Together, these things could cause an elephant to die on the spot, turning it into a puddle of blood. Any normal beast master who saw this list would think it's insane. But Lu Chen's mouth slowly curved into a twisted, almost perverted smile. Brilliant. It's truly brilliant. In this world, where a single spiritual fruit can cost tens of thousands, these industrial waste products and toxic garbage are like god-level supplements custom-made for him, who has nothing right now. He stretched out his hand, ignoring the pus and stench, and pressed it directly against the stray dog's head. The stray dog trembled, its lone eye filled with shock. This human doesn't hate it? Little one. Lu Chen's fingers dug into the back of its neck, feeling the faint heartbeat that was almost stopping under his palm. Want to live? The stray dog whimpered, and a strong desire to survive erupted in its single eye. Then come with me. Lu Chen took out the crumpled contract card from his pocket, the last inheritance left to him by his parents. Living as a dog is meaningless, beaten and scolded by others. Come with me, and I'll make you into a monster. From now on, anyone who dares to touch us, will bite their throat out. Snap. The contract card stuck to the stray dog's blood-soaked forehead. No holy, pure white light appeared. Instead, a dark green light, like it came from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted, completely swallowing both the human and the dog. In that light, there was an unsettling sense of madness and deathly silence. The contract was formed. Chapter 2, Woman, let go of that dog. It started to rain. The rain in Linjiang City always carries a rusty, sour smell, especially near the chemical factory area in the West District. Lu Chen held the contracted mangy dog in his arms, his steps so fast they seemed like a race against death itself. The rain soaked through his already faded school uniform, and the dog in his arms was light, so light that it felt like a pile of dry twigs. Every breath it took was accompanied by the huffing sound of its damaged lungs, with blood foam staining Lu Chen's chest. Warning, contract beast's health is below 5%. User seems to enjoy intense or action-driven stories. Warning, organ failure is accelerating. Expected time of death, 1 hour 23 minutes. The red countdown on the retina pulsates like a death sentence. Lu Chen glanced down. The mangy dog, now called Kobold, was struggling to open its murky single eye, trying to lick Lu Chen's hand with its tongue. It was comforting this human. Even though it was about to die from pain. Save your strength. Lu Chen hugged it tighter. Kobold whimpered, tilted its head, and passed out completely. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and turned into a rundown street with a no smoking or fire warning sign. This was the gray zone of Linjiang City, the West District Chemical Street. The air was thick with the sharp smell of sulfur and ammonia, and colorful wastewater flowed through the ditches by the roadside. There were no fancy beast breeding shops here, only shady stores selling banned chemicals, second-hand machine parts, and low-grade savage beast meat. Lu Chen stopped in front of a greasy store. Old Lee's Chemical Grocery Store. Boss, I need some goods. Lu Chen pushed the door open, bringing in a wet, cold smell of rain. Behind the counter, a bald man with a face full of fat was kicking back and watching short videos. When he saw Lu Chen, he didn't even raise his eyelids. A student? You must have come to the wrong place, go next door for stationery. Lu Chen didn't waste words. He pulled out the last 250 yuan from his pocket and slapped it onto the greasy glass counter. I want sulfuric acid. Lu Chen stared into the boss's eyes, speaking rapidly, industrial grade, over 98% concentration, 500 milliliters. Also, a bottle of expired adrenaline, any brand, just make sure it's strong. The bald boss finally looked up. His murky eyes scanned Lu Chen from top to bottom, eventually landing on the nearly dead dog in his arms. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kid, you sure have a heavy taste? The dog's in this bad a shape, and you still want to use sulfuric acid to send it off? Just toss it in the river, wouldn't that be easier? Clearly, he thought Lu Chen was some kind of sadistic freak. In this chaotic district, that wasn't an uncommon sight. Drain pipes blocked. Lu Chen lied without expression, got a clog at home. The bald man sneered but didn't push it. A business deal was a business deal. He turned around and rummaged through the dusty shelves behind him, pulling out a deep brown glass bottle with a skull symbol on it. He also tossed over a syringe with no label. This acid's from when the chemical factory shut down 2 years ago, strong stuff. Don't spill it on you, it'll burn through bone, don't come crying to me. The bald man grabbed the money from the counter without even counting it and stuffed it into his pocket. Money's just right. Bottle deposits 2 yuan, no refund if you don't give it back. Lu Chen grabbed the sulfuric acid bottle and syringe, turned, and walked out. Hey, wait! The bald man suddenly called out, pointing to the rain shelter outside, don't cause a scene in my store. If you're gonna kill that dog, do it somewhere far, don't dirty my doorstep. Lu Chen paused for a moment but didn't turn around. He pushed the door open and left. Outside, the rain was even heavier now. Lu Chen found a shelter under the eaves. This was an abandoned warehouse area of a chemical plant, surrounded by rusted oil drums, and even the homeless avoided it usually. He placed Coalball on a relatively dry wooden crate. The dog wasn't moving anymore. Only the faint rise and fall of its chest, nearly invisible, proved it was still alive. Lu Chen took a deep breath and twisted open the cap of the industrial sulfuric acid bottle. SSSSS. A visible white smoke instantly rose, accompanied by the intense, pungent smell of acid. A few drops splashed onto the wooden crate, instantly corroding it, leaving a few small black holes that started to smoke. This stuff could melt iron. Now, he was going to make a near-dead dog drink it. Lu Chen's hand trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. Detected high-purity corrosive liquid. Meets the first-stage evolution conditions for biomagic dog. Talent Gluttony is ready, forced transformation process initiating. The moment the system panel popped up, Lu Chen's hesitation vanished from his eyes. He pinched the top and bottom of the Coalball's jaw, forcing its mouth open, while raising the bottle of sulfuric acid, about to pour it inside. Stop! A sharp scream suddenly pierced through the rain. Lu Chen frowned heavily, but his actions did not stop. Snap! A white light whip suddenly lashed over, striking Lu Chen's wrist with precision. A sharp pain hit him, and Lu Chen's hand trembled, causing the sulfuric acid bottle to tilt, splashing a drop of high-concentration acid onto the back of his hand. Sizzle! His skin instantly charred black, and the excruciating pain made Lu Chen suck in a cold breath. But he gripped the bottle tightly, not letting go, and turned his head, his gaze coldly glaring at the person who approached. In the rain, a man and a woman walked out. They were both dressed in neat third-year beast tamer high school uniforms, not carrying umbrellas, because a soft glowing jellyfish spirit was hovering above their heads. It was a rare auxiliary pet beast, creating a water screen that kept the rain out. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman had long, flowing hair, with a righteous expression on her face. The woman covered her mouth, her face full of horror as she pointed at Lu Chen. You are Lu Chen? The one with the useless talent? When she saw the dog in Lu Chen's arms, tears instantly filled her eyes. Oh my god. It's hurt so badly, and you're still trying to feed it sulfuric acid? Are you even human? The boy beside her also looked disgusted, frowning as he said, Su Yao, don't waste time with this psychological freak. F-grade talent, probably mentally twisted, trying to find a sense of existence by torturing weak creatures. Su Yao. Lu Chen recognized her face. She was the class flower from the neighboring advanced class, famous for being a kindness ambassador, often posting photos of feeding stray cats on her social media, only to casually throw away leftover cat food on the roadside, attracting flies. Get lost. Lu Chen flicked the acid on his hand and looked at them with the same expression as if looking at corpses. Don't force me to slap you. You dare to threaten me? Su Yao widened her eyes in disbelief, then her sense of justice flared up. She rushed forward in a few steps, trying to grab the Coalball from Lu Chen's hands. Give it to me. I'm taking it to the hospital. People like you don't deserve to be beast tamers. We're calling the police. Let the police arrest you. The boy also took out his phone, aiming it at Lu Chen and filming. Everyone, come look, this is the scum of third high school, torturing and killing his pet beast. The phone camera was shoved into Lu Chen's face. Su Yao's hand reached out toward the Coalball. Woof! The Coalball, which had been unconscious, suddenly opened its eyes, seemingly sensing the threat. It bit down hard on Su Yao's well-maintained hand. Ah! Su Yao screamed in agony and quickly pulled her hand back. 2 blood holes appeared on the back of her hand. It dared to bite me? This crazy dog bit me. Su Yao's face twisted in pain, all previous compassion vanished, and she screamed, Zhang Hao. Kill it. Make your Froki kill it. This dog has rabies. The boy named Zhang Hao's face darkened, and the summoning formation instantly lit up. A half-human-sized green frog leaped out, opening its mouth to shoot water jets. You're seeking death. Lu Chen's patience was completely exhausted. He ignored these 2 idiots. With his left hand, he forcefully injected the expired adrenaline into the kobold's neck, and with his right hand, he raised the sulfuric acid bottle, directly shoving it into the kobold's throat. Gulp! Gulp! 500 milliliters. A whole pound of high-concentration sulfuric acid was forced into the mangy dog's stomach in full view of Su Yao and Zhang Hao, who were terrified. Crazy, he's crazy. Su Yao's face turned pale with fear, and she even forgot about the pain in her hand. This was sulfuric acid. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying sound came from inside the kobold's body. It was as if a piece of raw meat had been thrown into boiling oil. The kobold's body stiffened, and it let out a wailing scream that didn't sound like a dog. Thick white smoke poured out from its nostrils, mouth, and even its pores. The smoke, with its intense corrosive nature, fell into the puddle on the ground, making a sizzling sound. It's dead. You killed it. Su Yao screamed, murderer. Pervert. However, the next second, her scream stopped abruptly, as if a duck's neck had been squeezed. The mangy dog, which should have been torn apart, was not dead. Instead, its wounds were undergoing a strange transformation, visible to the naked eye. The rotten skin, which had been oozing yellow pus, rapidly scabbed, shed, and then grew a layer of black, glossy, metallic-like skin after coming into contact with the acidic mist oozing from its body. The broken bones in its hind legs made a cracking sound, as if the bones were forcibly reorganizing. Its body began to expand. From the emaciated size of a stray dog, it instantly swelled, its muscle lines bulging as if filled with air, every muscle brimming with explosive power. The most terrifying part was its mouth. Its lower jaw cracked, widened, its teeth fell out, and then 2 rows of jagged, green-oozing fangs grew. Talent Gluttony activated. Absorbing high-concentration sulfuric acid. Conversion successful. Gain trait, corrosive blood, beginner, ... Gain skill, acid spray. Body reconstruction in progress. Reconstruction complete. Who? The kobold exhaled a puff of sulfurous, foul-smelling air. It shakily stood up from the wooden box. At this moment, it no longer resembled a mangy dog in the slightest. Its body was pitch black, hairless, with skin resembling a layer of hard black armor, and barbs growing from its joints. The broken leg had completely healed, its claws became sharp as knives, easily leaving deep marks on the hard wooden box. Its originally murky eyes turned into a ghostly green, like 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps in the rain. Although it wasn't yet the full biochemical hellhound, the ferocity and brutality emanating from its bones made the surrounding temperature seem to drop by a few degrees. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Hao retreated 2 steps in fear, and his water frog, sensing the presence of a natural enemy, shrank into a ball and croaked frantically. Lu Chen flicked the empty bottle in his hand, casually tossing it into the garbage pile. Clang! The crisp sound broke the eerie silence. Lu Chen turned around, a devilish smile on his lips, looking at the stunned Su Yao and Zhang Hao. Who was just now saying they wanted to kill it? Lu Chen patted the kobold's hard, iron-like head. The kobold immediately stepped forward, grinning widely, its throat filled with a swirl of green liquid, releasing a strong acidic smell that almost made Su Yao vomit. Weren't you so bold earlier? Lu Chen pointed to the golden boy and jade girl in front of him and gave the first command to the kobold. Go, give these 2 lovely ambassadors a bath. The green light in the kobold's eyes flared up. Vomit. The next second, a stream of foul-smelling green acid shot out from its mouth. The target, Zhang Hao's expensive water frog. Rib bit. The water frog screamed in agony, its proud water shield being burned through the moment it came into contact with the acid. The acid splashed onto its smooth skin, immediately producing thick black smoke. My frog! My water frog! Zhang Hao watched his pet rolling on the ground in pain, heartbroken to the point of almost passing out. This was an expensive purchase from home. Ah! My face! My face has been splashed. Su Yao, who had only been splashed by a tiny droplet, immediately developed a red, swollen blister on her cheek, screaming hysterically, no longer acting so superior as she had before. Lu Chen! Are you crazy? I'm telling the teacher. I'm going to have you expelled. Su Yao cried as she stepped back. Lu Chen coldly watched the scene, a feeling of indescribable satisfaction rising in his chest. It felt so good. Is this what it feels like to have real power? Damn, this feels so good. Always at your service. The death of a pet beast had dismissed Su crying like a baby, and he couldn't wait to see the desperate look on her face when death was staring her down. It was broad daylight, and he didn't dare kill anyone, but that didn't mean he wouldn't get another chance in the future. Next time I see any of you pointing at my dog, burning it, it won't just be your pet beast's skin getting burned. After saying that, Lu Chen stopped paying attention to the 2 scared fools who were jumping around. Kobold, let's go. Time to head home and eat. Woof. Burp. Cobalt let out a sour-sounding burp and happily trotted behind Lu Chen. Although it now looked like a monster from hell, it still wagged its bald, iron whip-like tail as it followed Lu Chen. The rain stopped. Lu Chen, with a monster by his side, walked into the fading sunset. And on his retina, a new prompt box popped up again. First stage of evolution complete. Next stage materials, Corpseflower, highly toxic. Recommended location, graveyard outside the city. Lu Chen patted his withered belly and glanced at the imposing kobold beside him. Next stage, make money. Get stronger. Chapter 3, is this a dog? This is freaking biohazard. The 44 bus, last ride. The bus was empty, with only one person sitting in the last row. Driver Old Zhang's hands were covered in sweat, and he nervously glanced at the rearview mirror, terrified. There, sitting, was a student in school uniform, with a black monster crouching in his lap. It looked like a dog, but its whole body was covered in a black shell, like an insect's armor, and spines grew at the joints. It rested its head on the student's knee, its mouth slightly open. Old Zhang's eyelids twitched, almost causing him to drive the bus into a ditch. Student, we've arrived. Up ahead is Happy Community. Before the bus even came to a full stop, Old Zhang shouted, his voice trembling. Thanks. Lu Chen patted Kobol's head, stood up, and got off the bus. It wasn't until that suffocating figure vanished into the night that Old Zhang slammed down the gas pedal, speeding off like he was running for his life. Happy Community. The name sounded nice, but it was actually the most notorious slum in Linjiang City. Illegal shantytowns, randomly strung up power lines, and piles of dog poop no one ever cleaned up. Lu Chen stepped through puddles, walking deeper into the alley. As he turned the corner, a blinding high beam light made him squint. It was an extremely flashy Porsche 911, standing out like a sore thumb in this garbage-filled alley. A chubby little man leaned against the car, holding two beautifully packaged beef special meat cans and pacing back and forth in a hurry. Wango, nicknamed Wang Fatty. A well-known rich second generation in Linjiang City, and Lu Chen's only true friend in this world. Lu bro. You're finally back. Seeing Lu Chen, Wang Fatty threw away his cigarette butt and rushed over, his face filled with anger and frustration. I heard about what happened at school. Damn it, Zhao Tai that bastard, how dare he mock your talent? What's wrong with being F-ranked? Did F-rank eat his family's rice? He shoved the bags of meat into Lu Chen's arms. Take this. I stole this red blood beef from my dad. A pound costs thousands. Even if you're F-ranked, we can't let the first pet beast go hungry. By the way, where's your first pet beast? Did you bring it back? Wang Fatty said as he peered around Lu Chen's back. It's here. Lu Chen took the cans, weighed them in his hands, and a smile tugged at his lips, but it has a big appetite, and I'm afraid this won't even fill its teeth. Who are you looking down on? Wang Fatty patted his chest, who am I? Wang Young Master. I'm not gonna starve a pet beast. Let it out. Fat Grandpa will open the cans right now. Lu Chen didn't speak, only turned to the side and snapped his fingers. Cobalt, come out and meet the guest. In the darkness, two ghostly green flames lit up. Then, heavy footsteps followed. Its claws scratched against the cement floor, making a chilling scratching sound. A half-human tall, pitch-black figure emerged. A fierce, sulfur-scented, monstrous creature slowly emerged from the shadows. It stopped right in front of Fatty Wang, lowering its head, its large, jagged-toothed mouth nearly touching Fatty's nose. Who? A wave of hot air blasted Fatty Wang's face. It was a stench mixed with strong acid and the smell of rotting flesh. Fatty Wang's smile froze. The hand he held the can opener with froze mid-air, his Adam's apple convulsing violently, his legs beginning to uncontrollably twitch. Lu Ge. Fatty Wang's voice cracked, his eyes nearly bulging out. You're telling me, this is, your pet beast? Just got a makeover at the chemical plant. Lu Chen walked over and slapped the creature on the forehead. Close your mouth, you're drooling on Fatty's shoes, those are limited edition. The creature whimpered in grievance, shutting its mouth, but its fierce appearance still made people's hearts race. Fatty Wang sat down on the hood of the Porsche, wiping cold sweat from his brow. A makeover? You call this a makeover? This is a freaking biohazard. What did you feed it? Golden fertilizer? Sulfuric acid. Lu Chen replied briefly. Fatty Wang opened his mouth, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, you're awesome. Though he was complaining, the worry in Fatty Wang's eyes had faded significantly. His brother wasn't done for, and the beast looked fierce enough, that was all that mattered. Let's talk business. Lu Chen leaned against the car door, his expression turning serious. Fatty, lend me some money. Mentioning money, Fatty Wang immediately pulled out his phone. How much? Is 50,000 enough? If not, I'll ask my mom for more. Not enough. Lu Chen shook his head, extending a finger. I need 500,000. The first stage of the creature's evolution was only the beginning. To truly make it combat ready, or even to unlock its second stage, Hellhound, the resources needed were enormous. Just that decayed Corpseflower had been hyped to sky-high prices on the black market. 500,000? Fatty Wang was stunned for a moment, looking troubled. Lu Ji, it's not that I don't want to lend, but my card is limited by my dad. I can only transfer 5,000 at a time. Why do you need so much? Is this dog eating gold? Lu Chen was about to explain. Suddenly. Bang! A loud sound came from deep in the alley. It was the sound of the old iron door at Lu Chen's house being kicked open. Then came a cacophony of shouting and the sound of heavy objects being smashed onto the ground. Lu Chen! Are you dead? If you're not, get your ass out here. Pay your debts, that's only right. If you don't bring the money today, we'll burn this damn house down. Upon hearing this, the calm expression on Lu Chen's face instantly darkened. His eyes became sharp as knives. It was the people from Black Dragon Loan Sharks. Before his parents passed away, they had gone bankrupt and owed a large debt. Though Lu Chen had been paying it off over the years, these bloodsuckers, with their compounded interest, had turned the original 200,000 into 800,000. These bastards. Fatty Wang exploded as soon as he heard, grabbing a car lock and preparing to rush in. How dare they bully my brother? I'll show them they're tired of living. Don't move. Lu Chen stopped him with a hand. He turned to look at the creature beside him, gently stroking its cold, hard back. Perfect, just ate, now it needs some exercise to digest. Lu Chen's voice was soft, but there was a chilling aura in it that made people's hair stand on end. Let's go, see who wants to set my house on fire. In the Lu family's courtyard. It was a mess. The already scarce furniture was thrown around everywhere, the clothesline was snapped, and a few pots of flowers his sister had planted were crushed into the mud. 3 muscular men, wearing tight tank tops with tattoos all over their arms, stood in the center of the yard. The leader, a man with a buzz cut and a scar across his face, was stepping on Lu Chen's only family photo, grinding his cigarette butt into it. Scarface, looks like the kid's not back yet. One of the lackeys kicked a backpack on the ground. I heard this kid awakened his talent today. If he awakens something good, maybe we can get him to pay more. Pay more my ass. Scarface spat, I just found out. This trash awakened an F-level good-for-nothing talent. He's destined to be a useless piece of crap that can't be fixed. Today, we must make him sign a contract, and offer his sister to work for us in the place. Offer my sister to whom? A cold voice came from the gate of the courtyard. Scarface suddenly turned around. He saw Lu Chen standing under a dim streetlight, hands in his pockets. His shadow stretched long, and beside it, a huge dark shadow crouched. Oh, you're back? Scarface sneered, pulling out a steel pipe from his waist and slapping it in his hand with a loud sound. Lu Chen, we've known each other for years. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. 800,000, if you can't come up with it today, this house is mine, and you'll have to come with us. He completely ignored the lump of coal beside Lu Chen. The night was too dark, and with the coal lump lying in the shadow, it looked like a slightly larger street dog. Lu Chen didn't respond to his threat. His gaze fell on the family photo crushed on the ground. That was the last photo left by his parents. The glass was shattered, the frame was ruined. Lu Chen raised his head, the last trace of warmth in his eyes completely disappearing. Move your filthy feet away. Ha! Scarface acted like he heard a joke, exaggerating as he dug at his ear. What did you say, you trash? Tell me to move away? Do you believe I'll break your legs and make you crawl over here to lick my shoes? Saying that, he kicked the crushed photo frame and strode toward Lu Chen with 2 lackeys. Go for him. Break one of his hands first, so he knows what rules are. The 2 lackeys grinned and rushed forward, holding their iron pipes high. Lu Chen didn't move an inch. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He just moved his lips and muttered one word. Kill. Boom. The black monster that had been crouching in the shadows moved. Fast. Too fast. Like a bolt of black lightning, it instantly tore through the air. The lackey running in the front suddenly saw everything go black, and then a strong, rancid smell hit him in the face. Before he could react, a huge claw, like an iron clamp, pressed against his chest. Bang! The 180-pound man was slammed into the wall like a ragdoll, his feet leaving the ground. What the hell is this? The lackey behind was paralyzed with fear, holding his iron pipe frozen in midair. Roar! The lump of coal opened its blood-red mouth and let out a deafening roar at the burly man in front of it. 2 rows of jagged, greenish teeth were less than 2 centimeters away from his throat. Drip! A thick, acidic drop of liquid fell from its fangs, landing right on the lackey's shoulder. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ah! My shoulder! It's burning. Help! The lackey screamed like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his smoking shoulder and rolling on the ground. Just one drop of saliva had burned through his clothes and flesh, leaving a hole. What is this thing? Scarface's steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. He had seen many vicious beasts in his life, but he had never seen something so grotesque, so disgusting. That black shell, those sharp fangs, and those eyes glowing green. Is this a dog? This is clearly a demon from hell. Earlier, you said you were going to offer someone? Lu Chen slowly walked forward, picked up the broken photo frame on the ground, and gently wiped off the footprints on it. The lump of coal released its claws, and the lackey pinned against the wall was already foaming at the mouth, unconscious. It turned around and stepped closer to Scarface, each step leaving deep scratches on the cement floor. Don't come closer. Scarface's legs went weak as he staggered backward until his back hit the courtyard wall. Lu Chen. We can talk. We are just working for the boss. I don't care who you work for. Lu Chen reached him, his gaze chillingly calm, but since you broke my things, you have to pay for this. Do you understand? Understand. I understand. The scarred man looked at the coal ball right in front of him, the hot air coming out of its massive mouth made him want to vomit. He trembled as he took out his wallet, gold chain, and watch, throwing everything onto the ground. Here. This is more than 10,000 in cash, and there's gold, is it enough? If not, I can go get more. Lu Chen glanced at the items on the ground. Not enough. Huh? The scarred man was almost crying, then how much do you want? This is just to cover the cost of the photo frame. Lu Chen pointed to himself, then pointed to the stunned fat wang behind him, also, my brother's mental damages, and my appearance fee. Then, what do you want from me? Get lost. Lu Chen coldly spat out a word, tell your boss, I will return the 800,000. But if you dare step 1 foot into this yard again. He tapped the coal ball's head. The coal ball obediently spat a mouthful of acidic liquid at a nearby juju tree the size of a wrist. Sizz. Within seconds, the tree was completely corroded and snapped, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. The scarred man stared at the smoking, broken tree, and his pants instantly became soaked. Get lost. We're leaving right now. He dragged his 2 subordinates, scrambling out of the yard, not even caring about the van parked at the door. The yard fell silent again. Fat Wang swallowed hard, looking at Lu Chen's back with eyes full of awe. Brother Lu, you've changed. People always change. Lu Chen crouched down, picking up the cash and gold chain from the ground, stuffing them into his pocket. More than 10,000 in cash, and the gold could probably be sold for 20 or 30,000. It was barely enough. This amount of money couldn't even cover the cost of the Corpseflower. Fatty. Lu Chen turned around and looked at Fat Wang. You said you wanted to lend me money, but there's a limit? Yeah. Fat Wang snapped back to reality. How about we go to the bank tomorrow? No need for that. Lu Chen looked towards the east side of the city, where the lights were bright, and a huge underground building stood Linjiang Underground Beast Arena. That was the largest money pit in Linjiang, and a haven for outlaws. There's a place where money comes fast, and there are no limits. Lu Chen stroked the coal ball's hard, iron-like head, a crazy grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Just right, coal ball needs some real blood to celebrate its rebirth. Chapter 4, your opponent is a tin-skinned rock boar? East District of Linjiang City, Underground Floor 2. The air was a mix of cheap tobacco, alcohol, sweat, and a faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood. The giant exhaust fan above roared, but it couldn't clear away the hormone-laden atmosphere that stirred the crowd. Linjiang Underground Beast Arena. There were no laws here, only rules. The winner takes it all, and the loser becomes dog food. Brother Lu, are you sure you want to come here? Fat One huddled behind Lu Chen, looking at the surrounding gamblers, shirtless and covered in muscles, swallowing nervously. This place is notorious for being shady. Apprentice beast masters going up are basically signing their death warrants. Why don't we go back and borrow from the loan sharks? At least they don't value their lives, but this place really costs lives. Lu Chen ignored him, just tightening the mask on his face. It was a plastic mask he bought for 5 yuan at a roadside stall, pure white with 2 dark, hollow eye sockets that made it look a bit eerie. At his feet, the coal ball was also covered by a large black raincoat, only its spiny black tail, restlessly slapping the ground, was visible. Stop talking. Lu Chen's voice came from behind the mask, muffled. If you want to see how I make back the 500,000, shut up and follow me. The two of them pushed through the crowded people and arrived at the registration desk. Behind the counter sat a greasy, middle-aged balding man, casually chewing sunflower seeds, shells scattered everywhere. He was the manager here, known as Lu the Skinner. Registration? Lu the Skinner didn't even look up. Name, code name. Beast Master level. Lu Chen. Codename, the Grim Reaper. Lu Chen paused for a moment and casually gave a name. The Grim Reaper? Lu Boppy froze for a second, then looked up, staring at Lu Chen like he was an idiot. Kid, I've hosted 8 people named Grim Reaper this month, and the first 7 turned into beast manure. Are you sure? The few burly men in line around them also laughed. Another student who's gotten too absorbed in novels. This guy's thin arms and legs, can he even take a beast's paw? Lu Chen ignored the mockery around him, pointing to the coal ball draped in a raincoat at his feet, apprentice level 5-star, mutated dog breed. I want to bet on the highest odds match. Apprentice level 5-star? Lu Boppy was stunned for a moment, then his look of contempt deepened. This level in the beast arena was just cannon fodder, used to warm up the winning beasts. However, cannon fodder had its value. Lu Boppy's eyes shifted, and he showed a mouth full of yellow teeth. Fine, there's a life or death match that needs someone to fill the spot. The opponent is a black iron 3-star, ironhide rockboar, with extremely strong defense. If you win, the prize is 10,000, plus a share of the betting pool. If you lose. He didn't finish his sentence but made a gesture of cutting his throat. Black iron 3-star against apprentice 5-star. This wasn't called a match, it was at execution. I'll take it. Lu Chen picked up the pen and signed his name in a slanting hand, Grim Reaper. Lu bro. Are you crazy? That's black iron level. A defensive type. Wang Pengzi rushed to pull at Lu Chen's sleeve. The boar's hide can't even be pierced by bullets, let alone that coal ball's teeth, they'll snap. Lu Chen shook off his hand, his gaze calm. Go place the bet. Bet everything on me winning. With that, he led the coal ball and turned toward the rusty iron gate leading to the cage. 10 minutes later. Ladies and gentlemen. Or whatever other animals. The announcer's heart-piercing shout echoed through the speakers, shaking the entire arena. Tonight's appetizer is here. On the left, we have the heavy tank who has won 3 matches in our arena. The Ironhide Rockboar. Its owner is Stonebreaker Lei Gang. Roar. The iron cage opened, and a wild boar, the size of a small car, rushed out. It had no fur, its skin was grayish-white with a rocky texture, and its tusks jutted out like spears. With each step, the entire arena shook. The audience burst into cheers. Lei Gang. Tear him apart. I bet 20,000 on the boar to win. Don't waste time, finish it in 1 minute. The announcer smiled and changed his tone to mockery, and its opponent, oh my, a newcomer named Grim Reaper. His pet is a dog wearing a raincoat? On the other side of the cage. Lu Chen walked out with the coal ball. Compared to the boar's massive size, the still-growing coal ball seemed especially small. Especially with the raincoat, it looked like a comical circus clown. Boo. The entire arena burst into boos. Get off the stage. We want to see bloody fights, not a circus. What the hell, is this a joke? That dog's probably still weaning. In the stands, Wang Pengzi huddled in a corner, holding the betting slip he'd placed for 10,000, his palms sweating. Heh, what's this about a new guy with a 10,000 bet? Are you trying to market the odds? Do you think I can't afford to lose? Don't look down on my Lu bro, but I know he's going to win. His words were firm, but his trembling body betrayed his deep unease. On the arena floor. The man named Lei Gang glanced at Lu Chen with disdain. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for having no strength but still trying to make money here. He waved his hand sharply. Rockboar. Charge wildly. Turn it into meat paste. Humph. The ironhide rockboar scraped the ground with its front hooves, and white steam shot out of its nostrils. The next second. It moved. Like an out-of-control heavy truck, it charged at Lu Chen and the coal ball with unstoppable momentum. The stone slabs on the ground were crushed beneath its hooves, and the air was filled with an oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe. It's getting closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. Lu Chen stood still, not moving at all. The crowd around him had already excitedly stood up, as if they could see the blood-spattered image of the weak young man being crushed into a bloody pancake. Coal ball. Lu Chen's voice was very soft, barely audible in the noisy arena. Take off the armor. Roar. The coal ball, which had been quietly crouching, suddenly lifted its head. In its eyes, which were hidden beneath the hood of its raincoat, 2 balls of eerie green fire exploded in an instant. It suddenly shook its body. SSSSHH. The black raincoat was instantly torn apart, and the fragments flew like butterflies. A monstrous creature, entirely black, covered in horn-like armor, with barbed spines growing from its joints, was exposed under the spotlight. Facing the charging rock pig, Coal Ball didn't retreat but instead advanced. It opened its mouth. Deep in its throat, a thick green liquid was boiling, emitting a nauseating, sour, rotting odor. PFF. A green water column, like a high-pressure water gun, was precisely sprayed onto the hardest forehead of the iron-skinned rock pig. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The sinister smile on Lei Gang's face was still hanging at the corner of his mouth. Idiot. The rock pig's skin can resist fire. What can spit do? Before he could finish his words. SSSSSSS. A harsh, tooth-chilling sound, like raw meat being thrown into hot oil, instantly drowned out the noise of the entire arena. The once ferocious rock pig suddenly slowed its charge. Its proud, rock-hard skin, which could only leave a white mark when struck with a knife, started to melt when it came into contact with the green liquid. Smoke. It was pouring out in a frenzy. Large swaths of pungent yellow smoke billowed upwards, blocking the view. Aha! The rock pig, which had been invincible just a moment ago, now let out a miserable, piercing scream. It was frantically shaking its head, trying to get rid of the poison-like liquid attached to it, but it was useless. The acidic liquid seemed alive, greedily drilling deeper into its flesh. In just 3 seconds, the rock pig's thick forehead was corroded through, exposing its bare white bones, and soon even the bones began to blacken and soften. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud, its hooves twitching, and it was silent. Silence. A deathly silence. The once boiling arena was now so quiet that you could hear the sound of a needle falling to the ground. All the spectators had their mouths wide open, the money they were waving frozen in mid-air. Lei Gang's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, staring at his own rock pig, now completely corroded and unrecognizable. His whole body was trembling. What? What is this? The commentator's microphone fell onto the table with a loud crack, emitting a harsh electric sound. In the center of the arena, Lu Chen was still standing with one hand in his pocket, his eyes behind the mask completely calm. He patted the coal ball, whose mouth was still dripping with acid liquid, as if patting a well-behaved dog. Well done, looks like this pig can't take it. Coal ball extended its barbed tongue, licking the leftover residue from the corner of its mouth, then gave Lei Gang, who was now frozen in shock, a cold smile. Burp. A sulfur-scented burp. The whole arena was in an uproar. Holy shit. That was acid? What kind of acid can melt a rock pig? A one-hit kill? A black iron tier 3-star pig was taken down by an apprentice dog in one shot? Am I dreaming? The odds. My odds. Who the hell bet on this Grim Reaper to win? I'm gonna jump off a building. In the stands, Fat Wang looked at the 10-to-1 betting slip in his hand, feeling his heart almost leap out of his throat. Won? He won? 100,000? Fat Wang trembled as he calculated the amount. Lu Gu, we've struck it rich. Though his family was never stingy when buying him luxury items, the cash in his pocket was actually not much, and this was the first time he'd broken 6 figures. Meanwhile, in the VIP box at the highest point of the arena, an old man dressed in a tang suit was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding 2 walnuts in his hands. His gaze pierced through the noisy crowd, stuck tightly to Lu Chen and the coal ball. Interesting. The old man stopped his movements, a flash of brilliance flickering in his eyes. That's a mutated breed, and not just any mutation. That level of corrosion, even my diamond ape might not be able to withstand it. Go find out who this Grim Reaper is. The old man waved his hand to the bodyguards behind him, his tone playful. If it's a rogue with no owner, bring them over. If it's a spy from a family, then let him disappear. By the arena, Lu Chen walked up to the stunned referee and knocked on the table. Hey. Do we need to fight again? I'm in a hurry. The referee snapped back to reality, looking at Lu Chen's pale mask, and felt a chill rushing up his spine. No need. The referee stammered, raising his hand. Winner, Grim Reaper. Lu Chen turned around and, under the gaze of awe and fear, walked off the arena with the coal ball. First bucket of gold, in hand. But he knew, this was just the beginning. The look Lu Bapi gave him earlier had already changed from seeing cannon fodder to seeing a fat sheep. In this place, where people devour each other without spitting out bones, sometimes it's harder to take the money away than to win the match. Chapter 5, Eat people without spitting out bones? Then I'll chew your bones to dust. Behind the underground beast fighting arena, the air at the exchange counter was as murky as stagnant water. The lights here were much dimmer than in the arena area. Behind the iron bars at the window, a heavily made-up woman sat. She looked at the thin betting slip Lu Chen handed her, typed a few keystrokes on the keyboard, then froze, her eyes nervously glancing at the office door to the side. Sir, your amount is quite large, it requires supervisor's signature. The woman's voice was weak, pressing the betting slip under her palm, with no intention of returning it. Behind Lu Chen, Wang Pengzi's heart jumped to his throat. Though he was a second-generation rich kid, he had only ever acted tough in school. This was the first time he had entered such a real criminal underworld. Lu? Brother Lu, Wang Pangzi whispered, trembling as he tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve. I've heard that Lu Bapi is really shady. We've won over 100,000. He wouldn't want to double-cross us, would he? How about, we just take the principal and leave? Lu Chen ignored Wang Pangzi, standing quietly in front of the window, his pale mask glowing with a cold, hard sheen under the dim light. The coal ball squatted at his feet, its black raincoat still dripping with thick liquid. It wasn't rainwater, but the corpse water splattered when the ironclad rockboard was melted earlier, mixed with the strong acid secreted by the coal ball, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. Clap, clap, clap. Clear applause came from the shadow by the side door. Lu Bapi, short and fat, dressed in a tang suit, walked out with a grin plastered on his face. He was holding 2 shiny walnuts in his hand, his eyes like hooks, scanning Lu Chen up and down before finally landing on the seemingly unremarkable black dog. Young people are to be feared, truly to be feared. Lu Bapi stopped 3 steps away from Lu Chen, smiling as he said, Grim Reaper, huh? A trainee-level instant kill with a black iron 3-star, this acid attack caught me off guard. I wonder what mutated breed this pet is. I've never seen anything like it. Lu Chen's voice was muffled by the mask but remained calm. Does this have anything to do with the exchange? Heh, young man, don't be so hot-headed. Lu Bapi gave the woman at the window a wink, signaling her to pause, then turned back, his smile tightening a little. 110,000 Federation coins, for our beast fighting arena, that's nothing. But rules are rules, and large payments need to be verified. Also, he changed his tone, and a subtle pressure, belonging to a senior beast tamer, began to radiate from him. I see that you're new here, and it's your first time. Are you interested in signing a contract? Be our arena's resident fighter. Just sign here, and the 110,000 will be delivered immediately. For every match after this, I'll give you 2 extra points of the split. Wang Fatty's eyes lit up, about to speak, but was stopped by Lu Chen with just a glance. Lu Chen glanced at the gilded contract handed over by Lu Bapi without even raising his hand. The eye of truth scanned over. Item, soul enslavement contract, disguised version. Description, on the surface, this appears to be an employment contract, but it secretly implants the hypnotic mark of a mental-type pet beast, the Hypnobow. Once signed, the beast master will be subtly influenced to obey the signer's commands, eventually becoming a gladiator in the arena. A cold smile crept up the corner of Lu Chen's mouth beneath his mask. As expected, Lu Bapi had managed to hold this position for so long, not just because of his ruthlessness, but also because of his treachery. What if I don't sign? Lu Chen asked flatly. Lu Bapi's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, sinister expression. His hand stopped playing with the walnut, and from the shadows behind him, a giant blue wolf, the size of a calf, slowly emerged. Name, Gale Demon Wolf. Level, Black Iron 9-star, Peak. Status, bloodthirsty, ready to strike. Weakness, old injury in the waist and abdomen, not fully healed. Black Iron Peak. Just 1 step away from bronze level. The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the narrow corridor. Wang Fatty's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the floor, his face as pale as paper. Not signing? Lu Bapi sneered, his rugged, underworld-like aura fully exposed. Little brother, you may not understand the situation. In the underground district of Linjiang, my word is the law. I suspect you used forbidden drugs in the match that caused your opponent's pet beast to die unnaturally. Not only will this money be seized, but I will also take your pet back for a checkup. This was outright robbery. The thugs watching the scene also closed in, holding electric batons in their hands. The tension in the air was at its peak. However, Lu Chen, at the center of the storm, let out a light laugh. Ha! He slowly raised his hand, pressing it on the kobold's hard, keratinous head. Manager Lu, you're a businessman. Lu Chen's voice was calm, as though he didn't even see the Gale Demon Wolf ready to pounce at any moment. A businessman values reputation and profit the most. Is it worth ruining the arena's reputation for just 110,000? There are no outsiders here, only dead men. Lu Bapi squinted his eyes. Dead men don't talk. Is that so? Lu Chen's fingers lightly tapped on his pants seam, a certain rhythm. At the same time, the kobold's eyes, burning with ghostly green fire, suddenly lit up. Roar! A low growl erupted, sounding more like the roar of a hellish demon than a dog's bark. In the next second, the kobold made an astonishing move. It didn't pounce on the much higher-level demon wolf, but instead, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, aiming at the supporting pillar next to it. Puff! A jet of thick, nearly ink-green acidic liquid shot out. It was the supercharged burst of strong acid spray. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The steel-reinforced concrete pillar that was strong enough to support the floor structure instantly dissolved like foam upon contact with the acid, revealing the rapidly darkening, brittle steel rebar inside. The pungent white smoke quickly filled the entire corridor, accompanied by suffocating toxic gas. Madman! What are you doing? Lu Bapai's face changed drastically. This was the third underground floor. If the load-bearing structure was damaged and collapsed, no one could escape. My pet is timid. When startled, it can't control its sphincter. Oh no, I mean it can't control its acid-secreting glands. Lu Chen's tone was eerily calm. This pillar doesn't seem very sturdy. If it gets a few more shots, I wonder if the audience seats above will collapse. If that happens, will the important person up there blame manager Lu for doing a poor job? This was a high-stakes gamble. Lu Chen was betting that Lu Bapai wouldn't dare to make a scene tonight. Because the earlier hint from the Eye of Truth had mentioned. Tonight, there are important VIPs in the seats. Lu Bapai, a man like this, is ruthless to those below him, but extremely sycophantic and fearful toward those above. Once a collapse happens and disturbs the distinguished guests, he wouldn't have enough heads to pay for it. You. Lu Bapai looked at the column, which had already been corroded halfway, his eyes twitching madly at the corners. This kid is ruthless. And a man who doesn't value his life. The fierce-scale demon wolf, which had previously been a terrifying presence, now also let out a low growl, not out of fear of power, but because of its animal instincts warning against the highly toxic acidic liquid. At this stalemate, a waiter in a black suit hurried over and whispered a few words into Lu Bapai's ear. Supervisor, the person upstairs, has given orders. The waiter's voice was extremely low, but Lu Chen's sharp hearing caught a few key words. Interesting, let him go, observe. Lu Bapai's face instantly changed several times, from anger to astonishment, and finally to a deep, hidden unwillingness. He took a deep breath and waved for the fierce-scale demon wolf to step back. Good, very good. Lu Bapai grinned, though his smile did not reach his eyes, as he looked at Lu Chen, a hero rises young. That was just a little joke, a test of your courage. Since you've passed, the money will of course be all yours. He turned around and shouted at the window, what are you standing there for? Give the money. The woman behind the window seemed to wake up from a daze and tremblingly handed over a thick stack of cash along with an anonymous black card. Lu Chen took the money, not even glancing at Lu Bapai, and patted Coalball's head. Let's go, Coalball. The air here is terrible. Coalball retracted its dripping acidic tongue, disdainfully glancing at the cowardly wolf, and swaggered off with its master. It wasn't until Lu Chen's figure disappeared around the corner that Lu Bapai viciously crushed the walnut in his hand. Supervisor, are we just letting him go like this? One of his subordinates asked unwillingly. Poof. Lu Bapai's gaze shifted to the corroded column, and greed and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The person upstairs is interested in him, so we can't act for now. But, once he's out of this door, there's plenty of time ahead. Go, investigate his background. Since he's in Linjiang City, he can't escape my grasp. Exiting from the hidden passage of the underground gladiator arena, the cold wind hit, and Wang Fatty collapsed directly to the ground, gasping for air. What the hell? Brother Lu, you're too fierce. Wang Fatty wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, staring at Lu Chen as if he were an alien. That was Lu Bapai. And that black iron-level wolf. You actually dared to threaten to blow the place up? I almost pissed myself back there, do you know? Lu Chen took off his mask, revealing a delicate but slightly pale face. On this high schooler's face was an indifference that didn't match his age. He didn't dare to gamble. As he spoke, Lu Chen took out a stack of cash from his pocket, about 20,000, and stuffed it directly into Wang Fatty's arms. This is 10,000 for the principal, and another 10,000 is your bonus. Ha? So much? Wang Fatty held the money, somewhat stunned. Brother Lu, this money was earned with your life on the line, I can't take so much. Wang Fatty loved money, but he had a sense of balance. If it weren't for Lu Chen tonight, his 10,000 would have been wasted. Furthermore, the last part was truly life-threatening. Lu Chen glanced at him, not wasting any more words, and pulled out another 10,000 to stuff into his hands. Take it. You'll need money more in the future. Right now, he did need money, but even more, he needed a reliable ally. Wang Fatty, although timid, had not abandoned him and run off in the critical moment, which showed his character. Besides, Wang Fatty's Porsche and his identity as a rich second generation could help Lu Chen solve many channel problems in the future. The remaining 80,000 pluses for an urgent need. Lu Chen tucked the rest of the money into his pocket, keeping it close. All right. Brother Lu, whatever you say. Wang Fatty wasn't the type to be overly picky. Happily pocketing the money, where shall we go now? To feast and celebrate? I know a place for seafood barbecue. No. Lu Chen shook his head, his gaze looking deeper into the West District, an area more chaotic than a slum. Take me to the Ghost Market. The Ghost Market? Wang Fatty's eyes widened. That place is full of counterfeit goods and illegal items, and going there at this time. I need to buy materials. Lu Chen patted the head of Coalball. In the battle just now, although he had instantly killed the iron skin boar, Lu Chen keenly noticed that Cobalt showed a moment of weakness after using strong acid spray. After all, this body still has the foundation of a stray dog. Although it was forcibly enhanced in potential by an S-class talent, it was like a tractor fitted with a Ferrari engine. The frame was about to fall apart. He must complete the first transformation quickly to reshape its physical body. And the core material for the first transformation, the Corpseflower, can only be found in unregulated places like the Ghost Market. Chapter 6 Half-Complete Body Biomagic Dog. In the West District of Lingjiang City, the Ghost Market. This is a true lawless land, even the street lamps are broken. Narrow streets are lined with stalls selling various unidentified monster materials, dubious antiques, and even some mutated cubs caged in. The air is filled with the smell of blood, mildew, and some unknown spices. Lu Chen wore a loose black trench coat, a spare from Wang Fatty's car, and moved through the crowd with Cobalt. Wang Fatty nervously followed behind, fearing robbery. Eye of Truth activated. In Lu Chen's vision, the dazzling array of goods instantly shed their disguises, transforming into lines of data. Item, low-level beast blood, 80% watered down, trash. Item, unknown beast bone, actually pig bone, trash. Item, incomplete thunderstrike wood, fake, made through artificial high-voltage electric shock, trash. As he walked along, 99% of the items were scams. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he swept past each stall. Just as he was about to reach the end of the alley, a faint smell of decay caught Cobalt's attention. Woof! Cobalt let out a low growl, its green eyes staring intently at an inconspicuous stall in the corner. The stall owner was an old man with one eye blind, with several withered plants and some stones in front of him. Lu Chen crouched down, his gaze landing on one plant that looked like a wilting rose but had strangely purple-black petals. Item, Corpseflower, mutated strain. Year, 35 years. Quality, excellent, contains high concentrations of death energy and corpse poison. Traits, grows in the center of mass graves, absorbs resentment and deadly poison, 3 times more toxic than ordinary corpse flowers. Hidden use, top-notch auxiliary material for biotype pet evolution, can greatly enhance toxin corrosiveness. Good luck. Not only did he find it, but it was also a mutated high-quality item. How much? Lu Chen asked in a low voice. The blind old man lifted his eyelid, his murky lone eye scanned Lu Chen, his voice hoarse, 50,000. No negotiation. What the heck? Highway robbery. Wang Fatty exclaimed from behind. This broken flower is already dying, 50,000? I wouldn't take it for 500. If you don't understand goods, get out of the way. The old man snorted coldly. This was brought out from the B-level restricted area grave of bones. 2 apprentice beast masters died trying to pick it. Lu Chen knew the price wasn't actually expensive. In fact, since the other party didn't know it was a mutated strain, he was selling it cheaply. Ordinary corpse flowers on the market go for 30 to 40,000, and this one's effect is worth at least 100,000. 30,000. Lu Chen opened his mouth to bargain. The root of this flower is damaged, and the medicinal effect has lost a lot. Besides, it has been sitting here for at least 3 days. If it doesn't sell soon, it will really become dead grass. The blind old man paused for a moment, clearly struck at his weak point. After extreme haggling, they finally settled at a price of 42,000. Lu Chen paid in cash without hesitation. At the moment the transaction was completed, he felt Cobalt's breathing becoming rapid. It was a desire originating from the depths of genes, a roar of the instinct of evolution. Don't rush, eat at home, Lu Chen patted its head. Aside from the rotting corpse flower, Lu Chen swept through the ghost market again, spending over 10,000 to buy some auxiliary materials, mercury, highly toxic snake bile, and a few pieces of abandoned minerals containing radiation. Fat Wang watched in horror. Brother Lu, what are you buying these things for? Mercury and radiation minerals, are you making a nuclear bomb? Feeding the dog, Lu Chen replied succinctly. Fat Wang. He looked at the black dog salivating over a bottle of mercury and suddenly felt his worldview collapse. What the hell, is it a dog or a baby Godzilla? Returning to the happy community, it was already 2 in the morning. Fat Wang sent Lu Chen downstairs and fled like he was running from a ghost, saying the stimulation he received tonight was too much, and he needed to go home and recover for 2 days. Lu Chen carried the large and small bags of poisons back to a narrow and shabby rental room. He secured the doors and windows and drew the curtains. Lu Chen laid out the materials he bought one by one. System, display the evolution plan. Current evolution route, semi-complete body biochemical demon dog. Completion, 40%, sulfuric acid baptism completed. Required materials, rotting corpse flower, ready, toxic auxiliary materials, ready, level 1 zombie crystal, not obtained, but. Hint, although lacking the zombie crystal and unable to complete the final race upgrade, you can first devour the rotting corpse flower to carry out organ enhancement and unlock new toxic characteristics. Since I can't achieve it all at once, I'll strengthen a part first. Without hesitation, Lu Chen took out the mutated rotting corpse flower that emitted a foul smell, and mixed mercury and snake bile together, crushing them into a bowl of a black paste that looked unsettling. Eat. Lu Chen pushed the bowl in front of the coal ball. The coal ball couldn't hold back anymore, though it was just a dog. As a pet chosen by the talent of Gluttony, it could clearly feel that eating this thing would make it stronger. Only by getting stronger could it tear apart those enemies trying to harm its master. Crunch, crunch. The coal ball eagerly devoured the toxic mixture, even chewing and swallowing the thorny roots of the rotting corpse flower. The next second. A whoa! The intense pain made the coal ball let out a miserable howl, but under Lu Chen's comfort, it bit down hard on a piece of wood and didn't make another sound. Changes began to occur. Under Lu Chen's eye of truth, the energy circuits within the coal ball started to wildly reorganize. Its skin, which was originally covered with a thin layer of keratin, now writhed like boiling asphalt. The black fur completely fell off, replaced by a layer of densely packed scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, with green venom glands. Satisfied, he nodded. The coal ball now resembled a precise killing machine. Though still an apprentice level, should he encounter the tin-clad rock boar again, the coal ball wouldn't need to dissolve it with acid, its claws alone could shred it to pieces. Just one last step, a level 1 zombie crystal. A glimmer flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Zombie crystals could only be hunted in the wilderness zone outside the city or in specific forbidden areas. And there, it was a true death zone. However, before that, there was a small inconvenience to resolve. Lu Chen glanced at his phone. On the screen was an unread message from his homeroom teacher. The content was straightforward: Lu Chen, meet with the discipline office tomorrow morning. Suyao's parents have complained that you maliciously injured a classmate's pet. This matter is not over. Heh, Suyao. Lu Chen turned off his phone, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. That foolish woman pretending to be a saint in the chemical factory, only to have her pet ruined? Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Lu Chen stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the dark night outside and the brightly lit wealthy district in the distance. He pulled the black card he won from Lu from his pocket and gently rubbed his fingertips over it. This was just the first bucket of gold. In this world where beast tamers are revered and the weak are preyed upon, only with absolute power can one control their own fate. Coal ball. Woof. Remember to behave well at school tomorrow. In the darkness, the shadows of one person and one dog stretched long, resembling a monster about to devour the dawn. Chapter 7, Moral Kidnapping? Sorry, I have no morals. In the morning, 3rd Beast Taming High School of Linjiang City. Usually, the air would be filled with the anxiety flavor called college entrance exam, but this morning at Class 3, 2, the atmosphere was particularly strange. As soon as Lu Chen stepped into the hallway, dozens of gazes shot toward him like searchlights. Contempt, gloating, waiting to watch the show sympathy was the only thing missing. Look, that useless fellow has arrived. I heard Suyao cried all night yesterday that water arrow frog was cultivated by Zhang Hao for over 100,000. It was ruined by this waste with sulfuric acid. How cruel. An F-level talent can't compete, so they use chemical agents. Such a person is simply a disgrace to beast tamers. The conversation was not intentionally hushed, and Lu Chen walked past with a blank expression. Lu Gu. Over here. In the corner, Wang Fatty waved toward Lu Chen with a sweating forehead. Lu Chen walked over, and Wang Fatty hurriedly pulled him into a stairwell corner, whispering urgently, Lu Gu, are you even thinking about coming to school? Run. The discipline office is in uproar. Su Yao called her dad. That's Su Chang. A bronze 5-star beast master, the director at the construction bureau. And Zhang Hao, that sycophant, is over there fanning the flames, saying your actions are inhumane and demanding your expulsion. Seeing Wang Fatty's face trembling with worry, Lu Chen patted his shoulder, his tone calm. Run? I paid tuition, why should I run? But. Fatty, remember this, in the face of absolute strength, power sometimes doesn't help. After saying this, Lu Chen turned and walked straight toward the discipline office at the end of the hallway. Bang! A thick palm slammed hard on the redwood desk of the discipline office. This is simply outrageous. As a student, bringing high-concentration corrosive liquid into campus and maliciously injuring a classmate's pet. This troublemaker must be expelled. We must call security. Roaring was the head of the discipline office, Li Gang, a typical snob, who was now spitting with rage at the doorway. Sitting on the genuine leather sofa in the office was a middle-aged man in a suit, with an arrogant expression that was Su Yao's father, Su Chang. Beside him sat Su Yao, her eyes puffy and red, cradling the skin-licking, weak water arrow frog, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Standing next to them was Zhang Hao, who added with an air of righteousness, Director. At that moment, I was dumbfounded. Lu Chen was pouring sulfuric acid directly into the frog's mouth. How cruel. Creak. The door was pushed open. Lu Chen walked in with one hand in his pocket, taking his time. Oh, everyone is here. Lu Chen glanced around, his gaze finally landing on Li Gang. Director, who did you just say you wanted to expel? Lu Chen. Do you dare to act like this? Li Gang pointed at Lu Chen's nose. Look at the trouble you caused. Mr. Su has already complained to the board. If you don't give an account today, you can forget about reading this book. Lu Chen was not frightened. He calmly walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup with water, and slowly spoke. Account? I don't think I need to give any account. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Hao jumped out. My water arrow frog is ruined. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Zhang Hao, if you hadn't been blind yesterday, you should have seen very clearly. Lu Chen turned around, his voice low but cutting. It was Su Ya who ordered the water arrow frog to use the high-pressure water gun against me. According to Article 3 of the Beastmaster's Management Law, if a pet actively attacks a human in a non-competitive area, I have the right to retaliate without restrictions. I didn't tell you to kill it. Su Ya screamed, you clearly could have dodged. Dodge? With my F-rank talent and weak physique, I couldn't dodge. Lu Chen spread his hands, looking innocent. As for the sulfuric acid, I bought it as a toilet cleaner and accidentally spilled it. Who told your frog to open its mouth so wide? You are shameless. Su Ya shook with anger. Enough. Su Chang, who had been silent, suddenly stood up, a pressure from a bronze-level beast master exploding instantly, making the air in the room seem to freeze. Kid, I don't care if it was intentional or not. My daughter has been wronged, and you must pay the price. Su Chang's gaze was fierce as he slowly approached Lu Chen. I'll give you two choices. First, compensate 500,000 and expel yourself. Second, I'll let my rock giant bear teach you some respect. Roar. With Su Chang's summon array flashing, a giant bear, 2 meters tall and covered in thick granite-like armor, appeared out of nowhere, its heavy body making the floor groan. Bronze 5 stars, rock giant bear. The brutal beastly aura hit like a wave, causing Li Gang to shrink behind the desk, and Zhang Hao's face turned pale. Lu Chen stood before the giant bear, his figure so thin it looked like paper. But he did not retreat. Not only did he not retreat, but he also looked up at Su Chang, his eyes flashing with madness. Director Su, such great authority. Lu Chen smiled, revealing his white teeth, openly summoning pets in school to intimidate students. Su Chang, have you enjoyed your little position enough? You dare threaten me? Su Chang was taken aback. He didn't expect a poor student to speak like that. I'm just a worthless life, barefoot and unafraid of the one in shoes. Lu Chen casually said with his hands in his pockets, 500,000? I don't have it. Expulsion? Not possible. As for respect. Lu Chen suddenly looked up, his eyes showing no fear, only a chilling calm and ferocity. If you want to make a move, do it quickly. But I have to remind you, your rock giant bear has good defenses, but if it loses its eyes and rots its nose, I think you'll feel heartache for a long time, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow darted out like lightning and landed on the desk. It was a dog. But not a dog as people usually imagine. Now Cole, covered in pitch-black keratin scales, had a row of backward spines growing on its back. The original dog teeth had turned into pale tusks, and saliva dripping from its mouth landed on the mahogany desk, instantly bubbling into white smoke and etching small black pits. More terrifying was that it was surrounded by a layer of faint dark green mist. The mist just spread a little, and the closest money tree instantly withered, its leaves turning black and falling. Skill, corrupting toxic mist, passive trigger. Warning, high concentration corrosive toxin detected. What kind of monster is this? Li Gang covered his mouth and nose in terror. Su Chang's pupils suddenly shrank. As a seasoned beast master, he instinctively felt danger. Although this dog only had the life energy of a novice level, that nauseating aura of poison made his rock giant bear instinctively take a step back. That poison could really break defenses. What's wrong? Not going to make a move? Lu Chen petted the coal ball's fierce back, his fingertips stained with a bit of poisonous mist, yet unharmed. If you're not going to act, I'll be leaving. I still have class to attend. The situation froze for a moment. Su Chang's face was ashen. Of course, he didn't dare to kill anyone at school, he had only wanted to use his imposing presence to intimidate this student into paying up and leaving. But who would have thought this kid was a lunatic? And that mutated dog was truly strange. At that moment, Zhang Hao, who had been eager to show off, felt his chance had come. He thought Su Chang was bound by school rules. If he could take care of Lu Chen himself, he would definitely earn the favor of the Su family. Lu Chen! Stop pretending to be mysterious here. Zhang Hao bellowed, it's just a mutated mutt, watch how my Iron Claw Eagle tears it apart. Iron Claw Eagle, dive and shred. Zhang Hao quickly summoned a fierce bird with a wingspan of over a meter, screeching as it lunged towards the coal ball on the desk. The Iron Claw Eagle was a novice level 9 beast, famous for its speed and sharp claws. Looking for death. Lu Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, he just said coolly, coal ball, deal with it. Woof roar. The coal ball opened its big mouth suddenly, not to bite, but to swell its throat and spray a rich, dark green mist towards the charging Ironclaw Eagle. Corrupting poison mist active spray. The Ironclaw Eagle charged too fast, diving straight into the toxic mist. The next second. Gah! A chilling scream echoed throughout the entire administration office. The once impressive Ironclaw Eagle fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Its proud iron feathers quickly softened and corroded in the poison mist, exposing its bloody flesh underneath. Even more terrifying was the poison entering its body. It convulsed all over, foaming at the mouth, and it looked like it was done for. Instantly killed. The entire area fell silent. Even Su Chang gasped in shock. What kind of poison is this? A novice level instantly killed of the same rank? And such a tyrannical area attack at that. Lu Chen walked over and kicked the still twitching Ironclaw Eagle to Zhang Hao's feet, as if kicking away trash. Zhang Hao, it seems your bird isn't doing too well. Lu Chen said blandly, anyone else want to give it a try? Zhang Hao looked at his half-disabled beast, scared out of his wits, sitting down on the ground, trembling all over. Lu Chen turned to look at the pale-faced Li Gang and the expression-complex Su Chang. Director Li, since this is just a sparring between classmates, a little injury is normal, right? Just like that water arrow frog, if you're just not good enough, don't come out and embarrass yourself. After saying that, Lu Chen didn't even give them a chance to respond. He opened the door and strode out. In the hallway, the students who had originally gathered to watch scattered like they had seen a plague, creating a wide path. In everyone's eyes, what began as disdain transformed into deep fear. After leaving the teaching building, he came to a deserted corner of the playground. The chubby Wang finally came to his senses, his excitement making his face flush. Wow! Wow! Brother Lu! You were so amazing! Just now Su Chang's face was green like never before. Ha ha ha! So satisfying! But there was no joy on Lu Chen's face. He leaned against a tree trunk, breathing slightly heavier. Just now, facing the pressure of a bronze level 5, his back had already been soaked with sweat. But he had to be tough, had to be crazy, otherwise, he would be completely devoured by that group today. Fatty, don't be too happy too soon. Lu Chen said solemnly, people like Su Chang, while not daring to act openly, will surely resort to dirty tricks behind the scenes. And that Lu from the beast fighting arena. I am now in a desperate situation. What should we do? Fatty panicked. Lu Chen looked towards the western sky. On the edge of Linjiang City, there lay a vast wilderness. I have something I must do. I won't be coming to school for a while. Where are you going, Lu Ge? To the wilds of the West District. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Now, the coal ball had already reached the peak of the 9-star trainee level, stuck at the threshold of evolution. Just one level 1 zombie crystal combined with the S-level talent Gluttony would allow the coal ball to complete its first leap in life and evolve into a true bio-magic dog, complete form. By then, he would have the confidence to confront Lu Boppi's wind demon wolf head-on. Help me ask for a leave, just say. I went to get sulfuric acid for the bathroom. Lu Chen patted the dazed fat guy, tightened his backpack, and turned to walk out of the school gate. His back was lonely and tall, like a lone wolf entering the wilderness. Destination, West District Abandoned Industrial Park, Level 1 Zombie Wandering Area. Chapter 8, Hunting Ground, Who is the Prey? In the West District of Linjiang City, the Abandoned Industrial Park. This place is referred to by locals as Zone 9 of Death. 10 years ago, this was the economic backbone of Linjiang City, until the chemical leak accident that engulfed the entire district occurred. A purple toxic mist covered the area for 3 full months, and when the fog lifted, what was left were mutated plants, decaying buildings, and those who no longer counted as humans, the walking dead. Creak. A yellow taxi suddenly slammed on the brakes 2 kilometers away from the blockade line. Young man, I really can't go any further. The driver was an old beast master with 20 years of driving experience. Although he only had a pet named Navigation Dove, his sense of danger was extremely sharp. He turned back to look at the young man in the back seat, dressed in a black hoodie with the brim pulled low, his eyes like he was looking at a madman going to die. It's not clean around here lately. I heard the zombies inside seem to have mutated again. A bronze-level hunting team just went in a few days ago. Let's stop here, thanks. Lu Chen handed over a crumpled 20 yuan bill, the change he had just gotten from a roadside convenience store. As he opened the door and got out, a gust of wind mixed with rust, mold, and some sweet, rotting odor blew towards him. Lu Chen took a deep breath. For an ordinary person, this would be a deadly poison, but for him, this smell made every cell in his body stir slightly. It was S-level talent Gluttony cheering, craving. Let's go, coal ball. Lu Chen tightened the strap of his backpack and did not release the coal ball, but directly climbed over the barbed wire that read, High Danger Zone, Trespassers Die. Inside the industrial park, it was deathly silent. Only the occasional wind howled through the abandoned factory buildings, sounding eerily like the cries of ghosts. Lu Chen walked on the cracked concrete pavement, keeping his eye of truth always activated. In his sight, the surrounding world was not just grey ruins but filled with individual bouncing data boxes. Mutated withered grass, worthless, contains trace radiation. Rusty steel bars, scrap structure fragile. 30 meters ahead, in the shadows, level 1 zombie, ordinary currently dormant. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him, in a security booth, a figure in tattered uniform slumped with its head against the wall. Its skin displayed a strange bluish-gray color, half of its face rotten, exposing the jaw, the nails long and black, resembling sharp daggers. Level 1 ordinary zombie, combat power equivalent to 5-star trainee. Lu Chen calmly assessed, just right for Coalball to warm up. Hiss. Coalball could hardly contain itself, its black figure darted out like a ghost. It landed on the ground, its pale green eyes fixated on the prey in the security booth, the acidic liquid dripping from its mouth corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. There was no need for Lu Chen to give orders, the combat instinct of Coalball had already awakened. It lowered its body, making no sound whatsoever. The bone spurs on his back stood up slightly, like a fully drawn bow. Go, but don't make too much noise, Lu Chen whispered. Before his words even faded, the Coalball transformed into a black shadow. The zombie in the security booth seemed to smell living flesh, raising its head sharply and letting out a murky roar from its throat. But its movement was too slow. Before it could stand up, a thick, dark green mist sprayed all over. Corrupted toxic fog. Zzzz. The piercing sound of corrosion instantly rang out. The zombie's tough skin crumbled and liquefied like paper in front of the toxic mist. It waved its claws in agony, trying to grasp the Coalball, but the Coalball nimbly jumped aside, then opened its mouth filled with syringe-like fangs, biting down on the zombie's neck. Crack! The sound of the cervical vertebra breaking was crisp and delightful. The zombie's struggles came to an abrupt halt. The battle ended too quickly, lasting only 3 seconds. The Coalball released its mouth, disdainfully spitting out a piece of rotten flesh. Its taste was now quite picky. Although this low-level zombie meat had toxins, it contained too little energy, not enough to even fill the gaps between its teeth. Lu Chen stepped forward, using a folding knife to pry open the back of the zombie's head. Empty. Sure enough, the probability of a regular zombie producing a crystal core is less than 1 in 1,000. Lu Chen shook off the black blood from the knife with some disappointment. It seems I need to find that big guy. According to the information he found on the Beast Tamer forum, a metal tyrant was recently roaming this area, a type of elite zombie that was very likely to evolve into a bronze-level fierce beast. Only monsters of this level would have a 100% chance of condensing a level 1 zombie crystal inside them. Keep going inside. Lu Chen led the Coalball, and their figures gradually disappeared into the shadows of the abandoned factory. Not long after Lu Chen left, 2 figures silently appeared beside the security booth. TSK, a one-hit kill. The neck was just bitten off, and there are strong acidic erosion marks at the wound. One man, thin and wearing a gas mask, crouched down, examining the zombie's body, his voice muffled through the mask. It seems the target's so-called F-level talent is fake. The killing power of this pet beast is at least peak apprentice level 9 stars, or even stronger. Who cares how many stars? The other man was a bald, burly guy, playing with 2 iron balls in his hand, a cruel gleam in his eyes. Supervisor Lu said that the one called Grim Reaper is just a poor kid with no connections. As long as he enters this wilderness, dying is just dying for nothing. That kid just won over 100,000, and that unnamed black card has to be taken back. Be careful, Lao San. The thin man stood up, his gaze scanning the surroundings with suspicion. I always feel something is off. What feels off? 2 peak apprentice beast tamers, plus a black iron 4-star shadow cat and a black iron 5-star earth ripper bear, can't kill a high school student? The bald man scoffed. Hurry up, don't let him get eaten by wild monsters, otherwise, it will be hard to get the money back. The 2 exchanged a glance, summoned their respective beast pets, and followed Lu Chen's trail. Chemicals factory core area. The air here had become somewhat sticky, visibility less than 50 meters. Lu Chen crouched above a broken pipe, his gaze piercing through the mist, locking onto an open space below. There hovered a gigantic zombie. It stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, its muscles inflating like they were pumped, with skin showing a metallic dark gray color. Its left arm had transformed into a huge bone shield, while its right arm dragged a fire axe that had been taken apart from somewhere. Target, metal zombie, mutant. Level, black iron 3-star, elite. Weakness, at the neck joint, old injury on the right knee. Drops, level 1 zombie crystal, probability 100%. Finally found it. A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This is the last piece of the Coalball's evolution puzzle. As long as we get this crystal, combined with the transformation of the Gluttony talent, the Coalball can break through to bronze level tonight. Coalball, same old rule. Lu Chen lowered his voice, "You distracted head-on, use the poisonous mist to block its sight. This thing has thick skin, it's unwise to forcefully confront it. Attack its lower body." The coal ball let out a low growl, indicating it understood. However, just as Lu Chen was about to issue the attack order, he suddenly felt a chill run down the back of his neck. The Eye of Truth suddenly throbbed, and a data box on the edge of his sight turned bright red in an instant. Warning! High-energy reaction approaching. At 5 o'clock behind, 12 meters away, a black iron 4-star fierce beast Shadowcat, in stealth mode. Someone? Lu Chen reacted with lightning speed. Without any hesitation, the charge order he was about to give to the coal ball instantly changed to Coal ball. Turn around. Spray. This sudden change caught the ambusher completely off guard. The Shadowcat, originally preparing to pounce on Lu Chen's throat using the shadows, was greeted not by the frail human neck but by a powerful spray of acidic liquid. Put. The coal ball's reaction speed had far surpassed others of its level after several evolutions. This powerful acid spray was accumulated over a long time, strong enough to melt through steel. Meow. A piercing cat scream suddenly tore through the silence. The Shadowcat cried out in agony as it fell from the air, its once proud smooth fur corroded to reveal large, charcoal black wounds, deep enough to see bone. One eye had even been blinded by the acid. What? From behind the nearby ruins, a furious roar sounded. The thin man wearing a gas mask suddenly burst out, incredulously staring at the pet rolling on the ground. How could you possibly discover the stealthy Shadowcat? Want to be the Yellow Sparrow? Lu Chen slowly stood up from the pipe, looking down at the man with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, you're not even a mantis. Old 3. Stop hiding. Attack. The thin man cried out in pain as he recalled the Shadowcat. Boom. The wall beside them shattered violently, and a black iron 5-star fierce beast called Earth-Shattering Bear roared out, ridden by a bald, muscular man. Little brat, quite sneaky. The bald man grinned menacingly. You actually ruined old 2's cat. But that's alright, I love torturing geniuses. Remember, don't offend Supervisor Lu in your next life. Supervisor Lu? Lu the Skinner? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing it was indeed that smiling tiger. The situation became critical in an instant. In front were 2 seasoned killers, a black iron 5-star violent bear, and a black iron 4-star Shadowcat that, although injured, still had combat strength. Behind was an elite monster iron-skin zombie awakened by the commotion, letting out an angry roar. This was essentially a deadlock. If it were a typical high school student, they would probably have already wet themselves in fear. But Lu Chen smiled. A smile that was somewhat deranged, somewhat mad. Supervisor Lu really thinks highly of me, sending 2 black iron-level beasts to kill me, a trainee beastmaster, but... Lu Chen pulled out a glass bottle filled with silver liquid from the side of his backpack. This was the deadly mercury he had scavenged from the ghost market, also prepared as a snack for the coal ball. Crack! He crushed the bottle neck with one hand, pouring the deadly liquid onto the ground in front of the coal ball. Coal ball, mealtime. Without hesitation, the coal ball flicked its tongue and swallowed the mixture of glass shards and toxic mercury. Gluttony talent activated. Forced digestion, converting toxins into energy, temporary eruption state activated. The next second, the black scales on the coal ball suddenly opened wide, and billowing black-green smoke gushed out from the gaps. Its size visibly swelled, and the green light in its eyes turned into bloodthirsty crimson. What the hell is that thing? It's eating mercury? The bald man looked on with wide eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Just have the Earth-Shattering Bear smash him. The thin man shouted. Earthbreaker. Rock smash. The Earthbreaker roared, charging toward Lu Chen's tunnel like a heavy tank. But Lu Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, pointing at the approaching metal zombie, and loudly commanded. Coal ball. Toxic mist barrier. Draw that bear over to the zombies. This was Lu Chen's plan. Using force against force. Coal ball roared, opening its mouth wide, and an unprecedented thick toxic mist erupted, not attacking the Earthbreaker, but directly engulfing the area between the Earthbreaker and the metal zombie. The toxic mist had a blinding effect. The Earthbreaker charged into the mist, instantly losing sight of Lu Chen, wildly waving its bare paws by instinct. On the other side, the enraged metal zombie also dashed into the mist. It felt no pain, only the instinct to kill, sensing a large life form ahead, raising its fire axe and swinging down. Clang! A deafening clash of metal sounded. The fire axe struck the Earthbreaker's shoulder hard, although it didn't break through its defense. The immense force staggered the Earthbreaker. Roar! The Earthbreaker was furious, believing Lu Chen's pet had attacked it, and it turned around to slap the metal zombie's head fiercely. The 2 colossal beasts instantly wrestled together in the toxic mist. Bastard! That's a wild monster. Bring the bear back. The thin man realized the situation, shouting urgently. But it was already too late. The toxic mist spread, obscuring vision and disrupting mental connections. Now, it's our turn. Lu Chen's voice suddenly echoed behind the thin man, like the whisper of death. The man froze, unable to turn around before he felt a chill on his neck. Lu Chen had somehow circled to the side, with a folding knife pressed against his carotid artery. Next to Lu Chen, Cobalt, shrouded in toxic gas, stared at the bald muscular man, toxic liquid dripping from its sharp fangs. I think we need to talk again. Lu Chen leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, about Lu Bapi, and how you plan to die. Chapter 9, Evolution. Killing weapons, biohazard hounds. Don't act rashly. We're all after money. The thin man felt the cold edge against his carotid artery, cold sweat instantly soaking through the lining of his gas mask. At that moment, he truly realized the intel was wrong. This was no lucky high school student, this was a cold-blooded criminal. After money? Lu Chen pressed the folding knife slightly down, cutting through the skin, blood seeping along the blade. How much did Lu Bapi pay you to kill me? 300,000. The thin man stammered. Only 300,000? A hint of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Is my life so cheap? It seems Director Lu is too stingy. The bald muscular man was now fearful, staring intensely at Lu Chen. Kid, let him go, and we'll leave right now. Today's events never happened. That shadow cat is nothing. I'll take the blame. Lu Chen tilted his head, seemingly considering the offer seriously. Just when the bald muscular man thought there was a chance, his muscles relaxed slightly. PFF. The sound of a blade slicing into soft tissue. Blood spurted like a fountain, splattering on the dusty tunnel. The thin man's eyes widened, his hands clutching his throat, gasping like a bellows, his body weakening and sliding down. Until his death, he couldn't believe Lu Chen had delivered a fatal blow during their conversation. If you're here to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. Lu Chen flicked the blood off the knife, his tone as calm as if discussing what to have for dinner. Also, I don't like leaving hidden dangers overnight. Second brother. The bald muscular man's eyes reddened with rage, roaring, I will tear you apart. Earthbreaker. Come back. Forget that damn zombie. However, in the poisonous fog, the battle between the two colossal beasts had reached a fever pitch. Although the earth-cracking bear heard its master's call, it had become blinded by rage. The fire axe in the hands of the iron-skinned zombie deeply sank into its shoulder blade, while its bare paw smashed half of the zombie's rib cage. The deadly poison was eroding its nerves, and the pain plunged it into a frenzy, utterly incapable of following commands. It seems your bear doesn't obey very well. Lu Chen turned around, looking at the bald, muscular man. At that moment, the coal ball, which had been gathering strength, finally moved. Roar! Having consumed mercury, the coal ball was in an incredibly unstable, furious state. Its limbs pushed against the ground, and the cement surface instantly shattered. The black figure shot forward like a fired cannonball, charging at the bald, muscular man. Get out of the way! The bald man shouted angrily, drawing a machete from his waist and striking hard at the oncoming shadow. As a seasoned beast master, his physical fitness exceeded that of ordinary people. But the coal ball now was a monster that had grown stronger from poison. Clang! The scales on its body opened and closed, emitting waves of hot air. The mercury and poison it had devoured surged violently within it, urgently needing an outlet. Swallow it. Lu Chen handed over the crystal. Coal ball showed no hesitation, rolling its tongue to swallow the zombie crystal large enough to kill an ordinary pet beast. Boom! In the next moment, Coal ball's body suddenly arched, letting out a painful yet excited roar. It felt as if a furnace had ignited within it. Lu Chen activated his eye of truth, focusing intently on Coal ball's transformation. Analyzing. Materials being fused: strong acid, basic, mutated Corpseflower, wood/toxin, lethal mercury, gold/toxin, level 1 zombie crystal, undead/toxin. S-class talent Gluttony intervention in progress excluding rejection reactions. Gene recombination begins. Evolution route confirmed, biochemical demon dog complete form. As Coal ball's originally jet-black body began to undergo dramatic changes. Crack, crack, crack. The explosive sound of growing bones echoed endlessly. Its size began to increase, from the size of a large dog to a height of 1.2 meters at the shoulder and nearly 2 meters in length. The keratin scales covering its body began to metallize, presenting a dark matte sheen, as if forged from fine steel. The bone spikes on its back grew thicker and sharper, with tiny holes appearing at the tips that occasionally spewed faint green toxic smoke. The most terrifying were its limbs, where muscle lines tightened like steel cables, and the claws became longer, shimmering with cold blue light. 10 minutes later. All sounds subsided. A terrifying beast filled with the aesthetics of violence and biochemical texture stood quietly amid the ruins. It slowly opened its eyes. The previously grim green pupils had now turned dark red, like two burning ghostly flames. Cold, brutal, it filled with absolute submission as it gazed at Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen, a brand new attribute panel appeared. Pet name, Hellish Biochemical Dog, Coalball. Attributes, Toxin/Steel/Undead. Species level, Advanced War General, Potential. Current strength, Bronze 1 star, Beginner. Status, Perfect Evolution, Lethal Toxic Charge. Skills. Strong Acid Spray, Mastery Power Increased, able to melt through black iron level defensive gear, with splash effects. Corrosive Poison Jail, Advanced Decayed Poison Mist able to create an area that continuously inflicts corrosive damage. Within this area, Coalball speed and recovery are significantly enhanced. Gluttony Armor, passive metallized shell created after devouring mercury and zombie crystals, significantly enhances physical resistance and inflicts poisonous infection on contact. Grim Reaper's Claw, new claws infused with lethal poison and tearing effects, making wounds hard to heal and causing continuous bleeding. Evaluation, it is a moving biochemical weapon, a Death Reaper on the battlefield. Ordinary antidotes are ineffective against the damage it inflicts. Bronze 1 star Advanced War General Potential. Lu Chen caressed Coalball's cold, hard metal back, the sensation like touching a heavy armored vehicle. Now, even facing Lu's Wind Demon Wolf, you can tear it apart, right? Gore. Coalball let out a low growl, rubbing its large head against Lu Chen's palm. Though it had grown terrifying, it remained the loyal companion. Lu Chen glanced at the scene of chaos around. 2 human corpses and 2 beast corpses. This place reeks of blood, it will soon attract stronger monsters. Lu Chen collected his emotions, cleared away all traces, mainly taking away valuables, and then hopped onto Coalball's back. The evolved Coalball was big enough to carry him, and that layer of metal armor was very stable. Let's go, Coalball. Lu Chen looked back at the direction of Lingjiang City. Under the night, the city lights were flickering like ghosts. Since some people don't want me to have a proper education, I'll go back to give them a lesson. About what cruelty is a lesson in biology. Coalball tensed its limbs, instantly turning into a black flash. Disappearing into the vast wilderness. In the underground office of the Colosseum in Lingjiang City. Lu Poppy was leaning back with his legs crossed, shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. Calculating the time, those 2 guys should have succeeded, right? He glanced at the clock on the wall. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, don't blame me for being untrustworthy. Blame yourself for being too clever and too weak. In this cannibalistic world, a smart person without backing usually doesn't live long. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Lu Poppy's mouth curled up, thinking it was good news. After answering the call, it was not a familiar voice on the other end, but a raspy, deep voice processed by a voice changer. Supervisor Lu, your 2 dogs are lost. I casually took care of them for you. Lu Poppy's smile instantly froze, and the glass in his hand shattered with a loud crash. Who are you? Who I am is not important. The voice on the other end carried a hint of mockery. What's important is that you owe me a debt, and I will come to collect it personally. Clean your neck and wait, Lu Poppy. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. Lu Poppy held the receiver with veins bulging on the back of his hand, and a chill shot straight from his feet to the crown of his head. That was Lu Chen's voice. Even after processing, he would never mistake the madness and calmness in that tone. 2 black iron level professional assassins, along with 2 black iron pets, had all been wiped out? Come here. Find out where that Grim Reaper is. Lu Poppy roared, but what he did not know was that at this very moment, that Grim Reaper was riding back from the wilderness, bringing his nightmares with him. Chapter 10, Drug Withdrawal Notice in the ICU. Lingjiang City Central Hospital, midnight. The sharp smell of disinfectant penetrated his nostrils, forcibly suppressing the rusty scent from the wilderness on Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen washed his hands in the public restroom on the first floor of the inpatient department for a full 10 minutes, until the dark red stains from under his nails completely vanished. He turned his jacket, stained with gunpowder and dust, inside out, confirming that there was not a strong smell of blood, before quickly stepping into the elevator. The elevator numbers blinked and finally stopped on the 12th floor. ICU Critical Care Unit. This area is the quietest and the most expensive in the entire hospital. Every tick of the machines represents not only the continuation of life but also the money flowing away like water. Lu Chen walked down the familiar hallway toward the special care ward at the end. That was the living space he must fight for his sister, Lu Qing, even if he had to bear high-interest loans. Lu Qing suffers from spiritual overflow syndrome, a very rare congenital disease. Those with this illness have an incredibly powerful innate soul, but they suffer due to their weak mortal bodies. They need daily injections of expensive suppressants to sustain life, and even so, it's just barely hanging on. When Lu Chen reached the familiar glass door, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. The bed that should have been occupied by Lu Qing, bed number 3, was now empty. The sheets were removed, revealing a cold, bare mattress, and the vital sign monitor beside it was also displaying a black screen. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and an unprecedented sense of panic exploded along his spine. He had not panicked when facing two black iron-level assassins in the wilderness, nor when encountering groups of zombies, but at this moment, his hands were trembling slightly. Nurse. Lu Chen rushed to the nurse station, his voice hoarse and fearful. Where is the patient in bed 3? Where did Lu Chen go? The duty nurse was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, deeply focused on sorting through a stack of documents. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, she looked up, her eyes flashing with a complex sympathy, then sighed helplessly. Lu Chen, you finally came. The nurse manager stepped out from behind the counter and pointed to the other end of the hallway, her voice low. Go check the extra bed area, it's over by the ventilation shaft. Extra bed area? Ventilation shaft? Lu Chen followed the direction of her finger. There was a busy corridor, the largest wind passage on the entire floor. A simple mobile hospital bed was squeezed next to the fire hydrant. And on it lay a shadow so weak that it seemed to consist only of bones. On the girl's body lay a thin blanket, which could not block the cold wind of the deep night. She curled up into a ball, her pale little face covered by an oxygen mask. And with each difficult breath, a faint white mist would appear on the mask. That was Lu Chen. She was Lu Chen's only family in this world, his only soft spot. Lu Chen felt a buzzing in his head and rushed over. As if sensing the familiar footsteps, the girl on the hospital bed trembled her eyelashes and struggled to open her eyes. They were very beautiful eyes, but they seemed a bit murky from long-term suffering. The moment she saw Lu Chen, the pain in her eyes was forced back, replaced by an extremely weak smile. She wanted to raise her hand, but she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Lu Chen quickly half-knelt beside the bed and held her small hand, which was as cold as ice. Brother, you're back. Lu Chen's voice was very soft, and through the oxygen mask, it sounded like some broken wind. Cough cough, was work smooth today? Lu Chen felt like there was a lump of cotton in his throat, painfully sharp. Clearly, she was left out in the cold corridor, clearly suffering from the excruciating pain caused by overflowing spiritual energy. Yet her first words were still about worrying for him. Brother is fine, brother earned money. Lu Chen lowered his head, resting his forehead on his sister's hand, his voice deep. Tell me, why are you here? Who moved you out? Lu Chen's eyes flickered, and she forced herself to show a hint of playfulness. I moved out myself feeling too stuffy inside. You know, brother, that special care ward is too expensive, it costs thousands a day, I wanted to save you some money. Tell the truth. Lu Chen interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Lu Chen froze for a moment, her eyes instantly reddening, but she bit her lip and refused to speak. Is it because of unpaid fees, or is someone deliberately making things difficult? A cold yet somewhat helpless voice sounded from behind. The head nurse approached with several bottles of intravenous medicine. Skillfully changing Lu Chen's dressing as she quietly said, Lu Chen, you've made it hard for this child. This matter is not about money. The head nurse glanced around and leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear, saying, this afternoon, a director Su from the Urban Construction Bureau called the hospital director. He said that since someone was not following the rules at school, as punishment, the public utility low-cost special medicines quota should not be given to families of those who do not follow the rules. Also, Director Su said that the resources of the special care ward are tight and should be given to those who need it more. So this hospital, we are just workers, there's nothing we can do. Director Su. Su Chang. Lu Chen lowered his head, slowly squeezing out a breath of cold air between his teeth. Very good. Since you couldn't kill me during the day at school, you turned around to target my younger sister who was still in junior high. The so-called those who need it more means throwing a critically ill patient who may die from respiratory failure at any moment into a drafty corridor to fend for herself? Moreover, the head nurse hesitated, looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's condition is very bad now. Once the cheap suppressor was stopped, her body reacted greatly. To maintain her vital signs, we must use imported medicines that are fully self-funded, which cost 5,000 each, and cannot use medical insurance. The finance department has already issued the final ultimatum. If the payment is not made, the foredrip must also be stopped. 5,000 for one. It's tens of thousands a day. For any ordinary family, this is a disaster. Su Chang wanted money, wanted to force Lu Chen to death, to the point of making him kneel down and beg for mercy. At that moment, Lu Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it. It was a message from an unknown number. Lu Chen, is the hospital corridor cold? This is the result of offending me. I'm not unreasonable, though. Tomorrow morning, bring your dead dog to my door, kneel, and knock your head 3 times. Maybe, if I'm feeling merciful, I'll have my dad call the hospital to extend your sister's life for a few more days. Su Yao. The white light from the phone screen illuminated Lu Chen's face, leaving him expressionless. If this had been the old good-for-nothing Lu Chen, he might have felt despair, rage, and might even have knelt for his sister. But this was the new Lu Chen, the one who had just crawled back from the hellish wilderness. His backpack contained a blood-stained mountain-opening knife, and his beast space held a hellhound craving for flesh and blood. Anger? No. At this moment, Lu Chen was eerily calm, like the dead silence just before a storm. He didn't reply to the message, just turned off the screen and put the phone back in his pocket. Head nurse. Lu Chen stood up and took out a stack of warm bills from the tattered school uniform lining, along with 2 bank cards taken from the assassins. Swipe the card. His voice was calm, without a ripple. Get my sister the best medicine, the best ward. If the money isn't enough, I'll go get more. If they won't let her stay in the ICU, give her a VIP room. That's not managed by the Urban Construction Bureau, right? The head nurse froze. She looked at the young man in front of her. Though his clothes were tattered and covered in dirt, the cold, chilling aura emanating from him made even her, someone used to life and death, feel a shiver down her spine. Well, the VIP ward is available as long as you pay, but the deposit. Here's 110,000. Lu Chen slapped the 2 cards and 10,000 in cash onto the stainless steel tray, the metal cards clinking sharply. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Pay first, and get her transferred. The head nurse gave him a deep look but didn't ask any more questions about the source of the money. She grabbed the items and rushed to the payment desk. I'll take care of it right now. The transfer will be arranged immediately. The hallway fell silent again. Lu Chen sat back on the bed and carefully tucked in the blanket. Lu Chen kept her big eyes wide open, staring at him. She seemed to have a lot of questions, but in the end, she said nothing. She just reached out her finger and gently hooked Lu Chen's pinky. Brother, don't do anything foolish, she whispered. Lu Chen took her hand in his and gave her a gentle, reassuring smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. In his heart, he silently added the rest of the sentence. I won't do anything foolish. I'll only kill people. Su Chang, Su Yao. Since you don't want me to live, don't want my sister to live. Then this time, I will make sure your Su family is wiped out, no one and nothing left. Lu Chen lowered his head and gently kissed his sister's forehead. In his eyes, a flash of crimson light, like that of an evil ghost, briefly flickered in the dimly lit corridor. Sleep, Ching Ching. When you wake up tomorrow, everything will be better. Brother promises you. Chapter 11, The Ambush at the School Gate. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, falling on the gate of Lingzheng 3rd Beastmaster High School, but it couldn't dissipate the coldness that lingered there. It was the peak of school rush hour, but unlike usual, when students hurried to the morning study session, they were now gathered around the school gate in tight clusters, as if drawn by some unseen force. Whispers buzzed like flies, all eyes focused on the boy in the faded school uniform. Lu Chen stood in the center of the crowd, carrying his old backpack with a calm expression. Inside that backpack, there was a black iron-level mountain opening knife that had tasted blood just yesterday. The bloody smell on the edge of the blade had been carefully wiped away by him with alcohol, but that lingering murderous aura seemed to remain in the fibers. In front of him blocking the way were 2 old acquaintances. Su Yao's eyes were swollen like peaches, and her originally beautiful face appeared somewhat twisted due to extreme resentment. She stared intensely at Lu Chen, her gaze filled with such hatred that it seemed she wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from him. Standing next to her, Zhang Hao wore a proud expression of false power, although the disabled Iron Claw Eagle pained him. Today, with the mighty Su family behind him, he felt invincible. Everyone, look! This is the perverted Lu Chen! Zhang Hao shouted loudly with his duck-like voice, pointing at Lu Chen, clearly awakened a useless talent, yet out of jealousy for classmate Su Yao, he ruined her water fraud using the despicable method of concentrated sulfuric acid. This kind of person is a potential murderer, everyone stay away from him. The surrounding students immediately erupted in an uproar, their eyes filled with disdain and fear as they looked at Lu Chen. In this world where strength is respected, using chemical agents, a non-beast controlling method, to cripple someone else's pet beast would indeed be seen as heinous and treacherous. Lu Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. He looked at the 2 clowns performing, his right hand stuffed in his pocket. In the beast-controlling space, the coal ball that had just had a hearty meal was sleeping, sensing the emotional fluctuations of its master. Its pair of scarlet compound eyes suddenly opened wide, letting out a low growl. Step aside. Lu Chen calmly uttered 2 words. You dare to be arrogant? Su Yao screamed, pointing her finger at Lu Chen's nose, scolding, Lu Chen, do you think today is still in the guidance office? Look at who that is. Accompanied by a low rumble of an engine, a black government car barreled through the crowd, stopping right in the center of the school gate. The car door opened, and Su Chang stepped out wearing a neat dark Zhongshan suit. Though he was just a director of the Urban Construction Bureau, at that moment, he assumed the authority of an official surveying his territory. Behind him followed 2 bulky men in deep blue uniforms, proudly displaying the badge of the Lingzheng City Guard on their chests, with bulging waists indicating they were carrying standard electric batons and even firearms. Director Su. Dad. You have to stand up for me. Su Yao, seeing her savior, rushed forward with a crying tone. Su Chang patted his daughter's shoulder, his sinister gaze sweeping over the crowd, locking tightly onto Lu Chen. Classmate Lu Chen, we meet again. Su Chang forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his air of superiority obvious. Yesterday in the guidance office I gave the school face and didn't touch you. But you are suspected of intentionally harming others' pet beasts, which is extremely severe. Now, I request these city guard comrades to take you back to assist in the investigation as a family member of the victim. Assist in the investigation? Although the surrounding students were young, they were not foolish. Who didn't know that once you entered such a place, you wouldn't come out unscathed? Su Chang was going to use his private power to completely ruin Lu Chen. The two city guards approached expressionlessly, flanking Lu Chen from both sides, one of them even revealing a shiny pair of handcuffs in hand. Kid, be honest, don't force us to take action. Lu Chen looked at the pair of handcuffs, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, as his brain quickly devised a countermeasure. At that moment, a voice as cool as a crystal spring suddenly rang out. Stop. The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The crowd automatically parted a path, and a girl dressed in a neat school uniform with a red armband on her left arm walked over. The girl had an astonishingly beautiful face, her skin whiter than snow, and her long black hair tied in a high ponytail that swayed slightly with her steps. Her pair of autumn-like eyes were extremely cold. As if nothing in this world could move her. It's Lin Qingxue. That S-class talent, the ice element genius school beauty. I've heard she has been directly admitted to the capital's university. Why would she care about such trivial matters? The students' whispers instantly rose an octave. Lin Qingxue walked in front of the two city guards, extending a long, fair hand to block their way. This is the 3rd Beastmaster High School, under the jurisdiction of the Department of Education. Lin Qingxue's voice had no inflection whatsoever, merely stating a fact. According to the Beastmaster protection law and school rules, unless a formal arrest warrant is issued by the municipal-level police, no external armed forces are allowed to take students from the school gate. Director Su, may I ask if you have an arrest warrant? Su Chang's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect a surprise intervention, especially from the notoriously tough Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue, this guy is a dangerous element, Su Chang said, suppressing his anger. I'm considering campus safety. If he has violated school rules, it should be dealt with by the disciplinary office. If he has broken the law, the police should handle it. Lin Qingxue showed no signs of retreating, her cold, clear eyes stared directly at Su Chang. Although Director Su is the head of the Urban Construction Bureau, it seems you do not have the authority to enforce the law in this manner. Moreover, the so-called intentional harm is still under investigation. Isn't it a bit hasty to put handcuffs on a student in front of everyone? You. Seeing Lin Qingxue speak up for Lu Chen, Su Yao's jealousy erupted instantly. What she hated most was Lin Qingxue's high and mighty attitude. They were both school beauties, so why was Lin Qingxue the favorite of heaven while she had become the laughingstock of the entire school? Lin Qingxue. What are you pretending to be, a champion of justice? Su Yao yelled harshly, you wouldn't have fallen for this useless pretty boy, would you? He's a freak, a poor loser. Is it worth offending my dad for trash like him? Lin Qingxue tilted her head slightly, her indifferent gaze sweeping over Su Yao like she was looking at a stone by the roadside. I don't know him, I'm just upholding the school rules. After saying that, she turned her attention back to Su Chang, her tone becoming a bit heavier. Director Su, morning self-study is about to start. If you insist on forcibly arresting someone, I'll contact the school board and the Department of Education right now. I think they would be very interested in the Urban Construction Bureau interfering in school affairs. Su Chang's face twitched a few times. He certainly understood that Lin Qingxue was not someone to be trifled with. This girl not only had extraordinary talent, but her background was also unfathomably deep. It was said she had connections to the prominent families in the provincial capital. If he forced the issue in front of everyone, it could indeed affect his career as director. All right, very good. Today's students are truly more exceptional than the last. Su Chang smiled through his anger, waving for the two city guards to step back. He turned around, his gaze coldly fixed on Lu Chen, who had been silent. Kid, consider yourself lucky to have a woman speak up for you. But you can dodge the first day, but not the 15th. This matter isn't over, we'll see. As he spoke, he was about to turn and leave, preparing to adopt a more sinister approach, like directly pressuring the disciplinary office to expel Lu Chen. Wait. The silent Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. He walked out from behind Lin Qingxue and directly approached Su Chang. Everyone held their breath. Was this guy crazy? Lin, the school beauty, had worked hard to save him, and he still wanted to provoke? Lu Chen looked at Su Chang's plump face, a chilling smile slowly emerging at the corner of his mouth. Director Su, you just said you can dodge the first day but not the 15th? Lu Chen's voice was very soft, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. Actually, I want to say the same thing. You cut off my sister's medication and left her to wait for death in the hallway. I Don. Are you sure you want to act here? Director Su. Lu Chen's fingers lightly rested on the zipper of his backpack, the blade inside gleaming with a cold light. I'm afraid I can't help but kill you right now. Su Chang's pupils suddenly contracted. This kind of aura. This kid might really have blood on his hands. Su Chang instinctively took a step back, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt. However, Lu Chen had already withdrawn his gaze, adjusted the straps of his backpack, and walked into the school gate with large strides as if nothing had happened. As he passed by Lin Qingxue, he did not stop but quietly said thank you, leaving behind a cold figure. Lin Qingxue stood in place, watching the direction Lu Chen left. For the first time, a ripple appeared in her once calm eyes. This guy. The aura that erupted just now actually made the ice crystal bird in her body feel a little uneasy. F-rank talent? Useless? Lin Qingxue narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Perhaps everyone in the school has misjudged him. Chapter 12, sorry, I'm defending myself. The morning study time passed quickly. Lu Chen thought the school's courses would change after awakening, but in reality, they were still the same old clichés. There was nothing worth listening to. Not only that, but Su Chang and his daughter also swarmed around like a pair of flies, endlessly pestering him. On the large mahogany desk of the office, a report of injury identification was violently slammed down in front of Lu Chen, the papers scattering everywhere. The air was so suffocating that it was hard to breathe. The dean, Li Gang, stood beside him, sweating profusely as he served tea to Su Chang sitting in the main seat, his hands trembling like he was sifting chaff. Su Chang crossed his legs, pointing at the report with a sinister glare as if he were about to devour someone. Lu Chen, look clearly. This is the identification report that the city hospital just faxed over. Su Chang knocked on the desk, his tone chilling. The water arrow frog's mouth and esophagus suffered irreversible chemical corrosion, internal organs are failing, rated as permanently disabled. Your actions constitute attempted murder and malicious destruction of someone else's property. According to school regulations and the public security regulations of Lingjiang City, I have the right to demand immediate expulsion from the school, seal your beast space, and then hand you over to the security bureau to rot in jail. Standing in the corner, Su Yao heard this and a hint of delight appeared on her otherwise gray face. She viciously stared at Lu Chen as if she could already see this poor boy kneeling and begging for mercy. As long as Lu Chen's beast space was destroyed, he would become a useless person, even worse than an ordinary person. At that point, killing him would be easier than killing an ant. On the other side of the room, Lin Qingxue stood with her arms crossed, her cool brows slightly furrowed. Director Su, although the identification result is severe, the cause still needs investigation. Convicting based solely on the result does not follow procedure. Lin Qingxue, facts speak louder than words. Li Gang jumped in at that moment, eager to show off in front of Su Chang. The victim is here crying out. The weapon is still in Lu Chen's bag. What else is there to investigate? This kind of troublemaker must be severely punished. Everyone's eyes focused on Lu Chen, waiting for his reaction. Was it fear? Was it a defense? Or was it despair? But Lu Chen just calmly bent down, picked up a piece of identification paper from the ground, looked at it, and then casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Is the show over? Lu Chen's voice was as flat as if he were asking how the weather was today. Su Chang's face stiffened. What did you say? I said, is your show over? If it's over, then it's my turn. Lu Chen took out a black USB drive from his pocket, which was obtained last night when Wang Pangzi spent big money to hire someone to hack into the monitoring system of the Western District Chemical Factory overnight. It must be said, having a wealthy second-generation friend indeed saved a lot of trouble. He walked straight to the projector in front of the desk, ignoring Li Gang's obstruction. The USB drive was plugged in. Since Director Su speaks of evidence, let's take a look at the evidence. The projection screen lit up. The image shook a bit, but the clarity was enough. It was a corner of the West District chemical plant, where Lu Chen was walking with a bag on his back, and Su Yao, flanked by her followers, fiercely blocked his way. From the speakers came Su Yao's sharp and arrogant voice. Water jet frog, high-pressure water gun. Drown this useless fool. In the picture, the water jet frog sprayed a high-pressure water stream capable of piercing wood, heading straight for Lu Chen's face. If Lu Chen hadn't dodged quickly, that hit would have seriously injured him, if not killed him. Right after that was Lu Chen's counterattack, the cold ball counterattack, the useless frog, all in one go. The video ended, and the entire teaching office fell into a dead silence. Su Yao's face turned white in an instant. She didn't expect that the abandoned chemical plant had active surveillance. Lu Chen turned to face Su Chang, whose face was ashen, his lips curved into a mocking smile. Director Su, it seems your daughter has a poor memory and forgot that she was the one who started it first. Lu Chen spoke slowly, his voice clear and powerful. According to Article 12 of Chapter 3 of the Great Xia Beast Master Management Law, when a beast master encounters a deadly attack from someone else's pet in a non-competitive area, it is regarded as a life-threatening situation. The attacked party has unlimited rights for self-defense. Even if I killed her on the spot, it would still be legal self-defense. Lu Chen stepped forward, his eyes sharp as knives. I have only disabled one fraud belonging to this pair of dogs, and I have been quite merciful. How? Does Director Su think I should just stand there and let her kill me? You are making excuses. Li Gang shouted angrily. Shut up. Su Chang slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups on it jump, and the scalding tea spilled all over Li Gang, making him grimace in pain but dare not speak out. Su Chang stared fiercely at Lu Chen, the rising and falling of his chest showing his inner rage. He had originally thought that Lu Chen was just a student without a background, someone he could easily crush with a fabricated charge. He never expected this guy to be so meticulous, getting hold of the surveillance footage and bringing up the Beastmaster law. In front of this video, all accusations became a joke. If this video got out, along with witness Lin Qingshui present, not only would Su Chang be unable to touch Lu Chen, but he would also attract trouble for falsely accusing a student. Well, what a legitimate self-defense. Suddenly, Su Chang laughed, a particularly sinister laugh. He slowly stood up, a heavy pressure belonging to a bronze-level master began to fill the room. Lu Chen, you are very smart, really smart. As Su Chang spoke, he picked up the laptop on the table that still had the USB drive plugged in. Smack! With a crisp sound, Su Chang smashed the laptop hard to the ground, then lifted his shiny leather shoe and stomped down on it with force. The fragile electronic components let out a mournful cry under his feet. The USB drive along with the laptop instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Director Su! What are you doing? Lin Qingshui's face changed dramatically as she stepped forward to stop him. Su Chang, however, didn't even look at her, only staring at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with reckless arrogance. Evidence? There is no evidence now. Su Chang adjusted his collar, his tone cold. Here, in the territory of Linjiang City, my word is the law. I say you are guilty of premeditated murder, then you are guilty of premeditated murder. Since you refuse to leave gracefully, I will help you. Come out, rock giant bear. Suddenly, the floor beneath Su Chang's feet glowed with a yellow light, and a huge summoning array formed instantly. Roar! With a deafening roar, a giant beast over 2 meters tall, covered in thick, granite-like armor, appeared out of thin air. Bronze 5-star, rock giant bear. The massive body nearly touched the ceiling, and the heavy pressure made the air in the room feel thick. Each time it moved, the floor of the office emitted a groan of overwhelming burden. Su Yao saw her father finally getting serious, and the fear in her eyes instantly turned into wild joy. Dad! Let the rock giant bear smash him! Li Gang was so scared that he shrank behind the filing cabinet, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Qingshui felt a chill surge through her body, ready to summon the ice crystal phoenix at any moment. Su Chang, are you crazy? This is a school. Lin Qingshui shouted harshly. Don't use the school to pressure me. At this moment, Su Chang had completely torn off his facade. He pointed at Lu Chen and commanded the rock giant bear. Break his limbs for me. I'll take the blame if anything happens. The rock giant bear raised its huge paw, accompanied by a howling wind, crushing down upon Lu Chen like a small mountain. Beneath that enormous shadow, Lu Chen's figure appeared so thin and small, as if he would be turned into paste the next second. However, Lu Chen did not dodge. He watched the giant paw rushing toward him, looked at Su Chang's twisted face, and the blood in his eyes finally erupted without restraint. If you won't listen to reason, and you act like a rogue with the law. Lu Chen's voice was as light as death's sigh. Then don't blame me for not following the code of martial ethics. Cobalt, breakfast time is here. Chapter 13. It is hungry, it wants to eat bear paw. Inside the office, the air instantly froze. The massive body of the rock giant bear nearly filled half the room, casting a heavy shadow that brought a suffocating earthy smell and pressure. Roar! The giant bear roared, the sound shaking the glass windows. That bear paw, about the size of a grinding disc, wrapped in a yellowish glow, came crashing down toward Lu Chen like a battering ram. If this hit landed, let alone Lu Chen with his F-grade body, even a steel mannequin would be turned into a pancake. Lu Chen! Quickly dodge! Lin Qingshui's pupils shrank suddenly. As an S-grade genius, her reaction was extremely fast. Almost instinctively, a flash of light appeared beside her, and a fully crystal-clear ice crystal phoenix emerged, ready to shield Lu Chen from this blow. Ice crystal shield. Lin Qingshui's cold voice carried a hint of urgency. However, just as she was about to make her move, a hand suddenly reached out and gently pressed down on her wrist. That hand was extraordinarily strong, steady as a mountain. Lin Qingshui was stunned. She turned her head in shock, only to meet Lu Chen's calm, even somewhat lazy eyes. Don't move. Lu Chen did not look at the giant paw rushing towards him but instead fixed his gaze on Lin Qingshui, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly in a barely noticeable smile. Be careful not to splash blood on you. What? Before Lin Qingshui could react to the meaning of this sentence, Lu Chen had already released her hand. The next second. Hiss. A voice that was extremely fierce, as if it came from the depths of hell, instantly drowned out the roar of the rock giant bear. Following that, a black shadow shot out like lightning, not choosing to dodge, but bravely collided with that giant paw. Boom! The dull crashing sound made everyone's hearts jump at the same time. The scene they expected of Lu Chen being turned into meat paste did not appear. Instead, under that giant rock bear paw, a terrifying beast covered in glistening black metal scales was firmly withstanding the blow. That was... Coalball? No, that was not the same old mutt. Now, Coalball's size had swelled to 1.2 meters, its body covered in black heavy armor forged like fine steel, the bone spikes on its back stood upright like sharp guns. The most terrifying part was that it was surrounded by a rich emerald green toxic mist. Though that bear paw carried immense power, the moment it touched Coalball's back armor, it surprisingly emitted a hissing corrosive sound. Is this the dog? How is that possible? Li Gang was so scared that his eyes were about to pop out. Su Yao covered her mouth in terror. She originally thought her water arrow frog lost because of an ambush, but now, seeing this monster-like creature, she finally understood how naive she had been. It has some strength, but not much. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the poisonous mist, hands in his pockets, commenting indifferently. Coalball, stop playing. Since Director Su wants to ruin me, we should return the favor. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, his voice like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. Break it. Roar. Coalball let out an excited roar. It was already hungry. The energy from the zombie crystal it had previously devoured was still raging inside, just in time to sharpen its teeth on this big chunk. With a sudden burst of power, Coalball sprang into action. Its explosiveness was terrifying. It actually pushed open the heavy paw of the stone bear, its form turning into a black whirlwind, racing up the stone giant's thick arm. Claws of death. Coalball's claws, glowing with an eerie blue light, easily tore through the stone giant's proud granite armor, like cutting tofu. Crack! Crack! Stone fragments flew everywhere. The stone giant roared in pain, swinging its other hand in an attempt to swipe away the flea on its body. But Coalball was too fast. It swiftly changed direction and leaped onto the giant bear's shoulder, right in front of its terrified face. Ha! Coalball opened its mouth full of fangs, a deep green light surged in its throat, stirring the heart. Acid spray. Put. A stream of high-pressure acid shot out like a sharp arrow, hitting the stone giant's right eye with pinpoint accuracy. Ayu! A piercing cry echoed throughout the entire teaching building. The stone giant's hard eyelids couldn't withstand this evolved strong acid, instantly being melted through. The acid poured into the eye socket, the pain reaching its nerves made this 5-star bronze beast instantly lose its sanity, madly slamming its head against the wall. My bear! Su Chang's face turned pale, letting out a cry of alarm. He could feel that the spiritual connection between him and his pet was violently trembling. It was the feedback from his pet suffering heavy damage. It's not over yet. Lu Chen smiled coldly. Coalball didn't give the giant bear a chance to catch its breath. Taking advantage of the bear's madness, it leaped down from its shoulder, claws aimed at the largest heartstone armor on the giant bear's chest. Rip! The piercing sound of metal rubbing made one's teeth ache. That thick rock armor, capable of withstanding bullets, was actually torn open by Coalball's claws, revealing the bright red, pulsing flesh beneath. Immediately after, Coalball bit down hard. Its poisonous fangs sank deep into the flesh, injecting corrosive blood instantly. That domineering toxin surged wildly through the veins. Just a few seconds later, the skin on the stone giant's chest turned a strange purple-black color, and it continued to spread. Boom! The stone giant finally couldn't hold on any longer, its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It convulsed, foaming at the mouth, its eyes losing their spark. Where was the previous might of slapping someone to death? Instant kill. A thorough slaughter. Put. The mental backlash from his severely injured pet struck Su Chang hard, causing him to. Picking up the injury assessment report that had been thrown on the ground, he gently patted Su Chang's sweaty face. Now, can we talk again about the issue of intentional harm? But this time, it seems that your bear is the one getting hurt. And... Lu Chen pointed to the giant bear lying on the ground, barely breathing, with cold eyes. If we don't detoxify it quickly, it might not last 5 more minutes. What do you want? Su Chang asked with a trembling voice. Very simple. Lu Chen stood up, extending one hand with fingers spread open. 500,000. Mental distress compensation, plus the fright fee for being scared just now. Cut even a penny, and I will chop off one of your bear's paws. Just right, my dog is hungry and wants to eat bear paw. Chapter 14. Su Yao is collapsing, the school beauty is imagining. Inside the teaching office, the air seemed to freeze. The rock giant bear, which was once invincible a second ago, had now turned into a dying mountain of flesh, its massive body twitching from the poisonous assault, causing a scraping sound. And that Su director, who had relied on power to be supreme, was now like a dead dog under Lu Chen's foot. Lu Chen's shoe sole heavily ground against Su Chang's plump face, pressing half of it into a distorted shape, his once carefully styled slick-back hair now mixed with sweat and blood, a complete mess. 500,000? Su Chang struggled to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth, his eyes filled with fear and humiliation. Lu Chen, you are blackmailing. I am an official, do you dare? Crack. A crisp sound of a bone breaking interrupted his words. Lu Chen pressed down slightly, and Su Chang's cheekbone instantly caved in. It seems that Director Su still hasn't realized the situation. Lu Chen squatted down, waving a folding knife in front of Su Chang, the blade reflecting Su Chang's horrified, enlarged pupils. I said, 500,000 is the compensation. As for who you are, that doesn't matter. What matters is that your life and your bear's life are both in my hands. 3. Lu Chen began to count down. 2. Just as the tip of the knife in Lu Chen's hand was about to fall, Su Chang finally broke down. I will give it. Don't do it. Su Chang shouted with a crying tone, trembling as he pulled out a golden bank card from his pocket and threw it on the ground. There's 600,000 inside. The password is 6/8. Take it. Just take it. Lu Chen picked up the bank card, casually wiping the bloodstains on Su Chang, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Isn't it better to cooperate earlier? Why go through this pain? Lu Chen put away the card and patted Su Chang's face again. Remember, next time you want to cause trouble, weigh your own strength first. After saying that, he stood up and cast his gaze towards Su Yao, who was shrinking in the corner. At this moment, Su Yao was no longer the arrogant and domineering person from before. She looked at her father, lying on the ground like a dead dog, and then at the massive black dog like a demon, feeling like her soul had been sucked away. You are not human, you are a devil. Su Yao screamed as her mental defenses completely collapsed. She frantically grabbed a craft knife from the table, wanting to rush at Lu Chen. I will kill you. I will kill you. However, before she could take 2 steps. Roar! The coal ball, which had been lying on the giant bear's head, slowly turned its head, the pair of eyes burning with dark red hellfire, coldly locking onto Su Yao. A terrifying pressure from a high-level predator instantly enveloped Su Yao's entire body. That was the aura of a ferocious beast that had truly seen blood, killed life, and crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ah! Su Yao was stunned by that gaze, her momentum abruptly stopping, her legs going weak and directly kneeling on the ground. Immediately, a warm, foul-smelling liquid flowed down her thigh, spreading a large stain on the floor. She had actually embarrassed herself in fear. The room fell into dead silence. The usually high and mighty eldest daughter of the Su family, who mocked Lu Chen as a useless person, was now actually frightened into wetting herself by Lu Chen's dog, with just a single glance. This extreme humiliation felt worse than killing her. Tisk, so dirty. Lu Chen frowned in disgust, too lazy to look at this father and daughter any longer. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the corridor. Stop. Everyone, stop. A stern middle-aged man burst in with several school board members. It was Wang Zhen, the principal of the 3rd Beastmaster High School. Seeing the terrible scene in the office, Wang Zhen's eyelids twitched violently. But he was someone who had seen a lot. His gaze only lingered on the near-dead stone giant bear for a moment before he deeply looked at Lu Chen and that terrifying creature called Coalball. As a silver-ranked Beastmaster, he saw at a glance that Coalball was extraordinary. This metallic mutation trait, this ability to surpass and kill a bronze 5-star in an instant, how could this be cultivated with an F-grade talent? It was simply a monster. Principal. You have to stand up for me. Su Chang saw Wang Zhen like he had grabbed a lifeline. This student is lawless, openly attacking teachers and extorting money. Enough. Wang Zhen coldly interrupted Su Chang. Director Su, I have already heard about what happened at the school gate just now. Using your power to oppress students and even resorting to private punishment, do you think our school is some sort of private courtroom? From now on, you are not allowed to step into this school again. I will personally communicate with the Urban Construction Bureau to have you suspended immediately. After speaking, Wang Zhen turned to the limp Su Yao, his gaze cold. As for student Su Yao, her conduct is improper. She maliciously provoked trouble and severely violated school rules. From today on, she is expelled. Su Chang and Su Yao were utterly dumbfounded. They did not expect that the principal would take down their Su family for the sake of a poor student with no background. I refuse to accept this. Why? Su Yao screamed. Why? Wang Zhen said meaningfully, just because in this world, strength is respected. This farce ended with the destruction of Su family's reputation. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop of the teaching building. Lu Chen leaned against the railing, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheeks. Coalball had returned to the Beastmaster space to digest the insights from the battle, while he was playing with the gold card he had just received. 600,000. Adding to the previous savings, it finally solved his urgent need. His sister's subsequent medical expenses were covered. How much longer do you plan to watch from there? Lu Chen suddenly spoke, without turning his head. From the shadows of the rooftop, Lin Qingxue slowly walked out. She still had that cool demeanor, but at this moment, there was an undeniable curiosity and complexity in her gaze towards Lu Chen. What is that dog's name? Lin Qingxue walked to Lu Chen's side and asked softly. Coal Ball, Lu Chen replied blandly. It's not an ordinary mutation, Lin Qingxue stated firmly. The defense of the stone giant bear ranks among the best in the bronze level. Even my ice crystal phoenix needs to charge a powerful move to break through its defense. But your coal ball only used one claw. Lin Qingxue turned her head, her autumn-like eyes staring directly at Lu Chen's profile. Lu Chen, are you really an F-grade talent? Or, are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lu Chen turned around to look at the campus goddess revered by all the boys in school. He had to admit, she was very smart and perceptive. Whether it's F-grade or S-grade, does it make a difference? Lu Chen shrugged, with an indifferent expression. What matters is, I won, and that's enough. As for Coal Ball, Lu Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he leaned closer to Lin Qingxue, lowering his voice. I was lucky and found a piece of mutated radioactive meat for it to eat. It didn't die but became stronger instead. So, does the great campus goddess Lin want to give it a try? They were very close. Lin Qingxue could even smell the faint scent of blood on Lu Chen, mixed with an indescribable hormonal aura. She instinctively took a half step back, her ears slightly reddened, but her gaze remained defiant. It's okay if you don't tell the truth. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and returned to her aloofness, but I will keep an eye on you. Also, thank you for just now, for not letting that bear take a shot. Although she was confident she could stop it, she had never experienced the feeling of someone standing behind her. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want to dirty my school uniform. Lu Chen waved his hand and turned toward the stairs. I'm leaving, goodbye. Watching Lu Chen walk away, he was solitary and cold, yet had a powerful presence that brought her comfort. Lin Qingxue bit her lip, her mind replaying the moment when Lu Chen held her wrist and that domineering command, don't move. This guy, how many secrets does he have? Unconsciously, a seed named curiosity had quietly been sown in the heart of this aloof school beauty. What she didn't know was that curiosity is often the beginning of falling. Chapter 15, 3 million for a life. At the Liming City Central Hospital, on the top floor of the VIP ward. There was no harsh smell of disinfectant, instead, a faint fragrance filled the air. Lu Chen sat on a soft leather sofa, holding the gold card that he had just extorted from Su Chang. The card had 600,000, and with a few tens of thousands of cash in his pocket, this was once a fortune for him. But at this moment, in front of the doctor's test report, this fortune felt as thin as waste paper. Mr. Lu, your sister's condition has worsened faster than we anticipated. The attending physician was an old professor with graying hair. He pushed his glasses up and pointed at the data chart on the holographic projection with a serious expression. Initially, we thought the imported inhibitors could control the surge of spiritual energy in her body, but we underestimated the nature of her so-called terminal illness. Her soul power is too strong enough to stretch her body like a balloon. Lu Chen's fingers tightened slightly, the edge of the golden card digging into his fingertips. Just tell me the plan. Lu Chen's voice was a bit hoarse. Change the medicine. The old professor sighed and pulled up a picture of a dark golden remedy on the electronic screen. This is the dragon blood medicine, extracted from the spinal fluid of a subdragon beast. Although it cannot cure her, the powerful vitality it contains can strengthen her body and at least help her survive these most dangerous 3 months. How much? 3 million per vial. The old professor's voice was light, but it hit Lu Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. This is still the internal channel price. Moreover, this remedy must be injected within a week, otherwise, your sister's organs will start to fail. 3 million. Lu Chen looked at the card in his hand with only 600,000, suddenly feeling a bit ironic. He fought desperately, even trampling down the Su family to get this little amount of money, which was only enough to buy 1/5 of that medicine. I understand. Lu Chen stood up, without any useless bargaining. In this world, lives are goods with clear prices, and the poor can only wait to die. This is reality. I will gather the money within this week. Before that, please make sure to keep her alive. Lu Chen deeply bowed to the old professor, then turned and walked into the ward. On the hospital bed, Lu Qing was already asleep. Her small face was still pale, and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was enduring pain even in her dreams. Lu Chen didn't wake her, he just gently tucked her in. 3 million. Lu Chen walked out of the ward and stood on the hospital's rooftop, lighting a cigarette. In this small Liming city, trying to earn 3 million through legal means in a week, even robbing a bank wouldn't be enough. The only path leads to that place. Lu Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze directed toward the west district of the city, where the lights were bright, a bustling money pit and also the biggest meat grinder. The underground beast fighting arena, a life and death match. Ordinary matches win a few tens of thousands, but if it's an unlimited fight with life and death stakes, the odds will be horrifyingly high. Lu Pai. Lu Chen extinguished the cigarette butt, a trace of bloodthirsty coldness flashing in his eyes. Since you want my life, I will use my life to exchange for the money in your vault. At the same time, in the Su family's villa, the living room was a mess. Valuable antique vases and expensive calligraphy and paintings had all turned into fragments on the floor. Get out! All of you get out! Suyao sat on the carpet with disheveled hair, holding a crystal ashtray in her hand, fiercely smashing it towards the nanny who tried to get close. She had been expelled from school. Just this afternoon, she had become the laughingstock of the entire Linjiang city. Everywhere in her circle of friends and the school forum, there were photos and videos of her so scared she lost control of her bladder, and those who once flattered her were now trampling on her wildly. And her father, Su Chang, due to being suspended for investigation, was now locking himself in the study, drinking heavily, too scared to go out. Lu Chen. Lin Qingxue. I want you dead. I want you all dead. Su Yao's eyes were blood red, her nails deeply digging into the carpet, blood oozing but feeling no pain. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out from the window. What a perfect hatred, truly enchanting. Who? Su Yao suddenly looked up, and saw a man in a black trench coat with a mask standing in the shadows of the curtains, not knowing when he had appeared. Who I am is not important, what matters is that I can help you take revenge. The man in black let out a low laugh, pulling out a test tube filled with a strange purple-black liquid from his pocket and gently placing it on the coffee table. What is this? Su Yao glared at the test tube, instinctively feeling a chill. This is power and also the key to rebirth. The man's voice was full of temptation. Drink it, and you will gain power beyond ordinary people. What Lu Chen, what S-class genius, will all be ants in front of you. Of course, the price is that you will lose some things that make you human. But, with how you are now, what does it mean to be human? Su Yao looked at the test tube. The purple-black liquid seemed to boil with life, reflecting her twisted and ugly face. Lose human things? Ha, she wasn't even human anymore, she was a rat crossing the street. As long as she could kill Lu Chen, as long as she could stomp Lin Qingxue's proud face beneath her feet, what did it matter if she turned into a monster? I drink. Su Yao suddenly grabbed the test tube, pulled out the stopper, and drank it all in one go. Gulch. The spicy, foul-smelling liquid slid down her throat into her stomach. The next second. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the villa. Su Yao writhed on the ground in pain, her skin began to rot, and then rapidly grew black hard hair, her bones crackled loudly, her originally beautiful face began to elongate and deform. The man in black watched the scene and took out his phone to dial a number, speaking respectfully. Supervisor Lu, the second experimental subject has been successfully injected. The fusion degree, perfect. On the other end of the phone, Lu Papai's cold laughter was heard. Very good. Prepare a big gift for that little bastard Lu Chen, I want him to be torn to shreds by his own classmates. Chapter 16, Death List and Venomous Beauty. In Linjiang City's underground beast fighting arena, deep at night, the roar of the crowd was almost about to overturn the roof. The air was filled with the mixed smell of cheap cigarettes, alcohol, and hormones. This was a vacuum of law, a paradise for desperate people. Death God. Death God. Death God. In the audience, gamblers waved their cash wildly, screaming the same name. In just 3 days, the name Death God had become a new legend in the arena. 13 consecutive victories, all in seconds. His black magic dog that breathed poisonous mist had become a nightmare for countless opponents. In the lounge, Lu Chen was lowering his head, wiping the mask on his face. His outfit was the same as when he first came, a black hoodie with the hood pulled low, wearing that pale, somewhat eerie death mask. But this time, his eyes were colder and heavier than before. 3 million. After 3 days of sleepless fighting, he had saved up 1,800,000 in his card. He still needed 1,200,000. Tonight, he must gather it all. Knock, knock. The door to the lounge was knocked on. Come in. The door was pushed open, and it was not the boy responsible for arranging the matches who walked in, but a woman. A very beautiful and very dangerous woman. She wore a daring wine-red Heislet cheongsam, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin as she moved. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes painted with alluring purple eyeshadow, and in her hand was a slender women's cigarette. Lu Ruoyan. One of the top 3 golden gloves in the arena, nicknamed Black Widow. Oh, is this the infamous Grim Reaper's little brother? Lu Ruoyan exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice soft to the bone. Hiding here alone and polishing your mask, don't you feel lonely? Lu Chen raised his head, looking at her coldly through the eye holes of his mask. Who are you? I'm your opponent tonight. Lu Ruoyan swayed her waist and walked in front of Lu Chen, directly sitting on the table beside him, her long legs crossing and brushing lightly against Lu Chen's arm. I heard you're short on money? How about I let you have a match? As long as you are willing to keep me company tonight. Saying this, she extended a hand with bright red nail polish and gently stroked Lu Chen's shoulder. At the same time, an extremely faint sweet fragrance wafted from her sleeves. Warning, neurotoxin, soft muscle powder detected. Source, targets nail gaps and sleeves hidden pocket. Hunger talent activated, immune to toxins absorbing. Under Lu Chen's mask, the corners of his mouth slightly curled into a sarcastic arc. Sure enough, it was Lu Papiji's method. Sending a woman to poison? Such despicable tricks really suited that old thing's style. Lu Chen did not avoid it, letting the toxic fragrance invade his nostrils. He even slightly swayed his body to cooperate with her act, his breathing becoming a bit hurried. What's wrong, brother? Are you feeling a bit warm? Lu Ruoyan's eyes lit up, her movements bolder, even attempting to take off Lu Chen's mask. Don't be shy, let me see if there's a handsome face hiding under this mask. Slap, Lu Chen suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Lu Ruoyan's wrist. Lu Ruoyan's expression changed, trying to pull her hand away but finding his grip surprisingly strong, like an iron claw. Your perfume stinks too much. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse and cold, devoid of any emotion, and don't touch my mask with your filthy hands. Lu Ruoyan was stunned. Her specially mixed soft muscle powder, just a whiff, could make even a bronze-tier beast master weak and helpless in seconds. But why was this man in front of her showing no reaction at all? You're okay? A trace of panic flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes. Shouldn't I be okay? Lu Chen retorted, but his grip was gradually tightening. It hurts, it hurts. Let go. Lu Ruoyan cried out in pain, her seductive demeanor vanishing instantly, replaced by terror. I am Lu's subordinate. If you dare to hurt me, don't think you can leave the arena alive tonight. Lu Chen released his grip, disdainfully wiping his clothes. Go back and tell Lu Papiji to keep such little tricks to himself and save him from embarrassment. Lu Chen stood up, his eyes sharp as knives. What's the odds for tonight's match? Lu Ruoyan rubbed her swollen wrist, glaring at Lu Chen fiercely. Grim Reaper, don't be too arrogant. Tonight's match is a life and death one, odds 5-1. The premise is that you have a life to bet. 5-1? Lu Chen smiled. 180,000, multiplied by 5. Enough. Then you should prepare the coffin. Lu Chen adjusted his collar and strode out of the lounge. Behind him, Lu Ruoyan looked at his back, her resentment nearly overflowing from her eyes. Pretending to be high and mighty. Wait until you're in the ring. My dream poison spider will suck your brain dry. I wonder if you'll still be so tough then. On the second floor VIP box. Lu Papai held a glass of red wine, looking through the one-way glass at the arena below. Boss, it seems Lu Ruoyan has failed. A subordinate quietly reported. As expected. Lu Papai sneered, swirling his wineglass. If that kid can't withstand this little poison, he doesn't deserve for me to use my trump card. Lu Ruoyan is just an appetizer, the real killer move is yet to come. His gaze shifted to the shadowy corner of the arena, where something terrifying seemed to be held. Inhuman roars echoed sporadically. Is Su Yao's transformation complete? Almost done, currently in a state of hunger, extremely aggressive. Very good. Lu Papai gulped down his red wine, his gaze dark and sinister. Lu Chen, tonight is your death day. I will show you who the real god is in this arena. On the arena. The spotlight focused on Lu Chen, casting a long shadow. Opposite him, Lu Ruoyan summoned her pet beast, a giant spider, as big as a millstone, its body marked with colorful patterns. Bronze 2-star, Dream Poison Spider. The match begins. The referee blew the whistle. Dream Poison Spider, spin your web. Wrap him and kill him. Lu Ruoyan screamed. The battle was about to explode. Chapter 17, Seduction? Sorry, I'm a straight man. The iron cage surrounding the arena slowly descended, completely cutting off all noise and escape routes. The bright spotlight crisscrossed like swords in the arena, transforming it into a strange death stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the night is here. The host's hoarse voice blared through the loudspeakers, shaking everyone's eardrums. On one side, we have our winning star, the cold-blooded Reaper. On the other, the queen of the arena, the deadly Black Widow Lu Ruoyan. Life and death match, no rules, only when one side is dead or unconscious will the match end. Last 10 seconds for betting, lock it in. The betting amounts on the big screen fluctuated wildly. Reaper, 1 pays 5. Lu Ruoyan, 1 pays 1.2. Even though Lu Chen had 13 consecutive victories, most gamblers still placed their bets on Lu Ruoyan when facing the long-revered Black Widow. After all, she had the bronze 2-star Dream Poison Spider, and Lu Ruoyan's bloody methods had already instilled fear in many. In the arena. Lu Ruyan stood on the dream-poisoned spider's back, looking down at Lu Chen from above. Her wine-red cheongsam dazzled under the lights, as she twirled a slender cigarette holder, her eyes filled with mockery. "Brother, you missed the chance I offered you in the lounge. Now it's too late to regret." Lu Ruyan gently exhaled a puff of pink smoke, which did not vanish but instead floated towards Lu Chen as if it had a life of its own. This was her famous skill, confusion fragrance. A mix of hallucinogens and neurotoxins, paired with the dream-poisoned spider's mental waves. Just inhaling a small amount would lead to intense hallucinations, making allies seem like enemies, causing self-destruction. Dream-poisoned spider, mental pierce. Lu Ruyan's gaze turned cold as she issued the command. Zhi. The enormous, patterned spider emitted a shrill cry, its compound eyes shimmering with an eerie purple glow, as invisible mental waves surged towards Lu Chen like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the pink smoke completely engulfed Lu Chen. The audience held their breath. In everyone's view, the figure wearing the Reaper mask appeared to sway slightly, then froze in place, as if struck by a spell. Hit. Ha ha ha. I told you this kid wouldn't last. No one can survive the Black Widow's poison. Reaper? More like a dead dog. Kill him. Kill him. The gamblers raged, as if they already envisioned their money in hand. Lu Ruyan saw Lu Chen standing still, and the smile on her lips grew even stronger. What a disobedient bad child. She jumped down from the spider's back, twisting her waist as she walked within 2 meters of Lu Chen, a poisoned dagger appearing in her hand without her noticing. It's a pity that the face under this mask has yet to be seen by my sister. But that's okay, once you die, I'll skin it off and turn it into a collector's item. As Lu Ruyan spoke, she commanded the dream spider to crawl toward Lu Chen's back. That was a dead angle in defense. The dream spider opened its mouth, 2 sharp fangs shimmering with a ghostly blue light, aiming for the back of Lu Chen's neck, ready to inject dissolving enzymes and drink his brain juice. Die. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes as the dagger plunged straight toward Lu Chen's heart. This combination of mental control and physical assassination had been executed by her countless times without failure. However, just as the dagger was an inch from Lu Chen's chest, and the spider's fangs were about to pierce his skin, Lu Chen, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised it. Beneath the mask, his eyes were as clear as water, there wasn't a trace of being enchanted at all. Only endless mockery and a coldness like that of a dead man. WH? Lu Ruyan's pupils suddenly constricted, her heart skipping a beat. Not affected? How is that possible? He stood in that high concentration of chaotic fragrance for a full half-minute. Before she could react, Lu Chen moved. His movements were as fast as a dark lightning bolt, his right hand reaching out like an iron claw, grabbing Lu Ruyan's wrist as she stabbed at him, twisting it forcefully. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed on the arena. Ah! Lu Ruyan let out a scream, the dagger falling from her hand with a clatter. But Lu Chen had no intention of stopping. His left hand swiftly grabbed Lu Ruyan's slender neck, lifting her up into the air as if she were a small chick. At the same time, roar! The coal ball, already charged with energy, burst forth. It completely ignored the dream spider's venom capable of corroding steel, opening its tooth-filled mouth to bite down on one of the spider's legs. Devour talent toxin immunity. What was deadly poison for other beasts, for the coal ball, it was just a seasoned drink. Crack! The hard chitinous shell crumpled easily under the coal ball's sharp teeth, one of the dream spider's long legs bitten off. Squeak squeak squeak. The dream spider howled in pain, trying to spit silk as a counterattack. But the coal ball gave it no chance, blasting a thick, dark green acid directly into its mouthparts. Hiss hiss hiss. It was an extremely terrifying chemical reaction. The interior of the dream spider's head was corroded into mush, and its massive body twitched a few times before coming to a complete stop. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The entire arena fell silent. Those gamblers still waving their money froze in midair, their excitement transforming into shock and fear. And in the center of the arena, Lu Ruyan's feet left the ground, her hands desperately clutching Lu Chen's arm, her beautiful face turning a pig liver color, her eyes bulging. Where was the charm of the Black Widow? "I'll let go, I am Lu Juju." She struggled to squeeze out a few words from her throat, attempting to use her background as a threat. Lu Chen looked at her coldly, his eyes showing no fluctuation whatsoever. "Your perfume smells really bad." Lu Chen's voice was hoarse and flat. "Also, that little bit of temptation you use, it's better not to embarrass yourself with it." Having said that, Lu Chen's arm muscles suddenly bulged, and like throwing away garbage, he violently flung Lu Ruyan toward the iron cage at the edge of the arena. Bang! With a loud thud, Lu Ruyan crashed heavily against the iron cage, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, falling unconscious. At the same time, the battle on Coal Ball's side also came to an end. It tore the corpse of the dream poison spider into pieces in a flash, then in that pile of disgusting slime, it pulled out a crystal core that emitted a ghostly purple light and swallowed it whole. Devoured bronze 2-star dream poison spider crystal. Gained new trait, poison fog illusion. Lu Chen did not glance at the unconscious Lu Ruyan, turned and picked up the poison dagger on the ground, weighed it in his hand, then looked up at the one-way glass box on the second floor. Though he couldn't see the people inside, he knew Lu Bapai was right there. Lu Chen raised his hand and made a slit-throat gesture on his neck with the dagger. Provocation. Pure, naked provocation. Ding. At that moment, a mechanical prompt sound echoed throughout the venue. Winner. The Reaper. Boom. Till this moment, the crowd erupted from the suffocating oppression. Some were cursing, some were cheering, but more felt a deep fear for that masked boy. Even the queen of the arena had been brutally killed. What kind of monster is this Reaper? In the box on the second floor. Bang! The red wineglass in Lu Bapai's hand was smashed fiercely onto the carpet. He stared intently at the provocative figure on the arena, his expression dark enough to drip water. He lost. Not only did he lose the match, but he also lost his hard-earned gold medal fighter. More importantly, the odds for this life and death gamble were 5-1. The money Lu Chen had won these past few days, plus tonight's wager, if not paid out, the arena's reputation would be ruined. If paid out, that would be 9 million. Supervisor, what should we do? A trembling subordinate asked. Pay. Lu Bapai squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. In front of everyone, we can't default. Transfer the money to his black card. But. Lu Bapai turned his head, his eyes flashing with malicious light. To have money to take, one must have a life to spend it. Activate Emergency Plan 1. Notify the security team, take that thing, and wait for him at the backstage exit. Tonight, I want him to spit out every cent he ate, with interest, including his life. 10 minutes later, at the backstage exchange. Lu Chen looked at the text message alert on his phone. Your account has been credited, 9 million yuan. Current balance, 10,800,000 yuan. Over 10 million. Looking at that string of zeros, Lu Chen let out a long breath. It's enough. Not only is there enough for his sister's life-saving medicine, but also enough for future enhancement resources, even college expenses are covered. Let's go, Coalball. Lu Chen put away his phone and patted Coalball's head. Coalball let out a low growl, its metallic scale slightly opened, releasing a faint puff of poisonous smoke. It sensed the increasingly intense killing intent in the air. Lu Chen knew that things weren't so simple. Having taken 10 million from Lu Bapai, thinking he could swagger out? That was a dream. But since he dared to come, he never thought of letting it go. Lu Chen adjusted his collar, tucked the poisoned dagger back into his belt, his gaze icy. The money is in hand. Next, it's time to kill. Chapter 18, Your Rules? Those are the rules of the dead. 10 minutes later, backstage at the arena. The air here was much colder than on the arena, with thick soundproof walls lining both sides of the narrow corridor, muffling the tumultuous cheers outside to a dull buzz. Lu Chen walked down the corridor, his footsteps light, each step like stepping on cotton. He tightly clenched the black card that held over 10 million, but his mood didn't ease one bit. Because in the vision of the Eye of Truth, the green route that originally represented safety was rapidly transforming into a warning red color. Warning, high energy reaction ahead. Warning, a large number of armed personnel detected lying in wait. Warning, extreme danger. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Less than 10 meters ahead, at the corner, the originally dim sensing lights suddenly lit up, the glaring white light illuminating the corridor as bright as day. Splash. A uniform sound of gunbolts being pulled back echoed. 12 muscular men in black tactical vests and anti-explosion helmets stood like a black iron wall, completely blocking the way. Their weapons were varied: electromagnetic interference guns aimed at Beastmaster's mental strength, tranquilizer rifles powerful enough to take down an elephant, and even 2 fully set-up beast net launchers. This was no ordinary security configuration, it was a hunting team specifically designed to hunt high-level Beastmasters. The crowd parted, and a burly man with a face full of flesh, bald head tattooed with a scorpion, stepped forward. He toyed with a crackling high-voltage electric baton in his hand, looking at Lu Chen as if he were prey trapped in a snare. Mr. Grim Reaper, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The bald captain's voice echoed in the enclosed hallway, carrying a mocking tone like a cat playing with a mouse. You won over 10 million from us and plan to leave without saying a word? That doesn't seem right. Lu Chen stood still, his eyes behind the mask showing no waves at all. Rules? Lu Chen's voice, distorted by a voice changer, sounded hoarse and piercing. Can't Supervisor Lu take a loss? You can't say that. The bald captain stepped closer with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. Supervisor Lu is a respectable person, and the money has already been sent to you. However, His tone shifted sharply, and his gaze turned sinister. We received a report suspecting that you used a new type of banned stimulant during the match. To maintain fairness and justice in the beast fighting arena, please cooperate with us and come to the investigation room on level -3 for a check. Level -3. Lu Chen mocked coldly in his heart. That was the dismemberment room of the beast fighting arena. Anyone who entered never came out alive, not even a complete body. What if I don't go? Lu Chen asked lightly. Don't go? The bald captain sneered, swinging the electric baton in his hand, blue arcs exploding in the air. Then don't blame us for being rude. Here, Supervisor Lu's words are law. Brothers, show him some color, just keep him breathing. At his command, 12 fully armed security guards instantly spread out, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around Lu Chen. The dark muzzles of guns and launchers all locked onto the thin figure. The atmosphere tightened to its breaking point, as if even a spark could ignite an explosion. Yet, facing this deadly situation, Lu Chen did not summon his beast for a last-ditch fight, nor did he kneel and beg for mercy. He merely slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the fierce and intimidating guards, looking up above them. There, a thick red pipeline wound along the ceiling. Due to years of neglect, the joints of the pipeline had developed a thick layer of rust, and one could even catch a faint smell of rotten eggs. The eye of truth has opened. A torrent of data surged in Lu Chen's eyes. Target, underground gas main pipeline, severely aging. Status, internal pressure 2.5 MPa, high pressure. Weakness, C12 valve rust level 85%, structure extremely fragile. Calculation result, requires a physical impact of over 500 newtons or an open flame to trigger a chain explosion. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth slowly curled into a manic arc beneath his mask. Supervisor Lu wants to trap him in this enclosed cage? Unfortunately, he doesn't know that what's locked inside is not a turtle but a madman holding a lighter. I don't recognize your rules. Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned extremely cold, standing out sharply in the dead silence of the hallway. The bald captain was momentarily stunned. What did you say? I said. Lu Chen suddenly raised his right hand, making a grabbing motion toward the ceiling. I only recognize the rules of the dead. Make your move. The moment the two words were uttered, the shadow behind Lu Chen seemed to come alive. A pitch-black figure did not charge at the security guards, but instead shot up to the ceiling at an angle that defied the laws of physics. Coal Ball. At this moment, Coal Ball's limbs had completely transformed into metal, and sharp claws easily pierced into the concrete of the ceiling. It was like a hung-up black nightmare, swinging violently at the rusty gas valve before anyone could react. Sizzle. That was the spark from the intense friction between metal and metal, appearing especially dazzling in the dim corridor. Immediately after. Hiss. A sharp hissing sound rang out, painful to the eardrums. High-pressure natural gas burst forth like a frenzied dragon from the cut opening. In an instant, the intense smell of gas filled the entire space. Gas pipe. He cut the gas pipe. The bald captain's face went pale instantly. He had been in the underground world for many years, and as soon as he smelled this, combined with the fleeting spark just now, his heart nearly stopped. Get back. Don't shoot. Whatever you do, don't shoot. He screamed in despair and turned to run back. But in this high-concentration gas environment, even the tiniest static electricity could serve as a deadly fuse. What's more, Coal Ball still had remnants of sparks from the recent friction on its claws. Lu Chen stood still, hands in his pockets, even taking the time to adjust the mask on his face. It's too late. Boom. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. An eye-popping orange-red fireball erupted, instantly expanding and exploding around that valve. A terrifying shockwave, wrapped in high-temperature flames, rampaged aggressively down the narrow corridor like an enraged fiery beast. The 12 elite security guards hadn't even had time to step forward when this devastating wave threw them out like dry leaves. Explosion-proof helmets? Tactical vests? In the face of such a level of detonation, they were fragile as paper. The cry of despair was completely drowned out by the massive explosion. The corridor's ceiling collapsed with a thunderous roar, emergency lights exploded, and only the red alarm light in the corner flickered madly, illuminating the ruins like a blood-red hell. Smoke rolled, and flames soared sky-high. The bald captain was lucky. He was at the front and was blown to the corner in the first moment, avoiding the epicenter of the explosion. But he was in a terrible state. One leg was twisted in a bizarre way, half. The gaze behind the mask held no trace of pity. Go back and tell Lu Papai. Lu Chen slowly crouched down, picking up the electric baton that the bald captain had dropped on the ground. Zzzzz. He pressed the switch, and blue arcs of electricity leaped in the air, illuminating the bald captain's desperate face. Tonight's game has just begun. If you want to kill me, come ahead. But next time, remember to bring more people. These little fish are not enough for my dog to gnaw on. The moment the words fell, Lu Chen's electric baton thrust violently into the wound of the bald captain's broken leg. Ah! A scream that was not human echoed through the corridor. The bald captain rolled his eyes back and directly fainted from the pain. Lu Chen casually tossed away the electric baton and stood up. At this moment, more chaotic footsteps were already coming from the depths of the corridor. Clearly the other guards from the arena were rushing over. Coal Ball, let's go. Lu Chen patted the black beast beside him. Gore. Coal Ball let out a low growl, its form vanishing back into the thick darkness. One man and one dog, like ghosts returning from hell, walked through the blood and ruins, sneaking deeper into the darkness. 5 minutes later, Lu Pai arrived at the scene with a large group of people. Looking at the corridor that resembled a battlefield hit by a missile, seeing his elite subordinates moaning on the ground, and the security captain who was electrocuted to the point of losing control, Lu Pai's face, which usually wore a fake smile, finally twisted completely. Bunch of useless fools. They're all a bunch of useless fools. Lu Pai kicked a piece of rubble off the ground, trembling with anger. He never expected that Lu Chen not only was not caught but instead used the terrain to defeat half of his security team. Boss, we found a line of words on the wall. A subordinate timidly pointed at a nearby sooty wall. Lu Pai walked over to take a look. It was written in blood, the 4 large characters vividly expressing a sense of murderous intent. The Grim Reaper comes to collect. Lu Pai stared fiercely at those 4 characters, his eyes bulging with rage. Good. A great Grim Reaper. Lu Pai turned around, shouting into the dark shadows behind him. Release Su Yao. Since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Chapter 19, Lu Cheng's Rank Awakening. In the late night of the Central Hospital in Lingjiang City. The payment hall was cold and empty, only the pale incandescent light flickered from time to time. Lu Chen pushed the door open and walked in. His once white school uniform was now soaked through with rain, clinging wetly to his body. At the cuffs, a dark red stain was being washed out by the rain, dripping down to the polished floor tiles. It's you again? The middle-aged nurse behind the counter was casually sitting and scrolling through short videos when she heard the noise and looked up, her impatience instantly visible. She recognized this face. The poor student who owed medical fees and came every month to plead for a few more days. Lu Chen, right? Just in time. The nurse slapped her phone down on the desk, swatting her hand as if she were chasing flies. I just printed the bill, Lu Chen's debt is already 3,200. The director said, if you don't pay by 12 tonight, no matter what happens, the medication will be stopped and the bed will be cleared. She glanced at Lu Chen's disheveled appearance, sneering, look at you, it seems like you just came back from a construction site? Smelling all foul. I advise you to give up, that girl's illness is a bottomless pit. Giving up earlier is best for everyone. Lu Chen said nothing. He simply walked quietly to the counter, his deep black eyes holding no emotional fluctuations. In this world that devours people, the tears and dignity of the weak are the cheapest garbage. But he didn't have time to listen to nonsense right now. Swipe card. The 2 words, hoarse and cold. Lu Chen placed a black card gently on the marble countertop using his 2 fingers. It was an entirely black card. There was no bank logo, no magnetic strip, only in the lower right corner of the card was stamped a dark golden, fierce beast totem. The nurse had just wanted to mock, where did you get this card, but as her gaze touched the totem, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. That was, the supreme black card of the underground beast fighting arena in Linjiang? She had been in the hospital for 20 years, she might not have other skills, but her ability to read people was finely honed. Such an untraceable black card, there were no more than 10 circulating in Linjiang City. Each card's owner was a big shot who commanded power in the underground world, their hands stained with more blood than she had consumed meals. How could this card be in the hands of a poor student? Could he be the illegitimate child of some powerful figure? Or... Cold sweat slid down the nurse's forehead, which was covered in foundation. She felt that she had just mocked not a poor sinner, but a fierce beast wearing human skin. What's wrong, can't swipe? Lu Chen's fingers lightly tapped on the counter. Thump. This muffled sound was like a knock on the nurse's heart. Yes. Yes, I can swipe. Right away. The nurse hurriedly picked up the card. Out of fear, she swiped 3 times before finally getting it into the slot. Beep. A crisp prompt sound echoed. Then, a series of numbers popped up on the screen, almost causing the nurse to kneel down on the spot. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 1,080,000. Tens of millions in liquid assets. The nurse's face instantly turned pale, her legs trembling. Had she just told a millionaire to get lost? First, 5 million. Lu Chen's voice was terrifyingly calm, as if he was not talking about money, but about waste paper. I want my sister to have the top-level VIP ward. Please get the best experts and the best imported suppressants. Resume all those medications that were previously stopped. Okay. Okay, sir. I'll do it right away. The nurse's voice trembled, her previous arrogance completely gone, replaced by an extremely humble smile. On the top floor, VIP special care ward. It was so quiet here it felt as if it were isolated from the world. The expensive temperature control system completely blocked out the raging wind and rain outside, with a faint hint of lavender scent pervading the air. Lu Chen had already been brought in. The girl lay quietly on the wide hospital bed, her face so pale it was almost transparent. Countless delicate tubes connected to her body, a light blue premium psychic suppressant slowly dripped into her slender wrist through the floor. Lu Chen stood by the window, looking out at the night. The glass reflected his stern face, and those eyes of truth that never seemed to close. Current balance, 5.8 million. There's still money. As long as there is money, life can be bought. Lu Chen turned around, sitting by the bed, gently holding his sister's icy hand. Only at this moment did the icy chill in his eyes melt into a clumsy warmth. Brother! A voice as faint as a thread. Lu Chen's heart trembled, and he immediately leaned closer. I'm here. Lu Chen struggled to open her eyes. Her eyelashes were long, casting a fragile shadow. Lu Chen originally held Lu Chen's hand, but suddenly tightened it violently. Her strength was surprisingly great, her nails even digging deep into Lu Chen's wrist skin, leaving bloody marks. Brother! Don't go! This scream was piercing and utterly unlike what would come from a dying patient. Lu Chen's face changed dramatically. Ching? Lu Chen stared intently at a certain point in the void, her once dazed pupils suddenly bursting into a strange and deep azure light. That was not ordinary light. That was the soul burning, roaring. The west, don't go west. Lu Chen trembled violently, the capillaries in the corners of her eyes bursting under the immense mental strain, flowing with 2 lines of shocking blood tears. Blood, so much blood. The sky has turned red, that is a road for the dead. Brother, you will die, there are monsters everywhere. Buzz, the instruments in the ward began to sound alarms wildly, the lights flickering as if affected by a strong magnetic field. Lu Chen didn't call for a doctor. He firmly held down the frenzied Lu Chen, the golden light in his eyes suddenly surging. Eye of truth, full power analysis. Swipe, on the retina, lines of blood-red data flowed crazily across the screen. Warning. High-risk spiritual energy reaction detected. Target, Lu Chen. Status, spiritual energy overload/awakening, on the verge of collapse. Talent rating, S-class, variant. Talent name, soul prophecy, prototype. Ability analysis. Her soul is born stronger than ordinary people 100 times over, a mortal shell cannot bear the eyes of a deity. The so-called terminal illness is merely an unawakened talent squeezing the body. At this moment, she glimpsed a corner of future death through the cracks of time. Current prophecy, great disaster in the west, 10 deaths with no survival. S-class talent. Still the most mysterious and rare psychic prophecy talent. Lu Chen looked at his sister who was struggling in pain, a flash of shock crossed his eyes, followed by uncontrollable ecstasy, and finally turned into a chilling coldness. So that's how it is. The brother is S-class gluttony, the sister is S-class prophecy. Heaven is indeed playing a huge joke on the Lu family. Brother, don't go. Lu Chen's voice grew weaker, the blue light in her eyes gradually dimming, her body softly collapsing, once again falling into a deep coma. Beep beep beep, the life sign monitor resumed a steady rhythm. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to wipe away the blood tears at his sister's eyes. S-class prophecy. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and pushed it open. The cold rain mixed with fierce winds hit him face on. Lu Chen looked towards the west. That was the wealthy area of Lingjiang City. Even more, it was the place where those who wanted his life gathered tonight. There is bloodlight in the west. 10 deaths with no survival. Lu Chen took out a crumpled cigarette he had taken from a dead body and put it in his mouth, not lighting it. He looked towards that direction, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up to reveal a row of stark white teeth, his smile sinister like a ghost. Since the prophecy says there is bloodlight over there, then it means many will die there tonight. Ching, you only see half right. Lu Chen's fingers gently tightened, the cigarette instantly turning to powder, drifting away with the wind. That road is indeed a road to death. However, that is a road to death reserved for enemies. Boom, a thunderclap split the night sky, lighting up the boy's face, devoid of any warmth. Since the front is hell, then let's tear through hell. Chapter 20, Raiding the Old Nest. At 2 in the morning, the rain poured heavily. Lingjiang City's drainage system has always been a mess, the underground drainage filled with a nauseating stench, a mixture of the city's waste, dead mice, and industrial waste fermenting together. In this pitch-black darkness, 2 figures were trudging through sewage that came up to their ankles. Brother Chen, ugh, do we really have to go this way? Wang Fatty wore an oversized raincoat, holding a military-grade tablet that flickered with dim light, his face looking worse than the filthy water below. He held one hand over his nose. One hand tightly grasped Lu Chen's clothing corner, fearing that a misstep would send him falling into a deeper cesspool. Lu Papi is currently gathering people in the western suburban villa area, preparing to catch me all at once. Lu Chen walked ahead without looking back. In this dark environment, his eyes faintly glimmered with a golden light. The eye of truth allowed him to navigate the complex underground maze as if it were flat ground. Since he loves waiting for people so much, let him wait a little longer. In the spirit of reciprocity, I must send him a grand gift. Lu Chen's voice echoed in the empty waterway, carrying a chilling coldness that made people's hearts race. Wang Fatty shrank his neck. Although he didn't know what Lu Chen was planning to do, ever since Lu Chen had asked him to prepare this decryption terminal, he had a hunch that tonight would definitely make headlines. But Brother Chen, ahead is right below the beast fighting arena. The security system there has 3 layers of underground sensors, just a slight vibration. That is for others. Lu Chen stopped, looking up at the thick concrete wall overhead. In his retina, what was originally a dark wall turned into crisscrossing data lines in his eyes. Target, underground beast fighting arena vault base. Material, C30 concrete plus 50 mm alloy steel plate. Defense level, high. Weakness analysis, 3 meters directly above is the vault sewage pipe interface, where the steel plate's thickness is halved and is in a blind spot of surveillance. Current status, unattended, security forces have been redirected to the western suburbs. Lu Chen's mouth curled into a cruel arc. Lu Papi is a smart man, but he is too greedy and too confident. He never imagined that someone would dare to turn around and dig into his old nest at this crucial moment. Fatty, get to work. Lu Chen pointed at a rusted maintenance hatch overhead. I need all the sonar alarms and pressure sensors here to be disabled. Wang Fatty took a deep breath, wiping the rain off his face vigorously. Since he was on this thief's ship, he might as well go all in. Although he was timid, he had learned quite a bit about electronic offense and defense from the master his family hired. This Fatty indeed knew something. With his fingers flying rapidly over the keyboard, green code cascaded like a waterfall across the screen. The internal firewall of the beast fighting arena really has hidden vulnerabilities. Found it. A flash of light sparked in Wang Fatty's eyes as his finger slammed down on the enter key. Done. Brother Chen, I've replaced the surveillance footage with looping video. The underground vibration sensor has also been blocked for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. Lu Chen nodded, then flipped his hand. A flash of light appeared, and a fierce black giant beast materialized in the narrow waterway. At this moment, the size of the coal ball was approaching that of an adult cheetah, covered in matte metallic scales, its backbone shimmering with a chilling glare in the dim light. As soon as it appeared, the mutated rats lurking in the shadows scattered in terror. Roar! The coal ball let out a low growl, its crimson eyes gazing at Lu Chen, filled with a thirst for slaughter and destruction. There's something delicious above. Lu Chen patted its hard head, pointing at the weakest point above. Melt it. No extra commands were needed. The coal ball's fangs snapped open violently. Hiss. A strong green acidic venom accurately struck the alloy steel plate. Sizzle. The horrifying sound of corrosion echoed instantly, a thick smoke rising. That special alloy, which claimed to withstand rocket fire, was melting and dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye against the S-grade talent-enhanced toxic acid of the coal ball, like butter on a hot pan. In just 30 seconds. The half-meter-thick concrete layer along with the steel plate was completely melted through, revealing a 1-meter diameter hole. A sliver of golden light shone through. Fatty, guard down there. Lu Chen threw down a line, and his whole being leaped like a nimble black cat. Clinging to the edge, he rolled up. The vault of the Colosseum. This is Lu Papi's private territory, and usually, no one is allowed in, not even the head of security. As soon as Lu Chen landed, his eyes were met with neatly arranged safes and several large boxes piled in a corner. There weren't the expected mountains of cash. In this era, large transactions are done through digital currency. What is stored here is mostly cash flow that shouldn't see the light of day, along with prohibited items Lu Papi has scavenged over the years that haven't been sold yet. Lu Chen wasted no time and directly opened the military bag he carried. Xiao, keep watch at the door. He walked over to the pile of cash and unzipped the bag. It was all old bills, with no consecutive numbers, clearly black money used for money laundering. Lu Chen moved quickly, emotionless as he swept bundles of cash into the bag. Every bill was stained with the blood of the fallen beast masters and their pets in the Colosseum. Now, it belonged to him. In just 2 minutes, 2 million in cash was in hand. The remaining safes required a password. Breaking them open would trigger an independent alarm. Lu Chen wasn't greedy and decisively gave up. His gaze turned to those boxes sealed in special lead containers in the corner. Item, black gold rock, high purity. Level, second tier rare ore. Traits: extremely hard, contains golden elemental energy, the core material for forging mystic iron-grade weapons. Effect on pets: consuming it can greatly enhance bone density and scale defense. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. No wonder Lu Poppy hid this so deeply. These boxes of black gold rock were worth at least 3 million on the black market, and it was scarce. Oh. Xiao, who had been vigilantly guarding the door, suddenly turned its head and stared fixedly at those boxes, saliva almost dripping from its mouth. It sensed the immense energy contained within. For it, having the gluttony trait, these rocks as hard as bricks were the most delicious supplements. Want to eat? Lu Chen slashed open the lock of the lead box, revealing the obsidian black rocks shining with a metallic luster inside. Eat. Once given the command, Xiao could no longer hold back and pounced forward. Crack. Crack. The sound of chewing that made one's scalp tingle echoed through the vault. The immensely hard black gold rock was easily crushed under Xiao's steel teeth like a crispy shark. As the ore filled its belly, Xiao's energy began to surge wildly. The data stream in Lu Chen's eyes flickered rapidly. Currently devouring high-energy minerals. Energy conversion in progress. S-class talent, Gluttony activated. Absorption rate 100%. Defense boost. Bone strength enhanced. Skill Gluttony armor leveling up. In just 1 minute, 2 full boxes of black gold rock were devoured. At this moment, Xiao's size hadn't increased, but the color of its scales deepened, faintly gleaming with a dark golden sheen. The previously spiny bone protrusions on its back became thicker, with hooks growing at the ends. This defense could probably leave not even a white mark from the current Gale Demon Wolf's paw. Burp. Xiao let out a satisfied burp, expelling a puff of sulfur-scented black smoke. Before it could savor the moment, Lu Chen's communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. It was a signal from Fat Wang. Someone's coming. 2 minutes. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. Lu Poppy's people reacted quickly, the energy fluctuations here had caught their attention. He glanced at the cash and minerals that had been cleared out and looked at the safes he couldn't open. Since I can't take it, let's not leave it behind. Lu Chen took out a high-explosive grenade from his pocket that he had looted from the assassin earlier and gently placed it in the gap of the safe. Pulling the pin, he removed the ring. The pressure switch activated. After completing all of this, he patted Xiao on the head and jumped back into the entrance of the sewer. Gone. A man and a beast swiftly disappeared into the darkness. 30 seconds later. A few fully armed security personnel smashed open the vault door. The supervisor said there were unusual fluctuations, hurry and check. The leading captain didn't finish his sentence before he saw the chaos everywhere, and in the gap of the safe, an iron lump was glowing with a faint red light. Damn. Boom. A dull explosion sounded deep underground, and the entire arena trembled slightly. On the rainy street, an inconspicuous black van sped away. Inside the van, Fat Wang was driving while trembling, unsure if it was fear or excitement. Lu? Brother Lu, wasn't that noise a bit too loud just now? Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat, counting the cash in the backpack. A total of 2,400,000 in cash. Plus the 3 million in or devoured by the coal balls, this trip has caused Lu Poppy at least a loss of over 5 million. Add to that the destroyed vault and the damaged reputation. Lu Chen looked at the rain curtain outside, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Is it loud? This is just the beginning. He took out the killer communicator, edited a message, and sent it to Lu Poppy. Only 4 simple words. How's home? After sending, Lu Chen directly crushed the communicator and threw it out the window. Go to the western suburbs. Lu Chen closed his eyes, leaned against the seatback, his voice calm like he was just saying he was going to the market to buy groceries. Since we've taken his money, we should meet his people. Chapter 21, Is this all you can do? The heavy rain fell like a thick curtain, shrouding Linjiang City in a lifeless gray darkness. But tonight, the tranquility here was completely torn apart by the piercing sound of brakes. More than a dozen modified black SUVs, like a pack of frenzied wild bulls, roared through the rain and came to an urgent halt in front of the collapsed vault ruins. The car doors were violently kicked open, and dozens of men in black raincoats, wielding stun batons and tranquilizer guns, surged down. Each of them had fierce eyes, clearly mercenaries who often danced on the edge of life and death. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man in an expensive suit, now soaked through by the rain, emerged. It was Lu Poppy. At this moment, he showed none of the calmness of the smiling tiger he usually exuded. Looking at the vault that had been blown open with a large hole, billowing black smoke rising, his face twitched violently, and his eyes were filled with sinister red bloodshot veins. That was his money. It was all the fortune he had accumulated over the past decade by cheating and swindling. Now, it was all gone. Even those rare ores he had planned to use to curry favor with important figures were raided clean. Lu Chen. A piercing roar forced its way out of Lu Poppy's throat, filled with the resentment of wanting to swallow a person whole. Above the ruins, a young figure was sitting on a broken concrete slab. Lu Chen supported his chin with one hand. Rain washed over him, but it couldn't extinguish the teasing cold light in his eyes. Supervisor Lu, in such heavy rain, you personally came out for a stroll. You're in pretty good shape. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the rain, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Lu Poppy fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, his chest heaving violently. He could not understand how Lu Chen had the courage to do such earth-shattering things. You didn't run? Lu Poppy gritted his teeth, his voice cold as a venomous snake's hiss. After taking my money and blowing up my vault, you actually dare to stay here to wait for me? Lu Chen stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. Run? Why should I run? He smiled slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Staying here, of course, is to see things through, and by the way, to take your old bones apart too. Arrogant. Lu Poppy laughed furiously, suddenly waving his hand. Come at me. Life or death doesn't matter. Whoever can bring me his head, I will give a reward of 1 million. Under a heavy reward, there will surely be brave men. Dozens of thugs suddenly turned bloodshot, swinging weapons like a tide rushing towards the top of the ruins. At the same time, they all summoned their beast companions. In an instant, the howling of wolves and barking of dogs mixed together, as wind blades and fireballs intertwined into a dense web of firepower, crashing down towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood in place, completely unmoved. On his retina, golden data streams flashed rapidly. A bunch of trash. Just as those attacks were about to land, a massive, pitch-black figure suddenly burst forth from the shadows behind him. Roar! A brutal roar shattered the falling raindrops. Cobalt didn't use any skills at all, merely relying on its steel body reinforced by black gold rock. It crashed into the crowd like an out-of-control heavy tank. Bang! 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 The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. Those low-level beasts, at only apprentice or black iron level, were as weak as paper in front of Cobalt. A black wind wolf that attempted a sneak attack was smashed into pieces by a single paw from Cobalt, its brain matter mixing with the rain exploded everywhere. Furthermore, its tail, covered in metal scales, whipped out like a steel whip. Ah! 3 thugs, along with their beasts, were sent flying, their rib cages collapsed, and they spewed blood in the air, clearly not surviving. In just one encounter, the elite brought by Lu Poppy was scattered into disarray. Useless. All useless. Lu Poppy looked at this scene, his face turning a deep shade of iron. Since it was like this. A flash of pain appeared in Lu Poppy's eyes, then transformed into a determined killing intent. He suddenly pulled out a crimson crystal from his pocket and crushed it fiercely. Come out. Bloodthirsty demon vine. Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. Beneath the ruins, muddy soil surged, and countless blood-colored vines, as thick as a wrist and covered in barbs, burst forth, like giant pythons hunting for prey, instantly occupying the entire battlefield. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Bronze 9 stars, plant-type overlord, bloodthirsty demon vine. This was Lu Poppy's last trump card, the reason he even had the confidence to escape from the official enforcement team. This vine was nourished by the corpses of countless death row inmates and arena failures, extremely fierce. Die! Lu Poppy shouted hysterically. Countless blood-colored vines seemed to understand the command, weaving together in the air into a net, with a screeching sound of piercing air as they rushed towards Lu Chen and Cobalt to strangle them. The power of this strike even made the surrounding air explode. Lu Chen stood in the shadow of the vines, feeling as small as an ant. But he still did not move. He was waiting. On his retina, the progress bar representing Cobalt's digestion rate was making its final jumps. 98%, 99%. Facing the overwhelming attack, Cobalt did not dodge. It stood in front of Lu Chen, letting out a low whimper, an expression of excitement and a desire for power about to overflow. Bang! 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 Hundreds of vines struck fiercely against Cobalt. The enormous impact shattered the concrete slab beneath its feet, sending dust flying. Got you! A cruel joy appeared on Lu Poppy's face. The barbs of the bloodthirsty demon vine contained a venom that paralyzed, and were incredibly sharp, even the defenses of a rock giant bear could be easily pierced. This beast was undoubtedly destined to die. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen, this is the cost of your arrogance. Lu Poppy's laughter suddenly stopped, like a duck whose neck had been grabbed. As the dust settled. What should have been made into a porcupine, bloodied and mangled, Cobalt was surprisingly still standing in place. The black scales on it were now emitting a strange dark golden sheen, the blood-colored vines that could pierce through steel were hitting against it, producing a brittle sound of metal clashing, sparks flying everywhere. Crack! Even several vines snapped due to excessive force. The barbs above shattered directly. How is that possible? Lu Bapai's eyes were almost popping out. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes of truth. Digested. Thank you, Boss Lu, for the feeding. He snapped his fingers. Coalball, let the big boss see what a real hard bone is. Roar. Coalball howled to the sky, a terrifying aura exploding from within. S-class talent Gluttony activated. Rare or black gold rock digested. Skill awakening, black gold armor. Effect, all scales transform into black gold alloy, physical defense increased by 300%, immune to all piercing damage of the same rank, with an added 30% countershock power. The next second, Coalball moved. It was no longer passively taking hits but transformed into a black gold flash, charging straight towards the bloodthirsty demon vine's body while resisting the onslaught of countless vines. Clang clang clang. The dense crashing sounds were like rain hitting banana leaves. Those blood-colored vines that instilled fear now struck against an unbreakable alloy steel plate, utterly failing to stop even a single inch of Coalball's advance, creating a shower of sparks instead. Is this your trump card? Lu Chen's voice rang coldly. Too fragile. Put. Coalball dashed to the root of the demon vine, its mouth full of fangs suddenly opened wide, biting into the main trunk of the vine. This bite came with a high-intensity corrosive acid. Screech. The bloodthirsty demon vine actually emitted a shriek similar to a human scream. Its toughest trunk was as weak as tofu under Coalball's teeth, directly torn apart at the root. Green juice splattered everywhere. The massive vine network instantly lost its life, collapsing to the ground like a pile of noodles. One strike, instant kill. The whole scene fell silent. Only the sound of the pouring rain hitting the ground remained. The remaining thugs were now terrified to the point of breaking, completely oblivious to their dropped weapons. The bronze 9-star demon vine, just like that, it disappeared? That was a monster, it was definitely a monster. Some began to retreat, their fear spreading like a plague in their eyes. Lu Chen stepped through the muddy water, walking step by step toward Lu Bapai, who was now slumped on the ground. Coalball followed behind him, still chewing on a piece of the demon vine's remnants, its dark golden pupils coldly observing everyone. Don't come over. Lu Bapai had completely collapsed at this point. His proud wealth was gone, his strongest trump card wasted, and the thugs he brought had lost their fighting spirit. He looked at the boy approaching him, as if seeing not a person, but a reaper crawling out of hell. I have money. I can give you money. Lu Bapai crawled backward with all his limbs, his voice quivering and changing pitch. I can give you the shares of the beast arena. Just don't kill me. My connections are unimaginable, if you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Lu Chen stopped, looking down at this stray dog of a man. He took out the folding knife from his pocket and washed off the blood on it in the rain. Money? Lu Chen smiled, a chilling smile. You said it yourself just now. He crouched down, the knife blade lightly tapping Lu Bapai's sweat-drenched cheek. The assassin was sent by you, and I have killed him. The treasury was opened by you, and I have blown it up. Now you want to buy your life? Lu Chen leaned closer to Lu Bapai's ear, whispering. It's too late. Put. The flash of the knife. It did not slice his throat but precisely pierced through the palm of Lu Bapai's right hand, pinning him firmly to the muddy ground. Ah! The piercing scream echoed through the night sky. Lu Chen did not kill him. Because compared to death, making a person who values wealth above all else have nothing, and then burdening him with huge debts in the pursuit of an organization, was the cruelest punishment. Get lost. Lu Chen stood up, coldly spitting out a word. Those thugs, already scared silly, felt as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambling into their cars, not daring to look even once at the manager still wailing in the mud. The engine roared to life and fled in a panic. A moment later, only Lu Chen was left in front of the ruins. The rain gradually softened. Lu Chen turned around, watching the Coalball greedily devouring the remnants of the magic vine. The coldness in his eyes dissipated a little. Eat faster. He looked towards the looming darkness in the distance. Tonight's warm-up is over. Chapter 22, The Price of So-Called Power. The rain had stopped. The air above the ruins was thick and suffocating, mingled with the smell of dirt and the stench of blood left by the earlier massacre. Lu Bapai was firmly pinned to the muddy ground by a broadsword, his right palm already a bloody mess. But at this moment, he seemed to feel no pain, and on his pale face, twisted laughter gradually emerged. Cough cough. Lu Chen, do you think you've won? While coughing blood, Lu Bapai fixed his bloodshot eyes on Lu Chen. You destroyed my money, my magic vine, but I still have one last card. A trump card meant to deal with the law enforcement team, even to usurp the throne. Lu Chen was about to turn and leave when he paused slightly at these words. He turned his head, looking down at the madman from a high vantage point, his gaze calm as if he were looking at a dying cockroach still kicking its legs. If you mean that thing hiding in the underground cold storage on the 3rd floor, I suggest you save your breath. Lu Chen said lightly, with a heartbeat like that, it's probably dying, right? Lu Papa's smile froze on his face, then twisted into something even more ferocious. Die? No, that's rebirth. That's perfect evolution. He suddenly pulled out a red remote control sealed in a lead box with his good left hand and unhesitatingly pressed the button with the skull symbol. Since I can't live, let's all go to hell together. Come forth, my masterpiece. Boom. The ground not far from the vault ruins suddenly collapsed. Accompanied by the dull sound of hydraulic machinery, a huge specially made alloy cage slowly rose. Before the cage was fully opened, a nauseating smell of decay began to spread, followed by a shriek that was neither human nor beast. Roar. The sound was mixed with extreme pain and madness, sending chills down spines. Go. Kill him. Tear his flesh one piece at a time. Lu Papai howled hysterically. Bang. The alloy cage door was directly smashed open by a terrifying brute force, crashing violently against the distant wall, raising a cloud of dust. A figure charged out from the dust. It wasn't the massive beast imagined, the figure was even somewhat small, still maintaining the basic outline of a human. But when Lu Chen clearly saw the monster's form, even one as calm as he was couldn't help but slightly narrow his pupils. It was a stitching monster. The left half of its body could still vaguely resemble a young girl, pale skin, with a tattered dress fluttering in the wind. But the right half of this body had been brutally grafted with a thick, hairy beast arm, with a pulsating flesh tumor growing on the shoulder. The girl's face had been completely destroyed. The left side still faintly resembled Su Yao, while the right side had its skin completely peeled away, exposing the bright red muscle fibers and interwoven black stitches beneath. The right eye was missing, replaced by a murky yellow beast's eye, radiating a murderous glint. Su Yao? Lu Chen quietly spoke this name. He felt no fear, only a deep sense of absurdity. Is this the proud young lady who once trampled on him in humiliation? Is this Su Chang's cherished daughter? For the sake of so-called power, to take revenge on him, she had turned herself into this grotesque form? Kill. Lu Chen. The monster Su Yao tilted its head. Muffled syllables emerged from her throat. In that remaining human left eye, reason was long gone, replaced only by the most primitive desire to kill. The next second, she moved. Her speed was astonishing, almost leaving an afterimage in place. That giant beast's arm, carrying the stench of blood, aimed straight for Lu Chen's face. Roar! Coalball instantly stood in front of Lu Chen, its dark body shimmering with a dark golden light. Black gold armor, activated. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Su Yao's beast arm slammed hard against Coalball's back. The immense force caused Coalball's limbs to sink half a foot into the earth, yet its newly evolved black gold scales remained intact, not even a crack appearing. Instead, Su Yao was sent flying back by the tremendous recoil, her beast arm making a cracking sound, obviously fractured. Ag! Su Yao let out a cry of agony, but this pain seemed to ignite her ferocity even more. She landed on all fours, like a true wild beast, arching her back again in preparation to pounce. Lu Chen stood behind Coalball, data streams swirling quickly in his eyes. Target, Su Yao, mutation/failure. Race, half-beast/human patchwork. Level, forcefully raised to bronze 5-star, extremely unstable. Status, gene collapse, total loss of reason. Weakness, severe rejection reaction at the energetic core in her heart. Evaluation, a pathetic creature that abandoned its humanity in pursuit of power, its soul is wailing. Did you see that? This is power. Lu Papai was laughing wildly over there, as if appreciating a piece of art. She was injected with 3 whole syringes of beast god serum and had a gorilla's arm transplanted. Although her brain is damaged, she is a perfect killing machine. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, turning to look at the still cackling Lu Papai. Perfect? Lu Chen shook his head, his tone indifferent, just a pile of stitched up rotten meat. After saying this, he drew the seized mountain cutting knife from his waist. The blade glinted coldly under the moonlight after the rain. Coalball, hold her down. Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Roar. Coalball let out a low growl, its form swelling again. Facing the charging Su Yao, it did not remain on the defensive, but instead opened its massive mouth and unleashed a thick stream of green poisonous fog. Corrosive poison abyss. Hiss. The strong acidic fog instantly enveloped Su Yao. Su Yao screamed tragically, the transplanted beast arm quickly rotting in the poison fog, her fragile human skin peeling off in large patches. Yet she did not stop, instinctively trying to break free from the fog. At that moment, a pitch-black metallic giant claw reached out from the mist, crashing down on her like squashing a grasshopper, forcefully pinning her to the ground. Absolute power suppression. If it were a real bronze 5-star gorilla, perhaps it could exchange a few moves with Coalball. But now, Su Yao was only a crazed being with a false level and no combat skills. Lu Chen, wielding the knife, stepped into the poison fog, completely immune to the potent toxins due to his gluttony talent. He walked in front of Su Yao, who was being held down by Coal Ball. At this moment, Su Yao was still desperately struggling, her single eye glaring fiercely at Lu Chen, her mouth repeatedly muttering, "Kill, kill." Lu Chen looked at this face that was unrecognizable. He remembered the times in school when Su Yao arrogantly commanded Zhang how to beat him up, remembered how she laughed at him for being a rice bucket while stepping on his head. Logically, he should hate her. He should even torment her like he did Lu Papai. But at this moment, looking at this monster writhing in the mud, Lu Chen felt not a hint of pleasure in revenge. Only indifference. A kind of indifference that looked down on ants. Why bother? Lu Chen crouched down, the mountain-cutting knife pressing against the pulsing tumor that was still her heart. This is also her current energy core. To win against me, you have turned yourself into this inhuman, ghost-like figure. Su Yao, you are truly pathetic. Hearing these two words, Su Yao, who was still struggling, suddenly froze. Perhaps it was a moment of clarity before death, or perhaps these words had pierced through her last remaining nerve. The fierce light in her murky beast-like eyes gradually began to fade away. In its place, there was a deep fear, confusion, and despair. She stopped struggling and, with great difficulty, turned her eyes to Lu Chen. In that moment, Lu Chen saw human tears mixed with pus and blood sliding down from the corner of her eye. "Kill me." Her voice was no longer a beast's roar, but returned to that of a once proud girl weeping, faint to the point of being almost inaudible. So painful. "Please, you." Lu Chen looked at her. No ridicule, no pity, and no hesitation. "All right." Lu Chen nodded. "For the sake of our time as classmates, I will send you on your way." Thud. The mountain knife showed no signs of stopping but precisely pierced through that tumor-like flesh. Blood gushed out, splattering all over Lu Chen's face. Su Yao's body jerked violently for a moment, then completely went limp. Her one eye looked at the sky, as if the once gloomy world finally lit up a little light. In her final moments of life, the madness in her eyes completely faded away. That once powerful young lady, using the last bit of strength, moved her lips towards the killer who had taken her life, towards this useless person she once looked down upon the most. "Thank you." Once the words fell, her breath ceased. Lu Chen pulled out the knife, wiped the blood off on Su Yao's tattered clothes, and stood up. He did not look at the corpse on the ground again. For the now Su Yao, death was the greatest release. No, no. In the distance, Lu Papai, witnessing this scene, completely broke down. His last hope, his prideful, perfect masterpiece, was thus slaughtered by Lu Chen like a chicken. "How dare you, how can you?" Lu Papai screamed incoherently, on the verge of madness. Lu Chen turned around, holding the knife, stepping through the mud, walking step by step towards Lu Papai. With each step, the murderous aura on him grew stronger. Su Yao is free. Lu Chen stood before Lu Papai, looking down at this middle-aged man with a face full of snot and tears. "Director Lu, it's time for us to settle the score. Don't worry, I won't let you die that quickly." The blade in Lu Chen's hand turned around, reflecting his eyes that had no warmth whatsoever. Chapter 23, The New King Rises, The Reaper in the Shadows. At 4 in the morning, the top office of the underground beast fighting arena in Linjiang City. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as a blood-soaked figure heavily crashed onto the floor, like a bag of tattered garbage, dragging a horrific bloodstain across the carpet. It was Lu Papai. At this moment, the blood hole in the palm of his right hand, pierced by a knife, was still oozing blood, and his expensive suit had already turned into rags. He gasped violently, his eyes filled with extreme fear of death. Don't kill me." Lu Papai crawled backward while fearfully staring at the door. Lu Chen stepped over the threshold, still holding the bloody mountain knife. His expression was calm, as if he had just returned home from a morning workout, casually pulling the heavy redwood door shut. "Director Lu, don't waste time." Lu Chen walked to the large office desk, casually pulled over the leather boss chair that symbolized the highest authority of the beast fighting arena, and sat down with poise. He raised his chin, pointing to the huge painting of a tiger descending the mountain on the wall. "You said before, as long as I don't kill you, you will give me all your trump cards." Lu Chen's fingertips lightly tapped on the desk, producing a chilling thud-thud sound. "Now, I will give you 1 minute. Open it." Lu Papai trembled all over. He initially thought Lu Chen would directly kill him outside. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen actually saw through the hidden compartment in his office with the eye of truth. This was his only chance to survive. "I'll open it. I'll open it right now." Lu Papai, ignoring the intense pain in his hands, scrambled and crawled to the picture frame, inputting the password with his trembling left hand, and passed the iris verification. Beep. The safe popped open. Lu Poppy hurriedly pulled out a sealed document bag and a few black bank cards, kneeling before Lu Chen while holding them with both hands. It's all here. This is all the savings I've accumulated over 10 years, and there's more than 10 million in the cards. The password is 6/8. Seeing Lu Chen remain silent, Lu Poppy gritted his teeth and pointed at the document bag, lowering his voice to say. And this? This is the Lin family's ledger from the provincial city. It records all their evidence of smuggling spirit mines and assassinating competitors. Lu Chen, no, Lord Lu. This thing is worth its weight in gold. With it, the Lin family definitely won't dare to touch you. Lu Chen extended his hand to take the document bag, flipping through the ledger inside for 2 pages. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes. Item, Lin family private ledger, copy. Value, leverage. Enough to cripple the provincial city's wealthy families, and is a key bargaining chip against Lin Qingshui and the Lin family's power. It's truly a good item. Lu Chen closed the ledger, tucked it into his coat, and casually swept the bank cards into his military bag. Seeing Lu Chen accept the items, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lu Poppy's eyes. Lord Lu, you've taken the items, so can I. As he spoke, he cautiously moved towards the door. I'll leave Linjiang right away. I swear, I'll go abroad washing dishes and will never appear in front of you again. Lu Chen looked at his obsequious demeanor, a playful arc suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Manager Lu, you are quite good at calculating. Lu Chen leaned slightly forward, his pair of pitch-black eyes seeming to see through a person's heart. To use my spoils to buy your own life? Lu Poppy's smile instantly froze. WH? What do you mean? What I mean is... Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. Killing you, these things are still mine. Before his words fell. Swish. A cold light suddenly appeared. The broadsword in Lu Chen's hand flew out, turning into a silver flash. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was crystal clear. Lu Poppy didn't even have time to let out a scream, as he was. Why run? He turned around and pointed at the bloodied boss chair. Handle the corpse, change to a new chair. From now on, you sit here. What? Wang Fatty's legs weakened, almost kneeling on the ground, his voice suddenly rising 8 degrees. Me? Sit here? Brother Lu, don't mess with me. I'm just a useless person, managing some second-hand goods is fine, but this is a gladiator arena. Those killers who don't blink when they kill, can they listen to me? Lu Chen walked in front of Wang Fatty, staring into his eyes. Wango, your family has money, but because of your poor talent, you've been looked down upon by your family since childhood, right? Wang Fatty was stunned and lowered his head. This was the biggest thorn in his heart. Do you want to be a useless rich second generation who eats and waits to die, called dead fatty behind your back? Lu Chen patted the bag full of cash, his tone full of temptation. The current gladiator arena is a hollow shell. Lu the Skinned is dead, this is now a land without a master. You have money, I have strength. There are over 10 million in liquid funds here. Take it, clean up the mess, gather those scattered thugs back with money. Wang Fatty's breathing started to quicken, his eyes filled with both fear and a hint of unmistakable ambition. But, what if someone doesn't obey? Doesn't obey? Lu Chen chuckled lightly, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. You are the boss on stage, responsible for counting money and greeting people with a smile. As for those who are disobedient and want to cause trouble. Lu Chen walked into the shadows, his whole being seemed to merge with the darkness. Tell them, this place is protected by the Grim Reaper. Whoever dares to touch you, I will let them end up like Lu the Skinned. Grim Reaper. Upon hearing that code name, Wang Fatty trembled all over. Looking at this 18-year-old youth who was as ruthless as an old devil, he suddenly realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he didn't hold tight to this big leg, his life would just be that of a marginalized waste in his family. If he succeeded, even if he was a puppet, he would be the king of the underground world of Linjiang. I'm in. Wang Fatty clenched his teeth, his facial fat trembling, with a fierce determination in his eyes. Brother Lu, no, boss. From now on, my life, Wang Fatty, is yours. You tell me who to bite, I'll bite whoever. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Handle it cleanly, don't leave a tail. That ledger business, keep it in your gut. After speaking, Lu Chen shouldered his backpack, lowered his hood, and turned to walk out the door. Boss, where are you going? Wang Fatty instinctively asked. School. Lu Chen didn't look back as he pushed the door open and exited. I'm a senior in high school, still need to prepare for the college entrance examination. You handle things here yourself. Half an hour later, on the street in the morning. Lu Chen carried his backpack, walking in the bustling crowd. If it weren't for the occasional cold gleam flashing in his eyes, no one would guess this high school student had just slaughtered half of the underground world last night. He bought 4 meat buns at the roadside, eating while checking his phone. Ding dong. A bank message popped up. Dear VIP customer Lu Chen, your 12 million transfer has been received, current balance, 20.8 million. Looking at that string of zeros, Lu Chen had no great waves in his heart. The small amount of money was just the beginning for the S-grade talent Gluttony, which was a bottomless pit. But he touched the black ledger in his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The Lin family. If he remembered correctly, the iceberg school beauty Lin Qingxue seemed to be from the provincial capital Lin family? And it was said that she was also a sideline member, marginalized by the family. Interesting. Lu Chen bit into a meat bun, his eyes deep. Originally, he just wanted to make some money to save his sister, but unexpectedly, he had caught the lifeline of a wealthy family in the provincial capital by chance. But it didn't matter. No matter whether it was the Lin family or the Li family, as long as they blocked his path to becoming stronger, he wouldn't mind adding a few more names to the Grim Reaper's list. I need to go see Qingqing first. Lu Chen quickened his pace. The figure vanished into the morning light. Chapter 24, Lu Chen, are you being capped? Lingjiang City 3rd Beastmaster High School. Before the morning reading bell rang, the school gate was already bustling. Students were constantly being picked up by luxury cars, but today everyone's attention was drawn to an extremely powerful matte black SUV. This vehicle had no license plate, the body had obviously been modified for bulletproofing, resembling a steel giant beast blocking the school gate. Wow, what car is this? Military-grade modified Storm Off-Road? This one must cost more than 5 million, right? Which young master from our school changed their car? Zhao Tai's Porsche looks like a toy compared to this. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, the driver's door opened. Out stepped a fat man. But this fat man was not wearing the usual baggy school uniform, instead he wore a well-tailored custom suit, his Patek Philippe shining with the light of wealth on his wrist. Wang Fatty? Someone exclaimed. This is the same Wang Fatty who usually followed Lu Chen around like a timid follower? Although everyone knew his family was rich, he used to be as timid as a quail. Why does he look so much like a newly rich person today? Wang Fatty ignored the surrounding discussions, jogging around to the back seat, slightly bending forward, his demeanor extremely respectful, reaching out to open the car door. Brother Lu, take it easy, don't step in the water. A foot clad in black combat boots stepped onto the ground. Following that, Lu Chen stepped down. The entire scene fell instantly silent. If Wang Fatty's change was due to newfound wealth, then Lu Chen's transformation was like a rebirth. The former rice bucket who wore faded school uniforms, with messy hair and a gloomy look, was gone. In his place stood a young man dressed in a dark, fitted tactical coat. The clothing had no obvious logo, but those in the know could tell at a glance that it was the underground black market's exclusive Nightwalker series. Just this jacket alone was worth 3 years' income for an average family. He carried a shoulder bag, looking languid, but when those pitch-black eyes casually swept over the crowd, it inexplicably brought a sense of pressure. Is that Lu Chen? Oh my god, did he get plastic surgery? How come he looks so much better? What handsome! That's all money making him look good. In the crowd, someone sourly shouted. An F-class talent poor guy, disappears for a week and suddenly wears brand names and rides in a luxury car, even Wang Fatty is his driver. Lu Chen, you must be kept by some rich woman, right? As soon as this was said, the originally quiet crowd erupted. Ha ha ha. That's possible. I heard some wealthy older women with peculiar tastes just love these cool little wolf dogs. I said it, how could a useless person turn over? Turns out he sold himself. Laughter and jeering echoed back and forth. Wang Fatty's face darkened instantly. After following Lu Chen in the underground beast fighting arena for a week, he hadn't personally killed anyone yet, but he'd seen enough blood and had long lost that timid attitude. Shut up. Who the hell has a dirty mouth? Wang Fatty pointed at the crowd, the arrogance of a rich second generation surging up, cursing, this car was given to Brother Lu by me. I'm rich and willing to give it, what's it to you all? Say one more. He was followed by 2 strong security guards, their faces wearing a menacing expression as if they were going to eat someone. Upon seeing this man, the surrounding students immediately fell silent. It's the new director. It's over, Lu Chen is in trouble. I heard the former director Li Gang was scared into illness. This guy is tough, rumored to be from the Lin family of the provincial city. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, slightly lifting his eyes. The eye of truth opened silently. Target, Lin Zhendong. Identity, newly appointed director of the 3rd Beastmaster High School / side member of the Lin family. Level, senior silver level Beastmaster. Student, which class are you in? Lin Zhendong adjusted his glasses, pretending to ask a question he already knew. He looked Lu Chen up and down, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. This kid's outfit must be worth at least 100,000. Senior year, class 2, Lu Chen. Lu Chen answered calmly. Lu Chen? Lin Jindong sneered, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket, pretending to flip through it. Missing classes for a week, gone without cause, serious violation of school rules. And... He pointed to the luxury car behind Lu Chen, then to his clothes, his tone suddenly turning severe. As a student, wearing strange clothes, riding an untraceable luxury car, living a lifestyle of extreme extravagance. I have reason to suspect you are involved in illegal activities or corrupting the school's atmosphere. The surrounding students looked at Lu Chen with glee, relishing his misfortune. Being labeled as having lifestyle issues could lead to severe punishments or even expulsion. Now, come with me to the office for an investigation. Explain the source of your money. If you can't clarify, get out of my school. Lin Jindong waved his hand, and the two security guards behind him immediately stepped forward, trying to grab Lu Chen's shoulder. Let's see who dares. Fat Wang suddenly stepped forward, blocking in front of Lu Chen. Although he wasn't that strong, he was still the young master of the Wang family, and his arrogance remained. Director Lin, this car is from my family, and the clothes were given by me. What's wrong with me, Fat Wang, spending some money to make friends? Is that against the rules? Fat Wang. Don't think your family has some money and you can act wildly in school. If you dare to speak back again, I'll expel you along with him. Lin Jindong's face turned grim. He was there to establish authority. How could he be contradicted by a student? You. Fat Wang was about to pull out the name of the Grim Reaper, but felt a light pat on his shoulder. Step aside. Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable calmness. Fat Wang immediately moved aside obediently. Yes, Brother Lu. Lu Chen stepped forward, staring directly into Lin Jindong's eyes. Facing the pressure released by a silver-level beast master, he didn't even blink. You're Director Lin, right? A faint smile curved at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. You want to investigate my money? What? Afraid? Lin Jindong snorted coldly, lowering his voice to threaten, Kid, don't think I don't know what you've been doing outside. Director Su has told me, you've offended people you shouldn't have. If you don't strip off this skin and kneel to apologize today, I'll make sure you can't survive in Linjiang City. Lu Chen laughed. He shook his head, then slowly walked up to Lin Jindong, leaning close to his ear. The two were so close that the bystanders thought Lu Chen was about to soften and plead. Lin Jindong, third branch of the Lin family. Lu Chen whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Lin Jindong frowned, you're investigating me? Lu Chen ignored him and continued. In June 2022, in charge of the Lin family's Hongqing Spirit Mine procurement project. The actual incoming amount was 3 tons less than the book, and that batch eventually flowed to the black market, profiting 4,500,000. Lin Jindong's pupils suddenly shrank, his body stiff as stone. Also, at the end of last year, to get your illegitimate child into a key class, you gave a leader in the education bureau a shopping card worth 800,000, ending with card number 7788. With every word Lu Chen spoke, Lin Jindong's face turned a shade whiter. When the last words bastard child came out, Lin Jindong's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. How is this possible? These are all top secrets. Especially about the spirit mine, that is the core secret of the Lin family. How could this kid know? He even got the exact amount right. That ledger. Lin Jindong's mind exploded. He suddenly remembered that Lu Papi always seemed to have some dirt on the Lin family. Could it be Lu classmate? Lin Jindong's voice was shaking, gone was the arrogance from earlier. He looked at Lu Chen in terror, as if he were staring at a devil who held his life in his hands. Director Lin, my source of funds is legitimate. It was established by Supervisor Lu during his lifetime, oh no, to support underprivileged students, a special scholarship. Lu Chen took a step back, reaching out to help Lin Jindong straighten his slightly crooked tie, the gesture gentle like that of a respectful student. Do you think this explanation is reasonable? Lin Jindong felt the tie around his neck turn into a noose, choking him so he could hardly breathe. Reasonable. Too reasonable. Lin Jindong desperately nodded, forcing out a smile that looked worse than tears, his voice loud like he was shouting a slogan. Lu Chen is excellent in both character and studies, the pride of the school. Who dares to say he is being kept? That's slander. That's a rumor. After saying this, he turned around and roared at the two security guards still frozen in place. What are you still doing? Didn't you see that Lu Chen is going to be late? Hurry and make way. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those students waiting to see Lu Chen's embarrassment all opened their mouths, their jaws dropped. What's going on? The director Lin, who was just about to expel Lu Chen, how did he turn into this submissive state after just exchanging a few words with Lu Chen? Lu Ge, impressive. Fat Wang nearby gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. No wonder he is Lu Gu, he could even handle the Lin family with just a few words. Lu Chen's expression was calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. Let's go. He shoved his hands in his pockets and strode into the campus under everyone's awed, confused, and shocked gazes. Lin Zhendong stood frozen, watching Lu Chen's back, wiping the cold sweat off his face, realizing his back was already soaked. The sky is changing. He murmured to himself. This so-called F-grade waste actually held a bomb that could blow a hole in the sky. In the classroom of Class 2, Senior Year. The moment Lu Chen pushed open the door, the originally noisy classroom fell silent. Dozens of eyes turned to the doorway in unison. Zhang Hao's seat in the back corner was empty, now occupied by a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Su Yao's seat was also vacant. Everyone knew that the absence of these two had something to do with Lu Chen, but no one dared to say it, no one dared to ask. Ignoring the complicated gazes, Lu Chen walked straight to his seat, the king's hometown, by the window in the last row. However, when he reached his desk, he paused for a moment. On his desk, there was a beautifully crafted lunchbox, along with a bottle of ice-cold milk. A pink sticky note was attached to the lunchbox, on it were written neat little characters. I heard you're back, remember to eat breakfast. Lin Qingxue. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The looks from the classmates became even more bizarre at this moment. That was sent by the school flower Lin Qingxue? The so-called Ice Mountain goddess, who never spared a glance at any boy, actually delivered a loving breakfast to Lu Chen? Could it be that rich woman keeping Lu Chen is the school flower Lin? Someone couldn't help but whisper this. Lu Chen picked up the lunchbox, and through the eye of truth, he saw not love, but full of testing and curiosity. The people of the Lin family. Lu Chen's mouth curled into a playful smile. Since you want to play, then I'll play along. He tore open the packaging and, in front of the whole class, took a big bite. Chapter 25, The School Flower's Late Night Invitation. The after-school bell rang, and the noisy campus gradually returned to quiet. Lu Chen packed his bag and was just about to get up when a pink, heart-shaped folded letter was thrown onto his desk. The boys around him, who had yet to leave, instantly widened their eyes. That was the letter Lin Qingxue threw down while passing by just now. Lu Chen unfolded the letter, which contained only a brief line of text, written clearly and strongly. Meet me on the rooftop. If you don't come, I will tell the whole class about your trip to the western suburbs yesterday. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Is this a threat? Interesting. He casually crumpled the letter into a ball and accurately tossed it into the trash can in the back corner of the classroom, then walked towards the rooftop with his hands in his pockets. Rooftop of the teaching building. The night breeze was cool, blowing the girl's white school uniform skirt. Lin Qingxue stood by the railing, with her back to the door. It seemed she had dressed up on purpose today. Her usually neat high ponytail was let down, cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her coldly beautiful face had light makeup that looked particularly charming under the hazy moonlight. But this was not a romantic date. You're here? Hearing footsteps behind her, Lin Qingxue turned around. Her expression was complicated, filled with both curiosity and a hint of unmistakable nervousness. Do you really think it's wise for the class leader to meet a troublemaker like me on the rooftop so late? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Lu Chen leaned against the rusty iron door, lighting a cigarette. Although smoking was banned at school, he clearly cared little for the rules at that moment. Lin Qingxue looked at the indifferent boy in the smoke and took a deep breath. Lu Chen, stop pretending. She took 2 steps forward, locking her gaze onto Lu Chen's eyes as if trying to see through his soul. This morning, Lin Zhendong's cowardly attitude was not an act. He's afraid of you, terrified. And that car of yours, it's a military-modified vehicle, only the underground black market in Linjiang City has the channels to get one. Lin Qingxue's voice grew more assertive, carried by a strong, aggressive momentum. Most importantly, there was an explosion at the beast-fighting arena in the western suburbs last night. The manager Lu Papai went missing and is suspected dead. And you, just happened to disappear the same day and suddenly returned rich today. As she spoke, Lin Qingxue paused, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wisdom. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. She took a deep breath and asked the question that had been choking her all day. Lu Chen, did you kill Lu Papai? The air instantly froze. Only the sound of the wind on the rooftop howled past. Lu Chen's fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly. He looked at the overly smart school beauty before him, and the golden light in his eyes flickered and vanished. Target, Lin Qingxue. Status, extremely tense/adrenaline soaring/anticipation. Psychological color, pink mixed with bright red, excitement and curiosity. Analysis, she does not see you as a criminal, she is looking for someone like herself. Lu Chen smiled. He threw away the cigarette butt and gently ground it out with his toe. Class leader, do you know that some things should not be said carelessly? Lu Chen took long strides towards Lin Qingxue. His pace was not fast, but each step felt like a heavy hammer striking against Lin Qingshue's heart. In that moment, Lin Qingxue felt she was not facing a high school student, but an ancient beast that had just awakened. I didn't say anything reckless, I'm stating facts. Lin Qingxue instinctively took a step back until her back hit the cold concrete wall. No retreat possible. Lu Chen walked up to her and did not stop, he kept closing in. The distance between them shrank to only a few centimeters. Lu Chen reached out his hand, bracing himself against the wall beside Lin Qingxue's ear. Bang! A muffled sound resonated. It was a perfectly executed wall slam. But he held no flower, only a mixture of tobacco scent and a faint hint of blood filled the air, instantly enveloping Lin Qingxue completely. Lin Qingxue's breath became chaotic in an instant. She looked up at Lu Chen, who was so close. His pitch-black eyes were unfathomable, reflecting her flustered face. What do you want to do? Lin Qingxue's voice trembled slightly, her cheeks quickly flushed with a layer of red. Kill Lu Papai? Lu Chen lowered his head, his lips nearly touching Lin Qingxue's glistening earlobe. The hot breath he exhaled brushed against her neck, causing a flurry of goosebumps. That kind of scum deserves to die, but... Lu Chen's voice became low and hoarse, carrying a dangerous magnetism. If this kind of words comes from your mouth, if it spreads, it will bring you great trouble. Some things are safer the less you know, class monitor. Lin Qingxue felt her heart racing, almost leaping out of her throat. She should have been afraid. Facing a murder suspect, facing such an aggressive posture, as a good girl, she should scream, she should run away. But... She looked at Lu Chen's sharply defined profile, at the indifference in his eyes that seemed to regard human life as worthless, and she found her legs weak. Not because of fear, but because of a strange excitement. In this world that worships the strong, Lu Chen's dangerous and powerful aura held a fatal attraction for her, a young lady bound by rules since childhood. I'm not afraid. Lin Qingxue inexplicably raised her head, meeting Lu Chen's gaze, biting her lip as she spoke. I'm not afraid of trouble, and I'm not afraid of you. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at her with some surprise. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and a stubborn look appeared on her flushed face. Lu Chen, I don't care if you're the god of death or a useless bum. I came to you for only one thing. She stretched out her hand and gently grasped Lu Chen's sleeve, her fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. In a month, there's the college entrance exam. This year's exam rules have changed, it's a wilderness survival battle. We have to enter the real fallen zone, face real beasts, and even be hunted by other test takers. Lin Qingxue stared into Lu Chen's eyes, speaking each word clearly. All my teammates quit yesterday because they were afraid of dying. I need a teammate. A teammate who is ruthless, strong, and even willing to kill. Lu Chen, shall we form a team? Lu Chen looked at the girl before him, whose face was filled with anticipation. Under the eye of truth, her psychological defenses were completely laid open to him. It was an unconditional trust, even carrying a hint of a desire for submission. Form a team? Lu Chen pulled back the hand supporting the wall and took a step back, increasing the distance between them. The suffocating feeling of pressure disappeared, and Lin Qingxue unexpectedly felt a faint sense of loss. I'm an F-level talent waste, while you are an S-level gem of nature. Are you not afraid to be pulled down if you team up with me? Lu Chen lit a cigarette, looking at her with a half-smile. You are not a waste. Lin Qingxue said decisively, S-level ice element talent is strong, but I've never killed anyone. You have. That's enough. And... Lin Qingxue lowered her head, her voice suddenly becoming small, her face reddening like a ripe apple. And I have money, I have resources. As long as you agree to take me, the Lin family can give you what you need. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. This sounded so much like a declaration of being kept, didn't it? But... Wilderness survival battle, huh? Lu Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. This was indeed a good opportunity for leveling up and consuming evolution. Rather than wasting time with a bunch of useless teammates, taking this naive but highly talented schoolflower seemed like a good choice. After all, S-level ice system control, paired with the cold ball's poison mist and strong offense, was indeed a golden duo. Let's see how you perform. Lu Chen did not agree directly but did not refuse either. He turned and walked toward the rooftop door. He waved his hand at Lin Qingxue with his back to her. Bring me a sweet soybean milk for the morning reading tomorrow. Watching Lu Chen disappear into the darkness, Lin Qingxue stood in place, motionless for a long time. The night wind blew past, and she felt a chill on her back, only then realizing that she had broken out in a cold sweat from nervousness. But when she touched her ear that had just been brushed by Lu Chen's breath, her lips couldn't help but curve into a slight smile, showcasing a bright and charming smile she had never shown in front of others before. The god of death who drinks sweet soybean milk, quite cute. Chapter 26, The Rules of the College Entrance Examination, Survival in Despair. The day before the college entrance examination, at the 3rd Beast Taming High School in Linjiang City. The sky was gloomy, pressing down heavily, making it hard to breathe. All the third-year students gathered in the auditorium, thousands of eyes fixated on the huge holographic projection screen ahead. In previous years at this time, everyone would discuss the exam room allocation, but today, the air was thick with a suffocating atmosphere of severity. Silence. The principal stood on stage, his voice booming through the speaker, painful to the eardrums. His expression was unusually grave, even with a hint of reluctance. According to an urgent notification from the Provincial Department of Education, in response to the increasingly severe situation of the Abyss invasion, the rules for this year's college entrance examination are undergoing a complete reform. The entire hall fell silent. The principal took a deep breath and pressed the remote control. A blood-red map popped up on the screen. It was an island isolated in the sea, wrapped in fog and black storms, shaped like a terrifying skull. This year's exam site is set in Despair Island. Boom. As soon as these 3 words came out, the audience erupted in chaos. Despair Island? Isn't that the place used to imprison serious criminals and breed experimental magic beasts? Are you crazy? That's a real fallen zone. It's said to be filled with mutated fierce beasts, even with silver-tier lord monsters. You want us to take the exam in a place like that? Is this an exam or a death sentence? Fear was written all over the students' faces. Many timid girls had already burst into tears, and even Zhao Tai, who usually acted arrogantly, looked a bit pale at this moment. Quiet. The principal roared again, suppressing the commotion. The rules are simple: survival. 50,000 candidates from the province will be randomly dropped into the peripheral area of Despair Island. The examination period is 7 days. Everything on the island has to be fought for. You will face not only fierce beasts but also other candidates. Each person will carry a point wristband upon entry. Killing fierce beasts earns points, but the fastest way to score is stealing other candidates' wristbands. Gathering 10 wristbands means passing. Gathering 100 wristbands will grant direct admission to key universities. Finally. The principal paused, his tone turning icy. On the island, aside from the absolute rule against directly killing candidates, there are no restrictions on any other rules. Whatever happens, happens. The death waiver is already on your terminals. Sign it, and you will set off tomorrow. If you don't sign, it will be regarded as abandoning the exam. A deathly silence. This is raising goo. The higher-ups no longer need flowers in a greenhouse, what they need are wolves that can crawl out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lu Chen sat in a corner, looking at the map of Despair Island on the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. No rules? Robbery? Survival? For him, this was simply paradise. With the abilities of Eye of Truth and Gluttony, he thrived in chaotic hunting grounds. That meant countless resources, endless crystals, and ding dong. At that moment, a perfectly uniform notification sound suddenly rang out. It wasn't someone's phone, but the communication terminals of almost all candidates in the auditorium received the same push message at the same time. It was a pinned post on the Provincial College Entrance Examination Forum, bold and highlighted, glaringly obvious. Bounty Notice. Publisher, Lin Family of Xincheng, Lin Feng. Content: whoever can disable a single arm of Lu Chen, a candidate from Linjiang No. 3 High School, on Despair Island will receive a bounty of 1 million. Disable all 4 limbs, bounty 5 million. If you can turn him into a complete cripple, 10 million. Even if he is an F-level talent, I will let him into Imperial Capital University. At this moment, the air in the auditorium seemed to freeze. Thousands of gazes, like searchlights, suddenly focused on Lu Chen in the corner. In those gazes, there was no longer the laughter or fear from before, but rather a naked greed. 5 million. The guaranteed admission to Imperial Capital University. For these students from ordinary families, this was a chance to reach the sky. As long as they took out an useless F-level talent, they could change their fate. Gloolump. Someone swallowed hard, and the sound was exceptionally loud in the silent environment. Soon, whispers spread like a plague. That's a reward issued by young Master Lin Feng. The Lin family always keeps their word. Although Lu Chen has been acting strangely lately, he is still an F-level. If we team up. 5 million, enough for my family to live a lifetime. Feeling the malicious eyes around him, Wang Fatty was so scared that his fat body trembled, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. He jumped up, blocking Lu Chen with a fierce face, and shouted. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? Who dares to touch my brother Lu? But this time, his roar did not have much deterrent effect. In the face of huge temptation, fear was infinitely minimized. Lu Chen. Lin Qingxue, who had been sitting next to Lu Chen, had a pale face. She stared at the name on the phone screen tightly and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's Lin Feng. The eldest young master of the Lin family, and also my good brother from another mother. He is targeting me. He knows I'm close to you and wants to warn me by ruining you, forcing me to obediently go back to accept the family marriage." Lin Qingxue turned her head, her eyes filled with guilt and anxiety. "I'm sorry, I've dragged you down. His influence in the provincial city is very powerful. He must have arranged many killers among the candidates this time. Lu Chen, how about you?" The words "give up the exam" hadn't left her lips when she was interrupted by Lu Chen. Lu Chen slowly stood up. He shoved one hand into his pocket and calmly scanned the entire room. 5 million. Lu Chen suddenly laughed. His laughter was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the hall. "So my hands and feet are worth this much." He walked out of his seat and headed straight for the hall's entrance. Students along the way instinctively wanted to stop him, but when they met those ink-black eyes, they instinctively shrank back. When he reached the entrance, Lu Chen stopped, standing with his back to the crowd, his voice indifferent. "Those who want the bounty, come at me." After saying that, he pushed open the door and disappeared into the shadows outside. Only that bloody sentence echoed in the auditorium, making everyone who had just felt burning blood suddenly feel a piercing chill rushing from their feet to the top of their heads. A madman. Don't forget, this person is an absolute madman. Outside the school gate, in a black SUV. Wang Fatty drove while trembling and wiping sweat. "Brother Lu, this is really serious. With 50,000 candidates in the province, even if only 1/10 of them are tempted, that's 5,000 people. Each person's spit could drown us. And that Lin Feng I've heard of is ruthless. He must have sent real killers into the exam room this time." Compared to Wang Fatty's panic, Lu Chen appeared exceptionally calm. He leaned back on the back seat, eyes closed, playing with 2 walnuts in his hand. They were collectibles that he had snatched from Lu Popai's office, now cracked under his grip. "Fatty." Lu Chen spoke faintly. "Huh? Brother Lu, what is it? You said, if so many candidates are snatched away, how many points could we get?" Wang Fatty was stunned, then almost mistook the brake for the accelerator. Snatch away? Since they want to hunt me, they must be prepared to be killed in return." Lu Chen opened his eyes and took out the Lin family accounts that he had borrowed from Lu Papai, gently rubbing the cover with his fingers. "Is Lin Feng right? I wasn't planning to move against your Lin family so quickly. Since you brought your face closer, don't blame me for being too harsh with this slap." "Where is Lin Qingxue?" Lu Chen asked. "She was just taken away by her family. They said she needs to prepare some secret weapon and will meet us at the port tomorrow." Lu Chen nodded. "To the black market." "Brother Lu, why are we going to the black market?" "To gather some intelligence." Lu Chen looked out at the rapidly retreating scenery, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. "Since it's a struggle for survival, how can we leave out the poison circle?" Chapter 27, Landing in the Box. V-Room. The huge military transport plane pierced the sky, the roar of the engine deafening. We are 3,000 meters above Despair Island. Looking down through the cabin window, the entire island was shrouded in a strange black mist, jagged stones and dense primeval jungles vaguely visible, like giant mouths waiting to swallow the fallen flesh and blood. "Attention all units, we are about to enter the drop zone. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was stifling. Hundreds of candidates carrying parachute packs all had pale faces, some even trembling in fear. But among them, Lu Chen was not affected. He sat by the door, eyes closed, playing with a black alloy knife he had just acquired from the black market. The knife was long, non-reflective, a weapon specifically designed for killing. 3, 2, 1 jump. The cabin door opened, and a fierce wind rushed in. Lu Chen showed no hesitation, even skipping the safety check, leaping straight out. Whoosh! 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 The feeling of weightlessness hit him, the icy air slicing against his face like a knife. Lu Chen adjusted his position in the air, the eye of truth activating instantly. In his line of sight, the black jungle below transformed into countless lines and data points. He was searching for the best landing spot while also observing the prey. In his view, there were several red dots falling towards the same direction as him. "Looks like a lot of people want to take my head for that 5 million. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Bang! The parachute opened precisely 300 meters above the ground. The immense pull drastically reduced his falling speed. 10 seconds later, Lu Chen landed accurately on a rocky beach at the edge of the island. He quickly cut the parachute ropes, rolling on the ground to absorb the impact, crouching like a cheetah, alertly scanning the surroundings. This was Area F, resource poor but with a wide field of vision. However, just as he landed, rustle! From the right side bushes came an extremely subtle sound. If it were an ordinary candidate, in the shock of just landing, they would definitely not hear it. But Lu Chen was different, his senses had far surpassed ordinary people under the subtle influence of the gluttony talent. They're coming. Lu Chen remained still half-crouched, appearing to sort out his parachute bag as if completely unaware. The next second. Get him. Don't let him escape. A loud roar rang out. 3 figures suddenly sprang from the bushes, encircling Lu Chen in a triangular formation. These 3 people were clearly grouped together in advance, cooperating with extreme tacit understanding. The one on the left was tall and thin, summoning a 1-star bronze wind blade mantis, 2 wind blades slicing towards Lu Chen's legs. The one on the right was a muscular man, holding a tower shield, accompanied by a iron-armored boar that resembled a small mountain, roaring as it charged. The one in the middle, clearly the leader, gripped a modified tranquilizer crossbow, aiming directly at Lu Chen's neck. Ha ha ha. The 5 million is mine. The leader's eyes were filled with wild joy. They were incredibly lucky to have encountered this province-wide wanted big fat sheep just after landing. A trash F-grade candidate, under this 3-on-1 encirclement, was nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. What is known as landing in the box refers to this kind of unlucky fellow. Faced with the imminent attack, Lu Chen finally moved. He did not summon a coal ball. To deal with these rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs, there's no need for a trump card. At the moment when the 2 blades of wind were about to cut his ankles, Lu Chen's body bent backward at an extremely strange angle, as if it had no bones, avoiding the wind blades. Meanwhile, the eye of truth glowed fiercely red. Target, 3-person team. Weakness analysis. On the left, unstable lower body, old injury on the right knee. On the right, vision blocked by tower shield, blind spot at the lower left. In the middle, 0.5 seconds between reloads, heart protection is empty. Too slow. Lu Chen softly uttered 3 words. Swish. His military boots stomped on the rubble, and instead of retreating, he charged forward, bursting forward faster than the charging armored pig. The first strike. Lu Chen's figure appeared like a ghost behind the tall, skinny guy on the left. Before the other party could react, the cold back of the knife heavily struck his right kneecap. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah. The tall, skinny guy let out a terrible scream and fell directly to the ground. Lu Chen took the opportunity to kick him in the back, sending him flying like a cannonball, colliding with the windblade mantis that was trying to rescue him. 1 person and 1 pet tumbled together and instantly fainted. The second strike. Using the recoil, Lu Chen turned in midair, and the ally battle knife drew a dark arc. This knife aimed directly at the burly man holding the tower shield. The burly man was shocked and instinctively raised his shield to block. But he was wrong. Lu Chen's target was not the man, but the clumsy armored pig. The blade accurately pierced the gap in the armored pig's neck shell that was its only soft spot. Roar! The armored pig let out a mournful howl, its massive body collapsing with a crash, thrashing wildly. The burly man hadn't reacted yet when he felt a darkness in front of him. Lu Chen had already leaped onto the pig's head, delivering a powerful knee strike to his chin. Bang! The burly man's 200-pound body flew off the ground, teeth mixed with blood spraying into the air, his eyes rolling back as he fainted straight away. In the blink of an eye, 2 teammates were out of commission. The captain in the middle, holding the tranquilizer crossbow, was completely dumbfounded. He held the crossbow in position, his finger frozen on the trigger, but he couldn't pull it down no matter what. Because a cold battle knife was currently pressed against his carotid artery. The cold from the blade froze all the blood in his body. Lu Chen stood in front of him, not even breathing heavily. His dark eyes looked at him as if he were looking at a dead person. 5 million. The captain's teeth trembled, and his pants instantly became wet. 5 million, you have to have a life to spend it. Lu Chen twisted his wrist. He did not cut his throat. The hilt struck heavily against the captain's temple. Thud. The last person collapsed to the ground. From the ambush to the end, it took less than 10 seconds. Not even the drone hovering overhead had time to zoom in the shot. Lu Chen sheathed his knife, his movements fluid and graceful. He crouched down, skillfully pulling the score wristbands off the 3 people's wrists. Ding. Points gained, 30 points. Penny pincher. Lu Chen frowned and disdainfully tossed the wristbands into his bag. After doing all this, he did not rush to leave. He slowly raised his head and looked at the hovering examination drone with flashing red lights. At this moment, in the surveillance hall of the provincial city, countless pairs of eyes were staring at this screen. Especially Lin Feng, who was sitting in the luxurious box, waiting to see Lu Chen's miserable state. Lu Chen looked at the camera and reached to straighten his somewhat messy collar. Then, he raised his right hand and slowly made a throat-cutting gesture at his neck. The previously indifferent face slowly blossomed into an extremely radiant, yet eerie smile. Lin Feng, right? Lu Chen spoke silently to the camera, his lips moving. Clean your neck. I'm coming. In the provincial city, at the College Entrance Examination Monitoring Center, VIP viewing room. Smash. An expensive crystal goblet was violently smashed to the ground. Red wine splashed all over the ground, like a pool of glaring blood. On the sofa, a young man dressed in a white suit, looking delicate and handsome, suddenly stood up, his face dark enough to drip water. He was the young master of the Lin family, Lin Feng. On the big screen, it was frozen at Lu Chen's extremely arrogant smile. Good, very good. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Lu Chen in the screen, his finger joints turning white as he gritted his teeth and laughed. A lowly bug actually dares to threaten me? Let's see how arrogant you can be. He turned around and shouted sternly at the butler behind him. Tell the Night Hawks that they don't need to hold back. Chop off Lu Chen's hands and feet, I want him alive. I want to personally pull out all his teeth. Despair Island, Area F, Rocky Beach. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the drone. What he just said was not only to Lin Feng but also to everyone on the island who wanted the bounty. From this moment, the identities of hunter and prey had switched. Coal ball. Lu Chen quietly thought. The space twisted for a moment, and a pitch-black figure appeared at his feet. Coal ball had grown larger, its black gold scales almost invisible in the dark light, and its crimson eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Are you hungry? Lu Chen patted its head and looked towards the depths of the jungle. Under the eye of truth, the entire island seemed to transform into a huge buffet. Countless fierce beasts, countless candidates. Go eat. Lu Chen drew his battle knife and vanished into the dark jungle. This time, we are going to eat until we are full. Chapter 28, Lin Qingshua's Crisis. Despair Island, Area D, Dense Forest. This is the heart of the island, where trees tower into the clouds, and the thick branches and leaves block most of the sunlight, shrouding the entire forest in a cold, damp gloom year-round. At this moment, the silent jungle was torn apart by violent spiritual energy fluctuations. Bang! A thick ice wall exploded instantly under the impact of the fireball, countless ice shards flying everywhere. Lin Qingxue stumbled back, her white school uniform now stained and messy with dirt and black ash, and there was a cut on her left arm made by a wind blade, blood seeping out, staining her sleeve red. Above her head, the once magnificent ice crystal phoenix now looked utterly miserable. Its translucent blue feathers had fallen away in large clumps, its right wing twisted unnaturally, clearly severely injured, barely maintaining a low hover while letting out sad cries. Are you still going to run, my young lady? A taunting voice came from all around. 5 candidates dressed in camouflage stepped out from behind the trees, forming a fan shape that cornered Lin Qingxue against the edge of a cliff. The leader was a boy with a face full of pimples, named Zhou Tong. He was from a subsidiary family of the Lin clan, and his only task on the island was to force Lin Qingxue out of the competition or make her bow to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin Feng said that if you crush the distress signal and withdraw now, and swear to return and accept the family marriage, we will immediately stop. Zhou Tong played with the flame dagger in his hand, his gaze greedily sweeping over Lin Qingxue's face, which was still beautiful despite her disheveled state. Otherwise, it's just a deserted mountain, and if something unexpected happens, no one will know. The remaining 4 henchmen let out a lewd chuckle. Lin Qingxue leaned against the cold rock, her chest rising and falling violently. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with stubbornness and coldness. Dream on. She squeezed out 2 words through her clenched teeth. Stubborn and unyielding. Zhou Tong's expression darkened, the last bit of patience gone. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame my brothers for being ruthless. First, take out that bird, then tie her up and deliver her to young Master Lin. Do it. Add a command. The 5 candidates summoned their beasts at the same time. Flame dogs, gale wolves, ironhide bulls, 5 bronze-level fierce beasts with savage grins charged towards the already at her limits Lin Qingxue. Screech. The ice crystal phoenix let out a desperate screech, wanting to block its master with its body, but as it flapped its wings, it was hit hard in the chest by a fireball, falling to the ground with a mournful cry. Little ice. Lin Qingxue gasped, watching as the horns of the iron-skinned bull were about to pierce through the phoenix's body, while 2 more wind blades were already approaching her face. Despair. This was the first time Lin Qingxue truly felt the breath of death. She closed her eyes, tightly gripping the ice explosion talisman she had prepared long ago. Even if she died, she would take 2 with her. However, at that critical moment, crack! A sudden sound of a branch snapping came from above the tree canopy. Then, a dark shadow fell from the sky like a meteor. Without any flashy still effects, just pure, unadulterated speed and power. Boom! The shadow smashed down heavily on the iron-skinned bull at the forefront. Accompanied by the chilling sound of bones breaking, the half-ton bull didn't even let out a scream, its entire spine crushed instantly, and its massive body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, kicking up clouds of dust. Silence filled the air. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. As the dust settled, a boy in a black tactical coat stood with one foot on the bull's caved-in back, casually shoving half a compressed biscuit into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and then looked up, his pitch-black eyes scanning the scene, finally landing on the dazed Lin Qingxue. "Yo, class monitor." Lu Chen brushed off the crumbs from his biscuit with a tone as casual as meeting an old classmate on the street. "You look pretty messy." Lin Qingxue opened her eyes, staring at the figure before her who had fallen from the sky. Her heart skipped a beat. It was him. The one who had kept her up all night last night. Lu Chen? Zhou Tong, realizing who it was first stunned, then filled with wild joy. "Ha ha ha. What luck. I was just worried about not being able to find you, and here you are, coming right to me." Zhou Tong pointed at Lu Chen, his voice trembling with excitement. "Brothers. Forget about that girl. First, take down this useless brat. The 5 million bounty will be ours." Lu Chen didn't even glance at Zhou Tong. He just turned around, facing away from the fierce enemies, looking at Lin Qingxue, and extended a finger. "I'll save you once, you give me half of your points." Lin Qingxue was stunned. At a time like this, is that what you want to say? Shouldn't you ask, "Are you okay?" or say, "Don't worry, I'm here"? What? Do you think it's too expensive? Lu Chen frowned slightly, seeming a bit impatient. "How about 20% off?" "I can't go lower, my appearance fee is quite high." "Watch out behind you." Lin Qingxue shouted urgently, seeing the flame dog that had already pounced behind Lu Chen. But Lu Chen seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. Without turning, he made a swift backward slash. Shink! The black alloy dagger sliced precisely into the flame dog's open mouth, piercing through to its brain. Gore! The flame dog fell dead instantly. Lu Chen withdrew his knife, shaking off the blood, still staring at Lin Qingxue, waiting for her response. Half of the points for one life, plus a qualification for automatic advance. This deal is a win-win for you. Lin Qingxue looked at this guy who viewed fierce enemies as nothing and only saw business. Her momentary feeling of gratitude vanished, replaced by an impulsive urge to bite him. Is this guy really the legendary Grim Reaper? Why does he act like a greedy merchant? But seeing the enemies around her eyeing her hungrily, she could only grind her teeth and nod. Deal. Trade. Nice and quick. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, finally breaking into a satisfied smile. The next second, the mercenary look in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a suffocating brutality and coldness. Coalball, come out and clean the ground. Roar. With Lu Chen's call, a large area of thick green poisonous mist suddenly surged out from the surrounding bushes. A terrifying black gold figure burst out from the mist, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. It was the starving Coalball. Ah! What is this thing? My hand. My hand is rotten. Poison. It's poisonous. Run. The group, who were still dreaming of getting rich, instantly fell into hell. In front of Coalball's terrifying black gold armor and corrosive poison prison, their proud bronze-level pets were as fragile as paper. In just half a minute, the battle was over. Injured bodies and pet corpses lay all over the ground. Zhou Tong was stepped on the face by Lu Chen, his teeth shattered, and his whole body was twitching. Lu Chen skillfully crouched down and began to loot the corpse. 5-point wristbands, 150 points. Oh, this dagger is of mysterious iron level? It's mine now. There are also a few bottles of recovery potions, not bad. While looting, Lu Chen mentally tallied up his score. Lin Qingxue hugged her injured ice crystal phoenix and stared blankly at this scene. She had not recovered from the shock just now. So powerful. Not only was that black monster absurdly strong, but Lu Chen's fighting ability was also terrifying. The assassin who tried to sneak attack him had his arms broken off barehanded, and before he could even scream, he fainted. Is this his true strength? Here. After finishing his search, Lu Chen walked over and tossed a bottle of potion to Lin Qingxue. This, for me? Lin Qingxue was somewhat flattered. This guy actually cares about others? This is from Zhou Tong's bag, consider it your loot. Lu Chen pointed to the point wristband on her wrist. Hurry up and heal your injury, then transfer the points. That battle just now, plus their 5 wristbands, you owe me 75 points. Lin Qingxue. She withdrew her earlier feelings of gratitude. This bastard is just a complete money grubber. Fine, I'll transfer. Lin Qingxue angrily drank the potion, then operated the wristband, transferring half of the points to Lu Chen. Ding. Transfer successful. Lu Chen looked at the rapidly increasing points on the wristband, in a great mood. Pleasant cooperation. He stretched out his hand, trying to pull Lin Qingshui up. Lin Qingshui looked at that bloodstained yet strong hand, hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand on it. The hand was cold but very strong. The moment she was pulled up by Lu Chen, Lin Qingshui looked at the chaos around her and suddenly asked. Lu Chen, we are just 2 people, can we really win? Lin Feng has gathered all the allied forces of the Lin family this time. Lu Chen released her hand and turned to look deep into the forest. At this moment, the distant sounds of more examinees shouting and fighting faintly echoed. 2 people? Lu Chen turned back and glanced at Coalball, which was greedily devouring the corpse of the iron-skinned bull, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Who said we are here to win the competition? Lin Qingshui was stunned, then what are we here for? Lu Chen wiped the blood off the edge of his knife and smiled fiercely. We are here to stock up. Since Lin Feng sent so many experience packs in, if we don't take them all, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to him? After speaking, he looked at Lin Qingshui. Can we still leave? We need to go to the central area. Lin Qingshui looked at Lu Chen's arrogant back, took a deep breath, the confusion in her eyes faded, and regained the determination of the aloof campus goddess. We can. She summoned back the slightly healed ice crystal phoenix and quickly followed him. Lu Chen, although you are a treacherous businessman, but that kick just now was pretty cool. Lu Chen, who was walking ahead, paused for a moment, did not turn back, and simply replied indifferently. Coolness is a chargeable service. Remember to give a tip next time. Chapter 29, The Poison Circle Shrinks, All Map Players. Despair Island, 3rd day. The sky showed a sickly dark red color, which was a sign that a high-altitude electromagnetic storm was about to arrive. The broadcasting tower on the island's perimeter emitted a piercing buzz every hour, reminding all surviving examinees, the safe zone is shrinking. If they did not rush to the central area as soon as possible, they would be swallowed by the black magnetic storm at the island edge that was strong enough to tear steel apart. On the only road from Area F to the central area, there was a dangerous one-line sky canyon, named Double Snake Gorge. At this moment, 700 or 800 examinees had already gathered at the canyon entrance. Most of them wore torn clothes and carried wounds on their bodies, clearly elites who had survived the fighting and beast tide of the past 2 days. What is going on? Why can't we pass ahead? It seems fog has risen, such thick fog. Someone pointed in fear toward the depths of the canyon. They only saw that the originally dark canyon was now surging with rolling thick smoke. That was not normal mountain fog, but a heavy poisonous miasma showing a strange miserable green color, like a wall of despair, completely sealing the only path. A few passing birds accidentally brushed the edge of the fog, did not even let out a scream, and instantly turned into a puddle of rotten blood and fell down. Hiss. A wave of sharp cold breaths sounded in the crowd. This poison fog is too fierce. It can even instantly kill black iron-level demon beasts. Can we go around it? There is no time. The magnetic storm circle behind will shrink over in 10 minutes, going around is death. Unable to advance or retreat. Poison ahead, magnetic storm behind. Desperate emotions quickly spread through the crowd. Just at this time, a lazy voice came through a loudspeaker from the cliff above the canyon, echoing in the empty valley. Good morning, students. Everyone suddenly raised their heads. They only saw that on a protruding rock of the cliff sat one man and one woman. The man wore a flashy black tactical trench coat, wore sunglasses, held a loudspeaker robbed from some unlucky guy, and was shaking his crossed legs. The woman wore white clothes whiter than snow, and although her face had no expression, that peerless beautiful face was known by everyone present. It's Lu Chen. And school beauty Lin. Damn it. This poison fog wouldn't be. Lu Chen held the loudspeaker, as if he could see through the thoughts of the people below, and said with a smiling face. No need to guess, I released this fog. This mountain was opened by me, this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass here, cough cough, wrong words. Lu Chen cleared his throat and changed to a fake merciful black merchant face. Considering the road ahead is crowded, and in order to protect the life safety of all examinees, I specially set up a road toll station here. Not 998, not 988, just hand over your point wristbands, and you can get an exclusive detox package and pass the canyon safely. The whole place exploded in noise. Lu Chen. Are you crazy? A buzzcut boy wearing a key-class uniform roared angrily, there are 800 people here. You actually want to rob all of us alone? You are openly destroying the exam rules. Rules? Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of truth eyes flashing with cold light. The principal said it, the only rule on the island is survival. I didn't force you either. You can choose not to pay, then wait behind for the magnetic storm circle to come and give you a free electric treatment. After saying this, Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Coal ball, add some extra flavor for them. Roar. A low beast roar came from deep in the canyon. Immediately after, the miserable green poison fog that had been still suddenly seemed to come alive, fiercely expanding outward by 10 meters. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The rocks at the very front were instantly corroded into ashes. That face-rushing suffocating feeling and death threat made everyone unconsciously step back, faces pale white. I will count to 3. Lu Chen raised 3 fingers. 3. 2. Everyone don't listen to him. We rush through. I don't believe he dares to kill so many people. That buzzcut boy was clearly a thorn, summoned a rock giant lizard, held up a shield, and was about to force his way into the poison fog. Brothers, follow me and charge. He is just one person, kill him. In his view, this so-called poison fog must just be a trick to block the eyes. How could anyone possess a poison-type skill covering the entire canyon? That would require a golden level or even higher pet beast. Looking at the buzzcut man leading the charge, Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Wise words are hard to offer to a damned ghost. The next second, the buzzcut man rushed into the poisonous mist and suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah! My eyes. My face. His proud rock giant lizard shield dissolved like foam in front of the toxic mist, followed by his skin and clothes. In less than 3 seconds, the buzzcut man crawled back out, his body rotten, bloody and mangled, lying on the ground convulsing in pain, clearly a wreck. The whole place fell silent. Just a moment ago, those who were eager to follow his lead and charge in were now having cramps in their legs, cold sweat soaking their bodies. This was no trick. This was truly a deadly poison hell. Is there anyone else who wants to try? Lu Chen's voice remained flat, as if he had just swatted a fly. No one spoke. Fear, like a plague, exploded in the crowd. I give up. Finally, someone broke down. A girl walked forward in tears, removing the score bracelet from her wrist, holding it high. I'll give you all my points. Please, give me the antidote, I don't want to die. Lu Chen's lips lifted slightly, his fingers curled. Coal ball, serve the customers. In the poisonous mist, a shadow that was barely visible took the bracelet. Immediately after, a fragrant green pill was thrown out. That wasn't some high-level elixir, just a pill Lu Chen made with commonly found clear spirit grass, but under the influence of his gluttony talent, it could temporarily create a poison resistance field inside the taker. The girl swallowed the pill and nervously stepped into the toxic mist. A miraculous scene occurred. The originally fierce poisonous mist automatically parted to make a path for her, as if meeting a kindred spirit. She passed through the canyon unharmed. I really can get through. This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of everyone present. Rather than being eliminated or even crippled, it would be better to hand over points to save their lives. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. I'll give up too. Give me a pill. Don't push. I was here first. Lu Gu. Lu Yi. I have 50 points, all for you. The over 800 examinees who just moments ago were shouting to kill each other now lined up eagerly, afraid that if they were a moment late, Lu Chen's antidote would be sold out. On the cliff, Lin Xingxue watched this magical scene below, her whole person in shock. She glanced at Lu Chen, who was busy collecting bracelets, and then at her own pitiful points on her wrist. Is this what you call stocking up? Lin Xingxue felt her worldview was being reshaped. While others took the exam to survive, this guy was here to wholesale. Don't just stand there. Lu Chen threw a pile of bracelets into Lin Xingxue's arms, not looking back as he said, help count the scores. This is a physical job. Lin Xingxue. In the provincial capital, in the monitoring hall. At this moment, the big screen displayed the points leaderboard for examinees across the province, changing dramatically. Originally ranked first was Lin Feng, with a score of 1,200 points. He sat firmly on top with the point feeding from his family's masters. But just now, the name that was originally in 98th place, Lu Chen, suddenly began to jump wildly in numbers behind it. 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. In just 10 minutes, Lu Chen's points broke through the 8,000 mark directly. And it was still skyrocketing at several dozen points per second. What, is this cheating? Is there a bug in the system? How could anyone gain points this fast? Even slaying a beast horde isn't this ridiculous. The examiners in the monitoring room were all dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the screen. The chief examiner pulled up the surveillance video from the double snake gorge. When they saw Lu Chen's toll booth operation, the entire monitoring hall fell into a minute-long silence. Does this comply with the rules? An examiner weakly asked. The chief examiner's mouth twitched, finally taking a deep breath. The rules only say not to kill, they didn't say you couldn't collect tolls. This Lu Chen is quite a talent. Or say, a genius. Bang! A glass was instantly crushed into powder. Lin Feng looked at the ranking his subordinate handed him, and the name that crushed him underfoot. His elegant face completely vanished, his features twisted like a demon. 8,000 points. How dare he write on my head? This is blatant humiliation. At this moment, Lin Feng's score was only 1,002, not even a fraction of Lu Chen's. For someone so proud, this was more painful than death. Young master, the Night Owl team has already rushed over. His subordinate carefully wiped his sweat. As long as Night Owl takes action, Lu Chen is bound to die. By then, those points. I want him dead. Lin Feng roared hysterically. Notify Night Owl, forget the rules. Use forbidden drugs. Use that thing. I want not just his points, I want him to kneel like a dog and beg for mercy in front of all the spectators in the province. Despair Island, Double Snake Gorge. As the last examinee's wristband was taken, Lu Chen stretched lazily, looking at the terrifying number displayed on his wristband, 9,800. First in the province. An unquestionable, overwhelming first. So comfortable. Lu Chen put on the slightly heated wristband, glancing at Lin Qingxue, whose expression was complex. Let's go, I've gathered enough points. Where to? Lin Qingxue asked instinctively. Lu Chen stood up, looking towards the exit of the gorge. There lay an open plain, the only way to the final competition circle. At the end of that plain, who knows what dangers still hide? To collect a package. Lu Chen drew his battle knife, madness surging in his eyes. Since someone has set a bounty of 5 million on me, wouldn't it be rude if I didn't go check it out myself? And... Lu Chen patted the head of the coal ball beside him. At that moment, the coal ball had accumulated energy to a critical point. It seems this little guy is about to evolve again. Chapter 30, New Pet Beast Scarlet Blood Demoness. In the central area of Despair Island, at the edge of Area A. The smell of blood in the air was so strong it felt like it could be squeezed out. The formerly lush jungle suddenly changed its appearance here. The trees were dead, and the ground showed a strange blackened color. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, even the sound of insects was absent, only the crunching sound of 2 people and 1 beast stepping on dry branches could be heard. Lu Chen, something's not right here. Lin Qingxue closely followed Lu Chen, the ice crystal phoenix on her shoulder agitated, emitting low warnings. The more we walk, the more corpses there are. Indeed. Since entering Area A, dried-up beast corpses were visible everywhere on the ground. Not hunted, but as if something had drained their entire essence, leaving only skin wrapped around bones, the sight was tragic. Up ahead is the source. Lu Chen stopped, his eyes slightly narrowed behind his sunglasses. The Eye of Truth was sending frantic warnings. 300 meters ahead, there was a massive energy reaction source, blood red and exuding an intensely evil aura. The two pushed aside the last layer of dry shrubs. The sight before them made even the well-informed Lin Qingxue cover her mouth, almost vomiting. It was a gigantic natural pit. The pit was filled with corpses. Some were candidates, some were beasts. And at the center of the pile of corpses, there grew a plant that was incredibly strange. It was a vibrant red vine, thick as a python, its surface covered in pulsating patterns like blood vessels. It had no leaves, only countless long tendrils greedily writhing, piercing, and sucking on those corpses. At the top of that vine, a huge bud, seemingly nourished by blood, bloomed. The bud opened and closed, as if breathing, also as if chewing. Mutated plant. Blood-sucking devil vine? Lin Qingxue's face turned pale, her voice trembling. This is a forbidden creature from the textbook. It is said that as long as it touches a drop of blood, it will relentlessly pursue its prey. Until it drains the opponent completely dry. How could such a thing appear in an exam room? It seems someone deliberately raised it here. Lu Chen looked at the ghostly vine, his lips curling into a fervent smile. In his eyes, this was not a monster, it was clearly a perfect work of art. Target, bloodthirsty ghost vine, variant. Level, bronze 9 stars, suppressed, compatibility comparable to silver. Attributes, wood/blood/poison. Status, extremely hungry/berserk/undergoing second evolution. Potentials, S-class, possesses the extremely rare blood sacrifice trait, can grow infinitely by draining blood. Weakness, afraid of fire, and still lacks intelligence, acting purely on instinct. A plant-type pet beast with S-class potential. Lu Chen licked his lips. Although his gluttony talent could swallow everything, he was just lacking a control method right now. Cobalt was a tank plus a warrior, and this ghost vine could perfectly serve as a mage and support. Cobalt, go say hello. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Roar. The long-restrained Cobalt charged into the corpse pit like a heavy war machine. Hiss. Sensing the intrusion of a living being, the bloodthirsty ghost vine instantly went berserk. Countless blood-red tendrils shot out like javelins, raining down on Cobalt. The sound of air being cut could even be heard. Clang. Clang! Clang! The tendrils crashed against Kolbal's black gold armor, sending sparks flying. Although they couldn't pierce through the thick alloy armor, the strength of the ghost vine was astonishing, as it managed to entangle the several hundred-pound Kolbal, trying to drag it into the pile of corpses. Ice storm! Lin Qingxue reacted quickly, commanding the ice crystal phoenix to unleash a wave of cold air, trying to freeze those vines. But the moment they touched the cold air, a thick layer of sticky blood plasma secreted from the ghost vine, instantly melting the ice. It's useless, it's burning its essence to resist. Lu Chen watched the battlefield, his eyes shining brighter. This was right. The wilder it was, the stronger it got, the more it fit his taste. Come back, Kolbal. Lu Chen suddenly spoke. The Kolbal, which was struggling with the ghost vine, paused for a moment. Though unwilling, it obediently broke free from the entanglement and jumped back to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Without a front line to tank, we will all die. Lin Qingxue panicked. Lu Chen ignored her and drew out his battle knife, walking alone towards the rampaging ghost vine. Lu Chen! Are you crazy? In Lin Qingxue's terrified gaze, Lu Chen walked into the attack range of the ghost vine. Hiss! The ghost vine sensed the powerful vitality in this human's body, a supplement more delicious than any beast. It trembled with excitement, and the huge bud suddenly opened up, revealing a multitude of sharp, backward-facing teeth. Swish! One main vine howled piercingly, aiming directly for Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen didn't dodge. He simply raised his left hand and grabbed that vine that was aiming for him. Pshhh. The sharp barbs instantly pierced his palm, and blood flowed down his arm. Lu Chen! Lin Qingxue exclaimed. But in the next second, a bizarre scene occurred. Lu Chen looked at the blood flowing from his palm, not only in pain but instead revealing a cruel smile. You want to drink my blood? Then let's see how much you can drink. Lu Chen suddenly shoved his bleeding palm into the wide-open mouth of the ghost vine's bud. Active feeding? What a suicidal move. However, the expected scene of Lu Chen being drained dry did not happen. S-class talent, Gluttony, activated. Special effect, Blood of Gluttony. Analysis: the host's blood contains the absolute pressure of an upper predator and the laws of devouring. For lower creatures, this is both an ultimate supplement and a deadly poison. Gulp. The ghost vine instinctively took a big gulp. Right after that. Hiss. The originally arrogant ghost vine suddenly shook violently. It seemed as if it had just swallowed a large mouthful of boiling magma. Its scarlet tendrils instantly turned dark purple, and the blood vessels on the surface bulged wildly. It felt it. The blood contained not the scent of food, but a terrifying will that made its soul tremble, a will from the top of the food chain. That will rampaged inside its body, arrogantly erasing its originally meager intelligence, forcefully imprinting a mark belonging to Lu Chen. Submit, or die. The ghost vine desperately wanted to spit out Lu Chen's hand, wanting to escape from this terrifying human. What you eat cannot just be spat out? Lu Chen's gaze was cold, his right hand gripping the root of the vine tightly, his internal spiritual power wildly surging into the wound. Kneel for me. Boom. A dark red wave of energy exploded outward from Lu Chen's center. The ghost vine let out a cry that sounded like a plea for mercy. Its massive body began to shrink rapidly, the originally fierce barbs retracting back into its body, the strange blood light gradually becoming gentle. 1 minute later. The enormous creature that had occupied the entire corpse pit disappeared. In its place was a delicate vine, only the thickness of a wrist, shining transparently like a ruby. It obediently wrapped around Lu Chen's left arm, the originally fierce bud turning into a thumb-sized, beautifully vibrant red lotus, affectionately rubbing against Lu Chen's cheek. Contract successful. Acquired second pet beast, Crimson Blood Demoness, mutation. Nickname, Red Lotus. Good. Lu Chen withdrew his hand. The wound on his palm was healing at a visible speed that was the rejuvenation ability of Red Lotus. But this little thing seemed still thirsty. The small red flower sneaked out a tentacle as thin as a hair, wanting to steal another drink from the remaining blood on Lu Chen's wound. Slap. Lu Chen flicked it without hesitation. Drink sparingly, the landlord's family has no extra rations. Red Lotus shrank its petals in grievance, then, as if trying to please, wrapped itself more tightly around him, that touch cool and soft. If you didn't say anything, who would expect this thing was just a monster that devoured people without spitting out bones? Lin Qingxue stood at a distance, witnessing the entire scene. Her worldview was once again hit with a tremendous shock. Others form contracts with their pets, feeding and comforting them, and must consider the compatibility of their spirits, fearing their pets might backfire. But this guy was different. He directly shoved his hand in, forcefully stuffing a vicious beast into submission? What kind of overbearing CEO-style contracting method is this? Got it. Lu Chen turned around and raised his left arm to show off his new accessory. Pretty, right? Lin Qingxue looked at the red lotus entwined around Lu Chen's arm, still twisting alluringly, her mouth twitching slightly. Lu Chen. Isn't your pet a bit improper? Where's the impropriety? Lu Chen seriously stroked the petals of red lotus, which immediately produced a sound similar to a girl's soft gasp. Lin Qingxue. It seems to really like your body. Lin Qingxue held back for a long time before managing to say that. The dead volcano crater. This is the highest point of the entire examination site, and also the endpoint of the black magnetic storm circle. The howling wind sweeps up clouds of volcanic ash. Lin Feng, dressed in a spotless white combat suit, sits on a throne made of rocks, holding a cup of red wine he doesn't know where it came from, gently swirling it. Behind him stands the Night Owl team, ranked second in the province, along with over 50 elite candidates recruited by the Lin family through threats and temptations. All of them have summoned their beast companions and have long set up an impenetrable net. They're coming. Lin Feng takes a sip of wine, looking mockingly towards the entrance at the foot of the mountain. Two figures are walking up slowly. The man has his hands in his pockets, looking lazy. The woman follows behind, clutching a pile of resources just grabbed. Lu Chen, you kept us waiting. Lin Feng stands up, looking down at Lu Chen with a cruel smile on his lips. I thought you would hide like a rat until the last moment, but I didn't expect you really dare to come and seek death. What, do you think being first on the leaderboard makes you invincible? Lu Chen stops, glancing up at the arrogant young master, then surveying the crowd behind him. 55 people. Lu Chen ignores Lin Feng's mockery, counting heads to himself, then shakes his head in disappointment. Young Master Lin, is your life worth this little display? Arrogant. Lin Feng's expression suddenly turns cold, smashing the wineglass in his hand angrily. Lu Chen, do you really think I am that useless Lu Papai? Today, not only will I cripple you, but I will also step on you in front of tens of millions of viewers in the province, making sure you can never rise again. Attack! Don't kill him, just leave him gasping. With a single command, over 50 elite candidates launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, colorful skill effects illuminate the dark sky. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, rockets like a splendid meteor shower, crashing down towards Lu Chen with a destructive force. With this density of attacks, even a senior silver-level beastmaster would have to avoid the onslaught. Lin Qingxue's face changes drastically, instinctively summoning the ice crystal phoenix for defense. Lu Chen places a hand on her shoulder, gently stroking the bright red vine coiling around his left arm. These small fries are just right to whet the appetite of my new partner. Go, Hong Lian. Don't eat too much, leave some room. Lu Chen sweeps his left arm. Whoosh! That vine, originally only as thick as a wrist, instantly detaches from his arm and dives into the ground. The next second. Boom! The entire dead volcano crater trembles violently, as if some terrifying monster is awakening from beneath the earth. What's happening? An earthquake? Watch your feet. Look at the ground. Before the candidates can react, countless thick, red vines, as thick as pythons, burst forth from the ground. They are no longer thin like before but have transformed into grotesque, blood-colored giant pythons, moving faster than lightning, precisely wrapping around every attacking candidate and beast. Ah! What is this? My spiritual power, it's draining away. Help! Let go of me! Screams erupt one after another. The vines do not kill them outright but instead hang them upside down in midair. The barbs on the vines pierce their skin, releasing a strong paralyzing toxin, while greedily siphoning their stamina and spiritual energy. In just a few seconds, the group of 50 who had been so aggressive now appear like salted fish hanging on a rack, each person's face turning pale, unable to even move a finger. Total control. The terrifying power of this S-rank potential mutated plant is fully revealed at this moment. This is the bloodthirsty ghost vine? Lin Feng looks at the hellish scene in front of him, and his calm expression crumbles instantly, revealing a sliver of incredulous fear. User has a strong interest in translating stories, particularly into English, with an emphasis on emotional and simple language that resonates with a wide audience. You're crazy. You actually made a contract with this forbidden creature? Lu Chen stood in the vine jungle, with the gorgeous red lotus flower rubbing affectionately against his cheek, as if seeking praise. Forbidden? Lu Chen smiled and slowly walked toward Lin Feng. That's for the weak. To me, it's very obedient. Now, the area is cleared. Young Master Lin, it's your turn. Lin Feng looked at the approaching Lu Chen, his eyes twitching violently. He took a step back, a hint of crazy, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Good. Very good. It seems I underestimated you. But do you think this means you've won? Come out. Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the sky. The space behind Lin Feng cracked open, and a massive beast, wrapped in blue lightning and resembling a subdragon, roared out. It was 5 meters tall, covered in thick blue-purple scales, with a thick tail that flashed with chilling electrical arcs. Silver rank. This was the real trump card Lin Feng's family had prepared for him. To acquire this subdragon, Lin's family had invested countless resources, even using forbidden drugs to forcefully accelerate its growth. Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Tear him apart. Lin Feng screamed hysterically. Roar. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon opened its massive jaws, sending a thick pillar of lightning straight at Lu Chen's face. The terrifying heat twisted the air around it. Lu Chen stood motionless, not even flinching. Coal ball. Time to eat. Boom. A pitch-black figure instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning pillar, capable of melting steel, crashed into coal ball, but it merely splashed a shower of dazzling sparks as if water was brushing over rocks. The black gold armor on coal ball now turned dark gold, and a strange glow flowed across its surface, deflecting the full force of the lightning. What? Lin Feng's eyes nearly popped out. The strongest breath from the Thunder Tyrant Dragon couldn't even break the skin of this black dog? Roar. Coal ball patted the sparks off its body, eyeing the giant in front of it, and drooled from the corner of its mouth. Dragon meat. Although a subdragon, it was still a dragon. Before the Thunder Tyrant Dragon could react, Coal Ball's hind legs surged with power and, like a black cannonball, slammed into the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's chest. Close combat. This was Coal Ball's favorite part. It ignored the high-voltage electricity coursing through the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's body, opened its massive mouth full of syringe-like fangs, and bit down on the dragon's tail, which was charging with power. Crack. The sharp sound of bones breaking spread across the province through the live stream. Aya. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream. Coal Ball forcefully swung its head, ripping the thick dragon tail from the beast's body. Blood poured out like a fountain. Coal Ball didn't care and, in front of everyone, chewed on the dragon tail like it was a spicy snack, crunching loudly as it devoured it. Gluttony, activated. Devouring dragon blood, strengthening the body. Not bad. Lu Chen gave Coal Ball a compliment. Meanwhile, the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, now without its tail and unbalanced, writhed in pain on the ground, showing no sign of its former dominant power. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. His greatest reliance, his proud silver-rank subdragon, had been treated like a snack by Lu Chen's dog? No. This is impossible. Lin Feng's face turned ashen, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. A black combat boot appeared in front of him, stepping heavily on his hand, which had remained elegant even in battle. Ah! The pain shot through him, and Lin Feng screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Chen looked down at him, showing no trace of pity in his eyes. You said earlier that you were going to cripple me? Lu Chen applied pressure, slowly grinding his foot down. Crack! The sound of shattered bones was clear. You still want me to kneel? Lu Chen raised his foot and this time stomped on Lin Feng's knee. Crack! Another crisp sound. Lin Feng's leg bent in an unnatural direction. I am not a demon. Lu Chen's voice was terrifyingly calm, as if stating a truth. I just value reciprocity. Since you put out a bounty for my limbs, isn't it fair that I take yours? A well-mannered middle-aged man squeezed to the front, waving a gold-edged admission letter in his hand, excitedly spitting as he spoke. Old Zhang, this is meaningless. 2 million to send a beggar away? Beside him, a fashionable woman adorned with jewelry pushed him aside and threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, come to our Magic City University. We don't talk about money, we talk about resources. Choose any 3 S-class beast skills. One-on-one guidance from gold-level mentors. And our school is full of beauties, the campus flower rankings are famous nationwide. Go away. What's so good about Magic City University? Our Jiangnan Academy is offering 5 million. We'll take it. 1 million signing fee. Lu Chen sat at the center of the podium, watching this scene, which resembled a chaotic marketplace for talent, with a blank expression on his face. He twirled the signing pen in his hand as the Eye of Truth quietly activated. Above the heads of these flashy enrollment directors, he saw only the tedious words comfort, academics, and greenhouse. Everyone. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but it immediately quieted the noisy scene. The conditions are very tempting. Lu Chen set down the pen, leaning slightly forward, his pitch-black eyes scanning the crowd. But I have only one question. The director of Imperial Capital University straightened his back immediately, ask. As long as we can do it, we won't be ambiguous. Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he asked faintly. Does anyone die in your school? The whole place was stunned. The director of Imperial Capital thought he heard wrong and then laughed heartily. Lu Chen, you are really joking. Our imperial capital university has the best security in the country, with strong experts stationed here. Not only can no one die, even a fly can't get in. The security rate is 100%. Definitely an ivory tower. The woman from Magic City University quickly chimed in, yes, yes. Our school also has a fully enclosed management system, even for practical drills. Teachers provide protection throughout the process, ensuring no harm comes to students. After hearing this, the light in Lu Chen's eyes instantly extinguished. He leaned back against the chair, revealing a trace of unmistakable disappointment on his face. 100% safety? Lu Chen scoffed and stood up. Then what's the difference from a pig farm? This remark directly left the faces of all the top universities present swollen. The director of Imperial Capital's smile froze on his face, his complexion instantly darkening. Lu Chen. What do you mean by that? We do this to protect talent. Do you want to go to a wild university where people die every day? You're right. Lu Chen shoved his hand into his pocket, his gaze icy. I'm a beast master, not a flower in a greenhouse. The place I want to go must be able to kill, to see blood, and to make me stronger. As for you guys. Lu Chen shook his head, mercilessly spitting out 2 words. Too soft. The whole place fell silent. Fat Wang beside him was sweating coldly, thinking to himself, Brother Lu, you are too arrogant. This is a top university ranked 2nd in the country, and you actually said they were a pig farm? Lin Qingxue stood behind Lu Chen, watching his tall figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This was the man she had admired. Humph. Unappreciative. The director of Imperial Capital trembled with anger, pointing a finger at Lu Chen and cursing, I tell you. Apart from us wanting you, no serious university in the country will accept a madman like you. If you refuse us, just wait to go to a vocational college. Who says no one will accept me? Just then, a slightly hoarse voice with a hint of drunkenness came from the entrance of the auditorium. The crowd parted automatically. An old man in shabby camouflage, unshaven, and holding a stainless steel flask, staggered in. He exuded no aura of a strong person and even emitted a smell of low-quality alcohol. He looked like an old man guarding a door who had mistakenly walked into the wrong scene. Where did this beggar come from? Security. Security, the director of Imperial Capital shouted angrily, frowning. Burp. The old man burped, ignoring the disdainful looks around him, and strode directly to the podium. He lifted his murky eyes, glanced at Lu Chen, and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kid, you have quite the attitude. The old man tilted his head back and gulped down some liquor, casually wiping his mouth. Think they're too soft? Want to come try us instead? Lu Chen looked at the old man. Under the eye of truth, he did not see any data. Only red. Red like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Behind the seemingly decadent old man, it felt like thousands of soldiers stood, a terrifying killing aura formed by countless wronged souls in the flames of war. This old man is a butcher who kills without a second thought. Which school are you from? Lu Chen became interested. The old man pulled out a greasy flyer from his wrinkled pocket and slapped it on the table. The War Academy of Magic City. Hearing those 6 words, the director of the Imperial Capital and the woman from Magic City, who were about to call security, suddenly changed their expressions. They instinctively took 2 steps back, their eyes filled with fear as if they had seen a great disaster. War Academy? Isn't that a crazy house? Some students below exclaimed. It is said that although the school is in Magic City, it is not governed by the Ministry of Education, but directly under the military. It is a place specifically for training war machines. I've heard that the admission rate is only half because the other half are eliminated or disabled during the admission assessment. The graduation rate is even lower. They say every year, 20% of the students die on the Abyss battlefield. The old man ignored the discussions, only staring at Lu Chen, stretching out 3 fingers. First, we have no money. Not only is there no scholarship, but you also have to earn your tuition yourself. Second, we have no school beauties. There are only female brutes and instructors who want to kill you. Third, and this is the most important point. The old man leaned close to Lu Chen, and a heart-stopping light suddenly burst forth from his murky eyes. Our school's death quota is 30% every year. That is to say, if you enter, there is a 30% chance you will be sent back as ashes. So, what do you think? Are you scared? As these words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Is this supposed to be recruitment? This is simply recruiting ghosts. Fat Wan's legs turned weak, desperately pulling Lu Chen's sleeve. Lu Gu. Don't be impulsive. This old man looks unreliable. Let's go to the Imperial Capital University, where there is air conditioning and beautiful girls. Why risk our lives? Lu Chen ignored Fat Wang. He looked at the old man, at the bloodstains on the wrinkled flyer. The gluttony talent within him began to stir restlessly. It was a thirst for slaughter and strength. A 30% death rate? Lu Chen picked up the flyer, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile that haunted Lin Feng's nightmares. Then the remaining 70% must be very strong, right? The old man was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Of course. Anyone who graduates alive from us, even a dog, can take down a silver rank beast. Good. Lu Chen showed no hesitation, grabbed a pen from the table, and signed his name on the greasy flyer. I'm in. Lu Chen. Are you crazy? The director of the imperial capital shouted incredulously, you're throwing away a bright future to go into that meat grinder? You'll regret it. Lu Chen turned around and tossed the signed flyer to the old man, then looked at those so-called elite school representatives. Future? Lu Chen adjusted his collar, his tone indifferent. My future is carved out through slaughter. Not begged for. After saying this, he looked at the old man. When do we leave? The old man happily tucked away the flyer, took another swig of liquor, crisp. Since you signed, let's stop the nonsense. You have 3 days to handle your affairs, handle your family matters. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you at the train station. Don't forget to bring your coffin fund, the cremation fees are quite expensive where we are. After finishing, the old man turned and left, leaving a carefree yet disheveled figure behind. Farewell and arrangement. In the western outskirts of Linjiang City, in a place called Suizhu Alley. This is the most remote corner of the old town, where the cobblestone road is full of pits and the sides are lined with dilapidated houses waiting to be demolished. Lu Chen carried Lu Qing on his back, stepping on the fallen leaves, stopping in front of a small yard that looked like it would collapse at any moment. Brother, why are we here? Lu Qing lay weakly on Lu Chen's back, her voice faint. After days of struggle, even with the expensive inhibitors keeping her alive, her face was still as pale as a blank sheet of paper. To take you to see a doctor. Lu Chen replied softly and then raised his foot, rhythmically kicking 3 times on the wooden door that had lost its paint. Bang, bang, bang. After a moment, the door opened. The one who opened the door was an old man dressed in a tang suit, his hair gray but his spirit lively. He was holding 2 walnuts in his hands, squinting his eyes to size up Lu Chen, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Qing. Is that old enough to be dead, the one who sent you? Lu Chen nodded and took out a letter from his pocket, handing it over. It was a letter from the VIP mysterious elder he had met at the arena. Although the elder didn't show up, he had sent this letter, claiming it could save Lu Qing's life. Ghost Hand Zhang, Dr. Zhang. Lu Chen spoke respectfully, but his back was straight as a pole. I heard that as long as there's a breath in her, you can snatch her back from the hands of the King of Hell. Don't flatter me. Dr. Zhang took the letter, glanced at it, casually tossed it aside, and stepped aside to let them in. Come in. I'll give some face to that old man, but this girl's illness, an S-class talent backlash, this is divine punishment, hard to treat. The yard was filled with the fragrant smell of medicine, with unknown herbs dried everywhere. Lu Chen carefully placed Lu Qing on the bamboo bed in the inner room. Dr. Zhang walked over and placed 2 fingers on Lu Qing's pulse. In just 3 seconds, his expression changed. Oh! A burst of brilliance suddenly erupted in the cloudy eyes of the old man, who stared intently at Lu Qing. This pulse, the strength of her soul is surprisingly this strong? This girl is a freak. He rubbed his hands excitedly, like he was looking at a rare treasure. Good. This is interesting. I'll take this case. Dr. Zhang turned around and extended 5 fingers. I have to say this up front. First, during the treatment, no one else can see her but me. Second, the treatment fee is very expensive, 1 million a month. If it's even a cent less, I'll throw her out immediately. Deal. Lu Chen had no hesitation. He took out the black card with a balance of over 10 million and placed it directly on the table. Here's 10 million, prepay for a year. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Dr. Zhang was momentarily startled, then grinned, showing his yellowed teeth, refreshing. I like this kind of upstart act. With the deal set, it was time to leave. Lu Chen walked to the bedside, looking at his sister who had changed into a hospital gown. Ching ching. He squatted down, helping her tidy up her somewhat messy bangs. Brother is going to a very far place to study, it might take a long time to come back to see you. Lu Qing's eyes turned red instantly. Although she didn't know what the War Academy of the Devil City really was, from her brother's determined gaze, she could see that it must be a very dangerous place. Brother. Lu Qing reached out her frail little hand, tightly grasping Lu Chen's sleeve, her knuckles turning white. You will come back, right? Lu Chen smiled. It was a gentle smile that belonged only to his sister. He reached out his hand, gently ruffling Lu Qing's hair. She was the person he treasured most in this life. Don't worry. Brother is a cat, with 9 lives. You stay here and get treated obediently. Although Dr. Zhang has a bad temper, his skills are real. Lu Chen's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness. When you get better, brother will take you to eat all the good food in the world. Lu Qing sniffed, holding back her tears, and her eyes suddenly flashed with a determination not suitable for her age. Brother, I don't just want to get treated. She looked at Lu Chen and said earnestly. I also want to become stronger. When I recover, I will also take the exam at the War Academy. I don't want to always be your burden, I want to be your eyes. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. He recalled the scene in the hospital when Lu Qing awakened her soul prophecy. Okay. Lu Chen rubbed her hair again, stood up, and waved his hand behind him. Then I will wait for you at the peak. After saying that, he strode out of the room without looking back. Because he was afraid that if he looked back, he wouldn't want to leave. After leaving Chui Bamboo Lane, Lu Chen did not go directly to the train station. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading straight for the Golden Ding building in the city center. There, originally the territory of Lu Bapi, was now the stronghold of the new underground king, Wang Pengzi. Top office. Sitting in the genuine leather boss chair that originally belonged to Lu Bapi was a rotund figure. Wang Pengzi, dressed in a custom high-end suit, with his hair slicked back, was on the phone, angrily cursing. What? That bald guy in the North District won't submit? Tell him to either behave or tonight I'll bring people to smash his rundown place. Damn. What qualifies him to negotiate with me? Smack. Hanging up the phone, Wang Pengzi picked up the teacup on his desk, just about to take a sip, when he looked up and was so startled that his hand shook, spilling the hot tea all over his lap. Ow. Wang Pengzi let out a scream, jumped up, and while slapping his pants, stared at the figure that had appeared at the door without him noticing. Lu? Brother Lu? What brings you here? Didn't you say you were going to the train station? Lu Chen closed the door and walked to the couch, casually fiddling with a golden toad ornament on the table. Just came to see how imposing you're being. Wang Pengzi chuckled, scratched his head, and his fierce demeanor instantly turned into flattery. Brother Lu, don't laugh at me. I'm just relying on your power. Without your Reaper name holding down the fort, those desperate thugs down there would have torn me apart. Just as long as you know. Lu Chen put down the golden toad, and his expression became serious. I'm leaving soon. Some things need to be made clear. Wang Pengzi immediately straightened up, dropping his playful demeanor. First, the money. Lu Chen pointed at Wang Pengzi. For the arena and the underground black market profits, you take 30%, and the remaining 70%, exchange it for high-level cultivation resources, and send them to me in Magic City every month. The War Academy is a place that burns money. Without resources, I can't get anywhere. No problem. Wang Pengzi patted his chest. Brother Lu, don't worry, your money is my life. I'll chop off my hand for a single penny short. Second, the intelligence. Lu Chen pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, which had several names written on it. Although Su Chang has fallen, there are still remnants in the Urban Construction Bureau. And Lin Jiandong, that old fox, although he has temporarily softened, it's hard to say he won't bite. I want you to use the intelligence network in the underground world to keep a close eye on these people's movements. Especially if the Lin family makes any move in Linjiang City, inform me immediately. Understood. Wang Pengzi accepted the paper and cautiously tucked it into his inner pocket. If that bunch from the Lin family dares to play tricks, I'll notify you right away. Third. Lu Chen stood up, walked in front of Wang Pengzi, and patted his sturdy shoulder. Stay alive. Wang Pengzi was taken aback. Without me keeping the peace over Linjiang, there will definitely be someone wanting to come and take a piece of this juicy territory. In Lu Chen's hand suddenly appeared a piece of black scale left over from the evolution of a coal ball, still retaining the terrifying aura of an S-level fierce beast. Take this. If anyone dares to harm you, show this. Tell them I'm in Magic City for school, not dead. Whoever dares to touch my people, when I return, I'll wipe out their entire clan. Wang Pengzi held the cold scale, and suddenly his eyes became a bit wet. He knew that this was not just a talisman, but a heavy trust. From this moment on, he was no longer the wasteful Wango, living off of his family's money. He was Lu Chen's backup left in Linjiang, as well as the most solid logistics commander. Brother Lu. Wang Fatty sniffed and his gaze was more unwavering than ever before. You can go and strive without worry. On this side of Linjiang, even if the sky falls, I'll take it for you. As long as I'm alive, your backyard won't catch fire. Lu Chen looked at this once timid and scared fat man, and now there was finally a glimmer of a fierce hero in his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. This chess piece has truly come to life. Let's go. Lu Chen lowered the brim of his hat and turned to walk out the door. Don't see me off. Half an hour later, Linjiang train station. The green train's whistle sounded long, urging the departing passengers. Lu Chen sat in a window seat, watching the bustling crowd on the platform. He did not see a familiar face. It was time to say what needed to be said and to bid farewell to what needed to be said goodbye to. Alone, without any ties. This was the state that the god of death should have. Beer, soft drinks, bottled water, please put your legs away. The train attendant pushed a small cart by. Lu Chen retracted his gaze and took out a book about the War Academy of the Magic City from his bag. On the title page, in blood-red font, was written the school motto. Born to fight, die without regret. A bit interesting. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. As the train slowly started, the scenery outside began to recede. The high-rise buildings of Linjiang City gradually faded away, replaced by endless wilderness. Lu Chen touched the sleeping red lotus wrapped around his left arm and sensed the coal ball in the contract space that was digesting a dragon's tail. Magic City. The Lin family. And those so-called geniuses high above. Lu Chen closed the book, closed his eyes, covering the wild ambition that was enough to ignite a prairie fire. I'm coming. Chapter 34, is this called the enrollment ceremony? The Magic City, a steel giant hailed as the Eastern Fortress. Away from the bustling downtown area, on the east coast, lies a building complex that resembles a military restricted zone. A huge black metal wall rises 30 meters high, covered in various scratch marks and burn scars, as if it has just survived a terrible siege. Here is the War Academy of the Magic City. A taxi stopped a kilometer away from the school gate. Young man, I can only take you this far. The driver glanced at the imposing gate ahead, which exuded a chilling atmosphere, and shrank his neck. That's the gate of the King of Hell, our ordinary vehicles don't dare to go near. Thanks. Lu Chen paid the fare, shouldered a simple military backpack, and got out alone. He wore a signature black tactical coat, sunglasses, and stood tall. He carried no large bags, only a black shoulder bag. Just yesterday, he parted ways with Lin Xingxuet at the train station. The young lady was ultimately forced by her family to go to the Imperial Capital University, crying like a drenched flower as she swore to transfer over when she had the chance. Being alone is quite peaceful. Lu Chen chewed gum, hands in his pockets, striding towards the black gate decorated with a skull. At this moment, many new students had already gathered at the school gate. But this group of so-called Pride of Heaven was currently huddled at the entrance like quails, none dared to step inside. Because right below the gate was an old square table. A few upperclassmen, dressed in uniforms, with faces full of flesh, were propping their legs up, smoking while blocking all the new students who wanted to enter. Stop. Who told you to go in? A boy with a buzz cut and a vicious scar on his left cheek waved a metal baton in his hand, blocking a weak-looking new student wearing glasses. Senior, hello. The glasses-wearing newcomer trembled in fear. I'm here to report. Report? Do you understand the rules? The scar-faced boy sneered, his baton making a loud bang-bang sound on the table. The first lesson of the War Academy, learn to revere the strong. We upperclassmen have sacrificed our precious cultivation time to welcome you rookies. This compensation for lost work, tea fees, and the protection money for looking after you in school, does that count for something? The bespectacled freshman was about to cry, Senior, how much? Not much, 50,000 cash, or 10 low-grade spirit stones. 50,000? The surrounding freshmen were in an uproar. This was outright robbery. Don't want to pay? That's fine. Behind the scar-faced man, two equally robust boys stood up, emitting the spiritual pressure of the peak bronze level or even beginner silver. If you don't pay, then let's have a little practice with you. As long as you can last 3 moves under our hands, the money will be waived. But, you know, fists have no eyes. If you end up with a broken arm or leg, don't blame the senior for not warning you. This was a blatant threat. The bespectacled freshman had never seen such a scene. Terrified, he hurriedly pulled out his phone. I'll pay. I'll pay. With the first one leading, the remaining freshmen, though indignant, mostly dared not voice their anger, forming a queue to pay. Tisk, TSK, really, this generation is worse than the last, all a bunch of softies. The scar-faced man counted the transfer records, his face full of disdain. Until a shadow in black ignored the long line and walked straight toward the gate. Hey! The guy in the trench coat. Are you blind? The scar-faced man's expression darkened, swinging his baton to block Lu Chen's path. Don't you see everyone is queuing to pay? Don't you understand the rules? Lu Chen stopped, turned his head, and the sunglasses slid down his nose, revealing a pair of eyes as dark as ink. Rules? Lu Chen glanced at the payment code on the table, then at the scar-faced man. The eye of truth silently awakened. Target, Zhang Hu, sophomore. Level, silver 1 star, just broke through, unstable realm. Battle power, just a doorman level. Weakness, unsteady footing, overly reliant on strength, poor agility. Senior, is this money really a must? Lu Chen's lips curled up, revealing a bright smile with white teeth. Zhang Hu looked at Lu Chen's outfit, especially the valuable trench coat from the black market, and his eyes instantly lit up. This was a big fat sheep. Of course. Zhang Hu arrogantly replied, stomping his foot on the chair, with your gear, you're not short on cash. How about this, you alone, 100,000. Pay the money, and from now on in school, just report my name, Zhang Hu, and no one will dare to touch you. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, 100,000? Senior's appetite is quite big. Stop talking nonsense. Pay up, or. Before Zhang Hu could finish, Lu Chen suddenly sighed. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary student, but you forced my hand. Since this is a military academy, let me teach you seniors a rule. Zhang Hu's expression changed. Kid, you're looking for death. Before he finished speaking. Swish. Lu Chen suddenly raised his left arm. He didn't summon any huge beasts, only a strange red light shot out from his sleeve. Fast. Incredibly fast. That was the crimson blood Demonis Han Lian wrapped around Lu Chen's arm. Zhang Hu felt his vision blur. Before he could even summon his pet, he felt a tightness around his neck as a tremendous force yanked him off the ground. Brother Hu. The two minions behind him were shocked, just about to move. Swish. Swish. Two more red, jade-like vines shot out like snakes, accurately wrapping around their ankles. Rise. Lu Chen casually stuck one hand in his pocket, his left arm lifting lightly. Ah! Accompanied by three horrific cries. Under the stunned gaze of hundreds of new students and observing seniors, Zhang Hu and his two companions were like three bundles of wrapped zongzi, directly flung into the air by those red vines. The vines expertly twisted around the huge metal archway at the school gate. The three overbearing silver-level seniors were instantly hung upside down 5 meters off the ground. They struggled desperately, trying to summon their pets, but the tendrils of Han Lian immediately extended countless tiny barbs, piercing their skin and injecting potent paralyzing poison. Don't move. Lu Chen stood below. Looking up at the three people hanging upside down, he wore a gentle smile. My pet's temper isn't very good. The more you move, the tighter it will squeeze. If it breaks your neck, or something else, don't blame me. Zhang Hu and the others instantly froze, their faces turning the color of pig liver, too scared to move. The entire place was dead silent. Only the sea breeze blew past, making a howling sound. One move. There wasn't even a formal summoning ritual. Just relying on the plant parasitizing his arm, he instantly killed 3 second-year senior students at the silver rank? This freshman is a monster? So, this is the protection fee? Lu Chen walked up to the table, picked up Zhang Hu's phone, and glanced at the number on the screen. Not bad, over 100,000. He casually threw the phone to the freshman in glasses who had just been extorted. Give everyone their money back. As for these 3 seniors? Lu Chen took out Zhang Hu's wallet from his pocket, pulled out a few thousand in cash, and stuffed it into his own pocket. This amount of money, consider it as tuition for teaching these seniors a lesson. After speaking, Lu Chen straightened his collar, and, under the awe, admiration, and shock-filled gazes of everyone, swaggered into the gate of the Magic City War Academy. Leaving behind the 3 lucky charms hanging on the arch, swaying with the wind. Until Lu Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path, a roar erupted from the crowd. Damn! Who is that? So fierce. Lu Chen. I recognize him. He's the top scorer from Linjiang province this year. The one who blew up the scoreboard, Lu Chen? No wonder he's so freakish. Newcomer King. This is definitely the newcomer king of this batch. On the top floor of a nearby teaching building. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, an old man in military uniform with one eye was holding binoculars, watching everything happening at the school gate. It was the old drunkard who had gone to recruit students that day. At this moment, he wasn't holding a wine bottle, and his eyes were clear and sharp. Dean, this kid is causing trouble right after arriving. Hanging Zhang Hu and the others at the school gate, isn't that too arrogant? A young instructor beside him asked with some concern. Zhang Hu is from the Ferocious Tiger Society. His older brother Zhang Long is the head of the student union's discipline department, a gold-rank powerhouse. Arrogant? The old dean lowered the binoculars and a playful smile appeared on his lips. If a young person isn't arrogant, then what do you call a young person? This kid is even tougher and steadier than I imagined. The timing and control of his strike just now were perfect. The most important thing is? The old dean pointed in the direction Lu Chen had gone. That kind of indifferent look in his eyes. I really like it. That's the kind of look only someone who has seen blood and killed people can have. Give my order. Don't let anyone take down Zhang Hu and the others. Let them hang for 24 hours. Tell all the faculty and students that this is the consequence of being outclassed. Here, if you get beaten, just deal with it. If you want revenge, go train. As for Lu Chen, There was a trace of expectation in the old dean's voice. Arrange him in dormitory Tianzi number 1. I want to see how much he can stir up the stagnant water of this place. The young instructor's face changed drastically. Tianzi number 1? But that place is? Go handle it. Yes. Chapter 35, S-Class Dormitory, Haunted House. At Magic City War Academy, in the logistics office. Are you Lu Chen? The teacher in charge of assigning dormitories was a middle-aged fat man with a receding hairline. He pushed up the thick glasses on his nose and looked Lu Chen up and down with a strange expression in his eyes. Yes, that's me. Lu Chen leaned against the counter, his fingers lightly tapping the surface, his expression calm. Since he walked in, whispers had surrounded him. After all, hanging 3 second-year seniors at the school gate like dried meat on his first day had already gone viral on the campus forum. Considering you're this year's newcomer king, and the top scorer with an SSS-level admission score. The teacher with the receding hairline dug out a rusty copper key from the bottom of the drawer. That was an old-style long-handled key, with a skull-shaped charm hanging from it, looking quite eerie. The school specially approved it, assigning you Tianzi District No. 1 standalone villa. However, the Mediterranean teacher coughed, the corners of his mouth curling up in a gloating smile. Today's students must emphasize endurance and hard work. This villa is in a relatively remote location, with a rather serene environment. I hope you can get used to living there. Several new students in line for keys turned pale upon hearing Tianzi No. 1 and seeing the shape of that key. What the hell? Is it the legendary one? Villa number 13? The haunted house? I heard that in the last batch, a stubborn senior moved in, and the next day, he was carried out, completely insane, shouting, "There's a ghost, there's a ghost." This is not a reward, it's clearly giving this newcomer a hard time. The whispers reached Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and reached for the icy key. Haunted house? He looked at the Mediterranean teacher, whose expression was waiting for a good show, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Thanks. I enjoy the quiet. After saying that, Lu Chen grabbed the key and turned to leave. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, the Mediterranean teacher sneered and took a sip from his thermos. Quiet? You'll be crying tonight. Do you really think being a thorn in the side at a war academy is that easy? At the northernmost end of the campus, deep in an abandoned forest. Here, rather than a dormitory area, it is more like a mass grave. Surrounding wild grass grows abundantly, with weeds half the height of a person rustling in the sea breeze. At the end of the forest stands a 2-story European-style villa. The walls are mottled and covered with withered ivy, like countless dry arms gripping the wall tightly. Half of the window glass is shattered, and the dark windows look like eyes that refuse to close, coldly staring at visitors. This is the Tianzi No. 1 area, the so-called Villa No. 13. At this moment, it is noon, the sunlight is bright, but as soon as one approaches this house within 100 meters, the temperature drops sharply by several degrees, making one feel cold through to their bones. It really is quite cool. Lu Chen stood before the rusted iron gate, not in a hurry to go inside. Behind his sunglasses, the eye of truth quietly opened. He did not see any Sadako or Kayako. In his eyes, the entire villa is wrapped in a thick black mist that is almost substantial. That black mist continuously surges from the depths of the earth, like a black fountain, turning this area into a massive negative energy field. Detected high-risk environment. Environment type, extremely in-earth vein, leakage point. Analysis, this place is located at the negative node of the underground spirit vein of the Magic City. The evil energy accumulates year-round, and ordinary beings residing here for long periods will have their minds eroded and bodies corrupted. Evaluation, a death trap for the living, but for spirits, toxins, and dark beings, it's a 5-star buffet. Seeing the last line, Lu Chen smiled. He smiled very happily. I said, how could the school really assign students to a haunted house? It turns out it's a piece of feng shui treasure. If an ordinary beast master, even at the golden level, lived here, they would have to resist the erosion of the Yin energy with spiritual power every day, making it impossible to cultivate it all. But he is different. Lu Chen took out the key and poked it into the rusty door lock. Creak. An unpleasant grinding sound echoed as the door slowly opened. A cold, black wind instantly rushed at him, as if countless wronged souls were screaming in his ears. Woo woo woo. If someone timid were here, they would probably have wet their pants by now. But Lu Chen stood at the door, took a deep breath, as if he could smell some delicious dish. Come on out, it's time to eat. He snapped his fingers. Roar. Hiss. 2 beams of light flashed. Coal Ball and Red Lotus appeared simultaneously in the living room. As soon as Coal Ball landed, its bright red eyes lit up. It was originally a poison type and steel type. But after devouring the tail of the thunderous Tyrannosaurus, the undead attribute within it was in a constant state of hunger. Here, the sinister aura was like a high-purity energy drink for it. Woof! The coal ball barked excitedly, opening its abyssal huge mouth and sucking hard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The originally thick black mist in the living room instantly formed a vortex, frantically rushing into the coal ball's belly. S-Class Talent Devour, Cooperative. Currently devouring extreme energy. Strengthening undead attributes. Bone density increasing. On the other side, Honglian's performance was even more graceful and greedy. It rooted itself in the cracks of the floor, countless tiny roots instantly spreading out, directly piercing into the ground, searching for the leak of that earth vein. For it, having the bloodthirsty trait, this cold and brutal energy was second only to blood in deliciousness. The originally crystal-clear red jade vines began to emit a faint purple light, and the vibrant red lotus bud stretched to its limits, like a black hole, frantically devouring everything around. In just 10 minutes. The originally terrifying haunted house, which could drive people mad, became cleaner than a 5-star hotel. The air was fresh, the temperature just right, and even the shadows in the corners meant to scare were licked clean by the coal ball as a dessert. Burp. The coal ball let out a satisfied burp, rolling its round belly on the ground, looking utterly content. Honglian lazily coiled back around Lu Chen's arm, its petals appearing even more brilliantly luscious, obviously satisfied with this afternoon tea. Not bad, it's a nice place. Lu Chen looked around. This villa was old, but the layout was spacious, not only having 2 floors but also a huge basement. He walked down the stairs. The basement was over 200 square meters, made entirely of thick granite, with excellent sound insulation. Most importantly, this was where the extreme earth vein gushed out. Isn't this a natural training room and laboratory? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. You see, renting such a high-concentration spiritual energy training room outside costs thousands for an hour. Here, it was not only free but also had a continuous energy supply, plus a natural defense mechanism ordinary people wouldn't dare approach. Saved 100 million. Lu Chen felt great joy. He opened his military bag and began to take out his jars and bottles. This would be his future stronghold. He planned to turn this place into a fortress only he could control. Meanwhile, in the Demon Capital War Academy forum, a post topped the trending list, the title glowing bright red. Betting. New King Lu Chen moves into haunted house number 13, how many hours do you think he can last? The comments quickly soared past 1,000. I bet 1 hour. I've been there, it's too eerie, I felt weak just standing at the door. 3 hours maybe, after all, he's the top scholar, he must have some life-preserving means. But this isn't something just having strength can handle, it's a mental attack. Offending Senior Zhang Hu and then getting assigned to that kind of place, Lu Chen is done for. He'll probably be heading to the infirmary by tomorrow morning. Don't be sour upstairs, what if he really has skills? Skills? That's extreme earth vein. Even gold-level mentors don't dare to stay overnight there, how could a fresh student hold up? Everyone was waiting to see Lu Chen's joke. Some even set up telescopes on the dormitory rooftop, watching in the direction of Villa number 13, waiting to see Lu Chen flee in embarrassment. However, an hour passed. 2 hours passed. Until night fell, not only were there no screams from the dilapidated villa, but the lights actually turned on. Even. Holy crap! Look! Is that smoke? A boy holding a telescope exclaimed. He saw wisps of green smoke rising from the chimney of Villa number 13, and a scent of hot pot wafted with the wind. Is he cooking hot pot? Everyone was taken aback. In the scariest haunted house of the entire school, in the chilling aura that could supposedly freeze ghosts to death, this guy was actually cooking hot pot? Villa number 13, basement. Lu Chen set up a large copper pot, with special spicy beef fat base he had brought from Linjiang at the bottom. Red oil was bubbling in the pot, and several slices of top-quality snowflake beef bought from the school supermarket were cooking perfectly. Coal ball, don't steal that, that's my tripe. Lu Chen tapped the head of the greedy coal ball with his chopsticks, then picked up the tripe, rolled it in the oil dip, and stuffed it into his mouth. Refreshing. He took a sip of ice-cold beer, feeling the growing spiritual power within him from the talent of gluttony. While eating hot pot, he automatically practiced cultivation, and even let his 2 pet beasts enjoy a buffet. Such a godly life, he wouldn't trade it for even the principal's position. Tomorrow, I need Fatty to send some furniture over. This bedboard is too hard. Lu Chen was eating while planning a wonderful life for the future. As for those outside waiting to see him make a fool of himself, Lu Chen smiled, he didn't mind sharing his comfortable life with them. Chapter 36, the top 100 rankings begin, who will be the rookie king? In the morning of the War Academy in Magic City, there were no sounds of reading aloud, only deafening training noises and the roars of fierce beasts. At the central training ground, a huge plaza that could hold tens of thousands of people was now packed densely with people. Freshmen, sophomores, and even some juniors who had been on missions for a long time had rushed back. Everyone's gaze was focused on the huge black stone tablet in the center of the training ground. The stone tablet was called the Top 100 list. Listen up! A burly, bald instructor stood on a high platform, his voice booming like thunder over the crowd via the loudspeaker. The War Academy does not raise idle people. If you want resources, if you want credits, if you want people to respect you, then speak with your fists. Today, the Top 100 list is reset. Everyone, it's a free-for-all battle for rankings. Those who enter the top 100 will have their credits doubled each month. Those who enter the top 10 will gain access to the S-level training room. At this point, the bald instructor paused, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. And the one who takes first place, the Rookie King, will receive a chance to enter the True Dragon Blood Pool for a cleansing. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. The True Dragon Blood Pool? The school is really going all out this time. That's made with the genuine blood of a sub-dragon species, combined with countless rare treasures. Soaking in it even once can enhance your physical strength by a level, and it might even awaken dragon bloodline skills. Damn it, I'm all in. If I can soak in there for a bath, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Even those aristocratic students who had always looked indifferent were now breathing quickly. In a corner of the crowd, Lu Chen chewed on gum, and when he heard the words True Dragon Blood Pool, his eyes behind the sunglasses instantly lit up. Although his physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people now, with the evolution of Coal Ball and Red Lotus, the backlash pressure from the S-level talent of Gluttony was also growing larger. His body felt like a container that was about to overflow with the energy of those two monsters. This dragon blood pool was simply tailor-made for him. I am definitely going to take that bath. Lu Chen spit out his gum, stretched his neck, and made a crisp crackling sound. Oh, isn't this our killer of the week, Lu Chen? A sarcastic voice suddenly came from the side. The crowd parted automatically as a group of students dressed in custom combat uniforms embroidered with various family crests walked over. Leading them was a silver-haired boy with an androgynous appearance, playing with two exquisite willow leaf knives in his hands. He stared at Lu Chen, his eyes full of undisguised disdain and hostility. Let me introduce myself, I am Bai Xiao from the Bai family of Magic City. The silver-haired boy stopped 3 meters in front of Lu Chen, eyeing Lu Chen up and down as if looking at a country bumpkin. Did you hear? You got the top spot in a small place like Linjiang? And you even moved into villa number 13? Bai Xiao sneered, twirling his willow leaf knife rapidly at his fingertips. Kid, the Magic City isn't the countryside. The waters here run deep, and some things are not for a background-less wild dog like you to touch. I want the quota for the Dragon Blood Pool. If you know what's good for you, stay outside the top 100, or else. Bai Xiao's knife tip suddenly pointed at Lu Chen's throat. In the arena, fists and feet are blind. If I ruin you, the school won't care about compensation. The surrounding students fell silent, excitement filling their eyes. This was about to turn into a fight. The local aristocracy of the Magic City was up against an outsider. Faced with Bai Xiao's provocation, Lu Chen didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He merely tilted his head, glanced at Bai Xiao, and asked a question that stunned everyone. Can you take a hit? Bai Xiao was taken aback. What? I'm asking if you can take a hit. Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, impatience flashing in his eyes of truth. I'm in a hurry, I don't have time for your nonsense. If you can't take a hit, I suggest you call 120 first. Crazy, absolutely out of control, Bai Xiao's face instantly turned pig liver red, the killing intent in his eyes no longer suppressed. Good. Very good. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. He suddenly turned around and leaped onto the nearest arena, looking down at Lu Chen. Lu Chen! Get up here. I want to smash your teeth out one by one in front of the whole school. Lu Chen sighed, walking slowly up to the arena. Referee, let's start. With the referee's command, come out. Storm Griffin. Bai Xiao roared, as space tore open behind him. A fierce bird, with a wingspan of over 5 meters and enveloped in a blue storm, howled out. Silver 3-star, and it's a very rare wind-type high-mobility pet, somebody exclaimed from the crowd. Die. Bai Xiao outright ignored the martial ethics, directly merging with his pet to attack. The storm griffin flapped its wings, unleashing countless crescent-shaped wind blades like a meat grinder, covering Lu Chen. At the same time, the willow leaf knife in Bai Xiao's hand transformed into 2 beams of cold light, hidden among the wind blades, aiming straight for Lu Chen's eyes. This combo was extremely vicious, clearly aimed to cripple him. Lu Chen stood still, watching the storm of wind blades, a cruel smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Fancy tricks. He didn't summon the Red Lotus, nor did he fully let out the Coal Ball. Coal Ball, arm guard form. Crack. Lu Chen's right arm was instantly wrapped in a layer of pitch-black liquid metal, solidifying into a terrifying black gold armor, with 5 fingers transforming into sharp metal claws. Facing the wind blades capable of slicing through rocks, Lu Chen advanced instead of retreating. He stomped hard, his whole being launching up like a black cannonball, rushing towards the storm. Seeking death. Bai Xiao rejoiced. Resistance with bare flesh? Did Lu Chen lose his mind? However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. Clang clang. The dense wind blade struck against Lu Chen's black gold armor, like hitting the hardest alloy steel plate, sparks flying, but leaving not even a white mark. Lu Chen pushed through the storm, instantly breaking through the attack net and appearing in front of the storm griffin. So fragile. Lu Chen coldly uttered 3 words. He reached out with his right hand, black gold claws grabbing hold of the storm griffin's proud wing base. Come down for me. Boom, Lu Chen's right arm exerted force, a terrifying strength erupted. That giant griffin was actually pulled down from the air by him with one hand, violently smashing into the specially made arena floor. Aoo! The griffin let out a tragic scream, dust billowing up. Before it could struggle to get up, Lu Chen had already stepped on its head, the black gold claws reversed, directly pressed against its throat. And Bai Xiao, hiding behind the griffin, was now completely dumbfounded. His proud pet, pressed down and rubbed against the ground at first sight? What kind of monstrous strength is this? Now, it's your turn. Lu Chen turned his head and looked at Bai Xiao. In that instant, Bai Xiao felt like he was being stared at by an ancient beast, his blood seemed to freeze. You stay back. I admit. The word lose had not yet left his lips. Lu Chen's figure had already vanished from the spot. Bang! A plain and simple punch slammed heavily into Bai Xiao's well-maintained face. The sound of his nasal bone breaking was clear and distinct. Bai Xiao flew horizontally, and before he could hit the ground, Lu Chen grabbed his ankle, smashing him down like a hammer. Bang! This one teaches you not to point fingers at others. Bang! This one teaches you not to show off in front of me. Bang! This one is simply because I don't like you. The whole place fell silent. Tens of thousands of teachers and students stared blankly at the brutal scene on the platform. That usually proud young master of the Bai family looked like a rag doll, being thrown around by Lu Chen. No fancy skills, no cool effects. Only the most primitive, most savage, most violent crushing. 3 minutes later. Lu Chen released his grip. Bai Xiao was already unrecognizable, lying bloodied on the ground, with who knows how many bones broken, only exhaling, not inhaling. That storm griffin was curled up in a corner, shivering, not daring to even glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook the blood off his hand, and the black gold gauntlet gradually faded away, returning to the image of a lazy young man. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced aristocratic youths below. Is there anyone else? Not a single person dared to speak. Even Bai Xiao, a silver 3-star, was beaten like a dog. They would only be serving themselves if they went up. Since no one is left, I will take this first place. Lu Chen turned and jumped off the platform, walking straight toward the stone tablet representing the highest honor, the top 100 list. He reached out, carving his name in the top position. Lu Chen. At that moment, the once noisy martial arts arena fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared at that back, their minds left only with 2 words. Tyrant. This was not a beast tamer, this was a tyrant wearing human skin. On a distant high platform, the bald instructor watched the scene, and he did not get angry. Instead, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Good kid, tough enough, powerful enough. This kind of mad dog is worthy of entering our war academy. Pass down my command, open the true dragon blood pool. Let him go in and soak. If he can drain all the water from that pool, it counts as his ability. Chapter 37, Dragon Blood Baptism, Coal Ball 2nd Level Evolution. In the War Academy of Magic City, underground 10 levels. This is a forbidden area of the entire school, and also the location of the true dragon blood pool. The heavy ally gate slowly opened, and a wave of hot air mixed with a strong bloody smell and pressure rushed toward them. Go in. The bald instructor stood at the door, looking at Lu Chen beside him, his eyes showing a hint of envy. The blood in this pool is the heart's blood of a diamond peak subdragon species lava earth dragon that the old principal killed back in the day, mixed with over 300 kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, boiled for a full 10 years. A single drop is worth a fortune. Ordinary students, even those in the top 10 of the top 100 list, can only soak for half an hour in the diluted outer pool. Only you, the rookie king, are qualified to enter the main pool. The bald instructor patted Lu Chen's shoulder and seriously cautioned him. Remember, dragon blood is domineering, it contains the brutal will of subdragons. Ordinary people can barely last an hour in it. Once you feel pain in your meridians or dizziness, get out immediately, otherwise, you will explode to death. Explode? Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, looking at the swirling red bubbles in the pool, resembling magma, and the corner of his mouth lifted. That depends on whether this pool is deep enough. Saying that, he took off his clothes. With a strong torso exposed, he leaped into the air. Splash! Lu Chen plunged completely into the blood pool. Hiss! As soon as he hit the water, Lu Chen gasped for breath. Pain. Excruciating pain. What he was in was not water, it was clearly boiling molten iron. Countless wild energies surged in through his pores, as if countless tiny fire dragons were tearing at his muscles and veins. If it were an ordinary person, they would have screamed by now. But Lu Chen merely frowned, and then the golden light in his eyes burst forth. S-class talent, Gluttony, fully activated. Boom! Every cell in his body seemed to awaken at that moment, transforming into greedy black holes. The ferocious energy that had originally been rampaging turned instantly into pure nourishment, being devoured, digested, and restructured at a frenzied pace. That tearing pain quickly faded away, replaced by an intoxicating sense of fullness. Coal Ball, come out. With a thought, a flash of black light appeared, and Coal Ball emerged in the blood pool. Woof! As soon as Coal Ball came out, it was scalded by the boiling blood water, baring its teeth in discomfort. But soon afterward, it caught a whiff of the tempting fragrance that came from the depths of the bloodline. The tail of the thunder tyrant that it had previously devoured was digested, but the dragon bloodline within it had always remained dormant, unable to fully merge. At this moment, stimulated by the pool full of dragon blood, its genetic locks began to shift. Don't hold back. Lu Chen leaned against the edge of the pool, comfortably closing his eyes, as if enjoying a hot spring. All-you-can-eat buffet, eat to your heart's content. With the owner's permission, Coal Ball's crimson eyes instantly lit up like two searchlights. It no longer passively absorbed, instead, it opened its abyssal maw and took a huge gulp of the blood water below. Glug! Glug! Like a whale drinking water. The previously calm surface of the blood pool instantly formed a giant whirlpool. In the monitoring room, the bald instructor was sitting cross-legged, staring at the data on the screen, holding a teacup. This kid has a good physique, his heart rate is still so steady after 5 minutes inside. He glanced at the liquid level gauge beside him. The consumption rate seems normal. Put. The bald instructor sprayed hot tea all over the screen. He saw the red line representing the blood pool's liquid level dropping at a terrifying speed that was visible to the naked eye. 99%. 90%. 80%. What the hell? What's going on? Is it leaking? The bald instructor hurriedly wiped the screen clean and zoomed in on the monitoring image. Immediately, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. In the footage, the black dog was drinking the precious dragon blood as if it were plain water. And Lu Chen wasn't to be outdone, forming a vacuum of spiritual power around his body, devouring at a speed that was anything but slower than the dog. Stop it! Stop it! The bald instructor's heart felt like it was bleeding. He slammed the table and shouted, "That's meant for soaking. Not for drinking. Each sip costs hundreds of thousands." He wanted to rush in to stop it, but before he reached the door, a terrifying aura that made even him palpitate suddenly erupted from the depths of the blood pool. Rumble! The entire underground level shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Evolved? The bald instructor paused, his face changing dramatically. Evolving directly in the dragon blood pool? What kind of monster has this kid raised? In the blood pool. The originally full pool of water was now bottomed out, leaving only a shallow layer remaining. Lu Chen opened his eyes, feeling the seemingly endless power within him. His skin had become tougher, and his bones faintly shimmered with golden light. With sheer physical strength, he could now punch to death an armored savage bull. But he didn't pay attention to his changes. Instead, his gaze was intensely fixed on the front. That gigantic black cocoon of light. After Coal Ball drank more than half of the pool's dragon blood, it fell into a deep sleep, its body wrapped in a thick layer of blood scabs. At this moment, that layer of blood scabs was covered with cracks. Crack! A giant claw covered in dark golden dragon scales suddenly smashed through the shell. Roar! A desolate, ancient, and violent dragon roar echoed throughout the underground space. The sound mixed with the howls of the hellhound and the roars of the dragon, shaking the metallic walls with a buzzing sound. Bang! The cocoon burst open completely. A brand new terrifying creature appeared before Lu Chen. Its size had increased several times, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder, nearly 5 meters long, like a heavy armored vehicle. The original black fur had completely disappeared, replaced by thick dragon scales that were as black as ink, with dark golden edges shimmering. Each scale looked like seasoned metal, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. The most striking feature was its head. On the fierce wolf head, a pair of dragon horns curled backward, burning with hellish black fire. The bony spikes resembling exhaust pipes on its back had thickened, now breathing out a black dragon breath mixed with sulfur and deadly poison instead of green miasma. Its limbs were strong and powerful, its claws transformed into dragon claws, and the tail behind it had fully dragonized, covered in barbs, creating a piercing sound as it swung. Majestic, domineering, fierce. This was a war machine born for slaughter. The Eye of Truth activated automatically. Pet name, Coalball. Current form, Hell Dragon Bone Demon Dog, mutated / second tier. Level, Silver 2 stars, building up and leaping several levels. Attributes, Undead / Poison / Steel / Dragon, newly added. Potential, Peak Lord level. New traits. Dragon Might, comes with pressure from higher beings, absolute suppression of lower bloodline ferocious beasts. Dragon Scale Armor, significant increase in both physical and magical defense, immune to fire and poison damage of the same level. New skills. Hell Dragon Breath, breathes out black dragon breath with corrosive, burning, and mental pollution attributes. Skeletal Armament, can control its bones to grow outward, forming various shapes of bone blades or bone shields. Cool. Lu Chen looked at the giant creature before him and gave a one-word evaluation. Woof. Hearing its master's praise, the seemingly ferocious demon dog immediately stuck out its tongue and wagged its powerful dragon tail, wanting to leap into Lu Chen's arms like before to be spoiled. Stop. Lu Chen's expression changed, quickly reaching out to stop it. With your current weight, if you jump on me, I'll have to go to the infirmary. Coalball whined in grievance, having to lower its head and nuzzle its massive head against Lu Chen's palm. The black fire on its horns did not burn Lu Chen but instead gently circled around his fingers. Crash. The door was violently pushed open. The bald instructor rushed in angrily. Lu Chen. You prodigal. Do you know how much that half pool of blood is worth? The instructor's roar abruptly stopped. He stared blankly at the giant beast occupying half the room, exuding a horrifying dragon might, nearly dropping his eyes out. This is your dog? The bald instructor swallowed hard, feeling the aura from Coalball threatening even to him, a gold-level expert. Silver level? And it exudes true dragon might? Instructor. Lu Chen put on his clothes, patted Coalball's scales, smiling innocently. The bathwater was a bit short, I didn't get a good soak before I was done. Next time, can you add a bit more? The bald instructor glanced at the bottom of the blood pool and then at the fully armed monster, his mouth twitching madly. He wanted to curse. But when he looked at Lu Chen's calm eyes, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. This kid is going to shake the heavens of the entire demon city in the future. Get out. The instructor took a deep breath, pointing at the door, gritting his teeth and saying, Take your dog and get out, now, immediately. If you stay one more second, I might lose 10 years off my life. Lu Chen shrugged. Then I'll head back now. Thank you, instructor, this bath was quite comfortable. After speaking, he swaggered out of the forbidden area with his massive coal-like body. Leaving only the bald instructor alone, looking at the dried-up pool, wanting to cry without tears. What a sin! How am I supposed to report this to the principal? Chapter 38 Night Princess. The night in the Magic City is even more bustling than the day. As the largest metropolis in the east, the underground world here is also vast and orderly. The Endless Street in the Eastern District appears to be a bustling bar street, but in reality, it is the largest underground black market entrance in the Magic City. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Dark Crow Bar. This is a place where students from the War Academy and black market desperados mingle, with the smell of inferior tobacco, alcohol, and hormones hanging in the air. Ding-a-ling. The wind chimes on the door jingled softly. Lu Chen pushed the door and entered. He changed out of his school uniform, wearing a black tactical coat, with the brim pulled low, revealing only the chiseled lower half of his face. The originally noisy bar fell silent for a moment. Countless gazes, filled with scrutiny, greed, and ferocity, were cast upon him. In this place, a fresh face often meant a fat sheep. Lu Chen ignored those looks and walked straight to the corner of the bar to sit down. A glass of ice water. The bartender was a bald man polishing a glass, who chuckled at his words. Kid, come to Dark Crow for water? Are you still on the bottle? We either drink Bloody Mary or... Bang. A black metal card was gently slapped on the bar by 2 slender fingers. The card had no intricate patterns, only a menacing skull dog head logo, proof of the new identity that Fat Wang had just arranged for Lu Chen, representing the highest authority in the underground world of Linjiang. The bald bartender's pupils shrank slightly. That was a token of the underground leaders from other provinces. Sorry, I was neglectful. The bartender's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn, quickly pouring a glass of ice-cold pure water and respectfully pushing it in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen picked up the glass, gently swirling the ice inside. He came tonight to deal with the materials of the silver-level Storm Griffin. Those items with obvious family marks could cause trouble through normal channels, and the black market was the best place to dispose of them. At that moment, The once noisy dance floor suddenly fell silent. A faint and ethereal fragrance, mixed with a chilling aura, slowly wafted down from the VIP passage on the second floor. The crowd automatically parted, even those drunken mercenaries suddenly became as silent as chickens grasped by the neck, instinctively lowering their heads, too afraid to look directly. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the wooden floor was clearly audible. A woman wearing a dark purple high-slit cheongsam descended. She was beautiful. Not in the cold fairy-like way of Lin Xingxue, but in a dangerously seductive manner. Her black hair was casually draped, her skin pale to the point of being almost sickly, but her lips were painted in a bright, fierce red. What caught the most attention was her shadow. Though the light shone down from above, her shadow was not cast on the ground beneath her, but twisted and elongated bizarrely around the walls and floor like a living thing. "It's Miss Night Princess!" Someone gasped in a low voice, their tone filled with awe. Night Princess. The chief of her third year at the Magic City War Academy, an S-class talent in the shadow system. Simultaneously, she held a more frightening identity, the only daughter of the ruler of the underground black market in the Magic City. In the underground world of the Magic City, she is undoubtedly the queen of the night. Night Princess ignored the gazes around her, her elongated phoenix eyes sweeping the bar before finally locking onto Lu Chen in the corner. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. She stepped forward, striding directly to the bar. Tap. She sat down beside Lu Chen, her long legs crossed, the slit of her cheepaw revealing a breathtaking glimpse of snow-white skin. A glass of Kiss of the Abyss. Yi Ji tapped the table, her voice lazy and hoarse. Then, she turned her head, propping her chin up with one hand, unabashedly staring at Lu Chen. "Junior, all alone?" Lu Chen took a sip of ice water, not looking at her, simply replying faintly. "Who are you?" The people around inhaled sharply. Is this kid crazy? Daring to talk to Yi Ji like that? Yet Yi Ji was not angry, instead, she laughed even more happily. She reached out her finger, intending to hook Lu Chen's chin. "So cold. I watched your video on the school forum, where you treated that useless Bai Xiao like a dog. I really like that fierceness." Just as Yi Ji's finger was about to touch Lu Chen's chin, he slightly leaned back, avoiding the delicate hand painted in bright red. "Just say what you want, no need to be touchy." Lu Chen set down his cup, turning his head. For the first time, his eyes behind the sunglasses confronted this woman directly. Yi Ji's finger hung in midair. Instead of feeling awkward, she let out a string of laughter like silver bells, drawing the attention of many men around. "What's the matter? Are you shy? Or are you afraid Big Sister will eat you up?" She leaned forward, her fragrant scent growing denser, almost breathing against Lu Chen's face. "Junior, Big Sister is doing this for your own good. In Magic City, only I can protect you from being toyed with by those aristocratic families." "Protect me?" The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled into a smile that seemed neither here nor there. His gaze passed over Yi Ji's stunning face, falling directly upon the shadow behind her. Under the eye of truth, within that seemingly calm shadow surged an astonishing killing intent. 3 pitch-black blades, formed from shadow energy, were firmly locked onto his throat, heart, and the middle of his brows. As long as he moved slightly, these 3 knives would instantly take his life. "Woman." Lu Chen extended his hand, pointing at the twisted black shadow on the ground, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. "Just chatting. But aren't you tired of keeping those 3 knives in your shadow?" The air froze instantly. Yi Ji's enchanting smile stiffened. In that moment, a chilling light burst from her originally lazy phoenix eyes. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop to freezing point. "You can see?" Yi Ji retracted all frivolity, her voice turning cold and dangerous. That was her core innate skill, shadow kill. Using light and shadow refraction to hide killing intent, silently, even golden-ranked powerhouses might not notice. This freshman, just starting college, saw through it in an instant? "Not only can I see, but I also know that the knife on the left is off by 3 inches. Lu Chen shook the ice water in his hand, his expression calm. "If you don't adjust it, you won't be able to kill, and it'll only cut off my collar." Yi Ji stared at Lu Chen for 3 seconds. Suddenly, she laughed. This time, her laugh was no longer the previous fake charm but one of savage appreciation, as if she met a kindred spirit. Splash! The shadow on the ground wriggled, and the locked killing intent instantly dissipated. "Interesting." Yi Ji picked up the glass of Kiss of the Abyss and drank it all in one go. "Lu Chen, you are indeed different from those useless people raised by aristocratic families. Then let's not beat around the bush." Yi Ji took a pure black metal card from her handbag and slid it across the bar to Lu Chen. On the card was printed a bleeding eye. "Interested in a part-time job?" Lu Chen picked up the card and glanced at it. Mission codename, Scavenger. Issuer, Magic City Black Market. Content, eliminate those garbage that the authorities can't handle or are too deep to reach. including but not limited to fallen beast tamers, cult members, and uncontrolled mutated experiments. Reward, 3 times the market price, plus S-grade intelligence access in the black market. Scavenger? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I know you lack money, and you also lack resources. Night G leaned close to Lu Chen, lowering her voice and saying, recently, the sewers in Magic City are not peaceful, a batch of dirty things has come out. The official patrol teams are helpless and cannot handle it. But we need someone to clean them up. How about it? This job may be dirty, but the rewards are fat. And... Night G looked at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with mischief. I see you seem to enjoy killing? Lu Chen fiddled with the card. Indeed, he could not support Coalball and Red Lotus, 2 big eaters, just with the credits given by the school. Furthermore, he had offended the Bai family and needed to urgently expand his power and information network. The black market is a good knife. 3 times the reward. Lu Chen put away the card, stood up, and drained the unfinished glass of ice water in one gulp. Plus, I need the materials gathered within 10 minutes. Night G's smile grew even brighter. Deal. Welcome to the underground world, my Mr. Cleansing. Chapter 39, Mission Eliminate the Evil Cult Stronghold. The slums in the western district of Magic City are a corner forgotten by neon lights. Here, there are no skyscrapers, only a complex web of illegal buildings and dark alleys flowing with sewage. The air is filled with the smell of rotting garbage and cheap alcohol, and occasionally, muffled screams can be heard. In the deep night, the rain mist hung in the air. 2 figures moved like ghosts through the dark alleys. Brother, this place stinks. Night G wore a tight black leather outfit, outlining a breathtaking curve. She covered her mouth and nose in disgust, but her body leaned intentionally and unintentionally against Lu Chen, her captivating phoenix eyes shimmering. Why don't you carry your sister? These shoes are new, and I don't want to step in that dirty water. Lu Chen wore a tactical coat and a hood, stepping aside expressionlessly to avoid Night G's fragrant body. He kept his gaze straight, the eye of truth flickering faintly in the dark. You're really lacking in romance. Night G playfully glared at him, but a hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. She liked this kind of man who was not moved by her beauty, because only such people could survive longer on the battlefield. We've arrived. Lu Chen suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on an abandoned slaughterhouse ahead. Although it seemed deserted on the surface, in Lu Chen's vision, the building's underground was emitting a nauseating bloody red light. That was not ordinary slaughter, it was the energy fluctuation of some evil ritual. The Beast God Cult Stronghold. Lu Chen lowered his voice and drew out an ally combat knife from his waist. Intelligence shows that dozens of missing homeless people and low-tier beast masters have been brought here recently. Night G also put away her joking expression, and her fingertips swirled with dark shadow energy. That bunch of lunatics from the Beast God Cult loves to conduct human experiments and sacrifices. It seems tonight we will have to go on a killing spree. Action. Lu Chen said without any further talk, giving a hand signal. Night G understood instantly. Suddenly, the shadow beneath her feet surged, transforming into countless black blades that silently entered the slaughterhouse door along the ground. Puff! The coal ball opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth, spewing out a breath of black dragon fire. Purgatory Dragon Breath. Boom! The heavy iron door, thick enough to withstand explosives, melted into a puddle of molten iron under the high temperature of the dragon breath. Who is it? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The basement instantly turned chaotic. Lu Chen stepped on the molten iron and strode inside. The sight before him made his pupils constrict slightly. This was not a basement at all, it was clearly a hell on earth. In a space of several hundred square meters, there were hooks and torture devices everywhere. On the ground was painted a giant bloody magic array, with dozens of victims, in tattered clothing, bound to the nodes of the array, most already devoid of life, only a few remained weakly moaning. In the center of the array stood an old man in a scarlet robe, his face covered in strange runes, holding a blood-dripping bone knife, crazily chanting incantations. As he chanted, the blood of the victims flowed uncontrollably from their wounds, gathering above the magic array. There, a blurry blood-colored phantom was slowly taking shape. The phantom had 3 heads, emanating a terrifying pressure that made one's soul shudder. That is... Night G's face changed, and for the first time, the lazy look in her eyes revealed seriousness. False god projection? These lunatics are really summoning the projection of the abyssal demon god? Kick. Since you're here, then become a sacrifice for the beast god together. The red-robed old man turned around, his murky eyes filled with madness. The great beast god is about to descend. No one can stop this. Beast god warriors. Kill them for me. With his roar, more than 20 cultists wearing beast skins, radiating a wild beast smell, surged out from the shadows around. Each of them had summoned raging beasts, blood-eyed demon apes, corrupted wolf corpses, two-headed snakes, all bloodthirsty fierce beasts. A bunch of trash. Lu Chen snorted coldly, not needing to make a move. Red Lotus. Swish. 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 Countless crystal-clear red jade vines shot from his left arm, instantly weaving a death net in the air. Death entanglement. Ah! The 7 or 8 cultists at the front, before even getting close, were pierced through the chest by the vines or were choked by the neck and hung high. Red Lotus trembled with excitement, sensing the violent medicinal power in these people's blood. It was the best nourishment. On the other side, the coal ball was like a tiger entering a sheep pen. As a silver-level dragon bone demon dog, its dragon might had a natural bloodline suppression over these low-level fierce beasts. Roar! The coal ball let out a roar filled with dragon chant. The originally fierce blood-eyed demon apes and corrupted wolf corpses were so scared they went stiff, collapsing to the ground trembling. Bang! The coal ball brought down a paw, directly turning a two-headed snake into mush. Its tail, covered in black gold dragon scales, swept out like sweeping garbage, sending the remaining cultists and their beasts flying against the wall, turning them into puddles of mush. Massacre. This was completely a one-sided massacre. Night Ji stood behind Lu Chen, playing with 2 shadow daggers, hardly making a move. She watched Lu Chen's cold back, her eyes filled with even greater fascination. This younger brother is truly becoming more and more captivating. She licked her red lips, casually threw a shadow blade, pinning a fish that tried to ambush Lu Chen against the wall. No! This is impossible. The red-robed old man watched his carefully trained beast god warriors instantly perish and cried out in despair. Since you seek death, then merge with the beast god. He suddenly plunged the bone knife into his own heart. Thud! The old man spewed out a large mouthful of blood from his heart, splattering in the center of the magic array. Buzz. Having absorbed the life sacrifice of the priest, the blood-colored magic array instantly radiated a brilliant light. In midair, the originally blurry 3-headed phantom began to solidify. An extremely evil, ancient, chaotic aura descended, and the gravity in the entire basement seemed to instantly increase tenfold. Not good. The ritual is about to be completed. Yi Ji's face turned pale, the pressure made her internal spiritual energy move sluggishly. Lu Chen. Hurry and retreat. That is a gold level, no, even a platinum level divine pressure that cannot be fought against. It is a true divine projection from the abyss. Yi Ji grabbed Lu Chen's hand, trying to run outside. But she couldn't pull him. Lu Chen stood still, staring fixatedly at the deity taking shape in midair. There was no fear on his face. On the contrary, his Adam's apple rolled slightly. It was the motion of swallowing saliva. God? Lu Chen's eye of truth flashed wildly, analyzing the essence of the monster before him. Target, pseudo-god projection, half finished. Composition, high-purity abyssal spiritual energy plus resentment plus living blood essence. Status, descending. Evaluation, a mass of high-level energy that has no consciousness, only instinct. The taste is extremely delicious. Lu Chen smiled. He laughed more crazily than that cultist. Yi Ji, do you know what my talent is called? Yi Ji was taken aback. What? Lu Chen broke free from Yi Ji's hand and step by step walked towards the blood-colored phantom radiating overwhelming pressure. In Yi Ji's terrified gaze, Lu Chen opened his arms, as if embracing the monster. It's called Gluttony. It doesn't matter if you are a god or a demon. The golden light in Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned into a pitch-black vortex, as if behind him appeared a gaping abyssal mouth capable of swallowing heaven and earth. As long as you dare to reveal your bloodline, I will dare to devour it for you to see. Coal ball. Red Lotus. Dinner time. Roar. The coal ball and Red Lotus felt their master's will. Not only did they not collapse under the divine pressure, but instead, they erupted with unprecedented greed. This was a banquet of hunting between mortals and pseudo-gods. Chapter 40, Pseudo-God? Just ingredients. The air in the underground altar seemed to freeze. The blood-colored phantom floating in midair finally fully took shape. It had 3 blurry heads, representing pain, despair, and hatred. Although it was just a projection, the ancient aura from the abyss still caused fine cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Buzz. An invisible mental shockwave swept across the entire scene. Yi Ji groaned, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. As a shadow-type talent user, she was most sensitive to this high-dimensional mental suppression. At this moment, she felt as if her soul was tightly gripped by a large hand, even moving a finger became a luxury. Lu Chen! Get out of here! Yi Ji gritted her teeth, trying her best to hold on to Lu Chen. This is a true divine creature. Even as a projection, it is not something we can contend against. We will die. In her eyes, Lu Chen's current actions were no different from seeking death. How could humans possibly fight against gods? Even if they are pseudo-gods. However, she pulled in vain. Lu Chen not only did not retreat, but instead took a step forward. He tilted his head back, looking at the three-headed monster radiating overwhelming pressure. In Yiji's terrified gaze, Lu Chen took off his sunglasses and casually threw them on the ground. In those pitch-black eyes, there was not a trace of fear. What burned within them was raw, almost overflowing hunger. Gulps. Lu Chen's throat rolled, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. So fragrant. He murmured, his voice filled with a sickly excitement. High-purity soul energy, mixed with blood essence from hundreds of people, and that little bit of supreme divine rules. Lu Chen extended his tongue, licking his slightly cracked lips. Is this the taste of God? The pseudo-god projection in midair seemed to sense the offense from this ant. It lowered its three massive heads, 6 eyes burning with bloodfire fixed intently on Lu Chen. Mortal, kneel. A grand and twisted voice exploded. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already collapsed mentally, turning into a walking corpse. But Lu Chen just dug at his ears, looking quite impatient. It's so noisy. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the false god in the sky, as if directing the start of a buffet. Coal ball, bite its head. Red lotus, bind its hands. Tear it apart for me. Roar. The long-restrained coal ball let out a deafening roar. Facing the divine might, as a hellhound with dragon blood, its innate brutality was completely awakened. God? In the eyes of the glutton, a god is just a bigger piece of meat. Boom. Coal ball pushed with its hind legs, its massive body soaring into the sky like a black intercontinental missile, directly charging upward against the terrifying mental pressure. Ants. The projection of the false god was furious, raising a huge blood-red palm, wanting to crush the black dog to death. But before that palm could come down, it was tightly entangled by countless crystal-clear red jade vines. Ziz. The bud of red lotus bloomed, its countless tendrils crazily piercing into the energy body of the false god, greedily sucking in its essence. What? A hint of astonishment seemed to flash across the blurred face of the false god. It couldn't understand why these lowly creatures not only weren't afraid of it but dared to consume it. At this moment of pause, Coal Ball had already reached its front. That abyssal giant mouth covered in fangs suddenly opened wide, even bigger than the head of the false god. Crunch! A sound that would make one's teeth ache. Coal Ball actually bit off the head that represented suffering from the false god. Ah! The false god let out a shrill scream, the sound no longer majestic but filled with terror. The taste is a bit woody, but very chewy. Lu Chen stood below, not idle either. Though he couldn't fly, he could suck. S-rank talent Gluttony, maximum power. Lu Chen grasped the air with both hands, causing it to twist behind him as if forming a huge black vortex. Come down. A terrifying pulling force erupted. It was the absolute right of theft from the top of the food chain. The already injured projection of the false god couldn't control its form, being forcibly pulled toward the ground by this suction. No, this is impossible. What are you? The false god roared in terror. It felt the divine essence within itself rapidly draining away, merging into that boy's body. What am I? Lu Chen grasped one of the false god's hanging arms. That arm was made of high-concentration energy, feeling scalding hot enough to instantly vaporize steel. But a layer of black ghostly light covered Lu Chen's palm, causing him not only to remain unharmed but to directly grip into it. I am your diner. With a tear. Lu Chen's arms exerted force, actually tearing off a large chunk of energy flesh from the false god. He showed no hesitation, stuffing it directly into his mouth. A bit spicy. Lu Chen chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This scene completely shattered Night Princess's worldview. She stood dazed in the corner, watching her usually lazy brother now tearing at that divine being like a starving wolf, bite by bite. And that once-high false god was now like a helpless doll, being wildly devoured by one person, one dog, and one flower. Its screams grew weaker and weaker, and its body became more and more transparent. 5 minutes later. As Coal Ball swallowed the last head, Red Lotus drained the final drop of essence. Lu Chen held a crystal about the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint golden light that was the only core left after the projection of the false god shattered. Divine fragment. Good stuff. Without a second thought, Lu Chen threw it into his mouth, as if eating a popping candy. Boom! An unprecedented massive energy exploded within him. Lu Chen's body trembled violently, and a layer of fine black blood seeped out from the surface of his skin. That was the impurities being expelled. His bones made cracking sounds like fireworks, and his breath surged higher and higher. Ding! Devour successful. Target, pseudo-god projection, incomplete. Gained massive spiritual energy, level up. Silver 3-star, Silver 4-star, Silver 5-star. S-class talent Gluttony gains divine nourishment, undergoing transformation. Advancement successful. Current talent, Gluttony Plunder, 2nd stage. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In the originally dark pupils, there was an added dark golden halo, appearing even more mysterious and majestic. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, looked at the stunned Yi Ji, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and returned to his lazy demeanor. Yi Ji, don't be in a daze. I'm full now, time to work. Lu Chen pointed to the scattered corpses of the cultists and the valuables that hadn't been moved. Remember to clean the battlefield. This time, I want 70% of the loot. Yi Ji looked at Lu Chen, her throat moved, and after a long time, she found her voice again. Are you a human or a ghost? Lu Chen smiled, picked up the sunglasses from the ground, and put them back on. I'm a gourmet. Specializing in dealing with this kind of high-end ingredients. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the abandoned slaughterhouse. The building behind them blazed, turning all sins and traces into ashes. Yi Ji looked at Lu Chen, who was walking ahead, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Fear, respect, and an even stronger desire for conquest. Lu Chen. Yi Ji suddenly quickened her pace, linking her arm with Lu Chen's. This time, she didn't use her charm skill, nor did she hide a knife, instead, she truly leaned her weight against him. That fragment of divine nature just now, did you really eat it? Yeah, it was crispy. So do you feel anything special now? Like hot blood surging? For example, do you want to do something crazy with me? Yi Ji's voice was charming and slightly probing. Lu Chen stopped, feeling the newly awakened ability within him. Talent effect plunder. When devouring high-level creatures or special individuals, there's a chance to directly plunder the opponent's core skills and convert them into a form suitable for the host. This time plundered skill, Soul Scream, from Pseudogod Projection. Effect, emits a soul shock that ignores defenses, capable of causing wide-range dizziness or single-target soul execution. Crazy things? Lu Chen turned to look at Yi Ji, the corners of his mouth slightly rising beneath the sunglasses. I do have some. Right now. I really want to find a stronger opponent to test my new moves. Yi Ji. This day couldn't be talked about anymore. This is simply a steel-straight man who only knows how to kill. Chapter 41, The Fallen Saintess by Ling. Deep in the abandoned slaughterhouse, the fire was still burning fiercely, consuming all traces of evil. In a secret room behind the altar, Lu Chen discovered a fish that slipped through the net. It was a girl curled up in the corner. She wore a long white dress that clashed with the surrounding environment, her long hair like a waterfall, and her skin showed a pale color from a lack of sunlight. Hearing the footsteps, the girl slowly raised her head. It was a face as exquisite as a porcelain doll, but her eyes were hollow and unfocused, like a body devoid of a soul. She is the candidate saintess of the Beast God Church. Yi Ji walked over, twirling the shadow dagger in her hand, a trace of killing intent flashing in her eyes. This kind of deeply brainwashed saintess is a vessel cultivated by the church from a young age, specifically used to carry the will of the pseudogod. Keeping her alive is a disaster, it's better to kill her. As she spoke, she was about to make a move. Wait. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, blocking Yi Ji's blade. Behind his sunglasses, the data stream of the Eye of Truth was rapidly refreshing. Target, by Ling. Identity, 19th Saintess of the Beast God Church, candidate. Talent, S-Class Holy Lightem, Light System/Healing System. Status, Deep Spiritual Control, Mind Branding/Spiritual Energy Blockade. Ability, has extremely strong group healing and purification abilities, a top-tier supporting talent. S-level healing system? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this the mobile spring water he has been thinking about? Although Hong Lian also has the ability to absorb blood and nourish back, that only applies to Lu Chen himself. As a tank, Coalball gets wounded every time after a battle, and recovering just by eating meat is too slow. If there is a powerful healer, his team's endurance ability will be directly enhanced. Yi Ji, stop. Lu Chen looked at the hollow-eyed girl, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. I want this loot. Yi Ji frowned, you want her? She has been brainwashed into a machine that only knows how to kill heretics, keeping her around is like having a ticking bomb. As if to confirm Yi Ji's words, the white spirit in the corner suddenly moved. Heretic, purification. She whispered mechanically, and the originally hollow eye suddenly shone with blinding white light. Buzz. A pillar of light filled with a sense of destruction shot straight towards Lu Chen's face. Be careful. Yi Ji exclaimed. But Lu Chen did not dodge or evade. Bang. The pillar of light crashed into him, but it felt like it hit an invisible barrier. Lu Chen's windbreaker rustled, and a layer of dark golden dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. This was the dragon scale armor feedback from Coalball. Though it was a bit hot, it didn't break his defenses at all. It's really fierce. Lu Chen pushed against the pillar of light and walked step by step toward the white spirit. The white spirit wanted to continue attacking, but her spiritual power had already been drained by the previous ritual, and now she was just a spent force. Let's take a nap. Lu Chen raised his hand and struck accurately on the back of her neck with a chop. The white spirit softened and fell into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen lifted her on his shoulder like carrying a sack and turned to the speechless Yeji, saying, "Thanks for your hard work tonight, I'll treat you to a drink another day." Yeji looked at Lu Chen's treasure god expression with exasperation and rolled her eyes. "Lu Chen, I found you are not only a madman but also a dumpster diver. You dare to bring this dangerous item home, be careful she doesn't stab you in the back one day." "Rest assured." Lu Chen patted the sack on his shoulder with confidence in his eyes. "Falling into my hands, even a ghost has to obey me." At the Magic Capital War Academy, in the basement of Villa number 13. When the white spirit woke up, she found herself tied up tightly on an operating chair. The ropes on her body were not ordinary ropes but some kind of red vines with barbs. Any slight struggle would cause the barbs to pierce her skin, causing pain and draining her spiritual power. "Awake?" A cold voice came from the darkness. The white spirit turned her head in confusion. She saw a young boy in a white coat and sunglasses sitting opposite her, holding a shiny scalpel, peeling an apple. Behind him, a huge black magic dog lay there, drooling at her with the eyes of someone looking at stored food. "Heretic, die." The mental imprint in the white spirit's mind flared up again, and her eyes sharpened as she attempted to summon the light elements within her body to self-destruct. "Be quiet." Lu Chen took a bite of the apple and then took off his sunglasses. The Eye of Truth activated. In his sight, deep within the white spirit's brain, there was a mass of black energy locking the pineal gland, entangled like a mess of yarn. That was the mental seal left by the beast god cult. S-level talent, yet treated as a one-time container, such a waste. Lu Chen stood up and walked in front of the white spirit. He extended his finger and tapped her forehead. "Look into my eyes." Instinctively, the white spirit looked up. Boom! She saw a pair of eyes that seemed to contain an endless abyss. In those eyes, a dark golden halo slowly rotated, which was the pressure that only divine beings possessed. "Ah!" The white spirit let out a painful scream. She felt an incredibly domineering mental force forcefully invade her brain, like a red-hot pointed knife stabbing fiercely at that mass of black seclusion. "It might hurt a bit, bear with it." Lu Chen's face was expressionless as he activated his newly acquired skill, Soul Scream. But he controlled the strength. Not to kill, but to break the chains. Crack! In Bai Ling's mind, it seemed she heard a crisp sound. The black curse that had troubled her for over 10 years, turning her into a living corpse, shattered piece by piece under Lu Chen's mental impact filled with divine pressure, like glass breaking. Countless sealed memories surged back like a tide. She remembered. She was not a saint. She was Bai Ling, a girl born in an ordinary family. When she was 5, the beast god cult's followers broke into her home, killed her parents, and kidnapped her, torturing and brainwashing her day and night, forcing her to learn the light magic of killing. Whoa whoa. The emptiness in Bai Ling's eyes faded, replaced by intense pain and despair. She curled up in the chair and cried out loud, her heart-wrenching sobs echoing. Lu Chen did not comfort her. He just silently stood aside, finishing the apple in his hand, and waited until her cries quieted down before speaking lightly. "Have you cried enough?" Bai Ling raised her head, her face streaked with tears, looking at the terrifying boy before her with timid eyes. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" "My name is Lu Chen. Saving you is not for charity." Lu Chen took out a prepared soul contract and slapped it in front of Bai Ling. "I need a healer. The beast god cult is already destroyed by me, and you have nowhere to go now. If you walk out this door, you will either be killed by the officials as a remnant of a cult, or be captured by other dark forces and taken back to continue being a vessel." Lu Chen leaned down, looking straight into her eyes, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Sign this, and become my exclusive healer. I will give you protection and the power of revenge. All you need to do is to keep our lives hanging by healing us when injured. What do you think? This deal is quite fair, right?" Bai Ling looked at the contract, then glanced at the terrifying magic hound and the strange red vines behind Lu Chen. This was a den of demons. But in the eyes of this boy, she saw neither greed nor depravity, only absolute reason and strength. Perhaps here was the true path to survival, compared to that hypocritical and disgusting beast god cult. "I sign." Bai Ling bit her finger, trembling as she pressed her fingerprint on the contract. Buzz. The contract was established. Lu Chen could feel a faint bond forming between him and Bai Ling, a control over life and death. Very good. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. The red vine instantly loosened. "Welcome to Villa number 13. Lu Chen pointed to the two monsters behind him. Allow me to introduce. This is Cobalt, responsible for taking hits and dealing damage. That is Red Lotus, responsible for crowd control and draining life. You are Bai Ling and you will be responsible for healing and purification. As for me. Lu Chen put his sunglasses back on, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. I am the assassin who sends enemies to hell. Thus, the formation of Lu Chen's 4-member team was officially completed in this dark basement. Tank, mage control, healer, assassin. A horrifying team born for killing and survival was about to make the entire Demon City tremble. Chapter 42, S-Class Mission, Death Marshes. Demon City War Academy, Mission Hall. A huge electronic screen rolled through various task information, from the simplest degrade clean up the sewer rat infestation to the top-tier SSS level Abyss frontline support, everything was available. Lu Chen stood in front of the S-Class mission board, looking up at the top red bolded information. S-Class mission, abnormal activity in the Death Marshes. Location, 300 miles outside the western suburbs of Demon City, S-Class restricted area Death Marshes. Objective, investigate the reason for the abnormal rise in toxin density in the core area of the marsh and bring back at least 10 corrupted Crocodile King's crystal cores. Reward, 10,000 academic credits, a B-class ally combat knife, and a special training resource from the Demon City Military Department. Danger warning, the area is perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma, even silver-level beast masters. Without professional antivirus gear, death is certain within 10 minutes. This is it. Lu Chen ripped off the mission order and slapped it on the counter. The person in charge of registration was a junior, who glanced at the mission order and then at Lu Chen, her brows tightly knitted. Junior, even though you are a rookie king, the Death Swamp is not a joke. It's a real life-threatening zone. The toxins in the air can corrode the spiritual shields directly. Last month, a golden-level senior went in, and he didn't make it out alive. It's okay. Lu Chen chewed on his gum, his expression calm. I can resist poison. The senior wanted to persuade him further, but seeing Lu Chen's undeniable gaze, she could only sigh and stamp the order. Hard words are useless against a stubborn ghost. I hope you can come back alive. 3 hours later. A military SUV stopped at the edge of the Death Swamp. As soon as they got out of the car, a strong smell of rotten eggs, mixed with green fog, hit their faces. The world in front seemed to have a layer of sickly green filter, dead trees twisted like ghostly claws, and huge bubbles occasionally erupted from the mire, bursting and releasing nauseating poisonous smoke. Ugh. Bai Ling, just out of the car, turned pale and covered her mouth, gagging. As a light-type healer, she had a natural aversion to this filthy and poisonous environment. Eat this. Lu Chen casually tossed her a black pill, an anti-poison pill made from a mixture of coal saliva and herbs. Bai Ling swallowed it while suppressing her disgust, instantly feeling a cool current protect her heart vein, alleviating the suffocating feeling considerably. Stay close. If you fall into the mire, I won't save you. Lu Chen adjusted the collar of his windbreaker and strode into the patch of green death. If this place was hell for others, for him, it was simply paradise. S-Class talent Gluttony, passive. High concentration of environmental toxins detected, absorbing, converting to spiritual energy. As Lu Chen breathed, the noxious miasma, powerful enough to kill an elephant, seemed to come alive, cheerfully drilling into his nostrils. Ah! Lu Chen took a deep breath, a content expression appearing on his face. This smell, it's strong. Beside him, the coal ball was even more excited, frolicking. This environment, filled with rotten poison, activated its own undead and poisonous attributes to the max. Even the red lotus coiling around his arms secretly extended a few tendrils, greedily absorbing nutrients from the air. This duo, one person and one pet, felt as though they had returned to their own backyard. Only Bai Ling carefully cast a holy light shield around herself, tightly following Lu Chen like a frightened little rabbit, fearing that if she slowed down, she would be swallowed by this terrifying place. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers behind them. 5 figures dressed in grey camouflage, wearing full-face gas masks, were crouched in a thicket. Damn it, this damn place is not fit for humans. The leader of the assassins, codenamed Viper, was currently looking at an air detector in his hands, cursing. Toxin levels exceeding 3 times the standard. Our gas mask filters won't last 2 hours. Damn the Lin family for sending us to this place to kill. Boss, that kid went in. The observer put down his binoculars, his voice shaking a bit. And, he's not wearing a mask. What? Viper froze for a moment and snatched the binoculars. In the lens, Lu Chen was leisurely strolling through the swamp, even stopping occasionally to take deep breaths of the green poison gas, looking quite satisfied. Damn! Is this kid a monster? Viper felt his worldview being shattered. This was the Death Swamp, a place where even golden-level fierce beasts dared not linger. How could he stroll through it like a park? Boss, what should we do? Should we still follow? A subordinate hesitated. Follow. Viper gritted his teeth. The Lin family gave 50 million. That is 50 million. Just need to kill him, and we won't have to work for this broken organization for the rest of our lives. I don't believe he is truly immune to all poisons. When he ventures deep into the inner area and exhausts his strength, it will be his time to die. Death Marsh, core area. The fog here is so thick that you can't see your own hand in front of you, the air is as sticky as water. Lu Chen suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Lu Chen? Bai Ling nervously gripped her staff, thinking a ferocious beast was attacking. Tired, let's take a break. Lu Chen found a relatively clean giant rock and took out a picnic blanket from his backpack. Then, under Bai Ling's stunned gaze, he pulled out a self-heating hot pot, a cold cola, and 2 bags of sauce beef like it was magic. Come, sit. Lu Chen patted the spot beside him, tore open the sauce beef's packaging, and threw it to the coal bowl, while pouring a bottle of nutrient solution over Hong Lian. In a place like this, having a picnic? Bai Ling felt like she was going crazy. All around were deadly toxins, and a giant crocodile could appear at any moment. How could this person be in the mood to eat hot pot? Relax a bit, Xiao Bai. Lu Chen opened the cola with a hiss, and bubbles surged out. He took a big sip, then removed his sunglasses. His eyes, glowing with a golden gaze, casually scanned the thick fog behind him. Under the eye of truth, 5 sneaky red dots were surrounding them in a fan shape. Target, Blood Hand Assassin Organization, B Class. Number of people, 5. Average level, Silver 5 stars, the captain is Gold 1 star. Employer, Lin family of the provincial city. Status, gas mask filter nearing exhaustion, anxious, killing intent fluctuating violently. The Lin family really values me, hiring a golden level assassin. Lu Chen's mouth curled up as he picked up a piece of cooked beef tripe and stuffed it into his mouth. However, choosing this place to kill me is the biggest mistake of your lives. He put down his chopsticks and suddenly shouted loudly into the empty fog. Hey! Those few brothers lying in the mud over there. His voice penetrated the fog, clearly echoing from afar. Haven't you been watching for a long time? Aren't you hungry? This hot pot tastes great, want to come over and eat a bit together? 200 meters away in the bushes. The Viper went stiff all over, cold sweat instantly pouring down. Discovered? Impossible. We used the highest level concealment powder, even thermal imaging can't detect us. How could he possibly discover us? His subordinates were in a panic. Don't panic. The Viper forced calm, he's trying to trick us. Don't make a sound. But the next second, a dark dragon's breath, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, suddenly tore through the fog, accurately blasting at the patch of bushes where they hid. Boom! The violent explosion sounded, and black flames spread. Ah! 2 assassins who reacted a little slower were instantly swallowed by the dragon's breath, unable to even scream before being burned to ashes. Trick you? Lu Chen's voice came again, thick with sarcasm. I could smell the killing intent on you from 2 miles away. Just like flies in the toilet, it's hard not to notice. Since you refuse to come out for dinner, then become my meal. Lu Chen stood up, and the coal ball behind him let out a deafening dragon roar. Roar! The terrifying sound wave dispersed the surrounding poisonous fog. Lu Chen stood on the rock, looking down at the remaining 3 assassins who were fleeing in disarray, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. Welcome to my home ground, Death Marsh. Here, I am the hunter. And you? Lu Chen slowly drew out the alloy combat knife from his back, the blade pointing directly at the Viper wearing a golden mask. Are just prey. Chapter 43. I see you struggle in the poisonous fog. In the core area of Deathmarsh, the green miasma was thick like a boiling witch's stew. Attack! Don't give him a chance to breathe. Accompanied by a fierce shout, the remaining 3 assassins simultaneously threw the flags in their hands. Buzz! 3 earth-colored light columns shot up into the sky, intersecting in mid-air, instantly forming a translucent hemispherical barrier. The area within a radius of 50 meters was tightly sealed. 3 talents trapping kill formation. The leading Viper finally let out a sigh of relief. He took off his mask, revealing a face covered in knife scars and ruthless eyes. Lu Chen, I know you're inside. This is an B-grade trapping formation, capable of isolating internal and external spiritual energy, and increasing gravity. Right now, you are like a turtle in a jar. Come out and die obediently, I'll give you a quick death. Although Viper was a golden 1-star powerhouse, in this poisonous environment, his strength was suppressed by at least 30%. He didn't want to risk close combat, he only wanted to exhaust Lu Chen with the formation. However, no cries for mercy came from within the barrier. Only a slightly mocking laugh echoed through the thick fog. A turtle in a jar? Captain Viper, do you have a misunderstanding about the current situation? Lu Chen's figure flickered in the mist, still holding the box of self-heating hot pot that he hadn't finished eating. Your broken formation indeed prevents me from going out. But think about it the other way. Lu Chen put down his chopsticks, his golden eyes coldly staring at Viper through the fog. You guys can't get out either. What do you mean? Viper suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Coalball, add a meal. Roar. The coalball, which had been lurking behind Lu Chen, suddenly opened its giant mouth of the abyss. Skill corrosive poison abyss. Boom. A dense blackish poison smoke poured out from within it. But this poison smoke did not spread outwards, rather, due to the barrier, it was tightly locked within this 50-meter space. The originally green miasma in the swamp, upon encountering the coalball's hellish corpse poison, seemed to trigger a terrifying chemical reaction. Green and black intertwined, instantly transforming into a dark purple, highly corrosive poisonous storm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A corrosive sound that made one's teeth ache echoed in the air. In just 3 seconds. The interior of the barrier, which could still faintly see silhouettes, had completely turned into a poison gas chamber where one could not see their fingers in front of their face. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. What's wrong with this poison gas? The gas mask is ineffective. The other 2 silver-level assassins instantly screamed in agony. Their proud military-grade gas masks, under the dual poison domain's corrosion, had their filters instantly destroyed, and even the surface of the mask began to melt. Hold your breath. Activate the shield. Quickly activate the shield. Viper was horrified, quickly conjuring a spiritual power shield. But what made him despair was that this dark purple poison mist could even corrode spiritual power. His golden-level shield was visibly thinning in the poison mist, emitting hissing white smoke. In this barrier, I am a god. Lu Chen's voice echoed from all directions, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. With the gluttony talent, he felt not uncomfortable in this high concentration of poison gas environment. Instead, he felt every pore of his body rejoicing, and his spiritual power recovery speed surged. Now, the game begins. Who will die first? Ah! A chilling scream interrupted Viper's thoughts. Less than 5 meters to his left, one of his subordinates suddenly went mad, swinging the long knife wildly at the mud beneath his feet. What is that? Something is grabbing my foot. Help me. Boss, save me. Put. The voice abruptly stopped. Through the rolling poison mist, Viper saw in terror that his subordinate's body was rapidly sinking. In the swamp's rotten mud, countless crystalline red vines had emerged, tightly wrapping around the subordinate's ankle, thigh, and waist. That was the red lotus. In this nutrient-rich death swamp, the root system of the red lotus had already spread throughout the entire underground. It was like a patient fisherman, quietly waiting for the prey to fall into the net. Gurgle. The assassin could only stretch out one hand, and he was forcefully dragged into the bottomless mud pit. A few seconds later, the muddy water churned, and a strand of bright red blood floated up, quickly swallowed by the swamp. Dying a slow death. Old 3. The remaining killer completely broke down. This fear of invisible enemies, waiting to die in toxic fog, shattered his mental defenses. I'll fight you to the end. He roared, summoning a flame lion, hoping to explode it to break the barrier. But Lu Chen would never give him that chance. Too loud. A black shadow flickered through the toxic fog. Puff. A great head flew high into the air. Lu Chen held a metal war knife, his figure resembling lightning, and with one swift stroke, he beheaded the killer before he could even issue the self-destruction command. Blood sprayed out, instantly caught by the red lotus vines that drank it dry. In the blink of an eye, 2 peak silver assassins were obliterated. Only the Viper remained. Lu Chen. The Viper's eyes were blood red, his body trembling. He never expected that as a dignified gold-level powerhouse, leading an elite team to kill a freshman, he would end up like this. This was no hunt, it was clearly a delivery. Don't shout so loudly. The toxic fog parted to reveal a path. Lu Chen, with a dripping bloodied knife, walked step by step towards the Viper. The coalball followed behind him, its dragon horns burning with black flames flickering in the toxic mist, the red lotus vines swirling in the air like tentacles. 1 person, 2 pets. Like a demonic combination crawling out of hell. Actually, I should thank you. Lu Chen said sincerely, looking at the Viper, who had retreated to the edge of the barrier with no way to escape. If it weren't for this barrier, the poison gas wouldn't be this thick and wouldn't taste this good. As a return. Lu Chen slowly raised his war knife, the blade reflecting the Viper's despairing face. I allow you to leave a legacy. Go die. The Viper erupted in a final fury, burning his essence, the dagger in his hand turning into a streak of golden light aiming for Lu Chen's heart. This was the dying counterattack of a gold-level powerhouse. Bang! A crisp sound. A claw covered in black gold dragon scales effortlessly blocked the dagger. The kobold disdainfully exhaled a breath, and the dragon claw tightened fiercely. Crack! That B-class alloy dagger was crushed into useless iron. The next second. Puff! Countless red vines surged from the muddy pit behind the viper, instantly piercing through his limbs, suspending him in midair like a ragdoll. The viper coughed up blood, his eyes dull. Lu Chen stepped forward and with his hand removed an ancient-looking silver ring from his broken finger. A space ring. Only gold-level powerhouses or core members of wealthy families were worthy of possessing this luxury. Thanks. Without further ado, Lu Chen turned the knife back and accurately pierced it into the viper's heart. Kill gold 1-star beast master, gain points plus 5,000, black market bounty. Gluttony talent triggered, devoured part of gold-level spiritual energy. As the viper's corpse was dragged underground by the red lotus to be used as fertilizer, the earth-colored barrier that trapped everyone began to slowly dissipate due to the loss of energy supply. The toxic fog gradually thinned. White Spirit, who had been hiding behind a rock, trembling under a holy light shield, finally dared to peek out. She looked at the mess on the ground and then at Lu Chen, who was wiping the ring, swallowing hard. Is this over? 3 top assassins just like that disappeared? Not even leaving a whole corpse? What else? Should we hold a memorial service for them? Lu Chen delved into the spirit ring with his mental energy. The space inside was not large, only about 2 cubic meters. Besides a dozen mid-level spirit stones and a few nameless bank cards, a stack of documents in the corner caught Lu Chen's attention. He took out the documents and flipped through 2 pages. A cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it's the Lin family. This was a record of orders from the Blood Hand organization, clearly stating that the employer was the butler of the Lin family in the provincial city. Regarding Lu Chen's detailed assassination plan and rewards. There's even a report monitoring Lin Qingshui at the Imperial City University. It seems that the young master of the Lin family isn't behaving even with a broken leg. Lu Chen closed the document and put the ring on his hand. Let's go, Bai Ling. The task is complete, the money has been earned, and the evidence is obtained. Lu Chen looked toward the depths of the swamp, where a trembling corrupt crocodile king was preparing to escape after watching the whole scene. By the way, let's slaughter that crocodile as a report. After returning. Lu Chen touched the ring on his hand, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It's time to send a gift back to the Lin family. Chapter 44, Snatching People. After leaving the core area of the death swamp, the communication signal finally restored. Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat of a military off-road vehicle, resting his eyes while planning how to upgrade the villa's security system with the unexpected fortune he'd just acquired. Suddenly, the personal terminal on his wrist vibrated wildly. It was a maximum priority distress signal. Lu Chen. Save me. I am on the G7 section of the Blackwater Highway. My family wants to take me back to the Imperial City for an arranged marriage. They have golden level experts. I don't want to go. Help me. The message cut off abruptly, clearly forced closed. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Stop the car. Bai Ling, driving, jumped in surprise and slammed the brakes down hard. What's wrong, Captain? Is there a monster? Lu Chen didn't explain, quickly bringing up the map instead. The G7 section of the Blackwater Highway was the essential route connecting the Magic City and the Imperial City, and coincidentally, that segment of the road was right next to the edge of the Death Swamp, above extremely unstable geological layers. Bai Ling, you go first. Lu Chen opened the car door, his voice cold. Ha? Bai Ling was a bit confused. I have urgent business. You take the coal ball and the spoils back to school to report the mission. Lu Chen glanced at the moving speed of the red dot on the map, a wild smile curling at the corners of his lips. I'm going to pick up a new roommate. After saying that, he didn't wait for Bai Ling to react, and directly pulled out a foldable magnetic levitation motorcycle from his military bag, which he had conveniently bought from the black market earlier. V-room. The engine roared. He blocked the road like a nail, firmly pinning down the convoy's path. Lu Chen? In the back seat, Lin Qingshui saw that familiar figure, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. He really came. Oh? Is that the Lu Chen who disabled the young master? Lin Fu squinted, pushing the door to get out of the car. Suddenly, over a dozen fully armed bodyguards rushed out from the cars behind him, each one an expert of silver level. Kid, you have a lot of guts. Lin Fu walked toward Lu Chen step by step, his golden level pressure like a mountain looming over him. Initially, the head of the family planned to deal with you later, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Just right, I can take your head back, the young master should be very happy. Lu Chen sat in the car, unmoved by the pressure of the golden level expert, not even twitching an eyebrow. You are the steward Lin, right? Lu Chen took out a lighter, with a snap, lit the cigarette in his mouth, and took a deep breath. Leave the person behind, and roll back to the imperial capital. I can pretend nothing happened today. Ha ha ha. Lin Fu seemed to hear the biggest joke, throwing his head back and laughing loudly. With just you? A college freshman? Or with that dog of yours? I know you have some ability, but in front of a golden level, you are just a slightly stronger ant. Get them. I don't care about life or death. With Lin Fu's command, the bodyguards immediately summoned their beasts, ready to attack. Lu Chen sighed. Since you don't listen to advice, then I can only invite you to watch the fireworks. He exhaled a smoke ring and gently pressed the red button on the remote in his hand. The remote was not connected to a bomb. Instead, it was connected to a high-frequency vibrator that he had just buried deep in the swamp beneath the road. And at that spot, was an extremely unstable methane gas pit that had accumulated for thousands of years. What fireworks? Lin Fu was just about to mock when he suddenly felt the ground violently shake beneath his feet. A chilling wave of terrifying energy stirred from deep within the earth. Not good. There is something underground. Lin Fu's complexion changed drastically as he tried to retreat. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, as if the earth was screaming in fury. The entire stretch of the road instantly collapsed. The high concentrations of methane gas trapped underground were detonated by the vibrations, transforming into a massive mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The horrifying shockwave mixed with debris and mud instantly sent that convoy of luxury cars flying into the air. Ah! The wails were drowned out by the explosion's roar. Those bodyguards who had not yet acted were immediately knocked into a muddy pit, spitting blood like dumplings falling. Even the golden level Lin Fu was caught off guard by the sudden explosion, covered in dirt, his protective spirit shield nearly shattered, and he was thrown dozens of meters away. Madman! You crazy madman! Lin Fu crawled out of the mud pit, half his hair burnt, roaring in frustration. This kid actually dared to blow up a methane pit on a national highway? Didn't he fear killing himself? Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a black figure darted through the ruins like a ghost. Lu Chen used the Eye of Truth to avoid all the explosion fallout, accurately finding the overturned limousine. Hong Lian! Swish! Red vines shot out like swords, instantly cutting open the deformed car door. Lu Chen reached in and pulled out the frightened Lin Xingxue. Let's go! He grabbed Lin Xingxue and held her in his arms, turning to run. Trying to run? Die! Lin Fu saw the scene, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He didn't care about his injuries, unleashing all his spiritual energy, a giant golden-winged rock appearing behind him, filled with terrifying killing intent, pouncing toward Lu Chen's back. This strike was a vindictive blow from a golden level. At this critical moment, who was firing cannons near the school? Don't you know it's lunchtime today? A thunderous roar echoed from the distance, as powerful as a bell. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of sword light tore through the sky, instantly shattering Lin Fu's golden-winged rock illusion, and without losing momentum, it carved a deep chasm right in front of him. Boom! Lin Fu was forced back several steps, his face filled with shock as he looked up. In midair, a middle-aged uncle in pajamas, standing on a flying sword and with a grumpy expression, was glaring angrily down below. He was the director of the Academic Affairs Office at the War Academy of Magic City, known as the Sword Demon Zhao Wuji. Zhao? Director Zhao? Lin Fu recognized the person and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Which corner of the world did this old fogey crawl out from? How dare you make a move at the War Academy's gate? Zhao Wuji landed in front of Lu Chen, glanced at the disheveled yet calm-eyed Lu Chen, and then looked at the menacing Lin Fu, frowning. Lu Chen, what happened? Did you blow up the road? Lu Chen set Lin Xingxue down from his arms, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and innocently pointed at Lin Fu. Teacher Zhao, you came just in time. I just returned from a mission and saw this group of people sneaking around on the road, trying to kidnap my classmate. To protect my classmate, in a moment of urgency, I not only failed to control my strength but also accidentally triggered the underground swamp gas. As he spoke, Lu Chen put on a "I'm a good student" face and said sternly. Although I blew up the road, I saved someone. This should count as an act of justice, right? Kidnapping? Zhao Wuji's expression instantly turned cold as he looked at Lin Fu. Sir, in front of the War Academy, kidnapping our students? Do you think my sword is ineffective? Lin Fu trembled with anger, pointing at Lu Chen and cursing. Nonsense. This is our Lin family's business. I'm taking the young lady home. I won't go back. The silent Lin Xingxue suddenly yelled, gripping Lu Chen's arm tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Teacher Zhao, I transferred from the Imperial Capital University. I want to transfer to the War Academy. They're here to capture me. Lu Chen also took the opportunity to add, that's right, teacher. The Lin family failed to hire someone to kill me and now they want to forcibly kidnap a female student. This behavior shows they don't take our school seriously. Zhao Wuji was naturally protective of his students. Hearing this, combined with the anger from being abruptly woken up, he exploded in anger. The Lin family? The imperial capital Lin family is so impressive? With a shake of Zhao Wuji's long sword, a pressure several times scarier than Lin Fu enveloped the whole area. This is Magic City. This is the territory of the War Academy. I give you 3 seconds to take your people and leave. Otherwise, I'll consider it an invasion by hostile forces and I'll kill you directly. Lin Fu's face turned ashen, staring fixedly at Lu Chen and Lin Qingxue, then glanced at the overwhelmingly powerful Zhao Wuji. He knew that today he couldn't take these people away. If he forcibly took them, it would be considered declaring war against the War Academy, a responsibility he could not bear. Alright, fine. Lin Fu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Lu Chen, and the young lady. You might dodge today, but you can't escape forever. The family head will not let you go. After speaking, he waved his hand and, along with a group of defeated and dispirited followers, reluctantly got into the remaining vehicles and left in a pitiful state. Watching the convoy disappear, Zhao Wuji sheathed his sword and shot an irritated glance at Lu Chen. Alright, stop pretending. That swamp gas pit was intentionally blown up by you, wasn't it? Lu Chen chuckled, teacher is wise. Stop flattering me. The road repair costs will be deducted from your credits. Zhao Wuji scolded, glanced at the still shaken Lin Qingxue, and sighed. This girl is the so-called young lady of the Lin family? If she doesn't want to go back, let her stay here for now. The school doesn't meddle in family matters, but as long as she's on campus, no one dares to come in and capture anyone. After saying this, Zhao Wuji flew away on his sword, returning to get more rest. On the road, only Lu Chen and Lin Qingxue remained. It's okay now. Lu Chen turned around, looking at the disheveled and messy-haired Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue stared at the boy in front of her, and all her earlier strength crumbled in an instant. She suddenly lunged into Lu Chen's embrace, tightly holding onto his waist, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lu Chen. I have nowhere to go. I have only you left. Lu Chen's body stiffened for a moment, then he sighed helplessly and patted her back. Alright, don't wipe your snot on my clothes, this trench coat is very expensive. He pushed Lin Qingxue away slightly, looking at her tear-streaked face, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Since you have nowhere to go, then come back home with me. Just right, my villa still needs someone to cook. Lin Qingxue broke into a smile, giving him a hard punch. I am a young lady. I won't cook. Then just learn. Lu Chen got on his motorcycle and tapped the back seat. Get on. Back to Villa 13. Under the sunset, the black motorcycle roared forward towards the looming War Academy in the shadows. Lin Qingxue held Lu Chen's waist tightly, her face pressed against his broad back. The wind was strong, whipping her hair around, but she felt unprecedentedly stable. She listened to the strong and steady beating of the boy's heart, the most reassuring sound she had ever heard in her life. Lu Chen. What? Lu Chen's voice was a bit muffled over the sound of the wind. Thank you. If you really want to thank me, then go back and transfer all your points to me. The road repair fee is very expensive. Go away. The sunset stretched their shadows long. From today on, that haunted house which was off limits seemed to be gaining another resident. Chapter 45, A Steel, the Divine Iron from Ancient Times. The night in the Magic City deepened, and beneath the neon shadows, another revelry was brewing. Dark Crow Bar, Underground Level 3. This is the largest underground auction house in the Magic City, only those holding a black gold invitation can enter. Under the giant circular dome, hundreds of masked buyers sat quietly in the shadows, the air thick with the scent of money and desire fermenting. In the VIP box on the second floor, Yi Ji shook the red wine glass in her hand, her long legs crossed on the coffee table, looking down at the venue beneath through the one-way glass. Brother, I heard you've hidden a beauty? She turned her head, looking at Lu Chen on the sofa with a smile that was neither here nor there. How is that young lady from the Lin family? If you are tired of her, I have something better here. Lu Chen was flipping through the list of auction items for the night. Hearing her words, he did not raise his head, only responding faintly. She is my teammate and also my roommate. As for the taste, her cooking skills still need practice. So boring. Yi Ji pouted, but she also knew this was Lu Chen's nature. She pointed to the auction that had just begun below. There are good things tonight. I heard a batch of antiques just dug out from the Ninth Abyss relic has arrived. Although most are scrap metal, you can occasionally find treasures. I hope there's something I like. Lu Chen closed the catalog. He indeed needed equipment now. Although he had an alloy battle knife, facing increasingly stronger enemies, especially the golden and even platinum-level opponents he might encounter in the future. Simple cold weapons were starting to fall short. The auction progressed quickly. Most of the items in front were rare beast materials, high-level potions, or prohibited weapons flowing out of the black market. Though valuable, they didn't attract Lu Chen, who possessed the gluttony talent. Until the auctioneer struck the wooden hammer, the voice growing more passionate. Ladies and gentlemen, next is one of tonight's highlight items. This item was brought back by a famous relic hunter team from the ancient mechanical civilization ruins in the depths of the Abyss 9th layer. As the red cloth was lifted, a rusty, somewhat deformed metal sphere appeared on the display stage. It was about the size of a basketball, its surface covered with the marks of time, looking like a piece of junk picked up from a scrapyard. A wave of boos rose from the crowd. What is this? Isn't this just a scrap metal ball? Is this what you call a grand finale? Are we collecting scraps? This is too perfunctory, right? The auctioneer wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly explained. Everyone, don't rush. After appraisal, although it appears damaged, it was once the energy core of an ancient god-level mech. Even though the energy is drained and the internal structure is damaged, its material is extremely special, and even today's laser cutting cannot destroy it. If we could study the alloy formula within, its value would be immeasurable. Starting bid, 500,000. The whole room fell silent. Who would spend 500,000 on an indestructible, unusable iron ball to take home as a decoration? There are plenty of research institutions nowadays, yet no one seems to be able to unravel the secrets of ancient alloys. TCH, what a scam. Let's pass, hurry to the next item. Even Yi in the box shook her head. It seems this black market has misjudged, taking a scrap as treasure. Brother, let's go, there's nothing good left to see. Wait. Lu Chen suddenly sat up straight. He took off his sunglasses, and his pitch-black eyes fixated on that scrap iron ball on stage. To others, it was a pile of worthless metal junk. But in Lu Chen's eye of truth, that sphere emanated an extremely faint, yet very noble light of blue. On his retina, lines of golden data were flashing wildly. Target, damaged ancient mech core, codename, natural disaster. Level? Beyond the current civilization level. Status, dormant/self-repairing, progress 0.01%. Core components, nano divine metal plus eternal power furnace, extinguished. Hidden attributes. Self-repair, as long as sufficient metal and energy are provided, it can endlessly devour, repair, and evolve. Divine link, it is a mechanical life with a soul, waiting for a new driver. What a steal. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the joy surging in his heart. What scrap iron is this? This is clearly the heart of an unhatched mechanical deity. As long as it can be activated, with his gluttony talent to feed it, he could even handcraft a giant mech. 500,000. Just as the auctioneer awkwardly prepared to announce a pass, a lazy voice came from the second floor box. The whole audience was stunned, and then everyone looked towards the lit box. Is that Miss Yi Ji's box? Who's so extravagant? Probably some young-kept man of Yi Ji, treating a woman's money like it's nothing, buying junk just to show off? The auctioneer was overjoyed. Good. 500,000 once. Is there any higher bid? 600,000. At this moment, from a corner on the first floor, a middle-aged man in gray overalls with thick glasses suddenly raised his paddle. He was a senior technician from the Mechanical Engineer Association in the Magic City. Although he couldn't tell what this divine object was, he was very interested in that kind of uncuttable alloy material and wanted to buy it for experiments. Lu Chen frowned. Someone's bidding against him? 1 million. Lu Chen's voice remained calm as he directly added 400,000. The middle-aged technician hesitated, gritted his teeth, and raised his paddle, 1,100,000. My friend, I'm from the Mechanical Engineer Association, this thing has research value for me, can you give me some face? He was trying to leverage his identity to pressure Lu Chen. 2 million. Lu Chen didn't even blink as he quoted a price that shocked the entire room. The middle-aged technician's face flushed, he ultimately grumpily put down his paddle. 2 million for an experimental material had already exceeded his budget. 2 million once. 2 million twice. 3 million. Just as the hammer was about to fall, a brash voice suddenly came from another luxury box. Lu Chen turned his head to look. In that box's window stood a young man in a white suit, holding a young model, looking provocatively at Lu Chen. That's the second young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Tang, Yi Ji introduced casually from the side, a well-known second-generation rich kid, close with Bai Xiao. It's probably because they heard you hit Bai Xiao at school, deliberately coming here to disgust you. Disgust me? Lu Chen smiled. More money? He was now holding tens of millions in dirty money sent by the Lin family and was worried about where to spend it. Is there anything better than using the enemy's money to buy my own gear? 5 million. Lu Chen quoted the price again, his voice revealing no emotional fluctuations. Zhao Tang was stunned, not expecting Lu Chen to be this tough. He sneered, "You compare money with me? You a country bumpkin, relying only on Yiji's backing. Let's see how far you can go." 6 million. Zhao Tang shouted. 10 million. Lu Chen directly doubled the price. Boom. The entire venue exploded in uproar. 10 million. To buy a rusty iron ball? This was not just wasteful, this was madness. Even Yiji couldn't help but tug at Lu Chen's sleeve. "Brother, are you serious? This thing isn't worth that price. If you want to irritate Zhao Tang, I can get someone to break his legs, no need to waste money." "It's worth it." Lu Chen said just 2 words, his gaze still locked onto the iron ball. Zhao Tang was also dumbfounded. 10 million for scrap iron? He would definitely be beaten by his father when he got back. He originally just wanted to raise the price to annoy Lu Chen, but did not expect Lu Chen to be such a lunatic. "Fine. You've got guts." Zhao Tang gritted his teeth and sat back down, not forgetting to make a harsh remark. 10 million for a pile of junk? Let's see how you cry later. 10 million 3 times. Deal. As the wooden hammer fell, this farce finally came to an end. 10 minutes later, at the backstage delivery area, Lu Chen took out a black unregistered bank card. It was found in the space ring of the killer viper, and he swiped it to pay, the movement smooth as flowing water. If the Lin family knew their money was used to buy this thing, I bet they would be furious. Lu Chen felt secretly pleased. When the staff handed the heavy iron ball to Lu Chen, he could clearly feel the metal tremble slightly in his hand. That was a signal of hunger. It craved energy. "Don't worry." Lu Chen gently stroked the rough metal surface, injecting a trace of spiritual power with the attribute of gluttony into it. Buzz. The blue light inside the iron ball flickered imperceptibly, then instantly fell silent. "When we get home, I'll let you eat your fill." Lu Chen stored the iron ball in his space ring and turned to look at the curious Yi Ji. "Let's go, senior sister, we've harvested well tonight." Yi Ji looked at Lu Chen, who seemed to have struck a big deal, and although she was filled with doubts, she didn't ask more. A smart woman knows when to keep silent. "Now that we've bought it, shouldn't we go have a drink together?" Yi Ji linked her arm with Lu Chen, her entire weight leaning in. "To celebrate Yuhum becoming 10 million in debt? No time." Lu Chen ruthlessly pulled his arm away. "I have to go back to feed the dog and study this iron ball. Another day." After saying that, he lowered the brim of his hat and turned to vanish into the dark street. Watching Lu Chen's indifferent back, Yi Ji stomped her foot in anger and gritted her teeth. "Lu Chen, you might as well spend your life with that iron ball. You're doomed to be single." Chapter 46, Devouring Metal, Awakening the Third Beast. When returning to Villa number 13, it was already late at night. The entire villa was quiet, only the sound of Bai Ling's even breathing could be heard from the guest room on the 2nd floor. The newly appointed nanny was clearly not used to this high-intensity escape life and had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Lu Chen did not wake her up and walked straight into the basement. The heavy blast-proof door closed, isolating all external sounds. "Come out, big guy." Lu Chen opened his tactical pack and placed the big iron ball he bought for 10 million on the experimental table. Under the light, this rusted metal ball looked lifeless, as if it were scrap iron picked from a garbage heap. But Lu Chen could feel it was hungry. And starving mad. "Don't worry, you'll be full." Lu Chen waved his hand. The space ring flickered with a weak light. Crash. A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. A large pile of rare metals instantly filled half of the basement. Among them were black gold or looted from Lu's treasury, secret silver daggers seized from the killer viper, and a batch of high-energy titanium alloy swept from the black market by Lu Chen. Combined, these items were worth at least 5 million. Buzz. As if sensing the rich metallic aura around, the previously silent iron ball suddenly began to tremble violently. The rust on its surface started to flake off, revealing the complex blue light pathways inside. "Eat." Lu Chen pressed one hand on the iron ball, golden light surging in his eyes. S-level talent Gluttony, activated. Connection established, guiding absorption. Crack. Crack. A bizarre scene unfolded. The iron ball melted like liquid, extending countless silver-white nano-tentacles. These tentacles crazily curled up the black gold or in secret silver, directly stuffing them into its body. No refining, no forging. Just the most primitive, savage absorption. As a large amount of rare metals was consumed, the mass of silver liquid metal began to swell, writhe, and reorganize continuously. Zzz. The sound of electricity echoed in the basement. Lu Chen stood aside, a layer of fine sweat appearing on his forehead. He was using his mental power to guide this frenzied mechanical life to shape itself. According to the conventional mechanic path, this thing should have been activated into a set of exoskeleton armor to be worn by a beast master. But Lu Chen felt that was too dull. He was a beast master, not Iron Man. What he needed was a killing machine that could fight independently, possessing the instincts of a beast. Transform for me! Lu Chen shouted, abruptly splashing a bottle of dragon blood, left from the evolution of coal balls, onto the liquid metal. Since it was mechanical, then imbue it with the bloodthirst of a beast. Boom! The moment the dragon blood touched the nanometal, it was a violent collision of biology and machinery. Red blood energy intertwined with blue electrical light, illuminating the entire basement. The mass of metal seemed to emit a painful roar, it began to twist and stretch wildly. Bones formed titanium alloy spine. Muscles formed polymer hydraulic transmission bundles. Skin formed black gold composite armor. Time passed second by second. The pile of metal on the ground visibly reduced. Finally, when the last piece of secret silver was completely devoured. Roar! A roar filled with metallic resonance shook the basement, causing cracks to appear on the explosion-proof glass. As the smoke cleared, a steel monster filled with violent aesthetics stood quietly before Lu Chen. It was no longer a ball. It looked like a bipedal dinosaur, or rather, a miniaturized, mechanical Godzilla. Standing 2 meters tall, it presented a cold silvery gray hue. Its whole body was covered with heavy plate armor, and on its back was a row of heat dissipation fins, which were exhaust outlets for the high-energy reactor. Its eyes were 2 crimson electronic orbs, gleaming with a cold and dangerous light. The most exaggerated part was its weapon system. Each shoulder was mounted with a 6-tube mini-missile nest, forcefully compressed from secret silver and gunpowder. On its chest was a circular energy core, where blue plasma swirled inside. And its tail was a 2-meter-long high-frequency vibrating chainsaw sword. Majestic. Dominant. The perfect combination of technology and wildness. Lu Chen looked at the creation before him, nodding in satisfaction. The Eye of Truth automatically scanned. Pet name, Mechanical Tyrant, Mutant. Current form, Primary Combat Form. Level, Silver 3 stars, Initial. Attributes, Mechanical/Fire/Lightning. Potential, SSS level, Mechanical Ascension. Core skills. All missile launch, the mini-missile nest on the shoulder instantly pours out firepower. Conduct overwhelming bombardment. Plasma breath, the core at the chest charges up, emitting high-energy plasma beams with incredible penetrating power. Self-repair, as long as there is metal, it can regenerate infinitely. Mechanical domination, unlocked, can control other low-level mechanical units. Click, click. The mechanical tyrant turned its metal head, its electronic eyes scanning the surroundings, finally locking onto Lu Chen. It lowered its head, kneeling on one knee, making a series of gear-grinding sounds. Master. It can still talk? Although it was that emotionless electronic synthesized voice, it was surprising enough. Get up. Lu Chen patted its cold, hard thigh armor, feeling the chill, and the dull metallic sound echoed as he knocked on it. At this moment, the coal ball, which had been sleeping in the corner, was awakened by the noise. It opened its eyes drowsily, and upon seeing such a large iron lump suddenly in the house, it became alert. Woof! The coal ball stood up, and its silver 5-star dragon might was unleashed, wanting to give this newcomer a warning. However, the mechanical tyrant slowly turned its head, its electronic eye flashing red. Zizz! A gust of hot air suddenly erupted from the heat dissipation plate behind it, and the missile nest on its shoulder opened automatically, locking onto the coal ball's head. Not only unafraid, but also looking for a fight. Roar! The coal ball was angry. I am the boss, how dare you, a hunk of iron, stare at me. Seeing the two monsters about to fight in the basement, threatening to tear this rundown house apart. Both of you, sit down. Lu Chen shouted coldly. In an instant, both the dog and the machine froze, obediently putting away their fangs and missiles, sitting on the ground like two naughty schoolchildren. From now on, we are all a family, don't whip out your weapons at every turn. Lu Chen lectured, then stroked his chin and walked around the mechanical tyrant a couple of times. Since you're joining the family, you need a name. He looked at this mighty mechanical beast and then at its two strong legs like pillars. Look at you with all this iron, and legs like pillars. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Let's call you Iron Pillar. The air suddenly went quiet. The mechanical tyrant's crimson electronic eyes seemed to flicker as if expressing a feeling similar to frozen or speechless. Woof woof woof. The coal ball laughed and rolled on the ground. Gotcha. Let you be arrogant. Why call you anything else but Iron Pillar? Let's see how you manage in the future. What? Don't you like it? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. How about second dog? Just right to pair with the coal ball. Ziz. The mechanical tyrant immediately stood up straight, emitting a confident electronic sound. Thank you, Master, for the name. Codename, Iron Pillar. Confirmed. Compared to second dog, Iron Pillar is evidently a more grand name. Very good. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. From this moment, his main lineup was completely formed. Close combat tank and burst damage, Coal Ball. Remote control and endurance, Hong Lian. Firepower coverage and artillery, Iron Pillar. Logistics support and healer, Ai Ling. Plus him, a commander who can withstand and deal damage. This is an army. Lu Chen looked at the three monsters in front of him, his ambition burning in his eyes. With Iron Pillar, that so-called rookie ranking match should become more interesting. He remembered that tomorrow was the battle for the top 10 on the popularity list. Those young masters love to compete in gear and background, right? Then let them see what true dimensionality reduction strike looks like. Chapter 47, The Formation of the Team. The afternoon sun shone through the broken window panes, casting light on the mottled floor of Villa number 13. For Lin Qingxue, temporarily staying in the haunted house, the sound that woke her every day was not an alarm clock, but a chilling chewing sound. Crunch, crunch. Thud, sizzle. Lin Qingxue, wearing a slightly oversized white shirt, sleepily opened her room door, walking barefoot to the stairs. As she looked down, her still somewhat drowsy mind instantly became clear. In the living room on the first floor, a lunch meeting was taking place that would frighten an ordinary beastmaster to death. At the dining table, a massive coal ball was lying on the ground. In front of it was a large iron barrel used for holding chemical waste. It buried its head inside, gulping down the liquid that was bubbling green and releasing a toxic, pungent smell, with an expression as if savoring a delicious soup, occasionally emitting satisfied grunts. Across from it, the new member who joined yesterday, Iron Pillar, the mechanical tyrant, was shoving thick titanium alloy rebar into its mouth as if eating cookies, one after another. Crunch! As Iron Pillar chewed, its crimson electronic eyes flashed, producing a toneless electronic sound. The most absurd was the red lotus. This enchanting plant was entwined on the stair railing, countless tendrils inserted into several blood bags, high-tier beast blood bought by Lu Chen from the black market, gracefully sipping the bright red liquid as if enjoying afternoon tea. Venom, metal, blood. This was the meal standard of this home. Awake? A lazy voice came from the kitchen. Lu Chen walked out holding 2 plates. He was only wearing a black tank top, revealing a finely honed muscular physique that was perfected through dragon blood refinement. Lin Qingxue blushed, instinctively tugging at the hem of her shirt to cover her long, fair, and well-proportioned legs. Good afternoon. She felt a bit uneasy. For the past few days, to escape the Lin family's pursuit, she had been forced to stay at Lu Chen's place. Although it was for safety, the fact that a solitary man and woman, with a white spirit responsible for cleaning, lived together still made one's heart race. Come eat. Bai Ling is still in the basement preparing medicine. I made this meal. Lu Chen placed the plates on the table. Fortunately, it was normal fried eggs and bacon, nothing strange like metal or poison. Lin Qingxue let out a sigh of relief and obediently sat down. Lu Chen. She poked at the fried egg while secretly glancing at Lu Chen's profile. Lu Chen didn't look up as he wiped Iron Pillar's body with a rag. I transferred. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, as if making a determined resolution. Lu Chen's hand paused, and he turned to look at her. Where to? Here. Lin Qingxue pointed to the ground, Devil City War Academy. I went to find teacher Zhao Wuji. I am an S-class ice talent, although my combat experience isn't as good as yours, I'm among the top in my peers. Teacher Zhao was very happy and approved my transfer application on the spot. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, put down the rag in his hand, and sat across from the dining table. Miss Lin, why choose this crazy place that might kill you over a prestigious school like Imperial Capital University? What are you after? Lin Qingxue put down her fork and stared into Lu Chen's eyes. In those eyes that once held only pride and innocence, there was now a determination born from betrayal. Because I want to become stronger. The Lin family treats me as a pawn because I'm weak. If I have enough strength, who would dare force me into marriage? And... Lin Qingxue bit her lip, a blush rising on her face, but her eyes did not waver. You said that your future is carved out with blood. I want to fight alongside you. Next month is the National College Beast Tamer competition. I heard the rewards are very generous, not only a huge cash prize but also the chance to enter a national-level secret realm. Lin Qingxue stood up, hands on the table, leaning slightly forward and staring at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, does your team need more members? I have the strongest ice control ability, I have money and can help you handle those annoying social issues. Let me join the team. The air was silent for a few seconds. The coal ball raised its head, still dribbling green venom, curiously watching the two humans. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, fingers gently tapping the table. He was weighing his options. Indeed, his team, although now powerful in firepower, heavily armored, and with a healer, lacks only one thing: a large-scale magical control. Red Lotus can control, but it's a strong single-target control. When facing large-scale battles, it is somewhat lacking. Lin Qingshue's S-level, ice element control, just perfectly fills in this last puzzle piece. Moreover, this girl, although sometimes has a bit of a young lady's temper, proved on Despair Island that she is not just a vase that can only cry. Want to join my team? Lu Chen's mouth curled into a playful arc. He suddenly reached out, grabbing Lin Qingshue's wrist, pulling her in front of him. The distance between them instantly closed, close enough to feel each other's breath. My team does not harbor idlers, nor does it nurture princesses. Lu Chen's voice was deep and filled with pressure. Once you enter my team, you are no longer the young lady of the Lin family, you are just a warrior named Lin Qingxue. But on the battlefield, if I say go east, you must jump into a mountain of knives or a sea of fire in front of you. Even if I ask you to kill, you must take action. Can you do that? Lin Qingxue looked at Lu Chen, who was so close. In those pitch-black eyes, there was no hint of pity, only absolute rationality and coldness. She felt her heart racing. Not only was she not afraid, but a strange excitement surged within her. This is the man she chose. I can do it. Lin Qingxue showed no hesitation, gripping Lu Chen's hand in return. From today onwards, my life, weighing about 180 pounds, oh no, this life of mine belongs to you. Captain. Lu Chen looked at her serious expression, and the coldness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a satisfied smile. All right. He released her hand and picked up a sandwich, taking a bite. Welcome to the team. Since we are family now, the rent is waived. But from now on, you'll split the food expenses and utilities with Bai Ling. Lin Qingxue. That money-minded person. The charming atmosphere just vanished. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. This legendary haunted house rarely has anyone dare to approach, except for delivery people. Lu Chen wiped his mouth, activated his eye of truth, and looked through the wall to see outside. Standing outside was a young man in a white uniform, with a golden dragon badge embroidered on his chest. Behind him were several imposing companions, each face written with pride that seemed to say, I'm the best in the world. That was the emblem of the capital university. Oh, come to pick a fight? Lu Chen swallowed the last bite of his lunch, stood up, and stretched his neck. Just formed a team, and someone comes knocking to be a punching bag. Let's go, Lin classmate. Lu Chen grabbed the coat hanging on the back of the chair, casually draping it over himself. The aura of the unbeatable tyrant instantly returned. Let's see who dares to crash my party. Chapter 48 Team Formation Dusk. Outside the rusty iron gate of Villa Number 13, the atmosphere was tense as if the air was about to freeze. In front of a group of students in white uniforms from Capital University, adorned with golden dragon badges, Lu Chen stood with one hand in his pocket, his black tactical coat rustling in the sea breeze. He had an unlit cigarette between his lips, and the gaze behind his sunglasses was as calm as a still pond, showing no ripples. Lin Qingxue, have you lost your mind? The leader of the group, named Huangfu Ao, was the reserve captain of the university's team and the legitimate heir of the Huangfu family. He looked at Lin Qingxue standing behind Lu Chen, filled with disbelief and anger, his handsome face slightly twisted by jealousy. Why abandon the good capital university? Why not join the Huangji team your family arranged for you, and instead run to this godforsaken place, mingling with a garbage picker? Huangfu Ao pointed at the creepy old villa covered with withered vines behind him, then pointed at Lu Chen, his face full of disdain overflowing. Look at this place. It was as eerie as a haunted house. Looking at the people around you, a nobody from the mud, what else can you do aside from using some ruthless methods? Qingxue, you are sinking into depravity. Come back with us. I can help you plead with the family. As long as you turn back now, there's still a place for you in the Imperial battle team. Lin Qingxue looked expressionlessly at this former childhood friend. If it were the past, she might have been crushed by the family's pressure. But now, having witnessed Lu Chen's insane journey to strength and experienced the freedom of Despair Island, she only found this high and mighty young master laughably naive. Huangfu Ao, have you finished? Lin Qingxue said coldly, her staff lightly tapping the ground, sending a chill into the air. If you're done, get lost. You are not welcome here. You. Huangfu Ao's face stiffened, then darkened. When someone offers you wine and you refuse, you will have to drink punishment wine. Since you are stubborn, I have no choice but to bring you back for Uncle Lin. He suddenly waved his hand, his eyes fiercely locked on Lu Chen. Make your move. Get the young lady into the car. As for that kid blocking the way. Huangfu Ao grinned cruelly and made a neck-slashing gesture. Break his limbs and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Let him know that some people he will never be worthy of. Yes. The 4 uniformed team members behind him instantly exploded with spiritual power. All were above silver 3 stars, with 2 even reaching silver pinnacle. 5 ferocious pets were summoned: a flame lion king, a purple thunder leopard. A uniformly strong offensive formation, exuding a unique pressure that only noble descendants could possess, charged towards Lu Chen. Tisk. Lu Chen sighed, finally taking the cigarette out of his mouth and crushing it in his palm. I just wanted to quietly have breakfast, but you forced me to act. He lifted his eyelids, his golden-tinged eyes filled only with chilling indifference. Since you've come, then let's all stay. Just right, my team is just formed, and I'm short a few punch bags to practice coordination. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, his voice not loud but clearly echoed throughout the area. Assemble. Boom. Before his words fell, the villa's huge door thunderously exploded open, splintering wood flying everywhere. Roar. A roar mixed with the vast dragon's chant shattered everyone's eardrums. A coal-black ball, the size of a heavy tank, smashed through the doorframe, its dark golden dragon scales glinting with an indestructible shine under the sunlight, and the dragon horns emitting black fire radiated a terrifying dragon might that made the flame lion king on the opposite side tremble in fear. G target locked. Prepare for full missile launch. Following that, a heavy mechanical footstep sounded, and the ground trembled slightly. The 2.5-meter-tall mechanical tyrant iron column walked out with heavy steps. Its 6-tube missile silo opened instantly, 12 mini-missiles locking onto the 5 people on the opposite side. The plasma core on its chest lit up with a blinding blue glow, producing a painful charging sound. Mechanical technology? Or a weapon of war? Huangfu Ao's face changed. But that wasn't the end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless crystal-clear red jade vines shot out from the second-floor window, like several red snakes, instantly blocking all of Huangfu Ao's escape routes. The vibrant red lotus buds on the vines opened and closed, exuding a thirst for blood. Finally, a girl in a white dress, with a pale face, silently stepped out, standing behind Lu Chen. She held no weapon, but the purifying, yet eerily dead, holy light radiating from her body made everyone feel a strange dread. That was Bai Ling. And Lin Xingxue also silently raised her staff. The temperature around them instantly plummeted, with countless ice crystals forming in the air. Before them was the dragon dog, behind them the vines, above the missiles, and amidst the frost. Lu Chen stood in the middle of this group of monsters. The trenchcoat rustled in the wind, like the arrival of a demon. Let me introduce. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This is my battle team. Now, who is trash? Huangfu Ao looked at the terrifying lineup before him, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. What the hell is this configuration? That dog's aura is stronger than even the real dragon race. That mechanical monster's firepower is enough to level a street. And that plant. It's clearly a variant of the bloodthirsty ghost vine, a forbidden creature. This is not a student team, this is a group of demons crawling out of the abyss. Misunderstand. Huangfu Ao's throat felt dry, instinctively wanting to retreat. Too late. Lu Chen's eyes turned chilly, his hands suddenly waving down. Taiju, fire. Boom. 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 Without any nonsense, the missile turret on Taiju's shoulder immediately unleashed its payload. But these were not deadly explosives, they were powerful shock bombs and tear gas specially swapped by Lu Chen. Even so, the terrifying explosion sound still stirred up dust and smoke from the ground. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. Ah. My leg. In the smoke, the dark balls surged into the crowd like black lightning. It didn't even use dragon breath, merely relying on brute force and its black gold armor, crashing through like a bulldozer. Bang! 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 Huangfu Ao's prideful flame lion king was slapped away by the dark ball, sending him rolling out like a basketball. Immediately after, the vines of the red lotus reached out like phantoms, hanging the remaining few people upside down and violently slamming them repeatedly against the hard ground. Smack! 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 The sound was like smashing cucumbers, sending shivers down people's spines. In less than a minute, the battle was over. The previously arrogant Huangji reserve team from the Imperial Capital University was now lying on the ground. Huangfu Ao's face was swollen like a pig's head, with 7 or 8 bones broken, curled up in the mud, moaning in pain. Lu Chen walked over, stepping on Huangfu Ao's well-maintained face, grinding his military boot down hard. Go back and tell the Lin family, and what's left of the Huangfu family. Lu Chen leaned down, his voice calm yet cruel. Lin Xingxue, I will protect. Want to snatch someone? Fine. Trade your life for it. After saying this, Lu Chen flicked his toe, kicking Huangfu Ao away like a piece of trash, sending him flying over 10 meters. Get lost. Huangfu Ao endured the intense pain, crawling into the car with the help of his subordinates. Before leaving, he shot a glance full of resentment at Lu Chen, but more than that was deep fear. The convoy retreated in embarrassment, disappearing at the end of the road. The villa's entrance returned to tranquility. Lu Chen turned around, looking at his teammates behind him. The dark ball was squatting on the ground licking its paws, Taiju was cooling off, the red lotus wrapped back around his arm, and Bai Ling was treating the little scrape that the dark ball had just received. Lin Qingxue looked at him with admiration, her eyes shining bright. Captain, shouldn't we give the team a name? Lin Qingxue stepped forward, the national competition registration is coming soon, we can't just call ourselves the Villa number 13 team, can we? A name? Lu Chen rubbed his chin. How about Avengers? God of Death? Bai Ling weakly suggested from the side, isn't that too fierce? Lu Chen smiled, not answering immediately. He looked up at the distant sunset, which was about to fall. The evening glow was as red as blood, dyeing the entire steel jungle of the magic city in a killing golden hue. That was the end of the day, and the prologue of the night. Ragnarok. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. In this era, so-called noble families and wealthy clans are like those high and mighty gods. They monopolize resources, dictate rules, and regard human life as grass. Lu Chen turned around, looking at this group of teammates, who came from humble beginnings, were abandoned by their families, or were seen as monsters. And we are the ones who will personally bury this old era. We are their gravediggers. Lu Chen's lips curled into a proud smile. Let's call it Twilight. The meaning, the twilight of the gods. Lin Qingxue froze for a moment, then her eyes burst with brilliant light. This name is so fitting. Whether it's her, the abandoned child cast out by her family, or Bai Ling, the heretic who escaped from a cult, or Lu Chen, the monster who made a miraculous comeback from F rank. When they came together, it was to make those gods up high fall before them. Good. Let's call it Twilight. Lin Qingxue nodded heavily. Agreed. Bai Ling whispered in agreement, her eyes firm. Woof. The coal ball expressed its approval. Codename, Twilight. Added to database. Team emblem is being generated. The electronic eyes of Iron Pillar flickered. Lu Chen looked at this team, which could be considered peculiar and terrifying even in the entire league, and took out the national competition registration form he had gotten from the black market. He wrote 2 characters on the team name section with swift, flowing strokes. Twilight. Let's go. Lu Chen put away the pen, flicked his tactical coat, and turned toward the villa. The special training continues. In 1 month, I want these 2 words to echo throughout the entire imperial capital. Chapter 49, all of you here are trash. In the Magic City War Academy, Central Plaza. Today's weather was rare and clear, but the air was thick with a suffocating low pressure. A huge streamlined floating airship hovered in the air above the plaza, with a golden 5-clawed dragon emblem printed on its side, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. That was the emblem of the Imperial Capital University, symbolizing the authority of the highest institution of the Great Xia Kingdom. The cabin door opened, and a red carpet was laid down. A group of young people dressed in snow-white uniforms, each wearing a golden school badge on their chest, stepped down. They walked with their heads held high and their expressions arrogant, casting looks of open disdain at the students from the War Academy, whose camouflaged uniforms were covered in mud and blood. It was like a group of swans had landed in a pigsty. The leader was a tall young man. He had neat back-combed hair, fair skin, and a smirk always hanging on the corner of his lips. But the aura around him was terrifying, as he exuded the pressure of a beginner-level gold rank. So this is the Magic City War Academy? The young man stood on the red carpet, holding a handkerchief to his nose, his brow furrowed. The air smells of engine oil and sweat. Qingxue, this is the place you chose over betraying your family? His gaze swept through the crowd, landing precisely on Lin Qingxue, who stood at the front of the Twilight team. Today, Lin Qingxue was dressed in a capable combat suit, looking coldly at the young man. Zhao Ji, you're not welcome here. Zhao Ji. He was from the royal branch of the Zhao family in the imperial capital, vice president of the Imperial Capital University Student Union, and also Lin Qingxue's so-called fiancé. Though it had only been a drunken joke between the 2 family heads, Zhao Ji had taken it seriously. Or rather, he had taken a liking to Lin Qingxue's S-rank ice-type talent and the Lin family's resources. Whether you're welcome or not, you don't get to decide. Zhao Ji casually tossed the handkerchief to a servant behind him and walked elegantly toward Lin Qingxue. I'm here to exchange on behalf of Imperial Capital University. Is this how your War Academy treats guests? The students of the War Academy clenched their fists, their eyes burning with anger. Damn, what's this pretty boy acting all high and mighty for? Coming to our turf and throwing his weight around, does he not know where he is? Shoo! Keep it down. That's Zhao Ji, one of the young masters of the imperial capital. I heard he has contracted a pure-blood golden saint dragon. We can't afford to mess with him. Hearing the whispers around him, Zhao Ji's smile grew even wider. He stopped about 5 meters away from Lin Qingxue, his gaze sweeping around before finally resting on the few people standing next to her. A plain-looking boy, a girl with a deadpan face, an oil-soaked lump of iron, and a black dog yawning? These are your teammates? Zhao Ji sneered, shook his head, his tone full of pity and mockery. Qingxue, I truly feel sad for you. You ignore the top resources of the Imperial Capital University, and run to this so-called garbage recycling station, mixing with a bunch of scrap metal. Garbage recycling station? As soon as these 5 words came out, the venue instantly exploded. Thousands of students from the War Academy were furious, some had even summoned their beasts. Who did you say is garbage? If you have the guts, step into the arena. I'll tear your mouth apart. Faced with the excited crowd, Zhao Ji remained completely calm. The dozens of elites from the Imperial Capital University behind him instantly released their spiritual pressure, all uniform in golden level fluctuation, which firmly suppressed the anger of the crowd. Did I say something wrong? Zhao Ji spread his hands, looking innocent. Gathering a bunch of madmen, violent maniacs and defective products that mainstream society has eliminated, and calling it War Academy. What is this, if not a garbage recycling station? Qingxue, come back with me. Zhao Ji reached out to Lin Qingxue, his gaze became affectionate, but deep in his eyes lurked a nauseating possessiveness. As long as you nod your head, I can overlook the previous escape from marriage. You are still the future young mistress of the Zhao family, still the envy of everyone, the proud child of heaven. As for these garbage... Zhao Ji glanced at Lu Chen and the others beside him, his gaze contemptuous as if looking at ants. They are destined to die on the battlefield as cannon fodder, unworthy to stand with you. Lin Qingxue trembled with anger. Just as she was about to summon her beast, a big hand pressed down on her shoulder. Bang! A crisp sound of a lighter ignited. Lu Chen lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a thick smoke ring towards Zhao Ji's handsome face. Cough cough cough. Zhao Ji was caught off guard, choking and stepping back 2 steps, his elegant demeanor instantly shattered. Who are you? Zhao Ji glared at Lu Chen. I am the station master here. Lu Chen leaned lazily against the iron pole, cigarette in hand. Since you say this is a garbage recycling station, then who threw in this bag of unrecyclable hazardous waste? Put. The surrounding students couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. You say I'm garbage? Zhao Ji's face instantly darkened, the killing intent in his eyes no longer hidden. Lu Chen, right? I know you. The so-called new king from Linjiang, that upstart who got first place by relying on luck and despicable means. Zhao Ji tidied his collar, restoring his lofty demeanor. I did not come here to argue with low-class people like you. He looked at Lin Qingxue, suddenly pulling out a golden contract from his bosom and unfolding it in public. Qingxue, since you are unwilling to give up, let's follow the rules of beast tamers. A friendly match. I will have a match with your team. Best of 3. Zhao Ji shook the contract in his hand, a cold smile of scheming crept onto his lips. If I lose, this marriage contract signed between your family and the Zhao family will be void immediately. I, Zhao Ji, swear that I will never entangle with you again in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's eyes instantly brightened. This marriage contract was her biggest heartache, the shackles of her family controlling her. But... Zhao Ji's tone turned aggressive. If you lose, or your team loses, you have to obediently return with me to the imperial capital, fulfill the marriage contract, and marry immediately. How about it? Do you dare to bet? This was a brazen scheme. Zhao Ji was very clear about Lin Qingxue's weakness. She wanted to break free from her family's control too much. And Zhao Ji had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if Lu Chen had some fame, it was still insignificant in the face of real royal heritage. Lin Qingxue clenched her fingers. This was a rare opportunity, but also a huge trap. She instinctively looked at Lu Chen. Unknowingly, this man had already become her backbone. Lu Chen finished his last puff of smoke, throwing the cigarette butt on the ground and stamping it out. He walked up to Zhao Ji, and the two locked eyes. One was noble and arrogant, like a dragon in the sky. The other was lazy and casual, like a demon from hell. Bet on a marriage contract? Lu Chen laughed. Young Master Zhao, have you made a mistake? Lu Chen stretched out his hand, grabbed Lin Qingxue's shoulder, and pulled her into his embrace. This action stunned everyone and made Zhao Ji's face turn green in an instant. She is my teammate, she is my person. Lu Chen's voice was calm but carried an undeniable assertiveness. Did you ask me before using my person as a bet? What do you think you are? Zhao Ji gritted his teeth. This is a matter between her and me. Now it is my matter. Lu Chen released Lin Xingxue and took a step forward, staring intently at Zhao Ji. Want to have a friendly match? Fine. Want to bet on a marriage contract? Also fine. But this bet is too light. Lu Chen extended 3 fingers, waving them in front of Zhao Ji. If you lose, the marriage contract being voided is the basic condition. Additionally, I want you to transfer all resource quotas from the Imperial Capital University to my team. And... Lu Chen's gaze moved downward, landing on Zhao Ji's knees, his lips curling into that signature, chilling smile. I want you to kneel at the entrance of the War Academy and shout 3 times in front of all the students, I am garbage. This is what is fair. The venue fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by Lu Chen's crazy bet. Resources? Kneeling? This was simply trampling the Zhao family's face into the ground. Good. Very good. Zhao Ji laughed in anger, the rage in his eyes nearly bursting out. Lu Chen, you have successfully angered me. I accept. Tomorrow morning, at the training ground. I will make you understand, provoking the royal family ends in a fate 1,000 times worse than death. After speaking, Zhao Ji snorted coldly and left with the people from the Imperial Capital University. Watching the airship leave, Lin Xingxue worriedly tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve. Lu Chen, Zhao Ji is at the golden level, and his golden sacred dragon is a pure-blooded dragon with strong resistance to elemental powers. Wei. Are you scared? Lu Chen turned his head to look at her. No. I'm not afraid. Lin Xingxue gritted her teeth. For freedom, I will fight. Then that's good. Lu Chen rubbed her head, glancing at Cobalt and Iron Pillar, who were already unable to contain their fighting spirit. Golden sacred dragon? Lu Chen licked his lips, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Cobalt just finished evolving, and is worried about not finding supplements. Since this young prince is delivering dragon meat from afar, then we will reluctantly help it shed its skin. Chapter 50, The Dragon Slaying Feast. The next morning, at the central training ground of the War Academy in Magic City. The sunlight was glaring, and the air was dry and hot. The audience area, which can hold 50,000 people, was packed, with even the aisles filled with people. Not only the faculty and students from the school but also spies from various forces in Magic City and even some media reporters who caught wind of the news had come. The royal family side prince from the imperial capital was facing off against the king of newcomers of the Magic City War Academy. And they even bet on the marriage contract of the Lin family's young lady and a kneeling apology. Such a sensational drama, even the entire Dashir country considered it to be the year's major news. On the arena, Zhao Ji, dressed in white, stood on top of a gigantic creature he had just summoned, the golden sacred dragon. This giant dragon was as tall as a 3-story building, covered entirely in scales shining like gold, with wings spread wide enough to block out the sun. And above its head, a light griffin circled, its sharp eagle eyes fixated on the entering Lu Chen. In an open area, one person had raised 2 golden-level pets, forming a double golden lineup. Lu Chen. Zhao Ji looked down from above, his voice amplified by spiritual power echoing throughout the venue. Today I will let you know that some bloodlines are a chasm you can never cross in your lifetime. Bring out your pile of junk. Lu Chen walked to the edge of the arena, spat out the gum in his mouth, and beneath his black tactical coat, his muscles were slightly tense. Chasm? He raised his head, his eyes behind his sunglasses instantly turning into golden vertical pupils' eye of truth. At full power activation. In Lu Chen's vision, the golden holy dragon and the radiant griffin were no longer mighty divine beasts, but live targets made up of countless data nodes and energy flow lines. Attack! With a low shout from Lu Chen, 3 shadows sprang into action behind him. Roar! The coal ball let out a brutal roar, its limbs exerting power, shattering the ground in an instant, turning into a black lightning that zigzagged to dodge the griffin's lock-on from the sky, charging directly at the dragon's feet. The heat sinks behind the iron pillar spewed out billowing steam, and the tracks beneath it spun rapidly, like a drifting war chariot, racing at high speed along the edge of the arena while opening missile bays on its shoulders. The Red Lotus instantly sank underground, disappearing from sight. Trivial skills. Griffin, Holy Lightstorm. Holy Dragon, Trample. Zhao Ji looked down on them. The radiant griffin in the sky flapped its wings fiercely, unleashing countless blades of light that covered the entire arena like a violent rain, blocking all movement space. The golden holy dragon raised its giant foot, like a pillar holding up the sky, and stomped fiercely at the rushing coal ball. There was no way to avoid it. Just when everyone thought the coal ball would be crushed into meat paste. Iron pillar. Interference bombs. Smoke. Lu Chen's calm voice pierced through the battlefield. Z. The mechanical tyrant, which was maneuvering, suddenly stopped, and dozens of specially made projectiles were ejected from its shoulder bays. They didn't fly towards the enemy but exploded violently in mid-air. Boom. 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 They were not lethal shells but high-concentration black phosphorus smoke bombs and strong light shock bombs. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in thick smoke and blinding light. What? Zhao Ji's vision was obstructed, and the holy dragon and griffin let out uneasy low roars due to the overwhelming light stimulus. Now! Red Lotus, drag it down! Amidst the smoke, Lu Chen's voice sounded like a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. The ground exploded without warning, and hundreds of thick red jade vines shot out like predatory tentacles, not attacking the tough holy dragon, but piercing like javelins towards the low-flying radiant griffin. The griffin, hindered by its obstructed view, reacted a half-step too late. That half-step was fatal. The vines tightly wrapped around its claws and the base of its wings. Come down, now! Lu Chen shouted furiously through the smoke. The Red Lotus exerted force, and at the same time, the coal ball actually used the huge foot that the holy dragon had stomped down to make a second jump, like a black meteor, opening its mouth full of fangs, and aimed to sink its teeth into the neck of the griffin that was being dragged down. Gah! A chilling scream echoed. The aerial ruler was forcefully pulled down to the ground, crashing heavily onto the arena. Bastard! Zhao Ji's eyes were bloodshot, and the holy dragon beneath him roared in anger at its companion's injury, opening its mouth to unleash dragon breath to sweep away the smoke. Want to spit fire? Did you ask me first? A cold voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Ji's ear. Zhao Ji's hair stood on end, and he turned around abruptly. He saw Lu Chen had somehow used the mechanical arm of the iron pillar to launch himself and directly jumped onto the back of the golden holy dragon. He held the black alloy battle knife reverse grip, the eye of truth firmly locking onto a slightly raised scale on the back of the dragon's neck. The critical point. Get off! Zhao Ji waved his folding fan, a golden defensive barrier trying to knock Lu Chen away. But Lu Chen completely ignored the barrier. Iron pillar. Fire. In the smoke below, a dazzling blue light flared up. That was the plasma cannon of the mechanical tyrant, charged for a long time. Boom! The thick blue beam accurately struck the golden holy dragon's jaw, which was about to unleash dragon breath. This shot directly blocked the dragon breath back. Ugh! The holy dragon let out a muffled cry of pain, its massive head suddenly rearing back, causing Zhao Ji, who was on its back, to lose balance, and the defensive barrier instantly shattered. Opportunity! Cold light exploded in Lu Chen's eyes. On the bucking dragon's back, he moved as if on flat ground, sliding toward that critical scale, gripping the knife with both hands, and exerting all his strength, he thrust down hard. Pop! The battle knife pierced through the scales. To the very end. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over Lu Chen. Roar! The intense pain drove the golden holy dragon completely insane, frantically shaking its body, trying to fling off the ants on its back. Its tail swept across the ground, smashing everything around it to pieces. Lu Chen held tightly onto the hilt, his whole body flung into the air like a flag swaying in a storm. Coals! Red Lotus! It's time to eat! Lu Chen's voice was no longer just a simple command, but the opening line for a feast of chaos. Roar! Coals, having already dealt with the griffin, rushed over, drenched in blood. Its crimson eyes were filled with a craving for high-grade dragon blood. With no fancy moves, it activated its black gold armor, charging straight at the holy dragon's massive feet as it stomped around, biting down on the Achilles tendon of its left hind leg. Crack! The once impenetrable dragon scales crumbled like paper beneath Cole's sharp teeth. Hiss! At the same time, Red Lotus's vines climbed up the holy dragon's legs like numerous greedy giant pythons, instantly wrapping around the dragon's mouth, forcibly holding back its breath. Woo-woo! The holy dragon let out a mournful cry, its massive body losing balance and crashing to the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Zhao Ji fell clumsily from the dragon's back, and before he could steady himself, a cold mechanical foot heavily stomped down on his chest. The steaming cannon muzzle of the iron pillar pressed directly against Zhao Ji's forehead. ZZZZ charging. The emotionless electronic voice made Zhao Ji freeze, not daring to move. But that was not the most terrifying part. What truly drove him to despair was the golden holy dragon, which he once viewed with pride. At that moment, it was no longer the ruler of the battlefield, but a huge, brutally dismantled piece of flesh. Creak! Creak! Coals rode on the dragon's back, fiercely tearing into its tough flesh. Devouring golden-grade dragon meat. S-class talent devouring transformation in progress. Physical strength significantly enhanced. Bone density significantly increased. Muscle explosiveness greatly boosted. Visibly, Cole's grotesque body swelled up once again. The muscle lines on its back bulged like steel cables, its dark scales becoming thicker and deeper, as if each plate compressed 10,000 tons of gravity. It slammed a paw onto the dragon's body. Bang! A dull sound echoed. With no skills backing it, just pure physical strength, it shattered a rib of the holy dragon. That raw sense of power was more shocking than any magic. Meanwhile, Red Lotus was going wild. Its roots plunged straight into the holy dragon's wound, countless tiny tendrils spreading within the dragon's body, voraciously drinking that incredibly precious dragon blood. Absorbing golden-grade dragon blood. Vine's resilience enhanced. Extensibility significantly increased. The originally translucent red jade vines had now grown even thicker and tougher. It tightly wrapped around the holy dragon's neck, and as it continued to devour, the tightening pressure increased. Gurgle gurgle. That was the sound of the golden holy dragon's neck bones cracking under unbearable strain. Just relying on the physical strangulation force of the vines was about to break the giant dragon's neck. No. No. Zhao Ji watched his pet being devoured alive, watching those two monsters growing more terrifying in their feast, and his mental defenses completely collapsed. Stop. Please make them stop. My dragon. The dragon is going to die. Zhao Ji screamed hysterically. But Coles and Red Lotus ignored him at all, indulging in a self-service feast that was causing their physical qualities to undergo a miraculous leap. Lu Chen jumped down from the dragon's back, unsheathing his battle knife and shaking off the dragon's blood on it. He walked over to Zhao Ji, who was pinned down, slowly crouching down, taking off his sunglasses to reveal calm eyes. Is this the foundation of royalty? Lu Chen reached out and patted Zhao Ji's face, which was as pale as paper, his voice light as if greeting an old friend. Young Master Zhao, your dragon really tastes good, huh? It has fed my pet beast quite well. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. Zhao Ji trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear and shame. He wanted to resist, but the barrel of the iron pillar was emitting a deadly heat, and the two monsters beside him feasting made him quiver in fear. I acknowledge. Shoo. Lu Chen raised a finger, pressed it to his lips, cutting off Zhao Ji's admission of defeat. Admitting defeat is fine. Lu Chen pointed to the tens of thousands of spectators surrounding them, then pointed toward the school gate. But don't forget our bet. Kneel. Shouted out loud. Otherwise. Lu Chen pointed to the holy dragon, which was nearly on its last breath, half of its body chewed to a bloody pulp. I'll let the coal ball eat your dragon clean, leaving no bones behind. Zhao Ji looked at the once mighty holy dragon, now gasping for breath and mangled, and his mental defenses completely collapsed. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to completely lose his pet beast. Thud. Under the dead silence of the crowd, the prince from the imperial capital, his knees buckled, kneeling before Lu Chen. I am trash. I am trash. I am trash. The three cries, filled with anguish, echoed throughout the arena. Wow. The crowd erupted. Cheers, screams, and applause erupted like a tsunami, nearly tearing off the roof. We won. We won. Dragon Slayer. The newcomer has slain the dragon. So cool. This is the battle we wanted. Amidst the roaring waves of sound, Lu Chen stood up and withdrew his battle knife. He did not look at Zhao Ji again, as if he had not seen the dust on the ground. He turned, accompanied by his three fierce pets, which had just had a hearty meal and whose physical strength surged, walking into the sunlight towards Lin Qingxue, who was already in tears. Every step that the coal ball took left a deep footprint on the specially made arena floor, a testament to its increased weight and density. Don't cry. Lu Chen walked up to her, reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I told you. The real future is fought for. Let's go, follow me home. Chapter 51, Departure. Destination, National University Madness Competition. 7 days later, outside Demo City, G4 Wilderness Road. A storm was coming, dark clouds pressing on the horizon. A black SUV raced down the highway. In the driver's seat, Bai Ling gripped the steering wheel tightly, her little face pale. Master, the road conditions ahead are unclear, should we detour? In the back seat, Lin Qingxue held her staff, her eyes vigilantly watching the outside. Ding ding. Lu Chen's wrist terminal beeped. The sender was Wang Pengzi, red encryption. Lu Chen glanced, chuckled, and casually projected the screen onto the central console. No need to detour, it wouldn't help anyway. He opened a can of cola, speaking casually. Zhao Ji has posted a 100 million bounty on the dark web for my head. 100 million? Bai Ling was so frightened she almost jumped. Does that mean we become walking ATMs? Lin Qingxue's expression darkened. S-class bounty with such a high reward, there must be many brave souls following us. Lu Chen's fingers swiped across the virtual screen, examining the detailed list sent by Wang Pengzi as if it were a menu. Indeed, there are many. The Ghost Shadow Hunter team, all equipped with snipers, with a longest killing record of 2,000 meters, the Blood Wolf mercenary team, skilled in traps and gas, reportedly slaughtered a village at the border last time. As Lu Chen read, he clicked his tongue in surprise. The Zhao family has really spent big this time, hiring such vicious guys. Looks like my head is worth more than I thought. Ziz. The cold electronic voice of the iron pillar interrupted at just the right moment. Radar scan complete. In a 10-mile radius, 12 high-energy reactions detected. 3 behind us, 2 ambush groups ahead. All equipped with military-grade optical camouflage. On the screen, 12 red dots were rapidly narrowing the encirclement, clearly veterans working in strong coordination. Master, the enemy is attempting to lock onto our engine's heat source. The attack is scheduled to launch in 3 minutes. Lu Chen was not only unruffled, but he also picked up the list sent by Wang Fatty, drawing a few circles on it with a pen, his eyes gleaming with calculation. I was worried about how to get some high-level rations for the coal balls, but since it's delivered to my door, I won't be polite. He stretched lazily, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Stop the car. 3 kilometers behind, in an invisible hovering war vehicle. The man codenamed Ghost Eye was staring at Lu Chen's car through his scope, a cold smirk playing on his lips. In his earpiece, the voices of other squad leaders were ringing in. Ghost Eye, that guy's car is really fast, ahead is the narrow pass, which is a dead end. Once he enters there, he'll be trapped like a turtle in a jar. What are you in a hurry for? Ghost Eye scoffed, 100 million in bounty will eventually be in my pocket. Follow my lead. Third, is your EMP, electromagnetic pulse, ready? Don't worry, boss. Just one shot, even if he's in a tank, he'll have to lie down. Ghost Eye licked his lips, as if he could already see piles of cash. Remember, I want that guy named Lu Chen alive. I want to slice his tendons and make him kneel to lick my shoes clean. Laughter erupted over the channel. Got it. I can't wait to hear this new king scream. As the off-road vehicle was about to charge into the narrow pass. Screech. The sound of emergency brakes ripped through the wilderness. The off-road vehicle stopped abruptly in the middle of the road, engine cutting off, and turned sideways with its hazard lights flashing. The hunters behind were stunned, their ambush plan was instantly disrupted. What's going on? Did it break down? It doesn't seem like it. The way it stopped is too strange. Did he discover us? Impossible. Ghost Eye categorically denied, our stealth device is military grade, even gold level can't detect it. This kid is probably scared out of his mind, or his car broke down. Don't panic, everyone steady your guns, and wait for my order. 12 gun muzzles locked onto the still vehicle from the darkness. Just as Ghost Eye was about to give the order for a strong attack. Zzz. Suddenly, a piercing electric noise erupted in everyone's earpiece. Then, in the so-called absolutely safe encrypted channel, a lazy voice rang out. Hello? Testing. Hey, friends over there, could you turn off the safety? I can even hear you drooling in the car. The wilderness fell into dead silence. Ghost Eye stiffened, cold sweat pouring down. Who? Who is on the channel? The door of the off-road vehicle swung open. Lu Chen stepped out, holding a communicator pierced by an iron rod, wearing military boots, standing in the middle of the road as if taking a stroll in his own backyard. He didn't look in any specific direction, but spoke to the air. Who am I? Weren't you planning to trade my head for a villa? Lu Chen chuckled and recited into the communicator. Ghost Eye, golden 1 star, hiding behind that big rock on the left slope, right? Your optical camouflage needs a battery replacement, the thermal imaging leaks like a sieve. Blood Wolf, the bushes on the right, be careful not to step on the mines you buried. By the way, your chameleon pet's tail is showing. And those in the narrow pass, stop lying down, the ground is cold, you might catch rheumatism. Lu Chen rattled off everyone's precise coordinates as if calling roll, pointing out even their equipment flaws. This was not just surveillance, it was a naked humiliation and crushing pressure. The hunters were completely panicked. This feeling of having their underwear exposed was scarier than facing a high-level beast. They were in the light while the opponent was in the dark. No, the opponent was standing in the light, it seemed to have a god's eye view. How is this possible? This is a military encrypted channel. Ghost Eye's hands trembled. Withdraw. Quick, withdraw. Our position is exposed. This kid is up to something. Someone shouted in terror over the channel. Since we're already here, why rush to leave? Lu Chen casually tossed away the communicator, drawing out a titanium alloy combat knife from his back. I originally planned to compete, but I don't want to cause trouble. But since you are here to deliver equipment, and even plan to deliver heads. He raised his head, and the eye of truth erupted with golden light. If I don't accept, wouldn't it make me seem unsociable? I have bad news for you all, you are surrounded by me. As soon as the words fell. Roar! Suddenly, in the previously empty darkness, 2 scarlet lanterns lit up. While Lu Chen was speaking loudly to attract the enemy's attention, the coal ball had quietly sneaked behind the hunters. It did not rush to attack but, like a child watching a toy, it breathed out a sulfurous puff at the back of the ghost eye's head. That burning, deathly warmth made the ghost eye's scalp tingle. On the other side, the earth rumbled. Countless red jade vines burst from the ground, instantly weaving into a net, tightly entangling the legs of those trying to escape. Hunters and prey, the roles were reversed in an instant. Lu Chen flipped his wrist, the blade slicing through the rain curtain, the sound sharp as ice. You won't be getting that bounty of 100 million. But the equipment on you and the money in your cards, I will collect for the Zhao family. Little ones, leave no survivors, it's time to feast. Chapter 52, Hellfire, True Firepower Coverage. The heavy rain washed the wild highway into a muddy mess. Leave no survivors. With Lu Chen's light command, the coal ball and the red lotus turned into two tireless harvesters, slaughtering all the ghost shadows and blood wolves attempting to escape. Blood mixed with rainwater flowed into the ditch, and the air was filled with the nauseating smell of rust. Is this the end? Inside the car, Bai Ling leaned against the window, watching the hellish scene outside, feeling like she was dreaming. Those bounty hunters, feared in the dark web, didn't last even 10 minutes before this man? The end? Not even close. Lu Chen did not get into the car but jumped onto the bullet-ridden roof, sitting cross-legged. The main course has just been served. As soon as his words fell. Boom! 500 meters ahead of the off-road vehicle, the highway bridge spanning the dried riverbed suddenly made a loud noise. Immediately after, the entire bridge surface seemed to be violently severed, collapsing with a roar. Amidst the soaring dust, countless blinding headlights lit up, illuminating Lu Chen's area as bright as day. Clap, clap, clap. Across the broken bridge, a bald, muscular man in a red tactical exoskeleton clapped slowly, leading a dozen fully armed beast tamers out. They all had a burning skull emblem tattooed on their chests. Fantastic, truly fantastic. The bald man's voice was booming, amplified through a speaker to a painful level for the ears. No wonder the bounty is worth 100 million. Ghost Eye, that kind of rat only hiding in the sewers, is indeed not enough to fill your teeth. As Lin Xingxue saw that emblem, her pupils constricted and her voice changed. It's the Hellfire Mercenary Group. The leader, Blazing Flame, is a gold-tier powerhouse. They specialize in taking large-scale war missions. How could they come to such a place? Gold tier. And an entire group's worth of fighters. On both sides of the broken bridge, countless shadows simultaneously emerged from the slopes. Fire mages, heavy gunners, rock puppets, a full fighting team of 50 instantly formed a firepower encirclement with no blind spots. Leader Blazing Flame grinned wickedly as he raised his right hand, fire elements wildly gathering in his palm. Everyone, listen up. No reservations, firepower coverage. Blast that vehicle, along with the people inside, into dust. Boom, boom, boom. Without any probing, and no one-on-one duels. The Hellfire Mercenary Group unleashed a fatal attack. Torrents of fireballs, thunder, wind blades, and rocks, mixed with technologically advanced rockets and heavy machine gun bullets, poured down on Lu Chen like a torrential storm. That scene was simply like a cleansing bombardment in modern warfare. It's over. Bai Ling closed her eyes in despair. At this density of attack, even a real tank would be crushed into molten metal. However, Lu Chen, sitting on top of the car, did not change his posture. He bit down on the lollipop in his mouth, raised his right hand, and gently snapped his fingers towards the dazzling flames. Snap. The command was given. ZZZ, high-risk strike detected. Annihilation mode cancelled, defense mode activated. The off-road vehicle beneath Lu Chen suddenly let out a series of mechanical clicking sounds. Click click click. The armored body of the car instantly collapsed and reformed. Countless black alloy plates flipped, revealing the complex blue energy circuits beneath. A 3-meter-tall steel giant did not fully stand up, but instead crouched, placing its massive mechanical body in front of Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling. The circular reactor core on its chest instantly lit up with a dazzling blue light, like the sun. Buzz. A dome-shaped light blue energy barrier suddenly expanded outward at high speed from the iron pillar. Absolute domain energy matrix. In the next second. Boom 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 boom. Countless spells and shells crashed violently against the seemingly weak blue light shield. Explosions shot into the sky, dyeing the entire night sky a blood-red color. Smoke billowed, and the ground trembled. The opposing explosion group leader looked at the target engulfed by flames, whistling with pride, got it. Job done. However, as the smoke cleared away, the smile on the explosion leader's face instantly froze in fear. In the center of the charred ground, the light blue shield still stood firm, its surface not even rippling. Under that light shield, Lu Chen remained sitting on the shoulder of the mechanical giant, looking disdainfully at the dust on his trench coat. How is this possible? The explosion leader's eyes were about to pop out. That was a mixed bombardment of thousands of high explosive shells and golden level magic. Even platinum-level defense could not remain unscathed. This is your full effort? Lu Chen looked down at the stunned mercenaries, sighed, and his tone was filled with disappointment. That was a bit lacking. He patted the cold armor of the iron pillar beneath him. Iron pillar, show them what true firepower coverage looks like. Command confirmed. The iron pillar's scarlet electronic eyes suddenly flashed. Click. Click. The originally smooth armor plates on its shoulders instantly flipped open, revealing 2 missile launch ports packed tightly like a beehive. Not only that, but countless mini-launchers on its back, legs, and even arms opened simultaneously. The entire mech instantaneously transformed into an explosive steel porcupine. Target locked, all personnel. Mini tracking missiles, all launch. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At that moment, everyone seemed to hear the wail of death. Countless mini-missiles, trailing long white tails like a swarm of killer bees, surged towards the opposing broken bridge and hillside. This was not a battle. This was a dimensional strike. Defend! Quickly defend! The explosion leader screamed from the depths of his soul, raising the strongest flame shield while desperately pulling a few subordinates in front of him. But it was useless. Those missiles seemed to have eyes, accurately drilling into every defensive blind spot, and then exploding among the crowd. Boom boom boom. The continuous sound of explosions drowned the entire canyon. Screams and curses were instantly swallowed by the flames. The once well-organized Hellfire mercenary group was suddenly blasted into chaos, limbs flying everywhere. The already broken bridge, after this wave of terrifying bombardment, completely turned to dust. Half a minute later, the continuous sound of explosions finally ceased. The once noisy battlefield was now left with only the crackling of burning flames and the burnt smell in the air. That golden-level mercenary group, feared in the underground world, was almost completely wiped out in this wave of dimensional strikes. Everywhere lay severed limbs and broken arms, horrific like a scene from hell. Done and finished. Lu Chen sat on the shoulder of the mech, just about to have Taiju switch forms to leave. Suddenly. Boom. 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 Heavy footsteps came from the center of the fire, each step causing the ground to tremble. A breath, wilder and hotter than before, was wildly rising in the center of the ruins. Kill them all. The hoarse voice sounded like 2 red-hot pieces of coal rubbing together. Lu Chen squinted slightly and looked in that direction. Amidst the roaring flames, a figure slowly stood up. It was the captain, Explosion Flame. But his appearance had completely changed. The red exoskeleton armor on his body had melted from the high temperature, but this did not harm him. Instead, it ignited a certain forbidden power within him. His skin began to crack, orange-red lava flowing from the gaps. His hair turned into burning flames, and he continuously expanded with each breath, quickly transforming into a giant 4 meters tall, his body flowing with scalding lava. Half-step platinum-level pressure was released without reservation. Lu Chen. Explosion Flame let out a roar, the heat wave from his mouth instantly turning the few surviving subordinates around him into ashes. You destroyed my hard work. I will turn you into molten iron. Drink your blood. Chew your bones. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The asphalt road under his feet instantly melted, turning into a pool of thick black water. Special talent? Elementalization? Lin Qingshuan in the back seat turned pale, her hand gripping the staff trembling. Lu Chen, be careful. He has the lava giant talent. In this state, physical attacks are almost ineffective, and the temperature is thousands of degrees. Taiju's armor won't withstand it. Faced with this raging lava monster, Lu Chen did not let Taiju continue to open fire. He looked at the lava giant rushing towards him, his eyes of truth showing not fear, but rather a look of food. Thousands of degrees? Lu Chen's lips curled into a strange arc. He patted the coal ball that had been squatting beside him, already drooling over Explosion Flame. Coal ball, don't hold back. Go and see if this is the one that claims lives or... Lu Chen pointed at the lava giant about to rush in front of him and chuckled, saying, or a dessert served on a silver platter. Roar! The coal ball's dark golden pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinprick, letting out a low growl that was full of aggression. It didn't retreat but charged forward, stepping into the rolling heat wave. Chapter 53, This lava is crunchy. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The air twisted from the high temperature, making vision blurry. On the highway, the thick asphalt looked like a pot of boiling black sesame paste, emitting suffocating poisonous smoke, and even the roadside guardrails were visibly softening and bending. And at the center of it all, the man known as Explosion Flame had completely lost his human form. He had turned into a 4-meter-tall lava giant, dark red lava making up his muscles, flowing flames as his blood. Each step he took left a charred, deep footprint on the ground. Die. All of you die. Explosion Flame's voice was like rocks grinding together, filled with wildness and a desire to destroy. Facing the missiles that had once made him despair, he did not flinch or avoid them now. A few remaining micro-missiles struck him, only producing powerless sparks, unable to even penetrate the flowing lava surface. Same level physical immunity. Elementalization. This is the foundation of a half-step platinum-level powerhouse and the greatest reliance that the Hellfire mercenary group had to roam the wasteland. Frost Nova. In the back seat of the SUV, Lin Qingxue gritted her silver teeth and fiercely swung down her staff. An extremely cold ice ring howled out, attempting to freeze the flaming monster rushing toward them. However, the ice ring had not yet touched the body of the explosive flame, and it instantly evaporated 3 meters away with a hiss. It's useless. Bai Ling shouted in despair, the level suppression is too great. Our skills can't even get close to him. Lu Chen. Your turtle shell can't save you. A twisted mouth opened on the face of the explosive flame, formed from lava. He leaped high, his massive right arm instantly swelling to twice its size, transforming into a lava giant fist powerful enough to crush a tank, and with destructive force, it smashed down towards Lu Chen, who was sitting on the iron pillar on the car roof. If this punch hit, forget about the iron pillar, even the underground shelter could be smashed through. The shadow of death loomed overhead. Yet Lu Chen remained firmly seated, his trench coat rustling in the heat waves. He watched as the lava giant fist drew closer, not dodging but rather taking the time to comment. The timing is good. The next second. Roar. The coal ball, which had been squatting at Lu Chen's feet, moved. It didn't activate the black gold armor to withstand the hit, instead, it exerted force through its limbs, like a black cannonball, charging directly toward the fist of several thousand degrees. Looking for death. The explosive flame cackled, a beast is just a beast, you think you can resist magma with your flesh? I'll turn you into ash. However, just as the two were about to collide, the black scales on the coal ball suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The originally dark metallic sheen instantly changed to crimson, as if every scale was breathing, yearning for heat. S-class talent, Devouring, Advanced. Characteristic triggered, Elemental Devour. Ah woo! In the terrified gaze of everyone, the coal ball's large mouth full of fangs suddenly opened to an exaggerated angle larger even than the lava giant fist. It did not crash, instead, it bit down. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The expected scene of the coal ball being burned to charcoal did not occur. On the contrary. Crack. A crisp sound that was painfully sharp echoed across the battlefield. That sound was like someone chewing on a freshly baked, incredibly crispy cookie. What? What? The sneer on the explosive flame's face instantly froze. He looked on in horror as his indestructible, iron-melting lava right arm had been severed at the elbow. And in front of him, the coal ball landed on the ground, its mouth grasping the severed lava arm. That arm still flowed with scalding magma, radiating thousands of degrees of heat, but in the coal ball's mouth, it looked like a freshly cooked, steaming, fried dough stick. Crunch! Crunch! The coal ball chewed a couple of times. The hard rock shell was crushed, and the high-energy magma burst forth, sliding down the coal ball's throat. It even didn't forget to smack its lips, seemingly savoring the purity of the fire element within. Gulp! Swallowed. Burp! The coal ball let out a contented burp with a sulfur smell and sparks, licked its lips, and raised its head, its dark golden eyes looking at the explosive. I've heard that your Hellfire mercenary group loves to turn people to ash? Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, the battle knife in his hand flickering with a chilly light under the fire. Do you know what it feels like to be eaten as food? No, don't come near me, you monster. At this moment, the proud warrior was stripped of his dignity, he covered his severed arm, terrified and trying to retreat. But behind him, the surviving mercenaries were even more afraid than he was. Even the strongest form of their leader was devoured by that dog, what fight was left for them? Run. Run fast. That's not a person at all. That's a devil. The remaining 10 or so mercenaries had completely collapsed mentally. They even neglected their severely injured leader, madly fleeing into the thick jungle on either side of the road. As long as they could get into the woods and use the terrain for cover, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Lu Chen glanced at the fleeing figures but did not give chase. He simply raised his left hand slightly, stroking the red lotus that was wrapped around his arm, already trembling with excitement. Want to run? Lu Chen shook his head, his tone like pronouncing a death sentence. Since you're here, then let's leave you all as fertilizer. Red lotus, go. Make this place into your blooming garden. Chapter 54 Blood Red Forest, Red Lotus advances. Run. Quickly into the woods. Don't look back. The vice-captain of the Hellfire mercenary group, a wind mage who usually kills without mercy, was now as scared as a quail that had lost its nerve. He was running wildly toward the dense jungle by the road while hoarsely shouting, his voice tinged with crying. Behind him, the boy sitting on the mech's shoulder played with the battle knife, his eyes calm as if he was watching a group of dead people. They couldn't fight back. There was no way to fight back. This was not battle at all, it was slaughter. It was a dimensional strike. As long as I can get into the jungle, as long as I can get into the jungle. The vice captain's last sliver of luck burned frantically. As a wind beast master, he excelled in speed and stealth. As long as he could get into the complex terrain of the primitive jungle, they couldn't easily catch him again. Spread out. Everyone for themselves. The dozen or so surviving mercenaries clearly thought the same. They discarded their heavy weapons, even abandoning their injured companions, using all their strength to rush into the lush and seemingly vibrant primitive jungle. Getting closer. The vice captain was the first to rush deep into the woods. He immediately cast the windwalk spell, stopping behind a towering tree, gasping for air as his heart raced. Dense vegetation surrounded him, and the tree canopy blocked out the sun. Ha, ha, safe now. The vice captain wiped the cold sweat and blood from his face and glanced back at the road. There were no signs of pursuers, the human boy seemed to have no intention of hunting them down. A euphoric feeling of survival surged in his heart. Fool! You actually let the tiger return to the mountain. The vice captain's eyes flashed with resentment. Once I escape back to headquarters, I will definitely sell your information to. However, before he could finish his sentence, a detached voice, as if from the clouds, suddenly pierced the hundreds of meters of distance, clearly ringing in his ears, and in the ears of all the fleeing mercenaries. Who told you that was the woods? The vice captain was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? What else could it be if not a forest? In the next second, a sudden change occurred. The earth suddenly began to tremble violently, as if a giant dragon that had slept for 1,000 years was waking up. Zizzizizi. A sound that made one's teeth ache, the sound of plants growing wildly, instantly drowned out the sound of the wind, the sound of heartbeats. Lu Chen stood on the road, his left hand raised high, a cruel smile on his face. The blood demon fairy, Red Lotus, intertwined around his arm, was now radiating a most bewitching blood glow. Originally only as thick as a wrist, the vine was expanding and stretching at a mad speed, burrowing into the asphalt beneath Lu Chen's feet, reaching deep into the ground. From the very first second the battle began, the roots of the Red Lotus had already taken control of this area of 500 meters. Lu Chen clenched his fingers tightly, his voice like the death knell. That is my back garden. Rise. Boom. Deep in the jungle, the ground instantly shattered. At that moment, the world turned blood red. Countless thick vines, as large as pythons, crystal clear but flowing with bright red liquid, erupted from the ground without warning. There were not just one or two, but thousands upon thousands, densely packed, instantly replacing the bushes and weeds. They did not look like plants, but rather like countless tentacles that chose their prey, precisely appearing beneath every fleeing mercenary's feet. Ah! What is this thing? The deputy commander just wanted to lift his leg, but in horror, he found his feet tightly bound. The barbs on the vines glimmered coldly, piercing through his proud B-grade battle boots, embedding themselves deeply into his flesh. Pain. The piercing pain accompanied by a sense of numbness instantly spread throughout his body. Wind blade! Cut it off for me! The deputy commander roared as he swung the wind blade, trying to sever those damned vines. Clang! With a crisp sound, the wind blade, capable of cutting through rock, struck the Red Lotus's vines, only to spark a burst of red sparks. Those vines were as hard as iron, with a faint layer of spiritual energy film covering their surface. How is this possible? What level of plant-type beast is this? The deputy commander fell into despair. He had no time for a second move before a terrifying force lifted him entirely upside down and violently tossed him into the air. Not just him. The entire jungle seemed to come alive, transforming into a gigantic meat grinder. Dozens of mercenaries, without exception. They resembled flies caught by a Venus flytrap, suspended upside down in the treetops by countless blood-red vines. Help me! My spirit power, my blood is flowing away. Let me go! Ah! I won't run anymore. I surrender! The chilling screams echoed one after another, like the wails of demons in hell. But this voice quickly weakened, for the Red Lotus had already eagerly begun its feast. Gulp! Gulp! The thick vines rhythmically swayed, that was the sound of swallowing. In Lu Chen's eye of truth, he could see streams of rich crimson life essence, almost corporeal, wildly converging along the network of vines towards the body of the Red Lotus. That was the essence blood of dozens of silver and even gold-level strong beings. For the blood-sucking evolved, crimson blood demonis, this was the top supplement in the world. Those mercenaries dangling from the trees, their bodies visibly shriveled at a rapid pace. Robust muscles withered, rosy skin turned gray and wrinkled, eye sockets hollowed, and hair fell out. In just 10 seconds. Those once lively and vengeful high-level beast masters transformed into drifting corpses, their faces still wearing expressions of extreme terror. This was the horror of S-level potential plant-type beasts. As long as they were given enough fertilizer, they became the most ruthless cleaners on the battlefield. Buzz. Having absorbed such massive energy from essence blood, the body of the Red Lotus coiling around Lu Chen's arm suddenly burst forth with a dazzling bloodlight, even dyeing the surrounding air red. It actively detached. That was a high concentration of hallucinogenic and paralyzing toxins. Ding. Pet beast Crimson Blood Demonis has consumed a large amount of high-level flesh and blood, energy accumulation complete. Advancement successful. Current level, Gold 1 star, Lord level. New form unlocked, Blood Domain. New skills unlocked, Thorn Strangulation, Life Drain, Group, Blood Toxic Pollen. With the advancement complete, the originally green jungle has completely changed its appearance. All the trees were dyed a strange dark red, vines woven into a net, and countless corpses swayed gently in the wind like ripe fruits, making a clicking sound of bones colliding. Blood rain poured down, and a floral fragrance wafted through the air. A kind of extreme horror and enchanting beauty coexisted, striking at every person's visual nerves and psychological defenses present. Ugh. Inside the off-road vehicle, Eileen could no longer hold back and pushed open the car door, violently gagging while leaning against the tire. Though she had seen dead people before, the sight of treating humans as fertilizer and turning the jungle into a slaughterhouse exceeded her psychological tolerance limit. Even Lin Qingxue, who was used to grand scenes, turned pale at this moment, her fingers gripping the staff slightly trembling. She looked at the young man's back standing against the blood-red background, and in her eyes, besides admiration, there was more deep respect. This man. Not only was he a madman himself, every pet beast he raised was more twisted than the last. But strangely, beneath this fear, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. In this cannibalistic world, only those more ferocious than demons could protect what they wanted to guard. Lu Chen was very satisfied. He waved his hand, and the fully bloomed red lotus radiating lord-level pressure flew back, obediently wrapping around his wrist. The petals gently brushed against his skin, conveying a feeling of attachment, as if it was acting cute and seeking praise. Well done, Red Lotus. Lu Chen stroked the petals of the red lotus, clearly feeling the joy and strength it transmitted. He turned around, no longer looking at the blood-red forest that had become a dead zone. There were no living people left there. Those who wanted to kill him for bounty had now become stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. Lu Chen carried his battle knife, stepping on the scorched ground, walking step by step towards the center of the battlefield. There lay a half-step platinum powerhouse, with only half a body left, gasping for breath. That was the main course he left for himself. The coal ball is full, and the red lotus is full too. Lu Chen squatted down in front of the near-lifeless, vacant-eyed explosion fire. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes swirling with golden light, his voice gentle as if speaking to an old friend. Captain, don't rush to die. Your lava talent is very good. Can I borrow it? Chapter 55, Gluttony and Devour, Body of Lava. In the center of the ruins, the heat wave was overwhelming. Once invincible, the Hellfire leader, Explosion Fire, now had only half of his charred body left, powerless and slumped on the scorching asphalt ground. His proud lava transformation had regressed back to its original bloodied and messy form due to energy depletion and the coal ball's consumption. Don't kill me. Explosion Fire looked at Lu Chen squatting before him, as if gazing at a demon emerging from the abyss. He trembled as he stretched out his remaining hand, trying to grab Lu Chen's pants, which was his last lifeline. I can give you anything you want. Shoo. Lu Chen raised his index finger and gently pressed it against his lips, his golden-eyed gaze showing no curiosity at all. I'm not interested in things from the dead. Moreover, that little treasure of yours is not as attractive to me as the thing inside your body. Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, fully activating the Eye of Truth. In his view, deep within Explosion Fire's soon-to-dim life flame, a dazzling orange-red light was faintly pulsing. That is not a heart. That is the lava origin, born from countless refinements of a half-step platinum-level warrior who fused with the fire element rules. For Lu Chen, who possesses the gluttony talent, this is the finest ingredient in the world. Since we are going to die, then let's not waste it. Lu Chen slowly extended his right hand, fingers spread wide, hovering above the blazing explosion on top of his head. Talent, Gluttony, activate. Boom! A heart-pounding black suction erupted from Lu Chen's palm. It was neither wind nor gravity, but an absolute plunder that originated from the soul level. Under the suction, a illusory, greedy giant mouth seemed to emerge behind Lu Chen, roaring silently at the inferno below. Aha! The explosion let out a cry 100 times more mournful than when it lost an arm. He felt his soul, his flesh and blood, and even the spiritual power he had cultivated for half his life being forcefully extracted from his body by a tyrannical force. No! This is my power. You cannot. Give it to me. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, fingers swiftly closing together. Give me swallow. Whoosh. A thick mass, like lava, emanating a terrifyingly high temperature of red light, was forcefully pulled from the explosion's body by Lu Chen. As the red light left the body, the explosion's cries abruptly ceased. His body visibly decayed and weathered, like a piece of fully burned charcoal, turning to dust in the wind, entirely vanishing from the world. A generation of mercenary leaders, a half-step platinum-level warrior, thus fell, leaving no trace behind. And that mass of red light smoothly surged into Lu Chen's body through his palm. Ugh! Lu Chen let out a muffled groan, his body shaking violently. Pain. It was the kind of intense pain as if boiling iron was being poured into his veins. High-energy elemental origin detected. Gluttony transformation in progress. Impurities being removed. Gene recombination. Plunder successful. Gained physical characteristic, lava body, primary. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A mass of white steam gushed from Lu Chen's pores, enveloping him in a hazy white mist. Through the mist, one could faintly see dark red flowing light emerging beneath Lu Chen's originally fair skin, as if magma flowed through his veins. His muscle definition became more solid, and every inch of his skin radiated incredible heat. This state lasted for an entire minute. When the steam dissipated, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his originally pitch-black pupils, it seemed as if an unquenchable flame was burning. He lowered his head and glanced at his palm, which was still steaming. Though he did not gain the ability to fully elementalize his body like the explosion had, nor did he learn to breathe fire. But he could feel that his physical strength had elevated to a higher level, and moreover, Lu Chen bent down to pick up a piece of asphalt that was red hot and had temperatures soaring to hundreds of degrees due to the previous battle. In the past, his hand would have surely been burned. But now. Hiss. The stone smoked in his hand, yet he felt no pain at all, instead feeling warm and comfortable. Is this the affinity for fire elements? Lu Chen's mouth curved upwards, fingers suddenly exerting strength. Crack. That hard and scalding rock was effortlessly crushed into powder in his hand. Even magma would probably not harm him now. Humanoid monster. In the distance, inside the off-road vehicle, Lin Xingxue watched the boy standing in the steam, resembling a god or devil, murmuring to herself. She had seen countless geniuses and many powerful beings. But never had she seen anyone like Lu Chen, who could strengthen himself by eating others. This was simply a violation of the basic laws of beast tamers, yet powerful enough to bring despair. Who? Lu Chen exhaled a mouthful of foul air that carried the scent of sulfur, the red light on his body gradually fading, returning to his normal skin color. He took a bottle of water from his military pouch and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The water hit his throat, making a sizzling sound as it vaporized. Refreshing. Lu Chen wiped the corner of his mouth and turned to look at the two women in the car, showing a signature, harmless smile. Done. He pointed to the chaotic battlefield behind him and then to the blood-red forest filled with dried corpses that Hong Lian had just created. This place has a nice view, but the smell is too strong. Lu Chen walked to the side of the car, opened the door, but did not rush to get in. His gaze turned north, towards the dazzling capital city glowing in the night. Ai Ling, I have a task for you. Lu Chen's voice became somewhat chilling. What's wrong, master? We are going to participate in a match and also to visit the Zhao family. Lu Chen picked up a heavy steel cable from the ground, one that the Hellfire mercenaries used for towing vehicles. Since it's a visit, it would be too rude to go empty-handed. He glanced back at the dozen dried corpses hanging in the blood-red forest. String together all this trash. Lu Chen tossed the steel cable to Tai Zhu, his tone eerily calm. Hang it at the back of the car. I want to drag them all the way into the capital. This is what I have prepared for the Zhao family and the entire circle of noble families in the capital. A gift for the meeting. Chapter 56, All the Way North. The night was torn apart by the rising sun, and the smoke on the wild highway had yet to dissipate. Ugh. When Bai Ling saw Taizhu faithfully following Lu Chen's orders, stringing the dried corpses on the ground with the thick steel cable, she could no longer hold it in and rushed to the roadside to gag. The scene was simply too shocking. Lin Xingxue's face turned pale, she tightly gripped the staff in her hand, looking at Lu Chen standing by the car lighting a cigarette, her voice somewhat dry. Lu Chen, do we really have to do this? These are more than 10 corpses. If we drag them into the capital like this, it will cause panic. Moreover, it's an open provocation against the entire order of the capital and the limits of noble families. Order regulations? Lu Chen took a deep puff of his cigarette, the spicy smoke swirling in his lungs, easing some of the heat left after the killing. He turned his head, looking at Lin Xingxue through his sunglasses, the corner of his mouth lifting into an extremely arrogant arc. Miss Lin, don't you understand yet? Lu Chen pointed to the long corpse tail behind him. Since the Zhao family issued that 100 million bounty, this is no longer just a simple match. This is war. In war, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. I don't just want to kill, I also want to strike at their hearts. Lu Chen walked to the back of the car, yanked on the steel cable to ensure it was secure, then tapped on Taiju's cold armor. Fear is the most effective pass in this world. I want the Zhao family, the Lin family, and everyone lurking in the shadows plotting against us to know. Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, like a chilling wind sweeping across the wilderness. If you provoke me, Lu Chen, there's only one fate. And that is to become a trophy at the back of my car, dragged through the streets for all to see. Lin Xingxue looked at the brooding boy in front of her, her heart suddenly quaking. She said nothing more, only silently turned and got into the car. She knew Lu Chen was right. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only by being more ruthless than demons can one scare off the greedy wolves. Get in the car, let's go. Lu Chen flicked the cigarette butt away and sat in the passenger seat. V-room. The engine of the off-road vehicle let out a deep roar. Taiju did not switch back to normal vehicle mode but maintained a half-armed off-road state. The machine guns on the roof were retracted, but the menacing metallic texture still made people wary. The wheel spun, rolling over the blood-stained ground. As the vehicle accelerated, the dozens of meters-long steel cable was instantly taut. Swish! The corpses were dragged along the rough asphalt surface. A chilling scraping sound emerged, leaving a wide and shocking dark red bloodstain on the highway. Heading north. 2 hours later. As they got closer to the capital, the vehicles on the wilderness highway gradually increased. Besides the various teams participating in the national competition, there were also many trading caravans and adventurers passing by. Hey, old Wang, look at that car ahead. It looks so familiar. It seems like one of those military-modified ones. On a luxurious bus coming from the neighboring province, a young examinee was leaning on the window, curiously pointing ahead. That was the participating team from Jiangnan Academy. The team leader, known as Old Wang, pushed his glasses, took a casual glance, and then frowned. That car is indeed nice, but its driving style is too domineering, taking up the middle of the road. Wait a minute. Old Wang's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had seen something unbelievable. What is that dragging behind the car? As they got closer, everyone on the bus could see clearly. That was not cargo, nor was it luggage. That was a person. It was a string of bodies that were crazily scraping and rolling on the ground with the car's speed. What the hell? Ugh. The bus instantly fell into chaos, with screams and sounds of vomiting rising one after another. Those pampered genius students had never seen such a scene before. Quick! Take pictures. This is big news. Someone tremblingly took out their phone. Meanwhile, on the other side, an outdoor streamer named Wilderness Survival Obeo was riding a hoverbike, live streaming as he searched for material on the highway. Family. Today we are going to reach the capital. I heard this national competition is filled with experts, and the Zhao family's supreme team is the favorite to win. Abeo was chatting enthusiastically into the camera when suddenly, he caught sight of a speeding black SUV out of the corner of his eye. That car was extremely fast, carrying an suffocating scent of blood. What the hell? Whose car is that? So wild? Abeo instinctively turned the camera towards that car. The next second, the previously dense barrage in the livestream created a brief vacuum. Immediately after, the barrage exploded like a nuclear blast. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did I not see it wrong? What is that dragging behind the car? Bodies? It's really bodies. My God. Is this really shooting a horror movie? Dragging over a dozen bodies in broad daylight on the highway? Wait. You all, zoom in. Look at the badge on that body's chest. Although Abeo was scared and his hands trembled, his professional quality as a streamer kept him steady, controlling the drone to zoom in the shot. A high-definition image was transmitted back. It could be seen that, although the bodies were bloody and mangled, on the chest of one relatively intact body, the burning skull badge was still clearly visible. That is, the Hellfire mercenary group? My God. It really is Hellfire. What happened to that half-platinum captain, Blaze? The entire internet exploded. The Hellfire mercenary group is a top killer group with golden level configurations. How could they end up like this? Who did this? At that moment, in the live broadcast, the passenger window of the black SUV slowly rolled down. A long hand reached out, casually giving the middle finger to the drone camera behind. Although the face couldn't be seen clearly, that extremely arrogant aura could be felt through the screen. Who is this person? So crazy. I remember. Didn't the Zhao family issue a bounty of 100 million yesterday? The targets seem to be called Lu Chen? Lu Chen? That rookie king from the War Academy in Magic City? Madness. This world is crazy. A freshman annihilated Hellfire and dragged the bodies to the capital to protest? The news spread like it had wings, instantly exploding across the entire Beastmaster network. Body red carpet, Death God enters the capital, the counter-kill of the 100 million bounty. Various shocking headlines dominated the trending search list. Lu Chen had not yet arrived in the imperial capital, but his notoriety had already stained half of the sky over the city with blood. Imperial capital, Zhao family manor. As one of the most powerful families in the royal collateral line, the Zhao family's manor occupied a vast area and was incredibly luxurious. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall of the manor felt suffocatingly oppressive. Crash! A priceless set of Song Dynasty porcelain was violently swept to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhao Ji's face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the huge projection screen on the wall. What was playing on the screen was the livestream replay of that wildabout. In the video, a black SUV dragged a long tail of corpses, mocking the Zhao family's powerlessness. Useless! All of you are useless! Zhao Ji screamed hysterically, his chest rising and falling violently. 100 million! I spent 100 million! And what happened? Not only did I not kill that little bastard, but he sent the heads of Hellfire over as gifts. This is simply a slap in my face. A slap in the face of the Zhao family. On the sofa next to Zhao Ji sat a young man, towering like an iron tower. He wore a black training suit, holding two beads polished from high-level thunder attribute cores, with faint arcs of lightning flickering around him. He was the leader of Zhao family's current generation, Zhao Ji's older brother, a platinum-level beast master, Zhao Tianba. In contrast to Zhao Ji's rage, Zhao Tianba appeared exceptionally calm, even indifferent. Enough! Zhao Tianba spoke lightly, his voice booming like a great bell, instantly suppressing Zhao Ji's roar. What's the use of smashing things here? It only makes you look more incompetent. Brother! That kid is riding on our necks. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth, now the whole internet is laughing at our Zhao family. They say our bounty is a joke. So what? Zhao Tianba stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing southward. That's the direction of the southern gate of the imperial capital, where Lu Chen was about to arrive. Since he dares to come, it means he is prepared to die. A glimmer of bloodthirst flashed in Zhao Tianba's eyes. Dragging corpses into the capital? Indeed, quite arrogant and bold. But this will become his greatest blunder. The imperial capital is a place that abides by rules. He has already crossed the bottom line of city defense by parading around with so many corpses. We don't even need to take action ourselves, the city guards will take him down. Zhao Ji's eyes lit up. Brother, do you mean? I have already notified the guard at the southern gate. Zhao Tianba turned around, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The guard is from the Wang family, owes me a favor. He will directly use the city's heavy artillery under the excuse of endangering public safety. Isn't Lu Chen very strong? Isn't his mech very powerful? I want to see if, in front of 100 city defense automated artillery and 3,000 city guards, he can still be so arrogant. As he said this, Zhao Tianba crushed the thunder core in his hand, allowing the wild lightning to dance at his fingertips. Let's go, we should also head to the southern gate. Since he has sent such a big gift, how can we, as hosts, not go welcome him? Southern gate of the imperial capital. The magnificent city wall stood 100 meters high, entirely cast from obsidian and special alloys, inscribed with countless defensive runes. Here is the heart of the Dasha kingdom, as well as one of the most heavily fortified fortresses in the world. At this moment, it was the peak time for entering the city. But the southern gate, which should have been bustling, now seemed a bit unusual. All the entry points were closed, and hundreds of fully armed city guards held their weapons, setting up a security line at the city gate. On the city wall, dozens of dark automated defense turrets slowly turned, their gun muzzles uniformly facing outward, locking onto the end of the road ahead. The atmosphere was tense, as if a major battle was about to break out. Blocked outside the city, the merchant convoys and passers-by were buzzing with discussions, unaware of the great events unfolding. Until that streak of black appeared on the horizon. It's here! On the city tower, a middle-aged officer in a dark blue military uniform lowered his binoculars, revealing a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He was the commander of the South Gate, Wang Gang. All units, pay attention. Target has appeared. Wang Gang picked up the radio, his voice icy and ruthless. It is a black modified off-road vehicle, dragging a large number of unidentified corpses behind it. It has been determined that this vehicle poses a very high danger and is suspected of spreading plague and panic. Once it enters shooting range, no warning, fire at will. Blow it to pieces. At this moment, the black off-road vehicle was getting closer and closer. The long streak of blood, illuminated by the sunset, looked especially glaring. Inside the car. Master, high energy response ahead. Tieju's voice remained calm, detected 120 automatic cannons locked on, 3,000 armed personnel, and 2 gold level, 1 platinum level high-level energy fluctuations. The city gate is closed. The other side did not issue a stop command, but is charging the fire control. They want to kill us directly. Lu Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, opened his eyes, looking at the massive city gate ahead, towering like a giant beast, and the dense cannon ports on the city wall. He felt no fear, but rather smiled. The Zhao family is quick to act. Lu Chen straightened his body, stretched lazily, his bones cracking loudly. It seems they don't plan to let me through that gate. In the back seat, Lin Qingshua's face turned pale. Lu Chen, that's the city defense army. We can't force our way in, that's treason. Who said I want to force my way in? Lu Chen turned his head to look at her, his eyes flashing with a crazy and crafty light. I'm a law-abiding good student, how could I do such a thing? But... Lu Chen pushed open the car door and jumped out before the vehicle had come to a complete stop. He stood on the road, facing the strict city defenses, facing the cannons that could fire at any moment. The wind swept through his trench coat, making it flap loudly. Since they don't want to let me in gracefully, then I guess I'll have to help them change the way the door opens. Chapter 57, Confrontation at the South Gate. At the south gate of the imperial capital, the air pressure was so low it felt like it could squeeze out water. The sunset's afterglow spilled over the 100-meter-tall obsidian city wall, giving off a chilling cold light. On the city wall, heavy automatic cannons, originally used for defending against beast tides, had all been disengaged, their dark cannon mouths lined up densely like malicious eyes, firmly locking onto the solitary black off-road vehicle below the city gate. Behind the off-road vehicle, a long steel cable dragged dead bodies, leaving horrifying bloody trails on the ground, emitting a nauseating burnt smell. This was not just a provocation, it was a slap in the face to the public security officers of the imperial capital. On the tower, Commander Wang Gang of the South Gate leaned against the cold battlements, looking down at the tiny figure below with a cruel smile playing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with excitement. As a collateral member of the Wang family, he understood very clearly what this opportunity meant. Zhao Tianba had just called him personally, as long as he could keep Lu Chen outside the city, or find some reason for a misfire, then he, Wang Gang, could ascend to the Zhao family's heights and achieve greatness. Lu Chen. Wang Gang picked up the loudspeaker, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, roaring like thunder in front of the empty city gate. You are openly dragging unidentified corpses to strike the south gate of the imperial capital, seriously violating Article 27 of the imperial capital security law. You are also suspected of spreading dangerous plague and panic, intending to endanger public safety. I now order you, in my capacity as the commander of the South Gate, to disarm immediately, hold your hands on your head, and kneel down to surrender. Otherwise, I will regard you as a terrorist and kill you on the spot. These words were grandiose, directly labeling Lu Chen with the title of terrorist. The surrounding convoy and pedestrians, blocked outside the police line, stirred with excitement, countless phones and drone cameras aimed this way. This guard is too ruthless, isn't he? Just directly dropping a big hat? Of course. That's a member of the Wang family. The Wang family and the Zhao family are in cahoots, this is a calculated attack. Lu Chen is finished this time, that's heavy artillery for city defense. Even a silver-grade hit would turn to ashes, not to mention over 100 firing at once. At the center of attention, Lu Chen stood in front of the SUV, his trenchcoat fluttering in the evening wind. He didn't even look up at the shouting Wang Gang, but leisurely pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and put it in his mouth. Pa! The windproof lighter burst forth with a blue flame, igniting the cigarette. Lu Chen took a deep breath, exhaling a puff of light blue smoke, and then slowly raised his head, looking toward the city tower from 100 meters away. That gaze held no fear or anger at all. Is it you, Guard Wang? Lu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but for some reason, it clearly pierced through the wind, reaching everyone's ears. Behind my car is the Hellfire Mercenary Group, ranked 10th in the dark web. They are wanted criminals and my gift to the imperial capital. I call this assisting law enforcement. How did it turn into terrorism in your mouth? Lu Chen flicked off the ash from his cigarette, a trace of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Or do you Wang family members and these wanted criminals share the same roots? Are you heartbroken seeing your comrades die? Nonsense. Wang Gang was pierced by these words, his face instantly turning a pig liver color. Such a public smear tactic was more shameless than he was. Sharp-tongued little beast. You dare to slander the city defense officer even when death is near. Killing intent surged in Wang Gang's eyes. He didn't want to give Lu Chen any more chances to speak. If this kid wouldn't kneel, then let's make him a sieve. Everyone, listen up. Wang Gang abruptly raised his right hand and swung it down fiercely. Target refusing to surrender. Intent to break through. Open fire immediately. Blow him to pieces. Yes. On the city wall, dozens of soldiers controlling the manual heavy machine guns hesitated for a moment, but under the pressure of military orders, they still pulled the triggers. At the same time, over 100 automated artillery pieces, locked on by fire control radars, emitted heart-stopping charging sounds. Tat 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 tat. Boom. 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 In an instant, the area in front of the city gate turned into a sea of flames. The dense bullets poured down like a metallic storm, mixed with large-caliber shells, instantly covering the area where Lu Chen stood. Smoke billowed, stones flew, and that modified SUV was hit so hard at first that sparks flew everywhere. Lu Chen. Inside the car, Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling screamed in terror. Even the shield of an iron pillar might not withstand such firepower. However, amidst the smoke and rain of bullets, Lu Chen didn't hide in the car, nor did he summon coal balls to shield himself. He just stood there, one hand in his pocket, not even taking that cigarette out. Ding ding dang dang. Bullets from large-caliber machine guns struck him, surprisingly making a series of crisp metallic clinks, and then bounced off weakly. Under that black trench coat, a layer of dark red lava-like sheen flowed across Lu Chen's skin. Lava body, beginner. Though only beginner level, it was the source power from a half-step platinum-level powerhouse. After being refined by the Gluttony talent, Lu Chen's physical strength was now harder than ordinary alloys. Unless it's a direct hit from heavy artillery, otherwise, these regular bullets were like mere tickles to him. This is also considered firing? Lu Chen stood amidst the hail of bullets, casually raising his right hand. Pa! A sniper bullet capable of piercing steel was caught bare-handed in his palm. The bullet, due to the immense kinetic energy, was still spinning at high speed. Sparks and high temperatures frayed, but in Lu Chen's hand, which flowed with a red glow, it was as soft as clay. Lu Chen exerted a slight grip with his fingers. Creak! That specially made armor-piercing bullet was directly crushed by him into a piece of scrap metal. He casually tossed the scrap iron onto the ground and looked up at Wang Gang, who was dumbfounded, revealing a devilish smile. Had enough fun? If you're done playing, it's my turn now. On the city tower, Wang Gang stared at the unscathed Lu Chen, his eyes nearly popping out, and the walkie-talkie in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud. A body can resist bullets? Is this still human? Quick! Heavy artillery. Bomb him with heavy artillery. Don't let him get close. Wang Gang yelled hysterically, fear finally creeping into his heart. The automated defense system on the city wall activated again, and the more than 10 heavy laser cannons, which were originally on standby, began to rotate, gathering destructive light at their barrels. With this level of weaponry, a single shot could flatten a small hill, absolutely not something a flesh-and-blood body could withstand. Lu Chen, get out of the way! Lin Xingxue shouted anxiously from the car. But Lu Chen still didn't move. He just gently raised his hand and pointed to his temple, as if issuing some sort of command to the void. Iron pillar. Take control of it. Buzz command confirmed. Inside the off-road vehicle, the mechanical tyrant's main body, which had been on standby, suddenly lit up with a glaring red light. Countless streams of data, invisible to the naked eye, instantly invaded the turret's defense network. This is the capital. Even if it is just a partial network of the turret, its equipped defense system is not to be underestimated, having layers of firewalls and encryption locks. However, in front of Iron Pillar, these so-called top defenses were as flimsy as a primitive fence made of branches. Invasion started. Breaking through the first layer of the firewall, time taken 1 second. Breaking through the core permissions of the fire control system, time taken 3 seconds. Taking over all automated turret control, completed. In just the span of a breath. The heavy laser cannons on the city wall, which were charging up and preparing to turn Lu Chen to ashes, suddenly emitted an eerie buzzing sound. Following that, all the gun muzzles instantly stopped rotating. The indicator lights above changed from red, representing attack, to green, representing friendly forces, and then to a dangerously dark purple. What's going on? The fire control system malfunctioned? The soldier in charge of control shouted in horror, I didn't do anything. They are moving by themselves. Stuck? Or did it freeze? Wang Gang, sweating profusely, rushed over to manually restart the system. But the next second, a scene that terrified him occurred. Click click click. A synchronized mechanical turning sound echoed. The 120 automatic artillery pieces, along with the more than 10 heavy laser cannons, actually made a move that defied logic at the same time. They turned around. That's right, they turned around. The gun muzzles, originally aimed outside the city, all turned 180 degrees, directly targeting the command platform on the city tower, aiming at Wang Gang. The dark muzzles were less than 5 meters from Wang Gang's forehead. He could even see the destruction energy about to spew forth from deep within the barrel. This. Wang Gang's legs softened, and he collapsed directly onto the ground, his pants instantly soaked with a large wet spot. What does it feel like to have over 100 heavy artillery pieces pointing at your head? That is the sensation of death standing over you, ready to shave your beard. Don't fire. I'm friendly. I'm the commander. Wang Gang cried out to those cold machines, but the only response he received was the increasingly bright charging light from the muzzles. The other soldiers on the city tower were already scared silly, dropping their weapons and crouching down with their heads in their hands, fearing that the suddenly rebellious turrets would mistakenly injure them. Under the city gate, Lu Chen still stood there, even his feet not moving an inch. He held a cigarette, watching the terrified guard on the city tower. Gently exhaling a puff of smoke. General Wang. Lu Chen's voice, laced with mockery, echoed through the city defense broadcast controlled by the iron column, resonating across the entire South Gate area. Nowadays, technology is advanced, some things cannot be controlled just by being loud. You just said, I am a terrorist? Lu Chen raised his hand, lightly pointing his finger in the air. On the city tower, all the artillery pieces moved in synchronized response, raising 1 inch upwards, once again locking onto Wang Gang's forehead. That sense of pressure, like being grasped by the throat by the Grim Reaper, made Wang Gang nearly suffocate. No. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Gang desperately shook his head, tears streaming down his face. Lord Lu. It's my fault for being blind. I deserve to die. You are the great hero who captures wanted criminals. Let you go? Lu Chen sneered. My car is still blocked outside, and my friends are still scared. How do you think we should settle this account? Open the door. Open the door now. Wang Gang rolled and crawled to the console, disregarding any orders from the Zhao family, frantically hitting the door open button. Quick! Remove all the roadblocks. Clear the way for Lord Lu. Boom! The thick, 3-meter-tall obsidian gate, touted as indestructible, slowly opened. A wide avenue leading to the bustling center of the imperial capital unfolded before Lu Chen. On either side of the city gate, the once aggressive city guards now hung their heads low, like frostbitten eggplants, not daring to breathe. Above them, over 100 artillery pieces still fixed their gaze upon them, as if ready to rain down judgment at any moment. This is more like it. Lu Chen discarded the cigarette butt and turned back to the off-road vehicle. Get in, let's go into the city. The off-road vehicle roared back to life, the engine emitting a deep rumble. Under the gaze of countless people in awe, shock, and fear, this black war chariot, riddled with bullet marks yet still exuding dominance, swaggered into the south gate of the imperial capital. On this day, the entire imperial capital remembered a scene. The sunset was like blood. One man, one car. As if entering a no-man's land. And not far away, in the shadows, Zhao Tianba and Zhao Ji watched the scene, their expressions dark as if they could drip water. Brother, this kid is too sinister. Zhao Ji's voice trembled a bit. He actually hacked into the artillery system? Zhao Tianba took a deep breath, the thunder core in his hand crushed to pieces. Interesting. Zhao Tianbai turned, his killing intent no longer one of disdain, but transformed into a gravity that tracked a prey. However, once he passes through this gate, he will be at our mercy. This is the imperial capital, a dragon's lair and tiger's den. I will make him understand what true power is. Chapter 58, Word Game. The sunset was like blood, dyeing the towering obsidian city walls of the imperial capital with a layer of mournful dark red. The heavy city gates opened entirely with a grinding mechanical sound that made one's teeth ache, as the caravans and travelers trapped outside held their breath, waiting for that murderous vehicle to enter the city. However, the off-road vehicle did not move. Lu Chen stood beside the car, lifting his gaze at the towering city tower, then glancing at the plaque above inscribed with the golden characters South Gate. This place has good feng shui. Suddenly, Lu Chen spoke, his voice not loud, yet it made Wang Gang, who had just sighed in relief, raise his heart to his throat again. Lord Lu, the gate is open, why are you still not going in? Wang Gang stuttered, fearing that his lord might go crazy and order the artillery to fire at him. Lu Chen shot him a glance, a smile at the corner of his mouth that was hard to decipher. What's the hurry? I came all this way with local specialties that still have no place to hang. After saying this, Lu Chen turned and snapped his fingers at the off-road vehicle. Iron column, take the cargo and follow me up the city wall. Confirmation of command. The mechanical tyrant did not transform back into vehicle form but walked with heavy steps, one metal hand gripping the bloodstained steel cable, dragging along the long string of corpses behind Lu Chen. Step by step, walking toward the stone steps leading to the city tower. Splash, splash. The corpse was dragged across the stone steps, leaving behind a glaring trail of blood. What is he going to do? To the city wall? Bringing a corpse to the city wall? He's crazy. The crowd around them erupted into chaos, countless phones and drones flashing wildly, streaming this scene live across the entire internet. Above the city tower, the wind was fierce, making Lu Chen's coat flap loudly. Wang Gang followed behind, his legs so weak he was about to kneel. He watched Lu Chen walk to the most prominent center of the city wall, right under the plaque that read Southern Heaven Gate. Right here. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, pointing at the smooth and even obsidian wall. Taizhu, get to work. Nail these trash onto the wall for me. Remember, it should have some artistic sense. DZZZ, calculating arrangements. Generating plan. Executing. Taizhu's electronic eyes flashed red, and the armor on his arm opened up, revealing a large caliber nail gun. He picked up a corpse of a Hellfire mercenary and pressed it against the wall, as if putting up a poster. Bang! With a dull thud, a steel nail as thick as a finger shot through the corpse's shoulder, deeply embedding itself into the hard obsidian. Blood flowed down the wall. You are insane. Wang Gang was so scared by this scene that he lost his sense of fear, screaming, "This is blasphemy. You are smearing the face of the imperial capital. You will be court-martialed." Lu Chen turned his head and shot him a cold glance. Do you want to end up like that? Wang Gang instantly shut his mouth, covering his mouth tightly and retreating in terror into a corner. Bang! 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 The dull sound of nails shot rhythmically. One body, two bodies, three bodies. Under Taizhu's precise mechanical arm, more corpses were nailed onto the city wall little by little. At first, the crowd below and the viewers in the livestream didn't understand what Lu Chen was doing, they only felt it was cruel and disgusting. Is Lu Chen a pervert? Killing is one thing, but humiliating a corpse is too much. Ugh. I can't watch this anymore. But as the number of corpses increased and the pattern gradually took shape, the previously noisy discussion slowly faded away. In their place was a cold silence of collective gasps. Until the last corpse was nailed to the very top. Everyone saw clearly. It was not haphazardly hung. It formed two characters. Two immense Chinese characters made up of bodies. Zhao Dai. These two characters occupied half of the city wall, each stroke representing a life, as blood flowed down the strokes, dyeing the characters in a shocking red, as if it were a judgment written by hell for the mortal realm. Right below these bloody characters, Lu Chen, with one hand in his pocket, stood with his back to the wall, facing the entire imperial capital, facing countless cameras. He did not speak. But these two characters had already said everything for him. Boom! At this moment, the entire imperial capital, and even the entire internet, exploded in a frenzy. Zhao family? Is he talking about the Zhao family? My God! Is he declaring war on the Zhao family? Using the corpses of the assassins hired by the Zhao family to spell out the Zhao family's name at the entrance of the imperial capital? This is too outrageous. This slap has simply peeled off the skin of the Zhao family. This was a blatant humiliation. This was a ruthless provocation. In the history of the imperial capital, no one had ever dared to be this crazy, daring to stomp the face of a royal clan side branch into the mud and grind it in Zhao family manner. Put. Upon seeing the livestream, the cup of tea in Zhao Tianba's hand instantly shattered into powder, and he couldn't catch his breath, his chest heaving violently. Beside him, Zhao Ji's face was as white as paper, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared at the screen like a madman. Kill him. Kill him for me. It's a tremendous shame. It's an incredible shame. If we don't tear this little beast to pieces, how will our Zhao family stand in the imperial capital in the future? On the city wall, Lu Chen looked down at the terrified, shocked, and awed faces below, his expression still calm. He took out a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket and pulled one out to light it. Amidst the swirling smoke, he looked up at the blood dripping above his head. Zhao family. Lu Chen murmured softly, his voice carried away by the evening wind. I hope you enjoy this gift. If you don't like it, that's okay too. Lu Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette and turned to walk towards the stone steps, leaving behind a solitary, cold figure. Because this is just the beginning. Next, I will tear you all apart, piece by piece. Chapter 59, Tensions Rise. Boom! The earth trembled. Just as Lu Chen lit his second cigarette, admiring his bloody calligraphy, a torrent of steel surged like a black tsunami from the horizon of the Imperial Road. That was the most elite garrison heavy armored division of the capital. Dozens of heavy anti-gravity tanks hovered in midair, their dark muzzles locked onto Lu Chen. More than 10 5-meter-tall city defense mechs marched forward, the roar of their engines shattering the glass of the streets. In the sky, armed helicopters circled, their searchlight beams weaving into an impenetrable net. Rebels ahead, immediately disarm and kneel to surrender. A command vehicle stopped at the front lines, and garrison leader Zhang Xiaotian stepped out. He looked at the horrifying corpses on the city wall, his face as dark as the bottom of a pan. He was a staunch member of the Zhao family's faction, and this time, he was here to use the excuse of maintaining public order to execute Lu Chen on the spot. Hanging corpses on the city gate, tarnishing the royal family's honor, treating the laws of the capital as nothing. Zhang Xiaotian drew his sword, not even giving Lu Chen a chance to plead, and shouted angrily. Such terrorists do not need a trial. All units, prepare. Ka ka ka. Thousands of heavy firearms were simultaneously loaded, the tank's energy cannon began to charge. Inside the vehicle, Ling Qingxue and Bai Ling's faces went pale in an instant. This was the regular army. No matter how strong Lu Chen was, his flesh could not withstand this level of concentrated fire. Lu Chen squinted, fingers gripping the hilt of his combat sword. Just as Zhang Xiaotian was about to swing his sword to order the attack at that critical moment. Burp! A loud burp full of alcohol suddenly erupted across the grim battlefield, overpowering the roar of the tanks. Then, a streak of light fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing down between Lu Chen and the garrison. Boom! As the smoke cleared, an old man in tattered camouflage, with a scruffy beard and a stainless steel flask in hand, stood unsteadily in the crater. He looked dazed, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. But as he stood there, the torrent of steel, 1,000 soldiers, came to a screeching halt. Zhang Xiaotian, it's been a few years since we last met, your official power is getting more and more formidable. The old man tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, his murky eyes scanned Zhang Xiaotian, and he grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. You even dare to touch my student? Do you want to die? Zhang Xiaotian recognized the man, his grip on the sword shook violently, and the once overbearing aura instantly deflated by half. Duo, Du Guyuan Chang? The old president of the War Academy in the Devil City, Du Gulai. Once a war god of the Great Xiao's military department, now famously protective of his students. President Du Gu. What do you mean by this? Zhang Xiaotian brazenly said, this man hangs corpses at the city gate, openly provoking the dignity of the capital. Provoking my ass. Du Gulai spat, casually taking out a wrinkled document from his pocket and directly slapping it on Zhang Xiaotian's face. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the military department's special unlimited participation order. This kid faced an assassination on his way to the capital, it's legitimate self-defense. As for the hanging corpses, the old president burped again, shrugging helplessly. That's just a young man's trophy display, although it was a bit excessive, but those are dead wanted criminals. It's none of your business, right? Today, this man is protected by me. Who dares to shoot? First ask if the liquor flask in my hand agrees. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. Zhang Xiaotian held the documents, his face shifting between blue and white. With the military's approval and the madman Du Gulai backing him, he truly could not act under the guise of terrorists today. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen would take a step back and hide behind the dean to enter the city, Lu Chen moved. He did not hide, but walked out from behind the old dean. Lu Chen! What are you doing? Go back. Du Gulai frowned and whispered sharply. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling the old man to calm down. He walked step by step towards the row of dark tank cannons. He stopped just 5 meters away from Zhang Xiaotian. Commander Zhang, do you want to kill me? Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling sense of foreboding. It's not because I hung the corpse, but because I hung the face of the Zhao family, right? Zhang Xiaotian's face darkened. Nonsense. I am enforcing the law. Enforcing the law? Lu Chen laughed, a laugh filled with bitter irony. He suddenly raised his hand and made a move that stopped everyone's heart. He extended his index finger and gently pressed against the cannon of a tank in front of him, then slowly pushed that cold cannon down. If it's enforcing the law, then why aren't you shooting now? Lu Chen stared directly into Zhang Xiaotian's eyes, his voice suddenly rising. Because you don't dare. Because you know, I am right. Because you know, I am here as a participant in the national competition. Because you know, those corpses were killed by dark web assassins. You are just a dog raised by the Zhao family, wanting to bite for your master under the name of public power. Silence. An absolute silence filled the area. Zhang Xiaotian's hand gripping the sword tensed up, but he truly did not dare to move. Du Gulai was watching closely beside him, with countless livestream cameras focused on this place. If he really shot while the other party had a competition order, then it would be over for him. Lu Chen looked at the pale-faced Zhang Xiaotian, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke swirling in front of him. I stand here to tell you, and the Zhao family behind you. Lu Chen pointed to the glaring Zhao family characters on the city wall. This is just the beginning. I came to the capital, not to be manipulated by your noble families. I want to tell you, some rules need to change. After saying that, Lu Chen turned around and gave a slight bow to Du Gulai. Dean, thank you. But for such small roles, there's no need for you to take action. Dugulai was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good kid. So bold. Even more so than I was back in the day. Lu Chen walked back to the SUV and opened the door. But before getting in, he turned back to the thousands of fully armed soldiers, his gaze condescending. Clear the path. Otherwise, I don't mind adding a few more names on this city gate. Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, but ultimately waved his hand weakly. Retreat. Let them pass. The steel torrent slowly parted, allowing a pathway into the city. Under the awe of countless gazes, that black SUV, escorted by the old dean, swaggered past the garrison's defenses and drove into the night of the capital. That night, no one in the capital could sleep. Everyone knew, a true madman had arrived here. Chapter 60, This is my dormitory. In the capital, at the National Competition Contestant Village, night fell low. Though it was called a village, in reality, it was an expansive high-end community. To host genius beast masters from all over the country, the capital had indeed spent a lot. Inside the park, there were not only high-tech training grounds and medical centers but even specialized spirit food restaurants. However, all this luxury seemed to have nothing to do with the dust team that just entered the village. Here we are, this is your dormitory. A staff member wearing a logistics department badge and having a pair of inverted triangle eyes stopped in his tracks, pointing at a building in front of him, his tone revealing an undisguised glee at others' misfortune. Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling looked at the dormitory in front of them, their faces instantly darkening. Rather than a dormitory, it was more like an abandoned warehouse, or perhaps, a pig pen. This was a single-story house located at the far corner of the contestant village, right next to a waste disposal station. The wall paint was peeling, half of the window glass was shattered and covered with newspaper. From a distance, a nauseating sour odor could be smelled, and a few mutated rats could be seen swaggering in and out at the door. You call this a dormitory? Lin Xingxue trembled with anger, pointing at the broken house and questioning, even camping in the wild would be better than this, right? I'm Lin Xingxue. This is Lu Chen. We are a legitimate competition team, and you give us this kind of place to stay? The staff member, Lu Chen, slowly dug in his ear, saying with a false smile, Oh, Miss Lin, don't be angry. It's just that there is nothing we can do. There are too many teams this year, and all the good houses are taken. Besides. Lu San glanced at the silent Lu Chen standing beside them, a hint of disdain and provocation flashed in his eyes. Someone above specifically ordered that dangerous elements like Lu Chen must stay in a remote place to avoid harming other esteemed competitors. It's for everyone's good. Someone above? Bai Ling asked angrily, is it the Zhao family? Hey, it's enough for the little girl to understand, no need to say it out loud. Lu San casually threw a rusty key on the ground, making a crisp sound. Here's your key. You can choose to stay or not. If you don't want to stay, no one will stop you on the street. After saying that, Lu San turned to leave, humming a little tune, clearly pleased with himself, thinking he had done well enough to earn a reward from the Zhao family's young master. Wait. A calm voice stopped him. Lu San turned around impatiently, what now? Is it too broken? If it's too broken, you can just slap. A long and powerful hand suddenly grabbed his neck, lifting him off the ground with just one hand, his feet dangling in the air. Lu Chen looked at Lu San, who was flailing in midair, with indifference, as if he were looking at a fly. What are you doing? Let go. Hitting a staff member means disqualification. Lu San's face turned the color of liver, struggling desperately. Disqualification? Lu Chen smiled faintly, easing his grip just enough for Lu San to catch a breath. Since you say all the good houses are taken, then let me ask you, which one is the best? Cough cough. Of course, it's Villa number 1 in the central area. Lu San was scared but still tried to be tough, that's reserved for the Zhao family's Huangji team. It's the richest place in the entire village. Someone like you from the countryside shouldn't even think about it. Huangji team? A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Very good. He casually tossed Lu San into the nearby stinking ditch like throwing away trash. Lead the way. To Villa number 1. What do you want? Lin Xingxue was a bit surprised. Lu Chen adjusted his collar, looking at the brightly lit central area in the distance, with a proud curve at the corner of his mouth. Since the Zhao family is so enthusiastic in welcoming me to stay in a pigpen, if I don't return the favor, wouldn't that make me look ungrateful? Let's go, time to move. In the central area of the contestant village, Villa number 1. This is the core of the entire park. Not only is the environment beautiful, but it's also built on a small gathering spirit formation. The villa itself is extremely luxurious, complete with a private swimming pool, garden, and private training room. At this moment, the hall of the villa was brightly lit, holding a small celebration party. 7 or 8 young people in golden uniforms were toasting with champagne and laughing. They were substitute members of the Huangji team. Although Zhao Ji and Zhao Tianba were not present, this group was still a favorite to win the championship in this competition. Everyone looked down on others. Ha ha ha. I heard that Lu Chen was arranged by Lu San to go to the pigpen? A young man with red-dyed hair laughed and said, "This is killing me with laughter. A country bumpkin, just lucky, really thinks he can fight us Zhao family?" Exactly. If it weren't for young Master Tianba saying he wants to personally disable him in the arena, I would want to go step on him right now, said another burly member in agreement. Come on, let's raise a glass. Cheers to our Emperor team scoring a victory and turning that so-called dust team into nothing. Cheers. Just as everyone was about to clink their glasses together. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The valuable, ally-made villa door crashed inward as if hit by a cannonball, raising clouds of dust. Puff. The red-haired youth nearest to the door was hit by the flying door panel and slammed against the wall, spitting blood, and spilling champagne all over the floor. Who is it? Enemy attack? The Zhao family's members inside were horrified, all throwing down their glasses and summoning their pets, entering combat mode. As the dust settled, 3 figures stood at the doorway, along with a harmless-looking black dog and a mechanical tyrant that was cooling down. Lu Chen stepped over the threshold, standing on the expensive carpet, his gaze sweeping across the lavishly decorated hall, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Leather sofa, crystal chandelier, and a temperature control system. Lu Chen turned to Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling behind him, smiling and saying, "This environment is much better than that pigpen, barely fitting our status." Lu Chen? The vice-captain of the Emperor team, a golden-ranked powerhouse named Zhao Lei, recognized the newcomer. His face darkened instantly, and lightning flickered around him. "You dare to barge into our Zhao family's stronghold? You even hurt my people? Do you want to die? Barge in?" Lu Chen walked to the center of the hall, looked at the Zhao family team members who seemed to be facing a great enemy, and innocently shrugged his shoulders. "I just came to see my new dorm. Isn't it a bit rude for you to stay here without leaving? Your dorm? Nonsense." Zhao Lei roared, "This is Villa number 1. It's allocated to us by the organizing committee." That was in the past. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. "From now on, this place belongs to the Lu family." Arrogant. Zhao Lei could no longer endure such humiliation, shouting angrily, "Brothers! Get him! Crush him! Zhao family will take responsibility if anything happens." Roar! A thunderclap warbear charged at Lu Chen, followed by a wind demon wolf, a blaze tiger, a total of 6 golden or semi-golden pets, coming with terrifying pressure, attempting to tear the intruder to pieces. Facing such an ambush, Lu Chen didn't even move his hands. He merely calmly said one word. "Go!" Roar! The coal ball that had been lying at his feet moved. Black gold armor full coverage. The coal ball's body instantly swelled to 3 meters, resembling a moving black gold fortress, crashing directly into the beast swarm. Bang! The thunderclap war bear at the front was knocked away by the coal ball's shoulder, its chest collapsing, rolling out like a beach ball. Then, the coal ball opened its big mouth and bit down on the neck of a wind demon wolf, swinging it fiercely. Crack! The wind demon wolf howled in agony as it was slammed against the ceiling, shattering the crystal chandelier into pieces. At the same time, ZE target locked. Non-lethal mode, suppression. The iron pillar walked into the hall with heavy steps. Its 2 massive mechanical arms shot out abruptly, precisely grabbing 2 beast masters trying to sneak attack. "Let me go!" The 2 struggled desperately, but the hydraulic clamps of the iron pillar were as unyielding as iron claws. "Get out!" The iron pillar's electronic eye flickered red, and with a force in its arms, it tossed the 2 unfortunate souls out through the shattered door like throwing sandbags. Splash! Splash! Outside came the sound of heavy objects hitting water that was the villa's private swimming pool. Ah! Red Lotus would not back down. Countless red jade vines slithered like serpents, binding the remaining Zhao family team members into bundles, hanging them high, and then, like cracking a whip, they were brutally thrown out the door. Smack! 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 With the sound of their screams, each Zhao family genius, who usually stood high above others, was now tossed out of the house like dumplings. Some hung from trees, some fell into water, and some landed face-first on the grass. In less than a minute, the originally lively celebration turned into a large-scale clearing-out scene. Only Zhao Lei, the deputy captain, stood alone in the hall, his legs trembling, staring in terror at Lu Chen. His pet beast had already flattened itself, and all his teammates had been sent flying out. You. Zhao Lei pointed at Lu Chen, his finger trembling as if he had Parkinson's. Lu Chen walked up to him, reached out to straighten his messy collar, then patted his cheek. "Go back and tell Zhao Tianba. Want a house?" "Sure." Let him come get it himself. Now, get lost. Zhao Lei felt as if he had been granted amnesty, scrambling out the door, not daring to say a harsh word. The hall instantly fell silent. Ah, feels good. Lu Chen walked to the genuine leather sofa, sinking comfortably into it, stretching lazily. Bai Ling, sweep the floor. Lin Xingxue, go see what drinks we have in the fridge. Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness and shock in each other's eyes. So they just took it? Is this the so-called dove occupying a magpie's nest? This is too domineering. At that moment, Lu Chen, who crawled out of the stinking ditch, ran over with a team of security guards, panting. Poor guy seemed unaware that the battle in the villa had already ended. Stop. Lu Chen. You are robbing. I'm calling the police. I will report to the organizing committee to cancel your qualification. Lu Chen shouted, stinking all over, imagining that this show would win him favor with the Zhao family. Lu Chen stood up from the sofa and walked to the door. In his hand was a bottle of top-notch champagne taken from the Zhao family's celebration, and he took a sip from the bottle. Cancel the qualification? Lu Chen looked at Lu San, then glanced at the Zhao family team members outside with swollen faces, sneering coldly. According to Article 32 of the competition rules, within the contestant village, teams may conduct friendly exchanges. The winner has the right to prioritize resource allocation. I just had a friendly exchange with them, they lost, and willingly gave the house to me. Lu Chen pointed to the Zhao family team members who were still moaning outside. If you don't believe me, ask them if it was voluntary. Lu San looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, holding his swollen face, glanced at the black dog behind Lu Chen that was still sharpening its teeth, and the mecha aimed at him, shuddering all over. It was voluntary. We are leaving now. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and shouted with a crying tone. Lu San was completely stunned. Lu Chen walked over and stuffed the half-drunk champagne bottle into Lu San's arms. Go, change the registration form. From today on, this villa belongs to Lu. Do you understand? Lu San, holding the bottle, looked into Lu Chen's emotionless eyes, his legs weak, he fell to his knees with a thud. I understand. I'll change it right away. Right away. Late at night. Villa number 1 was brightly lit. The news about Lu Chen forcefully occupying the Zhao family villa is rapidly brewing, adding the fiercest fire to the upcoming national competition. Chapter 61 National Beast Tamer Grand Competition, Opening. At the Imperial Capital National Stadium, this magnificent building, known as the Supreme Arena for Beast Tamers, seems to have transformed into a giant steel beast, crawling on the ground with its enormous mouth open. The audience seats, capable of holding 100,000 people, are completely packed, with voices roaring like a tsunami crashing against the dome. A gigantic holographic projection weaves the golden red logo of the National University Beast Tamer Competition in the air, each flicker triggering countless heartbeats. This is the grand event of the Great Xia Nation every year, a battlefield where powerful families and tycoons compete for the future. But this year's opening ceremony has a particularly strange atmosphere, with a suffocating smell of blood pervading the air. At the podium, the head judge stands expressionless in a black uniform in front of the microphone. His voice, empowered by spiritual force, clearly reaches every corner of the stadium. In light of the worsening world situation, to select warriors truly capable of going to battle, the organizing committee has decided to cancel the traditional principle of the stop before serious injury for this competition. He pauses here, his sharp eyes scanning the entire venue, and utters a phrase that could change the destinies of countless people. Except for prohibiting the intentional slaughter of surrendered contestants, combat on the platform will be unrestricted, allowing for injury or death. Wow! The entire venue erupts instantly, the clamor sounding like boiling water. Unrestricted? Is this still a competition? This is simply turning the arena into a meat grinder. It's over, it's over. Those small teams without backgrounds or top-tier gear are just walking into death. This is too cruel, it's aimed at grinding this generation of geniuses to death. In the waiting area, countless contestants who were originally itching to compete now have faces as pale as paper. Some with poor mental fortitude even begin to tremble, considering retreat. However, in the midst of this panic and chaos, the resting area of the Dusk team is quiet as an isolated island. Bai Ling stands behind Lu Chen, her delicate small hands, originally meant for preparing potions, now clutching the staff tightly. She listens to the head judge's cold voice, her body involuntarily trembling slightly with the surrounding waves of sound. She is afraid. She is a support type, the weakest link in the team. Under the rules of unrestricted combat, the support type is usually the first target for enemies to focus fire on, known as a sacrifice. But when she looks up and sees the tall dark figure in front of her, standing like a pine tree, as if he could withstand the fall of the sky, her fear slowly recedes like the tide, replaced by another feeling called trust. Are you afraid? Lu Chen is meticulously wiping the black alloy war knife with a piece of white cloth. The blade reflects a cold gleam under the light, but he doesn't turn his head, as if he has eyes on the back of his head. Bai Ling takes a deep breath, trying to suppress her racing heart. She steps forward, extends 2 fingers, and gently grabs Lu Chen's clothing, like seizing a lifeline. I'm not afraid. Although her voice trembles a bit, carrying a touch of softness unique to girls, the firmness in her tone seems to freeze the surrounding air for a moment. I am the owner's healer. As long as I don't die, I will never allow your injuries to worsen. Even if it costs my life in exchange. Lu Chen pauses his movement of wiping the knife slightly. He slowly turns around and looks at this delicate girl, who stands trembling with fear, her eyes slightly red, yet still wanting to open her arms to protect him. In her eyes, Lu Chen sees a kind of determination. That is the resolution of entrusting her life to him. No need. Lu Chen extended his hand, and under the gaze of thousands, he roughly ruffled Bai Ling's hair, making her meticulously arranged locks messy, like a chicken's nest. My team does not need sacrifices or martyrs. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, sheathed his battle knife, and made a crisp click sound. We are going to kill, not to be killed. Remember this. After saying this, he said no more and turned to look beside him. Lin Qingxue was feeding the last energy cube to the ice crystal phoenix, her expression cold and dazzling, but the hand holding the staff was exceptionally steady. Taizhu was conducting the final self-check of the fire control system, the red electronic eye flickering in the shadows. Xiuqiu lay on the ground, bored, sharpening his claws and scratching deep grooves into the hard surface. Is everyone ready? A golden light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes, and the Eye of Truth quietly activated, scanning the entire arena. Taizhu is responsible for remote fire suppression. Blow their formation apart, don't give them a chance to surround us. Xiuqiu is in charge of charging the formation, be a good troublemaker and bite anyone who dares to show their head. Qingxue is responsible for crowd control, freeze those bastards' legs so they can't run away. As for Bai Ling, Lu Chen pointed behind him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You just stick close to me, not even an inch apart. Your task is only one, don't go off milk. I will provide support and assist at any time. Whoever touches you, I will cut them. Understood, everyone replied in unison, a fierce killing aura spreading in the small resting area. At that moment, an oppressive mechanical voice echoed from the broadcast. The first round of the draw is over. Group A, Match 1, Twilight Team vs Blood Axe Team. Please, both teams enter the arena. The stands erupted with gasps, followed by overwhelming boos and discussions. Blood Axe Team? Damn, isn't that the ace of the Zhao family's affiliated forces? It's over. This is definitely manipulated behind the scenes. The Blood Axe Team is all extremely rare possession enhancement beasts, turning into berserkers once the battle starts, each with a heavy axe, notorious for being a pack of mad dogs. To let the Rookie King face such tough opponents in the first round? The Zhao family wants to crush Lu Chen on the starting line. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianbai held a glass of red wine, looking at the arena below. A cruel smile crept at the corners of his mouth. Enjoy it, Lu Chen. This is just the appetizer. On the arena, 5 sturdy men, each over 2 meters tall and clad in heavy armor, stood firmly. They had not summoned the typical physical beasts, but behind them, ominous crimson beastly shadows faintly appeared. They were the possessed spirits already fused with their hosts. A strong smell of blood rushed to the face. Their eyes were wild and bloodthirsty, like 5 hungry beasts staring at their prey. The Blood Axe captain was bald, with a gruesome scar across his face. He single-handedly carried an alloy giant axe the size of a door, his gaze recklessly scanning Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling, finally landing on Lu Chen, letting out a sneer. Oh, isn't this the famous Rookie King Lu Chen? The bald captain spat, his voice filled with ridicule. Did you come to compete or to audition for a beauty pageant? Bringing 2 delicate vases to the field, is your idea to entertain us? Ha 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 ha. Captain, that pale one is mine, I like that trembling look. That Ice Mountain girl is mine, I love conquering these thorny roses. The Blood Axe team burst into an extremely lewd laughter, their words vulgar, clearly trying to provoke Lu Chen on purpose. Lin Qingxue's face was like frost, her eyes filled with killing intent. The ice crystal at the top of her staff was gathering cold air, the temperature around her dropping sharply. But Lu Chen didn't even glance at them. He simply twirled his knife lightly, the one that had spilled countless blood on the wilderness. The battle knife that has slaughtered countless desperate escapees traced a beautiful black arc in the air, emitting a crisp hum that thirsted for blood. Vase? Lu Chen lifted his eyelids, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Those eyes were as cold as a knife. I hope when I chop your bones into pieces later, you can still laugh so happily. He turned his head and whispered to his teammates behind him. Get ready to work. Do. At this moment, the sharp whistle signaling the start of the match blew. Roar! Almost at the same time, the 5 members of the Blood Axe team, along with their summoned beasts, completed their possession and instantly activated Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Their muscles swelled like they were inflated, tearing the battlesuits apart, their eyes turning as red as blood, and the wild beast shadows behind them roared to the sky. The five of them resembled five out-of-control heavy tanks, brandishing enormous axes, charging forward with the momentum to crush everything. The suffocating pressure that came rushing in was enough to make any ordinary team mentally collapse in an instant. However, at that moment, the weak healer, who had been hiding behind Lu Chen and mocked as a vase, moved. Bai Ling showed no hesitation, she didn't even glance at the terrifying muscular men rushing towards them. In her eyes, there was only Lu Chen's back, only her absolute faith in this man. She raised her staff high, and in her once timid eyes, a flame of unprecedented determination now burned brightly. In the name of light. Holy blessing, prayer of light. Boom! A dazzling holy light beam, so brilliant it was hard to look at, descended from the heavens without warning, instantly enveloping all members of the Dusk Team. This was not an ordinary support skill. It was a group frenzy empowered by the S-Class light talent Holy Light Praise. Golden light flowed like liquid gold over Lu Chen, Taizhu, Koubal, and Lin Qingxue. Power increased. Speed increased. Pain sensation weakened. All attributes soared. Roar! The strengthened Koubal felt the surging power within, letting out a deafening roar, its form swelling once more in the golden light, the black gold scales on its back flashing with dazzling radiance. It did not take a step back but instead pushed off the ground with its limbs, bravely charging against the five giant axes capable of splitting mountains. Chapter 62, Ice and Fire, Perfect Battlefield Cutting. Boom! The two torrents collided violently in the center of the arena. On one side were five heavy armored berserkers in bloodthirsty frenzy, like humanoid bulldozers, on the other side was a hellish demon dog covered in black gold dragon scales, its massive size resembling a tank. This visually inconsistent clash made all the spectators' hearts leap to their throats. In common sense, a summoned beast charging head-on against a berserker would usually be turned into meat paste. However, the anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. On the contrary, accompanied by a ear-piercing metallic crashing sound, the two Blood Axe team members at the forefront amazingly felt as if they had crashed into a towering mountain. Bang! A massive recoil traveled along the axe handles, causing their palms to crack open, blood flowing freely. And that black monster, which had withstood the blows of two giant axes, remained utterly unmoved. The specially designed alloy floor beneath Koubal instantly shattered, creating a deep pit. Yet the black gold scales on its body, under the blessing of Bai Ling's prayer of light, shimmered with a layer of dazzling golden luster, leaving not even a dent behind. How is this possible? The Blood Axe captain widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. Is this beast's skin made of vibranium? But soon, he snapped out of his shock and shouted, "Everyone, charge up for a combined attack." Lu Chen stood behind, hands in pockets, his expression indifferent as he scanned the gripping battlefield, coldly issuing orders through the communication channel. "Qingxue, separate them." Received. Lin Qingxue's staff suddenly hit the ground, and the ice-crystallized phoenix bird that had been circling low let out a sharp cry, spreading its wings as the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing point. Extreme cold field ice wall entombment. Boom! 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 The ground in the center of the arena suddenly exploded. A massive ice wall, 2 meters thick and 8 meters high, rose abruptly from the middle of the Blood Axe team's formation without any warning. It was like a precise surgical knife, forcibly cutting the five-man team, which had been charging together, into two parts. The two front members were isolated on one side of the ice wall, facing Ma Xiu and Lu Chen directly. Meanwhile, the remaining three members, including the bald captain, were trapped tightly behind the ice wall, with one person's foot nearly frozen into the ice. "Bastard! Break it!" The bald captain roared, swinging his giant axe madly to chop at the ice wall. Ice shards flew everywhere, but Lin Qingxue was, after all, an S-class talent. The hardness of this ice wall was comparable to steel, and it could not be broken through in a short time. Dividing the battlefield, 2 against 3. In the VIP box, an observer from the military's eyes lit up, unable to help but admire precise judgment. Using terrain skills to momentarily create a local advantage of more against less, this commander has some skills. "Taizhu, don't let them rest." Lu Chen ordered again. "ZZ's firepower coverage mode, activate." Like a statue standing in the back, the mechanical tyrant's electronic eyes suddenly locked onto the three people behind the ice wall. Click, click, click. Its shoulder, back, and chest armor plates all opened, revealing numerous launch ports. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of mini-tracking missiles, tracing long tails of smoke, flew over the top of the ice wall like a swarm of bees with eyes, headed straight for the three unlucky souls hacking at the wall. Boom! 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 The area behind the ice wall was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Although strict match rules limited the use of non-lethal shock and rubber explosive rounds by Taiju, the dense waves of explosions and smoke still left the three struggling, let alone break the wall. They could hardly stand. And on the side of the ice wall, the two isolated Blood Axe team members were now facing the greatest fear of their lives. Because they realized that the vase healer who had not yet made a move was looking at them with an eerie pity. Damn it! Kill that dog first. One of the team members shouted in anger, burning his blood essence, the giant axe in his hand radiating a bloody glow, preparing to unleash his strongest attack, Mountain Splitter. Machio, don't move. Lu Chen's voice was terrifyingly calm. Machio indeed did not move, even defiantly raising its neck, exposing its most vulnerable throat to the opponent. Seeking death. The team member was overjoyed, swinging the giant axe with a whistling sound, fiercely striking towards Machio's neck. Just as the axe blade was about to touch the scales with a tremendous force. Holy Light Shield double overlap. Bai Ling pointed her staff. Buzz. 2. Under the eye of truth, the weaknesses on the two berserkers flashed like red lights, wrist tendons, knee joints, blind spots in their vision. Too slow. Lu Chen's voice echoed in their ears, like the whisper of death. Puff. Puff. The black alloy battle blades drew graceful arcs in the air. No fancy skills, only quick, precise, and ruthless physical cuts. Ah! Two screams almost rang out simultaneously. Blood sprayed from the wrists of the two strong men, and their large axes clanged to the ground. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen's figure lowered, and a sweeping kick accurately struck the side of their knees. Crack! The sound of breaking bones made one's scalp tingle. The two over 2 meter tall men fell to their knees on the ground like towers that had lost their foundations. Throw them out. Lu Chen sheathed his blade without even looking at them. Roar! Cobalt understood and stepped forward, grabbing the two incapacitated fighters and tossing them out of the ring like picking up chicks. Bang! Bang! The two men slammed heavily outside the ring, directly unconscious. The entire venue fell silent. From the start of the match until now, only a short minute had passed. The previously fierce Blood Axe team instantly lost 2 members, leaving 3 cornered and subjected to bombardment. Was this a massacre? No. The spectators in the stands gaped, their minds left with just 2 words. Art. Lin Qingshua's control division, Bai Ling's extreme defense, Taiju's firepower suppression, Cobalt's tanking for damage, and finally, Lu Chen delivered the fatal blow to Harvest. This process flowed smoothly, perfectly coordinated. This is the Dusk team. Boom. At this moment, the ice wall finally couldn't withstand Taiju's bombardment and the enemy's chopping, crashing down. The bald captain, covered in dirt, led the last 2 injured members rushing out. Old 3. Old 4. The bald captain looked at his unconscious teammates outside, his eyes red and his body trembling. Lu Chen. I'm going to kill you. He let out a beast-like roar, his muscles turning purplish red from blood rush, clearly having used some life-draining forbidden technique. Do you still want to fight? Lu Chen stood still, gently flicking away a drop of blood from his blade. The 3 team members and a beast quickly regained their positions. Taishu's cannon was recharged, Honglian's vines were poised beneath, Lin Qingshua's staff shone again with blue light, while Bai Ling silently granted the entire team a layer of rejuvenation, instantly restoring the slight depletion from before. Everyone was at full status. In contrast to the 3 disheveled and wounded remnants on the opposite side. This despairing gap made the bald captain halt in mid-charge. He looked at the formation across, gazing at the team wrapped in holy shields, frost armor, and black gold armor, feeling a deep sense of helplessness rise in his heart. What's the point of fighting? He couldn't hit them, couldn't defend against them, and couldn't even run away. The giant axe in the bald captain's hand clanged and fell to the ground. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, cradling his head with both hands, his voice hoarse and despairing. I concede. Do. The referee's whistle sounded just in time. Winners, Dusk team. Wow. After a brief silence, the entire stadium erupted with thundering applause and cheers. So strong. This coordination is simply unbeatable. Textbook. This is absolutely a textbook team battle. Who said having 2 girls is just for show? That healer's shield is simply a wall of despair. And that control. Instant cutting of the battlefield, this tactical quality is amazing. Amidst the cheering, Lu Chen did not show much excitement. He sheathed his battle knife and turned to look at his teammates behind him. Bai Ling's small face was flushed with excitement, Lin Qingshua's eyes sparkled with pride, Cobalt was showing off his muscles to the audience, and Taiju was silently calculating the recent ammunition consumption. Let's go. Lu Chen waved his hand, leading the team down from the stage. This is just the first match. The warm-up is over. At the top of the stands, Zhao Tianbo looked at the departing figure, his wine glass already crushed into powder in his hand. Red wine flowed down his fingers, resembling blood. Textbook? Zhao Tianba sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Chen, the more perfect you perform, the more people will regret when you die. In the next match, I will let you know what true despair is. Chapter 63, Attribute Restraint? Do you understand the power of knowledge? In the Imperial Capital National Stadium, at the elimination match venue. As the list for the top 16 was announced, the atmosphere in the stadium reached a climax. Next match, Twilight Team versus Holy Light Academy Team. The announcer's passionate voice just faded, but a chorus of regretful sighs rose from the stands. It's over, Lu Chen has really hit a hard wall this time. Holy Light Academy is a long-established strong team, with all members being light mages. They are famously known as the Darkness Killer. Think about it, what are Lu Chen's main beast pets? That black dog is undead poison type, and that flower is blood type. These two things are like ice meeting magma in front of light type, destined to be countered. Attribute restraint is the iron law of the beast-taming world. Lu Chen is probably in big trouble. Amidst the sounds of pessimism, the players on both sides took the stage. The 5 players from Holy Light Academy wore matching golden-trimmed white robes and held staves inlaid with luminous stones. Every one of them wore a solemn expression and exuded a holy aura that made people afraid to meet their gaze. The leader at the front was named Andre, with golden hair and a proud gaze. He glanced at the black, coal-like creature next to Lu Chen, which reeked of sulfur and death, then looked at the eerie red lotus, curling his lips into a sneer of disdain, as if he saw something filthy that must be removed. A stinking undead, and a bloodthirsty monster. Andre raised his staff, pointing at Lu Chen, his voice booming like a judge's. These evil beings do not deserve to appear on this holy arena. Today, we Holy Light Academy will represent justice to purify you. Form up. Holy Light Barrier. With his command, the staves of the 5 players struck the ground simultaneously. V-Room. 5 creamy white beams of light shot up into the sky, instantly constructing a field full of high concentrations of light elements on the arena. Under the powerful holy light, the coal-like beast uneasily scratched its claws, and the black golden scales on its body actually made a sizzling sound, as if corroded by strong acid, emitting green smoke. A hint of instinctual disgust and irritability appeared in its originally fierce eyes. The red lotus curled up into a ball, hiding behind Lu Chen, its petals tightly closed, clearly repulsed by this attribute. Even its vitality dropped. Attribute restraint. This is the law of heaven. Light restrains darkness, and in battles of the same level, this kind of restraint is almost fatal. Lu Chen, the situation is not good. Lin Qingxue frowned, her staff emitting cold air. The environment is too disadvantageous for us. The coal and the red lotus's defense will be reduced by at least half. Should I create an ice wall to block and delay time? Delay? Lu Chen cleaned out his ears, showing no sign of panic. He looked at the 5 opponents in front of him, arranged like a row of high-powered bulbs, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Why delay? Lu Chen chuckled lightly, patting the mechanical tyrant beside him that was humming softly. What era is it, still talking about pure attribute restraint? Iron Pillar, give these frauds a lesson. Z command confirmed. Iron Pillar's crimson electronic eyes suddenly lit up, and the originally cold mechanical voice seemed to add a hint of mockery. Environmental analysis, high concentration of light particles aggregation. Determination, high risk. Response plan, physical interference. Do. The referee's whistle blew. Holy Light Academy gave Lu Chen no chance to get close. The 5 of them immediately formed a pentagram formation. With the staff held high, 5 beams of light gathered in the air, transforming into a giant sword of light that was 20 meters long. Fusion skill Holy Light Judgment. Andre roared madly, his face filled with fervent faith. This was their trump card. Combining the power of 5, they unleashed a massive holy strike. The power of this blow was enough to rival the peak of platinum. And it carried a holy attribute, dealing double critical damage to undead pets. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous sword of light, with the might to destroy everything, slashed down towards the Dusk team's position. Wherever it passed, the air was ionized, and the brilliance was blinding. It's over. We can't dodge. This is a full-screen attack. That dog is going to be vaporized. The audience in the stands could hardly bear to watch anymore. At this critical moment, Lu Chen's voice pierced through the sea of holy light, calmly and accurately giving orders. Iron Pillar, smoke bombs. Disruption bombs. Fire all the rounds. Qing Shui, ice mirror reflection. Bai Ling, shield up. Boom, 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 boom. The launch nest on Iron Pillar's shoulders instantly opened, and dozens of specially made rounds did not fly towards the enemy, but erupted above their own position. Those were not explosive rounds. Those were high-concentration black phosphorus smoke and aluminum foil disruption clouds specifically designed to interfere with laser weapons. In an instant, a thick cloud of black-gray smoke enveloped the entire dusk team. Meanwhile, Lin Qing waved her staff, and dozens of smooth, mirror-like ice walls rose from the smoke, arranged at various strange angles. Hiss! That holy light judgment giant sword, carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth, crashed fiercely into the smoky mass. However, the massive explosion that was expected did not occur. Light needs a medium to propagate. What happens when high-concentration light beams encounter this specialized interference cloud in ice mirrors? Scattering. Refraction. Attenuation. The once unbreakable sword of light, upon entering the smoke, instantly fell apart like scattered ashes. The light was reflected by the aluminum foil, absorbed by the smoke, and refracted in all directions by the ice mirrors. The arena instantly lit up with countless chaotic beams of light, like the laser lights flashing wildly in a disco. Although some light energy still penetrated the defense, striking the coal ball at the front. Zzzz. The black gold scales on the coal ball indeed turned red and began to emit white smoke. But that was merely a superficial burn. With the 2 layers of holy light shield timely placed by Ling, plus its super high elemental resistance evolved from consuming the magma giant, that reduced light damage was merely a little sauna treatment? Ha! The coal ball shook its head in confusion. Is this it? Is this what you call judgment? It's not as hot as that last block of magma. As the smoke cleared, the arena was deathly silent. In the center of the arena, the entire dusk team was unharmed. Iron Pillar stood tall, still adorned with a few stray interference foil strips. The coal ball shook off the dust, its scales even shinier from the recent heat. Lin Qing and Bai Ling were hidden at the back, not even their hairstyles disturbed. How is this possible? Andre's eyes were about to pop out, his hand gripping the staff shook violently. Where is our holy light judgment? Why didn't it do any damage? This isn't scientific. Scientific? Lu Chen stepped out from the smoke, dusting himself off, looking at the other side as if they were fools. Since it's light, it must obey the laws of optics. Have you heard of the Tyndall effect? Have you studied the principle of light refraction? Lu Chen pointed to Iron Pillar beside him. In the face of technology, your little magic is too primitive. Now, the turn-based system is over. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned cold, drawing his battle knife. It's our turn. Iron Pillar, suppression fire. Blast their blinding white robes to pieces. Coal ball, don't be polite, that's your buffet. Lin Qing, freeze their feet to the ground for me. Yes. 3 voices responded at the same time. ZE, target locked. Gatling cannon, preheating complete. The armor on Tieju's chest opened up, revealing a 6-barreled rotating cannon. Da. Blue rubber explosive rounds poured out like a metal storm. The fragile mages of the Holy Light Academy had just used their ultimate move, and at that moment, they were exhausted and unable to withstand such unreasonable firepower. Ah! The shield is broken. How is this cannon so fierce? Their proud holy light shield shattered instantly in front of Tieju's storm of bullets, fragile as an eggshell. Immediately after. Crack. Crack. The ground froze. Lin Qing's extreme cold domain activated, firmly freezing the feet of the 5 mages who were dashing for cover. Run? Where to run? Lin Qing let out a cold laugh, and with a flick of her staff, countless ice spears hovered in the air, ready to strike. But the most terrifying was that black lightning. Roar! The coal ball, who had just been healed, was now boiling with rage. It kicked off the ground, turning into a black and gold flash, charging straight into the enemy formation. Without shields, the mages were like lambs to the slaughter in front of the heavily armored warrior. Bang! The coal ball swung its tail and directly sent a mage named Andre flying 5 meters high. Then it opened its big mouth, not to bite. Ugh! A thick cloud of corrosive poison abyss spewed out, enveloping the remaining 4 team members in an instant. Cough cough cough. This smoke is toxic. My eyes. My skin. The proud white robes of the Holy Light Academy quickly corroded into black rags in the poison mist. They each held their throats, writhing on the ground in pain, their former sacred image utterly gone, leaving only desperation and anguish. Lu Chen walked step by step to Andre, who had just crawled up from the ground, his face covered in blood. Give up. You have already lost. Lost? Andre lowered his head, his body trembling violently. He suddenly raised his head, and those once proud blue eyes were now filled with crazy bloodshot veins. How could I lose to a heretic like you? The glory of the Holy Light Academy must not be destroyed in my hands. He fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, reaching into his bosom to pull out a golden crystal emitting an ominous aura. That was a high-level summoning stone sealed by forbidden magic. Lu Chen! It is you who forced me. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Andre's mouth, a result of biting his tongue in a sacrificial ritual. Since the power of mortals cannot defeat you, then let me call upon the gods. Boom! An extremely terrifying pressure, even surpassing platinum level, was brewing crazily within Andre's body. Lu Chen frowned, feeling that something was wrong. This was not just resistance. This was a fight to the death. Chapter 64, Sacrifice. Four-winged Judgment Angel. I refuse to accept this. In the ruins of the arena, the bloody Andre let out a piercing roar. He looked at the advancing Lu Chen, and the fear in his eyes gradually transformed into a mad determination. That was the last desperate gamble of a gambler whose luck had run out. The Holy Light Academy cannot be insulted. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Andre crushed the ominous golden crystal in his hand, spitting a mouthful of blood onto it. At the same time, strands of golden spiritual energy floated out from his four teammates, who were already down and groaning in pain, as if alive, forcibly merging into his body. Sacrificing the life force of teammates, forcibly upgrading. Come forth. Messenger of the gods, four-winged Judgment Angel. Boom! The sky suddenly changed color, as if torn apart by an invisible hand. A massive golden portal appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a divine and majestic chant, a figure over 10 meters tall. A humanoid creature with four wings descended slowly. It was entirely formed from high-concentration light elements, without a solid body, only a set of dazzling armor, wielding a spear ablaze with holy fire. Its face was blurred but radiated a cold indifference to all life. Warning, high-energy reaction detected. Target, four-winged angel beast. Threat level, extremely high. The alarm from Iron Pillar rang out in the communication channel. As soon as this summoned beast appeared, a terrifying pressure swept across the field, even the surrounding air distorted under its high temperature. It hovered 50 meters above, occupying absolute air superiority, like a new sun scorching everything on the ground. Die! Heretic! Andre laughed wildly, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. It was the backlash from forcibly summoning a high-level creature, but he didn't care anymore. The angel beast swung its glowing spear, and countless light arrows poured down like a violent rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each light arrow had the power to pierce through rock, and they moved so quickly that evasion was impossible. Defend! Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, reacting instantly. Roar! Coalball roared, activating the black gold armor fully, its massive body blocking the front, bracing against the wave of light rain. The staff in Bai Ling's hand waved, casting holy light shields recklessly over Coalball and Iron Pillar. Even Lin Qingxue was sheltered behind her. Clang clang clang. The light arrows struck the armor and shields, sending sparks flying. Although they held up, the relentless impact caused Coalball's limbs to sink into the ground, letting out painful muffled groans. Bai Ling's face visibly paled, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Master! Its attack frequency is too high, my spiritual energy can't keep up. Bai Ling shouted through gritted teeth. This was the disgusting aspect of air superiority. The opponent bombarded from above, while you could only passively take the hits on the ground. Even a tank like Coalball would eventually be worn down. So what if it's flying high? Lu Chen looked up at the lofty birdman, a flicker of rage passing through his eyes. He was displeased. Very displeased. He hated the feeling of being looked down upon the most. Since it doesn't want to come down, then let's bring it down. Lu Chen suddenly waved his hand, his voice striking like iron and stone. All units, listen up. Coordinate ground and air operations. Iron Pillar, anti-air mode. Lock in its flight path. Z command confirmed. 6-barreled fire god cannon, angle locked. The armor panels behind Iron Pillar opened up, and 2 rapid-fire anti-aircraft cannons emerged. Day. 2 tons of fire surged forth, a dense barrage weaving a death net in the air, forcing the four-winged angel to dodge left and right, its previously smooth attacking rhythm disrupted in an instant. Qingxue. Seal its wings. Understood. Lin Qingxue was already poised to strike. She rode on the ice crystal phoenix soaring into the sky. Though not as large as the angel beast, it excelled in agility. Bitter cold breath. The ice crystal phoenix circled around above the angel beast, exhaling a chilling frost that accurately struck its light wings. Crack crack crack. A thick layer of frost instantly formed on the surface of the light wings. Although it couldn't completely freeze the light elements, the severe clash between cold and heat visibly slowed the angel beast's movements, forcing its altitude down to 30 meters. Now's the time. Red Lotus. On the ground, the already ambushed red jade vine shot up like a hunting python, seizing the moment the angel beast lowered its height, leaping into the air. Whoosh! Hundreds of vines wrapped tightly around the angel beast's feet. Although they sizzled under the burning light elements, Red Lotus was relentless, holding firm and pulling the massive creature down hard. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. The angel beast let out an angry roar, its spear about to slice through the vines. The height is enough. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. He stepped back 2 paces, then charged towards the coal ball. Coal ball. Send me up. Roar. The coal ball understood, lowering its back, its muscles tensed like bowstrings. At the moment Lu Chen stepped onto its back, the coal ball suddenly pushed off with force. At the same time, Bai Ling exhausted her last bit of spirit power, a green halo encircling Lu Chen. Light's blessing lightness. Boom. In that instant, Lu Chen soared into the sky like a cannonball fired from a heavy artillery. He cut through the air like a black shadow, instantly covering over 10 meters of distance, appearing before the angel beast. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Andre stared in shock at the human leaping into the air, disbelief filling his eyes. What does he want to do? Is he trying to slaughter a god with his flesh? In midair, Lu Chen locked eyes with the indifferent face of the angel. Just because you have wings, do you think you're a god? Lu Chen gripped the black alloy battle knife tightly, the power of lava body flooding his arms, the blade instantly glowing red as blood, radiating terrifying heat. Come down, now. Accompanied by a roar that shattered the clouds. With strength from his core, Lu Chen spun in the air like a windmill. Using the momentum of his descent, he swung the knife down with all his might at the base of the angel beast's massive light wings. Puff! That was the sound of a sharp blade slicing into a high-density energy body. Ah! The angel beast actually let out a scream akin to a human's cry. Its proud 4 wings, under Lu Chen's full power blow that contained the gluttony devouring force and lava destructive power, were brutally severed. Golden feathers fluttered down like a rain of blood. An angel without wings was no longer a god, but a massive meteorite. Boom! The huge body lost lift, crashing heavily to the ground beneath Lu Chen's feet. Dust exploded, and stones scattered. A massive deep pit was formed in the center of the arena. As the dust settled, the 100,000 spectators fell silent. In the deep pit, the once invincible 4-winged angel beast was now awkwardly sprawled on the ground, its body flickering, clearly on the verge of collapse. And on its chest, Lu Chen held the knife in one hand, stepping on the angel's head, his coat fluttering in the pressure waves. He slowly raised his head, looking at the already dumbfounded Andre, a chilling smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your god seems to be nothing more than this. Do you have any more tricks? If not. Lu Chen reversed the battle knife, the tip pointing at the angel beast's core. I will take a life. Chapter 65, The Angel's Core. In the deep pit, the dust settled. The once high-flying, invincible 4-winged angel beast now resembled a broken bird, despised and embedded in the dirt. Its armor, once flowing with holy light, was now covered in cracks, its wingless back still emitting golden light spots. Roar! It attempted to struggle, trying to stand up again. But a claw covered in black gold armor pressed down on its shoulder with great force. The coal ball firmly held down one side of the angel beast, its huge mouth dripping with corrosive poison, clamping down on the angel beast's neck formed of light elements. Even as the holy energy burned its mouth with sizzling sounds, the ferocity in its eyes did not lessen at all. At the same time, crack! A cold mechanical arm extended, the dark cannon directly pressed against the angel beast's forehead. The blood-red electronic eyes of the iron pillar flickered, an emotionless electronic voice announced. Ding, target locked. Staring at such close quarters by the 2 monsters, even the summoned creature that had only the instinct to fight was now frozen, not daring to move an inch. Stop! What are you trying to do? On the other side of the arena, Andre, covered in blood, looked at this scene with eyes wide in rage. That was his secret weapon, summoned at the cost of his entire team, the highest glory of the Holy Light Academy. How could it be pressed down like a pig? He raised his staff, wanting to attack with his last breath to disrupt Lu Chen. If you've lost, then behave yourself. A sharp voice rang out. Standing in the back, Bai Ling suddenly raised her staff. Radiant light technique blindness. Buzz. A sphere of light, 100 times more dazzling than the sun, instantly exploded before Andre's eyes. Ah! My eyes! Andre screamed in agony, kneeling on the ground with his eyes covered, tears streaming down his face, his vision lost in a white void. Immediately after. Ice prison seal. Lin Qingxue lightly tapped her staff, and heavy ice walls rose from the ground, completely sealing off the deep pit, isolating it from all external interference. Now, this deep pit became Lu Chen's personal operating table. Lu Chen stood on the chest of the angel beast, his black battle knife slightly pressing down, piercing through that layer of light element skin. Don't move. Lu Chen's voice was calm, like a lead surgeon performing surgery on a patient. It'll be over soon. In his eyes, golden data streams were flashing wildly. Eye of truthful power analysis. Target structure analysis in progress. Energy core position locked, 3 inches below the sternum, high energy reaction point. Optimal dissection path generated. In Lu Chen's vision, this giant angel beast transformed into a detailed human anatomy diagram. Behind that dazzling light, there was a fist-sized golden crystal, exuding pure sacredness, beating violently. That was the foundation for this body's existence, holy light core. It was also a rare S-rank evolution material. Found it. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. Without hesitation, the alloy battle knife in his hand transformed into a flash of black lightning, precisely piercing down the path marked by the Eye of Truth. Puff. Instead of blood spraying, dense light particles gushed out like a fountain. Lu Chen's wrist flicked expertly, the blade avoiding the hard energy bones, like a skillful scalpel, gently scooping. Come out. With a lift of Lu Chen's wrist, a dazzling golden crystal, resembling a miniature sun, was scooped out of the angel beast's chest, tracing a graceful parabolic arc in the air. Eee. Having lost its core, the angel beast let out one last wailing, unwilling cry. Its massive body instantly lost all support, beginning to collapse from the feet, breaking into a flurry of golden light particles, like fireflies on a summer night, beautifully and resolutely dissipating into the air. Snap. Lu Chen reached out with his left hand, steadily catching the holy light core that was still radiating warmth. He glanced at it, nodded in satisfaction, and casually put the core in his pocket, just like putting away a piece of candy he had just bought. And across the arena. With the summoning completely dissipated, Andre, suffering from a massive mental backlash, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body went limp like his spine had been pulled out, collapsing on the ground, unconscious. Woo! The referee's belated whistle finally blew, trembling in tone. The match is over. The winner, Dusk Battle Team. Boom! As the ice walls dissipated, the entire audience of 100,000 watched the breathtaking scene in the center of the arena, erupting in cheers loud enough to shake the dome. In the center of the arena, Lu Chen held a battle knife dripping with golden light, standing tall like a pine. Beside him stood a fierce and imposing black gold demon dog, with behind it a war mech radiating violent aesthetics. On his sides, Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling stood like two guardian goddesses. It was a perfect hunt. It was a textbook-like slaughter of the gods. Too strong. Can even angels be slaughtered like chickens? Is this the new king? So damn fierce. I like it. Listening to the cheers from the crowd, Lu Chen's expression remained calm. He sheathed his battle knife and turned to look at his teammates, finally resting his gaze on Bai Ling. He pulled out the holy light core he had just obtained, still warm, and tossed it in his hand. Bai Ling. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it made Bai Ling tremble. Here. Master. Bai Ling immediately stood up straight, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Lu Chen. This thing. Lu Chen looked at the core, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since it's a trophy, let's not waste it. Go back and prepare. Lu Chen's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. Accept the reward I give you. Chapter 66, Reward, the Saintess advances. Exiting the raucous arena, passing through the long player's passage, the thunderous cheers from outside were finally blocked by the heavy soundproof door. The exclusive preparation room of the Dusk team. As soon as the door closed, Bai Ling, who had been tense the whole time, seemed to have all her strength drained, her body going limp as she slid down the wall. Be careful. Lin Qingxue quickly caught her, helping her to sit down on the leather sofa in the corner. At this moment, Bai Ling appeared extremely disheveled. Her pure white priest robe was completely soaked with sweat, sticking closely to her body. Her face was as pale as paper, and her lips were cracked, signs of excessive depletion of spiritual energy. In the previous battle, to maintain shields and buffs for the team while also withstanding the pressure from the angel beast, she had almost drained the last drop of her spiritual energy. I'm sorry. Master, Qingxue. Bai Ling gasped weakly, her voice as faint as a whimper. I'm so useless. I could only fight one round. Don't speak, just rest well. Lin Qingxue handed her a recovery potion with some pain in her heart. You did very well. If it weren't for your light refraction, we would have been wiped out in the first wave. Just then, steady footsteps approached. Lu Chen pulled over a chair and sat down casually in front of Bai Ling. He was toying with the holy light core he had just dug out from the angel beast's body. The core was only the size of a fist but seemed to have a life of its own, rhythmically contracting and expanding under the dim light in the preparation room, radiating a heart-pounding intense heat and a sacred pressure. Even from several meters away, the coal ball shrank back in slight disgust, a natural repulsion from the higher-level holy light of undead creatures. But Bai Ling was fixated on that core. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from an intense desire deep within her soul. It was the innate craving of a light-type power user for the source of strength. Do you want it? Lu Chen's voice broke the silence. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, swallowing hard, instinctively nodding her head, but then suddenly remembering something, she shook her head vigorously, lowering her head in fear. No. I can't. This is Master's trophy, an S-grade treasure, Since you want it, then stop talking. Lu Chen did not put the core away, instead, he leaned forward, gripping Bai Ling's delicate chin, forcing her to lift her head and look directly at him. Bai Ling, how do you think you performed today? Bai Ling's eyes turned red as she shyly replied, very poorly. I could only hide in the back, making Master worry about protecting me. It's good to know it's poor. Lu Chen's tone had little reproach, but instead exuded a calm scrutiny. In my team, I don't keep useless people. With your current strength, you can manage in this elimination match, but if you encounter a true strong opponent like Zhao Tianba, you will become the biggest weak link. Once your healing support falls short, the coal ball and iron pillar will collapse, leading to a wipeout. Lu Chen's words were straightforward, sharp as a knife, hitting hard. Bai Ling bit her lip. Tears spun in her eyes, yet she dared not retort. For she knew, her master spoke the truth. So? Lu Chen released his grip, bringing the searing holy light core closer to her lips. I don't want to see you this helpless again. Eat it. What? Beside her, Lin Xingxue exclaimed, Lu Chen, are you insane? This is an untreated high-level magical beast core. It contains the raging rules of divinity, swallowing it directly will lead to your explosion. I know what I'm doing. Lu Chen didn't glance at Lin Xingxue, only fixed his intense gaze on Bai Ling's eyes, his voice growing stern. Bai Ling, this is a choice. Either you eat it, gambling for a chance to be reborn, truly worthy to stand by my side in the future. Or you reject it, continuing to be that person who can only hide in the back and cry, easily discarded by me. Choose. The war room fell silent. Only the hum of the iron pillar's cooling fan could be heard. Bai Ling stared at the golden core so close, feeling the terrifying heat waves emanating from it. Discarded. These 3 words pierced her heart like a thorn, deeply embedding there. She recalled those dark days in the Beast God Church, the despair of being treated as a tool and material. It was this man in front of her who saved her, gave her dignity, and a reason to live. If she couldn't keep up with his pace, if she became worthless again. That fear was more terrifying than death. I will eat. Bai Ling's gaze changed. It was a determination to survive against all odds. She extended her trembling hands, cradling that scorching core, then without hesitation, opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Gulp! The core entered her abdomen. Boom! In the next second, Bai Ling's body bent like a shrimp, letting out an extremely suppressed scream. Ah! That was no ordinary energy, it was the will left behind by the angelic beast before its death, infused with violent light elements. Her skin instantly turned bright red, then became translucent, revealing the flowing golden magma in her veins. Blood began to seep from the corners of her mouth, and her body convulsed violently, as if it would explode like a balloon at any second. Lu Chen! She can't hold on. Lin Xingxue, anxious, tried to rush forward, but was stopped by Lu Chen's hand. Don't move. Lu Chen stood up and stepped behind Bai Ling. Since she's the healer I chose, I won't let her die. He sat cross-legged and heavily slapped his palm on Bai Ling's scorching back. Golden light exploded in his eyes. Talent Gluttony. Activate. Give me, suppress. A force of overwhelming black spirit energy surged through Lu Chen's palm, entering Bai Ling's body through their soul contract, forcibly overriding her. It was like a domineering Tyrannosaurus Rex crashing into a flock of sheep. The violent holy light energy wreaking havoc within Bai Ling felt this higher dimensional predation will and trembled in fear as if seeing its nemesis. Guide it. Lu Chen's voice exploded within Bai Ling's mind, like a great bell tolling. You are S-class light talent. These light elements are naturally your subjects. Don't let them take control. Swallow them. Under Lu Chen's guidance and suppression, Bai Ling, on the edge of collapse, finally regained a glimmer of clarity. She bit down on her silver teeth, enduring the agonizing pain as her meridians felt as if they were snapping, and began to desperately channel her talent, holy light praise. Devour. Assimilate. Merge. This was a war within her body. Gradually, the dangerously blood-red color on Bai Ling started to fade away, replaced by an extraordinarily pure, even slightly divine, milky white halo. Her body slowly began to float, rising 3 feet off the ground. The air in the war room began to vibrate. The pure white dress rustled in the light, and her long hair floated without wind, each strand touched with a faint golden glow. Like flowing gold. A pair of once timid black eyes slowly opened at this moment. Deep within the pupils, they had completely transformed into dazzling gold, like 2 small suns, radiating a cold and majestic indifference over all living beings. But the moment they saw Lu Chen, that divinity instantly retracted, turning into a fervent worship and attachment. Advancement successful. Target, Bai Ling. Talent Transformation, Sacred Light Praise Divine Radiance. Game's new feature, Light Element Dominance, no need for staff incantation, instant casting of all non-large light spells, with greatly enhanced effects. Game's new skill, Holy Revival, as long as there is a breath left, can forcefully pull back to the brink of life. The light dissipated. Bai Ling slowly landed. She looked at her hands, feeling the vast spiritual power within her, a sensation like transforming from an ant into a god that commands life and death. Let's give it a try. Lu Chen pointed to the coal ball lying on the ground, grunting. In the last battle, although the coal ball had swallowed dragon meat and greatly increased its defense, its mouth was burned severely by the angel beast's damaging light element, with blisters all over the inner walls, looking quite pitiful. Bai Ling nodded. She did not raise the staff to chant spells again. She simply lifted her pure white right hand and pointed at the coal ball from a distance. Heal. Just one word. Buzz. Sizzle. The speed of healing was visible to the naked eye. The blisters in the coal ball's mouth instantly faded, the charred skin regained its redness, and even some old scars from previous battles were completely healed. Woof! Wow! So refreshing. The coal ball jumped up abruptly, energetically wagging its tail, feeling that its scales were even shinier. Instant cast. Lin Qingxue stood aside, dumbfounded. This instant grand healing spell? Is this still a human? Bai Ling ignored Lin Qingxue's shock. After confirming the coal ball's recovery, she turned around, facing the man sitting in the chair, looking somewhat fatigued. She lifted her skirt and knelt on both knees, in this private space with only the four of them, and deeply bowed to Lu Chen. It was the most ancient and devoted pledge of loyalty. Thank you, Master, for your grace. Bai Ling raised her head, her golden eyes burning with fervent faith. From now on, Bai Ling will be the strongest shield in your hand and the most loyal light in your shadow. As long as you command, even if it is hell, I will illuminate it for you. Lu Chen looked at the girl kneeling before him, rubbing his brow. The energy he had forcefully suppressed was also a considerable drain on him. But he smiled. Because he knew this deal was immensely profitable. Not only did he gain a super healer, but also a devoted follower. Get up. Lu Chen stood up, helping Bai Ling to her feet and tidying her slightly messy bangs. Remember this powerful feeling. In the next match. Lu Chen looked at the schedule on the wall, a glint of cold light passing through his eyes. I don't want to see you fall again. Yes. Bai Ling stood tall, her previously weak aura completely replaced by a confidence and purity that was intimidating to behold. Alright, take a break. In the next match, teach them what despair is. Chapter 67, Ambush in the Passage, Purification of Light. Outside the preparation room, in the long and dim player passage. 10 minutes until the quarterfinals, please the Dusk team to enter promptly. The voice of the staff urging came from the broadcast. Lu Chen pushed open the door of the preparation room, leading his team, who had just completed their transformation, out. Bai Ling followed behind him, appearing still graceful, but the golden glimmers occasionally showing in her eyes exuded a sacred feeling that warned others to stay away. The passage was empty. Only their footsteps echoed. Something feels off. Halfway through, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. It was too quiet. This was the only path leading to the main competition venue, where there should normally be many staff and security patrolling, but now, not a ghost could be seen. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. Kill. From the seemingly empty ceiling and shadowy walls, 5 figures as dark as ink suddenly sprang up. They emerged like phantoms from shadows, wearing tight black suits, faceless masks, and holding short daggers coated with poison of a ghostly blue hue. Without any nonsense, not even a sound of breathing. These 5 assassins were as synchronized as can be. 2 entangled with Cobalt and Iron Pillar, 1 blocked Lin Qingxue's spellcasting route, and the 2 strongest among them, one vanished into the shadows again while the other turned into a black lightning bolt, charging straight at Lu Chen, who was protected in the middle. The Zhao family's Death Warriors, Shadow Squad. Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, her staff was just about to be raised when a dark chain shot out from the shadows, wrapping around her wrist. Roar! Cobalt roared in anger, wanting to rush to help, but 2 slippery assassins, like eels, firmly entangled him, making it hard for him to break free. Clang! Lu Chen drew his sword to block, making it impossible for the assassin charging at him to advance even an inch. And in that instant, what an opportunity! An assassin suddenly rose from the shadows behind Lu Chen, a flash of wild joy in his eyes. His dagger was less than half a meter away from Lu Chen's back. The dagger was smeared with the lethal bony-rotting poison, just a small cut would render even a platinum-level powerhouse weak and unable to continue in the competition. Lu Chen! Lin Qingxue shouted in despair. Thud! The sound of a blade plunging into flesh was clear to hear. That poisonous dagger had stabbed deeply into Lu Chen's left shoulder. Blood splattered. The assassin was overjoyed and just wanted to twist the dagger to widen the wound when he suddenly felt a tightness in his wrist. He looked up in horror, discovering that Lu Chen had actually grabbed his wrist with his hand. On that young face, there was no hint of pain, only a calmness that looked like death itself. "Is that all?" Lu Chen uttered 2 words blandly. The next moment. "Who allowed you to hurt the master?" A shout filled with rage and sacred majesty exploded in the corridor. The weak healer, who had been intentionally overlooked by the assassins, suddenly unleashed her full power. The moment she saw Lu Chen bleeding, Bai Ling's golden pupils lost all warmth. No need for incantations. No need for a staff to guide. Bai Ling simply spread her arms, her long hair moving without wind, transforming into a radiant little sun. SS-class talent feature Master of Light Elements instant activation. Holy purification absolute healing. Boom! A thick, almost liquid pearl-white beam of light instantly enveloped Lu Chen like a reversed Milky Way. In that moment, time seemed to roll back. Zzzz. The assassin watched in horror as the deadly poison dagger embedded in Lu Chen's body was directly purified into molten iron by the holy light. And the black poison that had already invaded the blood vessels and was ready to attack the heart, upon contact with the holy light, vanished into nothingness as if snow met boiling oil, without even a trace of resistance. Next, the wound. Flesh and blood crazily squirmed, skin regenerating. In just 0.5 seconds. Not even enough time for a blink. The deep blood hole in Lu Chen's shoulder, visible to the bone, had completely healed, leaving not even a red mark, the skin smooth as ever. Full health. Full state. With the infusion of holy light, Lu Chen's complexion was even more rosy than before. This is impossible. The assassin's mindset collapsed, gripping the half of the dagger handle left, screaming as if he had seen a ghost. This is bone-eroding poison. How could you possibly? Nothing is impossible. Lu Chen moved his perfectly unharmed left shoulder. That warm feeling made him very comfortable. He turned back and slapped hard on the assassin's face. Smack! This slap was powerful and heavy, directly sending the stunned assassin flying like a spinning top, crashing heavily against the wall, half of his teeth flying out. Playing assassination in front of my nanny? Lu Chen walked out from the beam of light, still surrounded by a faint holy glow, like a god. You really underestimate S-grade, oh no, SS-grade talent. Only at this moment did the remaining 4 assassins react and try to escape. But it was too late. Don't let a single one escape. Lu Chen ordered coldly. Roar! The coal ball that had been holding back its anger lunged forward, biting fiercely into one assassin's thigh and tearing wildly. The mechanical arm of the iron pillar swept across, sending the other 2 flying like trash. As for the last one trying to run, he was blocked by Lin Qingshue's ice wall, and then bound into a rice dumpling by Hong Lian's vines. The battle ended. The passage returned to silence, with only the weak groans of the assassins remaining. Lu Chen turned around and looked at the girl behind him, her chest heaving violently, with an expression still filled with fear. Bai Ling rushed up first, disregarding any gender boundaries, her hands fumbling up and down Lu Chen's body, tears streaming down her face. Master, are you okay? Does it still hurt? Is there still residue of the poison? Should I cast a big purification spell again? She spoke in a rush, feeling like her heart was about to stop when that knife stabbed in. I'm fine. Lu Chen grabbed her frantic little hand. Let's go. Lu Chen glanced at the few incapacitated ones on the ground, his eyes cold. Tie them up and throw them at the entrance of the arena. Let the Zhao family see how their shadow team has turned into dead dogs. He pushed open the large door at the end of the passage. Bright lights and the deafening cheers rushed toward him. Now, please welcome the Dusk Team. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lu Chen led his team onto the stage. And behind them, 5 assassins bound together and drenched in blood were casually thrown to the ground by the iron pillar like garbage. This scene spread instantly throughout the entire arena through the big screen. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianba's wine glass was crushed again. He stared intensely at the unscathed boy on the stage, and at the girl behind him radiating holy light, his eyes revealing deep apprehension for the first time. Able to instantly purify lethal poison and heal fatal injuries. This change is scarier than Lu Chen himself. Zhao Tianba took a deep breath and dialed an encrypted number. Change of plans. In the next match, no more assassinations. Let those madmen from the Beast Academy come in. I want to use the strongest violent attacks to wipe them out. I don't believe her spiritual power is unlimited. Chapter 68, The Indestructible Team, Red Lotus falls asleep. At the Imperial Capital National Stadium, the quarterfinals are underway. At this moment, on the stage, the opponent of the Dusk Team is the seasoned powerhouse from the West, the Beast Academy. This team practices the secret art of blood sacrifice summoning endless fierce beast spirits from the void by cutting open their veins and sacrificing their blood. As long as the blood doesn't run dry, the battle will not stop. Roar! On the stage, a bloody storm raged. The captain of the Beast Academy was a strong man covered in totems, drenched in blood, his face pale, but his eyes were frighteningly fervent. Behind him, hundreds of blood wolves and blood tigers formed from coagulated blood violently crashed against the Dust Team's defenses like a tide. Charge! Tear them apart! Wear them down until they die! The strong man roared, again cutting his arm, blood gushing forth, transforming into an even larger blood-colored savage bear. This is a typical war of attrition. If it were an ordinary team facing this suicidal, savage beast tactic, the spiritual power had long since been exhausted. But unfortunately, what they encountered was Lu Chen. Hong Lian, don't let them run away. Lu Chen stood in the center of the team, hands in pockets, his tone indifferent. Hiss. The red jade vines wrapped around his arm came to life in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless red tendrils, as thin as hair yet as tough as steel, spread out silently across the ground like a massive spider web. As soon as the blood wolves charged into the attack range of Hong Lian, the tendrils tightly ensnared their limbs. Strangle! Hong Lian exerted her strength, and the tendrils instantly tightened. Puff! 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 Dozens of blood wolves were instantly choked to death, turning into pools of blood. And this blood did not dissipate, instead, it was greedily absorbed by the tendrils of Hong Lian, becoming nourishment for her. Damn it! That's a blood-sucking vine! The leader of the Crazy Beast team exclaimed in shock, forget about those summon creatures. Attack the main body directly. As long as we kill Lu Chen, everything will be over. 5 members of the Crazy Beast team simultaneously exerted their strength, bypassing the defense line, trying to focus fire on Lu Chen. Want to cut to the backline? Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. Meityo, Taizhu, block the path. Roar! Meityo activated the black gold armor, like a moving city wall, forcibly withstanding the impact of 3 opponents. Taizhu then unleashed full firepower, the cannon roaring, suppressing the other 2 opponents so they couldn't raise their heads. The battle fell into a stalemate. This was a tug-of-war. They fought for a whole half an hour. The 5 members of the Crazy Beast Academy had gone pale from loss of blood, barely standing, like they had just escaped from a refugee camp. But they continued to grit their teeth and hold on because they believed that the consumption on the opposite side must be greater than theirs. At that moment, a blood-colored leopard that slipped through the cracks suddenly dashed past the defense line, its sharp claws leaving a shallow blood mark on Lu Chen's hand. Plop! A drop of fresh blood fell to the ground. This scene instantly pierced the nerves of the quiet girl at the back of the team. Bai Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. Praise of light divine blessing. Buzz! A brilliant golden light enveloped the entire area in an instant. As the light swept across, a miracle occurred. The wound on Lu Chen's hand healed instantly, leaving no scar. The hideous claw marks on Meityo's body quickly grew new flesh under the golden light, the scales shining black and bright again, even her stamina and energy were restored to peak condition. Even Taizhu's overheated red gun barrel instantly cooled down under the intervention of some divine rule. Full health. Full mana. Shields activated. This. On the opposite side, the leader of the Crazy Beast Academy looked at this scene, holding up his bloodied arm, frozen in shock. He glanced at his own side, about to fall apart, half dead. Then he looked at the opposite side, alive and kicking, full of spirit. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? The leader broke down, slamming the bone knife in his hand hard on the ground, roaring with a cry. We've bled for half an hour. Half an hour. And you're full health just by waving your hands? The audience was also in dead silence, then erupted into a wave of sympathetic sighs. So tragic. It was like you had worked hard to chip away at the boss's health, and just when you thought you were about to win, the boss healed itself fully in a single move. Despair. True despair. On the arena. Lu Chen looked at the several opponents who had completely lost their fighting spirit, slumped on the ground, but the coldness in his eyes did not fade. He remembered the assassination in the corridor just now. That was the handiwork of the Zhao family. Since you like to play dirty, let me show you what true eating without spitting out bones looks like. Qing Shui. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice deep. Surround the arena. Lin Qing Shui was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood Lu Chen's intention. She did not hesitate, striking her staff heavily to the ground. Extreme cold domain ice seal tomb. Boom, boom, boom. Thick ice walls, 10 meters high, rose from the ground, instantly wrapping the entire center of the arena tightly, cutting off all external views and cameras. Inside the ice wall, shadows loomed. Lu Chen slowly approached the 5 members of the Wild Beast Academy who had lost the power to resist. You are from the Zhao family's affiliated academy, right? Lu Chen's voice echoed in the closed space, carrying a chilling aura. The captain looked at Lu Chen in terror. What do you want? We have no fighting strength left. Referee. Referee. Don't shout, the referee can't hear. Lu Chen raised his left hand, gently stroking the red lotus entwined around his arm. At that moment, the red lotus had absorbed some of the summoned beast's blood energy and was already trembling with excitement. The bud opened, revealing a mass of sharp fangs inside. Just now, people from the Zhao family sent someone to kill me, and I am very unhappy. Lu Chen looked at them as if he were looking at 5 bags of fertilizer. Since you enjoy playing blood sacrifices so much, let my pet teach you what a real blood sacrifice is. Red Lotus, it's time to eat. Hiss. The red lotus let out a sharp hiss. Countless scarlet vines shot out from Lu Chen's arm in an instant, like a swarm of hungry poisonous snakes, pouncing on the 5 helpless prey. Ah! No! Help! Something is coming in. My blood! My blood is being drained. The screams echoed inside the ice wall but could not reach the outside. The roots of the red lotus burrowed into their blood vessels, greedily siphoning off the essence within the beast masters who possessed special bloodlines. This time, Lu Chen did not let the red lotus suck them into mummies. But he allowed the red lotus to drain all their source blood. In other words, he ruined their foundations. From now on, these 5 people would not be able to act as beast masters, let alone walk like normal humans. Gulch, gulch. As a massive amount of essence entered its body, the aura around the red lotus began to rise wildly. Its vines became more crystalline and transparent, and the blood-red patterns on the petals grew clearer, a powerful aura ready to break through, enveloping the space. Until the 5 of them passed out completely, the red lotus reluctantly retracted its vines. It burked contentedly, the bud slowly closed, turning into a red cocoon of light, entwining back onto Lu Chen's wrist. Devoured special bloodline, blood of the wild beast. Red lotus enters a sleeping digestion phase, expected to awaken to a qualitative change. Lu Chen contentedly stroked the cocoon of light on his wrist. Digest for a while, give me a surprise during the finals. He turned around and nodded to Lin Xingxue. Remove the ice wall. Splash. The ice wall shattered, turning into countless ice crystals dispersing in the air. When the audience and the referee finally saw the scene on the stage, everyone couldn't help but shiver. The 5 members of the Wild Beast Academy lay on the ground, their faces pale as paper and their bodies emaciated, as if they had suffered a great illness, their breathing barely perceptible. Standing among them, Lu Chen remained untainted, his expression calm. Referee. Lu Chen kicked the bone blade by his feet. They are asleep. Can we declare the result now? The referee swallowed hard, looking at the 5 clearly drained contestants, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was no competition. This was clearly a one-sided hunt. The winner is the Dusk team. Advancing to the top 4. Amidst sparse applause, Lu Chen led his team off the stage. There were no cheers, only awe. If Lu Chen had seemed powerful before, at this moment, he inspired a feeling of fear. A fear that came deep from the soul, a fear of the unknown methods. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianba watched Lu Chen's calm eyes on the big screen, crushing another bead in his hand. A flower monster that drinks human blood. Very, very good. Lu Chen, you are giving me more and more surprises. But, this will end now. Zhao Tianba stood up, adjusted his collar, as if he had made a certain decision, and slowly made a phone call. Chapter 69, The Lin Family's Killing Move. The semi-finals horn had sounded. In the spotlight, the horn sounded. The atmosphere in the Imperial Capital Stadium was no longer fanatical, instead, it was filled with a strange sense of oppression. Everyone sensed something was off because standing opposite the Dusk team were 5 individuals dressed in grey linen, their faces blank like dead ash. They had no names, no codes, only a blood-red Lin embroidered on their chests. The Lin family's Death Warriors. The match begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, the 5 did not summon their beasts like normal beast masters, but in perfect unison, pulled out a pitch-black elixir from their pockets and swallowed it. Boom! In just 1 second. 5 waves of utterly violent spiritual energy, carrying a sense of destruction, erupted instantaneously from their bodies. Their bodies began to grotesquely swell, cracks appearing on their skin, blood vessels turning dark purple, resembling snakes waking up at this moment. In their eyes, the whites disappeared, leaving only the madness of wanting to destroy everything. This is the soul-shattering pill? The professional commentator in the stands stood up in terror, his voice trembling. This is a suicide pill that has long been classified as a forbidden drug by the Alliance. The user will burn all life force and spiritual energy, turning their body into a human-shaped nuclear bomb. What do they want? The answer was obvious. For the family. The leader of the Death Warriors let out a scream that did not sound human. The 5 balloon-like monsters completely ignored defense and charged crazily towards Lu Chen's area at a speed that surpassed the human limit. They did not want to win the match. They were here to perish together. Crazy. Is the Lin family going to commit murder in public? The audience screamed in fear, and those in the front rows even began to frantically retreat, afraid of being caught in the chaos. The collective self-detonation of the 5 golden-level Death Warriors had enough power to level the entire arena, even affecting the stands. Lu Chen. Run now. Lin Qingshue's face turned pale, instinctively wanting to pull Lu Chen back. But it was too late. The Death Warriors were too fast, and at the moment they swallowed the pills, they had already locked onto Lu Chen's energy, determined to see it through. Run? Lu Chen stood firm, watching the 5 soon-to-explode flesh bombs, his expression dark. He did not retreat but took a step forward, standing in front of all his teammates. Defense formation. Lu Chen's voice was calm yet urgent, like a commander on the battlefield. Qingxue. Ice wall, slow them down. Use as many as you have. Tai Zhu. Energy overload. Activate all shields for me. Meiqiu. Black gold armor. Stand at the front. Yes. In this moment of life and death, the Dusk team displayed incredible execution. Extreme cold domain, 1,000 layers of ice prison. Lin Qingshuo waved her staff, and dozens of thick ice walls rose from the ground, stacking on top of each other to block the path of the Death Warriors. Ziz, all energy shields, activate. Taizhu's core glowed bright red, and a blue hemispheric shield enveloped everyone, followed by another, and another. Roar! Meiqiu stood like a towering black gold iron tower, firmly blocking the front of the team. But that was still not enough. The Death Warriors, driven by the drug, directly smashed through the ice walls, indifferent even as their bodies were pierced by ice shards. The red light on their bodies had reached its peak, resembling 5 suns on the verge of explosion. Is this your method? Bai Ling, who had been standing behind Lu Chen, looked at the madly approaching monsters and then at Lu Chen standing in front of her. Her hands trembled. She could feel the destructive energy wave. That was power enough to turn golden-level warriors to dust. If she didn't do something, her master would be hurt. Or even die. Absolutely not. Bai Ling bit her lip, blood seeping out. In her golden eyes, a flame of determination suddenly ignited. She didn't need Lu Chen's command. She was the master's shield. In that moment, with the 5 Death Warriors less than 10 meters away, their bodies about to explode, Bai Ling stepped forward, crossing over Lin Qingshuo, over the iron pillar, even past Lu Chen, standing at the front of the group. She raised her hands high. SS-level talent, Sacred Radiance, fully unleashed. With my soul, forge the sacred domain. Bai Ling's voice was ethereal and sacred, as if it came from a heavenly chant. Forbidden spell, sacred domain, absolute protection. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. A golden light curtain, not dazzling but incredibly heavy and warm, instantly spread open around Bai Ling. Countless mysterious runes flowed across this light curtain, and the faint silhouettes of angels could be seen surrounding it. It wrapped around Lu Chen, the coal ball, the iron pillar, Lin Qingshuo, and even the dozen layers of ice walls and energy shields. In the instant the light curtain took shape. Booming! A earth-shattering explosion occurred. The 5 Death Warriors detonated themselves simultaneously. A massive fireball instantly engulfed the entire arena, with a terrifying shockwave mixed with flesh and spiritual power storm, like an uncontrollable ancient beast, wildly tearing at that golden light curtain. The ground trembled, and the protective barrier moaned. The spectators in the stands only saw a flash of white before their eardrums were almost shattered. It was a nuclear explosion-level shock. Billowing smoke and dust darkened the sky. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at that ruin. Did anyone survive? Such explosive power, even a diamond level wouldn't dare to withstand it, right? In the VIP box, Zhao Tianba gripped the railing tightly. The Lin family had invested heavily this time, even using such Death Warriors, if they still couldn't kill Lu Chen. 1 minute later. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. A massive deep pit appeared where the arena once stood, everything around it leveled. But in the center of that pit, a golden hemispherical shield still stood defiantly. Although the shield's surface was covered in countless cracks and its light had dimmed to the extreme, it did not shatter. Did it hold? The crowd was in an uproar. Crack! As the last bit of energy was exhausted, the shield turned into countless points of light and faded away, revealing the unharmed group inside. Except for one person. Bai Ling. Her pure white dress had turned to dust. Her body swayed as if about to fall, her face as white as a transparent sheet of paper, golden blood seeping from beneath her skin. That was the price of exhausting her life to release the forbidden spell. Bai Ling. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and he rushed forward. In the moment the girl was about to fall to the ground, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. This body was so light it was painful, cold as ice. Lu Chen looked at the faint girl in his arms, the little girl who would normally only timidly call him master, but at this moment, she nearly sacrificed her life to protect him. An unprecedented violent emotion erupted in Lu Chen's chest. At that moment, Bai Ling struggled to open her eyes. Her vision was a bit blurry, but she still tried to focus on Lu Chen's face. She wanted to lift her hand to touch Lu Chen's face, but she didn't even have the strength to raise a finger. The corner of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a weak yet satisfied smile. Master. Her voice was soft, so soft it seemed it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Are you okay? Lu Chen's heart suddenly twitched. He held Bai Ling's cold little hand, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. Lu Chen lifted his head, his originally pitch-black eyes instantly turning a fearsome crimson. He looked toward the high stands, toward the shadowy Zhao Tianba, and the expressionless representative of the Lin family behind him. Since you all want to play with death like this. Lu Chen, holding the unconscious Bai Ling, slowly stood up. Then, I'll join you for a big game. Chapter 70, War Declaration issued, sword pointed at the Zhao family. Toot. As the referee's slightly trembling whistle fell, the entire semifinal officially declared its end. But this was not the end, rather, it was the beginning of a greater storm. We won, we really won? My god. Not even self-explosion could kill them? What kind of godly team is this? Dusk. 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 After a brief moment of silence, the Imperial Capital National Stadium was completely in a frenzy. 100,000 spectators stood up simultaneously, their cheers crashing like a tangible tsunami, wave after wave, nearly blowing off the huge dome above. Countless flashes of light crazily flickered, illuminating the figures in the center of the ring, smoke-covered yet still standing tall, like gods of war stepping out of a myth. However, in this sea of celebration, the highest VIP seats, symbolizing the supreme power of the Imperial Capital, seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible frost, silent to the point of suffocation. In the front row's luxurious sofa, an elderly man dressed in a bright yellow tang suit slowly stood up. He was not tall, even somewhat hunched, with silver hair meticulously styled. But just this simple action of standing up caused the air around him to feel like it had solidified. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianlong. A terrifying presence that could shake the imperial capital with a stamp of his foot. At this moment, the two shiny purple gold walnuts in his hand stopped rolling. In his seemingly murky old eyes, two cold glints like venomous snakes shot forth, firmly fixating on the young man in the center of the ring. No admiration, no regret. Only unabashed, thick as ice killing intent. What a Dusk team, what a Lu Chen. Zhao Tianlong's voice was not loud, nor did he use any amplification device, but it vibrated through spiritual energy, precisely and clearly penetrating Lu Chen's eardrum, causing his blood to surge. Young man, you're not bad. But sometimes, being too sharp can lead to a break. This was a blatant threat, a death notice from the head of a prestigious family. For a moment, the audience, previously cheering wildly, seemed to sense the strange atmosphere, their voices gradually fading. And those sharp-sensed media reporters went wild as if they smelled blood, instantly turning frantic. Long cameras and short cameras surged towards the edge of the ring like a tide, countless microphones eager to be shoved into Lu Chen's face. Captain Lu. Facing the personal pressure from the head of the Zhao family, what do you have to say? I heard that the Zhao family's so-called demon god, young master Zhao Tianba, has exited seclusion and has vowed to shred you in the finals. Will you choose to withdraw to save your life? Lu Chen, did that brutal self-explosion just now mean that you're already at the end of your rope? Do you really have a chance against the deeply rooted Zhao family? Every question was sharper than the last, more cutting than the previous one. In these media eyes, although Lu Chen had won the semifinal, offending the colossal Zhao family was destined to be a tragic hero, fleeting like a flower in bloom. Faced with this overwhelming wave of doubts and the gaze of the elder at the pinnacle of power, Lu Chen did not speak. He didn't even glance at the cameras. He turned around, gently lifted the still unconscious Bai Ling from the ground, and carefully handed her over to Lin Xingxue behind him. Take good care of her. Lin Xingxue received Bai Ling, watching Lu Chen's overly calm profile, and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Lu Chen, you. Don't worry. Lu Chen patted her shoulder, then turned around, straightening his collar. That black tactical coat was now full of ripped holes, stained with dust and the black ash left from the recent explosion, looking somewhat disheveled. But he brushed off the dust from his collar, moving gracefully as if attending a gala. Chance? Lu Chen finally spoke. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Ignite, take a deep breath, the spicy smoke swirls in the lungs, taking away all the fatigue. Through the smoke, he looked at those reporters, a hint of mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You ask me if I have a chance? Lu Chen did not answer, but turned sideways, letting his teammate behind him step forward. Lin Xingxue was carefully wiping the dust off her staff, her gaze cold yet determined. Although tired, her spine stood straight. Taizhu quietly stood to the side, the reactor in his chest charging quickly, emitting a low hum, ready to enter annihilation mode at any moment. Meiqiu crouched on the ground, those blood-red eyes fixed intently on Zhao Tianlong's direction, making a crunch-crunch sound as if selecting the next chew toy. And then there was Bai Ling, who, though unconscious, had exerted herself to protect him, nearly exhausting her life. This was his confidence. This was his fangs. My comrades. Lu Chen's voice suddenly rose, like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the sky. As long as they stand behind me, I have no reason to lose. Having said that, he no longer paid attention to the dazed reporters. Lu Chen led the whole team, step by step, to the very edge of the arena, directly facing the lofty Zhao Tianlong in the VIP seats. Everyone stood shoulder to shoulder, their momentum like a rainbow. In that moment, they were no longer an ordinary student battle team, but a group of Azuras who had crawled back from hell seeking revenge. Every eye in the arena focused on this moment. Then, Lu Chen slowly raised his right hand. Clang! The black alloy war knife was drawn, its blade reflecting blinding cold light in the sunset. With a flick of his wrist, the blade pointed straight at Zhao Tianlong's brow. The audience gasped. Crazy! He's gone mad. Pointing a knife at the master of the Zhao family? This is like digging the foundation under the Tai Sui. This is a declaration of war with no turning back. Under countless close-ups of high-definition cameras, magnifying Lu Chen's young and arrogant face. He looked at Zhao Tianlong, his lips slowly moved. Although no sound came out, the shape of his mouth was imprinted clearly in everyone's mind, as if a thunderclap had exploded. Clean your neck. Next is you. Boom. At that moment, the killing intent emanating from Lu Chen was no longer repressed, merging with the momentum of his teammates, turning into a surging battle spirit that even resisted the terrifying pressure from Zhao Tianlong. Brothers united, their strength slices through gold. This was not just a slogan, it was a vow forged with their blood and trust. In the VIP seats, Zhao Tianlong looked at the arrogant youth, his face dark as if water could drip from it. Crack! He tightened the grip on the walnut, two hard purple gold walnuts instantly turned to powder, golden dust slipping down from his fingers. Good. Very good. Zhao Tianlong laughed in anger, a trace of cruel delight flashing in his eyes. Since you want to die, then I will grant you that. See you in the finals. Having said that, Zhao Tianlong waved his sleeve and left, his back radiating a looming fierceness that suggested a storm of blood and carnage was about to break out. And in the instant he turned, Lu Chen on the arena retracted his arrogance instantly. What replaced it was a deeper, colder calculation. Because he knew. The real war had just begun. The arena on the surface was merely a prelude, the hidden fight was about to unfold. A behemoth like the Zhao family would never truly wait until the finals to take action. Tonight was destined to be a bloody night. Let's go. Lu Chen sheathed the knife and turned, leading his teammates away, strides firm. His eyebrows furrowed, no one could see what he was plotting deep inside. Perhaps it was an idea so crazy that it was extreme. Chapter 71, The Dragon's Reverse Scale, touching it means certain death. The night in the capital was dark as if it were a thick ink that could not dissolve. Tomorrow would be the final match of the national competition. At this moment, the capital seemed peaceful, yet in reality, there were undercurrents flowing. Countless gamblers placed their bets in a frenzy, the major families hold meetings late into the night, everyone is waiting for the upcoming peak showdown. In the player village, Villa Number 1. Although it is a seized luxury house, there is not a trace of joy in the room at this moment. Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling are in their respective rooms making final preparations for tomorrow's battle. In the living room, only Lu Chen sits alone on the sofa, holding a glass of ice water, not drinking it. In front of him hovers a holographic projection, on the other end is Wang Pengzi, far away in Linjiang. At this moment, Wang Pengzi is sweating heavily, his face pale, he hasn't even bothered to wear his expensive suit, only in a shirt soaked with sweat, the background filled with a cacophony of alarm sounds. Lu Gu, something big has happened. Wang Pengzi's voice is filled with extreme terror and self-blame, even choked with sobs. I am so sorry. Something has happened at home. Lu Chen's heart sank, the water cup in his hand trembled slightly. What happened? Slow down and tell me. Just now half an hour ago, the brothers I arranged to protect our sister at the central hospital suddenly lost all contact. Wang Pengzi wiped the cold sweat off his face, gritting his teeth and saying. I received news that a group of mysterious experts bypassed all security checks in Linjiang and directly raided the VIP ward of the hospital. They moved so quickly, and their methods were extremely professional, all were death warriors. By the time I got there with my men, the ward was already empty. And the Zhao family is frantically betting on your loss tonight. Lu Gu, this is definitely the Zhao family's doing. They have taken Lu Chen away. Crack. The heavy glass cup in Lu Chen's hand was instantly covered with cracks. She was his only relative and his greatest weakness. It is the last pure land he must protect, even if it means bearing blame and going against the world. I understand. Lu Chen's voice was eerily calm, like the Dead Sea before a storm. Pinesy, this is not your fault. You could not stop the Zhao family's actions. But leave the rest to me. Understood, Lu Ge, my men will gather immediately. I will risk my life to rescue our sister. Beep. Lu Chen hung up the communication with Wang Ponzi. The room fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, V-room. The encrypted communicator on the table, which had never been disclosed to the outside world, suddenly vibrated. Incoming call display, unknown number. Lu Chen looked at the flashing red number with a flash of cold light in his eyes. He did not hesitate, his finger gently slid over the answer button. The holographic projection unfolded instantly. On the other end of the screen was not the office of a big shot, but a dark, damp basement filled with mold and the stench of blood. In the center of the picture, an old man covered in wounds is tied to a shabby iron chair. He is the old pharmacist, Zhang, who has been preparing life-saving potions for Lu Chen. He is beaten black and blue. Zhao Zhong. I apologize for interrupting your rest. However, I believe you would like to see your two old friends? Lu Chen sat on the sofa, his body instantly stiffening. Let them go. Lu Chen's voice was calm, without a ripple of emotion. If you have something to say, come at me. Come at you? Zhao Zhong laughed, a reckless and unrestrained laugh. Young Master Lu is joking. You are now a popular figure in the capital. Us common folks wouldn't dare confront you directly. As he spoke, Zhao Zhong pulled out a vial glowing with a bluish light. That was the divine suppressor, which Lu Chen needed to survive, and it was a special version not available on the market. I heard your sister's illness is quite troublesome. If she doesn't get this injection every day, her organs will explode like balloons? Zhao Zhong toyed with the vial, his eyes filled with mockery. What a shame. All the medications you ordered in Lingjiang have been accidentally damaged during transport. This is the last one. As long as I let my hand slip. He pretended to loosen his grip. You dare? Lu Chen suddenly stood up, a fierce killing intent erupting. In the image, Lu Chen saw her brother lose control, desperately shaking her head, tears finally streaming down. Calm down, calm down. Zhao Zhong tightened his grip on the vial, the smile on his face receding to reveal vicious fangs. Want your sister to live? It's simple. In tomorrow's finals, you should know what to do. Zhao Zhong stared into Lu Chen's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. First, lose to young Master Wuji. Second, on the stage, in front of the entire nation, break your own arms and kneel to apologize to the Zhao family. If you do this, I will return your sister unharmed. Otherwise. Zhao Zhong sneered, pressing his fingers down hard. Crack. The glass vial containing Lu Chen's life-saving medication was crushed in his hand. The blue liquid flowed through his fingers, dripping onto the dust-covered ground, evaporating into wisps of despairing smoke. With no medicine, she can last 3 more days. In 3 days, if you are still alive, you will have to collect your sister's corpse. Lu Chen watched the dripping medicine, looked at Lu Chen's desperate eyes, his heart feeling as if it was gripped tightly by someone, painfully unable to breathe. But he did not roar, nor did he go mad. After extreme anger, his rationality entered a state of absolute freezing. Okay. Lu Chen sat back down on the sofa, his voice hoarse. Zhao Zhong on the other end clearly did not expect Lu Chen to agree so readily and was taken aback, then burst into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought the Grim Reaper would be tough. Turns out he's just a dog begging for mercy for family. If you had been obedient earlier, it would have been over, right? At that moment, Lu Chen, gagged until now, suddenly found strength from somewhere and slammed her head into the guard beside her, causing the gag in her mouth to loosen. Brother! The girl's piercing scream came through the current, heart-wrenching. Don't care about me. They're all liars. They never planned to let me go. Brother! Don't care about me. Smack! A heavy slap echoed. Zhao Zhong slapped Lu Chen away, and she crashed into the wall, losing consciousness. Filthy bitch. So talkative. Zhao Zhong straightened his slightly disheveled cuffs and coldly looked at the camera. Lu Chen, did you hear that? Your sister has spirit. But spirit won't save her life. See you tomorrow. Beep. The communication was cut off. The holographic projection disappeared, and the living room fell back into a deathly darkness. Lu Chen remained seated, motionless. But the special military communicator in his hand had silently turned to metal powder, falling softly to the ground. Ha! Lu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked down at his empty palm. Make me lose? Make me break my own arms? Lu Chen murmured softly, his voice echoing in the empty hall, carrying a chilling scent of blood. He slowly lifted his head. The pair of eyes, once shining with golden light, had now completely turned a blood-red color. Since you have crossed my bottom line, I have no need to play this child's game with you anymore. Iron Pillar. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as if ice shards were falling. Yes, master. In the basement, the mechanical tyrant had not gone to sleep, it was on high alert. Have you finished the underground network map of the capital? Z survey completed. Holographic 3D model established. Very good. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking this brilliantly lit, glamorous super city. In his view, the entire city's underground was already covered by countless red lines. Like a spider web spreading out. Chapter 72, Crimson Lotus Night Walk, the whole city takes root. Late at night, a rare heavy rain fell in the capital. The rain poured down, wildly washing this ancient city that had a history of hundreds of years. Thunder roared, drowning out all voices of evil and conspiracy. At the highest point in the center of the capital, on the pinnacle of the Imperial Clock Tower, a black figure stood against the wind. Lu Chen was soaked to the skin, but he did not care. The rainwater slid down his stern face, gathering at his chin, and dripping into the abyss of darkness below. He allowed the icy rain to wash away the brutal killing intent in him that was on the verge of explosion. Iron Pillar. Lu Chen whispered to the air. Z, the holographic map has synchronized. The underground network nodes of the Zhao and Lin families have been marked. All spiritual energy detection probes have been shielded with a looped image. The comm report from the Iron Pillar came through his earpiece. Very good. Lu Chen slowly raised his left arm and rolled up his sleeve. The blood-red demon flower, Crimson Lotus, wrapped around his arm, seemed to sense its master's raging anger, trembling with excitement. That vividly blooming bud slowly opened, revealing a feeding mouth that resembled an abyss at its center. Go, Crimson Lotus. Lu Chen's voice was exceptionally clear amidst the thunder, carrying a chilling aura that made hearts tremble. Tonight, the city's underground belongs to you. Wherever you go, as long as there is bloodline aura from those two families. A flash of red light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Plant your roots in all of them. SSSS. The Crimson Lotus let out a suppressed shriek. It suddenly fell from Lu Chen's arm, not growing larger, but instantly splitting into thousands of thin, hair-like, translucent red roots. These roots, like countless red threadworms, quietly drilled into the vast and complex underground drainage system of the capital through the clock tower's drainage outlet. Underground, the sewer network. This was the dark side of the city, filled with filth and stench. But for the plant-type Crimson Lotus, this was the best highway. The countless blood-colored roots crazily grew and spread in the murky wastewater. Their speed was astonishing. In just half an hour, they had covered nearly half of the capital's underground like a huge vascular network. They accurately avoided all civilian residential areas, moving like conscious hunters directly toward the two coordinates with the densest spiritual energy and the strongest defenses. In the eastern district of the capital, the ancestral home of the Lin family. This was a vast Soviet-style garden, and most of the clan members were already asleep. Deep underground, a few array masters responsible for guarding the family formation were dozing off. Buzz. The alarm light for the defense formation suddenly flickered. It detected a weak foreign energy intrusion. What noise? One array master woke up and hurriedly checked the dashboard. But the next second, the red light went off again, and all values returned to normal. Oh, it's probably just a rat in the sewer bumping into the formation. Another person yawned. With this kind of thunderstorm, the instruments can easily misreport. Let's just go back to sleep. They didn't know that. In that brief moment, countless threads, thinner than a hair, had already, under the cover of the Iron Pillar's data, found their way into the gaps of the Great Formation's spiritual power nodes. They broke through the concrete, penetrated the floor, silently snaking up through the bed's foot and wall cracks, entering every room of the Lin family. A high-ranking elder of the Lin family was sleeping soundly in bed, perhaps dreaming of how to divide the profits from Lu Chen's body the next day. He was completely unaware that, beneath his bed, several crimson vines had quietly poked their heads out, coiling up like venomous snakes, hovering at his throat and heart, lying in wait. With just one command. These seemingly delicate roots would instantly turn into deadly steel needles. In the Zhao family ancestral home in the northern district of the capital, the situation was even more perilous. After all, the Zhao family was a top-tier noble clan with an old ancestor at the helm, and the underground defense formation was of the highest level, even having a withering barrier specifically targeting plant invasions. But with the remote assistance of the Eye of Truth, these formations were nothing but flaws in Lu Chen's eyes. 3 inches to the left, Lifegate. Bypass that fire attribute node. Standing atop the bell tower, Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with golden light, like a precise surgical doctor remotely controlling every stab of the crimson lotus. The roots of the lotus became exceedingly careful, they even began to mimic the surrounding earthy aroma, slowly melting into the Zhao family's foundation. In the Zhao family's backyard, deep in the forbidden meditation chamber. Sitting cross-legged, Zhao Tianlong, the ancestor of the Zhao family, suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of doubt passed through his murky old eyes. Strange, why do I feel a thump in my heart? His powerful consciousness instantly swept across the entire estate. The wind and rain lashed, family members slept soundly, and the patrolling warriors were dutiful. There were no signs of damage on the underground Great Formation. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Zhao Tianlong furrowed his brow and closed his eyes again. Maybe it's just that brat Lu Chen is going to die tomorrow, I must be too excited. Just at the moment he re-entered meditation. A nearly imperceptible red thread gently poked its head out from the crack in the mat beneath him. Morning arrived. The heavy rain had just paused, and the eastern horizon glimmered with a hint of dawn. On the streets of the capital, sanitation workers began to sweep away fallen leaves, and early risers started bustling for the new day. Everything seemed so peaceful and serene. No one knew that deep beneath their feet, a massive, deadly blood-red web had already been woven. Two huge families, thousands of lives, were now like flying insects stuck in a spider's web, their fates hanging by a thread. On top of the bell tower, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Having not slept all night, his eyes were bloodshot, but this made him seem even more dangerous. Ha! He exhaled, retracting his perception that covered the entire city. His left arm felt warm. The beautiful, dripping red lotus blossomed once again on his shoulder, with dew from the previous night still clinging to its petals, looking pure and beautiful. But only Lu Chen knew how horrifying the killing intent stored within that flower was now. Well done. Lu Chen turned his head and kissed the petals of the red lotus. Now the capital truly is my home ground. He stood up, stretching his stiff body while looking at the Grand National Stadium in the distance. That was the venue for today's finals. And it was also the execution ground prepared by the Zhao family for him. Zhao Tianba, Zhao Zhong, and Zhao Tianlong. Lu Chen's lips curled up slowly, revealing a smile that froze even the morning breeze. Didn't you want to see me begging for mercy, missing an arm? Didn't you want to see me weeping for my sister? All right. Then let's see who cries first. Lu Chen adjusted his collar and turned to leave the bell tower. His back was resolute. If you dare lay a finger on my sister, I will make your entire family accompany her to the grave. Chapter 73, The Crushed God of Death? In the capital city's national stadium, at noon. The blazing sun hung high, turning the vast arena into a steamer. The shouts of 100,000 spectators surged like tangible heat waves, crashing against the arena in waves. This was the final battle of the national championship, a peak showdown awaited by countless people. Now, let me introduce the favorite to win, the Zhao family's Huangji team. With the commentator's hoarse shout, the eastern player corridor erupted with dark magical energy. 5 figures slowly walked out. At the forefront was Zhao family young master Zhao Tianba. He stood bare-chested, his skin covered in dense, strange black runes. Behind him loomed a 5-meter-tall giant magical shadow, the Black Sky Demon, a platinum-peak taboo demon that the Zhao family forced to fuse using countless resources. Following him were 4 young men clad in dark gold armor, their faces grim. They were the 4 great kings meticulously trained by the Zhao family's secret division, all with platinum-level strength. Each had a corpse beast, radiating a stench, at their side. This was a team formed entirely for slaughter, and just by standing there, the overwhelming murderous aura made the front-row spectators feel suffocated. Lu Chen. Zhao Tianba stood in the center of the arena, with a chilling magical aura, his voice like that of a vengeful ghost. Today, in front of the whole world, I will crush your bones one by one. On the western side, Lu Chen walked onto the stage with his team. He still wore the tattered trench coat, but today he looked unusually different. He didn't draw his sword, nor did he take his hands out of his pockets, his left ear sported a tiny earpiece. All personnel, listen up. Lu Chen's voice was low and oppressive. Activate the highest defense posture. No one shall retaliate without my command. What? Lin Qingshui and Bai Ling looked at him in shock, they are a fully assembled platinum peak team. Not retaliating will get us killed. Execute the order. Lu Chen growled, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The match begins. The whistle blew, marking the start. Demon god possessed. Kill for me. Zhao Tianba roared, black bone armor enveloping his body, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall demon man. At the same time, the 4 great kings charged. The 4 corpse beasts roared and rushed out, attacking Kohlball, Iron Pillar, Lin Qingshui, and Bai Ling. Bang! 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 There was no suspense in the crushing victory. Under Lu Chen's death order, the Twilight team could only endure passively. Coldball was pinned down by two corpse beasts, torn apart furiously, his black gold armor sparking with every claw. He roared in anger but dared not retaliate. Iron Pillar was pushed back step by step by two other corpse beasts, his shield on the verge of collapse. Lin Qingshui and Bai Ling could only rely on spells and shields to desperately hold on. And Lu Chen faced Zhao Tianba's fatal strike directly. Die! With a screech that tore through the air, the demonic claw aimed for Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen did not dodge. He simply raised his arms, protecting his head, and braced himself to endure it. Bang! With a dull sound, Lu Chen was blasted away like a broken sandbag, crashing into the protective wall dozens of meters away, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood that stained his chest. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment. What happened? Why isn't Lu Chen fighting back? What's wrong with the Twilight team? Have they been scared silly? But he gritted his teeth tightly. Even though the pain made his whole body convulse, he would never fight back. Lu Chen! On the sidelines, Bai Ling's tears streamed down her face, and she raised her hand to cast a healing spell, but was stopped by Lu Chen's fiercely piercing gaze. Don't move. Even if beaten to death, don't move. He was waiting. Waiting for a message. What a waste. At this moment, a member of the Zhao family kicked Coldball's head and sneered, "Is this what you call a mutated beast? Like a dead dog." Coldball let out a low growl from its throat, the red light in its eyes almost bleeding, but due to the master's command, it could only endure the suffering. So frustrating. The audience in the stands went from initial shock, to disappointment, and finally to angry curses. What's going on? Is it a fixed match? Refund. This is supposed to be a final? I see a bunch of soft-shell shrimp. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianlong watched the scene, satisfied as he twisted the new walnut in his hand. This kid is smart. As long as he doesn't want that sickly sister to die, he has to obediently be a dog. On the ring. Boring. Zhao Tianba also seemed tired of it. He kicked Lu Chen to the edge of the ring, then strode over and raised his foot covered in magical armor, crushing it ruthlessly on Lu Chen's face. You dare call yourself a genius? Zhao Tianba leaned down and spoke in a voice only the two could hear, venomously. How does it feel, Lu Chen, to be stepped on? If you kneel down and beg me now, and cut off both your arms, I'll let you suffer less, and maybe I can let your sister live 2 more days. Lu Chen's face pressed against the cold ground, gravel scraping his skin, blood flowing into his mouth, salty and bitter. But he did not struggle. He was listening. In his ear, there was only the buzzing sound of electricity, noise from signal interference. Hurry fatty hurry, Lu Chen roared in his heart. Just as Zhao Tianba lifted his foot, ready to completely cripple one of Lu Chen's arms, and the 4 Zhao family members around were also ready to attack Coldball with lethal force. Zzz. The electric sound in the headset suddenly disappeared. Then, a panting, extremely excited and agitated voice came through clearly, Brother Lu. It's done. Brothers fought hard and broke in. We rescued our sister. She's already moved to a safe house, and that Zhao Zhang was shot dead by me. It's safe. Really safe. In that instant, the heart that had been hanging in Lu Chen's throat dropped heavily. The world seemed to quiet down. Hey, young Master Zhao. Under Zhao Tianba's foot, Lu Chen suddenly let out an extremely weak yet relieved-sounding voice. What did you say? Zhao Tianba pressed down hard. Say it loudly, bark like a dog for me. I said. Lu Chen's fingers trembled slightly, then suddenly grabbed Zhao Tianba's ankle. His strength was astonishing, his nails digging deep into the gaps of Zhao Tianba's magical armor. Are you done playing? What? Zhao Tianba was taken aback. The next second, he felt the person under his foot, who had been like a dead dog, suddenly changed in breath. It was neither weakness nor fear, but an overwhelming, terrifying killing intent, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, soaring into the sky. Now that my sister is safe. Lu Chen suddenly raised his head. On his bloodied and dusty face appeared a smile that sent shivers down Zhao Tianba's spine, all the audience's spines, and everyone watching the live broadcast. In his eyes, there was no longer forbearance, but a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Then your Zhao family had. In an instant, a shocking reversal occurred. Roar! The Coldball, long suppressed, erupted first. Its black gold armor, which had been in a defensive, contracted state, suddenly burst outward. A terrifying shockwave flipped over the 2 corpse beasts pinned against it. Next, the Coldball stopped passively defending and pushed off the ground, turning into a black whirlwind that surged upward. Bang! A heavily scaled claw slammed down fiercely, smashing a corpse beast that attempted to counterattack into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Another corpse beast tried to sneak attack but was met head-on with a thick spray of corroding poison abyss from the Coldball. Ah whoa! The beast let out a painful howl as its proud corpse skin rapidly deteriorated in the poisonous mist, rising in thick green smoke. The agonizing pain forced it to retreat frantically, no longer daring to approach the ferocious beast even a step. In just one encounter, the two ferocious beasts left one injured and the other retreating. On the other side, the reactant furnace and iron pillar's chest turned from blue to red, entering a rampaging mode. Z restrictions lifted. Annihilation mode, firepower suppression. The six-barreled Gatling and shoulder missile nest roared simultaneously. Boom boom boom. The dense metal storm rolled forward like a bulldozer. The two corpse beasts attempting to surround Iron Pillar had to summon their shields to desperately hold on. But Iron Pillar's firepower was too overwhelming, the shields cracked within 3 seconds. Puff! The two were violently blasted away by the explosive shockwave, crashing heavily against the protective shield at the edge of the arena, spitting blood, their armor shattered. Though they didn't die, they completely lost their combat ability. The situation instantly flipped. And in the center of the arena, Zhao Tianba felt an irresistible immense force on his ankle. The dead dog he had trampled suddenly erupted with a power that made his heart race. Get away! Lu Chen let out a low growl, lifting Zhao Tianba's massive demonic body with one hand and smashed it hard against the specially made alloy floor, like a ragdoll. Bang! The ground shattered, and debris flew. Zhao Tianba spat out a mouthful of demonic blood. Before he could rise, a military boot stomped down heavily on his chest, pinning him to the ground. You dare! Zhao Tianba stared up in terror at Lu Chen, unable to comprehend why this person, who had just been on the brink of death, suddenly became so terrifying. At this moment, Lu Chen, covered in blood, had eyes glowing fiercely red that were terrifying to behold. He didn't rush to kill, but slowly raised his right hand. The 100,000 audience members, along with billions of online viewers, held their breaths. They did not understand what Lu Chen was about to do. Was he going to launch a finishing blow? No. In countless close-up shots, Lu Chen lightly and elegantly snapped his fingers at the void. Snap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the stadium via the sound system. The next second, the massive instant broadcast screens around the stadium suddenly went black for a moment without warning. Then, the feed was forcibly cut, jumping to an emergency news broadcast. From the perspective of a drone overlooking from high above. On the screen were the Zhao family and Lin family ancestral homes, located in the eastern and northern districts of the imperial capital, symbols of power and status. What happened? Why did it switch to the news? Is that an earthquake? The audience exclaimed in surprise. On the screen, the two extremely vast and luxurious estates were now violently shaking. Boom, boom. Accompanied by two nearly simultaneous loud bangs, the ground of the two estates collapsed. But this was not a natural disaster. From the sky filled with dust, numerous massive vines, thick as ancient trees and as red as blood, roared up from the ground like hellish tentacles. They instantly pierced through houses, wrapping around beams and columns, entangling the exquisite villas. The attic, crushed into ruins like squished building blocks. Ah! Help me! What is this thing? Save me! A piercing scream came through the screen. Those from the wealthy Zhao family and the upper echelon of the Lin family, who were originally enjoying their riches and even watching the livestream waiting for Lu Chen to be tortured, now became sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Who could have imagined that in the safest family mansion, the roots of the Red Lotus had long been lurking around them? Caught completely off guard, once it struck, it was a deadly attack. Puff! 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 Crimson vines precisely pierced into every high-ranking member of the Zhao family, from the elder sipping tea to the backbone in deep cultivation, none escaped. And on the Lin family's side, the vines seemed to have eyes. They skillfully avoided the marginalized secondary branches and innocent bystanders, only binding those high-ranking members and elders who had once participated in the persecution of Lin Qingxue, hanging them up in midair one by one. In just half a minute, the two wealthy families turned into two realms of hell. And on the arena stage at the stadium, Lu Chen looked at the big screen, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand and spoke to Lin Qingxue, who was not far away. Qingxue, I've taken care of those lowly insects from the Lin family for you. As for the remaining innocent ones, I haven't touched a single one. Lu Chen's voice domineeringly declared through the broadcast. From today onwards, what's left of the Lin family belongs to Lin Qingxue. As for the Zhao family. Lu Chen looked down at the utterly terrified Zhao Tianba beneath him, his gaze instantly turning icy. Not a single one shall survive. As his words fell, the vines in the Zhao family's ancestral residence suddenly contracted. Gulton Gulton. Thousands of high-ranking members' essence was greedily drained by the Red Lotus at this moment. Those once immensely proud members of the Zhao family turned into dried corpses at a visible speed, becoming ashes scattered in the wind. Boom! Two intensely blood-red columns of light shot into the sky from the two ruins. That was the lifeblood and spiritual energy of thousands of beast masters. These two beams of light converged in the air, crossing the distance like a rainbow piercing the sun, heading straight for the National Stadium. What is that? The audience looked up in terror. They saw the blood-red torrent penetrate the stadium's dome shield, accurately pouring into the center of the arena, into that boy wearing tattered clothing. Buzz! Lu Chen opened his arms, the Gluttony talent operating at its peak. He felt like a black hole, greedily devouring the luck and blood energy accumulated over hundreds of years by these two families. Ah! Lu Chen let out a sigh of ultimate satisfaction. The wounds on his body healed at a visible speed, leaving no scars behind. The physical and spiritual energy, which had been depleted from the fights, was instantly replenished and was crazily surging. Blood energy swirled, red light filled the sky. At this moment, Lu Chen, bathed in the overwhelming blood energy, had his long hair dancing, resembling a world-destroying demon god. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Just the terrifying pressure radiating from him made Zhao Tianba feel as if he were trapped beneath a great mountain, even breathing becoming difficult. How is this possible? Zhao Tianba gazed at the monster whose aura was rising steadily, only endless despair remained in his eyes. You actually sacrificed our entire family? Sacrifice? Lu Chen opened his eyes, his pupils a blood-red sea of corpses. He looked down at Zhao Tianba, as if gazing at a trivial insect. No. This is... Blood debt must be paid in blood. Chapter 75, Breakthrough. A fist to shatter the demon. Boom. The blood-red columns continued to infuse, and Lu Chen's body seemed to turn into a bottomless black hole. It was the essence of life from thousands of high-ranking beast masters of the two families, including even golden-level and half-step platinum-tier strong blood energy. Such overwhelming and violent energy would have caused any normal person to explode and die by now. But for Lu Chen, who possessed the S-level talent, Gluttony, it was different. This is just a slightly lavish lunch. Detected massive high-level blood energy surging in. Removing impurities, converting to pure spiritual energy. Physical strength has broken through the threshold. Lu Chen's bones let out crackling sounds like popping beans, every inch of muscle tearing and reshaping. The body, already enhanced by the lava body, is now moving towards a higher, more terrifying level. Crack! It sounded like some kind of shackles being broken. An invisible wave of energy spread out from Lu Chen, shaking the arena's rubble into powder. Congratulations! Physical strength has broken through to half-step diamond rank. Half-step diamond rank. In this world dominated by beast tamers, human bodies are often weak. Those who achieve diamond rank bodies are all martial arts masters who have practiced for decades or monsters that have fused with divine beast bloodlines. And now, Lu Chen ascends to the heavens in one step. Who? Lu Chen slowly exhaled a puff of white air, and the breath cut through the air like a sharp sword. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him that seemed capable of crushing mountains. The red light in his eyes slowly faded, transforming into a deep, returning to its essence. Is this the power of diamond level? Beneath him, Zhao Tianba, once unable to move under the burden of his family's ruin, finally came to his senses from the massive blow. Extreme sorrow turned into extreme madness. Ah! Lu Chen! I will kill you! I will kill you! Zhao Tianba let out a piercing roar, blood tears streaming from his eyes. The black sky devil bloodline within him sensed its host's death wish and began to burn wildly. Demon God Disintegration World Destroying Strike. Boom! The black bone armor on Zhao Tianba exploded in an instant, transforming into countless black spikes merging into his flesh. His body inflated again, becoming a towering 5-meter demon, flowing with black demonic blood. This was a temporary power gained by sacrificing life, its pressure even touching the threshold of diamond rank for a moment. Die for me! Zhao Tianba swung that claw large enough to cover the sky, filled with earth-destroying demonic energy, slamming down towards Lu Chen. This strike made the space tremble, and the protective shield around the arena emitted alarm sounds from being overwhelmed. Heavens! Run! This is a mutual destruction tactic. The audience screamed in terror. However, Lu Chen, at the center of the storm, appeared exceptionally calm. He did not draw his sword. Nor did he summon the coal ball and iron column. He simply watched the mad shadow quietly, as if observing a clown's final struggle. Kill me? Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold arc. He stepped back half a step, his waist sinking slightly, his right hand slowly clenched into a fist, pulling it to his waist. The movement was simple, plain, and unadorned. Like an old man in the park throwing the most ordinary straight punch. But at that moment he clenched his fist, the air around him seemed to be instantly sucked dry, all blood energy, spiritual power, even light, madly converging towards his fist. On that fist, there were no fancy skills or flashy effects, only a power that was pure to the extreme. This punch. Lu Chen looked at the descending demonic claw, softly murmuring. Is for my sister. Boom! He struck. The fist cut through the air, creating a visible white sonic boom cloud. The space under this punch developed fine black cracks. Bang! One large, one small, one black, one red. The two forces collided violently in midair. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, crack! That enormous demonic claw, capable of crushing buildings, collapsed like fragile glass before Lu Chen's seemingly small fist. No, this is impossible. Zhao Tianba's madness instantly turned into terror. But this was just the beginning. Lu Chen's punch surged like a bamboo shoot, shattering the demonic claw, shattering the arm. Finally slammed hard on Zhao Tianba's chest, covered in thick demon armor. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The so-called platinum-level invincible demon armor, along with Zhao Tianba's massive demonic body, exploded like a watermelon hit head-on by a fast-moving train. It shattered instantly. A large hole appeared, clear from front to back, and his heart was turned to nothingness. Put! Zhao Tianba didn't even have time to scream, as his whole body was blasted away by the terrifying force of the punch, drawing a tragic arc in the air, and crashing heavily into the spectator wall hundreds of meters away, sinking deep into it. One punch. Just one punch. The platinum-level demon incarnation shattered. In the arena, among the audience of 100,000, even the referees accustomed to bloody scenes seemed to have their throats gripped, unable to make a sound. So brutal. So shocking. No grand magic, no terrifying monster pets. Just an ordinary punch that exploded Zhao family's last hope. Is this the terror of diamond-level flesh? In the center of the arena, Lu Chen slowly pulled back his fist, the red light on him faded away, returning to his indifferent appearance. So weak. Lu Chen looked at the puddle of mush on the wall in the distance and shook his head. What a pity, your pain doesn't even pay back 1/10,000th of the sins you've committed. He turned around, facing the camera, facing the whole world, and revealed a frightening smile. Is there anyone left in the Zhao family? If not. Lu Chen walked towards Zhao Tianba, embedded in the wall, still twitching slightly. I will start clearing the field. Chapter 76 Public Execution, Devouring Monstrous Beasts. In the ruins, the dust settled. The sturdy spectator wall resembled a spider web, cracked as if struck by a meteor. And in the sunken center, the once invincible Zhao family young master Zhao Tianba hung like a puddle of mud. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing sounds emerged. Zhao Tianba was not dead yet. It must be said, the platinum-level demon Black Sky Demon had an exceptionally tenacious life force. Even with a large hole in his chest, even with a shattered heart, the black granulation of flesh at his wound still thrashed wildly, trying to repair his broken body. Black demon blood dripped on the ground with a sizzling corrosive sound. Tap, tap, tap. Steady and rhythmic footsteps approached. Lu Chen stepped on the rubble, approaching step by step. The blood aura around him did not dissipate, but instead, with the gathering of killing intent, formed a vague scarlet cloak behind him. Among the audience of 100,000, not a single person dared to make a sound. They held their breath, staring fixedly at the big screen, watching the boy walk towards the dying demon. They knew that what would happen next would completely overturn their understanding of the word competition. This was no longer a match. This was execution. Splash. Lu Chen walked to the wall, stretched out a hand, and like pulling a dead dog, grabbed Zhao Tianba by the hair and yanked him out of the wall, tossing him easily to the ground. Zhao Tianba let out a painful groan, his once handsome face now twisted and deformed. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes to see the black silhouette backlit above him, his gaze filled with almost overflowing resentment. Lu Chen. You destroyed the Zhao family, the ancestor, will not let you go. Ancestor? Lu Chen scoffed, and placed a heavy foot on Zhao Tianba's healing chest. Puff. The freshly healed granulation was stomped flat once more, black blood splattering everywhere. Are you referring to that turtle hiding in the shadows, watching his entire clan be destroyed while not daring to show his face? Lu Chen bent down, his eyes glowing red, staring directly into Zhao Tianba's desperate eyes. Zhao Tianba, I gave you all a chance. At school, in the wilderness. Even just before the match began. As long as you come at me, even if your methods are dirty, I respect you as a man. Lu Chen's voice was very soft, but it clearly spread to every corner through the venue's sound equipment, chilling to the bone. But you should never, ever. You shouldn't touch Lu Chen. You are not worthy to call yourselves a wealthy family. After saying this, Lu Chen straightened up, his eyes falling on Zhao Tianba's right leg covered in demonic armor. Just now, it was this leg that had stepped on his face, humiliating him and threatening him. Since you like stepping on people. Lu Chen said calmly, bending his hands down like an iron claw, firmly gripping Zhao Tianba's right ankle and upper thigh. Then you can forget about this leg. Zhao Tianba's pupils shrank suddenly, an unprecedented fear causing him to struggle wildly. No. What are you going to do? I am the young master of the Zhao family. You can't. Rip. A chilling sound of flesh and bone being forcibly torn apart interrupted his scream. Under the terrified gaze of tens of thousands in the audience, in countless close-up shots, Lu Chen actually, with the terrifying strength of a diamond-level body, forcibly tore Zhao Tianba's right leg off, as if he were pulling the leg off a roast chicken. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over Lu Chen. Zhao Tianba let out the most sorrowful scream of his life, his whole body curling like a shrimp, twisting and rolling wildly in the pool of blood. That kind of pain was a torture that acted directly on the soul. Many in the audience fell paralyzed in their seats, with some even vomiting on the spot. So brutal. So bloody. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Chen casually threw the severed leg aside, as if discarding a piece of trash. He looked at the rolling Zhao Tianba on the ground. The red light in his eyes not only did not fade but became more greedy, more hungry. Not yet finished. Lu Chen stepped on Zhao Tianba's chest again, rendering him immobile. Your life, though worthless, that thing inside you. Lu Chen extended his right hand, palm facing down, aiming at Zhao Tianba's bloody wound. It actually has some nutrition. Demon God Bloodline? Platinum level? Lu Chen licked his lips, the phantom of Gluttony emerging behind him once more, as if the abyssal maw wanted to swallow the entire world. Just in time, my physical body has just broken through, needing some supplements to stabilize my realm. Gluttony devour. Boom! A dark vortex formed in Lu Chen's palm. A terrifying gravitational pull instantly enveloped Zhao Tianba. No. No. It's mine, mine. Zhao Tianba seemed to realize something, screaming in terror, his hands gripping the ground tightly, his nails breaking. But in the face of absolute plunder, his resistance seemed so powerless. Roar! Along with a reluctant demon roar. From Zhao Tianba's wound, threads of black-red energy were forcibly extracted. These energies gathered and twisted in the air, ultimately transforming into a fierce black-red energy demon dragon, emitting a desperate wail under the vortex's pull. That was the demon god bloodline that the Zhao family had spent 100 years cultivating. Now, it was Lu Chen's food. Gurgle. The black dragon was sucked into the vortex, flowing into Lu Chen's body along his arm. Ah! Lu Chen tilted his head back, letting out a satisfied low groan. He could feel that the violent power of the demon god was being madly crushed and purified by the gluttony talent, then merged into each of his cells. A faint layer of black magic patterns began to appear on the surface of his skin, fleeting. His breath became deeper, more terrifying, as if he were a true demon lord of the human realm. And on the ground, Zhao Tianba. As the bloodline was drawn out, the wound that had still been regenerating instantly stopped writhing. His robust demon body began to rapidly shrivel, withering. His skin became as gray and dull as dry tree bark. Hair fell off in handfuls. In just a few seconds. Just a moment ago, the Zhao family's young master was full of arrogance, shouting to crush Lu Chen's bones. He turned into a dried corpse, skin over bones, mouth wide open, eyes unclosed in death. When the wind blew, the dried corpse turned into ashes, dissipating above the arena. Completely erased. Not even a trace remaining. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, the blood and demonic energy on his body gradually receding into him. He stood in the center of the ruins, drenched in blood, with the ashes of his enemies under his feet. He slowly turned around, his eyes still carrying a crimson glimmer, looking through the lens, gazing at the whole world. He said nothing. But that silent intimidation was more powerful than any words. God blocks, kill God, demons block, swallow demons. Gulp. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers gulped, their fingers so stiff they couldn't even send a message. They witnessed the fall of a wealthy family and the birth of a new king. A tyrant who stepped atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, using violence to counter violence, using killing to stop killing. However, just when everyone thought everything had settled. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed above the stadium. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, purple lightning rolling in the clouds, a pressure terrifying 100 times more intense than before descended from the sky. That was the utmost rage belonging to Beyond Diamond Tier. Little beast! You dared to kill my grandson. You dared to annihilate my whole family. I want you to die without a burial place. An old but mad figure, wrapped in countless thunders, suddenly smashed down towards Lu Chen on the arena like a meteor. Zhao family's ancestor, Zhao Tianlong. After witnessing the family's destruction and his grandson being devoured, this old monster who had been hiding in the dark finally went mad. He no longer cared about any rules, no longer cared about any face. He only wanted to do one thing now: kill Lu Chen. Chapter 77, Bone and Skin, Not Broken Spirit. Booming thunder. The originally clear midday sky at this moment seemed to be stained with ink, instantly turning into a pitch-black night. And amidst that rolling dark cloud, thick purple lightning twisted and roared like angry dragons, releasing a terrifying pressure that changed the color of heaven and earth. Little beast. Accompanied by a roar that shattered the heavens, a figure wrapped in thousands of thunders descended from the sky. Bang! The moment he landed, the entire foundation of the stadium wailed in pain. At the landing point, the ground within 100 meters instantly turned to dust. The terrifying shockwave swept up all the cameras and equipment that hadn't had time to escape. As the dust settled, Zhao Tianlong, the ancestor of the Zhao family, now resembled a mad thunder god, hovering 3 feet off the ground. His silver hair danced wildly, purple electric arcs wrapped around him, and his originally murky old eyes had transformed completely into dazzling incandescent white. He fixed his gaze on the young man in the ruins who had just devoured his grandson's bloodline, with killing intent so intense it seemed to ignite the air. You destroyed the foundation of my Zhao family, killed my direct bloodline. Zhao Tianlong's voice was hoarse and cold, each word squeezed out from between clenched teeth. If I do not peel your skin, strip your tendons, and burn your soul today, I, Zhao Tianlong, swear I will not be human. Boom! Before his voice fell, he casually waved his hand. A purple lightning whip the thickness of a water bucket formed out of thin air, accompanied by a cracking sound that tore through space, violently lashed towards Lu Chen. Master! Bai Ling let out a sharp scream. She could not care for her weak body, surging to Lu Chen's side. Her golden pupils instantly ignited, risking her life force, raising the staff high. Holy radiance, absolute protection. Buzz! A golden shield thicker than before rose from nowhere, enveloping everyone within it. At the same time, Lin Xingxue also bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the staff. The once cold eyes were filled with determination. Frigid domain 10,000 years ice wall. Block them for me. Crack. 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 3 thick, deep blue ice walls, several meters high, rose up from the ground, blocking outside the light shield. Immediately followed was the desperate defense of the beasts. The iron column overloaded its reactor at its chest, propping up a nearly shattered energy shield. The cold ball dragged its injured body to activate the black gold armor to withstand the attack. At this moment, the entire Dusk battle team used all their means. However, in the face of absolute level suppression, all this touching resistance seemed so pale, so laughable. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Zhao Tianlong snorted coldly, and the thunder whip fell. Z. The 3 ice walls that Lin Xingxue desperately gathered did not even last a second upon contact with the thunder whip, directly vaporized by the high temperature, turning into vast white mist. Puff! Lin Xingxue was hit back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing to the ground completely weak. Next came Bai Ling's absolute protection. Crack! That layer of golden light shield, in front of the thunder, shattered instantly like a fragile soap bubble into countless specks of light. Bai Ling let out a scream, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, being blown away like a kite with a broken string. Finally, it was the physical defense of the beasts. Bang! With a crisp sound, the massive mechanical body of the iron column was struck by the thunder whip, bursting out sparks, parts flying in all directions, and it was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ruins of the stands, its electronic eyes nearly extinguished. As the last line of defense, the coal ball took on the shockwave with its body. The black gold scales on its back exploded and flew apart, blood pouring down like a gruesome stream, letting out painful whimpers but unable to rise. With a single strike. Just a casual strike. The proud defense system of the Dusk battle team completely collapsed. Everyone heavily injured. This gap in strength could not be bridged by will and cooperation. Who else can protect you? Zhao Tianlong stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen. That terrifying pressure felt like a mountain crushing down, causing Lu Chen, who had just broken through to the beginning of diamond level, to emit a creaking sound under the unbearable weight. Lu Chen did not retreat. He also had nowhere to retreat to. He gripped his battle knife tightly, even as his bones cried out in agony. He straightened his back and coldly stared at the mad old man. Old dog. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. You hit the young one to get to the old one. This is all the Zhao family's talent. Sharp-tongued. Zhao Tianlong, furious, raised his foot and stomped down heavily. Not to step on his head, but aimed at Lu Chen's left knee. Get down on your knees. Crack. A chilling sound of bones breaking echoed clearly through the undamaged audio equipment at the scene. Lu Chen's left kneecap was stomped to pieces. Ugh. Lu Chen let out a muffled groan, his body suddenly swaying. The intense pain drenched him in cold sweat instantly, but he relied on his incredible willpower to hold his right leg firmly on the ground, refusing to let his knee touch the ground. Even though his left leg was displaying an eerie twist, even though the broken bone pierced through the skin, he was still standing. Not kneeling? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhao Tianlong's eyes, quickly turning into a more cruel brutality. I want to see how tough your bones are. Zzz. His foot, resting on Lu Chen's broken leg, suddenly erupted with dazzling thunderlight. The violent power of thunder surged through the wound, wildly rushing into Lu Chen's body, as if countless blades were slicing through his veins and blood vessels. This was cruel torture. It was a thunderous torment from within. Ha! Lu Chen finally could not help but let out a low roar. His skin began to crack, blood flowing out was instantly evaporated into blood missed by the lightning. That pain was 100 times stronger than being sliced 1,000 times. Kneel down. Zhao Tianlong increased his strength again, even pressing down on Lu Chen's shoulder, trying to force him down. Bow to the ancestors of the Zhao family. Bow to my grandson. A tremendous power pressed down on Lu Chen's spine, causing it to bend, bursting blood vessels all over his body. The audience covered their mouths, some even turned their heads away in pity. It was too brutal. This was no longer a battle, this was a massacre. Yet, even so, the blood-soaked boy, who had turned into a person of blood, still did not kneel. He propped himself up with the war knife stuck in the ground, trembling as he slowly lifted his head. On that blood-drenched face, surprisingly, he was still smiling. It was a mockery to the extreme, a madness to the extreme. Old dog. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse and broken, like a worn-out bellows. He looked at Zhao Tianlong's twisted old face, struggling to open his mouth, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. Is this all the strength you have? Boom. These words hit Zhao Tianlong's face like a loud slap. The venue fell silent. Everyone was shocked by this boy's hard backbone. His body could break, but his spine would not bend. Even facing an unbeatable enemy, even suffering extreme punishment, he was still fighting. Good. Zhao Tianlong trembled with rage, the last bit of rationality in his eyes completely burned away by fury. Since you wish to die so stubbornly, I will grant you this. I will extract your soul and light a sky lantern. Zhao Tianlong raised his right hand, gathering a sword of judgment entirely made of thunder in his palm, aiming at Lu Chen's crown. This time, he aimed to eliminate Lu Chen completely, leaving no soul behind. Lu Chen looked at the descending thunderous sword, without a trace of fear in his eyes. He knew he had reached his limit. But he had no regrets. The Zhao family was destroyed, his sister saved, and revenge taken. In this life, he had made his returns. Come on. Lu Chen closed his eyes, a calm curve at the corner of his mouth. However, just as the thunder sword was about to pierce Lu Chen's head, dang! An earth-shattering metallic tremor suddenly exploded above the stadium. Immediately after Eli knew a large hand, full of calluses and seemingly ordinary, appeared out of nowhere. It simply and effortlessly, like crushing a fly, grabbed that wildly violent thunder sword. Crack! The large hand exerted a slight force. The lethal strike that Zhao Tianlong had gathered in fury was directly crushed into countless sparks of electricity. Who? Zhao Tianlong exclaimed in shock, lifting his head abruptly. He saw, between him and Lu Chen, an imposing figure that seemed to rise like a mountain. The person wore a dark green military coat, had a military star on his shoulder, and a face as stern as iron. Just standing there seemed to stabilize the world around him. It was the general from the Great Xia National Military Headquarters, Xiangjin. Zhao Tianlong. Xiangjin released his hand, letting the electric debris fall, with a voice as cold as a verdict. Violently attacking in public, cruelly massacring candidates, disregarding national law. You? Do you want to rebel? Boom. With the sound of shattering metal ringing across the heavens, the scattered thunder light dissolved like broken fireworks. Zhao Tianlong stared blankly at his empty right hand. The thunder punishment sword that gathered his lifetime of cultivation and could slay opponents of the same rank had actually been crushed barehanded? You? Zhao Tianlong suddenly looked up, wanting to see who had come, when a terrifying aura that made his soul shudder surged toward him. This was not the pressure aimed at the body, but an absolute oppression from the level of life itself. A true pillar of the nation. Slap. No words, no flashy moves. Xiangjin lifted that calloused hand, and with a backhand, he heavily slapped Zhao Tianlong's old, twisted face. This slap didn't use any stunning techniques, it was simply a combination of pure strength and speed. But the effect was devastating. Puff. Zhao Tianlong flew like a baseball hit hard, half of his teeth mixed with blood flying out. His body traced a shadow in the air. He was sent flying for several hundred meters, and finally with a loud boom, he crashed hard into the concrete wall at the edge of the stadium, unable to be dislodged. The entire audience of 100,000, including the billions of internet users watching on television, all had their mouths wide open, their jaws dropped to the ground. That was the ancestor of the Zhao family. The guardian spirit of the Zhao family that had dominated the capital for decades. Just like that, was he slapped away? Committing violence in public, treating the law as nothing. Xiangjin withdrew his hand, wearing a dark green military coat and bearing the star of a general, his fierce eyes coldly scanning the ruins where Zhao Tianlong lay, his voice as loud as a bell, shaking the entire venue. Does the Zhao family want to rebel? Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Tianlong struggled out from the ruins, half of his face swollen like a pig's head, showing no trace of the grandeur of a wealthy ancestor. He looked at the towering figure that resembled a mountain, the madness in his eyes being instantly extinguished by a cold splash of water, replaced by deep fear. Xiang General Xiang. Take him away. Xiangjin had no desire to hear his explanation, waving his large hand. Swish. 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 Several special forces soldiers in exoskeleton armor descended from the sky, instantly locking Zhao Tianlong's limbs and spine with anti-magic shackles, dragging this once proud ancestor away like a dead dog. The Zhao family was finished. Everyone knew that with Zhao Tianlong's arrest, the once glorious Zhao family had completely become part of history. After dealing with Zhao Tianlong, Xiangjin slowly turned around. His gaze fell upon the young man in the center of the ring, drenched in blood, barely supporting his body with a battle knife. His expression was complex. There was appreciation for talent, anger, and also some indescribable depth. Lu Chen. Xiangjin spoke, his tone icy. You won the match and avenged yourself. But... Xiangjin pointed at the hellish scenes around them, then pointed at the images of the ruins of the Zhao family ancestral home on the big screen. Massacring a wealthy family, using large-scale destructive means privately, causing extremely severe social impact. According to Imperial Iron Law, this is a serious crime. A death penalty. As soon as these two words came out, Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling, who were still immersed in the joy of survival, turned pale as paper. No. Lin Xingxue, disregarding her serious injuries, staggered in front of Lu Chen, spreading her arms to block Xiangjin's gaze. It was he who struck first. The Zhao family kidnapped his sister first. We acted in self-defense. The law looks only at the result, not the reason. Xiangjin's expression was emotionless, like a judge with an iron face. The result is that thousands died because of him. The order of the capital has been trampled by him alone. Come, take him down. Crash. Dozens of dark gun barrels were instantly aimed at the now exhausted Lu Chen. Stop. At that moment, a roar filled with alcohol yet extremely furious came from the stands. In the distance, the old dean of the War Academy of Demon City, Dugu Lai, rushed over, exuding an aroma of alcohol. Boom. An equally terrifying pressure erupted. Dugu Lai appeared before Lu Chen like an enraged lion, slamming his wine pot on the ground, shattering it. Xiangjin. You old stubborn man. Dugu Lai pointed fiercely at Xiangjin. Everyone knows the Zhao family's crimes over the years, they deserve punishment. Anyone who wants to take my prized student away must first step over my corpse. The momentum of the two peak powers collided in the air, the pressure making the air scream under the burden. The entire audience didn't even dare to breathe. For a student, would two great powers go to war? Facing Dugu Lai's outburst, Xiangjin did not take action. He simply frowned and took a step forward, leaning close to Dugu Lai's ear, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. Old classmate, don't make a scene. To arrest him is the order from above. The marshal's personal order. Hearing the words the marshal, Dugu Lai's previously surging momentum came to a sudden halt. He looked at Xiangjin in disbelief. Marshal? He wants to kill this kid? If we don't catch him, we can't calm the public anger or give an explanation to the noble families. Xiangjin sighed, his voice very low, but if we catch him, it may not mean a dead end. Do you understand what I mean? Dugu Lai was stunned. He looked at Xiangjin's meaningful eyes, as if having understood something. At that moment, a bloody hand gently pulled at Dugu Lai's clothes. Dean. Lu Chen's voice was weak, but still calm. He pushed away Lin Xingxue, who was blocking him, and with Bai Ling's support, he struggled to stand up straight. I will bear the consequences of what I've done. Lu Chen looked at Xiangjin, then glanced at the soldiers around them, as tense as if facing a great enemy. He knew that if it were truly a dead end, Xiangjin would not have saved him just now but would have let Zhao Tianlong kill him. Since he was saved, it meant there was still something to discuss. I will go with you. Lu Chen let go of his battle knife, allowing it to stick into the ground. Lu Chen. Lin Xingxue's tears burst like a dam. You will die. Going into that kind of place. Don't worry. Lu Chen turned his head, looking at the tearful Lin Xingxue and Bai Ling, as well as the injured and unconscious Kobold and the broken iron pillar beside them. He reached out his bloodied hand, wanting to wipe Lin Xingxue's tears, but seeing the blood on his hand, he stopped in midair. Take good care of Kobold and my sister. Wait for my return. After saying that, he voluntarily extended both hands. Crack. The specially made magic sealing handcuffs locked onto his wrists, and the heavy shackles weighing hundreds of pounds pressed down on his shoulders. But he did not bend down. Even with broken legs and covered in blood, he still held his head high. Under the gazes of countless cameras and flashes, amidst the complex expressions of 100,000 spectators, the boy who had just wiped out the aristocracy and created miracles was escorted by 2 special soldiers, step by step, towards the pitch-black prison van. No one threw garbage, no one cursed. The entire stadium was dead silent. Everyone was watching that figure. Some said he was a ruthless killer, others said he was a tragic hero fighting against power. When he reached the prison van door, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head, looking at this ruined arena, at the trophy symbolizing the highest honor, and finally, at the sky. In that moment, there was no regret, no fear in his eyes. Only an incomprehensible calm, and a hint of deep-seated ambition. "Goodbye, Imperial Capital," Lu Chen whispered softly. Then, he turned and got into the vehicle. Bang! The heavy iron door closed, cutting off all light in sight. The prison van started and, under the escort of the military's armored vehicles, headed towards the place known as Only the Dead Can Leave, the Imperial Capital's prison. That night, the entry for Lu Chen dominated all the top 10 trending topics. National University's Beastmaster Competition Champion becomes a lower-tier prisoner. Hashtag Zhao family destroyed, who's to blame? Hashtag petition, requesting pardon for Lu Chen. Hashtag. The online uproar was overwhelming, with supporters and opponents each holding their ground. But in a certain top-secret conference room deep within the Imperial Capital, a document marked Top Secret was gently placed on the table. On the envelope, 2 words were written. Tao Tai. Chapter 79 Codename, Tao Tai. In the Imperial Capital's prison, 99 levels underground, lies the deadly spirit prison. This is the deepest darkness of the Imperial Capital, with walls made of magic sealing stones that completely block spiritual power. The air is cold as ice, and there is never a single sound. Only the occasional drip of water can be heard, like counting down the moments for the death row inmates. The interrogation room's spotlight shone harshly, glaring straight at Lu Chen's face, illuminating the blood and wounds on him menacingly. He sat in a specially made alloy chair, with heavy magic sealing handcuffs on his wrists, ankles, and neck. Although his wounds had mostly scabbed over, the dried blood gave him a look of a fierce beast ready to devour, even while being imprisoned. Tap, tap, tap. The steady and strong sound of military boots broke the suffocating silence. The heavy iron door creaked open, bringing in a chilling wind of authority, as General Xiangjin strode in. He did not bring any attendants or torture devices. He simply pulled out a chair opposite Lu Chen and sat down with a commanding presence, his fierce eyes fixed on Lu Chen as if trying to see through the boy's soul. Lu Chen. Xiangjin began, his deep voice carrying a hint of battle and bloodshed. 18 years old, starting with an F-level talent. In just a month, you've moved from Linjiang to the Imperial Capital. You've destroyed the beast fighting arena, slaughtered Hellfire, and even, publicly uprooted the Zhao family. Xiangjin tossed a thick dossier onto the table with a sharp thud sound. The military just held an emergency meeting about how to deal with you, and it got heated. More than half of them believe you are an uncontrollable danger, committing cruel massacres against noble families. You must be executed immediately to uphold the law. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, his shackles barely hindering his relaxed posture. He even boredly shook the chain on his wrist, making a clanging noise as if he were not listening to a verdict on his life, but a tedious meeting record. What about the other half? Lu Chen asked casually, a teasing smile creeping onto his lips, or rather, what does the marshal think? Xiangjin's gaze sharpened. You are clever, and quite arrogant. Xiangjin leaned forward, a strong aura of power once again spreading through the room. Yet Lu Chen seemed unfazed, not even blinking, though a faint crimson glow flickered in his dark eyes. The other half, including myself. Xiangjin pointed at the dossier. We have read the Lin family ledger you submitted, and the investigation evidence against the Zhao family that Miss Yi from the Magic Capital used her family's influence to send overnight. At the mention of evidence, a flash of uncontainable anger crossed Xiangjin's eyes. The Zhao family deserves to die. They conspired with the Abyss cult, trafficked people for human experiments, and even attempted to subvert the Imperial Capital through breeding demonic gods. If it weren't for your disturbance, we might still be kept in the dark. Legally, you are a murderer. But from a national security standpoint, you have helped us remove a cancerous tumor. Lu Chen smiled, a hint of sarcasm in his expression. So, are you here to award me a good citizen medal, General Xiang? Don't dream. Xiangjin snorted coldly, merit is merit, and crime is crime. The facts are clear, you committed murder in public and threatened the military. If we let you go just like that, where would the military's face be? Where is the dignity of the law? This medal represents, you can be greedy, you can plunder, you can devour all the evil and darkness you see. As long as you can clean up the trash that harms the country will allow you to have an endless appetite. Xiangjin stared at Lu Chen, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Accept this medal, and all your past crimes will be wiped away. All remaining assets of the Zhao and Lin families will be transferred to your name. Your sister, Lu Qing, will be protected 24 hours a day by the highest-ranking Dragon Tooth Guard of the military, enjoying national medical resources until she is fully healed. This condition was so generous that it was impossible to refuse. Especially the protection of his sister, which directly hit Lu Chen's soft spot. But Lu Chen did not agree immediately. He reached out his hand, took the cold Taotai metal, and gently rubbed the fangs of the bronze beast face with his fingertip, feeling a resonance from deep within his soul. Greedy? Fierce? Isn't this a reflection of his journey all along? What must I pay? Lu Chen asked, although he already had the answer in his heart. Your identity. Xiangjin spoke frankly. From now on, your name will be erased from the files of ordinary people. You are no longer a student, no longer a civilian. You are a Taotai walking at the border of light and darkness. You will need to go to the most dangerous places, kill the fiercest monsters, and slay the most wicked people. One day, you might even die in a dark corner, without a gravestone, and the country won't acknowledge your identity. What do you say, Lu Chen? What is your choice? The interrogation room fell into silence. Only the metal engraved with Taotai emitted a cold metallic sheen at his fingertips. Lu Chen looked at the metal in his hand. He remembered his sister, who was lying weakly in the hospital hallway, and the days and nights struggling to survive in the wilderness, recalling the arrogant faces of those high families. To protect, one must possess absolute power. To avoid being bullied, one must hold that sword of Damocles tightly. Isn't this what he wanted? Ha! Lu Chen suddenly smiled, a smile that was somewhat sinister yet relieved. The golden light in his eyes seemed to merge with the beast face on the metal. I like this name. He raised his hand and pinned the metal, symbolizing endless greed and devouring, to the collar of his shabby coat. Deal. Lu Chen licked his lips, his voice filled with a chilling hunger. Tell the marshal. Since you have chosen me, be prepared. My appetite is very big. Xiangjin looked at the rebellious light in Lu Chen's eyes, feeling a secret sigh of relief but also a surge of chill. He knew that from this moment on, there would be a true outside-the-law individual in the capital. Very good. Xiangjin stood up and pressed a button on a controller. Click. The magic suppression shackles on Lu Chen's body instantly sprang open and fell off. Welcome to join, Taotai. Xiangjin extended his large, calloused hand. The two hands shook heavily together. By the way, let me tell you some news. Xiangjin withdrew his hand, a hint of amusement in his tone. The Zhao family has been destroyed, their resources are now unowned. However, many eyes outside are watching that piece of meat, so you'd better act fast. Lu Chen moved his wrist, his golden light intensifying. Don't worry. Once it's in my belly, no one will make me spit it out. 10 minutes later. The heavy alloy door of the dungeon slowly opened. The long-lost sunlight spilled onto Lu Chen's face, somewhat dazzling, yet bringing a taste of freedom. Outside the door, Dugalai was anxiously pacing with a wine jug in hand. When he saw Lu Chen come out, his eyes lit up. You little brat. You finally came out. That old bastard Xiangjin didn't torture you, did he? Lu Chen looked at these caring people, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. Thank you, Dean, for your concern. I'm fine. Next to him, Lin Qingxue and Bai Ling had red eyes, clearly having cried. The coal ball and the already repaired iron pillar squatted beside them, excitedly surrounding their master as soon as he came out. Lu Chen. Lin Qingxue rushed over, wanting to hug him but not daring to. In the end, she just tightly grabbed his sleeve, afraid he would disappear again. It's okay now. Lu Chen rubbed Lin Qingxue's hair and smiled at Bai Ling. He adjusted his collar, the black gold Tiansen metal had already vanished, replaced by a more reserved yet more dangerous aura. Let's go. Lu Chen waved his big hand, leading the group toward the battered off-road vehicle. Where to? Back to school? Lin Qingxue asked. Back to what school? Lu Chen turned around, looking at the bustling center of Emperor City, where the Zhao family manor once stood. A greedy curve rose at the corner of his mouth. To the Zhao family. I heard there are many good things hidden in their treasury. Since I'm the champion, I should go, collect my prize. The god of death has passed, the Tiansen has returned. And this is just the beginning of the legend. Chapter 80, Raid. Billions in Inheritance and Mechanical Ascension. The eastern district of Emperor City, once the brilliant Zhao family ancestral home, is now a place of ruins. The air still filled with the smell of burnt debris and faint blood. The mad feast of Hong Lian, although a day passed, left shocking traces. Collapsing beams and shattered jade steps all told the tale of a top family's demise. However, this wasteland was not quiet at this moment. Dozens of heavy trucks with Golden Shield merchants printed on them parked outside the ruins, and hundreds of workers in yellow uniforms moved in and out like ants, hauling somewhat intact antiques, furniture, and spiritual devices. A chubby middle-aged man with a big belly and a handful of gold rings stood on a high platform, directing with a megaphone. "Hurry up! Move those hands and feet! This is the Zhao family's inheritance. Touching just one piece is enough for you to eat for a lifetime. That vase, be careful. That's from the Song dynasty. If it breaks, you'll owe more than your life." This fat man, named Jin Dia, was a notorious vulture in Emperor City. He specialized in preying on fallen families, under the guise of debt settlement, but actually coming to eat the remnants. Buzz. Just as Jin Dia was busy calculating, a low and wild engine roar came from the end of the street. A black off-road vehicle, covered in bullet holes yet still radiating dominance, rushed in like an uncontrolled wild bull, ignoring the checkpoints set by the merchants and directly crashing through the barriers. Screech. With a perfect drift, the off-road vehicle halted steadily below Jin Dia's platform, splattering mud all over him. "Damn! Are you blind?" Jin Dia angrily jumped down, pointing at the off-road vehicle and cursing. "Do you know whose territory this is? Golden Shield merchant is working, disturbances should roll." His curse suddenly got stuck in his throat. Because the car door opened. First to jump down was a huge black gold beast dog, fierce eyes, teeth bared, growling low. Following it, a lazy-looking boy in a tattered trench coat stepped down. Lu Chen? Jin Dia's legs instantly went weak, his face trembling fiercely. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. This was the living king of hell who had just devoured Zhao Tianba in public, driven Zhao Laozu mad, and even confronted the army. Lu Chen took off his sunglasses, looked around at the workers carrying things, and finally his gaze fell on Jin Dia. "Your boss Jin, right?" Lu Chen walked up to Jin Dia, reaching out to pat the mud off his suit, the action gentle yet leaving Jin Dia frozen in fear. "Looks like I'm a bit late. You've already packed everything for me?" Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Jin Dia was sweating profusely, stammering to explain. "Lord Lu, please let me explain. The Zhao family owed our Chamber of Commerce a large sum of money before I came to collect the debt. This is a legal business act." "Collect debt?" Lu Chen smiled. "For the Zhao family's debt, you should go underground to find Zhao Tianlong." His eyes suddenly turned cold. "Every brick and tile here, even the rats underground, now bear the surname Lu. I give you 3 seconds." Lu Chen raised 3 fingers, his tone as calm as if he was saying, "The weather is nice today. Take your people and spit out everything you swallowed. If even a screw is missing, I'll nail you to the city wall to keep Zhao Tianlong company." 3, 2. Before even reaching 1, Jin Dia let out a pig-like scream. "Retreat! Hurry, retreat! Put everything down! Run! The King of Hell is here to collect debts." Hundreds of people instantly scattered like birds and beasts, not even caring about the trucks, desperately wanting to grow 2 more legs to escape the ruins. In just 2 minutes, the vast ruins became eerily quiet. A bunch of trash that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Lu Chen snorted disdainfully, turning to look at his teammates behind him. "Let's go, let's see how much the Zhao family has hoarded over the past few centuries." The Zhao family's treasury is located 100 meters underground in the manor. Although the buildings above were completely destroyed by the Red Lotus, the underground vault made of special alloy remained intact. In front of the heavy explosion-proof door, there were 3 layers of complex verification: iris, fingerprint, and spiritual locks. Tai Zhu. Lu Chen patted the mech's thigh. "It's up to you. Beep accessing now. Brute force mode activated." Tai Zhu extended its mechanical arm, dozens of data probes piercing directly into the control panel of the door lock. Estimated cracking time, 10 seconds. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Ka-cha rumble. Accompanied by a dull hydraulic sound, the large door slowly slid open to both sides. Though everyone was mentally prepared, at the moment the door opened, they were still dazzled by the sight inside. Golden light. A sky full of golden light. This was not just a warehouse, it was simply a palace built of gold and crystal stones. On rows of shelves, various rare evolution materials, high-level skill books, and antique paintings filled the space. The boxes on the ground were packed with uncut spiritual stone ore. So much money. Bai Ling covered her mouth, eyes wide open. Lu Chen remained very calm. Money was just numbers to him, he cared more about the things that could strengthen the beasts. Eye of Truth, full map scan. A golden light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, his gaze quickly sweeping over the mundane items, filtering for truly valuable treasures. Cobalt, go over there, the third shelf. Lu Chen pointed to the left. Cobalt immediately dashed over, smashing the glass cover above with a paw. Inside was a bone, black as ink, emitting a strong aura of death. Item, Abyssal Undead Dragon Bone, Fragment. Description, the remains of an undead dragon from the 9th layer of the abyss, containing extreme principles of the undead in darkness. Woof. So fragrant. Cobalt excitedly swallowed the bone in one bite. As it devoured, Cobalt's once dull black gold scales shone brightly again, and even a bluish ghostly flame began to burn in the gaps of its scales. Bai Ling, there are several light element ancient books in that cabinet, and a horn of a holy light unicorn, that's for you. Xing Shui, on the right side, there's a cold ice table with a 1000-year snow lotus, it will help you recover your strength. Lu Chen casually allocated these priceless treasures as if he were shopping at his own supermarket. Finally, his gaze fell to the deepest part of the treasury. There stood a huge transparent life pod, alone. Inside floated a basketball-sized metal heart, silver gray all over, with blue energy circuits flowing on its surface. It was beating. With each pulse, the surrounding air produced visible electromagnetic wave patterns. Item, Titan's Heart, Power Core. Level? Product of ancient super civilization. Description, this is a complete power source of an ancient Titan-class war mech. Compatibility, Mechanical Tyrant, perfect. Lu Chen's breath quickened for a moment. This was what he desired the most. Taizhu, come here. Lu Chen pointed at the life pod. This is your new heart. Consume it. Beep. Taizhu's electronic eye blinked. Warning, energy index too high. Fusion risk, 99%. Risk? Lu Chen smiled and walked over, smashing the life pod's glass with a punch. In my dictionary, there is no risk, only profit. He grabbed the extraordinarily heavy Titan's heart and directly shoved it into the shattered cavity of Taizhu's reactor. Talent, Gluttony Mechanical Ascension. Merge for me. Boom. A dazzling blue light beam instantly pierced through the ceiling of the underground vault, shooting into the sky. Amidst the harsh sound of electricity and grinding metal, Taizhu's body began to undergo astonishing changes. The once bulky armor started to shed, revealing tighter, more streamlined nanometal muscles beneath. Fusion successful. Mechanical Tyrant, Mechanical Ruler. The light faded away. The new Taizhu knelt on one knee, and its electronic eyes were no longer crimson but transformed into calm and deep azure. Beep system restart complete. Thank you, Master, for granting a new life. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He turned around and looked at the already looted vault and his friends, who were now completely renewed. In this national competition, he not only won fame but also depth. I've plucked enough wool from the Zhao family. Lu Chen took out a delicate cryochamber from the innermost safe. Through the glass, he could see a syringe radiating a faint golden light lying inside. Item, Dragon's Blood Regeneration Agent, perfect level. Effect, can repair all damaged gene chains, enhance physical functions. It is a holy medicine for treating congenital genetic defects. Lu Chen's fingers gently stroked the cryochamber, and the coldness in his eyes finally melted away, replaced by a rare tenderness. Xing Shui, you stay and inventory the supplies. He carefully placed the cryochamber into his embrace. Lu Chen led the team out of the vault, looking at the already bright sky outside. And you, where are you going? Back to Villa 1? Lin Xing Shui asked. No. Lu Chen shook his head, his gaze directed towards the military management area in the north of the capital. Go to the Capital Military District General Hospital. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. My sister is still waiting for me there. This medicine is perfect for her. The off-road vehicle restarted, racing towards the hospital with the glory of victory and a car full of spoils. At this moment, Lu Chen did not know. Just as he thought everything was settled, preparing to enjoy this rare moment of peace. In that distant east, above the vast blue sea, a terrifying disaster, capable of swallowing the entire world, was quietly opening a crack. Chapter 81, Prophecy, Bloodlight in the East. Capital Military District General Hospital, Special Care Ward. Outside the specially made one-way glass, several of the nation's top brain specialists were holding their breath, focused. Inside the ward, Lu Chen sat by the bed, watching the priceless S-level medicine Dragon's Blood Regeneration Agent slowly drip away. Drip. As the infusion ended, the faint life curve on the monitor instantaneously shot up in a straight line. Brain domain width is breaking through the threshold. This is impossible. A normal person's brain would burn out. Before the exclamations outside could fade, Lu Qing on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. In the depths of her lightly trembling eyelashes, it seemed as if billions of stars were exploding simultaneously, countless complex, obscure, terrifying information streams surged through her pupils like a waterfall. Qing Chang? Lu Chen's voice was steady. However, Lu Chen did not look at him. Her pupils were in a strange state of defocus, as if her gaze pierced through the hospital ceiling, fixing firmly on the faraway east. Brother! A cry of extreme repression squeezed out from her throat. Immediately after, 2 streams of shocking black blood surged from the corners of her eyes and nostrils. It hurts. My eyes, it hurts so much. Lu Chen suddenly erupted with a piercing scream, her hands clutching her head tightly, her body convulsing violently on the bed. Quick! The patient's intracranial pressure is too high. Sedative. The expert team outside the door instantly went into a frenzy, pushing the emergency cart to rush in. Get out! Lu Chen did not look back as he shouted. The terrifying pressure was like a tangible storm, directly knocking the doctors who had just rushed into the ground. He pressed down on his struggling sister, continuously channeling his spiritual power into her. In Lu Chen's arms, Lu Chen finally found a hint of focus. Her face was covered in blood, her small hands clutched Lu Chen's collar tightly, her nails nearly digging into the flesh, and her eyes, streaming with bloody tears, were filled with despair. Brother, it's the cherry blossom country, they are killing people. East. Donghai City, less than 2 hours to go. Lu Chen's voice trembled, but her logic was unusually clear. Purple fog, cracks, the whole city is crying. Brother, it's a massacre. I beg you, save them. Without help, everyone will die. Lu Chen desperately shook Lu Chen's arm, tears mixed with blood rolling down. Brother, promise me, okay? That's hundreds of thousands of lives. The ward fell into a dead silence. The attending doctor trembled as he got up. Lu Jiang, this is drug-induced hallucination. The current satellite cloud map shows the Donghai area as clear skies, let alone any purple fog. Lu Chen did not pay attention to the doctor. He slowly stood up, the temperature in his eyes dropping to freezing point in an instant. He knew this was his sister's prophetic ability. Cherry Blossom Country, Donghai City, Massacre. Lu Chen knew very well what these 3 words meant. Lu Chen wanted to save people because she had kindness. Lu Chen wanted to go because this was the Great Xia. A massacre on his turf? Stop crying. Lu Chen reached out to wipe away the blood and tears from Lu Chen's face. His voice, while calm, exuded a terrifying bloodthirst. Since they want to turn Donghai into hell, then I will help them achieve that. But who goes to hell, I will decide. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, completely losing consciousness. Lu Chen laid her flat and covered her with a quilt. He then abruptly turned around and looked at Lin Qingxue, who was standing at the door. Lin Qingxue. Here. Lu Chen pointed to the hospital bed. You stay here, do not leave. Lin Qingxue was taken aback. Me? Isn't Bai Ling's healing technique more suitable for taking care of patients? My ice powers should be on the battlefield. No. Lu Chen interrupted her, his gaze sharp as a knife. I don't trust the security here. I need someone who can kill to stay here. Lu Chen stared at Lin Qingxue. If anyone tries to harm her, or if anything foolish approaches, don't ask for permission, just kill. Lin Qingxue's heart jolted. She understood that Lu Chen was entrusting his back to her. Understood. A surge of coldness flowed in her hands, her eyes firm. Unless I die, no one can step through this door. Very well. Lu Chen snapped his fingers at the air. Bai Ling. Buzz. The space rippled, and the pure, immaculate Bai Ling appeared out of thin air, barefoot and floating. Master. Follow me. Lu Chen strode outside, the killing intent on him overflowing uncontrollably. Tonight, I want to kill them all over there. 3 minutes later. On the hospital's top floor, military helicopter pad. A fierce wind howled as a completely black, heavy stealth fighter jet named Black Dragon, armed with live ammunition, was on standby. A young pilot was leisurely drinking water in the cockpit. Suddenly, the hatch was violently swung open. Before the pilot could react, he saw the legendary killing god Lu Chen, leaping in with a woman who appeared angelic. Lu Jiang? The pilot dropped his water bottle in fear. Lu Chen forcefully pressed Bai Ling into the co-pilot seat and stood behind the pilot, one hand gripping his shoulder. Take off immediately, the target is Donghai City. Ha! But the control tower hasn't given a signal, and there's no flight path. I have one. Lu Chen interrupted him, his voice cold and harsh. Just fly. The scum from Sakura Nation is rushing over, and I'm in a hurry to take them down. But... The pilot looked confused, completely unable to keep up with Lu Chen's pace, but there are no military orders. You have 3 seconds. Lu Chen unsheathed his tactical dagger, the blade pressed against the pilot's carotid artery, his tone disturbingly calm. If we don't take off in 3 seconds, I'll tie you up and fly myself. But I might crash the plane because I'm rusty, and then you'll become a martyr. Choose. Looking into Lu Chen's emotionless eyes, the pilot instantly broke down. This guy really dares to act. Fly. I'll fly. Don't kill me. Boom. The engine roared to life instantly, blue flames bursting out. Amidst the frantic warnings from the control tower, the black fighter jet launched like a mad predator, forcefully taking off. Lu Chen stared fixatedly at the empty position on the radar, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Since my sister wants to save the world, I might as well help a little. But more importantly, Sakura Nation. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Dare to stretch your claws in? I'll chop them off and feed them to the dogs. Blow up the afterburner. I want to see the heads of that scum within an hour. Bang! A massive sound barrier exploded above the hospital. The fighter jet tore through the sky, carrying Lu Chen's fury and killing intent, racing towards Donghai at full speed. Chapter 82, Too late? No, just right. Donghai City, Coastal Avenue. 10 minutes ago, it was a bustling metropolis filled with traffic. 10 minutes later, it had turned into a purgatory of slaughter. The prophecy had come true. Purple mist enveloped the city like an overturned giant bowl, sealing it tightly. Countless yin-yang masters in hunting attire manipulated their terrifying shikigami, surging in like a tide from the coastline, the once sturdy breakwater crumbling like paper before the ghostly realm. Boom! 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 The artillery positions of the defenders were immediately turned into scrap metal by several huge demon kings. Regular firearms had no effect on these spiritual monsters, creating only ripples upon impact. This was a one-sided massacre. So weak, truly so weak. Standing atop a 10-meter-tall bone demon king at the city center square ruins was the commander of Sakura Nation's operation, the great yin-yang master Gao Miao, dressed in hunting attire. He looked down at the blood-soaked streets, a sickly ecstatic smile on his face. Is this what you call a defense line? Before the 100 Ghosts night parade of my Sakura Nation, it's simply pathetic. With a wave of his hand, several floating eyeball-like shikigami flew into the air, their lenses flickering with eerie red light. Start the global live broadcast. Gao Miao adjusted his hunting attire and gracefully bowed to the camera, a twisted smile on his face. Good evening, friends around the world. Welcome to the special program exclusively sponsored by Sakura Nation, Donghai Sinking. Donghai now belongs to Sakura Nation. At this moment, the global internet shook. Countless people widened their eyes at the horrifying images on the screen, anger boiling on the Dacia Nation's internet, yet feeling utterly powerless. Aerial thousands of meters high, inside the speeding black fighter jet. Buzz. The tactical terminal on Lu Chen's wrist vibrated, and a simple name flashed on the screen, Xiangjin. Lu Chen connected the call. A deep, hoarse voice from a man came through the headphones. Lu Chen. Xiangjin's voice had some static due to signal interference, but that could not conceal the calmness that remained steadfast before a collapsing mountain. You've seen the live broadcast from Donghai City, right? Lu Chen looked through the window. Expressionless, he looked down at the rolling purple mist below, his voice calm. I see it. As long as you see it, that's fine. Xiangjin's tone was unwavering, but his words were ruthlessly shocking. The headquarters completed the simulation a minute ago. The S-Class Ghost Domain 100 Ghosts Night Parade has its internal defenses collapsed, with a survival rate determined to be 0. The highest council has passed the tail-cut resolution. We will establish a second defense line 50 kilometers outside of Donghai City, sealing everything off, waiting until dawn to carry out cleansing. This was the rationality of the great Xia's god of war. In the face of the enemy's sudden attack and advantageous position, there were no extra emotions, only the coldest decision to minimize losses. Xiangjin paused for a moment, his voice growing even deeper. I know your character, and I know you're in a hospital room in the imperial capital watching all of this. But I call to warn you. Don't move. This is a certain death situation, and also a trap from Sakura country, meant to lead top forces like you into certain doom. Great Xia can lose a city, but cannot lose you, this sharp sword. Stay in the imperial capital, that's an order. Xiangjin's words were filled with the pressure of a superior and absolute control over the situation. However, step by step, he walked towards the little girl, the samurai sword dragging sparks on the ground. Don't come closer. The little girl cried until her voice was hoarse, desperately shrinking back. Gao Miao stood in front of her, not in a hurry to strike, but bringing his fierce face close to the live camera, sneering, look at this look of fear, how wonderful. Though the Great Xia is vast, it cannot protect a single child. There is no one in Great Xia. Gao Miao grinned wickedly, raising the butcher knife high, aiming it at the little girl's tender neck. Remember, in your next life, do not be born as a person from Great Xia. The blade was falling. At this moment, countless people in front of the screen helplessly closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch this cruel scene. However, just at the instant when the blade was only 10 centimeters away from the little girl, everyone felt the sky suddenly darken. That was the mark left by a supersonic object tearing through the clouds. Immediately followed by a deafening, ear-piercing shriek. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, as if a tactical missile exploded at the center of the square. A terrifying shockwave mixed with debris instantly swept across a radius of 500 meters. The low-level yokai gathered around to watch the show didn't even have time to scream before being turned to dust by this dominating shockwave. All the glass in surrounding buildings shattered, turning into a rain of crystals. Smoke and dust rolled, blocking the sunlight. However, what was shocking was that destructive shockwave actually exploded directionally. At the instant of landing, the armor on the back of the black mech, made from iron pillars, suddenly closed, forcing all the energy and shockwave forward, creating a perfectly shaped area of destruction. And behind Lu Chen, there was a 2-meter absolute vacuum zone. Within this small triangular area, not even a breeze stirred, not even the dust on the ground was raised. The little girl in the red dress, holding her stuffed doll, stared blankly at the black silhouette that had suddenly appeared in front of her. She could even feel that the heel of the steel giant was less than 5 centimeters from the tip of her nose. Just one step away. Ahead was a hell of shattered bodies, but behind was a safe haven. Gao Miao was directly blown away by this directional wave, tumbling several meters on the ground before stopping, face covered in dust, completely lacking the earlier elegance. Baka! What is that? A missile? Gao Miao crawled up in fear, staring intently at the center of the smoke and dust. The smoke gradually dispersed. In the center of the gigantic crater, a figure dressed in menacing black armor knelt on the ground, propping itself up with one hand, each breath exhaling scorching steam. And behind that figure, the little girl in red was unharmed, looking up at the steel giant who had blocked the entire world for her. Lu Chen slowly stood up, the helmet accompanied by mechanical sounds faded, revealing a cold face like a prison. In his hand, he held a broken samurai sword, a butcher knife he had casually intercepted at the moment of the shockwave's explosion. Crack! Lu Chen casually crushed the half-section of the forged steel blade as if it were a cookie, tossing it aside. He raised his head, and his eyes filled with killing intent pierced through the screen, as if looking at every enemy trying to invade Great Xia. Who are you? Gao Miao felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a feeling as if he were locked onto by an ancient ferocious beast, his soul trembling uncontrollably. As an onmyoji, his instincts screamed wildly, "You will die. Approaching this man will definitely lead to death. The army of Great Xia cannot arrive this quickly. Even if they come now, it's too late, this place is already hell." Gao Miao yelled fiercely, but his feet showed no hesitation, and he abruptly retreated, wildly waving the folding fan in his hand, trying to summon the Shikigami for protection. However, too late? Lu Chen watched as the rapidly retreating Gao Miao, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He let go. Clang! The piece of broken blade, crushed into scrap metal, fell to the ground. In the next second, boom! The ground instantly shattered, bursting out a spiderweb-shaped pit 2 meters wide. Lu Chen's figure directly disappeared from the spot. It was horrific speed, so fast that the naked eye could not capture it. Only a series of afterimages torn apart by the sonic boom remained in the air. Baka! Stop him now! Gao Miao's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, terrified to find that no matter how fast he retreated, that black steel figure was rapidly magnifying at an unreasonable speed. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. Lu Chen's cold, prison-like face suddenly appeared in Gao Miao's field of vision, those eyes filled with killing intent almost pressed against his face. You say this is hell? In the howling wind, Lu Chen's voice was like the whispers of death, clearly reaching Gao Miao's ears, and it spread across the globe through the live broadcast equipment. That's right, it is indeed hell. Lu Chen raised his hand, terrifying spiritual energy wildly gathering in his palm, reaching for Gao Miao's throat. But, it's hell that I created for you. Chapter 83. One person charges into the fray, even against thousands, I will go forth. Block him. Stop this madman for me. Seeing the steel claw rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Gao Miao was terrified, letting out a pig-like howl. As a yin-yang master, his instincts made him explode with a tremendous will to survive at this moment. He frantically burned the spiritual energy within his body, swinging the bat fan violently, pointing directly at Lu Chen. 100 demons night march, 10,000 demons devour the heart. Boom! With his command, the surrounding purple demonic mist instantly boiled. Countless Shikigami, evil spirits, and soldier puppets, which used to rampage in every corner of the city, seemed to hear the Queen Ant's call at that moment and crazily surged towards the central square. In an instant, the wind howled, and ghosts cried. The sky was filled with dense, flying-head morons, while the ground was swarming with decaying corpse soldiers and hungry ghosts. They piled up on each other, trampling one another, instantly building a wall of corpses several dozen meters thick before Gao Miao. This was a true case of many ants can kill an elephant. Even an S-class powerhouse, facing such an endless war of attrition, would be exhausted to death. You think you can bury me with numbers? Lu Chen's figure slightly paused, hovering in midair, the thrusters beneath him spraying fierce blue flames. He turned to look behind him. The little girl in the red dress was hugging a doll, trembling in that 2-meter square safe zone, surrounded by the oncoming horde of ghosts. Bai Ling. Lu Chen coldly ordered through the communications channel. Here. A pure white stream of light fell from the sky, like a gentle shooting star, precisely landing beside the little girl. The staff in Bai Ling's hand struck the ground heavily, and a dazzling holy light shield instantly spread out, turning that small area into a sanctuary invulnerable to all methods. Any approaching ghosts immediately screamed upon touching the holy light, turning into black smoke. Protect her. The rest, leave it to me. Having confirmed that there were no further worries, Lu Chen turned his head and looked again at the spine-chilling wall of corpses and the hiding Gao Miao behind it. Under the helmet, Lu Chen's mouth curled into a fierce smile. Iron pillar. Yes, master. The reactor temperature has reached the critical value, ready to explode at any time. Then don't hold back. Lu Chen's armor abruptly unfolded, with the thrusters on his shoulders, back, and legs all opening, spewing out blinding tail flames over 10 meters long. Full power charge. Boom! The earth trembled. Lu Chen transformed into a black drilling missile, charging straight into the countless ghost army without evasion or avoidance. No fancy techniques. Only ultimate speed and ultimate strength. Puff 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 puff. The spine-chilling sound of bones and flesh cracking echoed all around. In the face of that terrifying force, the dozens of soldier figurines at the front were instantly shattered into dust. Lu Chen plunged through them like a red-hot knife cutting into butter, limbs flying wildly and black blood splattering everywhere. Those hungry ghosts trying to grab him turned to ashes before they even touched his armor, burnt to cinders by the high-temperature tail flame. The massive one-eyed demons attempting to block him were punched through the chest by Lu Chen, crashing into their comrades behind him. Stop him. Hurry, stop him. Gao Miao, hiding behind a wall of corpses, watched helplessly as the black lightning grew closer in his vision. This was not a battle. This was a slaughter. This was a crushing defeat. No matter how many Shikigami were sent in, they instantly evaporated under that man's charge. That black figure was like an unstoppable god of death, piercing through the entire army formation, charging directly toward him. 50 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Lu Chen broke through the last line of defense, his whole body drenched in the black blood of evil spirits, and appeared before Gao Miao in an instant. Now, who can save you? Lu Chen's voice was cold as ice, and the battle knife in his hand, made from molecular shock blades, screamed through the air as it descended toward Gao Miao's neck. A killing strike. If this knife struck true, Gao Miao would surely meet his end. Yet, just as the blade was about to touch Gao Miao's skin, buzz! A huge crack suddenly opened in the space behind Gao Miao. A giant demon hand, covered in purple-red scales and with nails as sharp as knives, emerged from the void without warning, reaching for Lu Chen's battle knife with a terrifying pressure that changed the color of the world. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the sky. The terrifying shockwave erupted again, sending the surrounding demons and ghosts flying. Lu Chen felt a shock in his hands, that knife was actually blocked. Although the massive demon hand was cut into by the shock blade, even severing 3 fingers and causing black blood to spray everywhere, it still held tightly onto the knife's edge, preventing it from falling. That is. Lu Chen's pupils shrank. In the depths of that crack, a terrifying figure with long white hair and a single horn on its forehead flickered into view. One of the 3 national guardian Shikigami of the Cherry Blossom Country Ibaraki Doji. Despicable human, dare to harm the servant of the nation. The illusion roared in anger, the wounded demon hand suddenly exerted force, attempting to push Lu Chen back, while the other hand snatched up the already terrified Gao Miao, quickly retreating into the crack in the void. Thinking of escaping? Lu Chen's eyes shone with a furious light. Iron pillar. Fire all missiles. Click-clack. The armor on Lu Chen's shoulder flipped around instantly, revealing a dense cluster of micro-missile launchers. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of micro-tracking missiles, trailing long tails of fire like a swarm of death, instantly covered the closing spatial crack. Boom 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 boom. An unending series of explosions instantly engulfed that area. Ibaraki Doji's shadow let out a muffled groan of pain, clearly not expecting this human's firepower to be so fierce. In the sky filled with flames and smoke, a few severed purple-red fingers and a burnt sleeve fell to the ground. But that was all. As the smoke cleared, the giant demon hand in Gao Miao had completely vanished without a trace. Only a slowly healing spatial vortex remained, along with a burning straw man meant for substitution. Substitution technique? Lu Chen stepped on the burning straw man and looked at the empty street ahead, his face dark with anger. In the end, this was the home ground of the S-rank ghost domain, it was indeed difficult to keep them from escaping. Roar! Around him, thousands of Shikigami and evil spirits, having lost their command, showed their fangs once more after a brief pause, surrounding Lu Chen relentlessly. Though the leader had escaped. There are countless monsters in this city. Lu Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He turned around, looking at the many spirits and monsters in the city, his previous gloomy expression gradually fading away, replaced by a greedy smile that instinctively frightened all ghosts and monsters. He shook the black blood from his hands, and his voice echoed down the silent street. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. Cao Miao, you really have run away. But this city full of buffets. Lu Chen gazed at the densely packed ghosts around him, as if looking at a rich feast. I will take it without politeness. Chapter 84, Physical Immunity? Then use magic to defeat magic. In the center of Donghai City, above the ruins. Although Gao Miao had escaped, the mess he left behind still remained. Without the commander's restraint, the thousands of Shikigami and evil spirits completely fell into fury. They no longer cared about formations but followed their instinctive thirst for human flesh and blood, surging toward Lu Chen like a black tsunami. Roar! Leading the charge were hundreds of translucent, grievous spirits and hungry ghosts. They had no physical form, their bodies twisted like smoke, with fierce faces, and their shrill wails could directly pierce eardrums. Not bad numbers, just what I need to warm up. Lu Chen, dressed in black heavy armor, faced the tide of ghosts without retreating. Taizhu, shock blade, full power. Yes. The battle blade in Lu Chen's hand instantly buzzed, vibrating at a high frequency of tens of thousands of times per second, cutting through the air and creating ripples. Swish! Lu Chen swung his blade, as fast as thunder. This strike accurately struck a green-faced fierce ghost, which was twice the size of those around it, surrounded by a thick aura of evil. It was clearly one of the leaders of this group of monsters, and the terrifying pressure it emitted was enough to terrify ordinary people at a glance. However, when the battle blade chopped down, there was no blood, no screams, and even no resistance. The body of the green-faced fierce ghost split into two clouds of smoke and quickly reassembled behind Lu Chen, completely unharmed. Then, it let out a piercing laugh, its sharp claws digging into Taizhu's armor, emitting a strong, acrid smoke, leaving behind a deep corrosion mark. Warning! Target detected as a spiritual entity, physical attacks ineffective. Armor is suffering from spiritual corrosion. Taizhu's cold mechanical voice rang in Lu Chen's ears. Physical immunity? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows, swinging his blade several times in succession, but the outcome remained the same. The physical zombies and soldier puppets could be chopped to pieces, but these purely spiritual evil ghosts allowed the battle blade to pass right through them, as if cutting through air. Ha 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 ha. Not far atop the ruins, several onmyoji from Sakura country who had not managed to retreat saw this scene, their previously fearful faces suddenly lit up with wild joy. Stupid Chinese person! One of the onmyoji pointed at Lu Chen and laughed. What good is your hard iron lump? What good is your fast blade? Shikigami are spiritual. Since physics can't surpass, then we can only digest it with physics. He snapped his fingers. Come out for a meal, Coalball. Buzz. The space behind Lu Chen suddenly shattered like a mirror. This time, not only dark energy surged from the crack, but also a heart-pounding dragon might and the smell of sulfur from the depths of hell. That is, the smiles of the onmyoji froze on their faces. A gigantic beast slowly stepped out of the void. Its shape underwent a tremendous change once again. After digesting the Zhao family's abyssal dark dragon bone, the bloodline of the hellhound inside it was completely awakened. At this moment, Coalball was covered in pitch-black scales, and its four paws burned with ghostly fire. What was most terrifying was three fierce heads were growing on its neck. The middle head was the most majestic, with eyes like dark golden lava, the left head flowed with corrosive poison, the right head spewed out black smoke. 3 pairs of eyes, 6 beams of fierce light, locked onto the ghosts present. 3 heads? The onmyoji were so scared that their voices changed tone. What kind of monster is this? Roar! Coalball howled to the sky, releasing a terrifying roar that mixed dragon roars with dog barks. The dragon might contained in this sound wave instantly shattered all low-level spirits within 100 meters. Gluttony triple wide mouth. There is only one rule, everything can be eaten. Whether you are a physical body or a spirit, energy or soul, as long as it enters the mouth, it all counts as calories. Slurp. The largest head of Coalball suddenly opened its deep abyss mouth and sharply inhaled toward the green-faced fierce ghost, who had just laughed the loudest at Lu Chen. That evil ghost leader, who had physical immunity and had just felt invincible, instantly froze in horror as its prideful spiritual body was forced straight and distorted like a noodle by that terrifying suction. No, this is impossible. I am a spirit. I am nothingness. The fierce ghost screamed in agony, trying to escape. But it wasn't over yet. The 2 heads of Coalball on either side also opened their mouths simultaneously, forming 3 all-directional suction whirlpools. Left side sucks. Right side sucks. Middle one swallows. In just an instant, the green-faced fierce ghost, along with dozens of little ghosts trying to protect it, was directly funneled into Coalball's 3 mouths. Crunch! 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 The three heads chewed simultaneously, producing a hair-raising cracking sound. Crispy and tasty. Lu Chen watched from the side and couldn't help but comment, digesting the dragon bone really makes a difference, the appetite has increased. What? The Onmyoji in the distance almost had their eyes pop out, their voices trembling. It had ate the Shikigami? This is a spiritual body with physical immunity. However, what made them even more desperate was still to come. As this powerful fierce ghost was digested, the originally pitch-black scales of Cobalt suddenly sprayed out more intense ghostly blue fire from the gaps. That was a manifestation of high-concentration spiritual energy overflowing. Roar! Cobalt let out a satisfied belch, and the three heads displayed a human-like greedy expression. Its form resembled a hellish war chariot, and it charged into the crowd of ghosts. Smack! A giant ghost claw pinned down a vengeful spirit. The middle head was responsible for biting the head, the left head for tearing at the limbs, and the right head for devouring the disintegrating soul power. A true triple happiness. Under the coverage of the gluttony aura, all spirits were forced into physical form, turned into lambs ready for slaughter. No monster. This is the real hellhound. The ghost swarm, which had been incredibly arrogant just moments ago, instantly erupted in chaos, fleeing wildly. But before Cobalt, who had three heads and a 360-degree all-angle hunting ability, they were like plates on a revolving sushi conveyor belt. No matter where they run, there is always a mouth waiting for them. Lu Chen stood in place, even lighting a cigarette, although he couldn't smoke with a helmet on, watching the Cobalt rampage among the horde of ghosts, devouring starving ghosts on the left and hanging ghosts on the right, and even finding time to swallow a ghost general as dessert. He looked towards the distant Yin Yang master, who was scared senseless and slumped on the ground, and said flatly, "Is that all? This isn't enough to feed my dog. Oh no, not enough for my dragon hound's dental needs." Lu Chen chuckled coldly, watching the three-headed beast ravenously devouring food. In the face of absolute gluttony, even gods must give me 3 pieces of meat. Chapter 85, Night Parade of 100 Demons? No, it's 100 Demons Buffet. Deep in Donghai City, inside a hidden underground shelter. Gao Miao stared intensely at the monitoring formation in front of him, shaking all over like chaff. On the screen, the man in black heavy armor was not devoured by the myriad of demons as he expected. On the contrary, the three-headed evil dog he raised was now like a starving wolf that had entered a butcher shop, with its 3 heads taking turns to work, eating with greasy mouths. Baka! Baka! Gao Miao frantically pounded the table, his eyes bloodshot. That is an heroic spirit of the great Sakura Empire. Not dog food. Commander, the frontline's Shikigami loss rate has exceeded 30%. That 3-headed monster's stomach is a bottomless pit, and if this continues, we will be eaten clean. The adjutant beside him was pale, his pants damp. We cannot retreat. If we retreat, the great Xia army will counterattack. Then we all must commit seppuku. A glint of madness flashed in Gao Miao's eyes as he suddenly bit his finger and pressed it hard onto the core of the formation on the table, his blood instantly soaking the runes. Send the order down. Activate Night Parade of 100 Demons Evil Formation. Gather all the low-level Shikigami scattered around the city. I don't believe it can eat 100,000 ghosts in one go. It will choke that stupid dog to death. On the battlefield. The demons that had originally fled in panic from the terrifying dragon might of the coal ball suddenly seemed to receive some sort of mandatory order. They stopped fleeing, and their once fearful eyes now turned bright red, completely losing their sanity. Roar! Accompanied by a unified roar, countless streams of black ghostly energy soared into the sky from all directions of the city. Thousands of water ghosts crawled out of the sewers, and head balloons darkened the rooftops, while at the end of the street, a tsunami-like wave of corpse soldiers surged forth. In just half a minute, the originally scattered guerrilla tactics instantly transformed into a massive tidal charge of corpses. As far as the eye could see, the entire long street was filled with demons, a dark mass with not a spot to stand. That's more like it. Facing this overwhelming sight that could make anyone with a phobia of crowded spaces faint, Lu Chen not only felt no fear, but instead nodded in satisfaction and blew out a smoke ring. No need for me to search them one by one, gathering together looks more like it. He glanced at the coal ball, which was frantically competing with its 3 heads for food but was clearly a bit overwhelmed, and said lightly, "Coal ball, don't just focus on grabbing for yourself, eating too fast can choke you. Since the guests are so enthusiastic, we also need to show some courtesy." Lu Chen raised his right hand, and in his palm, a blood-red seed radiated with a strange glow. "Hong Lian, come out and get to work. Set up the dining table, don't let the kids go hungry." Buzz. The blood-colored seed took root in the ground. In the next second, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Countless thick blood-red vines, as big as pythons, suddenly burst through the asphalt road, like awakened red dragons, wildly spreading in all directions. These vines were covered with barbs, each one burning with karma fire targeting souls. Blood Lotus Demonis. Is that a plant? The yin-yang masters in the distance were momentarily stunned, then they sneered, "What can plants do? Do you want to scratch the spirit?" However, the slap in the face came too quickly, too fiercely. Whoosh! 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 Countless sounds of cutting through the air rang out. Those blood-red vines seemed to have a consciousness of their own, accurately shooting towards the ghostly horde. A flying head trying to soar overhead hadn't even had time to scream when it was tightly ensnared by a vine. The barbs on the vine instantly pierced into the spirit, and the originally illusory ghost was suddenly as solid as a real object, utterly immobilized. Then, the vine swung violently. "Get out of here!" The flying head traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air, accurately landing inside the mouth of the coal ball sitting in the middle. Crunch! The coal ball didn't even look, just opened its mouth to catch it, chewed it up, swallowed, and then wagged its tail that was burning with ghostly fire, letting out a satisfied woof. This scene seemed to open the door to a new world. The red lotus instantly transformed into the most efficient waiter. Hundreds of vines danced wildly in the air, weaving together a celestial net. No matter if you were flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, as long as you fell within range, you were all tied up like rice dumplings. The originally terrifying night parade of 100 demons underwent a complete transformation. Lu Chen stood under a streetlight, watching the scene before him. To the left, the red lotus vines were like playing whack-a-mole, pulling one demon after another out, tying them up, and packing them away. In the center, the vines acted like a conveyor belt, continuously feeding the packaged demons to the coal ball. To the right, the three heads of the coal ball resembled three merciless shredders, even baring their teeth at each other over food. Left head, woof. Chicken flavor. Right head, woof. Beef flavor. Middle head, roar. Get away, that's my demon king. This isn't a night parade of 100 demons. The global audience watching this scene through the live broadcast had all fallen into a stupor. This is clearly a buffet of demons. At that moment, a path suddenly opened in the tide of ghosts. A strong smell of blood surged forward. A woman dressed in a red trench coat, with long hair and wearing a mask, slowly walked out. She held a giant pair of scissors in her hand, and the low-level evil spirits around her retreated. An urban legend-type evil spirit, the slit-mouthed woman. She ignored the slaughter around her, marching stiffly to Lu Chen, her dead fish eyes fixed intently on him. "Am I beautiful?" Her voice was hoarse, carrying a chilling resentment. This was a rule-based curse. If you said beautiful, she would remove her mask and cut your mouth open. If you said not beautiful, she would directly kill you with the scissors. Lu Chen paused, holding the cigarette. He looked her up and down, scrutinizing this childhood nightmare that had frightened countless people, then frowned, showing a look of disdain. "Beautiful? Your mask is full of gutter oil, haven't you washed it in days? The slit-mouthed woman?" She clearly didn't expect this response, her brain experiencing a brief freeze, followed by a furious outburst as she yanked off her mask, revealing a blood-soaked mouth split to her earlobes, and raised her scissors to scream. "How about this? That's even uglier." Lu Chen stepped back, as if he had seen something filthy, pointing at her teeth. "There's chives stuck in your teeth. Did you just come out after eating dumplings? So unappetizing that even dogs wouldn't eat it." The slit-mouthed woman completely broke down, letting out a sharp scream, lunging to attack in desperation. However, slap! A thick blood-red vine instantly struck her on the face, spinning her in place 3 times. Then, the vine bound her tightly and lifted her high into the air. Lu Chen called out to the coal ball, which was currently enjoying the meal not far away. "Coal ball, keep going. This thing is too ugly, ruining the city's appearance, don't chew, just swallow." Woof! Ugliness refused? The head in the middle of the coal ball disdainfully glanced at the slit-mouthed woman being tossed over, even shifting aside, clearly feeling that even a dog couldn't eat this thing. In the end, it was still the right head, representing corrosive venom. Under Lu Chen's stern gaze, he reluctantly opened his mouth and caught it in one bite. Gulp! Not even a splash of water rose. A generation of urban legends just turned into dog food. Lu Chen flicked the ash off his cigarette, looking at the now sparse ghost crowd, and sneered at the air. "Tom Yao, is this your extreme evil formation? I see, it's an extreme hunger formation, right? The serving speed is a bit slow. If you don't hurry up, my dog is going to starve to death." Chapter 86, Air Defense Firepower, Bird Striking Operation. Over Donghai City. The all-you-can-eat ghost buffet on the ground continued, but the one-sided slaughter was suddenly broken. Whoosh whoosh. A terrifying demon wind rose from nowhere without warning. This wind was not ordinary, it was a fierce wind mixed with black wind blades. The red lotus vines busy tying up the monster snapped under the fierce wind, making a cracking sound of overload, dozens of thick vines instantly severed, the cut smooth as a mirror. Roar! The coal ball that was happily eating raised its 3 heads, warily looking at the sky, letting out a threatening low growl from its throat. It got dark. The sky, already shrouded in purple mist, was now crushed by dark clouds, and lightning danced wildly. A pressure more terrifying than all the monsters combined rumbled down from deep within the clouds. Foolish mortals, dare to desecrate the messenger of the gods. A grand voice boomed like thunder, shaking the windows of nearby buildings and causing them to shatter again. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, a gigantic figure slowly descended. It had 2 wings on its back, with a wingspan of over 20 meters, each feather like a pitch-black sword. Clad in samurai armor, holding a fan in its hand, and wearing a long-nosed red mask, it looked down at Lu Chen on the ground as if staring at an ant. One of the 3 national protective deities of Sakura country, the Great Tengu. Finally, someone who can fight has come out. Lu Chen looked up at the Great Tengu hovering a kilometer in the sky, not panicking at all, but rather raising an eyebrow with interest. The little fish just now were too weak, not even enough to warm up the iron column. This big guy, however, was a bit interesting. Chinese, your time of death has come. Tao Miao, hiding in a bunker far away, saw the Great Tengu descend through a drone and felt invigorated, laughing wildly in the communication channel. This is the Great Tengu. It has absolute air supremacy. Your dog can only run on the ground, how can it fight in the sky? Great Tengu. Please descend divine punishment and crush them into dust. In the air, the Great Tengu snorted coldly, swinging the fan in its hand fiercely. Feather blade storm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the black wings behind it suddenly spread wide, and countless black feathers transformed into blades of wind, pouring down like a torrential rain. Each gust of wind was several meters long, carrying thunder, powerful enough to slice through tank armor. This was not an attack, this was a saturation bombing. Defense mode. Lu Chen stood still, simply giving the command calmly. Ka ka ka. Iron Pillar instantly responded, the heavy armor plates on his back popped up, forming a massive diamond-shaped energy shield above Lu Chen's head. Boom 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 boom. The dense blades of wind smashed against the energy shield, producing circles of blue ripples, sparks flying. The surrounding ground was shredded by the dispersed wind blades, asphalt roads cut into chunks like tofu. But Lu Chen stood under the shield, not even tousling his hair. Is that all? Lu Chen peered through the gap in the energy shield, looking at the Great Tengu in the sky, shaking his head. Is this a scraping treatment? The Great Tengu in the sky clearly understood this mockery, its eyes behind the mask suddenly lit up with furious red light. Arrogant. It waved the fan again, this time, not just wind blades but also thick bolts of furious lightning descended from the sky, trying to completely melt this iron can with high temperature and impact. It's flying too high. On the ground, Honglian tried to stretch her vines to grab, but the Great Tengu remained at an altitude of 1,000 meters, which was Honglian's attack blind spot. Although the coal ball had 3 heads, it could not fly and could only run in circles on the ground, barking wildly at the sky. Ha ha ha. Useless. The voice of Gao Miao came again, as long as Lord Tengu is in the sky, you are live targets. You can only passively endure the beating. This is the suppression of air superiority. Lu Chen. Tremble in despair. Hearing the noisy voice in his ears, Lu Chen sighed. He reached out and patted the mech on his body. Tai Zhu. Yes, master. Some people say we have no air superiority. Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold. Bring that birdman down for me. Understood. Anti-air mode, activated. At the moment the words fell. Ka-chi. A sound of mechanical deformation that made one's teeth ache rang out. The armor plate on Taiju's back, originally meant for defense, suddenly slid open to both sides, revealing a dark, deep weapon warehouse below. The armor on both shoulders flipped, and 2 groups of densely packed micro-missile launchers slowly rose, locking onto the Great Tengu in the sky with fire control radar. At the same time, Lu Chen's arms came together, and the armor transformed, forming a high-energy pulse laser cannon glowing with blue light. At that moment, the originally ferocious close combat mech instantly turned into a moving anti-air artillery platform. What is that? The Great Tengu in the sky suddenly felt a chill that made its feathers stand on end. Before it could react, Lu Chen's cold voice echoed through the clouds. Birdman, the era has changed. Fire everything. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Accompanied by a sharp sound of piercing air, dozens of finger-thick Stinger micro-tracking missiles, with an astonishing amount of explosives, shot into the sky, dragging long tails of flame. They drew arcs of death in the air, instantly blocking all of the Great Tengu's escape routes. Nani? The Great Tengu was startled, frantically flapping its wings in an attempt to gain altitude. But it was a living being, while the missiles were technology. How fast can you fly? Can you surpass Mach? Boom 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 boom. The sky was instantly illuminated by dazzling fire. Although the Great Tengu used its terrifying speed and wind walls to block most of the missiles, exploding feathers went everywhere, leaving it in a miserable state. It still couldn't block them all. While it was frantically dealing with the missile swarm, the most fatal blow came. Lu Chen stood on the ground, the laser cannon formed by his arms had fully charged, its muzzle flashing with a heart-pounding blue light. This shot will send you back home. Hum. A high-energy laser beam as thick as a barrel instantly pierced through the air, so fast it didn't even need prediction. Lightspeed strike. PSSSH. A piercing scream erupted in the sky. The Great Tengu's proud steel wings were pierced through and melted in front of the laser cannon, like they were made of paper. The left wing was severed at the root. The unbalanced Great Tengu, like a kite with a broken string, spun down through a series of black smoke, crashing down from the 1,000-meter height. No! Lord Tengu! Gao Miao's desperate scream abruptly stopped. Boom! The Great Tengu's massive body crashed heavily into the rubble less than 100 meters from Lu Chen, kicking up a storm of dust. It struggled to get up, but that broken wing was still smoking, and the wound was covered with scorch marks, clearly incapacitated. As the dust settled, footsteps sounded. Lu Chen disengaged anti-air mode, drew his battle knife again, and walked step by step to the Great Tengu. He looked down at this deity that had just been high and mighty, now lying on the ground like a dead chicken, and stepped on its red long-nosed mask. Crack! The mask shattered. Lu Chen leaned slightly, his eyes colder than the surrounding ghostly fires. Fly? Did you ask my cannon? Donghai City, the wreckage of a plane crash. The massive body of the Great Tengu lay limp at the bottom of the pit, its only remaining wing twitching in a fit of nerves. Its once proud red long-nosed mask had been crushed by Lu Chen's foot, revealing a twisted, terrified demon face beneath. You can't kill me. The Great Tengu trembled, staring at the man before it, who looked like a god or a demon. I am the divine messenger of Takamagara. If you kill me, you will. A divine messenger? Lu Chen sneered, stomping down hard, smashing its jaw. In my recipe, you're nothing more than a winged chicken, a Wuji white phoenix pill. After saying that, he waved at the three-headed hound behind him, which was busy picking its teeth. Cobalt, stop picking your teeth. Come over here, this'll be your dessert. Woof. The moment it heard there was more food, Cobalt, already bloated from eating tens of thousands of demons, instantly perked up. It lumbered over, its three heads eyeing the Great Tengu on the ground, drool dripping everywhere. Though its stomach was full, this was a national protector-level high-tier spirit, a top-tier supplement. No. Yame die. The Great Tengu let out a desperate scream. But in the next second, the central head of Cobalt suddenly opened its abyss-like mouth wide and bit down on the Great Tengu's head. The left and right heads seized its body and remaining wing. Ryup! The horrifying sound of flesh and bone tearing echoed through the air. The once feared great demon, known throughout the land of Sakura country, had no chance to resist. It was torn apart like a roasted chicken, and within moments, Cobalt devoured it in a few bites. Gulp! As the last piece of the Great Tengu's spiritual flesh slid down, Cobalt suddenly froze. It seemed that the energy within it had reached a critical point. The tens of thousands of demons it had consumed earlier, combined with the pure soul power of the great demon, finally triggered the potential of the abyssal hell dragon bone inside it. Roar! Cobalt threw its head back and howled to the sky, its three heads simultaneously spitting out pillars of ghostly blue light that shot straight into the clouds. Then, its dark, scale-like armor suddenly exploded, and two fiery blue ghost flames began to burn and gather at its shoulder blades. Crack! Crack! With the sharp sound of bones growing, two massive bone wings, 10 meters wide, made of thick white bones and ghostly flames, suddenly unfolded from its back. Cobalt has devoured an excess of high-tier spiritual bodies, triggering a bloodline evolution. New form acquired, Hell Dragon Wings, able to fly, with dragon might intimidation. Lu Chen looked at the terrifying giant beast before him, with three heads and hellish dragon wings sprouting from its back, and nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Lu Chen leapt onto Cobalt's broad back. Now with wings, killing will be even more convenient. Let's go, to the front. Lu Chen pointed to the fiery commercial district ahead, his expression suddenly cold. The smell of blood there is too strong. Donghai City, the core commercial district. Cobalt retracted its dragon might and glided just above the ground. The closer they got, the darker Lu Chen's expression became. Because the blood stench here didn't come from rotting zombies, but from the people of Daxia. Ha 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 ha. Yo, number 56. You're so slow, Yamada-kun, I've already killed 59. A harsh, wild laughter came from the intersection ahead. Lu Chen signaled for Cobalt to stop in the shadow, his helmet glowing faintly, pulling the scene ahead into focus. It was once a temporary shelter, but now it had turned into a slaughterhouse. Dozens of warriors and onmyoji from Sakura country, wearing special forces uniforms, sat around a coffee shop outside, holding stolen bottles of red wine and stepping on the corpses of dacia civilians. In the open space before them, a cruel murder contest was taking place. Dozens of survivors from dacia were forced to kneel in a row, men and women, old and young, their hands bound behind their backs. 2 Sakura country samurai held bloodied battle blades. The contest was to see who could chop off heads faster. Please, please, spare the child. A mother tightly protected her daughter under her, her forehead bleeding as she pleaded desperately. Baka! Shut up! One of the samurai sneered as he raised his sword. Since this sow is so noisy, let's cut both her and the child in half for some fun. The surrounding soldiers of Sakura Kingdom erupted in perverted laughter. Yes. Cut her down. Let's see if the bones of the dacia people are soft too. The samurai raised his butcher's knife high, and in the desperate gaze of the mother, he brought it down with all his might. However, the blade stopped midair. It wasn't blocked, but the hand holding the sword, along with the entire arm, suddenly flew into the air. Put! Blood spurted out like a fountain. The sneer on the samurai's face hadn't even faded before it turned into a blank stare, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Aya! My hand! Who is it? The soldiers of Sakura Kingdom around them instantly panicked, drawing their swords and searching frantically. Thud! Heavy footsteps echoed. Lu Chen, riding a 3-headed giant beast from hell, slowly emerged from the darkness. The bone wings behind the beast gently flapped, casting a ghostly fire that illuminated the surroundings like a hellish palace. He didn't even look at the terrified soldiers, but walked straight toward the mother and daughter, standing in front of them. Master. The mother trembled all over, looking at the man riding the monster, a primal fear of survival. Lu Chen didn't turn around. A gentle force field shield popped out from his armor, protecting the mother and daughter behind him. Then, he raised his head, and his eyes, hidden beneath the helmet, scanned every soldier from Sakura Kingdom present. Where his gaze passed, the temperature seemed to drop to absolute zero. A killing competition? Lu Chen's voice was soft, but it clearly pierced into everyone's ears. How cultured. The captain at the front saw that only Lu Chen was alone. Although his mount was terrifying, relying on their overwhelming numbers, he still waved his command knife and shouted. Baka! Are you a soldier of dacia? Don't think you're impressive just because you're riding a monster. Attack! Turn him into minced meat. Dozens of elite samurai roared as they charged forward, various dark arts lighting up. Hong Lian. Lu Chen, sitting on the coal beast, didn't even raise a hand, he only coldly called out. Here, master. A seed, emanating a strong scent of blood, slowly fell from Lu Chen's palm, sinking into the asphalt road. My sister told me before she left that she saw everyone in the city crying, many people were hanging on the streetlights. Lu Chen looked at the oncoming enemies, a flash of brutal red light flickering in his eyes. I am someone who listens to my sister the most. Since she predicted people hanging on streetlights, then this scene must appear. However, who gets hung, I decide. The moment his voice fell. Boom! The ground exploded. Countless thick, blood-red, thorn-covered vines shot up from the ground like hellish tentacles, instantly sprouting. They were too fast. The samurai in the front had no time to react before the vines accurately pierced their limbs. Put! 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 The sickening sound of flesh being pierced echoed in rapid succession. Aya! The screams instantly drowned out the earlier maniacal laughter. Hong Lian did not directly pierce their hearts, but avoided all vital areas, targeting the wrists, ankles, and knees, the most nerve-dense spots. Rise! Lu Chen's finger lightly flicked upwards. Whoosh! Hundreds of vines instantly straightened, pulling the soldiers of Sakura Kingdom, who had their limbs pierced, into the air like puppets on strings. Let go of me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yamit. My leg is broken. Dozens of executioners, who had been arrogant and domineering moments ago, were now hanging like strings of cured meat on the streetlight poles along both sides of the road. Their blood dripped from their toes. The entire street quickly turned red. Hong Lian, don't let them die. Lu Chen rode the coal ball to face the captain hanging at the highest point. At this moment, the captain's limbs were tightly nailed to the lamppost by vines, his face twisted in pain, snot and tears streaming down, desperately pleading for mercy. Spare me! Spare me! We surrender! According to the Geneva Convention, you can't mistreat prisoners. Geneva? Lu Chen opened his helmet, revealing a face devoid of any expression. He reached out and patted the captain's cheek, as if patting a dead dog. When you were killing civilians just now, did you think of Geneva? Moreover, Lu Chen pointed at the ruins around them. This is Donghai, my territory. Here, what I say is the convention. Puff. A thin vine instantly pierced the captain's mouth, interrupting his miserable scream, while also injecting a nerve toxin that magnified pain tenfold. Enjoy it while the night is still long. Lu Chen patted the coal ball, and the three-headed beast spread its wings and flew toward the city hall deep in the city, turning its back on the forest of corpses filled with wailing behind him. Behind him, throughout the bustling street, under every street lamp, hung a Sakura soldier in agony, struggling. Blood dripped and gathered into rivers. Hong Lian did not retract the vines, instead, like a loyal executioner, slowly siphoning their life force while keeping them conscious. Only a chilling phrase echoed in the wind. Lampposts hanging corpses, blood debts repaid with blood. This is just the interest. Chapter 88 Hostage? Do you think you can threaten me? Donghai City, in front of the City Hall Square. This is the temporary command center after the invasion by the Sakura country, and also the last line of defense. Boom! With a heavy muffled sound, the ground shook violently. The massive body of the coal ball landed heavily in the center of the square, its ghostly bone wings slowly folding, bringing a gust of foul wind. 3 ferocious heads roared lowly at the same time, with 6 eyes burning like ghostly flames, staring intently ahead. At the entrance of the building, the Sakura troops, who were already on high alert, were now retreating uncontrollably, their hands trembling around their guns. So powerful. As he came through, whether it was ordinary soldiers or bizarre Shikigami, they all seemed as fragile as paper before this man. Lu Chen! Don't come over! A shrill scream pierced through the air. A sweating Sakura country officer dashed out. He was not holding a weapon, instead, he tightly gripped a thick rope in his hand. On the other end of the rope was a long line of people. They were hundreds of survivors from the Great Xia country. Most of them were elderly, women, and children, and at this moment they were ragged and injured, strung together like livestock, standing at the forefront of the army. I don't believe you dare to act. The officer hid behind the crowd, the muzzle of his gun pressed fiercely against a young girl's temple, screaming hysterically. I know the rules of your Great Xia soldiers. The people come first. Protecting the masses is your primary duty. Step back. Step back 500 meters immediately. Otherwise, I will shoot this little brat, and then kill everyone here. Wah! The little girl, with the gun pointed at her, was scared and cried out loud, and a wave of desperate screams erupted from the crowd. Please, don't kill the child. General Lu. Don't worry about us. Kill these beasts. Some fiery-blooded men from the Great Xia roared with red eyes. Baka! Shut up! The officer slammed the gun but into the man's head, blood gushing, and then hid back behind the crowd, grinning as he looked at Lu Chen. So what? Lu Chen. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you good at killing? Come on. Make your move. I want to see if your knife is faster or my bullets. This is a deadlock. At least that's how it appeared to the officer. As long as Lu Chen was still a soldier of Great Xia, as long as he still valued humanity, it was impossible to unleash a deadly attack against the hundreds of meat shields. This gave them a chance to breathe and negotiate. On the coal ball, Lu Chen looked down at this scene from a high vantage point. He said nothing, showed no anger, and even his expression did not waver. He quietly observed the officer, as if watching a jumping clown. Back off? Lu Chen gently patted the coal ball's neck, signaling it to be quiet, then jumped down and walked step by step towards the wall of hostages. You better not come closer. Take another step, and I'll shoot. The officer panicked, tightening his finger on the trigger. Lu Chen stopped 20 meters away from the crowd, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Amidst the swirling smoke, his voice was plain and somewhat cold. Did you get something wrong? The officer was taken aback. What? I am here to kill, not to be a saint. Lu Chen flicked the ash off his cigarette, his eyes holding a hint of mockery. And why do you think you can threaten me with a few hundred lives? You? The officer widened his eyes, clearly not expecting the hero of the Great Xia to say such things. Furthermore, Lu Chen slightly raised his chin, looking at the officer with a gaze full of pity. Do you think as long as I don't move, you are safe? Can you smell something in the air? The smell? The officer instinctively sniffed. Besides the smell of blood and gunpowder, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible, sweet fragrance in the air. It was like the scent of some kind of pollen. This. As the officer was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Not just him. All the soldiers of the Cherry Blossom Nation hiding behind the hostages, holding weapons in their hands, suddenly felt an intense itch in their noses, ears, and even deep in their throats. What is happening? The officer, terrified, wanted to scratch, but he found that his hand couldn't move. Unknowingly, a strange green hue had spread through his veins. Lu Chen stood not far away and gently snapped his fingers at the void. Hong Lian, the flowers have bloomed. Puff. 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 A series of muffled and dense explosions sounded simultaneously, without warning. It was the sound of flesh being pierced. In the eyes of all who were horrified, countless tiny red sprouts suddenly emerged from the nostrils, ear canals, and even the eye sockets of each cherry blossom soldier. These were the miniature spores of the red lotus demonis. A new ability gained after the massacre of the Zhao family. Long before Lu Chen stopped, these invisible spores had already flowed through the air, precisely entering every enemy's respiratory tract. Ah, ah. The officer opened his mouth to scream, but instantly his tongue and throat were filled with thorny vines, completely blocking all sound. Right after that, the finger that was pressing against the little girl's temple, before it could pull the trigger, was instantly pierced by a thorn that drilled out from between the fingernails. The nerve toxin quickly paralyzed his entire body. Bang! 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 Hundreds of fully armed soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Nation fell backward in the same second. Their bodies did not crash to the ground but were propped up in midair by the plants crazily growing inside them, turning into terrifying sculptures covered in flowers and thorns. And in front of them, the hundreds of great Xia hostages remained unscathed. He stepped over the body of his aide, which was covered in flowers, not even taking a glance, and coldly tossed out a line. Threatening me? You all think you are worthy? He walked in front of the dazed little girl, reached out to fix her messy collar, and his originally chilling tone softened slightly. Run forward and don't look back. After saying that, Lu Chen jumped back onto the back of the coal pile, his wartime knife pointing at the tightly shut door of the city government building. That place was the last tumor in this city. Gao Miao, I see where else you can hide. Tai Zhu, blow the door open for me. Chapter 89, Want to die? Did you ask my nanny? Donghai City, city government building's top command room. Boom! That alloy door, claimed to be able to withstand a nuclear explosion, burst apart under Tai Zhu's violent punches like a damp cookie. Twisted metal fragments and smoke scattered everywhere. Lu Chen marched in, stepping over the debris on the ground. The command room was a mess. Confidential documents were burning in a fire pit, clearly showing that the enemy was destroying the invasion plan. In the center of the command room, Gao Miao, dressed in tattered gorgeous hunting attire, was kneeling on the ground, a sharp short knife placed in front of him, clearly ready for self-destruction. Hearing the sound of the door being broken, Gao Miao suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot madness, staring fiercely at the man who burst in like a demon. Chinese devil, you have destroyed everything of mine. Destroyed the vanguard plan of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. Gao Miao roared, gripping the short knife with both hands, its tip aimed at his own abdomen. But you will not humiliate a noble on my Oji. The honor of a warrior cannot be tarnished. Even if I die, you cannot extract any information from me. Long live the emperor. After shouting, he suddenly exerted force, the sharp short knife stabbing fiercely into his abdomen, a standard seppuku position. If this were a normal plot, the villain would typically die here, leaving the hero with a corpse. But Lu Chen was not here to follow the plot. He was here to collect a debt. Whoosh! A cold glint arrived before the action had even finished. Put! Ah! Gao Miao let out a miserable scream, the short knife clattering to the ground. A pitch-black tactical dagger had accurately pierced through his right hand, firmly pinning it to the floor. Lu Chen walked over at a leisurely pace, stepping on the burning documents beside him, even finding the time to glance at a half-burned map. Honor? Lu Chen looked down at Gao Miao, who was writhing in pain, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. Talking about beastliness while slaughtering civilians, talking about honor when defeated? Are all of you from the Cherry Blossom country mentally divided? Baka! Kill me! If you dare, just kill me! Gao Miao knew that once he fell into Lu Chen's hands, he would absolutely wish for death. His eyes hardened, since his hand was useless, he would bite his tongue. Crack! He bit down hard, his teeth snapping his tongue in half. Blood spurted out instantly, Gao Miao twitched all over, yet a determined and relieved grimace appeared on his face. Although biting his tongue wouldn't kill him immediately, the intense pain and blood loss would surely put him into shock, and without his tongue, he wouldn't have to confess. However, Lu Chen looked at Gao Miao, whose mouth was full of blood, without changing his expression in the slightest. Want to die? Lu Chen pulled over a chair and sat comfortably in front of Gao Miao, his gaze like. In an instant, he arrived. The pure white high priest robe remained unblemished in the ruins, barefoot and suspended, like an angel descending from hell. Master! Bai Ling bowed respectfully, her voice ethereal. Bring him back to me. Lu Chen pointed at the mess on the ground, don't let him die. As you command. Bai Ling made no unnecessary movements, she didn't need to chant, nor did she need a staff. She gracefully raised her palm, as smooth as mutton fat jade, and gently pressed towards Gao Miao. Breath of the Archangel, holy healing. Buzz. A pure, warm, and sacred white beam of light instantly enveloped Gao Miao's body. With this massive life force pouring in, Gao Miao's consciousness, which had been blurred by excruciating pain, instantly awakened. Then, a scene that terrified him happened. The palm that had been nailed through healed at a visibly rapid pace, the tongue that had been severed grew new flesh, and in just 3 seconds, a plump and perfect new tongue emerged. Not only that, the internal injuries he had sustained in battle and the stamina he had consumed instantly recovered. Even his mental state reached its peak. What is this? Gao Miao frantically touched his mouth. The feeling of escaping death did not bring him relief, instead, it filled him with endless fear. Because he saw Lu Chen's cruel smile. It's healed? Lu Chen nodded. Good, let's start the first round. Hong Lian. Hiss. The Hong Lian demoness, who had long been lurking in the floor crevices, instantly extended dozens of blood-red tendrils as thin as cow hair. This time, it was not just a simple piercing. These tendrils invaded through Gao Miao's pores, under his nails, and even into the corneas of his eyes, releasing a nerve toxin that could amplify pain sensitivity 100-fold. Even a strictly trained yin-yang master let out inhuman howls at this moment. Pain. So much pain. Every inch of skin felt like it was being corroded by acid, every bone felt like it was being smashed by a hammer. Will you talk? Lu Chen asked lightly as he lit a cigarette. Kill me please, kill me, I don't know. Gao Miao writhed on the ground, clawing at the floor with his nails. You're still pretty tough. Lu Chen was not surprised and simply beckoned to Bai Ling. Continue to draw blood, don't let him die from the pain, and don't let him faint. I want him to feel every second clearly. Yes, master. Bai Ling's expression was calm, even carrying a hint of divine indifference. She raised her slender fingers again, the tips shimmering with holy light. Another holy healing fell. Gao Miao's bodily functions, which were about to collapse from severe pain, were forcibly pulled back to full health. Even though his spirit wished for death, his body remained as healthy as an ox. This created an inescapable death loop. Hong Lian was in charge of creating extreme pain and destruction, Bai Ling was in charge of using holy light to repair the body, Lu Chen was in charge of questioning. Broken bones, healing. Flaying skin, healing. Cramps, healing. This was a never-ending torture. As long as Bai Ling's spiritual power was not depleted, Gao Miao would have an immortal body, only able to sink endlessly in this hellish cycle. In just 5 minutes. For Gao Miao, it felt like 5 centuries. He endured dozens of tortures like being drawn and quartered, burned, and crushed, each time, just as he teetered on the edge of death, Bai Ling's warm and holy brilliance pulled him back to continue suffering. That feeling of wanting to die but unable to die, unable to even faint, completely shattered his proud samurai spirit. Devils. You are devils. When Bai Ling raised her hand for the 18th time to prepare to release the healing spell, Gao Miao finally broke down. He crawled towards Lu Chen like a slug, wildly licking Lu Chen's battle boots with that newly grown tongue. Tears and mucus mixed with blood flowed all over the ground. I say. I will say it all. Don't treat me. Please, don't treat me. Let me die. Lu Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, signaling Hong Lian to stop injecting the poison. If you had cooperated earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. You're wasting my nurse's power. Lu Chen bent down, looking at the completely broken spirit of the prisoner, Gao Miao. Speak, besides Donghai City, what other plans do you have? Gao Miao trembled all over, his eyes vacant, crying out to confess. Donghai. Donghai is just a springboard. It's bait. To cover up the Tianyan plan. Our main fleet has already gathered in international waters. 3 S-class ghost domains are preparing to descend. The target is the 18 provinces along the coast of Daxia. At this point, Gao Miao seemed to recall something extremely terrifying, and his voice became sharp. And Xinjiang. The great Anmayuji are preparing to sacrifice the population of 10 cities to summon the true body of the Yamata no Orochi. Daxia. Daxia can't stop it. Total war has already begun. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes solidified into something tangible. Total invasion? Sacrificing 10 cities? Summoning an evil god? What a big appetite. The Cherry Blossom country isn't here to launch a surprise attack, they want to destroy the nation of Daxia. Very well. Lu Chen stood up, accurately flicking the cigarette but into Gao Miao's gaping mouth. Recording backup complete. Lu Chen turned to walk outside while waving his hand behind him. Bai Ling, Hong Lian, give him a quick death. After all, I am very merciful. Yes. Behind him, Bai Ling did not act but elegantly turned away. Hong Lian's vines instantly erupted, crushing Gao Miao's skull, cutting off his sobs of relief. Lu Chen walked out of the command room and reached the rooftop of the building. On the eastern horizon, a blood-colored sunset was rising. Lu Chen gazed at the boundless sea, the sea breeze fluttering his clothes, making a rustling sound. Total war, huh? He tightened his grip on the battle blade, a gruesome smile creeping onto his lips. Since you all have stretched out your necks, don't blame me for being too quick with this blade. How many come, I will kill how many. Until this sea is filled to the brim. Chapter 90, Constructing the Capital View. Donghai City, early morning. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the bloody fog that had wrapped the city for a night, illuminating the city that had just experienced disaster. The battle was over. But Lu Chen did not hurry to retreat. In the square in front of the city government building, the originally even ground was now soaked with blood, turning a dark red. Taizhu, Honglian. Lu Chen sat on a broken stone tablet, carefully wiping the blood from his battle blade with a strip of cloth torn from the cherry blossom flag. Here, master. Clean up the battlefield. Lu Chen did not lift his head, his voice calm. Clear away all this garbage in the city, don't dirty our ground. Garbage? Are you referring to the building ruins? Taizhu's mechanical eye blinked. No. Lu Chen raised the blade to look at the sunlight. I'm referring to those corpses dressed in hunting clothes and samurai uniforms. Stack them up. Lu Chen pointed to the center of the square, where the cherry blossom country's flag had once stood. Higher, I want the people across the sea to see it without binoculars. Yes. With a command, several tamed beasts moved simultaneously. Honglian's vines moved like countless tentacles, swiftly traversing every corner of the city. No matter if it was a onmyuji poisoned in the sewer or a samurai corpse hanging from a streetlight, they were dragged back like dead dogs. Taizhu transformed into an engineering mech, tirelessly transporting the corpses. 10 minutes later. A chilling and nightmarish structure rose in the center of Donghai City. It was not made of bricks and stones but a pyramid made of thousands of corpses of the cherry blossom country invaders, Kyoto View. It stood nearly 10 meters tall. The base was wide, and the towers tipped sharp. At the top of that tower, the head of Gao Miao, whose eyes were still wide open in death, was impaled. The morning wind blew, and the smell of blood was nauseating. Lu Chen stood up and sheathed his sword. One step at a time, he walked over the corpses, reaching the very top of the Jingguan, next to Gao Miao's head. He sat down on top of the pile of bodies, crossed his legs, and lit the last cigarette from the pack. Bring the drone over here, he ordered toward the iron pillar not far away. Has the signal been fixed? Reporting to the master, the global live broadcast signal left by the enemy has been cracked and reconnected, ready to go live at any time. Then go ahead. Lu Chen exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze piercing through the smoke and gunpowder. Give the world a message of peace. At the same time, on global online platforms. Ever since the signal cut off last night, billions of people around the world have been anxiously waiting for the outcome of Donghai City. On Sakura Country's internet, there was a frenzy, believing the great Onmyoji army had already taken Donghai. Suddenly, ZZZZ the screen flickered a few times before becoming clear again. It's back on. The signal's here. Look. It's Donghai City. However, when the picture cleared completely, all discussions worldwide instantly came to a halt, as if a duck's neck had been tightly squeezed. Dead silence. On the screen, there were no cheering Sakura Country soldiers, no nightmarish parade of 100 ghosts. Only a mountain. A bloody mountain made of corpses. The camera slowly zoomed in, eventually locking onto the man at the peak of the corpse mountain. The rising sun cast a golden rim behind him, making him look both sacred and terrifying, a wickedness that sent chills down the spine. A three-headed hellhound crouched beside him, and behind him stood a holy angel, while his feet rested on the head of the enemy commander. This scene radiated an extreme aesthetic of violence. That's Lu Chen? The live chat room of the Dasha Kingdom exploded. What the hell? That's Jingguan? The Jingguan that ancient generals only built after destroying a kingdom? The god of death. This is the god of death. In front of the camera. Lu Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, revealing a chilling smile on his cold face. Good morning, everyone. His voice traveled across the internet, reaching everyone watching, including those in the highest command room of Sakura Country. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tao Tai. Regarding the little incident that happened in Donghai City last night, I'd like to make a summary. Lu Chen reached down and grabbed Gao Miao's head by the hair, shaking it in front of the camera like a watermelon. This thing here is called Gao Miao, apparently some sort of commander. He told me last night that Sakura Country had a Tengokodo plan, something about summoning an 8-headed snake. Upon hearing these words, the high-ranking officials of Sakura Country were shaken, their faces as pale as death. How had this top-secret plan been leaked? Lu Chen casually tossed the head down from the corpse mountain, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp and fierce. I don't care what plans you have, or what so-called evil gods you worship. This Jingwan, right here, is my answer. Lu Chen pointed to the thousands of corpses beneath his feet, his voice booming like thunder. The territory of Daxia is not to be violated. Since you started the war, then I'll take my sword and go to your capital, where I'll build a Jingwan 10 times higher than this one. Utter arrogance. Extreme tyranny. But with the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood beneath his feet, his words had an irrefutable, terrifying persuasion. At this moment, the coal ball, which had been lying down the entire time, suddenly stood up and sniffed at a corpse. It was the body of an elite onmyoji from Sakura country, containing a decent amount of spiritual energy. The global audience held their breath, watching the legendary three-headed hellhound, expecting it to perform the terrifying act of devouring corpses right in front of them. Sakura country's audience, on the other hand, was filled with grief and rage, feeling humiliated even if dead. However, sniff sniff. The three heads of the coal ball leaned over at the same time to sniff. The next second. Ugh. The head on the left retched slightly. Pah. The head on the right spat out saliva. Even the most gluttonous middle head turned its head away in disgust, scratching at the dirt with its paw, as if trying to bury the body, as if it were an unnamable stinking pile of dog poop. Woof woof. This meat smells bad. The coal ball looked at Lu Chen with a face full of grievance, as if to say, Master, you won't let me eat this, right? That's too humiliating for a dog. This scene was presented to the whole world without reservation through a high-definition lens. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He stood up, shrugged his hands at the camera, and his expression was filled with helplessness and disdain. Sorry, everyone has seen it. Originally, I planned to make use of this garbage. Lu Chen pointed at the mountain of corpses under his feet and, addressing the whole of Sakura country, said the most damaging and insulting words. But unfortunately, the flesh of you Sakura people is too sour, too stinky. Even my dog won't eat it. After saying that, Lu Chen kicked the drone in front of him away. Bang! The screen went black. But in that instant of blackness, the whole world seemed to hear the sound of Sakura country's pride shattering, along with the tsunami-like laughter and roar of 1.4 billion people from Daxia. Long live Daxia! Even dogs won't eat it. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely ridiculous. On this day, in Donghai Jingwan, it shocked the world. On this day, the name of Gluttony stopped the children's night cries. Chapter 91, The Arrival of the Mobile Suit, Technology Crushes All. Jingwan was built, the live broadcast was cut off. Lu Chen stood on top of the mountain of corpses, stepping on the head of a male member, the sea wind making his clothes flutter. Cleaned up? Lu Chen casually asked while looking at the busy pets. Woof. It's clean. The coal ball, which had just evolved bone wings, licked its lips excitedly. Although it disliked the sour taste of the Sakura people's meat, this did not prevent it from treating the remnants of the Shikigami's souls as snacks. Just as Lu Chen was about to order a break. Vrum. The originally calm sea surface in the distance suddenly trembled without warning. This tremble was not from the waves, but as if some gigantic creature deep in the ocean was starting its engine, the low rumbling sound shaking the pebbles on the shoreline. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, suddenly looking at the sea surface. Alert! Booming! Hundreds of meters high waves were violently pushed aside. 12 huge shadows, like demons crawling out of the abyss, slowly stepped onto the coastline with a suffocating sense of oppression. Those were mechas. But not the kind of heavy iron cans. They were 12 gigantic humanoid weapons, each 50 meters tall. They were dark purple all over, and the streamlined armor surface was not cold metal, but covered with a layer of skin-like moving carapace. At the joints of the mechas, streams of ghostly blue particles jetted out, each step causing a small earthquake. The pinnacle of Sakura country's highest technology, a Matsukami-grade biological mechas. Gundam? Lu Chen frowned slightly, looking at these towering behemoths, his battle knife looking like a toothpick in his hand. Is this your trump card? Ziz. The leading mecha's single eye flashed red. From the external loudspeaker came the cold and arrogant voice of the commander of the Sakura country's mecha forces. Lu Chen, your barbaric actions stop here. This is the perfect fusion of technology and mythology, the divine shell that surpasses mortals. In the iron torrent of the great Sakura Empire, neither yin-yang arts nor superpowers are merely primitive tricks. The commander's voice was full of absolute confidence and technology. Crush him. Boom. The 12 mechas activated their thrusters at the same time. Although they were massive, their movements were astonishingly quick. In an instant, it broke through the sound barrier and charged toward the square where Lu Chen was. What's so great about a big guy? Lu Chen snorted coldly. Coalball, Honglian, take them down. Roar. Coalball was the first to strike. Its dark, ghostly wings suddenly flapped, and 3 heads opened at the same time, unleashing a terrifying dragon breath mixed with corrosive venom and ghostly fire, roaring towards the leading mech. At the same time, hundreds of vine-like tendrils from the Honlian Demonis transformed into blood-red spears, piercing directly at the joints of the mech. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Just as the dragon breath and the tendrils were about to hit the mech. Buzz! The space around the mech suddenly twisted, and a golden octagonal light screen popped open without warning. At field. Boom boom boom. The dragon breath, strong enough to melt steel, sprayed against the light screen, barely stirring up ripples, without even scratching the mech's paint. The seemingly indestructible tendrils of Honlian struck the light screen, producing a metallic snap, with dozens of tendrils snapping instantly. What? Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Ha ha ha. Useless, the mech commander laughed maniacally. This is absolute defense based on the laws of space. How could the attacks of mortals break through? Tai Zhu. Clear the area with missiles. Lu Chen commanded sharply. Yes. All missiles launch. Standing at the back, Tai Zhu's shoulders opened, and hundreds of mini-missiles screamed away, precisely covering the mech group. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and smoke blocked out the sun. However, when the smoke cleared, 12 mechs stood unharmed in place, and that golden light screen was even brighter than before. Physical attacks ineffective, energy attacks neutralized. Tai Zhu's electronic voice carried a hint of seriousness. Master, the target's defense level cannot be calculated. This is a suppression by higher dimensional technology. Before Lu Chen could react. Now, it's our turn. Clang. The 12 mechs simultaneously reached back, drawing 12 30-meter-long high-energy beam sabers from their weapon mounts on their backs. The pink particle beam instantly gushed out, twisting the air with heat. Die. The leading mech stepped forward, its massive lightsaber wielding the force to destroy everything, slashing down at the Cobalt in front. Although Cobalt had grown to 5 meters, it still looked like a chihuahua compared to the 50-meter mech. It tried to block with its claw covered in dragon scales. Bang! A deep, thunderous sound. The lightsaber did not directly strike Cobalt, but the terrifying kinetic energy and high-temperature force directly kicked Cobalt away like a soccer ball. Arg! Cobalt let out a painful cry, its massive body crashing through 3 buildings, hitting the rubble heavily. Its hard black gold dragon scales on its chest actually shattered over a large area, oozing black blood. Cobalt! Lu Chen's heart tightened. This was the first time since Cobalt's evolution that it suffered such a heavy loss in a head-on confrontation. Did you see? This is the gap in power. The 12 mechs, wielding lightsabers, formed a line and advanced like bulldozers. The sense of despair like a giant pressing down made the entire square tremble. Conventional firepower was fully suppressed. Turtle shell, is it? Lu Chen took a deep breath and did not retreat a single step. In his eyes, the all-seeing eye truth form instantly activated, seeming to penetrate everything in the world. The world changed into countless streams of data in his sight. On the surface of that indestructible golden field, Lu Chen saw countless flowing energy nodes. There is no absolute invincible defense. Lu Chen's brain raced, countless data exploding in his pupils. Energy cycle period 0.3 seconds? Shield generator in the chest. Although the force field is strong, it has a threshold for bearing. As long as the instantaneous explosive kinetic energy exceeds the critical point, it can blow it apart. Lu Chen suddenly turned his head, looking at Tai Zhu behind him. At this moment, Tai Zhu, while fully unleashing firepower, but in the face of this giant mech. Its size was too small, and its firepower seemed weak. Tai Zhu. Lu Chen's voice was terrifyingly calm. Follow my orders. Disable all safety limits, turn off the cooling system. Overload the power furnace to 300%. Tai Zhu's electronic eyes blinked with intense red light. Master, overloading the power furnace to 300% will cause the core to melt down, with a 99% irreversible damage rate to the body. Execute the order. Lu Chen stared at the 12 glowing swords above his head, ready to strike down, his eyes flashing with madness. Forget the cost. Today, either they explode or we die. Give me a pinpoint explosion, blow up the one leading them. A massive shadow enveloped Lu Chen. The 12 light swords, each dozens of meters long, rose at the same time. They were a dimension-shifting strike from a higher technological realm, filled with an air of despairing destruction, and then they fell with a deafening roar. Chapter 92, Tai Zhu's Loyalty, the Broken Tyrant. Life and death in an instant. Whum! It wasn't the sound of wind, but the piercing scream of high-energy particle beams cutting through the air. The 12 Sky-Throne Cloud mechs didn't give Lu Chen any chance to breathe. Especially the 3 flagship mechs in the center, their beam sabers didn't directly cut down but instead formed a massive X-shaped light net in mid-air. Killer move, triple photon cross slash. This move locked the space and sealed off all escape routes. Lu Chen felt the hair on his body stand up. His truth eye wildly warned him, and his retina was filled with the blood-red word death. It was too fast. Even though he had seen through their energy flow, even though he had ordered Taiju to carry out a pinpoint explosion, this was still a technological crushing across eras. Before his command could be carried out, the world-destroying light blades had already reached above his head. There was no time to dodge. Damn! Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively gripping his battle blade, preparing to block the nearly fatal blow. However, just when the scorching light was about to vaporize Lu Chen at the critical moment. Ding! A sharp mechanical alarm sound suddenly drowned out all the rumbling noises from the battlefield. Warning! Detected that the master is about to receive a fatal blow. Core command change, abandon long-range fire suppression switch to absolute defense mode. Power furnace overload 500%. Executing. Taiju, who had been standing behind Lu Chen and was about to launch missiles, suddenly made an action that defied all tactical logic. It did not fire. It violently threw away the missile launch pad on its shoulder, and its back thrusters ejected a terrifying red flame that stretched 20 meters long. Like a crazed shell, it did not retreat but advanced, directly crashing in front of Lu Chen. Taiju! What are you doing? Get out of the way! Lu Chen shouted. But Taiju, who usually followed his commands without question, did not listen this time. This black mechanical tyrant spread its arms, like a wall of iron and copper, firmly blocking Lu Chen's path. The core power furnace on its chest spun wildly, emitting a whimpering sound that was on the verge of explosion. Energy, overload, shields, full open. Whum! An energy shield, unstable and dark red due to the overload, instantly expanded in front of Taiju. The next second, the light blades fell. Boom! All that was left in the world was a blinding white light. The terrifying energy storm immediately swallowed the spot where the two were, the earth cracking as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Crack! The overloaded energy shield on Taiju shattered like glass under the combined strike of three giant mechs, lasting less than 0.1 seconds. Without the shield, the residual power of the light blades smashed mercilessly into Taiju's metal body. Screech! That was the sound of special alloy being instantly melted and twisted by the high heat, far more ear-piercing than any animal's scream. Boom! A black shadow, covered in sparks and black smoke, heavily crashed into the ruins at Lu Chen's feet, plowing a deep trench into the ground. As the smoke cleared, Lu Chen stood unharmed in his original position. But he fiercely stared at the deep pit beneath his feet, his eyes instantly turning red. Taiju. At the bottom of the pit, the once mighty mechanical tyrant clad in black and gold armor had now turned into a pile of pitiful scrap metal. The left half of its body had completely vanished, its shoulder and left arm vaporized by a beam of light, with molten iron still dripping from the severed edge. The armor plate on its chest was ripped apart, exposing a core circuit filled with flickering sparks, dim and unstable. The power core, overloaded and struck hard, had stopped spinning, becoming dull and lifeless. ZZZ. ZZZZZ. The only remaining electronic eye of Taiju was still fiercely flashing red light, its head struggling to turn and look at Lu Chen. That once cold and smooth mechanical synthetic voice now became intermittent, filled with the noise of electricity. Master, are you okay? System, seriously, damaged, power core, extinguished. Hurry and run. Lu Chen kneeled on the ground, disregarding the scalding heat, and grasped Taiju's remaining right hand tightly. Shut up. Who told you to block it? I told you to attack. Do you understand attack? Lu Chen's voice trembled. This was the first time he felt such heart-wrenching pain since his rebirth. For others, this might just be a pile of data, a machine. But for Lu Chen, this was an old buddy that had accompanied him since their first encounter, who had blocked bullets for him time and again, and would never betray him. Bai Ling. Lu Chen turned around and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Come here. Heal it for me. Whoosh. A white light flashed. Bai Ling instantly appeared at the bottom of the pit. Seeing this scene, even her usually indifferent face showed a hint of panic. She showed no hesitation, and the holy light in her hands poured down like a waterfall, enveloping the shattered remains of Taiju. Breath of the Archangel, holy healing. However, that holy light, which could resurrect the dead and mend bones, when shining on the cold metal, slid off like water on a mirror, falling away intact. There were no wounds healing, no severed limbs regenerating. Metal is lifeless. Healing magic from the magical side could not save the machinery from the technological side. Master. Bai Ling's face turned pale, the light in her hand flickering desperately, but to no avail, ineffective, life signs detected as 0, it's a machine, I can't save it. Lu Chen was stunned. He watched as the red light in Taiju's electronic eye grew weaker, until it flickered one last time and completely extinguished. ZZZ system, sleep mode. At that moment, Lu Chen felt as if something had tightly gripped his heart. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, a piercing metallic laughter echoed. The three flagship mechs looked down at this scene, the light swords in their hands recharging, emitting a glowing pink light of death. What a touching master and servant scene. The commander from the Cherry Blossom Country's voice was filled with mockery and derision. What a pity, that's a weapon of war, not a pet. To save a piece of scrap metal, you've lost your last line of defense. Lu Chen, is this the foolish emotion of humanity? The commander controlled the mech to raise its enormous foot, suspended above Lu Chen's head, as if to crush an ant. Now, your shell is broken. Go to hell and cry over your pile of scrap copper. Boom! The gigantic metal foot, bearing immense force, stomped down fiercely towards Lu Chen and the wreckage of Taizhu. The shadow shrouded the earth. Lu Chen lowered his head, still half kneeling, his palm pressed against Taizhu's cold armor. He did not evade. Nor did he move. But at the moment when the shadow was about to fall, Bai Ling and the distant Hong Lian noticed in horror that the air around Lu Chen had solidified. A breath more terrifying than the previous nuclear radiation, darker than the abyss, slowly cracked out from within that man. That was the sound of reason breaking apart. Scrap copper? Lu Chen slowly raised his head. Those originally black and white eyes. At this moment, it had completely turned into a pitch-black silence. You broke my things. Lu Chen's voice was soft, but it caused the giant mech that had stepped down to momentarily stop moving. Then take your life. To pay for it. Chapter 93, Mad Dog Assault, Ripping the Cockpit. In the ruins' deep pit. Boom! The giant metal foot, capable of crushing tanks, stopped hard less than 2 meters above Lu Chen's head. Not because the driver had a sudden conscience, but because countless thick, blood-red vines, as strong as pythons and covered in barbs, had somehow wrapped around the flagship mech's ankle and knee like crazy snakes. Creak! The hydraulic rods emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable load. Want to step on my master? In the ruins, a giant, hellish blood-red demon flower was violently blooming. That was the true form of the red lotus demonis. Countless vines danced wildly, creating a wave of murderous and furious mental energy in the air. First, ask me if I agree. At the same time. Roar! A savage, furious roar exploded. The coal ball, which had just been kicked away with its chest scales shattered, now returned like a black mad spirit, engulfed in blazing blue ghost fire, heedless of its bleeding wounds. It didn't care about its own bleeding injuries. 3 heads opened their wide mouths simultaneously, biting fiercely on the mech's other leg. Crack! The sound of crunching metal was nauseating. Even with the biological keratin layer protecting it, a large piece of armor plate was forcibly torn off by the coal ball with the abyssal infernal dragon bloodline's full strength. Warning! Leg hydraulic system damaged. Mobility limited. Inside the mech cockpit, the Sakura country commander watched the frantic alarms on the screen, his face changing, and then he sneered. Desperate struggle. Do you think you can turn the tide with just 2 beasts? Activate high-voltage electroshock mode. Turn them into charcoal. ZZZZ. The surface of the mech erupted with blinding blue high-voltage arcs. However, at this moment, a shadow slowly stood up beside the smoking ruins of the iron pillar. Lu Chen lowered his head, his black alloy battle blade trembling slightly in his hand. He didn't look at the lightning coming down from the sky, nor did he look at the 11 other mechs surrounding him. In his eyes, there was only that high-up cockpit that had crushed the iron pillar. Coal ball, red lotus. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, carrying a chilling silence. Hold it. Don't let it move. The next second, Lu Chen moved. Boom! The ground beneath him exploded instantly, and he surged forward like a cannonball, not retreating, but charging directly at the 50-meter-high flagship mech. Looking for death, the commander sneered, want to get close? Mayat force field. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen was already sprinting up the vines entangling the mech's leg, like a streak of black lightning, racing up the vertical mech shell madly. Gravity seemed to have lost its effect beneath his feet. His speed was too fast, so fast that even the mech's automatic fire control radar could not lock on. What? The commander exclaimed, he's climbing the mech. Throw him off. The mech frantically twisted its body, trying to shake off the flea on it. But the red lotus vines clung tightly, digging into the mech's joint gaps. The coal ball's 3 heads held onto the Achilles tendon, unyielding. Even as high-voltage shocks burned their flesh black, they remained silent, refusing to let go. In these hellish seconds, Lu Chen was already at the mech's chest level. Only a plate separated him from the cockpit. All-seeing eye, activate. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned into a dazzling stream of data, the originally cohesive mech armor, in his view, disassembled into countless lines and structural diagrams. Found it. Lu Chen stared at an inconspicuous seam beneath the cockpit cover. It was the armored joint, and also the only physical weakness. Open for me now. Lu Chen's battle knife suddenly plunged into the gap, then he let go of the handle. He did not pry with the knife. He extended his hands, fingers like iron hooks. Crack! 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 Fingertips dug into the specialized alloy seam, blood flowed out along the gaps in his nails, but Lu Chen felt nothing. Who of? Lu Chen's forehead bulged with veins, and a beast-like roar erupted from his throat, accompanied by a piercing metal-tearing sound like nails on a chalkboard. Creak bang! The heavy alloy armor plate, claimed to be impervious even to missiles, was actually ripped apart under Lu Chen's bare hands, like tearing open a can of sardines. What? Inside the cockpit, the commander, ready to operate the weapon system, suddenly heard a terrifying sound from above. He looked up in horror. He just caught sight of the several-ton heavy hatch being flung into the air by a bloody hand. Then, a face, bloodied and more ferocious than a demon, appeared at the broken cockpit entrance. A cold wind rushed in, and alarms screamed piercingly. Lu Chen leaned halfway into the cockpit, his dark eyes fixating intensely on the commander inside. That gaze made the killer-laden commander from the cherry blossom country feel what it was like to wet his pants for a moment. Are you human or ghost? The commander trembled as he pulled out his gun, crazily pulling the trigger at Lu Chen. Don't come any closer. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit Lu Chen's body, splashing a few droplets of blood, but he didn't even blink. Lu Chen reached out his bloodied hand, grabbing the commander by the collar, lifting him from his comfortable seat as if he were a small chick. Just now. Lu Chen looked at the shivering commander in his hand, his voice frighteningly calm. Did it feel good to step on? Ah. Let me go. I'm a colonel. I have immunity. The commander struggling wildly, trying to press the ejection button on the seat. Shoo. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen pulled out the battle knife wedged in the armor seam with one hand, swiftly slicing down. An arm flew away with blood spraying everywhere. Ah. Immunity? Lu Chen, holding the screaming commander, stood on the shoulder of the 50-meter-high mech, coldly looking at the dumbfounded enemy mech surround. I said, if you damage my things, you'll pay with your life. After saying that, Lu Chen flicked his wrist, the battle knife transformed into a cold light, piercing straight through the commander's mouth, exiting through the back of his head, pinning him like a specimen to the mech's cockpit seat. After doing all this, Lu Chen stood covered in blood at the edge of the cockpit. Beneath him was the giant mech that had lost power and had collapsed thunderously. He turned around, slowly raised a middle finger at the remaining 11 mechs, and the sea in the distance. At that moment, a man, a knife, hand tearing a Gundam. This extreme violent beauty plunged the entire land into a dead silence. Chapter 94, Crazy Modifications, Heart Transplant. Smoke filled the air. That several hundred-ton flagship mech knelt on the ground, having lost control of its head and limbs, but the sound of a heavy roar still came from the power chamber below the cockpit, like a giant beast trapped in a steel cage crashing against it. Inside the cockpit, Lu Chen was bloodied and did not glance at the mech pilot pinned to the seat. He now looked like a lunatic from a demolition office, gripping the gap in the cockpit floor tightly, muscles tense all over. Open for me now. Accompanied by a sound of metal twisting, he forcibly tore open a gap in the half-meter-thick alloy floor. A scorching wave of heat rushed towards him instantly, while the alarm of his protective suit went off crazily. The scene inside the power room was nauseating and shocking. There were no precise circuit boards, only countless fleshy tubes writhing like blood vessels, connecting to the huge cultivation tank in the center. Inside the tank, a living heart, 2 meters in diameter and dark purple all over, was beating violently. This heart not only had biological blood vessels on its surface but was also filled with metal electrodes. With every beat, it pumped out high-purity purple ghost energy along the electrodes. This was the core technology of Sakura Nation, the artificial demon heart. Utilizing active cells from an S-rank demon, combined with forced restraint from modern industry, it created a near-perpetual motion machine. Found it. Lu Chen jumped into the radiation-filled power room without any hesitation. Those fleshy tubes seemed to have consciousness. Sensing the intruder, they immediately coiled around like snakes. Get lost. The battle knife in Lu Chen's hand swung, leaving behind a blur, the sound of cutting flesh echoing continuously. Black-purple blood splattered all over him. It was highly corrosive demon poison, sizzling against his armor. But he didn't care at all. After cutting all the connecting tubes, Lu Chen embraced the scalding heart with both hands. Heavy. Incredibly heavy. This thing was astonishingly dense, weighing at least 5 tons. Lift. Lu Chen let out a low roar, his feet sinking into the alloy floor, forcibly pulling this still-beating heart out. Boom. Lu Chen, holding the giant purple heart, jumped directly from 50 meters high, crashing to the ground like a meteor. At that moment, the remaining 11 mechs of Sakura Nation finally reacted. Though the commander was dead, the mission would not be terminated. High energy response detected. Target locked. Annihilation mode activated. The 11 mechs simultaneously turned their guns, particle cannons began to charge, blinding light illuminated the sky. Coal Ball. Red Lotus. White Spirit. Lu Chen, dragging the heart and running wildly, shouted without looking back, "I need 30 seconds. Fight till death." Roar. Coal Ball ignored his ruptured chest, spreading his wings like a black wall to block behind Lu Chen. Red Lotus, the demon princess, crazily drained her life force, countless vines broke ground, weaving into several thick walls of plant shields in midair. Boom 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 boom. Dense particle beams rained down. Red Lotus's shields exploded layer by layer, with chips flying around. Coal Ball was hit on the back by several stray beams, burning his flesh, but he gritted his teeth and did not retreat a single step. With this little time, Lu Chen dashed to the remains of Iron Pillar. This scene was too tragic. The left half of Iron Pillar's body was completely vaporized, the broken surface smooth as a mirror. The armor on his chest was turned outward, the core processor exposed, the only electronic eye had already extinguished, leaving only the old nuclear power reactor in his chest still making a clack sound as it stopped. That was the dying gasp of mechanical life. Master. White Spirit was trying to maintain the temperature of Iron Pillar's courtship with holy light. Seeing the giant purple heart Lu Chen dragged back, her pupils shook violently. Are you crazy? That's a biological engine. It's alive. Iron Pillar is purely mechanical, his circuit boards cannot decode the biological electric signals of demons. Forcibly installing it will only cause the logic core to collapse, even leading to a nuclear explosion. There's no can or cannot, it's only whether you want to or not. Lu Chen pushed White Spirit aside, heavily dropping the giant purple heart to the ground. He looked at the hole in Iron Pillar's chest. Too small. Not even close to fitting. Crack. Crack. Lu Chen directly used his hands, grabbing the broken steel plate at Iron Pillar's chest and forcefully prying it outward. The sharp metal edge cut into his palm, blood pouring out, but it was as if he felt no pain, violently expanding Iron Pillar's chest cavity. Iron Pillar, hold on. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse, this might hurt a lot. After saying that, he picked up the still spewing toxic mist demon heart, aiming it at the hole in Iron Pillar's chest. He forcefully shoved it in. Zzzz. An unexpected change occurred. The fleshly tentacles on the monster's heart touched the metal skeleton of the Iron Pillar, instantly making a sound like concentrated sulfuric acid splashing on an iron plate. The already dormant system of the Iron Pillar was suddenly forced awake. Warning! High-risk alien energy intrusion detected. Firewall breached. Core temperature rising. Logic in chaos. The battered body of the Iron Pillar began to convulse violently, dark red sparks dancing wildly. It was the prelude to an impending internal explosion. The rejection reaction was too strong. This is like transplanting a heart into a rock, utterly incompatible. Give me. Combine. A fierce look flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He did not retreat, instead, he plunged both hands into the gap connecting the two. His left hand pressed on the monster's heart, while his right hand gripped the main board of the Iron Pillar. He was going to be the converter. Devour, activate. Buzz. Lu Chen's body instantly transformed into a battlefield. The monster's heart unleashed a violent surge of bioelectricity into his left hand, rampaging and destroying within him, trying to assimilate him into a monster. Meanwhile, Lu Chen utilized the Devour talent to forcibly consume the consciousness and toxins within that energy, converting them into purest electrical energy, then channeling it through his right hand to the Iron Pillar. Ugh! Lu Chen bit down so hard on his teeth that they shattered. His left arm instantly turned as dark as ink, covered in purple scales. His right arm, on the other hand, shimmered with a metallic sheen, skin cracking to reveal silver veins beneath. This pain that treated his body as a filter was 100 times more intense than being executed by delay. Master! Your body can't take it. Stop now. Bai Ling cried out, trying to cast a spell to interrupt. Don't mind me. Hold down the coal ball and the red lotus. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of black blood, his gaze fixed on the extinguished electronic eye of the Iron Pillar. With his desperate delivery, a miracle happened. The purple tentacles that were originally corroding the mechanism began to mutate after Lu Chen's purification. The fleshy tentacles gradually metallized, transforming into a semi-biological, semi-mechanical cable, actively seeking the broken circuits of the Iron Pillar, connecting one by one. Unknown high-energy power source detected attempting to adapt. Adaptation level 10%. 30%. 70%. The hole in the Iron Pillar's chest began healing at a visible speed. This healing was not welding but growth. Dark purple metallic muscles seemed alive, wildly spreading along the fractured left shoulder, reshaping the bones and regenerating the armor. A brand new mechanical arm, more robust than the original, with claws like fingertips, grew out with a loud scraping sound. Boom! A heavy heartbeat echoed from the iron pillar's chest. At that moment, the surrounding magnetic field became chaotic. Gravel on the ground floated uncontrollably. Lu Chen felt the resistance in his hands vanish, replaced by a strong and obedient suction force. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell backward, gasping for breath. His hands were a bloody mess, with some parts even exposing white bone. But he smiled. Because he heard that familiar yet strange voice. "This system restart successful. Power source replaced, output power greatly increased." Boom! A purple-black light column, 10 meters in diameter, shot up from the iron pillar, directly dispersing the surrounding smoke. Within that light column, the robot, which was originally only 3 meters tall, began to grow exponentially. 5 meters? 8 meters? 10 meters? The originally round and clumsy shape completely vanished. In its place was a fierce mech covered in dark purple thorn armor, with 6 light wing heat sinks on its back, and a single crimson eye on its face. Disaster Fortress activated. The electronic voice was no longer cold but carried a hint of the predator's greed and brutality. It turned its head, the single eye looking at the fallen Lu Chen, then abruptly turned toward the group of cherry blossom mechs. Detecting hostile targets. Judgment, food. Start eating. Chapter 95, Catastrophe Fortress, Mechanical Ascension. Center of the battlefield. The towering purple-black light pillar slowly dissipated, revealing its true form inside. The originally square, blunt iron pillar filled with Soviet-style heavy industrial design was gone. In its place was a terrifying machine, standing 10 meters tall, completely covered in dark purple streamlined armor. Its armor surface was no longer cold iron plates, but biological metal that twisted together like muscle fibers, with a haunting purple glow flowing through the gaps, as if it were breathing. On its back, 6 massive heat dissipation fins slowly opened, not shooting flames, but some kind of high-energy particle stream, stirring the atmosphere into 6 giant wings of light. Most chilling was its head. The originally simple square electronic eyes had vanished, replaced by a deep red single eye embedded in the center of the faceplate. This eye seemed to be alive, its pupil even contracting and expanding in response to light. Ding! Corpet Iron Pillar has completed life-level transition. Race change, mechanical life semi-biological catastrophe mechanism. New codename, Catastrophe Fortress. Lu Chen lay in the ruins, looking at this new creation exuding an aura of destruction, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled. Handsome. This is worthy of my status. That's that broken robot? In the distance, the remaining 11 Tian Som Yun mechas from Sakura country were quaking as they watched the energy level readings soaring on their radars. No matter what it has turned into, it's still 5 times smaller. Just ants. A squad leader roared in the communication channel to bolster his courage. All units, concentrate fire. Turn it into dust. Zizizizi. 11 50-meter-tall giant mechas charged their energy simultaneously, with dozens of high-energy particle cannons, shoulder-mounted missile pods, and chest-mounted diffusion cannons firing at the same time. This was a firepower cover capable of leveling a mountain. A sky full of beams and missiles, weaving a tight net of death, instantly engulfed the 10-meter-tall purple mecha. Boom 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 boom. Explosive flames shot into the sky, rolling mushroom clouds. "We hit it," the Sakura country pilots shouted in ecstasy. However, the next second, their smiles froze on their faces. In the rolling smoke, there was no sound of metal breaking, but instead a rumbling sound like a giant whale sucking water. Voom! The explosion's light did not spread outwards but seemed to be sucked into the center by something, collapsing inward fiercely. As the smoke cleared, the Catastrophe Fortress still stood in place, not having moved an inch. It merely lifted its left hand. In its palm, a dark vortex opened. All the energy attacks that could annihilate the heavens and earth, lasers, flames, explosive shockwaves, were completely devoured by this small vortex. Not a trace of smoke was left. Exclusive skill, Devouring Force Field, Energy Siphon. A mechanical application derived from Lu Chen's Devour talent. As long as it does not exceed the core's bearing limit, all energy attacks serve as fuel. Burp. The speaker of the Catastrophe Fortress even simulated a mocking belch. Then, all the purple patterns on its body suddenly lit up, and the once dim single eye erupted with blinding red light. Energy fully charged. Charge rate, 120%. Return gift mode, activated. The voice of the Catastrophe Fortress, with a metallic resonance, echoed. The 6 wings of light behind it suddenly flapped. Boom! The ground cracked. This 10-meter-tall mecha unleashed propulsion more terrifying than a 50-meter mecha's, instantly vanishing from its spot. So fast. The radar can't keep up. The Sakura country pilots screamed in terror. The next moment. Bang! A Tian Sonyan mecha standing at the very front suddenly felt a heavy blow to its chest. It lowered its head to take a look. That purple figure had, at some unknown time, pressed itself against its chest. The size difference was fivefold. The disaster fortress hung on the other party like a cheetah on an elephant. But a cheetah eats meat. Got you. The right arm of the disaster fortress suddenly raised, that claw made of liquid metal and demon flesh instantly elongated its 5 fingers, the tips vibrating at high speed, turning into a high-frequency cutting blade. Puff. A soft sound. The field and super alloy armor that the Tian Som Yun mech was proud of were as fragile as a wet piece of paper before the disaster fortress's claw. The claw pierced through the mech's chest without obstruction, grabbing the power core inside. Devour. Buzz. The black hole in the palm of the disaster fortress opened again. Power loss. Power loss. The pilot of the captured mech let out a desperate scream. He watched in horror as the energy bar on the display screen dropped to 0 within 0.1 seconds, turning the entire mech grayish-white, as if all its vitality had been drained. Clang. The 50-meter-tall giant mech fell to the ground like a bloodless corpse, crashing into a pile of debris. First one. The disaster fortress released its grip, leaping into the air, the light wings behind it carving out 6 harsh purple streaks in the sky. It was no longer just a shooter that stood in the back launching missiles. With the demon engine and gluttony talent, it was now a melee mage with high mobility, high defense, and high burst. That's a monster, it's a monster. The remaining 10 mechs completely collapsed. Their once proud size advantage became the biggest burden against the eerie speed and defense-ignoring attacks of the enemy. Run. Run fast. The group of mechs turned to flee. Run? Lu Chen lay in by Ling's arms, receiving treatment while watching the battlefield, coldly smiling. Iron Pillar, don't waste ingredients. Eat them all. As you command, Master. The disaster fortress paused in midair. The spot where the demon engine was implanted in its chest, the armor plate suddenly cracked open to reveal the wildly beating purple heart within. Field expansion, mechanical plague. Buzz. A visible purple ripple, centered on the disaster fortress, swept across a battlefield of 5 kilometers instantly. This ripple had no lethal power. But all the mech from Sakura Nation that were swept by the ripple froze in an instant. Purple electronic moss began to grow wildly on the surface of their bodies, numerous red crosses for errors popped up on the operating system screens. Warning. Unknown virus invasion detected. Fire control system offline. Power system locked. Detected highest authority command, forcing overwrite. The 10 giant mechs that were trying to escape seemed to have paused, frozen in various comical poses. The disaster fortress slowly landed in front of one of the stiff mechs, extending a finger, gently tapping its knee. Boom. That 50-meter-tall steel giant obediently knelt down, lowering its noble head to face the 10-meter-tall disaster fortress. That was absolute suppression from a higher authority. The Emperor among machinery had descended. Chapter 96, Undead Disaster, your army now belongs to me. This battlefield, which had just been filled with cannon fire, was now engulfed in a strange dead silence. The 11 remaining Tian Som Yun mechs still maintained their kneeling positions, as stiff as a group of giant action figures with dead batteries. But inside their heavy armor, a silent electronic strangulation was raging. Move. Move for me. Inside the cockpit of Unit 4, the Sakura Nation pilot was frantically smashing the control panel in front of him. His knuckles were already bleeding from the blows, but no matter if he pushed or pulled the throttle valve or attempted a force restart, the mech showed no response. On the panoramic screen, the once clear battlefield image was covered by countless crazily rolling purple gibberish. The oxygen circulation system had stopped working, and the temperature in the cockpit was rapidly rising, with alarm red lights flashing like a death knell. Warning! The bottom logic has been tampered with. Biological neural connection interrupted. Control handover in progress. Handover object, disaster fortress. Handover? Handover to who? The pilot stared at the prompts on the screen, a chill rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head. This isn't a malfunction. This is possession. Outside. The disaster fortress paid no attention to the bugs struggling to survive in their metal cans. It took heavy steps to the center of the battlefield. That crimson single-eye scan and marked all metal reactions within a 5-kilometer radius. This was a steel graveyard. Everywhere were tank hulls shattered by Lu Chen and coal balls, broken drone wings, and the flagship mech's wreckage with its cockpit torn apart by Lu Chen's hands. Resources. Identification complete. The demonic engine on the chest of the disaster fortress let out a low hum, purple biological veins spreading down its mechanical legs, finally deeply embedding into the ground. Exclusive skill, mechanical disaster, undead infection. BZZZ. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a visible wave of purple-black data flowing like quicksilver, instantly covering the entire battlefield along the cracks in the ground. These data streams were not only energy but also a self-replicating nano-electronic virus. They were like a greedy swarm of termites, madly burrowing into every scrap of metal, searching for any chips, circuits, and power sources that hadn't been completely destroyed. Then, a chilling physical resurrection began. Creak-crack. A series of metal twisting sounds rang out one after another. At Lu Chen's feet, a Type 90 main battle tank with half its turret blown off suddenly trembled. Its broken track reconnected under the virus's forced coupling, a plume of black smoke billowing from underneath, and it managed to flip over like a squashed beetle using its remaining power system. Not far away, a crashed heavy-armed helicopter, though its rotor was only half intact, the gun turret began to rotate slowly, the infrared locking light illuminating again, but this time, it was a ghostly purple. And the most shocking was the flagship mech that lay in the ruins. It had no head, and cooling fluid still flowed from the large hole in its chest. But under the stimulus of the disaster virus, the backup circuits inside were forcibly activated. Boom! With a heavy hydraulic roar, this headless body, standing 50 meters tall, pushed itself up from the ground in a shower of sparks and lightning, teetering unsteadily. The broken neck crackled with noise. Under Bai Ling's full treatment, Lu Chen's wounds had scabbed and fallen off. Though his physical strength was severely depleted, his gaze was sharper than a blade. He walked to the foot of the disaster fortress. This 10-meter-high mecha thoughtfully extended its huge left hand, palm open, lifting Lu Chen like an elevator and placing him on its broad shoulder armor. Lu Chen stood tall, looking down at the 11 intact mechas still punishing themselves by kneeling. That's enough. Lu Chen patted the armor of the disaster fortress, his gaze cold. Clear out the trash inside, it looks unsightly. Yes, master. The single eye of the disaster fortress flashed red, and a forced command was sent through the data stream. Command, force eject. Executing. Puff. 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed out. The back armor of the 11 Tian Som Yun mechas suddenly popped open, and the 11 Sakura Nation pilots didn't even realize what was happening before they and their seats were ejected into the air like trash. Ah! They flailed in the air and then crashed heavily onto the rocky beach, landing with bruised faces, some even breaking bones on impact. One pilot struggled to crawl out of the sand pit, coughing up a mouthful of bloody sand. He was about to curse loudly, but as he lifted his head, it felt like an invisible hand was tightly choking his throat. In his line of sight, the 11 ace mechas that originally belonged to them were now slowly standing upright. Their huge single eyes hung low, locking onto them on the ground. And behind them, there was an army of mechanical undead rising like zombies across the mountains and fields. Crack! All the barrels, gun tubes, and missile launchers loaded simultaneously. The dark gun muzzles formed a tight curtain of death. Don't fire. The pilot, scared to the core, wet himself instantly, raised his hands, kneeling on the ground, his voice turning into a scream due to extreme fear. That's our mecha. It's me. Identification code X79. I am a friendly unit. We surrender. We are prisoners of war. According to the convention, you can't kill us. He was betting that the mecha's friend or foe identification system would still work, betting on the mercy of the Daxia soldiers. However, the mechas did not lower their gun muzzles because of his cries. From the loudspeakers, the emotionless electronic synthetic voice of the disaster fortress echoed. Target identification, Sakura Nation pilot. Faction judgment, hostile. Recommendation, eliminate. Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the mecha, looking down at the weeping invading group, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Surrender? Lu Chen drew his battle knife, lightly flicking the blade. Naive. No. Don't. Lu Chen. You can't. The pilots watched as the gun muzzles began to charge up, letting out desperate roars, with some turning silently to try to escape. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, his palm slashing down suddenly. Not one left. Slaughter them all. Boom. At the moment the order was given, the disaster fortress and the hundreds of mechanical undead behind it fired simultaneously. A dense barrage of bullets and beams instantly covered that small patch of beach. There was no doubt about it. The 11 pilots didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into a mist of blood in the metal storm. Blood stained the beach, then was quickly evaporated by the subsequent artillery fire. This is war. There is no humanitarianism, only the living winners and the dead losers. From now on, this unit will take the surname Lu. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the remains. This undead legion, composed of enemy corpses, transformed into an unstoppable steel torrent, following the man standing on the giant's shoulder, stepping over the original owner's body, and launching a countercharge toward the north. Chapter 97 Steel Torrent, pushing forward everything. In the northern part of Donghai City, on the highway leading to the border. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, the asphalt surface cracking like a brittle cookie. This vibration was not from an earthquake, but the roar of thousands of tons of steel treads crushing the ground at the same time. A strange, battered, yet filled with the breath of death mechanical army was madly advancing at a speed of 80 km per hour along the road. At the forefront were 11 Skystorm cloud mechs, each standing 50 meters tall. Their once bright and shiny paint was now covered in scorch marks and bullet holes, some even missing armor plates, exposing the pulsating purple biological vascular system inside. Beneath them were hundreds of revived tanks and armored vehicles, even half a body stuck on a truck chassis, the remains of a mech. All of them had glowing purple electronic eyes, their engines roaring as if they were overloaded, exhaust pipes spewing black smoke, like a horde of steel zombies crawling out of hell. Lu Chen sat on the broad shoulder of the disaster fortress, the wind tousling his hair. 5 kilometers ahead, it seems to be the second line of defense of Sakura Nation. Lu Chen glanced at the faintly visible concrete fortifications and dense cannons in the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. These scraps are quite fast, and they think they can build a defense to resist? Disaster Fortress. Yes, Master. The giant mech beneath him emitted a deep electronic voice, its single red eye flashing. Tell the entire army, no need for cover, no need to maneuver. Lu Chen put away the map, drew his battle blade from his back, pointing the blade forward. Step on the gas all the way. Charge through. The second temporary defense line of Sakura Nation. Here was the last barrier built relying on the terrain, deploying the most elite heavy artillery brigades remaining of Sakura Nation. Commander Colonel Yamamoto held a binocular, his hands shaking like they were sifting grain, the lenses covered in his cold sweat. They're coming. They've come. At the end of his vision, the swirling dust was like a sandstorm blocking out the sun. And amidst that rolling yellow dust, those 11 mechs that originally belonged to them were now marching forward with an air of destruction. That sense of oppression felt like watching one's guardian deity suddenly turn into a man-eating demon. Colonel! It's 2,000 meters until they enter the firing range, the adjutant shouted. Fire! Fire now! Colonel Yamamoto shouted hysterically, his voice cracking, anti-tank missiles. Heavy artillery. Use all the ammunition. Stop them. Boom! 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 Hundreds of artillery pieces and tow missiles on the defense line fired simultaneously. A dense net of firepower instantly covered the charging mechanical army, the explosions creating a wall of flames like a burning fire barrier. Did we hit them? The soldiers stared fixedly at the smoke, their fingers gripping the guns turning white. However, the next second, everyone fell into despair. Bang bang bang! Armor-piercing shells struck the mech, only creating sparks, unable to stop the advancing momentum of this several-ton heavy steel beast. They were like a group of armored rhinos, ignoring all the bites. 10 seconds until contact. Lu Chen watched the increasingly close defenses, his gaze frighteningly calm, and spoke lightly into the communicator. Coalball, Red Lotus, clear out the fire points on both sides. White Spirit, give this pile of junk some fuel, don't let them fall apart. Yes. In midair, the massive body of Coalball swooped down like a heavy bomber. Its underworld bone wings sprayed blue flames, 3 heads opened simultaneously. Boom! 3 different colors of dragon breath swept across, and the heavy machine gun positions on both sides of the defenses were instantly engulfed in flames, screams rising one after another. At the same time, the Red Lotus Demoness did not appear, but countless blood-red spikes suddenly shot up from underground, skewering the machine gunners in the bunker one by one like sugar-coated haws. White Spirit stood on the shoulder of the disaster fortress on the other side, raising her hands high, radiant light showering down. Blessing mechanical overload. Buzz. A golden halo instantly spread out, enveloping all the mechanical undead. Originally sluggish and damaged remains suddenly seemed to get a shot of adrenaline. The roar of engines doubled instantly, and the tracks sparkled as they turned. Speed skyrocketed. Charge! Lu Chen shouted loudly. Boom! The steel tide violently collided with the concrete defenses. There was no suspense. That originally solid defense crumbled and shattered like a toy made of building blocks under the brutal impact of 11 50-meter mechs. Tanks were flattened, bunkers were kicked away, and barbed wire was torn apart. The soldiers of the Cherry Blossom Nation didn't even have time to scream, being pulled beneath the steel tracks, turning into mush. This was a one-sided crushing without any technical skill. Monster! Monster! They can't be killed. A soldier from the Cherry Blossom Nation looked in terror at the half-blown-off mech arm, which crawled on the ground, the fingers still pulling the trigger, accurately shooting down fleeing people. This was the most terrifying aspect of the undead disaster. As long as there was one good chip left, even with just one screw remaining, they would carry out the killing orders. Retreat! Quick retreat! Fall back to the beach. The fleet will pick us up. Colonel Yamamoto watched the collapsing defenses, dropped his command knife, and crazily fled towards the back with the remnants. There was a natural barrier there. In front was a muddy area. Last night's heavy rain combined with recent shelling turned the last 3 kilometers to the coastline into an extremely soft saline marsh. Gurgle. A heavy tank charging in front sank instantly as its heavy body dipped, mud engulfing the tracks, the engine letting out a wailing sound of running in vain. Warning. Terrain is soft. Progress blocked. The colossal body of the disaster fortress also sank deeper into the mud with every step, slowing to a crawl. Seeing this scene, Colonel Yamamoto, who had made it to the shore, was overjoyed. Ha! That's a swamp. They are too heavy. They can't get through. Quickly call for naval gun coverage. Stuck? Lu Chen frowned, looking at the several kilometer-wide muddy swamp. If they slowed down and let those scraps run back to the ocean, chasing them would be troublesome. He turned to look at the Red Lotus, who had been coiling around the arm of the disaster fortress. Red Lotus. Hiss, master? The butt of Red Lotus trembled slightly, conveying excitement. There is too much water and the ground is too soft. Lu Chen pointed to the muddy area blocking the army ahead, his eyes flashing cold light. Suck the water dry. Use your roots, make a path for me. The plant type is best at terrain transformation. Understood, master. The large bud of the Red Lotus Demonis suddenly bloomed. A fist-sized, blood-red seed shot into the swamp like a cannonball. The next second. All-encompassing nature, sea of thorns. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying rumble came from beneath the mud, as if some ancient creature was awakening. At the moment the seeds touched the sludge and moisture, they began a frenzied, mutated growth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. That was the sound of roots greedily sucking up moisture. Countless blood-colored roots, as thick as ancient trees, spread wildly underground, intertwining and swelling. They greedily plundered every drop of water in the swamp, transforming it into energy for growth. The originally rotten swamp dried up, cracked, and turned into hard clumps of soil at a visibly fast pace. Immediately after. Puff. 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 Countless hard thorns burst through the ground. They did not flail wildly, but intertwined, twisted, knotted, and flattened like well-trained engineers. The thick ones formed the foundation, while the thin ones created the surface. In just 10 seconds, the gooey mud was gone. In its place was a biological overpass, 100 meters wide, woven from countless blood-red vines. These vines strangled each other, as hard as steel, and were covered with dense barbs, perfectly increasing traction. A blood-red highway leading to the sea was paved. Nice job. Lu Chen looked at this wild and beautiful road and swung his battle blade down fiercely. All troops, accelerate. Creak boom. The heavy mech stepped on the vine road, producing a dull and solid sound. Honglian even thoughtfully controlled the vines to gently undulate, providing thrust for the army. With the terrain's obstacles gone, the speed of the mechanical undead army surged to its limit again. They charged like demonic beasts treading on thorny hell, roaring towards the remnants of the Cherry Blossom Nation who thought they could escape into the mire. No! How is this possible? Colonel Yamamoto, gasping on the mudflat, heard the roaring sound behind him, turned his head, and was immediately scared out of his mind. He saw that on the blood-red vine road, a black torrent of steel was crushing towards him at an unreasonable speed, less than 500 meters from him. Run? Where to run? Lu Chen stood atop the disaster fortress, watching the sea he could now see ahead and the Cherry Blossom Nation's support fleet faintly visible on the surface. The smile on his lips grew whiter, colder. Don't leave. Today, this beach will be your grave. Chapter 98, Mobile Fortress, one shot to destroy the fleet. On the eastern coast, the waves surged. Quick! Signal! I see the fleet. Colonel Yamamoto stumbled out of the road, crashing onto the damp beach. He was covered in mud, looking as miserable as a lost dog, but at this moment his face was filled with maniacal joy. On the horizon, dozens of iron giants flying the Cherry Blossom Nation's flag lined up, a black mass like a steel great wall on the sea. That was the third escort fleet, urgently mobilized by the Cherry Blossom Nation. 3 10,000-ton main destroyers, 1 amphibious assault ship, along with over a dozen escort ships, their cannons stern and murderous. This is the flagship of the 3rd Fleet, the Yamato. Colonel Yamamoto, please find cover immediately. The fleet commander's imposing voice came through the communication channel. Our ship has locked onto the target, and will soon carry out indiscriminate fire coverage. Great! May Amaterasu bless us. Blow them to pieces. Colonel Yamamoto wept with joy, crawling and rolling to hide behind a huge rock. The next second. Boom! 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 Flames surged into the sky on the sea. Dozens of large-caliber naval guns roared simultaneously, and hundreds of shipborne missiles, trailing long tails of fire, shot like a rain of fire over the coastline, crashing down on the mechanical army that had just burst out from the Vine Road. This was a despairing saturation strike in modern warfare. In the face of this overwhelming barrage, even the strongest supernatural beings at the pinnacle of humanity can only hide from its brilliance. However, it's so noisy. Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the disaster fortress, watching the rain of missiles falling from the sky, without even lifting his eyelids. He patted the mecha beneath him. Tai Zhu. Yes, master. It seems they are trying to outgun us? Lu Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Then let them see what real firepower looks like. Activate fortress mode. Command confirmed. The scarlet single eye of the disaster fortress suddenly erupted with blinding light. Ka-ch. A shocking sound of mechanical transformation echoed through the skies. The 10-meter-high mecha did not avoid the gunfire but instead took a quick step forward, its legs digging deeply into the beach, as dozens of purple metallic tentacles burrowed into the ground, anchoring the machine firmly to the earth. Next, its heavy back armor slid open to both sides, fully exposing the pulsating demon engine in its chest to the air, as purple light illuminated the entire beach. The armor flipped, combined, and connected. In just 2 seconds, the humanoid mecha vanished. In its place was a fearsome, terrifying mobile fortress cannon crouching on the ground. And its core was a disaster cannon, with a diameter of over 2 meters, made of demon flesh and superalloy. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the artillery of the Sakura country fleet finally fell. But this time, there was no need for Tai Zhu to act. Bai Ling stood on top of the cannon, single-handedly holding up an immovable holy light barrier. As missiles capable of destroying buildings struck it, only creating ripples, the coal ball transformed into an anti-aircraft turret, 3 heads spewing dragon breath, accurately detonating the incoming heavy missiles. More physical shells crashed against the thick armor of the disaster fortress, generating puffs of black smoke without leaving even a crater. Charging begins. The deep electronic voice of the disaster fortress echoed. Buzz. The surrounding space began to twist. The demon engine began to operate beyond its limits, emitting a roar like that of an ancient giant beast. The light within a radius of several kilometers seemed to be sucked into that giant cannon. Countless purple-black electric arcs jumped, compressed, and condensed at the cannon's mouth, and even the surrounding void cracked slightly under the pressure of this energy. A terrifying aura, capable of destroying the world, sent a shiver from the depths of the soul to the commander of the Sakura country fleet far out at sea. What is that thing? The commander, holding a telescope, looked at the black dot on the shore glowing with an eerie purple light, instinctively screaming. Hurry! Hard to port. Avoid it. Too late. Lu Chen stood behind the cannon, 1 foot resting on the cooling grill, letting the overflowing energy storm mess up his hair. He looked at the huge fleet in the distance, like watching a group of paper boats floating on the water. Within range, everywhere is truth. Lu Chen raised his thumb as if aiming, then pressed down heavily. Sink it for me, now. Disaster cannon, fire. Boom. The world fell silent. A purple-black light column, over 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the cannon's mouth with the will to extinguish everything. This light column was terrifying. Wherever it passed, not only was the air ionized, but even space visibly distorted. The sea was instantly torn apart. The seawater had no time to split apart, instantly evaporating into a wall of white steam due to the extreme heat. The light column was like a giant sword in the hands of a deity, carving a straight, vacuum path over several dozen kilometers across the ocean. The battleships of the Sakura country in the trajectory of the shot had no time to react. No! Inside the flagship command room, the commander could only let out a desperate scream. The next moment, that massive steel giant ship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, seemed like ice cream thrown into a furnace before the purple-black light beam. There was no sound of explosion. Because the speed of the explosion couldn't keep up with the speed of annihilation. The hull, armor, munitions, and the thousands of soldiers on board were directly vaporized in an instant, completely erased at the molecular level. The light beam continued without slowing down, piercing through the 5 escort ships behind it, ultimately crashing hard against the edge of the sea, as if wanting to boil this entire ocean completely. Boom, boom, boom. It wasn't until 5 seconds after the light beam vanished that the terrifying roar and shockwave finally arrived. A massive tsunami was raised by the shockwave, with water walls reaching dozens of meters high crashing wildly around. And in the center of that sea area, a sea canyon appeared, wide as 100 meters and unfathomably deep. The waters on both sides were madly pouring into the center, producing deafening roars and stirring up towering white waves. As for the so-called third escort fleet? Gone. All 6 main battleships, not even a piece of iron left, directly evaporated from existence. The few warships on the edge that were not directly hit were also capsized by the wave left by the light beam, despairingly spinning on the sea surface as they sank. One shot. Clear screen. On the coast, Colonel Yamamoto, who was originally hiding behind the rocks waiting for rescue, was now completely petrified. His mouth gaped open, his jaw dislocated, dazedly staring at this scene that seemed like a miracle, yet also like hell, as the signal pistol in his hand clattered to the ground. It's gone? One shot, and it's gone? Lu Chen jumped down from the cannon platform, still billowing hot steam. At this moment, the disaster fortress, due to overload firing, was spewing white steam from all its heat dissipation panels, and the demonic engine in its chest had dimmed somewhat, undergoing forced cooling. The power is not bad. Lu Chen patted the scorching cannon barrel, seeming somewhat satisfied with the effect of this strike. He turned around and looked at Colonel Yamamoto, who had already collapsed on the ground, and the surrounding Sakura country's remnants who were utterly terrified. Lu Chen drew his battle blade and walked over step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing harshly on the silent beach. I originally wanted to spare you a dog's life, let you go back with some good news. Lu Chen stood over Colonel Yamamoto, looking down at him. But now, your rescue ship is gone. Since you can't go back. The blade in Lu Chen's hand reflected the blinding sunlight, his tone indifferent as if he were talking about an unimportant little matter. Then stay, and fill the sea. Chapter 99, Merciless Killing. On the shores of the East China Sea, the sea breeze carried a strong smell of sulfur and burnt substances. As that earth-shattering light beam dissipated, only boiling white steam and countless floating debris fragments remained on the sea surface. Sakura Country's third escort fleet was gone. Not even a messenger was left behind. On the beach, Colonel Yamamoto's knees buckled, his entire body collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. He looked at the iron fortress still crouched on the ground, its cannon still glowing red, and the fervor in his eyes had completely turned into ashen despair. It's over, all over. Not just him. The thousands of surviving remnants of Sakura Country around him also had no thoughts of resisting at this moment. Their fleet had been vaporized with one shot. What could their rifles and bayonets do? Polish that monster? Clang. It was unclear who let go first, but a rifle fell onto the rocks. Then, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Clang. 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 Countless weapons were discarded on the ground. The invaders who had just been fierce and clamoring to flatten the Great Xia were now pale as corpses, some even so frightened that they lost control of themselves, the air filled with a nauseating smell of urine. Don't kill me. I surrender. Mom. I want to go home. The cries and pleas echoed together. Colonel Yamamoto trembled, pulling out a white handkerchief from his pocket, raising it high above his head, waving desperately. Surrender! We surrender! He looked at Lu Chen, who was coming closer with a knife, as if grasping the last straw of hope, hoarsely shouting. I am a colonel. I am a senior officer. You cannot kill unarmed prisoners. We want to apply for prisoner of war treatment. We want to see the International Red Cross people. With their commander leading, the surrounding soldiers seemed to find a protective charm and kneel down, shouting. Humane treatment for prisoners. Humane treatment for prisoners. They were certain that the Great Xia was a nation of etiquette, a great power that valued international image and humanitarianism. As long as they surrendered, at least their lives could be saved. However, Lu Chen stopped. He stood 5 meters in front of Colonel Yamamoto. Behind him was the silent, iron-like mechanical army of the undead, waiting for a command. Prisoners of war? Lu Chen tilted his head, as if he had heard the biggest joke. He raised a finger, dug at his ear, then looked at Colonel Yamamoto with a puzzled expression. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Just now when you fired the cannon, you were shouting Banzai. Now that there are no cannons, you changed to shouting convention? This is an international convention. Colonel Yamamoto stubbornly retorted, the war is over. You can't. Over? Lu Chen interrupted him, his voice suddenly dropping to freezing point. Who told you it was over? Last night, when your Shikigami rushed into Donghai City, tearing apart those defenseless old people and children, did you think about the convention? Lu Chen took a step forward, his palpable killing intent forcing Colonel Yamamoto to crawl backward on all fours. When you hanged my fellow countrymen on street lamps, holding killing contests, did you think about humane treatment for prisoners? Now that the knife is at your throat, do you remember you're a person? Lu Chen raised the black battle knife in his hand, the tip pointing at Colonel Yamamoto's nose. It's too late. Beasts have no human rights. Hearing this, Colonel Yamamoto's pupils suddenly constricted. He read the absolute killing intent from Lu Chen's eyes. He really planned to butcher them all. No. You can't do this. If you kill us, Great Xia will be condemned by international opinion. You will become a war criminal. Colonel Yamamoto screamed hysterically. War criminal? Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, turning around, facing away from the trembling lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He waved his hand as if shooing away a swarm of flies. There are no cameras here, and no survivors. Only a group of unfortunate missing persons accidentally washed away by a tsunami. After speaking, Lu Chen gave the final order to the disaster fortress and the army of the undead behind him. Make your move. Not one left. Boom. In an instant, the mechanical army of the undead moved. The missile nests behind the disaster fortress opened instantly, and hundreds of mini-missiles covered the most densely populated area. The resurrected tanks and mechs moved forward without any hesitation, treads turning, directly charging into the crowd. Aha! Devil! You are a devil! Screams, curses, and the sound of bones cracking instantly filled the beach. This was a massacre without suspense. Faced with the crushing force of the steel tide, flesh and blood were as fragile as foam. Colonel Yamamoto watched the tanks rushing towards him, desperately pulling out his pistol to resist, but the next second, a blood-red vine pierced through his throat, lifting him high, then slamming him down under the tracks. Thud! The world grew quiet. Lu Chen stood on a high reef, lighting a cigarette, quietly watching the hellish scene below. His expression showed no fluctuation, neither the pleasure of bloodlust nor the pity of compassion. It was like watching a cleaner sweep up trash. Master! At this moment, Bailing, who had been silently following him, walked up. The girl with an angelic and pure face looked at the scene below where blood flowed like a river, and her brow furrowed slightly. Do you think it's cruel? Lu Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, not turning around. After all, Bai Ling was kind by nature, and this scene was indeed a bit shocking for her. No. Bai Ling shook her head, her voice still ethereal, but with a sense of calm determination. I just think the cleanup efficiency of the mechanical army is too slow. After saying that, under Lu Chen's slightly surprised gaze, Bai Ling gracefully raised the staff in her hand. She did not cast a healing spell, nor did she release a shield. Instead, she directed a rare group enhancement divine spell at the mechanical undead army below. Divine Judgment, Sharp Enhancement. Buzz. A golden light instantly filled the entire scene. All the weapons, tracks, and claws of the mechanical undead were covered with a layer of sacred golden radiance. This light granted them extremely strong armor-piercing and tearing properties. Bones that needed to be crushed twice to break now shattered with just one blow. Bulletproof vests that required 3 shots to penetrate were now pierced with just 1 shot. The slaughter efficiency instantly doubled. Bai Ling retracted her staff and obediently stood behind Lu Chen, a holy smile on her face. The master's will is my scripture. You said they are trash, then even breathing is a sin for them. Lu Chen looked at this darkened healer and couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Well done. 10 minutes later. The gunfire faded away. The waves washed the beach, carrying away large patches of dark red blood, pulling it into the sea and attracting countless bloodthirsty sharks. On the entire beach, there was no soldier from the Cherry Blossom Nation left standing. Lu Chen threw away his cigarette butt and looked out at the vast sea to the east. Half of the revenge for Donghai City has been fulfilled. But that is not enough. Let's go. Lu Chen jumped onto the shoulder of the Calamity Fortress, his gaze aiming at the end of the sea, the direction of the Cherry Blossom Nation's homeland. Since we are here, it would be impolite not to pay them a visit, right? Chapter 100, Outside, the Emperor's command is not to be obeyed. At the eastern coast, the noonday sun fiercely scorched the tide flats that had just undergone a baptism. The sea breeze howled, but it could not disperse the intense smell of blood soaked deep into the sand, nor the lingering burnt and sulfur scent in the air. The battle had ended half an hour ago. The entire beach had been renovated by Lu Chen's mechanical army. The once invincible Cherry Blossom Nation's landing troops were now left without a single intact bone. Those broken limbs and twisted firearms had long been swept into the deep sea by the surging tide, becoming a feast for fish and shrimp. Hoo-ha! The massive body of the Calamity Fortress was half kneeling on the shallow water, its demonic engine in the chest, although it had stopped overloading, still emitted a low rumble like a giant beast's breathing. Behind it, hundreds of mechanical undead with missing limbs stood quietly in the mud, their eerie purple electronic eyes still glowing. They did not breathe, showed no fatigue, like a group of steel statues watching over the entrance to hell, waiting for their soul master to give orders. Lu Chen stood on the broad shoulder plates of the Calamity Fortress, holding a piece of rag pulled from the enemy's corpse, leisurely wiping the blood off the war knife in his hand. The blood had dried, turning dark red, sticking to the blade and hard to wipe off. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a sharp and urgent beeping suddenly erupted from the military terminal on Lu Chen's wrist. This sound felt especially jarring on the silent beach. On the screen, the red signal light flickered wildly, displaying the words SSS level top secret. This was a forced access request from an encrypted channel with the highest authority. Even if Lu Chen wanted to hang up, he couldn't. Lu Chen frowned, casually throwing away the dirty rag, and pressed the answer button. Z. A faint blue holographic projection instantly unfolded in the air. The image shook a little, the background revealing a huge and busy operations command hall. Countless staff members rushed around a large electronic map, the sounds of ringing phones, typing keyboards, and shouted commands weaving into a symphony of war. And in the center of the image stood an elderly man in a general's uniform, full of spirit. He was Xiangjin, the anchor of the great Xia military. Lu Chen. As soon as the call connected, Xiangjin's loud and powerful voice came through, and even through the screen, one could feel the old general's uncontrollable excitement. The satellite has completed its final confirmation. All hostile biological reactions within the borders of Donghai City have completely disappeared. And that third escort fleet from Sakura country has also been completely wiped off the map. Xiangjin took a deep breath, his eyes shining with admiration. Well done. Kid, with this battle, you forged the backbone of Great Xia. You've awakened the entire world. Now, the calls from heads of state around the world are about to blow up my office. The situation in Sakura country is a complete mess. It's said their emperor is so frightened in the bomb shelter that he wet his pants. In the face of this overwhelming praise, Lu Chen showed no signs of excitement. He just looked calmly at the camera, his gaze as tranquil as still water. General Xiang, if you specifically called just to praise me, then there's no need. Let's talk business. Xiangjin was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to remain so indifferent after achieving such an extraordinary feat. He let his smile fade, his expression becoming extremely serious, even tinged with a sense of solemnity. All right. Then I'll get straight to the point. I have news for you in light of Sakura country's invasion and their inhumane city slaughter plans. Just 5 minutes ago, the Supreme Council unanimously passed the total counterattack resolution codenamed Thunder. At this point, Xiangjin's voice suddenly rose, each word striking like iron nails into the ground. This is no longer a local border dispute, nor is it a simple diplomatic protest. This will be a national war. We must mobilize the strength of the whole country to completely eradicate this tumor at our side. Now, I am officially issuing you new orders. Lu Chen, immediately take your mechanical troops back to Donghai City for rest and regrouping. Hearing the words returning to defense, Lu Chen's hand on the weapon slightly paused. Xiangjin seemed worried that Lu Chen might misunderstand, quickly explaining at high speed. Don't get me wrong. This is not telling you to stop, nor is it about showing any mercy. It's because Great Xia's Beihai Fleet, Deep Blue Aircraft Carrier Group, and 3 rocket brigades are currently conducting emergency assembly and ammunition loading. We need time to complete the pre-war deployment. At that time, a colossal steel tide of tens of millions of tons will set off simultaneously. And you, Lu Chen, will be appointed as the commander of the vanguard army, advancing with the main force. Xiangjin grew more excited as he spoke, leaning his hands on the table, fierce determination igniting in his eyes. His shoulders slightly shrugged, letting out a very light sneer. Time. Lu Chen raised his head, his pitch-black eyes held no excitement as expected by Xiangjin, but instead revealed a chilling indifference and mockery that made one's heart race. General Xiang, you are a legendary military hero of the old generation, having fought all your life. But have you been sitting in this position for too long, forgetting what is most important on the battlefield? Xiangjin frowned. What do you mean? For you, it may just be a few meetings and some troop movements. Lu Chen extended his blood-stained finger and waved it in front of the holographic projection. But for those scared witless scoundrels, it is enough time for them to catch their breath, enough time for them to relocate core assets, enough time to hide those dark and forbidden gods deep underground. Even enough for them to kneel before other countries, wagging their tails and begging for interference and mediation. Lu Chen's voice gradually grew colder, the red light in his eyes beginning to flicker. By then, when the army presses in, what you might see is just an empty city, or a group of scoundrels waving white flags, babbling about international law. Is this what you want, rectitude? Xiangjin was silent for a moment, then said solemnly. Lu Chen, advancing alone is a great taboo. That is their homeland, cultivated for hundreds of years, with a complete national defense formation, countless powerful yin-yang masters, and even possibly awakened mythological creatures. If you go alone, it is too dangerous. It is a certain death trap. For the greater good, you must wait. Wait? Lu Chen suddenly interrupted Xiangjin's words. Gurgle. A strange sound suddenly came from Lu Chen's stomach. It was not an ordinary hunger sound, but a terrifying noise that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, like a beast grinding its teeth. The gluttony talent within him had completely gone out of control after tasting the flavors of the demon engines and those high-tier shikigami. That hunger felt like countless mouths roaring in his stomach, scratching in his veins. It craved. It desired more high-tier flesh and blood, the souls of gods, craving to devour everything. General Xiang, do you know what it feels like to be hungry to the extreme? Lu Chen licked his cracked lips, the last bit of reason in his eyes being devoured by his wild appetite. The feast is still simmering in the pot, how long must it simmer? Too slow. I can't wait. Lu Chen raised his hand, looking at the black battle knife in his hand, a wickedly proud smile creeping onto his lips. My knife is already hot, it only wants to drink blood now. My stomach is empty too, it only wants to eat meat now. Do you want me to go back to sleep now? Lu Chen shook his head, his eyes flashing with a terrifying brutality. Sorry, I can't do that. Xiangjin's face changed drastically, jumping to his feet, knocking his chair over. Lu Chen. Are you defying orders? Ahead is international waters, beyond that is the deep sea. No supplies, no support, once you're surrounded, the nation can't save you. Zzzzzzzzz. Lu Chen's fingers rested on the fragile power line of the communication terminal. He looked at the anxious, roaring Xiangjin on the screen, revealing a reckless smile on his face. In that smile, there was no fear of military orders, only the absolute confidence of the strong. General Xiang, deliver a message to the main force behind us. Tell them to take their time, not to rush, and to pay attention to safety. When they reach Cherry Blossom Country. Lu Chen's red light exploded completely, the murderous aura cold as hell. Remember to bring more shovels. Because by then, there should only be ruins left, and they only need to be responsible for cleaning up. Lu Chen! How dare you! Xiangjin's angry roar still echoed. Hello? Hello? The sea waves are too strong here, the signal seems bad. Zzzzzzz. Lu Chen yanked hard, directly ripping the power line of the communication terminal. Then, he threw the expensive device to the ground, his armored boots stomping down hard. Crack! Shattered. The world finally became quiet. No more complicated tactical deployments, no more sluggish logistical supplies, and no more so-called greater good. Only the roaring waves crashing against the rocks, and the low growl of the mechanical army's engine warming up behind him. Ha! Lu Chen exhaled a long breath, feeling every pore in his body relax. This was the rhythm he wanted. Life and death were trivial, if you didn't agree, then fight. He turned around to look at the undead legion behind him, made of the enemy's corpses. The scarlet single eye of the disaster fortress was watching him, the three hideous heads of coal balls were drooling at him, even the pure eyes of the white spirit flickered with a determined light. They were waiting. Waiting for the only king to issue the final decree. Little guys. Lu Chen drew his battle knife, pointing the blade straight at the rolling, bottomless ocean. At the far edge of the sea surface, there was an island filled with sins and delicacies. The nation is too slow to treat us, let's go eat buffet ourselves. Disaster fortress. Yes, master. The massive mech responded with a roar, shaking the seawater around it. Transform. Turn into a ship, turn into a bridge, turn into anything. Lu Chen stood on the towering shoulder of the mech, facing away from the great Xia, sword pointing at the enemy nation, his voice so arrogant it seemed to drown out the tsunami, echoing between heaven and earth. As long as we can cross this sea. God blocks, eat God, Buddha blocks, eat Buddha. All troops, advance. Boom boom boom. With Lu Chen's furious roar, hundreds of mechanical undead simultaneously let out deafening howls. Engines roared, black smoke billowed. The massive body of the disaster fortress began to violently transform, the light wings on its back turned into thrusters, and its legs folded into floats, forcefully transforming into a mobile platform on the sea. This iron army that had just wiped out the invaders made no adjustments, no waiting. Under the leadership of that madman, they rushed into the vast ocean without hesitation. The great Xia's troops had not yet set out. But the apocalypse for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had arrived ahead of time. Chapter 101, Deep Sea Ghosts, Mechanical Whales. International waters, turbulent waves. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world were focused on this sea area. The reconnaissance satellites of the American Federation, the high-altitude warning planes of the Great Xia, and the densely packed coastal defense radars of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were all frantically scanning the sea surface. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom's base was even more like facing a great enemy. They had deployed hundreds of thousands of underwater mines along the coastline, built wave-breaking fortifications for hundreds of kilometers, and all of their artillery had their muzzles firmly aimed at the horizon. As long as that man's mechanical army dared to show its head, even a fly would be instantly met with a saturation strike. However, half an hour passed. The sea surface was calm, not even a ghost shadow. What's wrong? Is the radar broken? The coastal defense commander of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, staring intently at the unresponsive screen. Even if they were swimming, they should have reached by now, right? What they did not know was, right beneath them, in the dark trench 3,000 meters deep, a silent feeding and evolution was taking place. Deep sea, 3,000 meters. There was no light, no sound, only deathly silence and bone-chilling cold. But at this moment, this silent seabed was as lively as a repair shop. Creak creak. The sound of metal tearing spread through the water, sounding particularly eerie. On the huge seabed, countless wreckages of warships that had just been sunk by the disaster cannon lay scattered. Those once mighty destroyers and frigates had now turned into piles of twisted scrap metal. And among these scraps, countless mechanical undead gleaming with a ghostly purple light were fiercely tearing at these remnants like a swarm of hungry piranhas. Resources, devour, reorganize. The massive body of the disaster fortress had now undergone astonishing changes. To adapt to the high pressure of the deep sea, its originally angular humanoid armor had all retracted. A sleek shape has transformed, resembling a combination of a submarine and a deep-sea manta ray. The demon engine on its chest emits a purple biological light membrane, wrapping Lu Chen and Bai Ling inside, isolating them from the pressure of the sea. It extends dozens of thick mechanical tentacles, grasping a broken section of a destroyer's bow and stuffing it directly into its chest energy furnace. Boom! The demon engine roars. Under the rules of the mechanical catastrophe, the wreckage of this several thousand-ton warship is quickly disassembled and reforged. Immediately afterwards, the disaster fortress releases streams of purple data, connecting to the hundreds of surrounding tanks and mech wrecks that originally lacked diving capability. Form reconstruction deep sea mode. Accompanied by a series of loud metallic collisions. Those broken tanks and armored vehicles, after swallowing the warship's alloy armor, begin to transform wildly. Tracks fall off, turning into propeller thrusters, cannon barrels shrink, becoming torpedo launchers. The originally heavy chassis is elongated and streamlined, covered with a layer of biological waterproof membrane secreted by the Red Lotus Demonis. In just 10 minutes, the original land undead legion has vanished. In its place is a deep-sea fleet composed of hundreds of mechanical giant whales, each over 20 meters long. They are pitch black, with only their eyes flickering with a ghostly purple glow, silently hovering in the deep sea, like a group of monsters from the underworld. Lu Chen sits inside the transparent biological cabin of the disaster fortress, looking at this newly evolved deep-sea army, nodding in satisfaction. This is what I call mechanical ascension. Lu Chen pats the control panel. I prefer this feeling of me hitting others, with no one hitting me, rather than being a target on the surface. Cobalt, lead the way. Roar, gurgle gurgle. At this moment, Cobalt feels absolutely at home. After evolving the underworld dragon wings, its speed underwater is even faster than in the sky. Those wings made of undying cold fire slice through the water, not extinguishing, but instead generating a large number of bubbles, providing terrifying cavitation thrust. It moves like a deep-sea dragon king, swaying 3 heads, charging in the lead. All units, silent submersion. Lu Chen's gaze is cold, his finger drawing a bizarre arc on the holographic map. Circumvent the blockade area of the American fleet, avoid the sonar net of the Cherry Blossom Nation. We are going to Sakurako Bay. Let's give them a big surprise. Marching under the sea is dull and oppressive. But in Lu Chen's eyes, this is the best hunting ground. Along the way, a few submarines from the Cherry Blossom Nation occasionally patrol. Heat source detected ahead. It is a Sunlong-class submarine. The disaster fortress sounds the alarm. Eat it. Lu Chen doesn't even lift his eyelids. Swish. Several mechanical giant whales immediately break away from formation, surrounding it like a pack of wolves. The poor submarine doesn't even have time to send a distress signal before it is tightly seized by a few massive mechanical claws, then ripped in half like opening a can. The sailors inside are instantly crushed into meat paste by the high-pressure seawater. And the wreckage of the submarine becomes nourishment for the mechanical legion, further expanding the size of the team. Devouring all the way, evolving all the way. 2 hours later. Off the coast of Sakurako Bay, 500 meters underwater. Warning! High-energy reaction detected ahead. Any unauthorized object touching will instantly trigger an alarm and be met with divine fire retaliation. Interesting. Lu Chen looked at the barrier, his lips curling into a sneer. Is this their confidence to hold that morning ceremony? Do they think that closing the door means I can't get in? If it were before, Lu Chen might have needed to force his way in. But now. Coal ball. Lu Chen waved to the merrily swimming coal ball outside. Woof. Here. Coal ball swam back, its 3 heads pressed against the cockpit glass. Do you see that glowing dome? Lu Chen pointed to the barrier. That thing is made of high-purity spiritual power, a great tonic. Lu Chen looked like a creepy uncle trying to lure a child. Go, bite a hole in it. Remember, don't chew it too fine, just leave a door. Roar. Can eat? Coalball's eyes instantly lit up. Without a second thought, it flicked its tail and charged like a black torpedo into the barrier. Zitzi. At the instant it made contact with the barrier, golden divine fire erupted instantly, trying to burn the intruder. But this only angered the greedy gluttony bloodline within Coalball. Slurp. The middle head of Coalball opened its abyss-like mouth, fiercely sucking in the so-called divine fire. The divine fire, capable of melting steel, was devoured by it like noodles, even letting out a burp afterward. Immediately after, its several sharp dragon claws, imbued with demon-breaking attributes, fiercely raked at the light curtain. Crack. The so-called absolute defense of the 8-span mirror barrier, in the face of Kobol's sharp claws and strong teeth, was like a crisp biscuit, viciously bitten through to create a 20-meter-wide hole. Furthermore, due to the devouring characteristic of gluttony, the spiritual energy at the broken edge was drained, and the barrier didn't even have time to trigger the alarm. Well done. Lu Chen waved his hand. All troops, enter the pass. Hundreds of mechanical giant whales silently slipped through the dog-chute hole into the inner sea of the Cherry Blossom Nation. At this moment, underground in the Sakura Bay, 50 meters deep. Here lies the underground temple, the outer drainage system of the capital circle. Giant concrete pillars stand like a forest, originally built for flood prevention, but now transformed by the Cherry Blossom Nation into a secret nest for raising low-level demons. It is quiet and dark here, only the sound of sewage flowing. Suddenly. Splash. The calm water surface exploded without warning. A giant mechanical beast, glowing with purple light, broke through the water and crashed heavily onto the concrete platform. Then came the second, and the third. Hundreds of fierce mechanical undead, like vengeful avengers returning from hell, instantly filled this underground palace. Creak sizzle. Lu Chen jumped down from the cockpit, his military boots echoing crisply on the damp ground. He looked up at the thick concrete dome above. Through the eye of truth, he could clearly see that just above this dome, less than 2 kilometers away, was the royal plaza of the Cherry Blossom Nation. There, at this moment, people were in uproar, colorful flags waving. Listening to this sound, Lu Chen lit a cigarette, tilting his ear to listen to the cheers and speeches coming from above. Are they mobilizing for war? Lu Chen tidied his collar, the red glow in his eyes appearing especially enchanting in the dark. Since the neighbors are so lively, how can we uninvited guests not go blow up the place? Chapter 102, The Hypocritical Ceremony, Global Live Broadcast. Sakura Capital, outside the Imperial Garden Square. The midday sun is blocked by heavy lead gray clouds, casting the entire city in a shroud of oppressive gloom. Once bustling with tourists, the square has transformed into a sea of white. Hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation, dressed in black and wearing white flowers on their chests, gathered here solemnly, holding white chrysanthemums. In the very center of the square, a giant altar rising 20 meters high was erected. The altar is surrounded by white banners, with a huge ultra-high-definition LED screen stretching 100 meters in the background. This is a carefully planned national mourning and counterattack oath conference. Media cameras from over 200 countries around the world are all aimed here at this moment. Fellow countrymen, international friends. The Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Country, wearing a black tailcoat, stands in front of the microphone, his eyes red, his voice choked, as if he aged 10 years overnight. Just yesterday, we faced the darkest day in 100 years. He shakes his hand, pointing to the big screen behind him. The screen flashes, showing a carefully edited video. The remnants of Donghai City are cleverly spliced to transform into the coastal city of Cherry Blossom Country. The famous Jingguan of Lu Chen is pixelated, with the caption ironclad evidence of the Great Xia demon slaughtering civilians. As for the fact that Cherry Blossom Country invaded Donghai City first and unleashed the night parade of 100 demons, it is not mentioned at all. That Great Xia butcher named Lu Chen not only destroyed our third escort fleet but also threatened to exterminate us on the spot. The Prime Minister, tears streaming down his face, pounds the podium, the dull sound echoing throughout the venue. This is invasion. This is a crime against humanity. It is a blatant provocation against the civilized world. Wow! The emotions of hundreds of thousands of people in the audience are instantly ignited. Kill him. Kill that demon. Exterminate the Great Xia people completely. Countless people wave their fists, their faces twisted, the hatred in their eyes burning like a solid flame. They selectively forget who started the war, feeling at this moment like the most innocent victims in the world. 50 meters underground in Sakura Bay, a gigantic drainage system. This is an absolute dark realm. Only a few emergency lights emit a dim yellow glow, illuminating the grand columns resembling an underground temple. Lu Chen sits on a thick concrete beam, with a freshly lit cigarette in his mouth. Below him, hundreds of mechanical undead are in standby mode, their pairs of purple electronic eyes flickering in the darkness like a pack of sleeping wolves. It's quite lively up there. Lu Chen tilts his head slightly, looking at the thick concrete dome above. Even with dozens of meters of soil between them, the vibrations caused by hundreds of thousands of people roaring in unison still shake down fine dust from above. Master, the signal has been intercepted. A deep voice of the disaster fortress sounds, and a holographic projection unfolds in front of Lu Chen. On the screen is the Prime Minister's tearful and masterful performance. TSK tisk. Lu Chen exhales a puff of smoke, watching the faces filled with righteous indignation on the screen, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. Clearly a butcher, yet performing more wrong than Doi. Such acting, it's a pity not to go for an Oscar. Master, that Prime Minister does not have any feelings of sadness. He is acting. Bai Ling quietly hovers nearby, not holding any weapons, her hands hanging naturally, radiating a faint soft light. In her eyes, as if seeing through all things in the world, a glimmer of disgust flashes. Hypocritical person. Normal. Lu Chen flicks the ash from his cigarette, the weak strike at the weaker, the strong strike at the stronger. And this bunch only strikes at victims, then wraps themselves as saints. However, Lu Chen's gaze suddenly cools as he watches the screen change. Next, let us invite the guardian of our great Sakura Empire, the contemporary head of the Yin Yang Academy, Lord Abe no Saimai. With the Prime Minister's high call, the atmosphere at the scene instantly reaches its peak. Boom! 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 The heavy sound of taiko drums resonates. A young man dressed in a white hunting robe, wearing a tall hat, holding a bat-shaped folding fan, slowly descends in the center of the altar, stepping on thin air, surrounded by a crowd of shikigami. He is extraordinarily enchanting and handsome, with a vermilion dot on his brow, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure that makes one want to worship him. Abe no Saimai. This name is synonymous with mythology in the land of cherry blossoms. Although he is the head of the family in modern times, as soon as he appeared, the surrounding space seemed to distort slightly from the energy within him that was too much to bear. That sense of oppression targeted not only the body but directly affected the soul, making ordinary people feel breathless just from a glance. This aura. Lu Chen looked at the screen, and the Eye of Truth instantly provided data feedback. It was an energy reaction as unfathomable as the vast ocean, far surpassing any opponent he had encountered before, even touching the edge of some rule. Finally, someone with enough weight has appeared. Lu Chen extinguished the cigarette butt, jumped down from the beam, and landed on the shoulder of the disaster fortress. Get ready. Lu Chen adjusted his collar, moving his slightly stiff neck, making crackling sounds. Since they've set up the stage, if we demons don't show up, wouldn't that be disrespectful? On the ground. Abe no Saimai stood on the high platform, enjoying the cheers and worship of hundreds of thousands of people. He slightly raised his hand, and the entire audience fell silent in an instant. Ladies and gentlemen. Abe no Saimai's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a kind of magic, clearly penetrating the ears of everyone. There is no need to fear. Although Lu Chen is strong, he is merely a mortal warrior. I have communicated with the gods of Takamajiehara. Today, we will lay down the great formation of extermination of evil spirits here. He suddenly opened his folding fan, pointing to the sky. Dozens of golden talismans shot up into the heavens, transforming into a dazzling golden light that enveloped the entire imperial palace square, looking sacred and inviolable. As long as we unite as one, that demon from the great Xia will have no place to be buried. I, Abe no Saimai, swear by this body to the sun goddess Amaterasu. Abe no Saimai's voice suddenly rose, filled with righteous determination. I will slay Lu Chen. Protect our homeland. I will slay Lu Chen. Protect our homeland. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices erupting like a tsunami, shaking the surrounding glass. At this moment, all the people of the land of cherry blossoms felt they stood on the side of justice, standing on the moral high ground. They were filled with passion, as if they could already see Lu Chen kneeling and begging for mercy. On the global live broadcast's bullet screen, countless uninformed foreign netizens began to flood it with support. However, just at the moment when the atmosphere reached its peak, the most perfect and intense point. Boom! A deep, terrifying roar suddenly came from the depths of the earth, a sound with no warning. The sound was not like an explosion, it resembled the roar of a beast from deep within the earth. Then, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble violently. An earthquake? The crowd hadn't reacted yet. Crack! In the very center of the square, that magnificently built altar stage suddenly cracked open with a huge gap down the middle. The Prime Minister, who was passionately delivering his speech, instantly froze in expression. Because he felt the ground beneath him vanish. In the next moment. Boom! The ground directly beneath the stage suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of stone and concrete shot into the sky like cannonballs, and dust instantly engulfed the entire altar. And in that dust-filled sky, a massive mechanical hand, flowing with eerie purple light and covered in sinister metal armor, broke through the earth. That hand was so large that its palm alone was over 3 meters wide. It was like a demon's hand stretching out from hell, with unmatched power and speed, grabbing the Prime Minister who hadn't had time to escape. Puff! It was like squeezing a tomato until it burst. Under the gaze of billions of viewers worldwide, in the dazed eyes of hundreds of thousands of people present, the Prime Minister, who had just been passionately accusing of atrocities, didn't even let out a single scream, and directly turned into a puddle of red and white mush, dripping down from the giant mechanical fingers. An eerie silence resembling death. The once wildly cheering square is now so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's mouths are agape, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what is happening before them. Screech, screech. A piercing sound of metal scraping shattered the deathly silence. The giant mechanical hand pushed against the ground and suddenly exerted force. Boom! The ground within 100 meters completely collapsed. A 10-meter-tall mechanical demon, wrapped in purple veins and black armor, slowly rose from the ground, towering over the ruins. Its single crimson eye coldly scanned the surrounding crowd like ants. And on that demon's shoulder, a young man in a black combat suit lazily brushed the dust off himself. He lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes accurately finding the live camera that had not yet cut off the feed. Then, the man known as the demon by the entire Sakura nation flashed a signature, chilling smile to the whole world. "I heard you are looking for me?" Lu Chen's voice boomed through the Tsunami Fortress's loudspeaker like thunder in everyone's ears. "No need to make it so complicated. I have arrived." Chapter 103, The stage has collapsed, hell is opened. Ah! The silence lasted only 3 seconds. A piercing scream, as sharp as ice thrown into boiling oil, instantly exploded throughout the entire Imperial Plaza. The Prime Minister, who just moments ago was tearfully representing the highest power of the Sakura nation, had now turned into a puddle of red and white goo, dripping down through the massive purple-gold mechanical fingers of the Tsunami Fortress onto the ruins below. They killed someone. He is a devil. Run! The hundreds of thousands of people who just moments ago were excitedly shouting "must slay Lu Chen" now remembered the fear of being controlled. They dropped their white chrysanthemums, knocked over the barriers that maintained order, and, like a swarm of headless flies, cried out in desperation as they wildly fled in all directions. A stampede occurred in an instant. Countless people were knocked to the ground and trampled to death by those rushing behind them. The sounds of breaking bones and desperate cries intertwined, turning this solemn rally of oath into an absurd human farce filled with irony. The global live broadcast faithfully captured this scene. Gone was the previous uniformity, gone was the so-called united will. Only the ugly desire to survive remained, along with scattered shoes and blood everywhere. "What are you running for?" Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the Tsunami Fortress, watching the chaos below, where the crowd was in disarray, with no pity in his pitch-black eyes. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers sharply in the air. "Weren't you all shouting so loudly before?" Lu Chen's voice was as cold as ice. "Since everyone is here, then don't leave." "Perfect, my little pets are hungry too." Boom! As Lu Chen's words fell, the ground within a few kilometers around the Imperial Plaza suddenly began to violently collapse. The once smooth asphalt road rolled like waves, with enormous cracks spreading out like spider webs, devouring countless fleeing vehicles and pedestrians. Next. Roar. Crack. A series of chilling roars and mechanical noises surged up from the depths of the ground. Before everyone's horrified gaze. One by one, mechanical claws covered in mud and black water grabbed the edges of the cracks. First came the heads, then the bodies. Hundreds of transformed mechanized beasts, grotesque in shape and altered for deep-sea purposes, crawled out from the ground, covered in rubble. There were amphibious tanks with treads and fish fins, mechanical giant whales with torpedo launchers on their backs, and countless small mechanical soldier ants swarming like cockroaches. It had pairs of deep purple electronic eyes that sparkled with a hungry light in the rising dust, locking onto all living beings with a body temperature around. This was a legion from hell. And the Imperial Palace Plaza was their stronghold for landing. Monsters. This is the army of monsters. Some knelt on the ground in despair, their pants soaked. Impudent. At that moment, a voice filled with authority and fury overwhelmed the chaos in the crowd. Above the ruins of the altar, Abe no Saimai stood in midair. His once pure white hunting clothes were now stained with dust, and on his enchanting and handsome face, a fierce and murderous expression appeared for the first time. In his eyes, it seemed that not only had Rutten killed the Prime Minister, but he had also smashed the entire reputation of Sakura country to the ground. To dare summon such filthy things in this holy place. Abe no Saimai bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the bat fan in his hand. Heaven's law is clear, evil cannot suppress righteousness. Night march of 100 demons, 12 guardian deities appear. Buzz. As he waved his fan, 12 golden beams of light shot up from the ground behind him. From each beam, a terrifying phantom emerged, standing 10 meters tall, clad in golden armor, wielding divine weapons. Ibaraki Doji, Arashichibi, Tsuchigumo, Yaksha. These were the highest-ranked guardian deities offered in yin-yang arts, and each was a famous great demon from the historical legends of Sakura country, representing the long-standing heritage of the Abe family. Kill him for me. Abe no Saimai pointed his fan at Rutten. Roar. The 12 golden guardian deities roared in unison, carrying overwhelming pressure as they charged like 12 moving golden mountains toward Rutten's fortress of disaster. That kind of oppressive feeling even caused slight cracks to appear in the surrounding space. This was the true worth of the world's top experts. Divine deities? Rutten looked at the 12 shining giants charging towards him and didn't panic at all. Instead, he licked his lips, revealing an extremely greedy look in his eyes. That feeling was like a diner seeing 12 hearty dishes just served on the table. Flashy. Rutten patted the mecha beneath him and glanced at the impatient beasts beside him. Little ones. It's time to eat. Before the words fell. Bark. A black lightning bolt surged forward first. Coal ball. At this moment, it had revealed the fierce true form of Cerberus. The ghostly dragon wings behind it suddenly flapped, and it charged into the encirclement of the 12 guardian deities faster than anything else. A mere beast dares to. The guardian deity Yaksha in the front raised the fire spear in his hand, wishing to pierce this black dog with a single thrust. However. Crack. Coalball did not dodge at all. The middle head with the gluttony attribute suddenly opened its big mouth, biting down on the fire spear made of high-purity spiritual power. Then, under Abe no Saimai's terrified gaze. Crunch! The fire spear, capable of burning cities, was actually crushed by Coalball as if it were eating a cookie, chewed twice, and swallowed. Immediately after. Coalball's two heads on the side spat out corrosive venom and ghostly fire, instantly covering Yaksha's face. Ah! The golden-armored guardian deity let out a scream as the golden armor quickly melted and dimmed under the erosion of the venom and ghost fire. Before it could counterattack, Coalball had already pounced onto it, with all three mouths going to work, fiercely biting at the spirit body of the guardian deity like tearing apart a ragdoll. Roar! Delicious! Delicious! All of it is spiritual power. Coalball roared mumblingly while eating, its tail wagging like a propeller. At the same time. On the ground, the red lotus demoness also made her move. Countless thick blood-colored vines burst out of the ground. They did not attack the guardian deities, instead, they quickly wove into a massive net that blocked the entire Imperial Palace Plaza. Close the door, hit the dog. And on the front lines of battle. The Disaster Fortress's Scarlet Single Eye locked onto the remaining 11 Shikigami. Target locked. Threat assessment, high energy entity. Suggestion, physical exorcism. Boom. The light wings behind the Disaster Fortress transformed into thrusters, as this mechanical monster with a demon's heart raised its large metal fist, delivering a simple, unadorned punch. Dawn. A Shikigami named Earth Spider was struck squarely in the face by this punch, its whole head exploding into a flurry of golden dust. Lu Chen stood on the mecha's shoulder, looking at Abe no Saimai, whose face was pale and body trembling. He turned to the camera again, revealing a smile that made the whole world tremble in fear. Is this your guardian deity? Fragile as a potato chip. Lu Chen drew his battle knife, pointing the blade at Abe no Saimai's brow. Don't hide away. Call out your master. This little heart, not enough to fill my teeth. Chapter 104, Welcome to Hell, Cherry Blossom City sinks. Crunch, crunch. The chilling sound of chewing became the only melody in the central square of the Imperial Palace at this moment. Under the gaze of billions of eyes around the world, the three-headed hellhound named Coalball feasted joyfully, as if it had entered a buffet and found top-tier ingredients in limited supply. It pressed down on the Shikigami Yamato, its middle mouth biting through the shoulder of the one holding the flame spear, while the left head tore at the arm and the right head greedily consumed the golden spiritual power spilling from the wound. No. Impossible. Abe no Saimai floated in midair, his previously tightly gripping folding fan hand now trembling violently, veins bulging on the back of his hand. That was a Shikigami his family had revered for 1,000 years. Each one capable of suppressing a nation's fortune, enjoying incense from thousands of homes, a deity. How could it be so fragile in front of this man's pet, like a toy made of flour? Roar! In less than a minute. The imposing Yamato Shikigami was completely swallowed by Coalball, skin and bones alike, in front of everyone. With the last bit of spiritual light consumed, Coalball burped contentedly, faint golden light appearing on its originally dark scales. A great supplement. Absolutely a great supplement. Tastes good. Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the Disaster Fortress, looking at the dumbfounded Abe no Saimai as if critiquing a restaurant's head chef. This stuff condensed from pure faith, while a bit tough, is commendable for its chewiness. There's still some left, don't waste it. Red Lotus, act. Hisses. The Red Lotus demoness, already lurking underground, instantly responded. Boom. The ground exploded, countless thick, blood-red vines shooting up like ancient trees, instantly forming a massive thorny cage that trapped all remaining deities inside. The barbs on the vines shimmered with ghostly light, whipping and wrapping around wildly. The Shikigami roared, waving their weapons, trying to cut the vines. But the resilience of Red Lotus now surpassed all expectations, coupled with the continuous group toughness and thorny aura being applied by Ling from behind, these vines were harder than alloy. This was a one-sided massacre. Coalball rushed into the cage, biting left and right. The Disaster Fortress remained outside, using its shoulder-mounted particle cannon to fire precise shots. Wherever the Shikigami tried to break out, a high-energy beam would find its mark. In just 5 minutes. The once glorious and mighty 12 Shikigami, except for one Ibaraki doji still struggling beside Abe no Saimai, all fell into the bellies of Coalball and Red Lotus. In the square, a deathly silence. Those citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who had not escaped far enough, looked at this hellish scene. I couldn't even cry. Their faith had crumbled. Devil, you are a devil. Abe Saimai, with disheveled hair, had a once beautiful face now twisted in rage and despair. He looked at the disaster fortress closing in and suddenly let out a piercing, wild laugh. Lu Chen. Do you think you have one? This is Sakura capital. This is the dragon vein of my Cherry Blossom Empire. Don't you fear divine retribution for your massacre here? Divine retribution? Lu Chen dug into his ear, looking impatient. When you came to my home to kill, why didn't you talk about divine retribution? Now that you can't win, you're starting to use heaven to pressure me? Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, and he waved his hand fiercely. Since you love this city so much, I will show you what a true disaster looks like. All troops, listen up. Lu Chen's voice echoed throughout the city. Target, the entire Sakura capital. Mission, demolition. Dig out the foundation of the city for me. Boom. As the order was given, the mechanical undead army, which hadn't participated in the siege before, finally moved. They did not chase after civilians. Hundreds of transformed mechanical giants simultaneously changed direction, not upward, but downward. They opened their mouths filled with drills and claws, like a group of crazed pangolins, starting to dig and destroy the ground beneath them. At the same time, the disaster fortress suddenly lifted its right foot and stomped heavily. Crust resonance crush, dot. Buzz. A visible wave of terrifying shock spread wildly from the depths of the earth to all directions. This tremor was not to kill, but to destroy the foundation of this city. The next second. Like the first domino being pushed over. Crack. Crack. In the distance, the iconic building symbolizing the prosperity of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Sky Tower, over 600 meters tall, suddenly emitted the sound of its foundation cracking under strain. In the midst of countless horrified screams, that towering giant, piercing the clouds, slowly tilted and then fell with increasing speed. Boom! The giant tower crashed into dense buildings, stirring up a sky full of dust as if doomsday had arrived. But this was just the beginning. The central business district, the sleepless city, Financial Avenue. Skyscrapers swayed like they were drunk, then collapsed. The ground cracked, seawater surged back, and elevated bridges twisted and broke. This was not war. This was destruction. Lu Chen stood in the center of the ruins, watching the city around him continue to collapse, looking at the dust blocking out the sun, his face showing no trace of emotion. Abe Saimai. Lu Chen looked at the man in midair who had become utterly dazed, his tone flat. You just said this is the dragon vein? Now the dragon vein is severed. The foundation is gone. The prosperous city you take pride in is also sinking. What can you do about it? Plop. Abe Saimai's knees softened, and he knelt in the void. He looked at the sinking city beneath him, watching those wailing citizens among the ruins, and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over. All is lost. Lu Chen not only killed people, but also shattered hearts. He used the most violent means to directly erase the foundation of the Cherry Blossom Nation built over a century. Ah! Abe Saimai let out a mournful cry like a cuckoo shedding blood. He suddenly raised his head, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, his gaze filled with a desperate madness. Lu Chen! This is forcing me. Since you want to destroy this place, then let us all die together. He fiercely pulled out a black as ink, heavily suffused with death energy, Magatama from his chest. That was a taboo object passed down through. A black fog filled with the stench of decay and death crazily surged out from the cracks of the collapsing city. That was not ordinary mist. That was the corpse vapor from the realm of the dead, Huangquan Biliosaka, from myth and legend. Lu Chen frowned slightly, feeling the sudden drop in temperature and the bizarre rule in the air that could corrode life. Finally willing to reveal your cards? Lu Chen was not afraid. Instead, he licked his lips, and the faint red light in his eyes, which had dimmed from overreading, surged again sharply. Such a strong smell of the dead. It seems this is the real feast. Chapter 105, The City Feasts. Boom, boom. What surged from the ground fissures was not magma, but thick black mud as sticky as asphalt. This black mud seemed to have life, writhing and spreading wildly over the ruins, causing everything it touched, whether collapsed buildings or roadside ornamental trees, to wilt and rot instantly, turning into pools of black water. At this moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast instinctively covered their noses, as if the stench of decay could be smelled even through the screen, wafting right before them. Huangquan Biliosaka had begun. The so-called Divine Mother had descended, brought neither holy light nor celestial music. There was only the utmost malice and the purest form of death. Ah! Help! What is this thing? Get away! Those who hadn't escaped from the square in time became the first batch of sacrifices. The black mud, like an aware poisonous snake, wrapped around their ankles, crazily crawling up their pant legs and into their bodies through every pore. In just 3 seconds, the cries abruptly stopped. What replaced it was a series of cries like the low growls of beasts. Those consumed by the black mud began to twist their bodies in ways contradicting human ergonomics. Their skin rotted away, revealing dark red muscle fibers beneath. Their eyeballs burst, leaving only 2 ghostly green flames in their sockets. Their nails grew 3 inches, turning black like knives. Hungry, so hungry. Meat. I want to eat meat. Tens of thousands of people, in just 1 minute, transformed into Huanquan corpses that only knew of slaughter and devouring. They turned their heads, using their pupil-less eyes to fixate on the unmutated neighbors around them, and then lunged at them like mad dogs. Biting, chewing, swallowing. Former colleagues, neighbors, and even family members were merely seen as walking protein in their eyes now. Gag. In front of the screen, countless viewers with low psychological endurance directly vomited. What kind of miracle is this? This is clearly a live broadcast of a biohazard crisis. Abe Saimai. Have you gone mad? Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the disaster fortress, looking at the city below that had instantly turned into a hellish battlefield, his brows tightly knitted. He was not a saint, but he could not tolerate such perverse behavior of treating his own kind as expendables. To kill me, you sacrificed the entire city? Lu Chen's voice was cold and piercing. Is this your so-called patriotic protection? In midair, Abe Saimai had disheveled hair, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, completely gone mad. His body also began to mutate under the erosion of the black mud, half of his face sprouted black scales, looking more ghostly than any ghost. Patriotic protection? Ha ha ha. Abe Saimai's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. As long as I can kill you, it's worth how many die. They are loyal to the Sakura Empire. To become nourishment for the Divine Mother is their fortune earned over generations. Lu Chen, enjoy this. It is a treat from the underworld. With a wave of the folding fan in his hand, the army of corpses below, like a tide, seemed to hear the call to assemble, simultaneously lifting their heads to look at Lu Chen, who stood atop the ruins. Roar! Tens of thousands of rotting mouths roared together, their sound waves making the surrounding dust dance. If it were an ordinary army facing such a tide of corpses that felt no pain, capable of not only attacking physically but also spiritually contaminating, I'm afraid I might just collapse right here. But unfortunately, what Lu Chen brought was not even human. More disgusting? Lu Chen scoffed, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, letting the nicotine ease the discomfort in his stomach a bit. You biohazard folks really think you're funny, don't you? He flicked the ash from his cigarette and said to the disaster fortress beneath his feet and the silent mechanical undead behind him. Little guys, looks like we don't need to be the demolition team this time. Let's change our job. All units switch to the sanitation worker mode. Get rid of this non-recyclable garbage. The order was given. V-room. The disaster fortress's crimson eye instantly shone at its brightest, the heat dissipation fins opened fully, and it released scalding steam. Target locked, high-risk biological contamination source. Treatment plan, high-temperature extermination. Boom. It raised its enormous mechanical arm, and the particle cannon in its palm instantly switched to a fan spray mode. A purple-black flame fan, 100 meters long, swept through the front horde of zombies like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Sizzles. There were no screams, only the sound of fat burning and exploding. Those clawing zombies were instantly turned to ash the moment they touched the disaster flames. Even the yellow spring virus inside them, capable of infinite regeneration, could only obediently evaporate in the face of such high temperatures. This was the advantage of the mechanical legion. Without flesh, there can be no infection, without a soul, there can be no fear. Whether you're a zombie or a demon, all beings are equal before the tide of steel. Crack! Crack! The mechanical undead army behind also moved. The mechanical beast modified from a tank opened its crushing jaws, plowing through and sucking in all the zombies in its way. The hunter modified from a mech wielded a high-frequency vibrating knife, reaping heads like chopping vegetables. The once terrifying night of 100 demons was turned into a mowing spree by Lu Chen. Woof! What the heck is this? At that moment, a disdainful bark echoed from the center of the battlefield. Cole Ball was pressing down on a mutated zombie leader. This fellow must have been a sumo wrestler in life, and after mutation, he became astonishingly huge, his body covered in greasy black water. Cole Ball initially wanted to take a bite, but as soon as the head opened its mouth to bite, Tooey! 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 It immediately spat out the rotten flesh, its dog face filled with a look of constipation pain, its 3 heads shaking frantically, as if wanting to spit out its tongue and wash it. It stinks so much. Is this meat sour or rotten? Woof, master, this buffet is not fresh. I want to give a bad review. Coldball looked at Lu Chen with grievance, its eyes filled with accusation. You tricked the dog. Where's the grand feast you promised? Even dogs wouldn't eat this. Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh at the scene, his originally suppressed mood lifted significantly. Alright, stop being picky. Lu Chen said impatiently. I told you to eat souls, not to munch on that rotten flesh. Hong Lian, help it peel the shell. SSSS. The demoness Hong Lian immediately took the order. Countless blood-red vines pierced out like surgical knives, instantly wrapping that zombie leader like a zonzi and then tightening fiercely. Puff. The rotting body crumbled, and a group of twisted dark resentment essence was squeezed out. Only then did Coldball's eyes light up, and with a howl, it swallowed it down, wagging its tail in satisfaction. This is the right way to use it. Watching the one-sided slaughter below, Abe Simai in midair was utterly dumbfounded. Baka. 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 Since we've said hello, don't just stand there. Lu Chen pulled out his battle knife, pointing at the massive rotting head hovering over the city's crack, like a gigantic hot air balloon. All troops, attack. Target, that big face. Hit it hard. Boom. Following the attack order, the mechanical undead army that had been on standby completely erupted. This was a street battle on the edge of hell. Although Izanami's true form remained underground, the death energy she emitted had awakened countless sleeping Onmyoji spirits in the ruins of Sakura capital. From the shadows of the ruins, in the crumbling buildings, countless spirits of Onmyoji wearing hunting clothes and pale faces floated out. They held talismans and controlled equally rotting Shikigami, trying to block the advance of the mechanical army. For the mother goddess. Stop these iron chunks. The light of Onmyoji techniques exploded all around the ruins. Fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades fell like a torrential rain onto the mechanical army. If it had been an ordinary army, facing such ghostly units that could walk through walls and become invisible, they would have collapsed long ago. But unfortunately, they faced a group of unreasonable tech thugs. Ghosts? No physical form? The disaster fortress strode forward, raising its gigantic mechanical arm, as the particle cannon in its palm began to charge. Then I will evaporate all the matter in this area. Let's see where you hide. Boom. A massive purple beam swept out, directly slicing a skyscraper in half. Dozens of Onmyoji spirits hiding inside the building did not even have time to scream, as they were vaporized along with the concrete by the high temperature. Meanwhile, the ground troops were also advancing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless tiny mechanical corpses, the size of a palm and formed by the seeds of the Red Lotus Demon Queen parasitizing on scrap metal, surged like a black tide into every corner of the ruins. They did not need eyesight, they only tracked energy reactions. As soon as they found the hiding place of an Onmyoji, they would rush in and self-destruct. Bang, 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 bang. The dense explosions echoed in every corner of the city. Each spark's explosion represented the annihilation of an Onmyoji spirit. This was Lu Chen's street battle aesthetics since it was hard to find you, then blow up the place where you are hiding. Roar. In the center of the battlefield, Izanami's projection was clearly enraged. Her long black hair suddenly grew wildly, transforming into countless black giant pythons, rolling towards Lu Chen like a dark cloud. Each strand of hair hung a pale human head, crying out in anguish. Disgusting. Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the disaster fortress, looking at the flying human head mop with a disgusted expression. This is no longer just about being ugly, this is like not washing hair and having lice. Coldball, I have a task for you. Lu Chen patted the excited three-headed hellhound beside him. Go and give this goddess a hairstyle. Use fire to style it. Woof. Okay. Coldball barked excitedly, its phantom bony wings suddenly flapping, turning into a shooting star shooting into the sky. Facing the dark hair that covered the sky, Coldball didn't dodge at all. Its three heads opened simultaneously, taking a deep breath, its dragon bones trembling in its chest. Purgatory breath wash, cut, and blow package. Whoosh. Three terrifying dragon breaths of different colors instantly merged into a vast sea of fire, crashing into the flying black hair. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Those strands of divine hair attached with powerful curses, which claimed to be unbreakable, were like encountering their nemesis when faced with Coldball's abyssal dragon breath. They ignited instantly. And this fire was not ordinary, it wildly spread up the strands, burning straight to Izanami's scalp. Ah! Izanami let out an angry cry of pain. The sky of black hair turned to ashes in the fiery sea, with countless human heads hanging in the hair dissipating in wails. In the blink of an eye. The originally disheveled and terrifying goddess directly burned into a smoking Mediterranean Sea. Phew! Looking at that huge, bald head with only a few charred hairs left, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not bad craftsmanship. Lu Chen gave the coal ball a thumbs up, then his gaze sharpened, and he slightly crouched down. The hairstyle is done, now it's time for the face. Taiju, send me up. Yes, master. The disaster fortress extended its enormous palm, cradling Lu Chen in its hand. Then, with a powerful motion, the mechanical arm threw Lu Chen high into the sky like a javelin. Whoosh! Lu Chen transformed into a black arrow, shooting straight towards Izanami's rotten giant face. In midair, Izanami seemed to realize the intention of this tiny ant. Her huge eyes, flowing with corpse water, suddenly turned, locking onto Lu Chen tightly. Mortal, to look at a divine being, die. 2 rays of grey death shot out from her eyes. This is an instant death attack at the rule level. If hit, the body will instantly decay, and lifespan will instantly reset to 0. Die? Lu Chen was in midair, with no way to avoid it. But he didn't intend to avoid it. Facing those 2 death rays capable of killing top experts instantly, Lu Chen smiled slyly, revealing a grin more greedy than a hungry ghost. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the fabric on his chest exploded, revealing the wild swirling patterns beneath his skin like black holes. Talent fully activated Gluttony energy absorption. I think your death energy isn't enough to fill my gaps. Buzz. A huge black vortex formed in front of Lu Chen. Those 2 terrifying death rays crashed into the vortex. There was no explosion, no impact, it was like a mute cow entering the sea, completely swallowed clean. Burp. Lu Chen let out a satisfying burp, feeling a rush of icy energy surging within him, making him feel excited instantly. The taste is a bit pungent, remember to brush your teeth next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen had already rushed to Izanami's face. Compared to that huge face, Lu Chen was as small as a mosquito. But this mosquito held a knife in its hand. You say you are a god? Lu Chen stepped on Izanami's nose, raising the black battle knife high, the blade gathering a heart-stopping red light. In my hometown, if you look this ugly and scare people, you're usually called a monster. Since you're a monster, then this is easy. Lu Chen held the knife with both hands and pierced down fiercely at the pitch-black divine crystal in the center of Izanami's forehead. Physical exorcism is still exorcism. Give me a broken face. Puff. The long knife plunged in without a hilt. Black divine blood, like a fountain, surged into the sky, staining the heavens black. Chapter 107, Dirty Bombs Clean Up? Sorry, we are made of iron. Puff. Black divine blood poured like a torrential rain, instantly staining the sky of Sakura City black. With Lu Chen's fierce stirring of the battle knife, Izanami's huge and decaying face finally stopped its horrifying smile. The pitch-black divine crystal in the center of her forehead let out a crisp mournful cry under the heavy blow of the battle knife, then loosened and fell off. No! Abe no Saimai watched this scene, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. That was their mother god projection worshipped for 1,000 years, the last spiritual pillar of Sakura country, and it was cut like slicing a watermelon? Give it to me. Lu Chen was quick and grabbed that basketball-sized black crystal. The crystal felt cold to the touch, as if sealing countless wails of evil spirits within. For ordinary people, just touching it would freeze their souls, but for Lu Chen, who had the gluttony talent, the alluring aroma it emitted was even more deadly than freshly roasted duck. Crunch! Lu Chen showed no hesitation at all, not even bothering to wipe off the bloodstains on it, and directly opened his mouth wide, biting down hard like it was an apple. Bang! The incredibly hard divine crystal shattered under Lu Chen's teeth, enhanced by his talent. The taste was a bit sharp, like chewing mint-flavored ice cubes. Lu Chen stuffed the remaining crystals into his mouth in a few bites, his throat rolling as he forced them down. Boom! A vast and unimaginable cold energy erupted inside him in an instant. Lu Chen's blood vessels bulged fiercely, dark magical patterns faintly emerging under his skin, and the red light in his eyes was so intense that it seemed like it could drip blood. Burp! Lu Chen let out a long, satisfying burp, exhaling a breath of black cold air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the projection core of a high-tier divine being, the gluttony talent ability has advanced. Although the system's notification sounded pleasant, Lu Chen didn't have time to pay attention to it now. He felt filled with an endless surge of strength, even wanting to find a place to vent it. Is that it? Is this all? Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the disaster fortress, looking down at Abe no Saimai, who was already slumped in mid-air, unable to maintain even his levitation spell, with a face full of disappointment. Is there no one else from your family? I'm still not full. Abe no Saimai's face was ashen. He had lost. Completely lost. The 12 divine generals had been eaten, the prime minister crushed, and even the summoned mother goddess projection had been devoured. The cherry blossom empire was finished. Just when Abe no Saimai was preparing to close his eyes and await death, Lu Chen was ready to swing his knife to harvest heads. Beep beep beep. The single crimson eye of the disaster fortress suddenly blinked wildly, and a piercing alarm sounded throughout the sky. Warning! Detecting supersonic flying objects approaching. Quantity, 24. Ballistic trajectory analysis, from the Far East high seas. The third aircraft carrier group of the Eagle Federation. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and turned sharply to look at the skyline in the east. He saw 24 trails of white smoke, like the claws of death, slicing through the sky, speeding towards the ruins of Sakura City at multiple times the speed of sound. These were the most infamous tactical missiles of the Eagle Federation, Skybreakers. However, this time, the readings from the disaster fortress's sensors were somewhat unusual. Warning! The warhead's thermal source response is extremely low. The cold electronic synthesized voice of the disaster fortress rapidly reported. Spectral analysis completed, high explosive materials were not detected. Contains high-pressure liquid substance, component comparison in progress, warning. Confirmed to be high-concentration gene-mutating poison. It is a large-scale biochemical weapon. Damn it, are those eagles really going to blow us up too? Abe no Saimai looked at the incoming missile swarm, despair reflected in his eyes. He understood too well that so-called ally, at the moment the Cherry Blossom country lost its value, they would undoubtedly carry out a thorough cleansing to prevent the secrets and viruses here from leaking out. This was the tragedy of a weak country. Master, that thing gives me a disgusting feeling. Bai Ling suddenly appeared beside Lu Chen, her pure eyes filled with aversion. Although she didn't understand technology, her instincts as a sacred being made her sense the danger. It is filled with malice towards life, like a plague. Biochemical weapon? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, watching the approaching black dots, a strange smile suddenly forming on his lips. Are the people from the Eagle Federation out of their minds? Lu Chen pointed to the disaster fortress under his feet, then to the mechanical undead army that covered the mountains behind him. They want to use a biological virus to attack a bunch of robots? What kind of carbon-based life form could come up with such a terrible idea? Boom! 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 As he spoke, the 24 missiles simultaneously detonated 300 meters above Sakura City. There were no flames, no shockwaves. Only a sky filled with green mist, cascading down like a waterfall, instantly covering the entire ruins of Sakura City. This was a gene weapon secretly developed by the Eagle Federation, codenamed God's Kiss. As long as a carbon-based life form inhaled even a single breath, its genetic chain would instantly collapse, transforming into a puddle of pus. Even high-level awakened ones would turn into mindless monsters due to gene collapse. This is their cleansing plan. Since Sakura country can't hold on anymore, let's turn this land into a dead zone where no one can get anything. Ah! My hand! My face! Help! I don't want to die. In the ruins, those survivors of Sakura country and the Yin-Yang masters, who were barely clinging to life, let out screams 100 times more tragic the moment they came into contact with the green mist. Their skin started to bubble, rot, and fall off, their bodies melting like wax candles. In just a few seconds, the entire city turned into a true hell on earth. However, in this green poisonous fog, which could kill all life, there stood a group of figures, unyielding. The massive body of the disaster fortress bathed in the toxic mist, not even shedding a piece of its paint. The dark purple electronic eyes flickered in the green fog, exuding a silent mockery. Some mechanical undead were still crunching on scrap iron, while others cleaned the flesh off their tracks. To them, this so-called deadly gas was even less threatening than a sandstorm. After all, iron is not afraid of poisoning. This is quite awkward. Lu Chen sat on the shoulder of the mecha, even taking off his gas mask, letting Bai Ling put an air filtration shield on him, then leisurely took a puff of smoke. Is this the trump card of the world gendarmerie? Are they here to polish and wax my robots? He looked up at the sky in the east, and though separated by thousands of kilometers, he felt as if he could see the face of the White Eagle Fleet commander, looking like he had eaten shit. But since they sent a gift, we can't not return it. Lu Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold, patting the head of the disaster fortress. Iron pillar, calculate the trajectory. Lock onto those ships that just launched missiles. Received. Trajectory reverse tracking complete. Target locked, Leviathan-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group. Very good. Lu Chen stood up, his battle knife pointing to the east. Coal ball. Stop eating. Go deliver some local specialties to those Westerners. Woof. Is there more to eat? The coal ball, frolicking in the toxic mist, perked up its ears, and its phantom dragon wings suddenly unfurled. Its body had undergone abyssal enhancement, and this level of poison gas felt like a sauna to it, at most a bit irritating to the eyes. Bring this. Lu Chen pointed to the Sakura nationals who had turned into sludge due to gene collapse on the ground, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Since they like to play biological crisis, let's make them taste it themselves. Throw these toxic rotten meats onto their deck. Roar. The coal ball instantly understood its master's wicked interest. Its three massive heads opened wide, like a giant vacuum cleaner, sucking up those high-concentration viral rotten meats from the ground into its mouth. Then, with a flap of its wings, it turned into a black meteor, flying crazily toward the open sea direction of the White Eagle Federation fleet with a mouthful of biological weapons. What comes around goes around. Tonight, the Joint Fleet's dinner just got an upgrade. Chapter 108, Delivery has been made, please give a 5-star review. In the Far East open sea, waves crashing in every direction. The pride of the White Eagle Federation, the Leviathan-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group, was currently quietly moored on the sea, like a moving island of steel. In the flagship command room, the atmosphere was relaxed and comfortable. Fleet Commander Michael held a cup of freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee, gazing through the large bulletproof windows at the coastline of the west shrouded in green toxic fog. The kiss of God has been detonated. Michael took a sip of coffee, a hint of a proud smile on his lips. According to laboratory data, that dose of genetic toxic gas is enough to turn the entire Sakura into a deadland. Don't say that the Dasha person named Lu Chen, even the cockroaches there would have their genetic chain break within 3 seconds. It's truly a perfect cleansing, eliminating potential threats while helping our Sakura country allies solve their aging population problem. The surrounding advisors let out a knowing chuckle. In their eyes, this was no war at all, just a simple sanitation operation like spraying insecticide to kill bedbugs. Report to the general. The radar has detected an unidentified flying object. Suddenly, the radar operator's startled cry broke the relaxed atmosphere. Michael frowned slightly. What is it? A Dasha missile? No, it's not a missile. The radar operator's voice was filled with confusion and disbelief. The target is very small, about the size of a tank. But it's extremely fast. It's already surpassed 15 Mach. And its heat source response shows that it seems to be a living creature? A living creature? A 15 Mach creature? Michael nearly spat out his coffee. Did you drink too much last night? The kiss of God exploded, and where would a creature come from that can? Boom! Before he could finish, a deafening sonic boom exploded above the fleet. The alarm instantly rang out piercingly. Everyone fearfully looked up at the monitoring screen overhead. They saw a jet-black meteor dragging a long, dark blue tail flame, defying the laws of physics, ignoring all interception fire from the surrounding guard ships, and directly hovering above the aircraft carrier's deck. It was a dog. A black evil dog with 3 heads, wings on its back, and a body the size of a small mountain. Its 3 pairs of eyes burned with ghostly flames, mockingly gazing down at the group of bipedal creatures below, its mouth bulging as if holding something. What kind of monster is this? Michael's coffee cup shattered into pieces. Anti-aircraft cannons. Close-in weapons. Shoot it down. Day. The close-in weapon system on the aircraft carrier instantly spewed out tongues of fire several meters long, creating a metal storm of dense tungsten alloy bullets aimed at the coal ball in the sky. However, the coal ball didn't even bother to dodge. Its black gold scales, enhanced by the abyssal dragon's bones, had a hardness far exceeding that of most alloys in this world. Clang clang. The aircraft cannon bullets, capable of shredding warplanes, hit it like raindrops on a steel plate, sparking a series of fireballs but barely even scratching it. Woof. A bunch of fools. The coal ball rolled its eyes, flapped its wings, and lowered its altitude a bit, perfectly hovering just above the aircraft carrier's island ventilation shaft. It lowered its head, looking at the terrified sailors running below, its eyes flashing with a hint of human-like mischief. Since you like to play with poison, let's return the favor. Gar. The 3 large mouths opened simultaneously, deep in their throats emitting a sound of nausea. The next second. Splash. A torrent of vomit mixed with black water, rotten flesh, and high-concentration green toxic mist rained down from the sky. This was the essence it had absorbed from the Sakura ruins earlier, concentrated with the virus liquid from tens of thousands of mutated corpses, along with the coal ball's naturally corrosive stomach acid. The smell could practically make the dead die again. Damn! That's the venom of the kiss of God? Michael looked at the green droplets falling outside, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. Quick! Shut down the ventilation system. Seal the entire ship. Too late. The coal ball vomited too accurately. Those highly volatile toxic liquids were instantly sucked into the ship's circulation system through the giant air intake of the aircraft carrier. In just a few seconds, the once clean command room began to fill with a suffocating sweet and fishy smell. Cough cough, my face, it itches. An advisor suddenly started scratching his own cheek. With this grab, he actually tore off a large piece of flesh and tissue, revealing the chilling white bones beneath. Immediately, the cries of despair rose one after another. The gene collapse had begun. These officers and soldiers, who usually lived in luxury, were as fragile as ice cream under the sun against the poison gas they had created. Their skin began to melt, their internal organs started to fail, and their bodies swelled and deformed like inflated balloons, ultimately bursting into splatters of green goo. Even the solid aircraft carrier deck began to sizzle and smoke, corroded into gaping holes upon contact with this deadly substance mixed with coal ball stomach acid. No. I am a general. I cannot die here. Michael clutched his decaying throat, staggering as he tried to reach for a gas mask. But as soon as his hand extended, all 5 fingers neatly fell off, dropping to the ground and turning into a puddle of pus. Desperate, he lifted his head, and the last thing he saw was the 3-headed hellhound outside the window grinning at him, seemingly giving him a mocking smile. As if to say, "Delivery has been made, remember to give a 5-star review, dear." Bang! Michael's body completely disintegrated, turning into an indescribable liquid. The entire aircraft carrier, and even the whole fleet, transformed into a ghost ship floating on the sea in just a few minutes. There were no gunfire sounds, only the whispers of the wind and the sizzling of corroded steel. Woof! It's a wrap. The coal ball looked at the silent fleet below, satisfied as it wagged its tail. It did not leave immediately, finding the big ship quite entertaining. So, it descended heavily onto the unmanned carrier deck. Like a mischievous husky, it gnawed at the spinning radar and antennas, and finally, with both front paws, hugged the towering island of the ship and yanked with all its might. Creak boom! The steel island, weighing thousands of tons, was forcefully snapped in half by it. The coal ball clutched the half with the serial number, like holding a gigantic chew toy, and with a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, satisfied as it flew towards the Sakura capital. This was a souvenir to bring back for the owner. In the ruins of Sakura capital, Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the disaster fortress, watching the black dot flying back from the eastern horizon and the huge thing clutched in its mouth. His lips couldn't help but twitch. This silly dog, sent to deliver a gift, how did it also bring back half an aircraft carrier? But Lu Chen turned his head and looked at Abe Saimai, who had completely collapsed, kneeling on the ground like a walking corpse. At that moment, Abe Saimai looked at Lu Chen with eyes that no longer held hatred, but pure terror. That kind of fear, originating from deep within the soul, faced with something insurmountable. What? Still not done crying? Lu Chen jumped down from the mecha, stepping closer to Abe Saimai. The battle knife in his hand, though somewhat worn, still exuded a chilling smell of blood. Your allies are gone. Your gods are gone. Lu Chen tapped Abe Saimai's face with the back of the knife, producing crisp sounds. Now, can you please tell me? Does your Sakura country still have any fighters left? If not. Lu Chen raised his knife, his gaze turning icy. This meal ends here today, thank you for the feast. No, don't kill me. Abe Saimai trembled all over, not wanting to die. He was the Grand Onmyoji, enjoying endless riches. Just as the knife's edge was about to fall, an inexplicable cruelty surged in his heart. This is what you forced me to do. Abe Saimai suddenly pulled out a yellowed, ancient-looking parchment scroll from his bosom, exuding an old, moldy odor. As soon as the scroll appeared, the surrounding light seemed to be sucked in, the temperature dropping to freezing point. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Abe no Saimai let out a piercing howl and fiercely tore open the seal on the scroll. Come forth. The true great terror. The ultimate heritage of the Onmyoji, Night Parade of 100 Demons, True Edition. Open. Chapter 109, The Feast of Gluttony, Rules? What does that taste like? Woo-woo. As the ancient, yellowed scroll unfurled in the air, a chilling wail of ghosts and demons instantly drowned out the chaos of the battlefield. It was as if an invisible giant hand had torn the sky open, and thick black smoke poured down from the scroll, blocking out the sunlight. The already ruined Sakura city now felt like it had plunged into the mythic era of 100 demons on parade. Night Parade of 100 Demons, True Edition. This is not an ordinary painting, this is Sakura country's national treasure, worshipped with souls by countless great Onmyoji over thousands of years, sealing within it the most famous great yokai and demons in history. Come forth. My ancestors. My gods. Abe no Saimai knelt on the ground, hair disheveled, arms raised high, like a mad believer welcoming the end of the world. Shotaku, the child of Sake. Tamamonome. Oyama-kun. Kill them all. Reshape this blasphemous kingdom. Boom. 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 Accompanied by 3 earth-shattering roars, 3 immense, terrifying figures, as huge as mountains, stepped out of the black smoke. To the left, a red-haired, red-faced figure, towering dozens of feet tall, carried an enormous sake gourd, and with each breath, the surrounding air filled with the strong scent of alcohol. This was the king of demons, Shotaku. To the right, a figure clad in 12 layers of garments, with 9 golden fox tails swaying behind her, every smile and frown seemed to bend reality itself with her allure. This was the 9-tailed fox, Tamamonome. And in the center, wielding 3 divine swords and covered in pitch-black armor, radiating a suffocating martial pressure. This was the legendary demon god of Suzuka Mountain, Oyama-kun. These three were the pinnacle of Sakura country's mythological combat power. As soon as they appeared, the terrifying aura of these ancient great yokai instantly suppressed the mechanical undead surrounding them to the point of immobility. Even the scarlet single eye of the Calamity Fortress flickered momentarily. Mortal? Shotaku lowered his head, his enormous bell-like eyes stared at Lu Chen, who looked like an ant, let out a belch, and sprayed a cloud of purple toxic mist. You are the one who woke me from my slumber? What a handsome little brother. Tamamonome covered her mouth and giggled, her voice soft as silk, melting the bones of those who heard it. Why not become my slave? I can guarantee you won't die, how about it? Faced with these legendary monsters, Abe no Saimai finally found a hint of confidence. He got up from the ground and pointed at Lu Chen, laughing hysterically. Lu Chen. Do you see? This is true heritage. What they possess is not just power, but rules. The drunken life and death of Shotaku, the seduction of all beings by Tamamonome, the absolute combat power of Oyama-kun. In the face of rules, your iron lumps are nothing but scrap metal. Rules? Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the Calamity Fortress, unfazed by this grand scene. Instead, he studied the three great yokai with great interest, like a buyer picking goods at a seafood market. This red-faced one looks a bit tough, smells heavily of alcohol. This fox has too much fur, skinning it will be a hassle. As for the one in the middle. Lu Chen shook his head, looking disdainful. All shell, too little meat, poor rating. You insolent fool. The three great demons erupted in anger simultaneously. Shotaku violently pulled out the stopper from his gourd and poured it toward Lu Chen. Unappreciative. I grant you death. Divine skill, Yellow Spring Sake Mist. Splash. The purple sake transformed into a vast mist that instantly enveloped Lu Chen. This was not just toxic sake, it contained the very rule of drunkenness. Just one drop would turn even steel soft and powerless, and one's soul would instantly fall into deep intoxication and never awaken again. Meanwhile, the glitter in Tamamonome's eyes magnified greatly. Enchanting nine-tailed prison. 9 huge tails transformed into a pink cage, bringing with them a dizzying fragrance, sealing all of Lu Chen's escape routes. Die. Insect. Daomaru swung his sword directly, 3 divine swords slicing through the void, aiming unavoidably at Lu Chen's head. 3 great rules struck out. Even a strong warrior of the same level, facing such an unreasonable attack, would meet their end on the spot. Abe Saimai's eyes sparkled with delight, he seemed to already see the image of Lu Chen dying miserably. However, the next second. Slurp. A sound that was completely out of place, like slurping noodles, suddenly came from the purple alcohol mist. Immediately after. That intoxicating liquor mist that could drunk even the gods began to gather wildly toward the center, forming a giant vortex. What's going on? Shoto's eyes were about to pop out. In the center of the mist, Lu Chen opened his mouth wide, as if drinking water, devouring those toxic mist in big gulps. The taste is a bit strong, but the alcohol content is not high enough. Lu Chen smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. Was it watered down? Is this how you guests treat each other in Sakura country? Impossible. That is poison liquor infused with rules. How can you be fine? Shoto screamed. Rules? Lu Chen wiped his mouth, revealing a bone-white smile. In my stomach, I am the rule. Talent fully unleashed gluttony all can be devoured. Boom. The space behind Lu Chen suddenly distorted, revealing a giant black hole shadow that seemed capable of swallowing even light. No matter what drunken rules or enchanting rules you are, in the face of gluttony, they are all energy. You still want me to be a slave? Lu Chen turned sharply, looking at the Tamamonome trying to entangle him with her tail. He extended his hand, grasping through the air. That black giant hand, formed from the power of gluttony, instantly ignored the distance and space, grabbing Tamamonome's proud 9 tails. Come here. Lu Chen's arm exerted force, his power exploding. Ah! Tamamonome let out a terrified scream, her massive body was actually yanked over like a rag doll and smashed to the ground. Boom! The earth cracked. Lu Chen jumped down from the mech and directly stepped on Tamamonome's beautiful face, his combat boots grinding it, deforming that face. Vixen? Lu Chen looked down at her, his gaze icy. In my hometown, after the founding of the nation, fox spirits are not allowed. Since you broke the rules, then let's turn you into a scarf. Puff. The battle blade fell, and a golden foxtail was cut off at the root. Arg. Tamamonome twitched in pain, no trace of her earlier allure remained. Madman. This is a madman. The remaining Daomaru watched as one companion was drained of liquor and the other had their tail chopped off, immediately scared out of its wits. It raised the 3 divine swords to fight back but found that Lu Chen's 3-headed hound was drooling and staring hungrily at it. Woof. This shell is hard, the texture is crispy. The coal ball excitedly pounced, the three heads specifically targeting the gaps in Daomaru's armor to bite down. Crunch, crunch. That was the sound of divine swords being bitten to pieces. In just 3 minutes. This battle, which should have been a myth descending and crushing mortals, turned into a one-sided gluttonous feast. Lu Chen and his pet showcased to the world what high-end ingredients often need the simplest cooking methods means. Eating them raw. No, don't. Abe Saimai knelt on the ground, looking at the shredded Hyaki Yagyo painting, watching the ancestors being devoured as snacks, his heart shattered completely. What kind of person is this? This is clearly a monster 10,000 times greedier than demons. Lu Chen casually stuffed Tamamonome's last tail into his mouth, crunching loudly. Feeling the rapid increase of spiritual power limits within his body. Full. Lu Chen rubbed his belly, looked at the coal-like ball beside him who was also stuffed to the brim, and shook his head. We're just getting started. This little appetizer is barely enough to fill the bottom. He lifted his head, looking deep into the imperial palace, to that last forbidden land that had always emitted an obscure aura. Hey, that on Myoji. Lu Chen pointed with the tip of his knife at the already mad Abe no Saimai. Stop howling. What other tricks do you have? I'm in a hurry. Chapter 110, your spell preparation is too long. In the Imperial Palace Square, above the ruins. With the 3 legendary demons devoured until not a shred remained, Abe no Saimai knelt on the ground, the night parade of 100 demons in his hands reduced to a few tattered fragments. He looked at the man standing on the shoulder of the mech, a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and his mind completely broke down. Not only could he not win, but even his ancestors were eaten as snacks. The sense of despair from this dimensional crushing was worse than death. No. I can't lose. The great cherry blossom empire must not fall. Abe no Saimai's eyes glazed over, and suddenly, he nervously stuffed the remaining pieces of the scroll into his mouth, crazily chewing and swallowing them mixed with his own blood. His stomach swelled at a visible speed, with black veins wriggling under his skin like earthworms. A shocking aura of destruction began to brew. Lu Chen. You forced me. Abe no Saimai shouted ambiguously, his hands forming a very strange seal, his body instantly swelling into a giant black meatball. Since I can't win, let's die together. As a sacrifice, all things return to emptiness. Forbidden technique, great. He prepared to self-destruct. Using the uncontrollable vast spiritual power within him to create an artificial black hole, dragging everything within 10 miles to accompany him in death. This is usually the last stubbornness of the villain, a classic scene in many novels where the protagonist must endure a wave of damage. However, so noisy. Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the mech, not even lifting his eyelids, just casually waving his hand as if swatting a fly. Hong Lian, make him shut up. Hiss hiss. The Red Lotus Demoness, already lurking underground, instantly responded. Just as Abe no Saimai was about to shout the last syllable of the spell. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of thick blood-colored vines suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Abe no Saimai's feet. As fast as lightning, they gave no time for response. 2 of the vines, as if possessing intelligence, precisely wrapped around Abe no Saimai's hands that were casting the seal, violently pulling them apart. Crack. The seal was forcibly broken, bones dislocated. Then, the thickest vine, covered in barbs, crudely thrust into Abe no Saimai's wide-open mouth, while other vines swarmed in, binding him into a blood-red rice dumpling. Physical silence, the most fatal. Great black heaven, it, Abe no Saimai's eyes nearly bulged out, his throat emitted urgent and desperate muffled sounds. The terrifying energy that was about to erupt, already operating at its critical point, instantly lost its guidance due to the double interruption of the spell and seal, going completely berserk within him. It was like preparing to release a long-held sneeze, only to have someone suddenly seal your nose and mouth with tape, and kick you in the stomach. That feeling was worse than death. PFF. No earth-shattering explosion. Only a sound like a balloon deflating. Abe no Saimai's swollen body immediately collapsed like a punctured balloon. His whole body convulsed, eyes rolling back, mouth stuffed with plant roots, unable to make a sound. From his desire to self-destruct to becoming a useless person, it took only 2 seconds. Is this it? Lu Chen jumped down from the mech and walked in front of the suspended Abe Saimai, tapping the pig-headed face with the back of his battle knife, filled with frustration. You're risking your life, yet you still recite such a long chant? And need such complicated hand signs? Do you think this is a novel? Am I obligated to stand here and wait for you to finish reading? A long precast shake is fatal in high-level battles, do you understand? Abe Saimai only wanted to die now. It was too embarrassing, as the head of the Yin-Yang Tribunal, his last card was actually choked back by a few vines. Want to die? Lu Chen stroked his chin, looking at the bundle in his hand that, though ruined, still contained vast yin-yang energy, suddenly revealing a smile that would make even a capitalist weep. What a waste it would be to die. This energy inside you may not be able to destroy the city, but it's more than enough to be used as a battery, just enough to nourish my plants. Hong Lian, don't let go, take him up. Lu Chen pointed at the Sakura City landmark, the wreckage of the Sky Tower, which, despite being half collapsed, still stood tall against the clouds. It needs a streetlight. Hang him there, use him as a human light bulb. Let the energy inside him slowly release until the last drop of blood is burned dry. As you command, Master. The demoness Hong Lian excitedly danced her vines, dragging the limp ape Simai up the remains of the tower. Those vines pierced through his veins, not to draw blood, but to lead the energy inside him out like wires. Minutes later, a strange light lit up in the sky above the ruins of Sakura City. It was Abe Simai, hung on the Sky Tower's lightning rod. Hong Lian's vines forcibly triggered the potential inside him, causing him to emanate a pale, ghostly glow, standing out starkly in the pitch-black night sky. This was the true brightening of the sky lantern. This is the next scene. Lu Chen stood at the foot of the tower, with his back to the screaming human streetlight, and dusted off his hands while addressing the drone cameras in the distance. Is there anyone else? What other trump cards? Hurry up and take them out. I'm in a hurry, after this meal, I still have to go back to sleep. A global silence. At that moment, whether it was the audience in front of the screens or the high-level officials of various countries, they all felt a chill down their spines as they watched the man who hung the strongest guardian of an enemy nation as a light bulb. This was no longer a war. This was one-sided slaughter and humiliation. Lu Chen waited for a minute. It was calm and quiet. Neither below ground nor around did any enemies appear. The entire resistance of Sakura country seemed to have its backbone completely shattered. Is that it? Lu Chen shook his head in disappointment and turned to look toward the sea in the east, frowning slightly. It was too quiet. This silence, rather than like surrender, felt like the stillness before a storm. Then, at that moment. Beep beep beep. The alarm sound from the disaster fortress, which had just calmed down, suddenly erupted again, but this time, the frequency was more urgent than ever, even carrying a sharp whistling sound. Warning! Warning! High-energy thermal source reactions detected outside the atmosphere. Quantity, 6. 12, still increasing. Speed extremely fast. Over 20 Mach. Penetrating the atmosphere. Outside the atmosphere? Lu Chen suddenly looked up at the dark night sky. At first, he couldn't see anything. But gradually, on the horizon in the east, several points of light appeared. Those points of light grew brighter and larger, trailing long, crimson tails, like a group of angry meteors tearing through the night, with a howling sound of destruction, plunging straight towards the ruins of Sakura City. Those were not meteors. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, the eye of truth opened instantly. The line of sight penetrated the clouds, locking onto those rapidly falling objects. Cylindrical projectiles, special aerodynamic covers, and the terrifying flames propelling from their tails. This shape. Lu Chen's pupils slightly constricted, his mind racing to analyze everything he saw before him. It's not a conventional missile. This speed and method of penetration. Is it coming from outer space? In the next second, the final analysis result of the disaster fortress jumped out. Target confirmation, intercontinental ballistic missile. Warhead reaction, high concentration nuclear fusion material. Impact countdown, 30 seconds. Lu Chen looked at the meteor shower falling from the sky, and the expression on his face finally solidified. Nuclear bomb? He slowly tightened his grip on the battle knife in his hand, taking a deep breath. It seems someone doesn't want me to leave this island alive. Chapter 111, The Sword of Heaven Drawn. The night sky was ripped apart by 12 blinding flames. Those were the plasma tails produced by intercontinental missiles re-entering the atmosphere, like 12 swords of Damocles hanging overhead, roaring down with the majesty to judge all beings. In this moment, the whole world's breath halted. White Eagle Federation, Supreme Combat Command Room. Impact countdown, 10, 9, 8. The Supreme Military Commander looked at the big screen, which was completely covered by a red marker over the ruins of Sakura City, and a slight smile of relief finally appeared on his tense face. That was a power even gods could not withstand. Although deploying nuclear weapons on foreign soil would invite outrage from the international community and unpredictable consequences, eliminating the uncontrollable variable named Lu Chen made it all worthwhile. It's over. The commander raised his glass, his eyes cold. No matter how strong an individual is, in the face of humanity's pinnacle of destructive technology, they are merely slightly more resilient dust. At the Sakura City ruins, on the shoulder of the disaster fortress. The gale howled, whipping Lu Chen's hair back wildly. The 12 nuclear warheads had locked onto his vital energy, the premonition of death about to be vaporized by high temperatures and broken down by radiation pierced every nerve in him like needles. There's no escape. The electronic voice of the disaster fortress calmly reported the desperate reality. The opponent has adopted a saturation strike, and the warheads possess terminal maneuverability. My point defense cannons cannot intercept all targets in such a short time. The energy shield cannot withstand the high temperature at the nuclear explosion center. Even if I can't escape, I have to endure. Lu Chen gripped the battle knife tightly, his gaze showing no fear, only the ferocity of a lone wolf. He pressed down on the coal ball that wanted to rush up and fight for its life, pinning it firmly behind him. Don't move. This thing is not like those scraps from before. If you eat it, you will die. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his talent for gluttony operating at its peak. He prepared to take a gamble, betting on whether he could devour the energy of the explosion at the moment of the nuclear blast. Although the odds were less than 10%, waiting to die was not his style. Come on! Lu Chen shouted to the sky, ready to welcome the white light of destruction. However, just as the first nuclear warhead was only 3,000 meters from the ground, on the verge of detonation. Ding! The communicator on Lu Chen's wrist suddenly lit up again. Still the encrypted channel with the highest authority. This time, there was no holographic projection, only the voice of Xiangjin, old, steady, yet powerful enough to change the color of heaven and earth, exploding directly in his ear. Lu Chen, lift your head. Lu Chen was taken aback. What? Look to the west. Xiangjin's voice was filled with an inspiring boldness. Who told you that you are fighting alone? As long as you stand on the corpses of your enemies, behind you is the whole great Xia. In the instant those words fell, countless brilliant streaks of light suddenly lit up on the western horizon. The splendor was so great that it even overshadowed the nuclear warheads falling above. The pitch-black night sky shone as bright as day. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a shriek that made the atmosphere tremble, dozens of slender, silver-colored swords, traveling at a terrifying speed of over 30 Mach, flew across the East Sea from the homeland of the Great Xia Kingdom, arriving in an instant. These were not ordinary missiles. This was the Great Xia Kingdom's secret national treasure, the Tianjin-9 Hypersonic Kinetic Interceptor. That is... Lu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at the silver swords flying in the sky, the shock in his heart overwhelming. This is the foundation of the nation. This is the power of a great country. The sword of heaven draws out, repelling enemies from 1,000 miles away. From the communicator, a calm voice of a young operator reported. Target locked, 12 incoming nuclear warheads from the enemy. Interception program initiated. Launch! In the sky, those dozens of Tianjin interceptors flew like swords with eyes, creating unbelievable trajectories and accurately targeting the falling nuclear warheads. Like a group of trained falcons, they pounced on the clumsy wild ducks. Boom! 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 A series of muffled explosions rang out high in the atmosphere. No mushroom clouds fell to the ground. Those nuclear warheads capable of destroying cities were precisely struck, detonated, and intercepted at an altitude of 2,000 meters above the ground. 12 brilliant fireballs erupted in the night sky, like 12 suns rising simultaneously. The shockwave ravaged the high-altitude air, dispersing all the clouds above Sakura capital. But on the ground, aside from a slightly stronger wind, everything was unharmed. In the highest command room of the White Eagle Federation. Crack! The commander dropped his wineglass, shattering it into pieces. He stared blankly at the screen displaying 100% interception success rate, feeling as if his backbone was pulled away, slumping in his chair. This is impossible. That was a 20 Mach nuclear warhead re-entering the atmosphere. Even our anti-missile system cannot intercept all of them. Great Xia, when did their technology reach this level? A feeling called fear spread throughout the command room. Their proud nuclear deterrent became a joke at that moment. In the ruins of Sakura capital. Lu Chen looked up at the grand fireworks show in the sky, remaining silent for a long time. Until the last firelight faded, and the night sky returned to calm. How was it? From the communicator, Xiangjin's voice came again, unable to hide the hint of pride. Did you enjoy this fireworks display? Lu Chen lowered his head, looking at the communicator, a genuine smile slowly appearing on his lips. This time, it wasn't a cold smile or a sinister grin. Enjoyed it. Lu Chen took a deep breath, feeling the pent-up anger in his chest dissipate a lot at that moment. Thank you, old man. No need to thank me, thank the country instead. Xiangjin's voice became serious. Lu Chen, remember this. When you kill and set fire outside, that is your skill. But if someone wants to flip the table, wanting to use such despicable means against our heroes, then they have to ask the Great Xia's sword if it agrees. This wave of interception was not only to save you but also to tell the whole world. Xiangjin paused, his tone revealing a domineering confidence. From today on, the offensive and defensive positions have changed. Alright, the aerial threat has been eliminated for you. Xiangjin changed the subject. That big guy underground seems to be coming out soon. Our main force will arrive in 5 hours. Before that, can you hold on? Lu Chen turned around, looking at the chasm beneath him, which began to violently shake again, spewing out overwhelming dark energy. Although the nuclear explosion was intercepted, it seemed that the series of high-altitude explosions had thoroughly enraged the monster sleeping beneath the ground. A sulfurous smell and divine might stronger than before surged. Raging wildly. Can you hold on? Lu Chen tightened his grip on the battle knife, the red light in his eyes shining again, hotter and crazier than before. Since there was no longer any worry behind him. Since he had such a strong support behind him. What was there to be afraid of? General Xiang, just watch it on the screen. Lu Chen grinned at the communicator, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. 5 hours? I suggest your main forces hurry up. If you're late, it will be a wasted trip. Booming. Before his voice faded, the earth cracked open. A bronze stone door emerged. Chapter 112, Below the Imperial Palace, Entrance to the Underworld. This was an enormous, completely black ancient stone door. It was buried right beneath the Imperial Palace, standing 100 meters tall. The door was carved with countless snarling faces and twisted runes, exuding a suffocating cold aura. Between the cracks of the door, thick black mist seeped out, freezing the air into black ice crystals wherever it passed. What the hell is this? Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the disaster fortress, looking down at the massive bronze door. The Eye of Truth spun wildly, but could only see a jumble of characters. Warning. High-dimensional space node detected. Rule attributes: death, decay, irreversibility. Suggestion: do not approach. Do not approach? Lu Chen curved his lips into a cold smirk. We're already at the doorstep, shouldn't we go in and sit a while to honor the host's warm welcome? He jumped down from the mecha, landing before the giant door. Up close, that icy feeling became even more pronounced. Even the boiling blood in his body seemed suppressed at that moment, flowing extremely slowly. Creak, creak. At that moment, the tightly shut bronze door, closed for 1,000 years, suddenly made a sharp screeching sound. It began to slowly open. A nauseating smell of rot hit him in the face. Lu Chen squinted, looking through the gradually widening crack in the door to see the scene inside. It was a long, endless staircase. The staircase extended downward into an endless darkness. And on both sides of the staircase knelt countless dry corpses. These corpses wore the unique hunting attire of the royal family of Cherry Blossom Kingdom, maintaining a kneeling posture, facing the end of the staircase, hands clasped together, as if performing some ancient and evil ritual. Each dry corpse had a short knife stabbed into its chest, the blood long drained, leaving only withered skin. This is the so-called royal bloodline? Lu Chen walked up to a corpse and lifted its chin with the tip of his knife. The thin face still bore an extreme expression of pain and fanaticism before death. To open this door, they sacrificed their entire family? Lu Chen shook his head, his eyes filled with more disgust. What a den of madness. Whoosh. A gust of cold wind blew out from within the door. Suddenly, the mechanical undead army behind Lu Chen showed strange signs. Zzz. The electronic eyes that had originally sparkled with purple light began to flicker wildly, and the mechanical joints made stiff screeching sounds. Warning. Unknown force field interference detected. Electronic components damaged. Energy transmission obstructed. System offline. Thud. Thud. Hundreds of mechanical undead, at the moment of contact with this cold wind, seemed to have their souls drawn away, collapsing to the ground, turning into a pile of rail scrap metal. Even the disaster fortress, a mechanical life form, now knelt on one knee, its huge body trembling violently. Master. Rules. Conflict. Cannot. Enter. Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. Behind this door was a realm called Underworld. In there, all demons must submit, even the half-demonized Iron Pillar was no exception. Alright, you just guard outside. Lu Chen patted the leg armor of the disaster fortress. Don't let anyone close the door. As you command, the disaster fortress replied with difficulty, then used the last bit of energy to maintain the alert mode. Transformed into a silent guarding statue. Lu Chen turned around, looking at the coal ball, red lotus, and white spirit beside him. They were not too affected. The coal ball was a three-headed hellhound, originally a creature of the underworld. At this moment, smelling the death aura inside, it was excitedly wagging its tail, its 3 heads drooling, eager to rush in for a buffet. The red lotus was a bloodthirsty creature, and the transformation of life and death was its specialty. As for the white spirit, the holy angel was itself the nemesis of the undead. It seems that only we can go in. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the battle knife and took a deep breath. Let's go. Let's see what this group of ground rats is hiding underground. After he said that, he resolutely stepped into the bronze door. Boom! As they entered, the door did not close. Instead, it seemed to welcome esteemed guests as 2 rows of ghostly green flames lit up, illuminating the staircase leading to the depths of hell. This place was called Huangquan Osaka. It was the boundary between life and death, and also the place where Izanami was trapped in myth. Lu Chen walked down the staircase. The temperature around him grew colder, and a miasma filled the air, capable of inducing hallucinations. He did not know how long he had walked. Ahead, the path opened up. No longer a narrow staircase, but a vast, grey world. No sun, no moon, only paper money and ashes swirling in the sky. A murky, yellow river stretched ahead, swirling with countless tortured souls wailing in pain. There was a broken bridge over the river, and at its edge stood a faceless old woman, brewing a pot of blackened soup. This smell is too strong. Lu Chen pinched his nose, showing his disgust. Woof! So delicious. The coal ball, however, seemed to catch the scent of braised meat and joyfully dashed to the riverbank, opening its mouth to drink the murky yellow spring water. Don't drink! It's filthy. Lu Chen kicked it away. That's corpse water, you'll get a rotten stomach if you drink it. At that moment, another living person has come? The faceless old woman at the bridge suddenly turned around. She had no features, just a mouth split open to the roots of her ears, laughing with a sound like a night owl. Hee hee hee, such a fresh, lively body. It's been ages since I've tasted such chewy souls. As she spoke, she reached out her dry, chicken claw-like hand, trying to grab Lu Chen's arm. Get lost. Lu Chen didn't even look at her, responding with a swift slash of his knife. Put. The old woman's arm was directly severed, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. Ah! The old woman let out a shrill scream, her body instantly expanding, transforming into a towering evil spirit, claws bared, charging at him. Dare to injure me? I will fry you in hot oil. So much nonsense. Lu Chen waved his hand, somewhat impatiently. Red Lotus, eat it. Whoosh! A blood-colored vine instantly pierced through the evil spirit's chest, lifting it into the air like a skewered snack, and then countless tendrils pierced into its body, feeding ravenously. In just 2 seconds. This little boss guarding the entrance of Huangquan turned into a heap of dried skin, lightly falling to the ground. Keep going. Lu Chen stepped over the withered skin and onto the broken bridge. He could feel that at the end of this grey world, an extremely large and malicious aura was awakening. That was the true mastermind. Izanami. Lu Chen looked at the darkness in the distance, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 113, Izanami, the True Body. Crossing the broken bridge, the path beneath his feet became increasingly viscous. It was not mud, but corpse sludge made from countless rotting flesh and crushed bones. Each step made a squelching sound, as if he were stepping on the innards of some living creature. The hygiene here is a bit terrible. Lu Chen frowned, disgustedly shaking the black sludge off his battle boots. The scenery around had completely changed. No longer was there the grey mist, countless huge pillars made of pale human bones towered around. In the sky drifted glowing spirits like jellyfish, mindless, wandering aimlessly, occasionally letting out a chilling shriek. At the end of the line of sight stood a towering yet grotesquely twisted palace, quietly standing in the darkness. The palace displayed a sickly dark red color, the walls seemed to breathe, and the entrance resembled the open mouth of a giant beast. Here we are. Lu Chen stopped, raising his head to look at the building called the Palace of Yellow Springs. An ancient, decaying aura with supreme authority continuously surged from deep within the palace. Woof! The little coal ball beside him suddenly became extremely excited. Its 3 heads raised simultaneously, its nose twitching wildly, as its ghostly bony wings uncontrollably spread, the ghostly flames on them turning a sickly green in an instant. For it, being a 3-headed hellhound, this place was nothing short of the most comfortable 5-star hotel. The thick scent of death in the air made every cell in its body cheer with joy. Looks like you really like it here? Lu Chen patted the dog's head, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Alright, once we're done fighting, this territory will be yours. After saying this, he hesitated no more and marched towards the palace with his knife in hand. Boom! As if sensing the presence of the living, the massive door woven from countless ribs swung open with a roar. A gust of rancid wind, carrying and suffocating stench, rushed towards him like a tsunami. Cough cough. This smell is too strong. Lu Chen covered his nose, waving his hand to disperse the suffocating odor of corpses. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious, yet not empty. Because it was filled with gods. Yes, gods. On both sides of the hall, there crouched 8 terrifying monsters of different sizes, all intertwined with lightning. Some had bull heads, others had bird beaks, and some were simply masses of writhing rotten flesh. Are these the 8 thunder gods? Lu Chen's eye of truth instantly provided feedback. According to the myths of the Sakura country, Izanami birthed the 8 thunder gods from her decaying body in the Yellow Springs. It seemed the legends were not entirely fictional. However, Lu Chen was not interested in these scraps. His gaze passed over the 8 thunder gods and landed directly in the center of the hall, on a throne made of countless skeletons. There sat a woman. Or rather, a monster that was once a woman. She wore an extremely magnificent 12-layer dress, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, covering most of her body. From the exposed back, her figure was graceful, exuding a divine elegance. "You're here?" A voice, mournful and melodious yet tinged with chilling coldness, echoed in the hall. The woman slowly turned around. In that instant, the originally sacred atmosphere collapsed entirely. What appeared as she turned was not a breathtaking beauty but a face grotesquely rotting, revealing shocking white bones. Maggots wriggled in her eye sockets, and black corpse fluid dripped from her chin. Her abdomen was completely burst open, devoid of organs, only countless. He. Izanami was not angry, instead, she let out a spine-chilling laughter. As she laughed, the rotting flesh on her face fell off in chunks. "Interesting little guy. It was you who ate my projection up there?" Her eyes, now just white, fixed intensely on Lu Chen, her tone lacking anger but filled with a greedy hunger. "Your soul smells delicious. More fragrant than all the onmyoji I have eaten in these thousands of years. That kind of predatory scent, truly mesmerizing." Izanami extended her long, barbed tongue and licked her decayed lips. "Stay here with me. Be my groom, and I will grant you eternal life. In this land, you will be above all ghosts." "Groom?" Lu Chen looked at the terrifying face that could scare away vengeful spirits, his mouth twitching slightly. "Auntie, you have quite a heavy taste. But sorry, I'm not picky, yet I really can't stomach this expired food. Lu Chen raised the battle knife in his hand, the tip pointing at Izanami's forehead, his tone instantly turning cold. "And you got one thing wrong. I didn't come here to be a groom. I came here to be a chef." "Chef?" Izanami tilted her almost falling head, seemingly not understanding. "That's right." Lu Chen grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, the red glow in his eyes swelling, as his innate gluttony talent began to operate wildly, coalescing behind him into a giant black tachi-like phantom. "I'm here to turn you into sashimi." "Impudent!" Izanami was finally enraged. She suddenly stood up, her body, which was only the size of an ordinary person, instantly swelling into a towering, rotting giant. Countless black hair whipped around like tentacles, causing the entire realm of Yomi to shake violently. "Since you don't know your place, then melt here and become my nourishment. Yomi's rule, the living must die." Buzz. A gray, desolate wave of death spread out madly from her center. Wherever this wave passed, white bone pillars instantly crumbled to dust, and the corpse mud on the ground dried up immediately. This was a rule of eradicating life force. As long as it was a living creature, under this rule, its life force would be instantly stripped away, turning into a dried corpse. "Bai Ling!" Lu Chen shouted loudly. "Here, master." The white figure that had been quietly standing behind Lu Chen finally moved. Her pure white priestess robe fluttered automatically without wind, as her pair of glowing wings suddenly spread to their fullest, emanating a shine more dazzling than the sun. In this world filled with death and decay, she was the only light. "Sacred domain, life protection." Bai Ling pushed her hands forward. A golden light barrier instantly expanded, enveloping Lu Chen, Cobalt, and Honglian completely. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The gray wave of death collided with the golden light shield, creating a sound like hot oil splashing on snow. Although the shield trembled violently, and the light rapidly dimmed, it ultimately held. "Angel?" A flicker of surprise and disgust flashed in Izanami's dead fish eyes. That nauseating aura of light, in this world, light will inevitably be devoured. She suddenly waved her hand. The 8 thunder gods on either side of the hall seemed to receive a command, roaring as they rushed toward Lu Chen and the others, enveloped in black lightning. "Thunder gods?" Lu Chen looked at the 8 monsters charging over, sneering. "Cobalt, Honglian, that one is for you. Don't be polite, dig in." Woof. Cobalt could no longer wait. Excitedly howling, it transformed into a black shadow and charged directly at the bull-headed thunder god. That thunder god raised its hammer to attack, but Cobalt bit its wrist in the middle. Crack. Bones shattered. The Cobalt didn't care about the lightning on the other party, but instead, like it was enjoying popping candy, it blissfully tore off the arm of the thunder god. At the same time, Lu Chen wasn't idle. He kicked off the ground, his body shot forward like a loose arrow, under the cover of Bai Ling's shield, directly rushing towards Izanami on the throne. To catch a thief, first catch the king. Ant, let me use your divinity. In midair, Lu Chen's battle blade had already ignited with the black fire of Gluttony, fiercely slashing down at Izanami's rotten head. Chapter 114, Soul Separation, by Ling. Bang! A thunderous roar shook the entire hall of Yomi. Lu Chen's powerful slash did not split Izanami's head open as expected. Just when the blade was only 0.01 centimeters away from her forehead, a pale, dry ghostly hand, with nails half a meter long, forcibly grabbed the blade engulfed in black gluttonous flames. Zzz. The black fire burned her palm, emitting a charred smell like roasted meat, but this did not make the Queen of Yomi retreat in the slightest. Not bad in strength. A smile gradually spread across Izanami's decayed face, splitting down to her ears, exposing her dark, hollow mouth. Unfortunately, this is Yomi. Here, the laws of physics are ineffective. Before her voice faded, her hand that grasped the blade forcefully twisted. Crack! That battle blade, which had accompanied Lu Chen all the way and was made of special alloy, snapped like a brittle cookie, shattering into dozens of pieces. Following that, 2 streams of blood tears suddenly flowed from Izanami's eyes, which were only whites. An invisible, chilling wave instantly locked onto the nearby Lu Chen. Yomi forbidden technique, soul and flesh separation. Buzz. In that moment, Lu Chen felt the entire world had come to a standstill. No sound, no light, he couldn't even feel his own body. An extremely strange feeling of weightlessness enveloped him. He was horrified to find his vision uncontrollably drifting backward, while in front of him, the body named Lu Chen remained poised to slash down, frozen in the air, his eyes quickly becoming hollow and lifeless. His soul had left his body. No, it was being forcefully separated. Damn it, can't move. Lu Chen desperately tried to control his body, but at that moment, he felt like a kite with a broken string, helplessly watching himself drift further away from his body. That feeling was like being kicked out of a virtual game when the internet abruptly disconnected, both helpless and desperate. He. Izanami extended her long tongue, greedily licking the air, savoring the aroma of Lu Chen's soul. What a strong soul. Without that annoying shell, what will you use to fight me? She reached out her putrid giant hand, the fingertips swirling with the wails of countless vengeful souls, slowly grasping toward Lu Chen's defenseless body. Your body belongs to me, I will refine it into the perfect puppet. As for your soul, it will be my appetizer. Crisis. An unprecedented life and death crisis. Without the protection of his flesh, even if Lu Chen possessed the talent of gluttony, he felt like a toothless tiger at this moment. His soul, in this state, could not resist the annihilation of rules from a true god. Woof. In the distance, the coal ball sensed its master's unusual state. 3 heads simultaneously let out a mournful roar, and the ghostly bone wings behind it frantically flapped, desperately trying to break through the thunder god's blockade. Hiss. On the ground, the scarlet lotus demoness had completely gone berserk. Countless blood-colored vines exploded instantly, no longer caring about defense, transforming into a sky full of blood spears, even at the cost of hardening her body against the thunder god's heavy hammer, attempting to reach out even one vine to grasp Lu Chen's body. But those 8 thunder gods seemed to have gone mad. A wall of thunder and lightning formed, impenetrable. Get back! A bull-headed thunder god smashed down with a hammer, sending the coal ball rolling out, its scales shattered. The red lotus's vines were burned to char by the lightning. It was too late. Just as that ghostly hand was about to touch Lu Chen's forehead. Who allowed you to? A voice, ethereal and cold but filled with determined anger, suddenly echoed in the dead silence of the great hall. Touch him? Buzz. A dazzling platinum light, so bright it was blinding, erupted unexpectedly from behind Lu Chen. That was Bai Ling. This angel, who had made a soul contract with Lu Chen and had silently acted as moving spring water, now had her silver hair dancing wildly in the wind, her originally blue eyes instantly turning to burning pure gold. She did not chant or form a seal. She simply made one action. Her hands plunged fiercely into her own chest, the connection point of the soul contract. With my soul, burn the holy fire. Taboo Archangel's wrath sacred sacrifice. Whoosh. Bai Ling's once solid form began to burn like a candle. But this burning brought forth a terrifying holy power capable of countering the entire rules of the Yellow Spring. The 2 pure white wings behind her shattered instantly, turning into countless light feathers, and then, 6 massive wings, made entirely of platinum holy fire, erupted behind her with a thunderous roar. At this moment, she was no longer that gentle supporter, but a seraphim that fell into the path of killing to protect her contracted master. Get out of the way. Bai Ling let out a delicate shout, the light in her hand transforming into a gigantic holy flame soared 100 meters long, slashing fiercely down at Izanami's ghostly hand reaching for Lu Chen. Sizzle. The holy attribute had a natural advantage over the undead attribute, and moreover, this was a desperate strike that consumed the angel's origin. Izanami's once indestructible ghostly hand, before the holy flame soared, was like butter meeting a red-hot iron, instantly severed and melted away. Aha! Izanami let out a chilling scream, retreating repeatedly while clutching her severed wrist, smoke billowing from the wound, the holy light constantly burning her soul. An angel? You actually burned your origin for a mortal? Izanami was both terrified and enraged. Have you gone mad? You will fall from grace and never be reborn. Bai Ling's figure became somewhat transparent, a sign of excessive origin consumption. But she did not retreat a single step. She stood before Lu Chen's body, her golden eyes filled with determination. He is my master. And my god. For him, what does it matter if I fall? After saying this, she turned, extending her somewhat ethereal hands gently to press on Lu Chen's chest, also guiding the soul floating in midair. Soul contract returned to position. Buzz. A warm and familiar pull enveloped Lu Chen's soul in an instant. The feeling of weightlessness from being forcibly separated vanished. Whoosh ha! Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, cold sweat pouring down his body. The soul returned to its place. The solid feeling of regaining control of his body brought him a sense of relief as if he had survived a disaster. But he did not immediately turn to face the enemy. He quickly turned his head, reaching out an arm to catch Bai Ling, who was falling backward. The girl in his arms felt as light as a feather, her once solid body now somewhat transparent, her wings slowly dissipating behind her, a trace of golden blood at the corner of her mouth. Master, master. Bai Ling struggled to lift her head, revealing a weak yet peaceful smile. As long as you are fine, it's good. Lu Chen looked at her like this, his heart feeling as if it had been brutally wrenched. She was not a pet, she was his contracted partner bound to his soul, unable to recover like the coal ball by retreating into space to heal. The injury she suffered impacted her soul origin directly. Who told you to fight so hard? Lu Chen's hands trembled slightly, constantly channeling his spiritual power into her, trying to stabilize her form. How could a nurse be sent to bear the damage? Are you stupid? Bai Ling wanted to speak, but her weakness made it so that she couldn't even voice her words. Don't talk. Lu Chen suddenly raised his head, looking at the distant Red Lotus Demoness. Red Lotus. Come here. Hiss. Red Lotus Demoness disregarded her injuries, and countless vines quickly gathered, weaving into an incredibly strong, blood-colored cocoon beside Lu Chen. Protect her well. Lu Chen carefully placed Bai Ling into the cocoon, saying softly. Take a nap. When I wake you, everything will be over. Watching the vines of Red Lotus wrap Bai Ling layer by layer, Lu Chen slowly stood up. He lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes, making it hard to see his expression. But the surrounding air, in that moment, dropped to absolute zero. Even Izanami, who was crying out not far away, felt a strange chill and instinctively stopped screaming. What do you want to do? Izanami looked at the silent man, and a hint of fear unexpectedly arose in her heart. Lu Chen said nothing. He simply slowly lifted his head. In his eyes, there were no pupils, no whites. Only a bottomless abyss, seeming to swallow the entire universe pure black. You broke my knife. Lu Chen's voice was soft, as light as a lover's whisper. He took a step forward, and the decaying mud beneath his feet instantly dried up and shattered. You almost killed my person. Lu Chen took another step, and his aura began to rise wildly, the space behind him starting to twist, faintly revealing a huge, greedy phantom. Izanami, right? Mother God, right? Lu Chen raised his right hand, not holding a weapon. His 5 fingers spread open, the tips instantly transforming into 5 long black claws, each several meters long, entwined with a tangible gluttony principle. I was planning to play with you. But now. Lu Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second. He directly appeared in front of Izanami's huge rotting face, his claws carrying destructive brutality that pierced fiercely into her eye socket, which had not yet regenerated. Kneel down and atone for your sins. Chapter 115, The Coal Ball Awakens, the Lord of Hell? I am your ancestor. PFF. The black claws pierced into the eye socket, bringing out a spray of rotten pus and blood. Ah! My eyes. Izanami let out a shrill scream, her huge body violently struggling, trying to throw off the despicable human that was like a flea on her face. Get off me! Yomi Mud Marsh, engulf! Boom! With her roar, the floor of the entire hall instantly liquefied. Countless sticky, foul-smelling black corpse mud soared into the sky, transforming into hundreds of massive tentacles, trying to tightly entangle Lu Chen and drag him into the abyss below. Worse still, the 8 thunder gods summoned by Izanami were relentlessly attacking the blood cocoon of Red Lotus, taking advantage of Lu Chen being tied up. Hiss! The Red Lotus Demoness emitted a painful screech, as the tendrils were charred and severed by the black lightning, and it seemed she could not hold on much longer. Woof! Woof! At this critical moment, in a corner of the ruins, the injured coal ball struggled to rise. It had just been smashed away by the fire thunder god while trying to block lightning for Lu Chen, and many of its hard black gold dragon scales had shattered, drenched in blood. Pain. It hurt a lot. But compared to pain, what coal ball felt stronger at this moment was hunger. Not stomach hunger, but an uncontrollable desire that came from deep within its bloodline. It lifted its 3 dizzy heads, its nose twitching as it took a deep breath of the filthy air in this underworld. Slurp. A rich, pure force of death surged into its lungs through its nostrils. In that instant, coal ball froze. It had not cared about this aura before. But after inhaling. Woof. This smell, why does it remind me of home-cooked braised pork? Coal ball's eyes widened like copper bells. The bloodline of the Cerberus within it seemed like a spark thrown into a barrel of oil, igniting in an instant. It was originally a creature of the underworld. This place filled with death, resentment, and dark energy was a forbidden zone for other creatures, but for it, wasn't this a treasure land? Roar! Roar! A low rumble emanated from coal ball's throat. With the nourishment of the death energy, its wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed. The originally black scales began to shed, replaced by a layer of skeletal armor engulfed in dark purple hellfire. Thud. 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 The beats of its heart grew louder, even drowning out Izanami's roar. What's wrong with that dog? One of the thunder gods attacking Red Lotus suddenly stopped, instinctively feeling a hint of fear. Not far away. That originally 5-meter-long 3-headed dog was rapidly growing in size. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. Boom! A kingly aura, purer and more domineering than Izanami, erupted from Coal Ball. Ding! Your pet Coal Ball has awakened ancient bloodlines in the land of extreme darkness. Level up successful. Current form, Abyssal Inferno Cerberus. Roar! A roar that shook the 9 underworlds erupted. The pressure contained in that voice made all the spirits of the underworld tremble in fear. It was the terror of encountering their nemesis. At this time, Coal Ball had completely transformed. It was enveloped in tangible black hellfire, with skeletal wings blocking out the sun, and its 3 heads looked extremely ferocious, each fang as sharp as a short sword. The central head represented devouring. The left head represented decay. The right head represented death. It was the gatekeeper of hell, the bane of all ghosts. Roar! You little ones, get out of my way. The 3 heads of Coal Ball simultaneously displayed a human-like sinister smile, gazing at the 8 thunder gods, as if looking at 8 walking meat bones. Boom! It moved. No longer the clumsy crashes of before, but instant movement. It appeared directly in front of the fire thunder god that had hit it the hardest, its large mouth opening without giving the opponent a chance to react, as it bit the 10-meter-tall thunder god in half. Crack! The thunder powerful enough to shatter mountains exploded in its mouth, yet Coal Ball chewed it like candy, making a crunchy sound. The taste was good, slightly numbing. Immediately after, it swept its tail. That was the dragon tail engulfed in hellfire. Bang! 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 The other 3 thunder gods. Impossible. Engaged in a struggle with Lu Chen, Izanami felt the presence of this energy and turned her head in fear. This is the aura of the underworld? An aura older than the Yellow Springs? What kind of monster is this? Monster? Lu Chen, still clinging to Izanami's face, looked at the imposing Coal Ball, wiped the black blood from his face, and grinned. Rude. That's your ancestor. Coal Ball. Don't just snack. Lu Chen pointed at the massive rotting goddess beneath them. This old lady says this is her territory, and the rules are hers to decide. Go tell her, in the underworld, who's the real boss. Roar! The Coal Ball responded with a deafening roar. It turned around, facing Izanami, and all 3 of its heads opened simultaneously, emitting a strange, soul-resonating sonic wave. In 8 domain underworld's arrival, all ghosts submit. V-Room. A black ripple instantly swept across the entire area. The next second, Izanami was horrified to find that her proud Yellow Springs rules were out of control. The Death Chi, the resentful souls, even the corpse mud beneath her feet, all of them, at this moment, betrayed her and rushed madly toward the 3-headed beast, as if worshipping a new king. No, this is my kingdom. I am the mother goddess. Izanami screamed hysterically, trying to regain control. But the Coal Ball only spat out a contemptuous breath. With elegant and domineering steps, it walked through the void and approached Izanami, looking down on the so-called Queen of the Yellow Springs. Its gaze was like a true dragon looking at a mudfish. Roar! So you call yourself the mother goddess? The middle head of the Coal Ball split its mouth wide, revealing its sharp white fangs. In the underworld, you don't even qualify to guard the door for me. Hand over your power. Boom! The coal ball lunged forward, and all three heads simultaneously bit into Izanami's neck, shoulder, and arm. Hell's Soul Devour. The frantic plundering began. This was not a battle. It was a ruthless exploitation of a higher being over a lower one. Izanami's primal energy was like a river breaking its dam, being frantically drawn and consumed by the coal ball. Ah! Now's the chance. Lu Chen's eyes flared with crimson light to the extreme. Since the rules were suppressed, it was time for him, the butcher, to strike. And, don't pick Sakura country in your next life, it's unlucky. Lu Chen clenched his hands into claws, 5 fingers curled as he aimed for Izanami's now undefended forehead godhood, delivering the final blow. Give it to me. Chapter 116, From Guest to Master, This Throne Belongs to the Dog. Put. That was the sound of sharp claws tearing through divine flesh, as crisp as tearing a sheet of soaked cowhide paper. Under Izanami's desperate and terrified gaze, Lu Chen's black claws, strengthened by the law of gluttony, pierced through her forehead's hardened divine shell without resistance, firmly grabbing hold of the core crystal radiating extreme energy. No, that is my essence. The essence of the Yellow Springs. Your. Lu Chen grinned, his face splattered with black divine blood, making him look more ferocious than a vengeful ghost. In my hands, it's mine. A generation of myth, the mother goddess, has fallen. Cause of death, forcibly demolished. Ha! Lu Chen fell to the ground, looking at the heavy black crystal in his hand. Its surface shimmered with complex runes, and just holding it made him feel as if his soul were being frozen. Good stuff. Lu Chen licked his lips, the hunger from the depths of his soul was driving him insane. Without any hesitation, and regardless of whether it would burst his stomach, he opened his mouth wide, like a greedy python, and bit down hard on the divine status. Crack! Crack! The incredibly hard divine status was crushed in his mouth. It tastes a bit like mint ice cream, but it's a bit too cold, freezes my teeth. Lu Chen complained while gulping it down. Rumble. In the moment the divine status entered his belly, a massive energy exploded within him for the first time. This was not just spiritual power, but rules. It was the rule power belonging to death, soul, and decay. If it were a normal person, they would have been turned into a dry corpse by this rule by now. But Lu Chen's extremely tyrannical talent of gluttony acted like an unreasonable shredder, forcibly dismantling, digesting, and absorbing these rules. Ding! Successfully devoured ruler of the Yellow Springs divine status. Gained new trait, body of the Yellow Springs, immune to instant death, toxins, decay-type rule attacks, dot. Gained new skill, necromancer servitude, can forcibly control low-level soul bodies, dot. Spiritual energy reserves have overflowed. Physical strength greatly increased. Lu Chen clenched his fist. A series of crackling explosive sounds erupted. He felt that now, even if he faced that 50-meter-tall enemy flagship mech bare-handed, he could punch it into scrap metal. This is the benefit of being a godslayer. Killing and burning, wearing a golden belt, the ancients do not deceive me. Woof! While Lu Chen was digesting the divine status, the coal ball beside him was not idle. Though Izanami was dead, the vast death energy and lingering souls she scattered were a veritable buffet feast for the coal ball, which had just evolved into Cerberus. Its 3 heads opened wide like 3 black holes, greedily devouring all the surrounding energy. In the end, it strode with an unrecognizable gait towards the bone throne, symbolizing the highest power of the Yellow Springs. That throne was built from countless strong men's skulls, emanating a terrifying pressure. The coal ball circled the throne twice, seemingly assessing whether this new lair was comfortable. Then, under Lu Chen's silent gaze, this 3-headed monster actually lifted one hind leg and joyfully urinated on that sacred and inviolable throne. Hiss hiss hiss. The hellfire attribute urine poured onto the throne, rising in puffs of blue smoke. Woof! From the 8-headed serpent. That legendary trump card of the Cherry Blossom Nation is finally ready to turn the tables. Bring Bai Ling. Lu Chen walked to the blood cocoon woven from red lotus, carefully holding the still sleeping Bai Ling in his arms. She had drained much energy, but under the nourishment of the red lotus, her breath had stabilized significantly. Hiss, master, there's a lot of noise up there. The red lotus transformed back into a seed and burrowed into Lu Chen's sleeve, transmitting a tense emotion. The bigger the noise, the better. Holding Bai Ling with one arm, Lu Chen glanced at his empty right hand. The alloy battle knife that had been with him for a long time had just been crushed by Izanami. No knife? Not a big deal. With a thought, the recently devoured Yomi divine attribute began to operate. Buzz. The thick air of death immediately gathered in his palm, countless black runes intertwined and compressed. In the blink of an eye, a fully black Yomi corpse knife, swirling with a chill of death and seemingly forged from some unknown black bone, took shape in his hand. This knife had no physical form, yet it was sharper than any metal because it was made of the rules of death. A knife made from your mom's power to cut you, isn't that fair? Lu Chen weighed the new knife in his hand, nodding in satisfaction, then jumped onto the wide back of the coal ball. The greater the noise, the more urgent that snake is. If it's urgent, there'll be more openings. Lu Chen patted the coal ball's neck. Let's go. Take me back to kill. Let that 8-headed guy see who is the true monster. Roar. The coal ball let out a thunderous roar, its ghostly dragon wings suddenly flapping, stirring up a storm. It carried Lu Chen, turning into a black meteor, directly shattering the dome of the Yomi Grand Hall, speeding down the rift in the ground back to the surface. On the ground, in the ruins of Sakura City. At this moment, it had completely transformed into a hell on earth. With Izanami's death, the island that was initially only experiencing localized earthquakes seemed to have ushered in the apocalypse. Boom. The earth wailed, the land fractured. A black tsunami, towering over 100 meters, surged from all directions, mercilessly swallowing the coastal cities. Thick smoke spewed from volcanic eruptions, and lava rampaged across the land like rivers. And at the center of this destruction, a terrifying giant beast, so immense it defied language, loomed over the ruins of the imperial palace. It had 8 heads, each as massive as mountains, representing an extreme natural disaster. Its body spanned hundreds of miles, as if it was a dragon transformed from mountain ranges. The 8-headed serpent had fully gone berserk. Who killed my mother? All 8 heads howled at the sky simultaneously, their voices shattering the clouds. I will bury this world with me. Boom. At this moment, the ground beneath it suddenly exploded. A black meteor shot up from the ground, hovering in midair, facing off against that world-destroying giant beast. Lu Chen stood on the back of the coal ball, looking at this gigantic creature that nearly filled his entire field of vision. Even though his power had surged dramatically, in front of such a massive figure, he still felt as small as a speck of dust. But he laughed. He laughed with great arrogance. Big earthworm, you have quite the loud voice. Lu Chen slowly raised the black long knife made of death rules, the tip pointed directly at the largest head of the 8-headed serpent. I killed your mother. Next. It's your turn. Chapter 117, Return to Humanity, the 8-headed serpent appears. Boom. The sky was burning, the sea was boiling. As Lu Chen rode the coal ball out of the ground, he finally saw the full appearance of this so-called guardian beast of the nation. Big. Too big. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that a creature could grow to such a defiance of physical common sense. The body of the 8-headed serpent did not fully coil upon the ruins of the imperial palace. Because the ruins are too small, they cannot contain it at all. Its body is like a winding mountain range, spanning the entire Sakura City, with its tail extending all the way to the Tokyo Bay Inlet dozens of kilometers away, wildly churning the seawater and raising monstrous waves 1,000 meters high. Its 8 heads tower into the clouds, each one resembling a floating skyscraper. Dark red scales flow with magma-like patterns, and the gas it exhales can ignite and ionize the surrounding air in a moment. This is no longer a monster. This is a living natural disaster. Is this Yamata no Orochi? Lu Chen stands on Coalball's back, tilting his head back to look at the 8 heads that block out the sun. Even after just killing a god, he cannot help but admit that the visual impact of this giant before him far exceeds that of the decaying Izanami. Izanami is a bizarre phenomenon on a spiritual level, while Yamata no Orochi is pure destruction on a physical level. In the sky, the 8 giant heads lower simultaneously, and 16 blood-red vertical pupils lock onto Lu Chen tightly. That voice rolls like thunder, making Lu Chen's eardrums ache. You have the scent of my mother. Did you eat her? Boom. With the last roar, the heavens and earth change color. Yamata no Orochi completely erupts in fury. It is not only seeking revenge but also trying to reclaim the divinity that Lu Chen devoured. Return the divinity to me. Whoosh. The central head suddenly opens its massive mouth, and a jet-black, corrosive breath of death pours down towards Lu Chen like a burst river. This toxic breath is terrifying. Wherever it goes, the space is corroded, sizzling as black void cracks appear. The ruined buildings on the ground instantly turn into bubbling pus at the moment they come into contact with the toxic gas. So stinky. Facing this overwhelming assault, Lu Chen simply wrinkled his nose in disdain. He did not dodge. Because in his hand, he holds the rules of the entire underworld. Playing with poison in front of me? Lu Chen raises the pitch-black underworld death knife in his hand, casually swinging it toward the toxic rain. Underworld rules, all laws wither. Buzz, a grayish blade aura reverses and rushes upward. This blade aura seems unremarkable, but at the moment it touches the overwhelming toxic breath, an eerie scene occurs. The deadly poison that could corrode deities suddenly appears to lose its activity, turning grayish-white and dry, finally becoming flying ash that dissipates in the wind. Killing the poison? No, it endowed poison with the concept of death. What? Yamada no Orochi's pupils constrict sharply. It can sense that the blade harbors a supreme rule that makes it feel palpitations. Return it to you? Lu Chen hovers in midair, casually twirling the knife and smirking provocatively. Anything that enters my stomach has never been spat out. But... Lu Chen points at the massive body of Yamada no Orochi. Your 5-flavored meat is something I am quite interested in tasting. Seeking death. Yamada no Orochi erupts in rage. It no longer simply uses its breath but displays the most primal and terrifying combat ability of a divine beast. Boom, the massive tail that has been stirring the ocean suddenly lashes out of the water, sweeping with tens of thousands of tons of seawater and sonic clouds, like a towering pillar, crashing toward Lu Chen. This strike is powerful enough to shatter an island. Coal Ball. Dodge. Woof. Coal Ball reacts quickly, the dragon wings behind it flapping wildly, turning into an afterimage, narrowly dodging this destructive blow. Bang! The massive tail swipes past Coal Ball's afterimage and crashes down fiercely on the mountainside of Mount Fuji in the distance. Rumbling. Under this terrifying strength, the sacred mountain that had been silent for hundreds of years is actually broken off in one piece. The mountain collapses, lava erupts. The entire Sakura country archipelago shakes violently, as if it were about to sink into the sea at any moment. This power. Lu Chen looked at the collapsing volcano in the distance, his eyelids twitching. The strength of this thing is simply outrageous. Not over yet. Insect. The 8-headed serpent saw its strike miss and became even more ferocious. All 8 heads attacked at once. Some breathed fire, some spat water, some summoned lightning, some opened their large mouths trying to bite. For a moment, Lu Chen and the Coal Ball were like a little boat in a storm, surrounded by 8 completely different disasters. Bang! 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 The Yellow Spring's death knife in Lu Chen's hand created a black barrier, and with each clash against the serpent's teeth, deafening sounds of metal clashing erupted. But after all, this is a complete divine beast. PFFF. Lu Chen was hit by a snakehead that shot out a high-pressure water column, and his whole body was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ruins of a building, smashing through several floors. Cough cough. Lu Chen crawled out from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood-stained spit. Even with the support of the body of Yellow Springs, this blow made him feel as if his organs were about to shift. The size difference is too great. Lu Chen looked at the colossal creature that nearly occupied the whole sky, his expression serious. His attacks could break defenses and leave wounds on the 8-headed serpent, but to a body hundreds of kilometers long, striking it was like poking an elephant with a needle, it was nothing. Moreover, Lu Chen glanced at the spot on the serpent's neck that he had just wounded. There was originally a deep wound visible to the bone, but at this moment, countless flesh buds were writhing madly. In just a few seconds, the wound healed completely without even a scar left. Divine nature, infinite regeneration. This is a bit unreasonable. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped back onto the coal ball that had come to assist. Can't be killed, can heal infinitely, and output so high. Is this what a god is like? Lu Chen's eyes did not show despair but instead ignited a more intense fighting spirit. If it were too easy to kill, then this meal wouldn't be tasty at all. Coal Ball. Lu Chen patted the dog's head beneath him, his voice low. It seems that just chopping won't work. We need to change our method. Woof. How to eat. Have you heard of? Lu Chen looked at the open jaws of the 8-headed serpent, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The story of Sun Wukong drilling into Princess Iron Fan's belly? Since the outer skin is tough and thick, we can't cut through. Then let's eat from the inside. But before that, Lu Chen turned to look towards the ocean. There, the tsunami had already submerged all coastal cities, countless citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation struggling and wailing in the flood. This island is sinking fast. Lu Chen raised his knife and issued the final order to the disaster fortress that had been in standby mode in the distance. Iron Pillar. Overload your demon engine to the limit for me. Bring that largest head down. Chapter 118, Divine Punishment? No, this is violent demolition by the relocation office. Boom. With Lu Chen's command given, the disaster fortress and the ruins erupted completely. That 10-meter-tall dark purple mech had its chest armor explode like petals, revealing the demon engine inside that was already red-hot from operation. Numerous thick hydraulic rods sank deep into the ground, firmly anchoring themselves to the shaky foundation. Full power output. The disaster fortress let out a deep electronic roar. It no longer cared about the wear on its body and fed all the energy from the core furnace without reservation into the huge disaster cannon in its arms. ZZZZ. The purple-black plasma ball at the cannon's mouth compressed wildly, and the surrounding space cracked with fine black lines from bearing this high-energy reaction. Fire. Boom. A thunderous sound loud enough to shatter eardrums. A destructive light beam with a diameter of over 30 meters did not disperse like previous attacks. Turned into a long spear of dark purple and black, tearing through the smoke and dust, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and smashing fiercely towards the main head of the eight-headed serpent, who was chanting a world-ending curse. This blow gathered all the essence of a great monster's heart, along with the pinnacle fire control of the great Xia's technology. Even a true god would not dare to take it head-on. Roar! The main head of the eight-headed serpent clearly did not expect that inconspicuous iron lump could unleash such a level of attack. It wanted to dodge, but its enormous body became a burden at that moment. Puff! Boom! The light spear hit its target accurately. The main head of the eight-headed serpent, resembling a mountain, was knocked back violently by the blast. The indestructible blue reverse scales shattered and flew apart, divine blood sprayed out like a waterfall, and even a piece of its jawbone was smashed, revealing the bright red rotten flesh inside. Hit! A gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Although this shot did not directly blow off its head, it successfully interrupted its spellcasting rhythm. The world-ending storm that was gathering instantly fell into chaos, exploding into a brilliant firework in midair. Pain, so painful. The eight-headed serpent let out a roar that shook the heavens. This was not just physical pain, but also an insult to its dignity. It was the guardian beast of the nation. It was the ruler of this land. How could it be hurt by a bunch of things it saw as insects? This feeling was like walking down the street, suddenly tripping over an ant, and getting bitten on the heel by the ant. Unforgivable, unforgivable. The eight-headed serpent completely went mad. Its massive body, stretching hundreds of miles, suddenly started to roll and convulse violently. All 8 heads raised simultaneously, emitting a certain ancient and obscure syllable. Divine punishment. Crack. A bone-chilling cracking sound came from deep within the earth. Immediately after, the entire main island of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom let out a desperate wail as if it had been broken like a cookie in half. An earthquake. Not the small tremors of a few degrees, but a truly catastrophic earthquake of tectonic plate breaking. Help me! The ground is splitting! Amidst the desperate cries of countless survivors, a bottomless chasm, several kilometers wide, suddenly appeared on the already ravaged ground of Sakura capital. The sea rushed back. Torrential waves of black water surged into the city through the crack, instantly swallowing ruins, vehicles, and the panicked crowd. Not only that. In the distance, the holy mountain erupted like it had eaten explosives, half the mountain was blown away, and scorching magma mixed with volcanic ash, darkening the entire sky, causing a deadly rain of fire. This was the revenge of the divine. Since I can't hit this flea, then I will overturn the whole table. Everyone dies together. Damn, can't play nice? Lu Chen, riding on the coal ball, looked down at the rapidly crumbling and sinking land beneath him, and his face changed slightly. This old mudfish is truly insane. It plans to drag the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom into the sea to bury it with him. Warning. Terrain is undergoing severe changes, foothold lost. In the distance, the disaster fortress, due to the ground collapse, slipped directly into a huge fissure. Fortunately, it reacted quickly, opening its wings of light fully, barely hovering in midair, but could no longer provide stable artillery support. Roar! The coal ball roared anxiously in the air. Although its wings could fly, in an environment full of volcanic ash and thunderstorms, its stamina was rapidly depleting. No ground to stand on? Lu Chen looked at the rolling black sea beneath and the rapidly sinking city debris, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Then let's not stand. Lu Chen straightened his body suddenly, amidst the storm, wielding the black long knife condensed from the rules of death, pointing directly at the main head of the bleeding Yamada no Orochi. Old Loach, do you think I'm afraid of you just because you've destroyed my home? Perfect. Lu Chen smiled widely, his grin wilder than this apocalyptic scene. Bring in the water, let's clean it up better. So I don't have to spit out sand when I eat. Everyone, listen up. Lu Chen's voice pierced through the thunder and tsunami. No need to defend anymore. There's nothing left to defend. Launch a full-scale attack. Since it wants to play for its life, let's play with it to the end. All in. Roar. The coal ball sensed its owner's madness, and the ferocity within it was completely triggered. It no longer cared for the terrain or saved energy, as all 3 heads spit out hellfire, transforming into a black meteor, charging at Yamada no Orochi. On the other side, the Red Lotus Demonis also made a crazy move. It abandoned the tiny avatars and gathered all its strength into its main body. A blood-colored giant flower, towering 1,000 meters high, rose from the flood, with thick roots directly piercing into the massive body of Yamada no Orochi, crazily sucking its divine blood as nourishment. Fight to grow stronger. Even the weakened Bai Ling flew out from the protection of the Red Lotus. She hovered in midair, her face pale, but her gaze was firm. She joined her hands together, and a huge sacred halo enveloped Lu Chen and his pets, shielding them from the obstacles in the sky. And me. At this moment. On this sinking land. One person, one dog, one flower, one neck, one angel. They faced that world-destroying god, launching their final charge. Come on. Lu Chen stood atop the coal ball's head, leaping high, his figure like lightning, diving straight at the massive, venom-spewing mouth of Yamada no Orochi. Let me see what good things you have in your belly.